An earthquake? No, that was Doyoon getting beaten down. That loud slam was Jinwoo, smashing his head onto the desk. Doyoon's mouth filled with blood, but he didn't dare resist. He could only whisper, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Jinwoo." Hearing that, Jinwoo sneered. "Your words mean nothing in this classroom." He swung his hand, a brutal slap sending blood flying across the room. Not finished, he relentlessly kicked Doyoon's body. Only when Doyoon collapsed unconscious amid the scattered desks did he finally stop. To avoid these beatings, Doyoon was forced to grind games for them. School was a living hell, a constant grind where any delay or mistake was paid for with a beating like today's. After the brutal assault, Jinwoo left him with a sharp warning. "The game I play has a new event next week, and my gear is total crap. You better farm some good items for me. I don't care if you pay or grind." As he spoke, Jinwoo leaned in close, his voice a low threat. "If you don't have it in 1 week, I'll strip you and beat you senseless in front of that witch. Jin, the so-called goddess you worship." With that, Jinwoo and his cronies left, not even bothering to see if Doyoon agreed as he sat stunned on the floor. A storm of thoughts raged inside him as he stared at his phone, his fists clenched in absolute fury. Those bastards, this damn game. I hate having to play it. But those were just the words of a victim. In truth, Doyoon was a passionate gamer who loved playing whenever he could. Spring break was the best time, free from his school bullies. With his mom on a business trip, he could game all he wanted, even if it meant farming for Jinwoo. But Doyoon remained calm because this task was simple for him. He had already reached the max level and lost track. After hitting the level cap, hunting became way too easy, so he had quit playing. In reality, he was a total loser, a punching bag for all the delinquents. But in the game, it was the complete opposite. Doyoon often wished his own life could be more like the game. Just when he thought it would be a breeze, Doyoon's character was one-shotted by the boss. He stared blankly, unable to understand how. His character was killed so easily. A terrible feeling twisted in Doyoon's stomach, the premonition of an impending beating. Then, a system update notice popped up. The level cap was raised to 200, and the boss difficulty soared. At the same time, the item drop rate was drastically reduced. Doyoon froze, thinking, "I'm so screwed." This was a complete disaster. He then grinded for 18 hours just to beat the boss, then another 37 hours, fighting it again and again. But all he got in return was useless junk. Doyoon roared in frustration, almost smashing his monitor. "If you're going to raise the difficulty, you should have boosted the drop rate too. Why lower it?" The reason was simple. The developers were just milking their players for money. You had to pay for a VIP pass to increase the rare drop rate. With no other choice, Doyoon played for over 64 hours, only to end up crying in helpless frustration. "I broke my piggy bank and stole money from my mom for this. Why won't a rare item drop?" Exhausted, Doyoon slumped onto his desk as the system pinged again. "You have been logged in for over 44 hours. Another 44 hours passed. Empty energy drinks and instant noodle cups piled up on the floor. Doyoon had been awake for 2 straight days, his face glued to the monitor, with only 1 day left. He imagined being stripped of even his underwear tomorrow. "What would my goddess Ajin think of me?" Doyoon trembled, crying hopelessly. Just as he resigned himself to his fate, a legendary player appeared. He killed the boss in a single strike. His username was Ender, level 200. This player made a strange offer. "Are you looking for a party member? I happen to need a subordinate to lure monsters." Not wanting to miss this golden opportunity, Doyoon immediately knelt and begged to become his subordinate, and his reward for joining was the Flame King's greatsword and the Flame God's greatsword. The moment he saw the items, Doyoon nearly jumped out of his chair. "Holy crap, are these myth-grade weapons? The entire week of grinding hadn't been a waste. I could make a fortune selling these." His farming problem was solved, thanks to the level 200 pro. Relieved, Doyoon stood up to get some sleep before school. But as he stood, his body collapsed without warning. His world faded into a silent, black void. His last thoughts were of news articles about gamers dying from exhaustion. So this is death? Doyoon struggled against the encroaching darkness, but it was useless. A final apology to his mom, and a curse for the ones who caused this. Doyoon silently swore, "Damn you, Min Jinwoo. Even in death, I'll curse your entire family. I should have written a will." Then Doyoon felt something was wrong. "Wait, if I'm dead, why can I still think?" Suddenly, a system message appeared in his mind. "System analysis complete. Character created. You have been assigned the normal class. Helpless gamer assassin. Hidden quest generated. You have been resurrected at the time and space coordinates set by the administrator." Doyoon's eyes snapped open. He was back in the classroom, in the moments right before Jinwoo's attack. Doyoon looked around frantically. Isn't this my classroom? While he was lost in confusion, Ajin's voice rang out. So I'll leave the game grinding to you, she waved cheerfully. Thanks. Ajin paused, wondering. He doesn't look too happy. Did he only agree because I asked? Shrugging it off, she ran to eat with friends, leaving Doyoon stunned and alone. He still couldn't process what had happened. What's going on? Didn't I just die? Was that all a dream? A cold sweat ran down his back. But if that was a dream, this was even more surreal. A character status window floated before his eyes, showing all his information. Name, level, and class. Helpless gamer assassin. As he stared, the system dinged with a notification. Unique class effect has been activated. All experience points from every game you have ever played will be transferred to the player. Doyoon was completely speechless. If you count all the games I've played, the EXP would be astronomical. In that instant, Jinwoo appeared behind him and slammed his head onto the desk. His roar echoed throughout the school. He snarled, "You bastard! Didn't I tell you to keep your eyes on the phone?" Doyoon gritted his teeth, glaring at his tormentor with pure hatred. Everything started from this very moment. Because of you, I had to endure that living hell. Seeing the loser glare back, Jinwoo's rage exploded. How dare you stare at me? He yanked Doyoon's collar as the boy fearfully tried to explain, but before he could speak, a fist slammed squarely into his face. Doyoon thought it was a dream. Surely a punch couldn't be this painful. He was completely wrong. The blow hurt more than he could imagine, followed by a gut punch that sent drool flying from his mouth. It didn't stop. Jinwoo beat him from one end of the classroom to the other, then dragged him back to start again. His expression was that of a merciless demon. I'll keep hitting you until my anger cools. Hearing this, Doyoon's battered body began to shake uncontrollably. Just as another punch was coming, the classroom door opened. Ajin walked in for her phone, but froze at the brutal scene. Doyoon's eyes widened as he looked over. But before he could utter a word to his goddess, a fist like a rice cooker smashed into his face, distorting it. He was sent flying into the teacher's desk. Jinwoo laughed, yanking him up by the collar. Stop playing dead. Stand up, you dog. At that point, the boy no longer felt any pain. Only the humiliation of being beaten in front of his crush. Ajin finally intervened. Hey Minjinu, what do you think you're doing? Stop it. But her words only made him punch Doyoon harder. Desperate, Ajin grabbed his wrist to stop the assault. He let Doyoon go, sighing in annoyance. Why are you so damn nosy? Switching his target, the beast Jinwoo showed no mercy, even to a girl. He grabbed Ajin's hair and sneered, "Kneel." Seeing this, Doyoon cursed himself internally. This was his fault. Voices screamed inside his head, urging him on. Move! Hurry! You have to save her. Just as Jinwoo raised a hand to strike Ajin for her interference, Doyoon launched a surprise attack from behind. But reality isn't a fantasy. Jinwoo was simply too strong. He easily blocked the punch and countered with a blow 10 times more powerful, right to Doyoon's face. This single hit felt like the end. As Doyoon wondered about the afterlife, the system finally completed its conversion. You have class changed to Transcendent Game Master Hero. Unleashing the class-exclusive skill, Shattering Chaos Strike has been activated. Doyoon's body moved on its own, landing a dozen strikes on Jinwoo's face, completely disfiguring it. Blood splattered, mirroring the beating Doyoon had just received. Witnessing this brutal comeback, Ajin covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. Even Doyoon himself had no idea what he'd just done. That skill, Shattering Chaos Strike, isn't that what his character used in the game? Doyoon collapsed to the floor, his expression utterly bewildered. The system window appeared again, with a message from the admin. Do not be alarmed, my friend. This is a gift, a reward for your kindness. That familiar tone, Doyoon realized it was the level 2 to 100 player, the creator of the end. He was confused by the message. Kindness? Is he talking about when I gave him the great sword of the flame god? While Doyoon was still puzzled, the system notifications continued. You have defeated the boss, Jinwoo. You have received 200 experience points. The experience bar immediately shot up to its maximum. Doyoon's class was upgraded to the final tier, Sealed Game Master. All his stats hit the cap. Doyoon was completely stunned. From that day forward, his dream of living life like a game became reality. Staring at Jinwoo's unconscious form, Ajin was dazed. She muttered, "What just happened?" She turned to Doyoon, asking with concern, "Doyoon, are you okay? Your face is all bruised." Doyoon leaned back on the podium, panting for breath. What is going on? But Ajin said nothing more, dashing out of the classroom. Wait right there. I'm going to get the school nurse. Do-Won was in a stupor, unable to process anything. Am I crazy? Did I die from gaming too much and travel back in time? From seeing status windows to using in-game skills. As a lifelong game addict, the closest thing he'd ever read were fantasy novels. His instincts told him this situation was just like the plot of those stories. A small, delighted smile spread across Do-Won's face. I'm a main character with overwhelming strength. I can annihilate any enemy, without a single exception. I must have received a power buff like every other protagonist. A look at his level 100 status screen with maxed out stats confirmed his insane power. But his celebration was cut short by a red system warning. All powers have been locked, all stats reverted, health dropped, and attack power was sealed. All offensive skills have been nullified. All defensive skills are useless. Do-Won's heart sank as he read the last line. Your current stat points have been sealed. He frantically pulled up his status window. His level was 100, but all his stats were now 1. Do-Won screamed at the system in a panic. What is this? You said this was the final class. Why am I weaker than I was before? Don't make me start over with these pathetic stats. Are you messing with me? The system ignored his frantic questions and posted a new notification. Event quest. Rampage has been completed. You have defeated the monster Min Jinu. Reward. 1 golden key. A golden key suddenly materialized, floating in the air before him. After the fight, wild rumors started to spread. Hey, what happened to Do-Won's face? A student in the know answered. I heard Jinu beat him up, broke the teacher's desk and everything. Another chimed in curiously. But I just saw Jinu leave, cursing and grabbing his bag. His friend guessed, maybe he wasn't finished beating him up. He even picked a fight with the school nurse. Do-Won walked the halls as countless eyes followed him, but his own gaze was fixed on the floating key. He stared at the key he had just received. No matter how he looked at it, the thing was completely ordinary. Even its function seemed incredibly basic. The system called it a legendary item, but Do-Won just pocketed it. Unconvinced. Whatever, I'll figure it out later. This isn't what matters right now. I'm more curious about the skills that administrator gave me. Do-Won wondered about the administrator. Could he be that punk from the game? He messaged, but got no reply. There was no way to confirm it. He planned to message the player after school, but suddenly, a new quest notification appeared. Quest. A dangerous invitation. Details. Tonight, you will receive an invitation. Accept it and become a star like J97. Lost in thought, he was suddenly knocked to the ground. Do-Won hit the floor hard. He groaned. My back. What was that? The other student, his face bruised, quickly apologized. I didn't see you there. Are you all right? Do-Won replied. I should be asking you that. Your nose is bleeding everywhere. Do-Won offered to grab a tissue, but the boy flatly refused and rushed away. He walked off with his head down, looking totally miserable. He seems even weaker than I am, Do-Won thought. As he watched, he didn't even notice Shin Jimin walking right up to him. Fancy meeting you here. I've got something to discuss with you. Do-Won played dumb, asking, What's up, Jimin? You started playing the game, right? Need me to power level you? Jimin shook his head, taking a drag from his cigarette. I saw everything. You. Beating Min-chan Yu to a pulp. Do-Won froze on the spot. He suddenly remembered. Even in his past life, Jimin was there. Watching. Is he here for revenge for Min-chan Yu? Jimin slowly stepped closer, and Do-Won's fear grew with every step. I just got my ass kicked. I can't take another beating. But to his surprise, Jimin gave him a light pat on the shoulder. You're pretty interesting. A pro gamer hiding his skills, huh? Jimin then offered, We're drinking with some girls tonight. You in? Do-Won was stunned yet again. What is he talking about? Tonight? But tonight is when the quest is supposed to happen. Do-Won pinched himself and asked again. Are you talking to me? Jimin casually replied, his hands in his pockets. Who the hell else would I be talking to? Do-Won's mind started racing. 1,000 different questions flooded his mind. In games, every quest comes with a reward. It's a simple cycle. Complete the quest, get a reward, level up, and become stronger. Tonight's mission was his chance to escape his life as a total nobody. And yet, Do-Won refused. He stammered, Actually, I have to visit my grandfather's grave today, so I can't. The reason was simple. The quest was titled Dangerous, and he wasn't willing to take the risk. Jimin didn't push him, simply waving it off. Oh, is that so? Fine, whatever. But don't say no next time. Do-Won let out a huge sigh of relief. That was way too close for comfort. While using the restroom, he vowed to stay away from the bullies. Then, a system notification popped up. You have refused the quest. A penalty will be applied. Red alert. The torment will now begin. He looked down to see a herd of demonic cattle staring at him hungrily before charging right for him. A blood-curdling scream echoed from the stall, grabbing the attention of two students outside. They rushed in, yelling, "Is he peeing on the floor?" The other one trembled in fear. "Did that bastard Chan Yu do this? Even in the bathroom? How terrifying." On the floor, Do-won trembled uncontrollably, his face completely blank. He couldn't handle this agonizing pain for a minute, let alone the full 60-minute penalty. He had no choice but to accept the system's quest. That night, Do-won waited for Jimin in the entertainment district. He greeted him awkwardly. "You're here." Jimin walked over, pleased but curious. "Didn't you have a grave to visit? Is it all right for you to be here?" Do-won made up a quick excuse. "Oh, yeah, it's fine. My grandpa said he was busy, so he couldn't make it today." And somehow, Jimin bought the ridiculous lie, as if his dead grandpa could cancel. He had accepted the quest, but Do-won couldn't shake his growing fear, and the strange look on Jimin's face only made him more anxious. It felt like this group was plotting something, and this whole thing seemed fishy. Do-won thought about bailing, but it was too late. The girls had already arrived. The moment he saw the beautiful girls, all his thoughts of escaping vanished. He justified it internally. "I'm not staying for them. It's just rude to leave after being invited." The table was covered in alcohol, which was illegal for high school students. Seeing Do-won's frozen expression, Jimin spoke up. "My friend's boyfriend works here, so we come here to drink all the time." Jimin then poured a drink for Do-won. "So, what's your tolerance?" Do-won answered honestly. "I've never really had a drink before, so I'm not sure." Jimin grinned. "Then it's the perfect time to find out. Don't worry about the money. Order anything you want. It's my treat." Do-won started to get suspicious. Why is he suddenly being so generous? But Jimin was not as kind as he seemed, because his personal wallet had just walked in the door. It was Juchi Han, his face still bruised, who timidly said, "I've booked the karaoke room for 2 more hours." Do-won recognized him immediately as the kid from that morning. Jimin just chuckled darkly. "You think 2 hours is enough for us?" he snarled. "You damn idiot." Jihan immediately started begging. "I'm sorry, Jimin. I'll go add more time right now." The tense atmosphere was suffocating. Do-won froze, trembling in fear. Taking a seat, Jimin made the introductions. "Do you two know each other? We all go to the same school. That's Jihan, and this is Do-won. Go on and say hi." Then he poured Jihan a drink. But instead of the glass, he poured it directly onto the boy's pants. Jimin laughed. "Oops, my bad. Sorry about that. Why'd you wear such light-colored pants? Now they're all stained." Do-won knew instantly. It was no accident. This was straight-up bullying. Now that he thought about it, that encounter this morning was truly strange. Jihan stumbled from the restroom, his face bruised and his nose bleeding. Shin Jimin was already there, making it obvious who was responsible. Do-won clutched his head, feeling helpless. He'd just escaped one violent mess, only to walk into another. Jihan was then paraded like a fool in front of all the girls. The demand was sickening. Perform a sexy dance to a slow ballad. Jihan hung his head, refusing, but Jimin just patted his shoulder, leaning in to whisper a threat. "How dare you look at me like that, trying to make me lose face in front of the girls?" The words made Do-won's blood boil, but he stayed frozen in his seat. To avoid another beating, Jihan slowly got to his feet. Do-won stared in disbelief. Was he actually going through with this? Did he have any pride left? But then again, if threatened like that, Do-won knew he would probably dance too. Jimin had him completely cornered. Unable to stand the tense atmosphere, Do-won excused himself to the restroom. He realized the only reason Jimin hadn't targeted him was because he thought Do-won was secretly strong. That thought sent a chill down his spine. If they discovered he was pathetically weak, his fate would be far worse than Jihan's. Then, a realization hit him. He was only here as an invited guest. That meant he could just leave, right? Without a second thought, Do-won made a break for the emergency exit. But he hesitated. The way Jihan was being tormented, it was exactly like his own past. Both were helpless victims of school violence. Do-won turned back, walking right back into the room. Jimin was waiting. "There you are. I thought you'd already left. I was just wondering where you went." Do-won scanned the room and demanded, "Where is he?" Jimin smirked. "The girls? In the bathroom." But Do-won shook his head. "Not them." He pointed right at Jihan. "Where are his pants?" With a cruel laugh, Jimin held up an ice bucket. "Felt bad for spilling a drink on them, so I'm getting them washed for him." Do-won steeled his nerves. "Don't be afraid. There's only one option now." He held out his hand, his voice firm. "Give them to me." This was Do-won's gambit, to act as if he truly had hidden power. If he stood his ground, Jimin couldn't do a thing. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a loud voice boomed, "Sorry, ran into some trouble. Had to take care of it first." A towering figure entered, covered in tattoos. His clothes were blood-stained, his face a menacing scowl. The thug growled, "Who's this punk?" Jimin's entire demeanor changed. "Man Chun, you're here. This is my friend, remember? The one whose brother works here." Staring at the newcomer, all of Do-won's courage vanished. A high schooler? He looked like a gangster with 15 years of experience. What was with all the blood? What did he take care of? Jimin then turned back to Do-won. "Oh, right. What was it you wanted from me?" Do-won panicked. The mic! Give me the mic! I want to sing!" He stammered with a weak smile. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. The dangerous invitation quest was complete. A chain quest has now begun. Do-won stared at the screen, mic in hand. A chain quest? Judge of injustice. Smash the mic on Shin Jimin's head. Reward, a bronze key. Time limit, 30 minutes. Do-won's hand trembled. He cursed the system. "Do I look like I have the guts for that? No way. You can kill me, but I'm not doing it." As if reading his mind, the system updated. A penalty will be enforced upon mission failure. He remembered the last penalty, a stampede of bulls aiming for his family jewels. A surge of rage filled him. The game was back on. All eyes were now on the big thug. Jimin laughed. "Man Chun, you look like a straight-up murderer." The girls beside him nervously agreed. "Your face is so scary." Man Chun grinned proudly. Must have gotten dirty while dealing with some stray dogs on my way over." Then, his eyes fell on Jihan, who was forced to be his human chair. "Damn it, you mutt. Is this a massage chair or something? And after I so nicely lent you some pants, you have no gratitude at all." Jihan's thin frame trembled, struggling under the brute's weight. "If you make me fall, you're dead." Jimin cackled at the sight. "Things always get fun when you show up." Man Chun suddenly stood, turning his full attention to Do-won. He eyed Do-won with disbelief. "Seriously? This little punk is the one who crushed Chan-woo?" Jimin slung an arm around Do-won's shoulders. "That's him. You don't want to mess with my friend Do-won." Man Chun shook his head. "No matter how I look at him, he just seems like a total weakling." Do-won sat there, his mind racing. If he completed the mission, these two would absolutely kill him. But if he refused, the system's penalty would crush him anyway. If only I could use that skill from before. At least then I'd have a fighting chance. But his skill window showed that Shattering Frenzy was still sealed. He was completely powerless. Do-won grabbed his head, letting out a silent scream that confused Jimin. The mission timer showed 15 minutes remaining. Jimin watched him, intrigued. "Hey, Do-won, I'm curious about something. Why'd you let that punk Chan-woo treat you like dirt, when you could have destroyed him?" Do-won fumbled for an answer. Well, about that." Seeing his hesitation, Jimin backed off. "It's fine. You must have your reasons. Anyway, I actually called you here to talk about something." Do-won stared, waiting. "What do you mean? What is it?" Jimin gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Work with me. I need your strength. Join my crew. Do-won, let's take over this whole neighborhood together." Jimin's eyes gleamed as he made his offer. "Of course, you won't lose out by joining me. Think about it. Drinks, smokes, cash, and guys to order around. Even beautiful girls. You'll have anything you could ever want." Do-won waved his hands dismissively, forcing a smile. "But I don't really want any of that." Jimin's friendly tone didn't change. "So, you'd rather go back to being a punching bag? Don't you want revenge on the guys who tormented you? Join me, and you'll be the one on top." Those words left Do-won completely speechless. "Swap places with my tormentors? If I join Shin Jimin, I'll never be treated like that again?" As Do-won considered this, Jimin turned to leave for the restroom. He added over his shoulder, "No need to answer now. Just think about it." At that moment, Jihan whispered from the side, "Hey, Do-won, is this yours?" From his pocket, Jihan pulled out a golden key, a reward for completing a previous mission. It must have fallen out during the scuffle, but he was too focused on the quest to notice. He didn't realize when it had dropped. Do-won thanked his friend and took the key. As Jihan handed it over, he offered a careful warning. "I know this might sound arrogant, but you shouldn't get involved with Shin Ji-min." Confused, Do-won asked, "Why are you suddenly saying that?" Jihan looked down, thinking for a moment. "I don't think you're a bad person. Sorry if that offends you." But Do-won had no time to be offended or not, because the mission had only 3 minutes left. Do-won gritted his teeth, trembling. "What is this? Why is time passing so fast? Am I going to die in 3 minutes?" Do-won shot up, his fighting spirit blazing. "No, This is the turning point of my life. If I can just endure for 1 hour, I'll walk into school with my head held high, and I can't lose face in front of those girls. With that thought, Do-won excused himself to take a call. The scene changes, and he's hiding in the karaoke bar's storage room. A rag stuffed in his mouth to muffle his screams, he trembled and prayed. Why doesn't it hurt like last time? Was it a trade-off for joining Jimin's gang? If so, abandoning this mission was necessary. With 20 seconds left, Do-won clenched his jaw, waiting for the punishment in the karaoke room. Manchun was about to show off his high-pitched vocals when the mic on the table vanished. At that moment, Jimin was suffering from a stomachache. He grimaced, rubbing his stomach. Damn it! What did I eat for lunch? While he was distracted by his phone, Do-won leaped up from behind with the mic. He brought it down hard on Jimin's head. The blow was so strong he was instantly knocked unconscious. A system notification appeared. Mission Judge of Injustice completed. Do-won paid it no mind and quickly cleaned up the scene. He didn't do it because of the penalty, but for his own reasons. His morals wouldn't allow it. Then, seeing Jimin's phone on the floor, Do-won had a brilliant idea. Inside, the karaoke party was in full swing. Suddenly, Manchun's phone vibrated with a new message. It was from Jimin. You sing like absolute garbage, you pig. Manchun read the message, veins popping on his face in fury. That bastard Shin Jimin. How dare he? Back with Do-won, he sat on top of Jimin, relentlessly texting insults to Manchun. He thought to himself, I've already done this much. Might as well risk it all. Jihan should be able to escape, right? Then it's my turn to run. But before he could finish the thought, a massive shadow stood right behind him. Manchun was there, looking like a demon of vengeance. Do-won looked up, not yet comprehending what was about to happen. Why is he here? An urgent notification arrived. Manchun is enraged by the player's taunts. Without another word, Manchun sent Do-won flying across the floor with a vicious kick. He crouched down and said, Hey kid, you know something? When Jimin's drunk, he never texts. As he spoke, he lifted Do-won up like a stray dog. With arms as thick as pillars, he repeatedly slammed his fist into Do-won's face. The barrage of heavy blows left his head spinning. Still hitting him, Manchun lectured, Jimin was showing you goodwill. And this is how you repay him? He delivered a series of burning slaps, then stopped, puzzled. You're nothing but a worthless shrimp. So, why did he want you to join? And why is he passed out on the floor? After a moment, Manchun noticed the mic was missing from the room. He realized Do-won took it, which only fueled his rage. You ambushed him with this, didn't you? You're a pathetic coward. Though beaten to a pulp, hearing those words ignited Do-won's anger. He screamed, You're the real cowards. You two bully others and steal their money, and you think I'd side with you? Before he could finish, Manchun threw him straight into a pile of boxes. With a loud crash, the impact knocked Do-won out for a few seconds amidst the wreckage. Because of that, the key fell out of his pocket. It was a legendary item, but Do-won still didn't know how to use it. Suddenly, a message from the administrator arrived. Does the key fit the lock? Still dazed, a skill window with a keyhole appeared before him. Without hesitating, Do-won tried inserting the key. It reacted immediately, and a bright light emanated from the system panel. Elsewhere, Manchun went to check on his friend. Hey, you okay? Still breathing? Then he laughed mockingly, taken out by that shrimp. How embarrassing. Just when he thought it was over, from the pile of rubble, Do-won rose to challenge him again. Hey, that last hit really hurt. You seriously pack a punch. But if I don't get up and fight you now, I can't call myself a man. Challenged by someone so weak, Manchun eagerly accepted. A hidden quest activated. Defeat Juggernaut Manchun. If not accepted, the battle will result in a penalty. Without wasting words, Manchun charged towards Do-won with his pig-like physique. Brimming with fighting spirit, Do-won had just unlocked a new skill. He wasn't afraid of the fatso before him. He leaped high, launching a punch straight forward. Aiming for the charging Manchun's face, Do-won yelled, You're finished, you wild boar. Once, in an old arcade, there was a boy known as the Ultimate Master. The legendary boy's unique playstyle was praised by everyone, a fighting style that had never been seen in the arcade's history. That boy's weapon was an ultimate skill that could take down any opponent. Its name was Eagle Drop, an axe kick from above onto the opponent's head, for a direct knockout before they could even react. By synchronizing with his in-game skills, Do-won could now use this ultimate ability himself. He prayed inwardly, Please, let this work. No matter the difference in our weight class, no matter how powerful his punches are. With this skill, I can defeat him. However, at the crucial moment, a red warning flashed. Insufficient mana. Do-won froze mid-air, even as Manchun's uppercut rushed towards him. and just like that, it connected squarely with his face, sending blood splattering. Dazed, he tumbled down the flight of stairs. Manchun was confused. What the hell is with this lunatic? All that pointless yelling. Doyoon scrambled to his feet, furiously cursing the system. This damn system! I only have 100 mana, so why give me a skill that costs 120? Doyoon screamed internally. This stupid key. That was the reward for beating the boss named Chan Yu. Doyoon suddenly recalled something. After hitting Jimin with the mic, didn't he get a key for that quest, too? Doyoon checked his pockets, but the key wasn't there. He then remembered that after fighting Chan Yu, the gold key appeared right below the system panel. That means the reward drops right where the quest ends. The key has to be in front of the bathroom. He lunged for the doorknob, rushing to the restroom. But 3 steps in, Manchun grabbed him by the collar. He slammed his fist into his ribs. "Where do you think you're going?" Then he threw him straight to the floor. Looking closer, "You're not a weakling. You're more like a cornered rat." Doyoon endured the barrage of hits. He struggled just to stay up, but his body was at its limit. His objective was clear: escape this place and find that key. He hadn't even taken a few steps before Manchun slammed his head mercilessly into the floor. He stepped on his head, humiliating him. "You should have just stayed down and played dead. Why do you keep asking for a beating, you idiot?" But being crushed underfoot, Doyoon's smile baffled the brute. "What are you laughing at? Did I beat you, stupid?" Doyoon retorted. "Don't you find this amusing? You think I started this mess without a plan? You fat idiot. I was just stalling for time." The elevator doors suddenly slid open, and Doyoon roared, "Now! Let's go, everyone! Take this pig down for me." Manchun was completely stunned. He turned to check the elevator, but it was empty. Realizing he'd been tricked, Manchun's face darkened with rage, but when he turned back, Doyoon was long gone. Doyoon sprinted straight for the bathroom. Thank God for his quick thinking, or that would have been the end. As he ran, his legs tangled, and Doyoon slid across the floor. The beating had probably exhausted his legs. But before he could get up, Manchun had already caught up to him. The brute cracked his knuckles, ready to crush Doyoon for good. "It's too late," Doyoon thought. "I have no strength left to run. This is the end." As he struggled, he didn't notice. The key was right in front of him. Seems fate doesn't abandon its main character. Doyoon hastily grabbed the key. Item information: a key that can unlock some of a character's stats. Without delay, Doyoon opened his status window, just like the skill panel. It also had a keyhole. With Manchun right behind him, there was no time to think. Doyoon unlocked the stats. His mind raced. To use his skills, he needed to increase his mana. Doyoon decided to invest in his mana stat. His mana instantly jumped to 200. Just as Manchun threw a punch, Doyoon ducked smoothly to evade it. Then, using the thug's thigh as a launchpad, he leaped into the air. Skill: Eagle Drop. Activated. Doyoon slammed a kick onto the top of Manchun's head, making his nose gush blood. The giant slowly collapsed, knocked out cold. A system notification appeared. "You have defeated the monster Manchun. The reward is a silver key." Exhausted, Doyoon slowly stood up, not expecting this outcome, that he could actually defeat someone so huge. Just as he thought the battle was over, Jimin woke up. He rubbed his head, moaning, "Ugh, my head really hurts." Upon seeing Doyoon, Jimin yelled furiously, "Hey Doyoon, what the hell did you do?" At that moment, someone even larger than Manchun appeared. He was pure muscle, not fat like that pig Manchun. Manhwa boomed, "Why is my little brother on the floor? Did you do this? Who the hell are you?" Doyoon then remembered this giant must be Manchun's older brother, whom Jimin had mentioned. He knew this meant he was screwed. It wasn't just Manhwa. Other thugs came out of the karaoke rooms, ready to devour him. Doyoon's face went blank, unsure of what to do, as his mana and health were depleted. Surrounded by the whole pack, there was no way to run. But the dim lights of the bustling city shops were already on. Chi-Han walked silently through the crowd, thinking, "Is it really okay to leave alone like this? What happened back there?" He recalled the memory of Manchun getting a text at the karaoke bar. When his phone pinged, the tattooed thug cursed, "Damn it, who the hell is this?" Chi-Han suspected it couldn't have been from Shin Jimin. He was hesitant, in a place filled with Manchun's bullies. Chi-Han just sat there, listening to the shouts. "Everyone, get out. I have to find this damn bastard and teach him a lesson he'll never forget." The crowd began to murmur at the conversation. "What's wrong? Why is he suddenly going crazy? Ugh, this is boring. Should we just go home?" Only he kept pondering. The only one who would dig his own grave like that. He decided to leave, not forgetting an excuse. "I'm going to the restroom for a bit. You should go on ahead." He sat there, his mind drifting elsewhere. It could only be Doyoon, the new guy. A final text message kept replaying in Chihan's head. Send them all home and wait for me. He wasn't surprised at all. That final message was meant for him. Chihan stepped out of the building. He looked up at that room. He'll be okay, right? He must have planned carefully to act so boldly. Inside, Do-won, covered in wounds and dripping with sweat, worried. I don't have a plan at all. Jimin straightened his collar and cleared his throat. Why did you do this to me, Do-won? I never saw you as an enemy. Fear gripped him as his mind went blank. I can't think of a way out of this situation. Jimin pushed Do-won into Man-O-C's massive chest, snarling, well, now you have one, you bastard. Do-won stood trembling. Am I going to die? Right here and now? Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, along with extremely heavy breathing. The manager peeked in, urgently announcing, the police are here. He was frantic. Someone called the cops, and now they're storming the first floor. All of you, get out of here through the emergency exit. I'll buy you some time. The thugs reluctantly retreated, annoyed. Talk about perfect timing. Damn the cops. Just when I had something to beat up, what a waste. Manok had no choice but to carry his little brother and leave. That was pure luck, you bastard. Jimin spat, pointing at Do-won. We know your face now. This isn't over. He stood frozen as they scattered. Drenched in sweat, Do-won finally let out a breath. I'm alive. I have to get out of here. His head throbbed with agony, but his mind was clear. He couldn't go back to being bullied. In one day, he'd experienced death, taken hits from Min Chan-yu and Man Chun, and overused his new skills. Pushing far past his body's limits and enduring hours of stress, Do-won finally collapsed forward. He had officially blacked out. A soft groan echoed in the darkness. What happened? He slowly opened his eyes to see a short skirt. Sion leaned against the wall, arms crossed. You're awake? Do-won was still disoriented. She leaned in. You were out for a while. He recognized her as one of the 3 girls from before. Do-won was surprised. Why is she here with me? He finally asked. Why are you here? Before he could finish, Sion pressed her hand over his mouth. Keep your voice down, she warned. He looked confused. They were in a bathroom stall. Sion stated flatly, this is the women's restroom. Sitting on the toilet, he tried to mouth the words, why am I here? His heart pounded with anxiety. What is this situation? She explained. The police are still outside. They won't check in here. The manager was still outside, making excuses. Minors? No way. Do-won recalled the memory. I think someone called the cops. Sion showed him her phone screen. It showed a call to 112 from her device. I reported them for underage drinking. He was stunned. Huh? You reported them? But you were with them? Were you trying to save me? Sion recalled, pushing the door open. I just happened to see it. She witnessed the entire confrontation. She saw him take down Man Chun. Sion had been worried the whole time. I thought you were just another loser, but you're completely different. You fought him without a care for the consequences. Wow. Do-won's heart fluttered at her words. Oh, has she fallen for me? He beamed. Thanks for your help. How can I ever repay you? She replied humbly. Don't worry about it. Sion slowly leaned in, one hand on the wall. I saved you once, so you just have to grant one of my wishes. She brought her face close to his, right up to his handsome face. Got it? Like a boy with his first crush, Do-won blushed and swallowed hard. Okay. The scene changes to a tall building. The next morning, a phone rang. Wind, please don't take me away. It kept ringing. Bring me back to the spring. It was enough to wake him from his deep sleep. He answered. Who is it? The voice on the other end screamed. Why aren't you answering your phone? He mumbled. Mom? Do-won was still groggy. It's only been a day since I called. I passed out the moment I got home. His mom complained. What do you mean? 1 day? She urged him. It's been 3 days since I last called you. He was shocked. The voice continued. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive. I have to get back to work. Talk to you later. Do-won was dazed. I slept for 3 whole days. He lazily dragged himself out of bed. The day I came back, from that karaoke bar, I was exhausted the second I walked in the door. His voice was weak, so hungry. Do-won scrolled through delivery apps. I'll get some beef noodle soup, he thought to himself. Well, it makes sense. That was my first real fight ever. Do-won pictured each of their faces. I even faced 3 thugs in 1 day. Though the one in the middle was a bit different. He chuckled to himself in the shower. Heh, maybe. I'm actually strong? A wave of joy washed over him. Maybe taking them down wasn't that hard after all. It was a pretty easy victory. Do-won quickly turned on his computer. My body's recovered and my head is clear. The first thing I need to do is, he put on his headset, his expression turning serious. Log into the game and ask the admin about this system. After a moment, a notification popped up. The ID creator of the end does not exist, leaving Doyoon stunned. What the hell? He stared at the screen. I knew this wouldn't be simple. But to just delete his ID? Doyoon muttered. Why would he even accept? The Fire King's greatsword if he was just going to disappear? He pondered. Maybe he doesn't want to contact me anymore. Doyoon imagined himself in that room, trying to find the creator of the end. Your Majesty, can you hear me? Suddenly, a message from the administrator appeared. Did the key fit the lock? He thought deeply. He only sends one-way messages through the system window. Doyoon was helpless. If he's disappeared like this, I'll have to figure out the system on my own. He suddenly remembered. Oh, right. My dad as a secret agent is on today. He narrowed his eyes. There are 3 basic things I know. First, this system is built like an RPG, and I'm the main character. I have a level, stats, and a class. I can also use skills. Second, the system treats bullies as monsters. Images of him defeating them flashed in his mind. The system also announced, you have defeated the monster Minchon Yu. You have defeated the monster Manchun. Doyoon received a random item after each battle, and when I defeat them, I get a silver or gold key as a reward. He made the comparison. Just like characters getting items after killing monsters in a game. Third, I can use these keys to increase my power. He dug through his jeans pocket. Let's see. Where are those keys? Doyoon found a silver key. The system displayed a message. Silver key, heroic item. A key that unlocks the character's sealed defensive skills. He murmured. Plus the key I got from the fight with Manchun. Doyoon now held 3 keys. Bronze, silver, and gold. Representing character stats. Defensive skills and attack skills. He nodded. So I can unlock all my sealed skills with these 3 key types. Unlocked skills will last indefinitely. The information appeared. Shattering strike, attack skill. Mana cost, 200. This sealed technique was a barrage of damaging punches. He hesitated. The only way was to use the key and unlock it. Doyoon feared what came next, facing punishments he couldn't even imagine. But the worst part was the inescapable flashbacks. He saw himself surrounded by bullies, having provoked Shin Jimin's entire crew. Doyoon hid his face, his brow furrowed. It was time to devise a plan to deal with them. But soon, he tossed his headphones aside and happily ran outside. Pushing his worries away, Doyoon decided to forget it. He'd handle it after spring break. Grinning, he grabbed his ATM card. Suddenly, a system quest appeared. Quest. It's time for a boy to become a man. Accept the quest and satisfy her. He was stunned, speechless. Doyoon carefully opened the door. What do you mean? To his shock, Sion was standing there. Her? He recoiled, shouting, You? What are you doing here? She calmly walked in. You did say you'd grant me one wish. Sion took off her jacket. Now, I'm here to claim it. She approached him boldly with her request. His cheeks burned a fiery red. What? Doyoon remembered the system's quest. He stammered, What? What did you just say? His mind raced. With her? Sion's voice was cold. Do I need to repeat myself? Like a baby rabbit, he thought. I've never, she insisted. Take off your clothes. He covered his handsome face, panicking. I've never done this before. The system pushed again. Will you accept? A system notification appeared. Quest. It's time for a boy to become a man. She wants you. Accept her request and satisfy her. Doyoon was shocked. What is this? Sion said, annoyed. Do I have to repeat it again? She stepped closer. Take off your clothes. This made our hero anxious, wondering if he could really do it. This is my first time. He unbuttoned his shirt with an excited face, stammering, Take off my clothes? But just then, the girl spoke up. You still have clothes in your room, right? Doyoon blankly replied, Clothes. Then he suddenly yelped, covering his chest with his hands. What the? Why am I completely naked? Sion ignored him and grumbled. Turn off the AC. It's too hot in here. Our hero thought to himself. That mission window completely distracted me. Doyoon put his shirt back on, asking awkwardly, Why did you come without calling, and how do you know my address? The girl opened his closet, replying, I don't have your number. As for your address, I got it when I dragged you away last time. A phone fell out of your pocket. Sion pulled out the phone she'd found. Your address is right on the case. On the case was a key card for the Boromode building, along with a note. If found, please return to the mailbox for apartment 10B, room 502. After rummaging around, she bluntly asked, Is this all the clothes you have? This is the wardrobe of a total loser. Doyoon stood timidly behind her. My mom bought them. Hearing that, Sion said coolly, just kidding. Then, the girl gestured, let's go. The main character broke out in a cold sweat. Is this it? Is this the moment? She put her jacket on and headed for the door. Let's go shopping. Just then, a system quest appeared. Quest, it's time for a boy to become a man. She wants to go shopping with you. Accept the quest and satisfy her. Reading it, Doyoon started sweating bullets. I'm going shopping, with a girl. A moment later, the scene changed to the city center. It was bustling with people. Inside a clothing store, Sion stood with her arms crossed, looking at the outfit she'd chosen. Seeing her expression, he stammered, Hey, this outfit, he thought to himself. Something feels wrong here. Wearing the first outfit, Doyoon looked like a different person. People wear this stuff? What's with these sleeves? The girl spoke up. It doesn't seem to suit you very well. A thought flashed through his mind. This isn't the kind of satisfying her I was thinking of. Yeah, Sion added. You have to follow me all day. I can't let you keep dressing like a loser. Doyoon looked down. I look like a loser in anything. The whole day? She replied calmly. Yeah, I really wanted to bring you here. She handed him a shirt. This is my wish, after all. So stop complaining and try this on. The main character didn't refuse, but awkwardly complied. All right. While Doyoon changed, the girl looked for more clothes. A moment later, he walked out and asked, How about this one? Sion turned, saw our hero's new style, and replied, Not bad. He felt a little embarrassed. It's my first time trying a new style, so it feels awkward. Hearing her praise, Doyoon asked happily, Really? It looks okay, right? Just then, the system popped up, annoying him. Of course, it's another quest. I was happy for a few seconds, and you drop a new mission. Chain quest, a boy becomes a man. Now, invite her out to eat. After reading it, our hero told himself, just think of it like an RPG. Talking to a girl can't be that hard. He then took the initiative. I'm hungry. Want to get something to eat? I know a few good places nearby. Sion immediately agreed. Okay, he muttered. I was just getting my confidence back, and now I want to punch myself in the face. The scene changed. At a restaurant, Doyoon sat in stunned silence. Our hero wondered, We've been silent for 30 minutes. Does she not like the food? I found this place on a YouTube channel. Unable to bear it, he started talking. Oh, I forgot. I still don't know your name, she answered curtly. Sion. Our hero quickly flattered her. Oh, Sion, what a beautiful name. And the conversation died instantly. Doyoon felt helpless. Mom, I miss you. Suddenly, the girl asked, Anything else? This surprised him. Seeing his blank expression, she asked again, Is there anything else you want to know? The main character replied, flustered, I don't even know what to ask or where to start. Seeing this, Sion stood up. We'll be seeing each other more often from now on, so we can get to know each other slowly. She walked to the door. Let's go, we still have some time. Doyoon was still dazed by her last words. From now on? What does she mean? The system appeared again. Chain quest. A boy becomes a man. Go see a movie with her. And so, they went to the movies together. He couldn't help but feel flustered. This feels like a dream. Then came the fourth quest. Go to a cafe together. And so, they arrived. The main character looked incredulous, feeling even happier than when he ranked up in LOL. Next up was the fifth quest. Sing her a soft song. As instructed, Doyoon sang a song for Sion. But why do these quests keep popping up endlessly? For a moment, he wondered, suspiciously, shouldn't it be? The system just wants me to fight bullies, huh? Mission 6 appeared, impress her at the arcade. And so, the two made their way over, and they began a drum battle together. The main character hammered the drums, thinking this was just a normal date. His skill was so great, it stunned the crowd. Damn, those moves are insane. Hey, he's a pro gamer. After just one game, he was already sweating and out of breath. He finished the rhythm with the spirit of a true man, but this was his chance to impress her. Everything was perfect. The two guys from earlier surrounded Doyoon, asking, Why don't you join our crew? Pretty good, but he ignored them, noticing Seon staring at a claw machine. He walked over, glanced at it, then ran off shouting, Seon, I'll be right back. Bathroom break. A few minutes later, a mountain of green fish plushies appeared. Doyoon returned, showing off his gaming talent. Is this enough to amaze her? He wondered. Wait, where'd Sion go? What if she was so impressed, she fell for him? After a moment, he finally spotted her. Ah, there she is. The main character joyfully ran over, calling out, Seon. He couldn't contain his excitement. Today is the best day of my life. Suddenly, a tattooed man violently yanked his hair back. What the? He grabbed a fish plushie, demanding, "Who are you to call her name so casually?" Caught off guard, Do-won screamed in pain. Panicking, he yelled, "My hair! Ah, you'll rip it out! What the hell is going on?" The main character struggled helplessly. Who was this guy? Two girls came closer, asking, "Hey, where'd you get these fish plushies? And who is this guy?" He wondered. Is he one of Sion's friends? His face looked familiar. With a blank expression, the guy asked, "This is a fish?" Then, Sion finally spoke. "Let him go. Kang Se-hun." The girls chimed in. "What's the big deal?" "Yeah, really." A moment later, he released his grip calmly. "My bad. You two know each other?" Se-hun said. "It's because you didn't answer quickly enough." Won collapsed to the ground, his face filled with panic. Just when things were going perfectly, and right on cue, the damned system window appeared with a chime. The man asked arrogantly, hands in his pockets, "Hey, who are you?" The main character was lost in thought. It's about to give me a quest to fight these punks. But Sion answered first. "He's my boyfriend." This declaration stunned both guys. "Really?" She added calmly. "If you get it, then scram. Don't ruin our date." Then she pulled the main character up. "Let's go, Do-won. Ignore him. He's just my neighbor, not a friend." As she pulled him away, he couldn't help but shout back, "Wait, my fish plushies." Se-hun was now seething. Se-hun's boyfriend? The two girls whined beside him. Who even is that girl? She's so scary. Soon, evening began to fall. Do-won stumbled down the street, muttering to himself, "Boyfriend, boyfriend, boyfriend." Suddenly, she spoke. "We're here." He jumped, shouting, "Boyfriend? I mean, where are we?" Looking at the building ahead made him nervous. This place. It can't be what I think it is, right? Sion clicked her tongue. "Think whatever you want. Just follow me." She said seriously, "You promised me the entire day, remember?" And the place she led him to was a motel. Right then, the system appeared. Mission 7. This is her final wish. Accompany her inside. As he stepped into the elevator, he glanced at the buttons. Do-won thought. Floor 7. There was no doubt. Sion really brought him here. Reading a notice on the wall, he stammered, "Sion, isn't this a little fast?" The main character explained awkwardly, "This is really sudden, don't you think? We should be studying for our exams. Besides, I'm not mentally prepared for this." But she replied calmly, "Don't worry. You don't have to do a thing. Just leave it all to me." He followed, asking, "Then what?" He told himself, "Don't get swept up in this. Since things have gone this far, my only option is to convince her otherwise." He took one step forward, then 2 steps back. However, Do-won saw something and froze. "Sion?" Noticing a sign on the door, he asked, "But they're closed?" He started to feel a sense of dread. "Why did you bring me here?" When the elevator doors opened, the scene before him made him freeze for 5 seconds. This was the annual Bully Council meeting, 1AK District, year 2020X. Do-won wondered, what is this? The scene inside looked just like a tribunal. He was completely lost. Then, a gavel slammed down. "Everyone, please remain orderly." A young man spoke seriously. "From this moment, the annual Bully Council meeting for the 1AK District is now officially in session." He clicked a remote and got straight to the point. As announced, today's agenda concerns a certain individual, a thorn in the side of our council. He's a parasite at school and the cafe, he announced. Second year at Sinan High, the sinner, Ha Do-won. Murmurs erupted from the crowd below. "Isn't that the punk who messed with the Silum-dong crew? He just looks like a total loser." Behind them, the main character's face went pale. "Seon, what is happening?" The chairman proposed. "Let's have a quick vote. All in favor of elimination, raise your hand." Instantly, a forest of hands shot up. The sight left him utterly shocked. The tribunal concluded, with unanimous agreement from all members. From this moment on, Ha Do-won is the official target of all 497 members of the 1AK Bully Council. And right on cue, the system appeared. Quest chain. Time to become a man. Complete. A true man must experience the thrill of a gamble, with his own life on the line. Find a way to escape this desperate situation. Bully councils are groups formed within schools. It's a term for delinquents who commit violence and theft. They follow their base instincts, moving in packs with arrogance and pride. They live lawless lives. They can act so depraved because they gather in packs. There are many ways to control such a group. And here in 1AK, these bullies rule through violence. Do-won wondered. What the hell is wrong with these bastards? For a moment, anger surged through him. This is bad. Becoming a man. So this was the become a man quest chain. Let's end this. A true man must gamble with his own life. The system revealed a new chain of quests. Complete the final quest to receive your reward. But our main character thought, who the hell needs a reward at this point? He trembled in fear, turning to Seon. Were all your shady actions just a ploy to trap me? Meanwhile, the chairman continued, I hereby declare the proposal has been passed. Hado 1 could only wonder, what the hell is that lunatic doing with that gavel? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Stop! Wait a moment. This made the chairman pause. What is it, Sunbae? From a distance, Seon calmly interjected. Please proceed with the next item on the agenda first, will you? Below, the thugs began to murmur amongst themselves. Who's that nobody standing next to her? Damn. She's fine though. A cold sweat dripped down the main character's face. Crap, they're all looking this way. Am I about to get beaten to a pulp here? The chairman spoke up. The second matter on the agenda. He adjusted his glasses and asked, the current vacancy on the Bullying Council's executive board? You mean the election for Borame Dong's representative? Hado 1 risked a glance back at them. An election? Are these guys politicians or something? They're insane. Seon replied calmly. Yes. And I've already found the perfect candidate. He tried to sneak away, thinking, I can slip out while they're distracted, right? But a hand suddenly yanked him back by the collar. I'm speaking as a committee member. The new representative for Borame Dong will be. Seon shoved the main character forward and declared, Hado 1. He stood there, stunned. The candidate for Borame Dong? The thugs roared with laughter. Isn't that the same loser we mentioned earlier? Him? A representative? Is she crazy? The chairman then spoke up. I have reservations about electing someone who has inflicted losses upon us. He's a liability, don't you agree? Seon retorted. No, this makes things more interesting, doesn't it? She declared. He took down 3 of our thugs in one day. That alone proves he's qualified to be a representative. One of the thugs growled. Hey, Yoon-sung, you're just going to let this slide? She's saying that beating your men was his qualification. But instead of anger, he simply agreed. Well, she's not wrong. Hado 1 turned to her, panicked. What the hell are you saying, Seon? No way am I joining a bullying council. What representative? But she just advised him. Think carefully about the situation you're in. Her words made him remember that he was being hunted. Shin and Hai, second year, the sinner, Hado 1. They had all raised their hands, unanimously voting to eliminate the main character. From now on, Hado 1 was the target for all 497 members of the One Aga Bullying Council. Fear filled his eyes, and his voice trembled. Seeing his expression, she reminded him, if you become a council member, they can't touch you. There is no other choice, or you can fight 500 people by yourself. The reality of it hit him. He stammered, You're right. Anyway, thanks for looking out for me. But before he could finish, Seon cut him off with a smirk. I'm not doing this for you. There's a bastard who's gunning for that position. I'd rather nominate you than let him have it. Hado 1 froze. A bastard? Just then, a large figure emerged from the elevator. A chill ran down Hado 1's spine. He slowly turned to look. It was the guy from the arcade. The man strode over. Well, Seon, why didn't you tell me today was the annual meeting? Her face soured at the sight of him. Kang Sehun? What are you doing here? He replied smoothly. I knew that whole boyfriend act was suspicious. Sehun smirked. So, this is what you've been hiding? He turned to Hado 1, asking arrogantly, even if you dislike my candidacy, isn't this going too far? Don't you agree? Targeted. Hado 1 timidly backed away, just as he feared. Sehun's hand shot out, grabbing the main character's throat and lifting him off the ground. So, you're trying to oppose me by nominating this thing? Seon? He sneered. Look at him. All he can do is weakly tap at my arm. He struggled helplessly, his mind racing in panic. What is this? It's like my throat is being crushed by a rock. I can't. Breathe. The chairman intervened. Please refrain from causing a disruption during the meeting, Sunbae. So, the new Borame Dong representative is Hado 1, correct? Sehun reluctantly released his grip. Why isn't it me? Seon rushed over, protesting, Hey, stop this nonsense. It can't be you. The thugs buzzed with excitement. What the hell is going on? That Hado 1 kid is weak as hell. Damn, she's sexy even when she's mad. The chairman continued. With 2 candidates for the position, I declare we will proceed. The main character was completely lost. What does he mean? Proceed. Suddenly, everyone rose to their feet in unison. He panicked. Hey, I never agreed to be the representative. Huh? What's going on? Why is everyone? He watched in shock as the crowd parted, clearing a large open space in the middle. Then, the chairman's voice echoed. The match will continue until one fighter either quits or is knocked out. If Hado-won is victorious, he will be named the representative of Borome-dong. Sehun cracked his knuckles and swaggered forward. Why do we need this whole spectacle? In contrast, the main character stumbled backward. Wait, you people are insane. Sweat poured down Hado-won's pale face. A match? He thought frantically. Didn't they just say not to cause trouble 20 seconds ago? Or whatever the hell he said. Representative? Screw your representative. I don't want it. The thought of quitting flashed in his mind. I'll just give up. But the chairman's next words stopped him cold. However, as per the initial declaration, if he is defeated, he will be eliminated. His heart sank. Crap. I'm trapped. Sehun, on the other hand, looked thrilled. Seyun, don't blame me for this. It's your fault for being so careless. He turned back, confidently declaring, just leave Borome to me. Hado-won thought with despair. So I'm really stuck in this damned situation. Sehun's voice cut through his thoughts. Who are you even looking at? In a flash, our hero dove down with a kick. Needing to win, he immediately used his eagle dive skill. The onlookers gasped in awe, exclaiming, Is that the legendary move? It looks incredible in person. It was a famous technique. Sehun quickly blocked it with his hardened stone skill. The thugs laughed. Damn, he's tough. Or is that guy's attack just weak? Doyoon stared in disbelief. The man who was hit exclaimed, You scared me. Our hero couldn't believe it. He blocked that? He recalled how that kick instantly took down his last foe. Even Jupmanchun fell in one blow. Just then, the system alerted him. Not enough mana. Doyoon thought, I'm out of skill uses, and without my skills, I can't win. In the next instant, Sehun was behind him in a chokehold, whispering, What are you thinking about? Our hero was shocked. This is bad. Doyoon was lifted effortlessly, struggling in vain. Another chokehold? Sehun coldly warned, struggling is useless. He squeezed tighter, causing immense pain. I'll hold on until you pass out. Those words sparked a memory in our hero. I remember now. Doyoon recalled the hair pulling and realized why he seemed familiar. That's why he looked so familiar. His eyes widened as sweat poured down his face. He's changed so much I didn't even recognize him. Last summer, the weather was scorching hot. Our hero was in that same chokehold, with a ridiculous bowl cut. The fat kid squeezed his neck with a delighted expression. Struggling is useless, he had offered. I'll let you go when you find me 100 gold. That fat kid was Sehun, at 13 years old, and Doyoon, also 13, was trapped in his grasp. The bully's friends jeered. What's wrong with this guy? Oh, he passed out. Back then, I had to fake fainting at school constantly. Even while eating, Sehun wouldn't let up. Finish all of this, then I'll let go. Even in the bathroom, the bullying never stopped. I won't let go until you're done peeing. Ugh, that's disgusting. Don't splash me. All he could do was endure it. Not again, not now. I fainted countless times because of his jokes, but the worst part wasn't fainting. It was what I faced every time I woke up. Doyoon had been surrounded by girls while his pants were down. Sehun, unrepentant, just found it funny. Wow, so brave. Because of him, I endured so much humiliation. From that moment on, I developed anxiety around girls and became a total loser. Back in the present, Doyoon lay on the ground. Drool dripped from his mouth, his face filled with rage. People like him should just die from diabetes or something. Sehun stood smugly, puffing out his chest. This isn't fun at all, he thought. But why did he lose weight and change so much? He remembered seeing him at the arcade, with two girls fawning over him. Was it to get girls to like him? Our hero slowly got up, growing angrier by the second. I refused to lose to a scumbag like him. But how could he possibly win? The others kept gossiping. This isn't even a fight. Of course, how could a nobody like him stand a chance against Kang Sehun? Hilarious. They mocked him. No chance, you idiot. Those words sparked a realization in Doyoon. A chance. His eyes widened. A chance? Do I have a chance to win this? He recalled using his last skill, which was blocked on the very first hit. Our hero remembered being beaten before. Against his chokehold, all I could do was tap out like a weakling. It's hopeless. Just then, Sehun declared, From now on, I'm the rep for Boromai. Any objections? Doyoon silently accepted this was the end. But then, Doyoon stood up again. Or so I almost thought. Sehun was surprised for a moment, then spoke. What, you want more? You're pretty good at taking pain, huh? Doyoon replied coolly. Save your breath. He took off his jacket and stepped forward with a sinister look. From now on, I'll show you what hell is. The sounds of a fierce fight echoed in the room. The leather jacket lay discarded on the floor. The group watching the scene couldn't stop gasping. No way. I can't believe it. They watched as Doyoon frantically threw punches. I've never seen someone throw so many punches. It's incredible. Then they started laughing, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle before them. His punches are like a kitten's. Almost there, just a little more. 7 hours earlier, in the locker room, Doyoon was searching his pockets for an item. Let's see. Where did I put it? The reward he won from defeating Jutmanchun, the silver key. As he held it, its information appeared. Silver key. Used to open sealed defensive skills. After reading the description, he marveled. So it can unlock defensive skills? Doyoon quickly inserted the key into a lock on his system panel. A strange light immediately flashed before his eyes. Class, exclusive, defensive skill, unlocked. Critical hit. You have a 1% chance to activate a critical hit during a continuous attack. Doyoon's face lit up with excitement. A critical hit during a continuous combo. A defensive skill that costs 0 mana. This is exactly what I need right now. But isn't this rate a little stingy? It means it only triggers once every 100 hits. Doyoon was furious looking at the notification. Last time, it gave me a skill that cost more mana than I even had. Now it gives me this damn skill. It seemed so useless that I just ignored it. But now, I have no other choice but to use it. Doyoon's face filled with determination as he poured all his strength into his punches. No other way. I'll have to perfectly execute this stupid skill. The group watching outside laughed loudly. That guy is hilarious. Meanwhile, a tired Doyoon kept hoping, if I just keep hitting him, I'll eventually trigger it. He was determined to defeat Kang Se-hun, and had to act while his opponent was still surprised. He attacked relentlessly while taunting. Pretty fast, right? Too fast for you? Can you even keep up? Kang Se-hun blocked the flurry, shouting in confusion. What the hell is this? His face was a mask of disbelief as he yelled, Are you kidding me? Our hero raised his arm high. Putting all his strength into it, he rained down blows, hitting 100 times, but then his final strike did absolutely no damage to him. Seeing this, Kang Se-hun let out a mocking laugh. What are you doing? Playing some RNG game. It's an absolutely crucial factor. VNG gives everyone an equal shot at success. A frantic voice shouted, Failed again. True success is never easy in this life. The boy next to Doyoon just laughed in pride. Do your parents know you're using English tutor fees for equipment upgrades? Hearing that, he instinctively scowled and fired back. I'm using my math tutor money now. To feel that rush, every player grinds the challenges daily. At his reply, the other boy roared with laughter. Maybe this whole VNG game is rigged. Doyoon couldn't stand it and cut in. I get it. You learn after failing a few times. His friend's mocking laughter just echoed. Fail again, and you're officially broke, my friend. Doyoon rushed to cover his mouth. I told you. This time it'll work. But RNG also delivers despair in equal measure. In that moment, both of them froze. After his attack, all the color drained from Doyoon's face. Why didn't it activate? I poured everything I had into those 100 punches. Logically, at least one of them should have connected. While he was lost in thought, Kang Se-hun grabbed him by the collar. What kind of pathetic punches were those? Kang Se-hun violently lifted him into the air, yelling, If you want to win a fight. Kang Se-hun smashed Doyoon's body into a machine behind them, creating a piercing shriek of metal. You have to strike without mercy. Doyoon was utterly stunned, his face a mask of disbelief. After the attack, Kang Se-hun turned to leave. He didn't forget a parting shot. I thought you were hiding some ultimate move. Turns out you're all talk. Even if you actually had a plan. Then his deep, confident voice rang out, speaking of the brutal training he endured to shed 130 kilograms of fat. I've trained my heart out every single day for years. You couldn't even leave a scratch on me. But at that very moment, a new voice cut through Kang Se-hun's rant. Doyoon's body began to tremble as he heard a name from his middle school days. You were nothing but a worthless, fat piece of trash. Kang Se-hun looked back, suspicious. How do you know me? Doyoon let out a cold laugh. Of course, a damn bully like you wouldn't remember. Doyoon's eyes grew dark as he recounted the past through gritted teeth. The people you torture carry that shame for life. But for monsters like you, it's all just a passing memory. Kang Se-hun paused, lost in thought. I said too much. What did I even do? I seriously don't remember. Stay away from me. As he approached, Doyoon screamed, Get away! But he easily caught his leg. Or what? Kang Se-hun then hurled him across the room. He stood towering over him, questioning with a grin. Aren't you the same? Kang Se-hun's face was electric with excitement. How can you remember every single toy you had as a kid, right? Sion, quiet until now, started to look worried. Suddenly, in his ear, a familiar man's voice echoed, "Give up." Han Unsung stared at the scene, deep in thought. Continuing like, this is just wasting time. He glanced at Du Yuan trembling on the ground and concluded, the winner and loser have been decided. Du Yuan's face was pale as he shivered. I'm a fool for betting on that damn 1% chance. There's no way I can defeat that monster. Kang Se-hoon stood opposite him. He stretched his arms, a little tired. My shoulders are already sore from that little fight. There's no way to beat him, but if I give up now, his whole crew will beat me to a pulp. How do I escape this? Just then, the voice of Han Un-sung rang out with a declaration, the match is over. Hearing the loss, Do-uan screamed in defiance. His body shot up through the pain as he whispered, not yet. Kang Se-hoon watched in shock. Damn, you're stubborn. You still want more? Sion whispered, horrified at the sight before him. No way. After getting beaten that badly, he's still up? Do-uan's face was chillingly calm as he stared down his opponent. The two, Do-uan and Kang Se-hoon, stood facing each other. I have to get out of this place. Maybe I can distract him. Do-uan trembled, taking the risk. Staring at Do-uan, he said, I just remembered. You and I were pretty close back in middle school. Running is my only option. Forget the disciplinary committee. Why so quiet all of a sudden? Kang Se-hoon rubbed his arm, threateningly approaching Do-uan. Weren't you just calling me a worthless, fat piece of trash? I'll ask my mom to let me move to a deserted island. But first I need out of here. Do-uan's face lit up as he taunted. Shouldn't best friends tease each other a little? Do-uan timed his charge perfectly and lunged forward. Now's my chance. But then, he tripped on his own shirt, letting out a cry. He never imagined he'd fall over his own clothes. His stumbling momentum carried him right toward Kang Se-hoon. Do-uan's hand brushed against his jacket's lapel. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted, sending Kang Se-hoon flying into a nearby wall. The onlookers were in chaos. What the hell did he touch? Did you see that? Did Kang Se-hoon just get blown away? Sion silently assessed the grim situation. They roared in shock. What in the world just happened? I know this technique. You compress air in your palm and blast it into your opponent. The attack can shatter all of their bones and organs in an instant. It's a forbidden technique of the Murim. The Imperial Dragon Flame Iron Hand. Do-uan, still in his fighting stance, yelled back seriously, It's not that move, you moron. A system notification popped up with congratulations, and he was overjoyed. I finally activated it. Right in the center of his chest, too. I wasn't expecting much, since it's only a defensive skill, but I never knew it was this powerful. This means I've won. Just then, an enraged Kang Se-hoon shot up and charged at him. You pretended to be weak this whole time, even though you were this strong? His eyes grew bloodshot and ferocious as he snarled. Are you messing with me? I'll kill you, the spectators whispered among themselves. Look at that guy shaking. He's completely lost it. Something feels wrong. They were confused by his strange reaction. He's smiling. Despair is handed out equally to everyone. It's something almost every player has experienced. Still, I kept trying. Are you okay? Did the shock send you to the afterlife? The kid's voice echoed, but he paid it no mind. Let's go home. Stop trying to force it. Just give up. But Do-uan's eyes lit up when he saw the Saint King had hit level 25. Seeing that, his curiosity grew. Someone actually did it. Success is real. Do-uan trembled with excitement, muttering, if someone else did it, then I can do it too, right? I've seen proof that it's possible. A calculating smile crossed Do-uan's face as he reassured himself. I still have my literature tutoring money. In the depths of despair, a ray of light appeared, pulling him from the darkness. And for that reason, among all the world's players, Do-uan's form blurred as he shot forward. His face was a mask of pure rage as he charged toward Kang Se-hoon. Do-uan lunged, roaring furiously. Here's another one for your chest. Kang Se-hoon cautiously took a defensive stance. I won't let my guard down again. But in the next instant, a fist appeared right before his eyes, 6.1 meters long, weighing up to 1,900 kilograms. Nearly 85% of its body is pure muscle. The ocean's most vicious predator, the great white shark. Two men floated lazily on the sea. Damn it, George, I think we're a little too far from shore. His friend heard this and just laughed. What's the problem? Scared already? Steve had a chance encounter at sea. The great white shark opened its massive jaws and attacked them both. The boy sensed the danger. He quickly slammed his foot into the shark's head, right on its damn nose. No matter how strong a creature is, its nose is always a weak point. Humans are the same. No matter how much they train their bodies, they can't train their nose. With just a loser's fist, he drove his arm straight into his opponent's face. Doyoon swung his arm back, putting more force into his punch. Stop with the cheap tricks, you fool. That was a critical hit. Kang Se-hoon was knocked aside, struggling to stay up. Doyoon panted, exhausted. He just needed one more finishing blow. I'm not betting on that 1% chance again. Blood gushed from his nose, splattering on the floor. Kang Se-hoon clutched his face, screaming in agony as he rasped, "You bastard! I'll kill you." Kang Se-hoon huddled in the corner, whispering, "I'll kill you." Suddenly, Do-won grabbed his neck from behind, threatening, "Shut up." Then he quickly pinched his nostrils closed and roared, "You're the one who's going to die." Do-won yelled urgently, "Give up. I won't let go until you surrender." Caught by surprise, Kang Se-hoon could only stammer curses. "You bastard." The crowd watching from outside gasped. "Holy crap, I'm getting goosebumps. That kid is a real monster." Sion blinked, staring at the chaos in disbelief. What am I seeing? Under the assault, her opponent was finally about to break. The moment he conceded defeat, Do-won released his grip. As Kang Se-hoon collapsed, Do-won stood over him, panting heavily. He then whispered in shocked disbelief, "I did it." Behind him, a generator suddenly started leaking oil, which dripped onto a nearby exposed circuit. Just as Do-won savored his victory, a huge fire erupted. He whipped his head around, confused by the scene behind him. The crowd outside began to yell, "It just burst into flames." "That looks awesome. What kind of special effect is he using?" "That's real fire, you idiots. Run." A panicked stampede began. "The elevator won't open. Open up." Do-won was trapped in the desperate crowd. He couldn't help but cry out, "What is going on?" First, the karaoke bar gets raided by cops, and now there's a fire. After the crowd escaped, Do-won sat in a corner, still shaken. "I thought I was going to die, but I managed to get out safely." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Did anyone not make it out? I can't find Senior Sion." They began to murmur among themselves. "You don't think she's still trapped up there?" "It's possible. She had to carry Kang Se-hoon too." Han Eun-seong listened from the back, quietly watching the situation. Both groups from the fight were there. In a flash, they were gone. Do-won knew he couldn't protect her from here and sprinted back upstairs. His face was a mask of pure terror. "In a fire. You're supposed to run away. So why am I going back?" Do-won panted as he climbed the stairs, questioning his own actions. "I don't even know who she is. I only know her name, a person who isn't even that important to me." But then, he remembered the promise he'd made to Sion. "Didn't you promise to spend the whole day with me?" Do-won slammed the door open, screaming her name, "Sion." His voice trailed off when he saw the fire was already out. The source of the fire had been blown away from the circuit. The man turned to Do-won and asked, "What are you doing here?" Do-won stammered, trying to make up an excuse. "To ask if I could go home now." Outside, night had already fallen. The man supported the injured Kang Se-hoon as he made an announcement. "Due to the fire, the meeting is postponed indefinitely. The next meeting's details will be announced later." His eyes flicked over to Do-won as he spoke formally. "To the new representative of Boramai-dong, Senior Hasegawa 1. Hearing the title, Do-won's face instantly darkened. Sion spoke from beside him, which only confused him more. "I know this might sound selfish, but I didn't give you that position on a whim. It was all planned. So don't worry. You should thank me for saving you from being eliminated." As Do-won listened to her explanation, his anger softened, and he began to accept her reasoning. "She's right. If I didn't become the representative, I would have faced something far worse." Luckily, things didn't go too far. Soon, they arrived in front of Sion's home. "This is my place. Goodbye." Just then, Do-won's hesitant voice called out to her. "At the arcade, it looked like you wanted this, so I won it for you. This is the only one I have left." Sion's face was filled with surprise when she saw the item in his hand. Her next words made his heart sink. "What is this?" Do-won heard her and asked anxiously. "Weren't you staring at the fish plushie in the crane machine?" Sion recalled that moment. "I wasn't looking at the plushies." Sion continued to explain. "I was reading the wanted poster on the machine." She took the plushie and turned to leave, but whispered, "But, thank you for this." A radiant smile spread across her face as she looked at him. "You came back to save me." Stunned, Do-won blushed and waved awkwardly. "Right, goodbye." Then, the system suddenly materialized before him, announcing a mission's completion. "I finally did it. I'm a real bully now. You bastards." Reading the mission list in the chat, he couldn't help but wonder, did I really clear 8 quests? These dating missions weren't half bad. What kind of key did I get this time? Just then, A new mission appeared. Seeing the quest made Doyoon cry out in fear. The morning sun lit up the city center. A janitor was already working hard. Doyoon had everything ready for school. Today was the first day of 12th grade. He paused before the school gate, observing carefully. I have to get here before anyone else for this critical mission. Footsteps echoed down the hall, reaching the door to class 2-1. Doyoon clutched the equipment and carefully entered the room. It's a new classroom, so I had to come early to set this up. Carrying so much, he quickly scanned for his seat. Let's see. My spot is. He was shocked to find someone already inside. Someone got here even earlier than me. Doyoon cautiously placed the equipment on a desk. I just need to set this stuff down here. He glanced nervously at the other person. Hope I wasn't too loud. Then, he saw Han Un-sung's student ID on the desk. Doyoon's mind went blank, recalling Sion's warning from yesterday. Remember this, from now on. Her voice echoed in his head. Sillim-dong's representative, Han Un-sung. Doyoon froze solid. He was the most dangerous enforcer in the Gwanak District Bully Council. A deep voice echoed in the classroom. Is that you? Han Un-sung slowly stood up. Don't be scared. You're a representative now, too. The clatter of phone stands was deafening. Han Un-sung's flat voice continued. But then again, he lunged forward, grabbing Doyoon's collar. It's better to deal with you right here. Doyoon trembled as he was lifted off the ground. He cried out in terror. I'm part of the council now. We're on the same side, right? We shouldn't be fighting. Han Un-sung tilted his head. Same side? His voice dripped with sarcasm. You really think the council won't come after you? Doyoon's fear intensified, his voice trembling. But I'm the representative for Boromai Dong now. Han Un-sung recited a council rule with a blank face. Council members are not allowed to clash with each other. That rule does exist. The moment he finished, he hoisted Doyoon even higher, causing him immense pain. His voice continued. In this world, ranking by strength is everything, so I have every right to crush you. Han Un-sung then cocked his arm back, ready to strike Doyoon, and vowed revenge in a low voice. The one who dared to touch Sillim-dong. Doyoon was terrified, bracing for a brutal beating. But just as suddenly, Han Un-sung let go. Doyoon stumbled backward as he casually said, Actually, I don't really care about that. Han Un-sung stood staring down at Doyoon, who had collapsed on the floor. Seeing Doyoon's stunned face, he explained further, It's true, we're on the same side now. Doyoon's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was hearing. Han Un-sung then turned to leave, explaining over his shoulder, I'll tell my guys, so don't worry. From now on, no one from Sillim-dong. His voice trailed off at the door. He glanced back at Doyoon and finished. We'll ever touch you again. The classroom was now buzzing with noise. Doyoon leaned back and sighed. First day of senior year, and I nearly crapped my pants. Then, a chilling thought struck him. His face went pale as he whispered, Han Un-sung isn't even in my class, so why was he waiting for me here? His eyes darted nervously to the corner. And that wasn't the only strange thing. During the second period break, everyone was unusually quiet. Then came the third period break. The class remained surprisingly peaceful. At lunch, Doyoon sat before the phone racks, bewildered. No one's ordered me to grind their games? This is so weird, Doyoon muttered. This has never happened before. He stood up and scanned the classroom, completely baffled. It was too peaceful. Usually, when a new year starts, the bullies immediately pick on the weak. They'd surround some poor kid and taunt. Look at this pig, drawing Miku on his desk again. He was lost in his confusing thoughts. The top dogs would target the weakest kid and threaten the entire class, like, we can make you, just like him, anytime we want. Doyoon stared at the chaotic scene unfolding inside the classroom. Suddenly, a loud fight erupted behind him, making him freeze. When rivals are in the same class, they use violence to establish dominance. Now, Won-sok is the king of Class 4. Everyone fights to rule the school. This world runs on survival of the fittest. It's a jungle in here. The bathroom, Doyoon muttered as he walked inside. Man, those brutes. Suddenly, a voice from inside called his name, startling him. He was horrified to see Shin Jimin. A past memory flashed back, terrifying Doyoon. I'm an idiot. I forgot he goes to this school. He must be here about the karaoke place. Just then, Shin Jimin shouted his name, making him jump back. But instead of being aggressive, he was strangely enthusiastic. He grabbed Doyoon's hand cheerfully. Congratulations. I heard you became Boromai Dong's representative. He shook his hand wildly, grinning. Hey Doyoon, are you and Un-sung close? Like, as close as you and me? Doyoon stared, bewildered. What's with this psycho all of a sudden? Doyoon couldn't help but ask, "Why are you acting so different from last time?" Shin Jimin seemed startled and avoided the question. "Oh, wow, look at the time. It's already time for self-study." Doyoon immediately called his bluff. "You're not even wearing a watch." Ignoring the question, he quickly left. "I've got to go. Tell Yoon Sung I said hi, okay?" He returned to the strangely quiet classroom. Doyoon stared at the phone stands, thinking, "No one's really messing with me." He recalled Han's words from earlier. Eun Song's reaction proved it. Han Eun Song's words were true. A peaceful school life like this is what I've always dreamed of. As Hado-won quietly gathered his things, a sense of unease washed over him. I should be overjoyed, so why do I feel so anxious? I thought the quests would make me fight delinquents, but it turned me into a student council member. What is this system's true purpose? Is it just using me for something? Hado-won was lost in serious thought. Maybe I'm overthinking this, or maybe it just pitied my pathetic life. Suddenly, a sweet voice cut through his thoughts. "You're not playing games today?" Chuajin stood before his desk, quietly offering a box. "Want some?" The gesture stunned Hado-won. "A gift?" He awkwardly took the box, utterly confused. "Ajin, what is this for? Could it be?" Chuajin casually sat down and explained. "I never properly thanked you, and it's been bothering me. It's nothing special, just a thank you." Hado-won's face lit up in disbelief. "This is crazy. A gift from Ajin. This isn't a dream, right?" As he opened the box, a shiny head appeared. It was a live, wriggling octopus, leaving Hado-won completely baffled. Hado-won slowly looked up at her, still confused. "Ajin, is this really a gift?" Chu-Ajin smiled brightly as she explained. "You were badly injured that day. I heard live octopus is good for recovery, so I brought one." Hado-won trembled, staring at the squirming gift in his hands. "So that's it." Looking closely, he could still see its heart beating. Chu-Ajin urged him on cheerfully. "Hurry and eat it, Hado-won. They say it's best when it's still alive." Hado-won's face went completely pale. "Right now?" Suddenly, an impatient voice cut in from beside him. Seo Song-woo stared at him intensely. "Play the game for me." Ajin watched him leave, confused. "Is he your friend?" Hado-won watched Seo Song-woo's retreating back and instinctively denied it. Inside the dark room, a teasing voice echoed. "You? Shaking hands with someone? That's a rare sight." Kim Ki-jin eyed Han Eun-song on the sofa with curiosity. "Eun-song, I've never seen you do that before." Han Eun-song chuckled softly. "Are you curious?" Kim Ki-jin laughed it off, denying it. "Nah, I know you have your own reasons." Despite that, Han Eun-song explained with clear amusement. "I wondered how he would react if threatened in a one-on-one fight." Han Eun-song smirked, recalling the scene, but instead of attacking or defending, he just cowered. Hearing this, Kim Ki-jin stopped his work and mused. Then, there are two possibilities. Either he resigned himself to his fate, or he was faking it to lower your guard. Han Eun-song immediately dismissed the idea. Neither. It was obvious he was shaking with fear. Han Eun-song couldn't help but recall Hado-won's expression, his eyes. He was trying his hardest to stare at something specific. Kim Ki-jin took off his glasses, impressed. If that's true, then his nerve isn't so simple. Han Eun-song then continued to explain. "I can sense that from the president, but with Hado-won, there's something special." Kim Ki-jin was now puzzled. "So, is that why you shook his hand?" He immediately received a firm denial from Han Eun-song. His face darkened, but his voice held a spark of interest. "For now, let's leave it at that. It's more fun to face him directly than to hear my stories." Back in class, seeing Hado-won head to the back, Chu-Ajin called out in surprise. Hado-won clenched the phone, cursing inwardly. "That bastard is so dead." He marched over to Seo Song-woo, who was lying on his desk. "Hey, get up!" Hado-won seethed silently. "How dare you ruin my sweet moment with Ajin?" Meanwhile, Kim Ki-jin sat on the sofa, confused. "Class 3 is pretty quiet today, huh?" Han Eun-song calmly held up a photo. "Probably because of this guy." Kim Ki-jin saw the person in the picture and looked intrigued. He laughed loudly. "That psycho Seo Song-woo is in class 3 too? So he's in the same class as Hado-won." Just as Eun-song said, the photo showed Seo Song-woo's cold, blood-stained face. He couldn't help but grin. "Looks like we have a good show to watch." Over here, an annoyed Hado-won shoved the phone back at Seo Song-woo. "Didn't you hear Han Eun-song? I'm Hado-won. I can't let Ajin see me in a pathetic state." Hado-won put on a cocky expression, raising his voice at Seo Song-woo. "If you want to play games, do it yourself, you mutt. Unless you want a beating." After saying that, Hado-won felt a little smug. The Siu Lim Dong guys wouldn't dare touch me anyway. At that moment, Seo Song-woo slowly raised his head. With a voice full of suppressed anger, his face looked cold and terrifying as he glared at Hado-1. "What the hell are you barking about?" Hado-1 threatened. "What? You don't have hands? Why should I play games for you?" At the same time, he dangled the phone with a sarcastic look. "Should I go put on some makeup first? I'm leaving." Seeing Hado-1 run his mouth, Song-woo shot him an icy, impatient glare. That cold look sent a chill down Hado-1's spine. He stumbled back a step in fear. Song-woo's eyes remained locked on him. The emotionless stare made him let out an involuntary, terrified yelp. Song-woo then took the phone back. "My apologies," he said, explaining. "I heard I could ask you. I didn't know you would dislike it." Hado-1 regained his composure and bluffed. "Of course I dislike it. Why wouldn't I? I'll let you off this time. You hear me?" But in truth, he was still terrified of that glare. He excitedly looked toward his goddess to show off. "Anyway, I have to show my best side to Ajin, the true manly side of Hado-1. But when he turned, he saw Ajin wasn't paying attention, being dragged off by a friend to get a spot in the cafeteria. A wave of disappointment washed over Hado-1, leaving him speechless. At that exact moment, an announcement came over the school's broadcast system. Like any second year, girls were on Doyoon's mind. He was still scheming for a way to get closer to her. "Wait, if I go now, I could eat with Ajin. We're pretty close now, after all." Lost in thought, he didn't even see Song-woo. A shadow fell over him as someone drew near. Doyoon was still excited, thinking I'll go find her. Suddenly, a hand gripped his arm. His eyes shot wide as he whipped around. It was Juchi-han, panting heavily. "Hold on." Doyoon stared, confused. "Who are you?" He clearly had no idea who this was. Meanwhile, in the bustling cafeteria, students parted like the sea wherever Song-woo walked. They kept their distance, terrified, but he paid them no mind. He just headed straight for the lunch line. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. A massive figure appeared, blocking Song-woo's path. The guy blocked the entire entrance. He turned to Song-woo, smirking. "You're a second year, right?" "We're third years. We eat first." He brazenly blocked the path with his arm, then got on the phone with his crew. "Yeah, some second years here, but don't worry, we're cutting." "Hey, where you at?" He laughed, oblivious to Song-woo's darkening expression. "I'm holding the entrance, so hurry up. The hall monitor is busy eating, so we can just cut the line." Back in class, Juchi-han jogged Do-yoon's memory. "I'm in your class, class 3. I literally sit right behind you," he added with a worried look. "Seriously, that was way too dangerous. You need to be careful." Do-yoon just stared back, clueless. "Careful of what?" Juchi-han explained. "What you did. Right in front of Song-woo. Do you seriously know nothing about him?" Do-yoon looked confused. "I don't know much about this school. I spent my entire first year just gaming, but what's his deal? He doesn't seem like a bad guy." At those words, Juchi-han started sweating bullets. Do-yoon tried to read his expression. Juchi-han answered, "So Song-woo isn't like other bullies. He doesn't pick fights without a reason. And he doesn't care about the school's pecking order. He's usually super calm. Even when provoked, he won't lose his temper." Do-yoon still thought Song-woo sounded pretty normal, but Juchi-han continued, his voice trembling. "There's just one thing that makes him do a complete 180. It's when someone blocks his path." Back at the cafeteria, the bully saw Song-woo's glare. He snapped, "What the hell is with that look? You got a problem with your seniors cutting in line, punk?" Before the guy could say more, Song-woo cut him off. His face darkened. Despite his smaller frame, his aura was menacing. "Are you faster than me?" The bully just laughed. "Is that how you talk to an upperclassman? You're damn right, bastard. My hand's faster than your eye." He raised his hand to strike, but a fist from Song-woo slammed into him first. The bully groaned in pain, unable to react. Stunned that he'd been hit, he started swinging wildly. "You little bastard. You're dead." But Song-woo easily dodged his slow punches. Then, in a flash, he landed 3 clean hits of his own. The bully pushed forward, trying to land a punch, but it was useless. Song-woo effortlessly dodged every single blow. His face turned pale with fear. He thought, "What the hell? How is he so fast? I can't even touch him." Utterly stunned, the bully could only stare. Song-woo asked again, his voice like ice. "I'm asking you, are you faster than me?" Then he unleashed a dozen punches to the guy's face. The brutal impacts echoed through the hall. The other students just stood there, frozen in fear. The bully had no strength left to fight back. His arm fell limply to the ground. Song-woo said coldly, "You're not faster than me." The guy's face was a bloody mess. A long streak of blood trailed down the wall. The horrifying sight made everyone tremble. A drop splattered on Song-woo's cheek, but he simply wiped it away. Still fixated on the question of speed, he snarled, "And you dared block my path, you bastard." Then, just like that, Songwoo returned to normal and calmly entered the cafeteria. As every student stared in shock, Doyoon and Juchi-han witnessed the brutal display. Doyoon's face was pale, drenched in sweat. The final bell rang as the sky began to dim. Doyoon was still reeling from what he saw. All that, just for cutting in front of him? He must be really proud of his speed. But is that a reason to beat someone up? I don't know the details, Juchi-han added. But there's a rumor about something that happened back when he was on the middle school track team. Juchi-han clutched his bag strap. You need to be careful. He's usually calm, but he loses it when someone gets in his way. But this news made Doyoon ecstatic. Isn't that great? He thought cheerfully. In other words, as long as I don't get in his way, he won't do anything, right? This year is going to be so peaceful. But just as he felt relieved, a notification popped up. A new quest appeared. Run ahead and pass Co Songwoo. Time limit: 10 minutes. Doyoon cursed in despair. No way! This is happening again? His good mood instantly evaporated. Doyoon couldn't help but shout, damn it, why is this happening to me again? Things were going so well with him today. And what happens after I pass him? He looked at the quest again and groaned. It's obvious, isn't it? My next mission will be to fight him. But with the clock ticking down, Doyoon refocused. That's not what's important right now. If I don't want to fail this mission, I have to find So Songwoo, fast. Just then, a faint voice cried out from a nearby alley. A bruised kid was pleading. Please, help me. I'm sorry, I was running late for my tutor. I didn't see you in front of me. I didn't mean to cut you off. He desperately clung to Songwoo's leg, begging, but Songwoo just stared down at him coldly. I'll ask you, are you faster than me? Without waiting for an answer, the sound of brutal strikes echoed from the alley. After a moment, the sound stopped. The alley fell silent once more. His work finished, Songwoo picked up his bag and casually walked away. The student trembled, clutching his bruised body. Blood dripped from his nose as tears of humiliation streamed down. Overcome with pain and shame, he covered his face and sobbed. Suddenly, a hand offered him a handkerchief. A man shouldn't cry over something like this. Wipe your tears. The kid took it, surprised. The thank you. Model. Doyoon turned, his voice low. Do you want revenge? The kid trembled. I do. But I don't have the strength. The quest window showed 2 minutes remaining. This feeling. He spoke slowly. It reminds me of my past. I used to be a loser. Just like you. The student was clearly stunned. Really? Someone like you? A thought surged through Doyoon's chest, a powerful feeling rising within him. Backlit by the light, Doyoon calmed him. Don't worry about losing. Right now, he thought. I feel like I can actually win. Starting today. He won't act like that ever again. The student's jaw dropped, his eyes shining with awe, as if looking at a true hero. I'm going to teach him a lesson he'll never forget. But despite his words, Doyoon's face was pale, sweat pouring down like rain. His hand tightened around the keys, praying silently. 6 days earlier, after shyly saying goodbye to Sion, the system window appeared. Quest: be a man. Complete. Doyoon scoffed internally. A man? Seriously? You turned me into a bully, you damn system. Having cleared a total of 8 quests, he received a special reward. Staring at the reward, Doyoon's jaw dropped. This is. You have received a keyring. Just then, a set of keys materialized and fell to the ground. Trembling, he picked it up. This is insane. They're giving me a whole set? Well, it was a long quest chain. Looking closer, Doyoon grinned. 1 gold key and 4 bronze keys. Should I start with the gold one? As if reading his mind, the system issued a warning. When using the keyring, all keys must be used consecutively. Failure to use the remaining keys will result in the item's destruction. Doyoon muttered. I was going to use all 4 anyway. There's no point in saving a great item. Then, a realization hit him. Wait a second. The gold key unlocks a random skill, but the bronze keys let the user choose. I can use the bronze keys to get the skills I need. A sly grin spread across Doyoon's face. This means I can power up strategically. I can tailor my skills for my next opponent. The thought excited him, but he held back. I'm dying to use this, but I should wait. He gripped the hand holding the keys, trying to restrain himself. Calm down, right hand. Then, the next quest appeared, with only 2 minutes left on the clock. Staring at the quest, he grumbled in frustration. Are you kidding me? He has no weakness? What a shame. Doyoon then slowly stepped out of the alley, but just after turning, he ducked into the next alley. Leaning against the wall, panting, he screamed internally. My heart's gonna explode. There's no time left. I have to use the keys now, while no one's around. Without another thought, he yelled, "Open skill window." Doyoon started with the gold key. As he used it, he begged, "Please, give me something useful." A new skill appeared. Pierce the gap. Mana cost. 20. A lightning-fast attack that strikes an opponent's opening. He cheered. Yes, it's a low mana skill. Now I can avoid skills that are one-time use only. But I'm still seriously low on mana. Immediately, Doyoon used a bronze key. Mana points. A moment later, the system responded, "You have unlocked mana boost plus 100. Now for the next one." He was stumped, his mind racing. What should I get with the last 3 keys? Recalling So-Song Yu's fight from earlier, he deduced, he's from the track and field club. His fighting style is all about speed. Then with these last 3 keys, Doyoon made his decision, shouting, "I'm going all in." Nearby, a bus sped down the street. A girl dashed to catch it, sweat beading on her face. Suddenly, she bumped someone's shoulder. She quickly turned, calling out, "I'm so sorry." But the person she hit was Song Yu. He just stood there, silent. Reaching the bus door, she breathed a sigh of relief. Made it. "Thank you, driver," she said cheerfully. But she didn't notice Song Yu closing in from behind, his cold eyes fixed on her. Just as his hand reached for her, Doyoon arrived. Doyoon grabbed his hood, pulling him back. A notification chimed. Quest, full speed sprint, complete. The bus slowly pulled away. Doyoon froze in terror, screaming internally. I ran right into him. Song Yu's face darkened, his aura turning menacing. Trembling, Doyoon turned to salvage the situation. "Excuse me, can you accept my apology?" As if it knew he planned to run, the system updated. It was now a chain quest. Doyoon cursed. Oh, great. The next quest, defeat the monster, So-Song Yu. I knew this was going to happen, he sighed. If this fight is unavoidable. Doyoon steeled himself. In a flash, he activated his new skill, Pierce the Gap, and struck Song Yu right in the gut. He gritted his teeth. The best defense is a good offense. Song Yu couldn't react, taking the full force of the blow. He groaned, clutching his stomach. Doyoon celebrated internally. It worked! I landed a hit! But his joy was short-lived. Enraged, Song Yu glared and roared, "You bastard!" His expression was murderous. That murderous look shattered Doyoon's confidence. He immediately turned tail and ran, screaming, "He's terrifying! I need to distract him and use the skill again from behind." As he thought this, he glanced back, only to meet Song Yu's sharp glare and outstretched hand. He grabbed Doyoon's backpack strap, making him yell in panic. He already caught up to me? Gritting his teeth, he slipped out of his backpack, launching himself forward like a soaring eagle. He was stunned. How can he move so fast after getting hit by my skill? Is it because Pierce the Gap has low mana cost, but a weaker impact? He muttered. If that's the case. Just then, Song Yu roared, "Hey, bastard! Think you can outrun me?" A thought crossed Doyoon's mind. Then I just have to hit him again. Acting on instinct, Doyoon used Pierce the Gap 3 times in a row. He took a fighting stance, grinning. But my fists are faster. Internally, he cheered. Awesome! I feel like a professional assassin. This guy isn't as tough as I thought. At this level, I might actually win this. Song Yu clutched his stomach, coughing hard. A second later, his focus returned as he snarled, "This is insane." His backpack slammed onto the ground. The crash was deafening. Doyoon froze, stunned. What the hell did this maniac pack in his bag? He had no time to recover. In a flash, Song Yu was right in front of him. Instinctively, Doyoon used his piercing skill to attack. But this time, Song Yu wasn't fooled. His eyes locked on like a predator on its prey, dodging with ease. Song Yu furiously punched him again and again, coldly threatening, "Try that again." Doyoon was shocked by his savagery, cursing inwardly. What's with this psycho? He continued his assault, but Song Yu dodged every move. He realized with a jolt that Song Yu was even faster now. Doyoon glanced at the backpack and swore, so that heavy bag was slowing him down? Now freed, Song Yu cracked his knuckles with a menacing look. I said, "Repeat what you just called me, you dog." But he didn't wait for an answer. He threw a single punch that sent Doyoon flying backward. The force sent him tumbling several meters before he came to a stop. Doyoon's face was already bruised, with blood streaming from his nose. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "He's too fast. How many skills have I used?" In front of him, Song Yu approached again. "I didn't recognize you at school. Turns out you're that same damn bastard." He quickly calculated, "Before my mana drops further, should I use Falcon Drop?" But seeing Song Yu's incredible speed, he panicked. No, a guy like him could probably dodge it. If I waste mana like that, it's game over. How can I fight someone so fast? I don't even have any fighting experience. Doyoon stood there, frozen and trembling. As his mind raced for an escape, Song Yu coldly offered him two choices: a vegetative state or paralyzed from the waist down. Which do you prefer? The insane question made Doyoon curse with rage. He thought in a panic, this is too dangerous. Suddenly, he rushed toward Song Yu and screamed, I hate them both, you blockhead. I don't know if this will even help now, but I have no other choice. Doyoon felt powerless. He could only activate his piercing attack 3 times in a row. Song Yu dodged them effortlessly and had time to ask, what kind of trick is this? I don't know what you're planning, he said, walking closer to Doyoon. He tightened his fist and continued, but that move is useless against me. You idiot. But suddenly, Doyoon's fist was right in his face. Just as he finished his sentence, Doyoon's punch landed squarely. It snapped his head to the side. Song Yu held his cheek, stunned. Doyoon smirked. You said it was useless? That last attack wasn't a quick thrust, but a slow swing. He had achieved his goal. All right. Doyoon celebrated internally. In fighting games, the most basic rule for victory is, an image of Doyoon knocking out Song Yu flashed through his mind. A strategy that I know, but only exists in games. So I took a gamble trying it out. Not bad, huh? He remembered his trembling hands in the alley from before. When I unlocked my ability, I knew I couldn't win a speed battle. So, instead of choosing speed, I chose to increase my attack power. He had used 3 bronze keys to upgrade his attack power by 30 times. Now, Doyoon's punch was a little heavier, 31 times, to be exact. Because of this, he felt his confidence growing. When he saw Song Yu rushing toward him again, he thought happily, that's right, this isn't so difficult. From now on, I'll treat this battle like a game. Doyoon strengthened his resolve, clenched his fist, and stared at Song Yu with determination, shouting, once I start playing a game, I absolutely never lose. Watching Song Yu charge, he got into a stance and calculated, assuming this fight is a game, the first thing I have to do is grasp my opponent's technique. His eyes became resolute as he stared down his opponent, his stance up until now. Immediately, Doyoon gritted his teeth and activated his blind spot attack. Just as he predicted, Song Yu dodged it with ease. After he dodges an attack from behind, he has to counter with a punch immediately. First, I have to be careful not to get hit in the face. So Doyoon crossed his arms to form a defensive guard. But things didn't go as planned. The punch he expected never came. Instead, it was Song Yu's whistling kick. A painful crack echoed out as Doyoon was knocked backward, sliding across the ground from the powerful kick. He was getting beaten to a pulp without a chance to fight back. His opponent, Song Yu, stomped his foot on the ground and arrogantly declared, there's no way you can win against me. Doyoon tried to get up thinking, right, he's on the track team. His legs are his strong point, not his fists. It's a good thing he hit my forehead. If that had hit my face, it would have been over. He stood up, rubbing his forehead and muttering a familiar curse. Doyoon charged forward again. The longer this fight drags on, the more disadvantaged I become. Let's settle this. My head is made of rock. You know that, you bastard? Doyoon continued to jab at Song Yu's openings. But all of his attacks were easily dodged, forcing Doyoon to keep advancing. Suddenly, a crack echoed out. Doyoon had successfully landed a blow in Song Yu's gap. Seeing this, he was overjoyed, and a smile lit up his face. However, he had accidentally hit him in the armpit. Not only that, Song Yu clamped his arm down, trapping Doyoon's hand. He then unleashed a furious uppercut from below, cursing, what the hell do you think you're doing? A red bruise formed under Doyoon's chin. His eyes lost focus and his mouth hung open. Song Yu didn't stop there, punching him repeatedly in the face while taunting him. Did you really think such an obvious move would work on me? With that, he kicked Doyoon far away. You have nothing worth showing off. You little rat. After all that fighting, his opponent only had a small scratch on his face. Meanwhile, Doyoon was a bruised mess on the ground. After a moment, he slowly regained consciousness, coughing continuously. Doyoon painfully tried to get up, thinking, he hit my chin too hard. Why won't my body listen to me? He watched as Song Yu gradually approached him. He started to panic, thinking, I have to do something quickly. I have to figure out his attack pattern. Doyoon immediately opened his status window, his skill window, and looked up his blind spot attack to research. His HP bar was now at only 92. He worriedly cursed, my stamina is already drained. HP and mana only recover when I sleep, so I have to find another way to win. His current mana was down to 40. With this much mana left, I can only use my blind spot attack twice more. Each activation costs 20 mana. It was a fast attack technique meant to strike a vulnerability, the opponent's weak spot. Uh, Wait a second. Doyoon noticed something on his skill board. What's this? Thinking he was the one being asked, Song Yu lifted his foot and answered, a heaven's dropkick, obviously. Just then, a blue light flashed. A crescent of wind shot past him at incredible speed. Song Yu never saw it coming. A sharp kick slammed into his other leg, his eyes widening in shock. The searing pain forced him to double over, clutching his ankle. Doyoon seized the moment to back away. He smirked to himself. Success. Unlike the eagle's descent, this blind spot attack didn't need a specific move. Any part of the body would work. So this skill isn't limited to just my fingers. After using the skill once, he had 20 mana left, enough for only one more use. My last chance to win. I have a plan. To do this, I must first block his vision, then land the final blow. Without hesitation, Doyoon's arm shot out, grabbing Song Yu's hood and pulling it up, making Song Yu's eyes widen in shock. With fierce determination, Doyoon roared in his mind. To take him down as fast as possible, he yanked the hood down, blinding his opponent. With his goal met, he quickly clenched his fist and swung forward. But things didn't go as planned. Song Yu caught his arm and kicked out, striking Doyoon's waist. It all happened too fast for Doyoon to react. He was sent flying by the force of the kick. The plan was perfect, but he lacked the strength to pull it off. Doyoon crashed painfully to the ground, sprawling on the pavement. Song Yu sneered in fury, just as I thought, and snatched a nearby brick. His chilling gaze burned with hatred as he growled, I should have fought like this from the start. We flash back to Song Yu's past. His thoughts echoed in his mind. I must be the fastest in the men's 100-meter dash. He thought with resolve, I have to win first place no matter what. But tragically, Song Yu only managed to secure second. He hung his head in despair, his hand trembling as he clutched the second-place trophy, filled with resentment. The scene shifts to a dark house in Song Yu's memory. On the days I failed, I had to endure my father's beatings all night long. His father struck him hard with a rod. Why did you let that brat steal first place? He yelled while beating him relentlessly. I told you second is worthless. It has to be number one. Anything but first place is meaningless, Song Yu thought. When he was young, my father never once missed being number one. His father had been a promising athlete, but a traffic accident left his leg permanently damaged. The doctor said he had no choice but to quit the track team. His father would rage furiously. Look at my leg. If it wasn't for that accident. After his outburst, he panted and warned, You remember this. Song Yu, you have to achieve the dream that I never could. In the next competition, you absolutely cannot disappoint me. Song Yu's thoughts continued. To meet the expectations of a father like that, I struggled miserably every single day after practice with the track team. I ran all night until I felt sick, my pockets always filled with sand. I pushed myself to the brink of collapse, but nothing ever changed. That number one spot was just too far out of my reach, and Song Yu decided to give up. But then he recalled his father's beatings, and an idea sparked in his mind. Song Yu's eyes turned incredibly sharp. In that moment, I figured out a way. That night, as the city slept, the first-place winner asked him hesitantly, Song Yu, what's going on? Why did you call me out here? But before his friend could finish his sentence, an iron hammer swung straight for his face. A second later, brutal punches rained down on the boy's face. Song Yu repeated manically, If it weren't for you, if it weren't for you. In his mind, he thought, anyone faster than me, anyone who surpasses me, I just have to destroy them. Then I'll be the fastest. Song Yu's face was splattered with blood as he laughed with excitement. First place belongs to me, you son of a bitch. Back in the present, Song Yu spoke coldly. I've already put one bastard in a vegetative state. Because of him, I was kicked off the team and abandoned by my father. It was all that bastard's fault. Doyoon was shocked that he would go that far, breaking into a cold sweat. You're insane. He then raised the brick high, convinced it was just a way to heighten his senses, that there was no real problem. So what's going to happen this time? Suddenly, something in Song Yu's hood began to stir, and an uncapped bottle lay near Doyoon's bag. One of the key elements for victory in this game is items. And for this round, his item was an octopus. The octopus Ajin gave him was now sitting on Song Yu's head, and he cheered internally. So lucky. Perfect timing. When I grabbed him at the bus stop, I slipped the live octopus into his hoodie. I thought it had fallen out since there was no reaction. Song Yu scoffed, squeezing the creature's head as he pulled it off. He muttered with boredom, This again? Nothing special. But as he spoke, black ink poured down, some of it dripping into his eyes. Song Yu screamed in pain, clutching his face. What is this? The brick dropped from his hand. Doyoon stood and explained, "You squeezed the octopus. Of course it shot out ink, you idiot." Now that his vision is blocked, I just need to land a strike on his remaining blind spot. A normal hit won't do enough damage. I have to end this in one shot. With that thought, he lunged toward Song Yu with all his might. Song Yu, now blinded, screamed in a panic. "I can't see a damn thing, you bastard." Before he could finish, Doyoon brought his clasped hands crashing down on his head. Doyoon's mind flashed with an image of Ajin shyly giving him a thank you gift. Flashes of light erupted around Doyoon as he gritted his teeth. "This victory is for you." Immediately, Doyoon used Pierce the Gap, driving his own head upward under Song Yu's chin, making him cough up blood in agony. Song Yu was thrown backward, his body going limp as he fell. Droplets of blood sprayed from his face. He slammed onto the ground in a painful heap, blood splattering everywhere. Song Yu's condition was pathetic. Blood from the wound on his head streamed down half his face. Syrup trickled from his mouth. His eyes were shut, and his entire body was motionless. Doyoon was also badly injured, his face bruised, with syrup leaking from his nostrils. Breathing heavily, he gasped out each word, "I told you so." He stood over the unconscious Song Yu on the ground and said proudly, "My head is pretty hard." A system notification appeared. Mission complete. Player has been awarded the Key Master. And just like that, a set of 3 keys appeared on the ground. Doyoon stared in surprise, exclaiming, "Is this another Master Key? Is this really the hardest difficulty? Will I reach the highest level?" As he sighed, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his head. The sensation stunned him, leaving him in shock. Doyoon clutched his head, his body freezing before he collapsed, crying out in agony. He thought frantically, "Is my body, my stamina reaching its limit? It's dropping fast." He recalled fainting on the street before, from total exhaustion. Doyoon glanced at Song Woo on the floor, thinking in terror, "If I pass out and he wakes up, who knows what he'll do to me? There has to be a way," he told himself. Then his eyes fell on the system panel, and an idea struck him. "Ah!" Doyoon put a key into the display. He turned it, murmuring, "Unlock stamina." The system announced the stat was unlocked, increasing his strength by 500. His eyes widened as he gasped for air. Seeing his power restored, Doyoon finally felt safe. His legs gave out, and he collapsed, trembling. "I'm alive." He held the 2 remaining keys, thinking, this was a last resort. But he couldn't hide his joyful expression, muttering to himself, "I have to use the rest of these keys. Of course, I'll use the iridescent one first." A special skin was unlocked, Storm Fist, requiring 200 mana, a skill that unleashes a barrage of punches to damage the enemy. Doyoon let out a whoop of excitement. He imagined using the skill and couldn't help but grin. He thought excitedly, "This is insane, absolutely insane. I finally got the skill I've been waiting for." He looked at the system again. He hesitated. There's one drawback. It costs 200 mana. But he decided to upgrade, thinking, only 1 key left. I'll just use it to increase my mana. The stat was unlocked, increasing his power by 100. Doyoon slowly stood, sighing, "Now, it's really over. Without this living octopus, I would have been a goner." He held the empty can, looking around happily. "I can't eat this thing, so I'll take it home. It's a gift from Ajin. Naming it is a bit weird, but let's call it Candy Worm." He looked around but didn't see the squid. He wondered, but where did it go? Just then, he spotted the orange cat sneaking away with Candy Worm in its mouth. Doyoon froze, then yelled in disbelief, "Hey!" By the time he reacted, the cat had vanished, leaving Doyoon calling after it, "Hey, wait." He was so upset he began to cry, roaring in fury, "Candy Worm!" A short while later, the sky turned red with the sunset. The scene shifts to a familiar apartment complex. The octopus was now in a picture frame, with a black ribbon. "I'm sorry, Ajin." Doyoon hugged the frame, tears streaming down his face with regret. "I'm sorry I couldn't protect Candy Worm." Suddenly, his phone rang, and he answered politely, "Hello, Mom." A sweet voice came from the other end. "Yes, son. How was your first day of sophomore year?" Doyoon nearly let it slip, answering nervously. I seriously thought I was going to die." Sob. His mother, not suspecting a thing, asked cheerfully, "I bet. You've been studying hard, right? I went through a time like that too." He could only manage a weak, He quickly changed the subject, asking worriedly, "You must be tired from all your business trips, right? Where are you now?" His mother replied, "I'm currently in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland." Hearing this, Doyoon was utterly speechless. He couldn't form words. When he finally recovered, he asked with a trembling, shocked expression, "You're in that famous country?" His mother laughed with delight. What do people call it? England. Right? Anyway, make sure you eat well. And tomorrow is the anniversary of your dad's death, you remember? At this, he fell silent, his body stiff. Then he answered calmly, yes, of course I remember. His mother's voice came through the phone. I'm too busy, so I can't visit him. But my son has to visit him for me, okay? He replied steadily. I know, Mom, don't worry. Hearing this, his mother was relieved and quickly ended the call. Thank you, son. I have to go now. I'll hang up. Keep fighting. Doyoon silently gazed at a family photo from his childhood, a happy family of 3. He then looked at his father's award certificate with the bold letters, Hajinho Sunshine Shelter. He was suddenly startled, as if realizing something, his eyes widening in alarm. Then, Doyoon acted as if nothing was wrong, standing up to stretch, exclaiming, time to eat. Why am I suddenly craving stir-fried octopus today? The scene changes to a high-rise building under construction. It was late at night. In the quiet, desolate space, a mocking voice echoed. So, our dear Song-woo is finished? You picked a fight with the rep from the Boromai faction and lost, didn't you? In-seok replied, yes. This was Chi-baek Rang, vice rep of the Bongchon faction. Veins popped on his forehead as he seethed. I thought I made it clear not to cause trouble over there. That bastard Song-woo, he roared furiously. Before him, Song-woo was tied to a chair by 2 underlings. Baek Rang continued his tirade. Don't you know the trouble it causes if the reps find out Bongchon is robbing Boromai? I hate show-offs. He kicked Song-woo's chair hard to vent his anger. He cursed relentlessly as Song-woo slammed into a wall, shattering the chair. You were abandoned by your dad. I took you in out of pity. And you repay me with this garbage. Then he noticed sandbags in Song-woo's bag and sneered. What's with this idiot? Still, can't get over not doing track and field? Or is he still hung up on his dad? I hate these kinds of obsessions. He mocked him endlessly as Song-woo's face was covered in blood. Then he turned to In-seok. I'll handle this mess. Baek Rang grabbed Song-woo's collar, his eyes glaring as he ordered In-seok. So, go drag that Doyoon kid to me. The next day, at Doyoon's school, he stared in shock at Song-woo's empty seat. Shihan asked him suspiciously, Song-woo's not here today? He doesn't seem like the type to skip. What's up? He answered, sweating. I don't know. Maybe he's sick? He worried internally. Is it because of our fight? He immediately voiced his inner thought. That psycho. It'd be great if he just never came back. But then Doyoon grew pensive. Well, Song-woo did pass out. At least for now, I can enjoy a peaceful school life, right? But his peace didn't last a second. A classmate ran in, yelling frantically, Doyoon! It made him jump. The student panted, stammering. Some weird guys just stormed the school. They're making a scene. Looking for you. Model, what the hell did you do? Before he could finish, another guy smirked. Found it. This is class 11-3, right? The leader growled, grabbing the student's hair. Behind him stood In-seok and the Bong Chae-dong crew. He already knew the answer but kept slapping the kid's face, forcing a terrified response. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, In-seok's cold gaze locked onto a boy in the class. Ha Do-woon stared at the mob, sweat beaded on his forehead as he stammered, Who are you people? In-seok closed the distance. It's a pleasure, Senior Ha Do-woon, he panicked. They're not from our school, so why call me senior? Are they with the bullies? Why are they here for me? Did I do something wrong? He asked, sweating. Why are you looking for me? In-seok was blunt. Senior, you're coming with us to Bong Chae-dong. His mind instantly screamed. If I go now, I'm a dead man. 18 years of loser instincts shrieked a warning. So he gritted his teeth and replied, I don't want to go. Unfazed, the thug spoke calmly. Then I'll just have to drag you there. But if you resist, let me ask you. There are 10 of us. Can you take us all? It was a question with only one answer. He screamed internally, This is insane. Me against 10 guys? That's impossible. Is there any way out of this? Just then, Chihan worriedly called his name. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the tense air. Who the hell are you? Han Un-sung strolled in, his voice laced with scorn. What are you Bong Chae-dong clowns doing here? His sudden appearance shocked everyone. In-seok's face hardened as he thought. Han Un-sung. The leader stepped up, sneering. What does it look like, you mutt? Can't you tell? His taunt was cut short by a kick from Un-sung that sent him flying, too fast to even register. The move left Ha Do-woon completely stunned. The thug writhed on the floor, his leg twisted unnaturally from the sheer force of that kick. He spoke coldly to In-seok. You're not taking Ha Do-woon anywhere. But if you insist, I'll ask you a question too. His expression was dead serious. His sharp eyes flashed. You think you can take me with just 10 people? After that single kick, the leader was on the floor, groaning in pain. The scene made Do-woon's eyes widen in disbelief. What's happening? One kick did all that? Another fat thug, not knowing his place, charged forward. Fists clenched, he screamed, "You bastard!" Expressionless, Han Un-sung met him with a devastating punch. The impact caved his face in. Blood and spit flew as the thug's eyes rolled back. Han Un-sung's expression never changed. He remained a mask of ice from beginning to end. Before long, another goon grabbed a chair and rushed Un-sung from behind, swinging it down with all his might. A loud crash echoed out, but he'd only hit a locker. Stunned, he didn't realize Han Un-sung had already dodged behind him, ready to strike. Before he could recover, Un-sung's punch sent him flying. His back slammed hard into the wall, shattering the glass above. The force was so great it splintered. Next, he turned to another crony, who began to tremble, sweating uncontrollably. As he stepped forward, the thug backed away in terror. "Stay back!" Suddenly, another enemy appeared right behind him. "I told you not to come." In this stupidly narrow aisle, Un-sung calmly eyed the man closing in from behind. "You forgot to watch your back." With that, both thugs lunged at Un-sung with lightning speed. The one in front screamed, "You stupid mutt!" He grinned, thinking his pincer attack was brilliant. But as their fists flew, Un-sung was already in motion, hands planted on a desk. He vaulted into the air, leaving them stunned. Then, using his momentum, he brought both feet down hard, smashing their heads into the floor. After the fluid sequence, Un-sung glanced at them, annoyed. "You guys are a real pain." The scene left In Shock, and his remaining crew completely silent. Suddenly, In Shock glared. Han Un-sung said coldly, "Fine. From now on, all of you come at once." As he spoke, the rest of the gang charged in a furious wave. But faster than the eye could see, Un-sung's fists were already flying. The thugs couldn't even get near him. They flew in every direction as classroom furniture crashed around them. Do-woon and Chi-han watched, frozen. Seeing the bodies on the floor, he broke out in a cold sweat. This is crazy. He took on 9 guys at once. The thought made his face go pale. Han Un-sung, Sillim-dong's representative, had called this the most dangerous part of the Eugene Guild's training exercise. Seeing all his men were down, In Shock took a fighting stance. In a flash, Han Un-sung closed the distance. "I guess that just leaves you." But the punch stopped inches from In Shock's face, making him break out in a cold sweat. Han Un-sung asked, "Right?" Then he gestured with his chin. "You handle this mess. Make sure you clean it up properly." With that, he coolly turned to leave. In Shock heard this and gritted his teeth in fury. "Cut the crap. You think we'll just let this go? I won't be in Bongchae-dong for long." He heard this but said nothing. A moment later, he calmly called to Do-woon, ignoring the threat. Un-sung looked at him. "Let's go to the cafeteria." At the cafeteria, Ha Do-woon clutched a water bottle, stammering with gratitude. "Thanks for helping me back there, Han Un-sung," he replied casually. "Don't worry about it. I just felt like it." Ha Do-woon sweated, thinking gratefully, "I'm so glad he's on my side." Suddenly, Un-sung added, "More importantly, what's the reason?" His face moved in close, startling Do-woon into squeezing his drink bottle until it overflowed. Do-woon coughed and asked, "What reason?" Un-sung explained, "For something so lucky to just happen. Enough to make you a Eugene Guild representative." He pressed on, "Tell me why you had to provoke Seo Sung-gu of Bongchae-dong." He panicked, telling himself, "Calm down. Just make something up." He then replied, "I said that because I'm a goblin hunter." Then, Do-woon wiped his lips, the red drink on his face looking just like blood. He looked cool, but inside he was screaming, "Wait, that's not it." But seeing Yang Song's face darken instantly, a sudden panic hit him. "Right," he remembered. "This guy is one of Yoki's crew. Does he think I'm mocking him? I need to surrender. Now." But then, Yang Song suddenly chuckled, leaving Do-won completely bewildered. The guy even muttered, "Well, this is interesting." Then he turned to leave, but not before praising Do-won. "Nice work." Do-won just stood there, confused by the compliment. I had no idea if Chae-rong's crew would show up again. The tension was killing me. But slowly, the days passed by. Thankfully, nothing happened at all. Now, at the PC Bang, Do-won cheered. Of course, no quest appeared, he thought with a grin. A peaceful weekend like this is perfect. A trip to the PC Bang was a must. But suddenly, a nearby voice sighed. "Oh, man, the new season started ages ago. Why are you still using that gear?" His friend shot back. "You gotta start strong. I used my allowance on this. Hearing that, Doyoon remembered that same joyful feeling. I used to be like that. Paying was always faster than grinding. For some reason, the memory brought tears to his eyes. He sighed. Why am I suddenly tearing up? Just then, the two kids from the next table left. A figure appeared beside him. You ordered the ramen, right? She asked, startling him. When he looked up, he realized it was Chu Ah-jin, which shocked him even more. You have a part-time job here? He stammered. Nope, I don't, she replied. My dad's the manager here, so I just help out sometimes. His face instantly lit up. Her dad is the manager of this entire PC. Bang, he thought. All I want is to be the PC Bang owner's future son-in-law. He couldn't help but blurt out, that's so awesome. But Ajin looked confused. What's so awesome about it? Suddenly, she gasped. Oh, did you order something else? Just a sec. Without another word, she rushed off, leaving Doyoon no time to stop her. Suddenly, a group of guys appeared, crowding around the kid's computer. One of them sneered. Well, look who it is. Jamin. I can't believe he has so many rare items. Let's go teach that punk a lesson. Doyoon stared, frozen. He couldn't believe they were being so blatant, messing with someone's account right inside the PC Bang. As the kids returned, the group quickly left, shooting them a mocking smirk as they walked away. Just then, Ajin came back out with the order. She smiled brightly at the group. Thanks for coming. See you again. But when the kid got back, he was sweating profusely, stammering. It's nothing. Then the boy screamed. All my items are gone. His character on screen was stripped down to nothing but a pair of basic shorts. Ajin looked confused, so the other kid explained. We were only gone for a minute, but it looks like someone stole all of my friend's items. She gasped in horror. I can't believe someone would do that here, Doyoon muttered. Those guys from before. Don't tell me they stole his items? Hearing this, she whipped her head towards him. Did you see who did it? She asked urgently, but he instantly denied it. Of course not. I didn't see a thing. Then, the young boy tugged his sleeve. Please, help me. The boy's eyes welled up with tears, his lip trembling as he tried not to cry. He pleaded again with Doyoon. Please, mister, help me. A bad feeling washed over him. A cold sweat broke out on his skin. Don't tell me. A familiar chime echoed, a quest window popping up. Just as he'd feared, he screamed internally. I knew it. The quest read, Punish the thieves. After stealing the items, the culprits have fled. Eliminate them all. Reward, Key of Silver Light. Seeing the number of targets was 4, Doyoon nearly wet himself. He screamed in his mind, it's not just one guy this time. It's 4 of them? I'm not Han Yang Song. How am I supposed to take on 4 guys at once? This is impossible. He felt the weight of the boys and Ajin's hopeful stares. It just made him feel more helpless. Then, the system announced a hidden reward for the quest. Meanwhile, in a dark alley, one of the thieves gloated. I'm posting these on the item trading site right now. The others cheered excitedly. He continued, his voice full of greed. If we sell all this, we'll get more than just cash. But before he could finish, Doyoon's pierce the opening skill struck him hard. The thief cried out in pain, stumbling forward as his friends started shouting in alarm. Doyoon appeared, looking imposing. To a true gamer, trampling on a newbie's dream is an unforgivable sin. And that hidden reward? A date with Chu Ah-jin. This sent a jolt of energy through Doyoon. His face flushed red as he shouted, You damn item thieves, get over here now! A pleading voice echoed, Please, help me. Ah-jin gently called out his name. The little kid next to him was still sniffling. But Doyoon was lost in thought about the system's bonus reward. A date with Ah-jin. He ruffled the kid's hair and said softly, Hey. Doyoon grabbed his jacket, reassuring him, Don't worry, just play one round and wait here. He left with a cool demeanor and a firm promise. I'll be back before your ramen gets cold. Elsewhere, a bewildered voice yelled, What the hell is with this guy? Doyoon's face flushed with adrenaline. He took a fighting stance and taunted them. Come on, you damn item thieves. The surprise attack had worked. Now, Doyoon began his warning. If you don't come at me, I'll. But despite his tough exterior, panic was setting in. Even after I took one of them down, he thought, nothing's changed. What am I supposed to do now? The guy he'd just hit staggered back to his feet, clutching his head. Damn it. Doyoon's jaw dropped. The thief glared at him coldly. What the hell was that? Doyoon was completely stunned. His attack didn't even take the guy down. The other thugs murmured, He looks like a high schooler. Never seen one like him before. A wave of real fear finally hit him. He trembled and yelled, Hold on. Without a second thought, Doyoon turned and fled, shouting, Time out! The thugs roared back. Get that son of a bitch. They chased Doyoon through the streets, determined not to let him escape. When he ducked into an alley, one of the thugs couldn't help but laugh. It's a dead end down there, you moron. He blocked the entrance, yelling excitedly, We've got him. But the alley was completely empty, leaving him bewildered. Wait, this is definitely a dead end, he muttered. His buddies quickly caught up, panting heavily. That bastard's not here either? One of them asked, exhausted. The leader shook his head. He's gone. He spotted Doyoon's jacket peeking out from a nearby cardboard box. He asked with a smirk, now where could he have possibly disappeared to? His buddies caught on and played along. Nope. Can't see him. He's hidden well, without a trace. The leader smirked deviously. I'm craving some boiled duck tonight. Just as he uttered those foolish words, he saw Doyoon right above him, eyes gleaming. They looked up, confused. A flash of lightning. Doyoon unleashed his eagle kick, aiming right for him. The move tore through the air, too fast for the thieves to react. Their leader went down, his head stuck right in a bin. Doyoon's jacket was nearby. It had been a decoy. He was completely knocked out. Doyoon sighed in relief. All right, a clean knockout. The others grew anxious. Are you okay? They wondered. What just happened? That bastard can't be an ordinary student, a normal high schooler. Doyoon casually shoved his hands in his pockets. You blind idiots. Don't you even know who I am? How boring. He analyzed them internally. These guys are terrified of that last kick. He began his threat. If you knew who I was, you'd already regret everything you've said and done. He calmly hatched a plan. All right then, first things first. Doyoon made up a name. I'm In Cheonhue, the representative of Boromai. Let them tremble a little. They screamed back. You think we're idiots? They roared. Who the hell is In Cheonhue? Doyoon was shocked. One of them charged recklessly. You're dead! He hadn't expected this. They didn't fall for the bluff. But Doyoon still used a piercing strike, a lightning punch to the thief's face. The blow sent him staggering back, crying out in pain. Doyoon smirked. Compared to So Song-woo, you're just a turtle in its shell. He slowly advanced on them. All right, I'm doing great. Just keep pushing forward. The others backed away in fear as one tried to rally them. Don't be scared. It's just one guy. They resolved. Let's both rush him. Doyoon entered his stance. Don't you get it? He slammed his fists into both their stomachs, shattering bone. In a game, numbers aren't everything. Doyoon figured he had this in the bag. He could easily handle these middle schoolers. He sneered at them. You're all just stupid trash. But they endured the pain, struggling back to their feet. Doyoon remained cautious. These guys are weak, but I'm no pro either. Without my skills, one mistake, and I'm done for, he thought. Just a little more like this. The thieves were bewildered. One asked his friends, Why do you guys keep backing up? The others weakly replied, Because he keeps coming this way. One of them tried to calm the group. Relax. I have a plan, he signaled. On the count of 3, we all rush and surround him. The other two nodded. As he reached 3, Doyoon cut in. When you're facing a bunch of trash, do you know the most effective method? Hearing this, the thug hesitated. He backed into a fence in fear, but kept on cursing. What are you rambling about? You psycho. Doyoon answered him simply. The hunt. Then he raised his fists, unleashing a storm of lightning punches toward the thieves. 3 bruised faces were knocked out instantly. They lay in a pathetic pile before him as sobbing filled the air. Doyoon looked at his own hands and thought, it was the same with So Song-woo, and now with them. He had a shocking realization. It feels just like playing a game. He clutched his head, screaming internally. No! This is too dangerous. I can't lose my humanity like this. Just then, one of the fallen thugs crawled up, begging, Help me! He swore an oath. I'll never steal again. I'll return everything I took. Doyoon was stunned, not expecting to hear such a desperate plea. Do I really look like that much of a monster? He turned away and ordered, Return every item you stole from the PC Bang, and apologize. The thief immediately agreed. Yes, of course. Doyoon dusted off his jacket, reassuring himself. I'm not a psycho. My last bit of humanity isn't gone after all. Suddenly, he stopped. Doyoon turned back to the thief. But, if I let you go. The thief didn't understand. This was the only thief left. In a flash, Doyoon launched a kick at the thief, his face cold. I won't get the quest's bonus reward. He was knocked unconscious, snot flying from his nose. The thief fell, joining his crew. At that moment, Doyoon completed the system's thief elimination quest. He admired the silver key reward in his hand, smiling. As expected, the highest grade reward. Doyoon turned back excitedly, cheering inwardly. Now, all that's left is the bonus reward at the PC Bang. The four thieves kneeled with their heads bowed, vowing, "We'll never steal again." A kid on a chair graciously said, "All right, I'll forgive you this time." They were sincerely respectful. "Thank you for your mercy. From now on, we'll change our ways, work hard, and be better people." Doyoon threatened from the side. "If this ever happens again, I'll crush you." One quickly replied, "Understood." Suddenly, the leader got a call, and his friends rushed him. "Hurry up and go." Just then, Ajin approached, full of gratitude. "If you hadn't caught them, the PC Bang could have been suspended. Thanks to you, I was so scared." Doyoon replied confidently, "If anything happens again, just call me." Ajin then asked, "Can you wait a moment? The other staff are here. Let me treat you to a meal. Your noodles are all soggy now." Doyoon flinched. She continued, "So it's a date. I'll go change and be right back." Doyoon was overjoyed inside. "I'm really going on a date with Ajin." Suddenly, she paused. But Ajin showed off her figure and asked, "Is my shirt being a little short? Okay?" The question made Doyoon's face turn bright red. But flashing back in time, a little girl is pushed to the ground. Two other girls angrily yell at her. "You told the teacher, didn't you? Unbelievable. And you wonder why you're an outcast?" Suddenly, a boy stepped forward, shouting, "Stop bullying the weak, you pigs." This was first grade Doyoon at Donghua Elementary. A thought ran through his mind. Ajin has probably forgotten our first meeting, because she was the first girl to ever punch me in the chest. Immediately, Ajin had walked up, punched him in the stomach, and even offered a compliment. "You're pretty interesting." Back then, Ju Ajin was the boss of the first grade. She clenched her fist threateningly. "Idiot, you want to be an outcast too?" From then on, she became his worst nightmare. Because Ajin was terrifying, I always tried to stay out of her sight to have a normal school life. After that, we had no real contact. Ajin and I didn't even go to the same middle school. I thought I'd never see her again. Time flew. At his new high school, a girl suddenly spoke to Doyoon. "Excuse me, did you drop this?" Her beautiful smile made him realize with a start. "I met Ajin again in high school. She looked completely different than before. I don't remember it clearly. But when she returned my phone grip, she remarked, 'This looks so strange.' Her cute smile and beautiful appearance. It was like being struck by Cupid's arrow. Everything turned pink. He thought with a flutter, my chest was struck. All over again. Back at the PC cafe, Ajin said she'd go change and be right back. Turning away, she mumbled, 'Is this shirt a little too short?' Doyoon shyly praised the bonus reward, realizing it was on another level. He happily flopped into a chair, whispering, 'The ultimate prize.' Then Doyoon remembered the other reward, the silver key in his hand. He shot to the end of the tables. 'I have to try this before Ajin returns.' He immediately inserted the key, his heart pounding as he prayed. 'Please don't be another probability skill.' A mechanical voice rang out. 'Opened.' A passive skill exclusive to his class. It was a weapon master skill that dramatically boosted his weapon proficiency, but only against armed enemies. The description made him break out in a cold sweat. If I attack someone with a weapon, isn't that premeditated murder? But then he read the last line. No. If the skill only works on armed enemies, it's just self-defense, right? As he was thinking, Ajin walked out asking what he was doing over there. He stammered, about to answer, but when he saw Ajin, his eyes went wide. He was so captivated he forgot how to speak. Ajin was now in a form-fitting dress. Below, she wore black stockings that accentuated her alluring curves. She asked shyly, "Does it not look good?" Doyoon immediately replied, "No, that outfit was made for you." The more he looked at her, the redder his face became, his heart blooming with joy. Life is beautiful. Doyoon gazed at her, mesmerized. "What do you want to eat?" "It's my treat, so pick anything you like." Ajin instantly replied, "There's a spicy rice cake place I love, but none of my friends can handle it." "I absolutely love spicy rice cakes." Panic shot through him. "Very spicy?" She even asked worriedly. "It might be a bit spicy for you. Is that okay?" Not wanting to lose face, he boasted. "No problem. If I can handle spicy chicken noodles, rice cakes should be fine." After arriving at the restaurant, Doyoon was greeted by a bowl of bright green rice cakes, totally different from what he'd imagined. Ajin introduced it as mint chocolate rice cake. "This is my specialty dish, but none of my friends can eat it," he worried. Does Ajin's standard require people to share her tastes? How could anyone eat this? But just as he thought that, Ajin looked at him with shimmering eyes and stammered, "Maybe. You don't like it either?" Unable to refuse the goddess of his heart, Doyoon began grabbing piece after piece, stuffing his face and praising it. "It's delicious. I can't stop eating." Ajin was overjoyed that he liked it so much, her eyes sparkling. He gave her a big thumbs up. I could go to sleep today without even brushing my teeth. She smiled and asked, "Aren't you going to chew?" Happiness was now surging through Do-woon's mind. With a satisfied look, he thought, "This is pure bliss. I'm on a date with Ajin." Thinking back, this was his second time on a date with a girl. The first was with Sion, but that was forced because of a quest. But then it hit him. Wait a minute. Why is a date the reward for a quest? Could there be another purpose? So Do-woon immediately asked, "Why did you bring me to such a strange place today?" Ajin replied bluntly, "Actually, there's a place I wanted to come to with you." In a private room, under warm lights, Ajin whispered, "Do-woon. Over there." Do-woon blushed, sweating, and breathing heavily. "I'm going to pull it out." He felt a strange heat in his body, sweat pouring like lava, and a fierce competitive spirit rising. Instantly, Do-woon smoothly pulled out a wooden block. Ajin cheered in admiration. "Amazing. How did you do that?" "Well then, it's my turn." Suddenly, Do-woon's eyes widened as he looked at her. "But Ajin, you're really good at this." The last wooden block stacked on top was something Do-woon hadn't expected. She focused on pulling it out, saying, "I don't know about other games, but I'm very proud of my block stacking skills. That's why I really wanted to come here with you once. When it comes to video games, you're the best." But before she could finish, the tower in front of her collapsed. Ajin's eyes welled with tears as she sadly looked at the fallen blocks, making Do-woon think she was adorable. He then suggested, "Let's try a different game now." A lie detector machine sat neatly on the table. Do-woon crossed his arms, chin in hand, and looked at her seriously. "I think I am very beautiful." Ajin immediately agreed. After a moment with no alarm, she breathed a sigh of relief. On her turn, she continued, "I think you're very handsome." Before she could finish, Do-woon instantly agreed, and luckily, the machine stayed silent. Back to Ajin's turn, he thought deeply. What are you doing? An amazing chance like this might not come again. It's time to ask the most important question. His face was tense, dripping with sweat. "I currently have a boyfriend." Hearing this, Ajin paused to think for a moment, making Do-woon's heart pound violently. Immediately, Ajin's expression became firm as she declared, "Yes." Do-woon's world went gray. The happiness he felt all day plunged into hell. He thought, heartbroken. So, that's how it is. It's true. Someone like Ajin would definitely have a boyfriend. This damn bonus reward. Suddenly, the machine let out a piercing beep. Ajin complained, "What was that? Is this thing fake? Don't just keep telling the truth. Try telling a lie for once." He was stunned, his heart soaring from hell back to heaven. Do-woon let out a sigh of relief. That was close. Ajin even praised him. "Of course, you already saw that this machine was fake. Good call." After complaining about it before, he now felt immense gratitude. "Thank you, bonus reward." After they had their fun, Ajin suggested, "This time, let's try my game." Elsewhere, an angry voice boomed, "Where the hell did that damn dog go?" The guy next to him asked, "Are you sure he went this way?" The one Do-woon had just beaten up answered angrily, "Yes, boss. I saw him with the part-timer girl from there. I only looked away for a second." The boss laughed loudly. "Then he must be nearby. Damn it, look at you trembling." The guy was shaking with rage, his face so bruised he'd lost a tooth. The boss reassured him, "Don't be so furious. That bastard did this to my cute junior's face. Today, I will definitely find him and smash his face in." This man's face was terrifying. He had a long scar running from the side of his face down his neck. After speaking, he even rubbed the guy's head. The guy seemed to be happily playing with a pet. Meanwhile, Do-woon was still having a great time. Ajin smiled and said, "We were so busy playing, we lost track of time." His face was flushed with excitement. "The atmosphere right now is so good. I feel like I've gotten really close to Ajin." Suddenly, Ajin spotted a stall and happily said to him, "Should we try that?" Before them was a stall piled high with cute teddy bears. It was a nail-driving game. The owner shouted, "Swing the hammer and win a big doll." Instantly, 3 strikes landed, but sadly, all of them missed the nail. Ajin pouted, "Not a single hit. I really wanted a doll." Do-won grabbed the hammer, calculating, "Leave it to me." The owner reassured Ajin, "It's okay. This young man looks like he has more strength." At that moment, Do-won was still thinking, "No problem. With my power, this game is a piece of cake." After extending his arm, he precisely measured the distance to the nail. "Just pivot on the axis and strike the target. I'll win this doll for Ajin. This will be the highlight of our sweet date." He then excitedly raised the hammer with all his might. Suddenly, an alert blared in his head, freezing Do-won. Seeing him stop, Ajin glanced over, confused. I used all my strength. Could it be? A notification window flashed before his eyes. Du-Uan thought in despair. Not this. The hammer quest has arrived. Use all your strength to strike Ajin on the head. The reward is a dungeon map. Ajin, still unaware, asked worriedly, What's wrong, Duan? Inside, his mind was screaming, This can't be real, can it? Sweat poured down Du Yuan's face as he fought a fierce internal battle. If he failed to complete this quest, his hand on the hammer trembled uncontrollably. But in the end, Du Yuan couldn't swing at Ajin. His conscience wouldn't allow it. I can't do it. Du Yuan resolved. Whatever the penalty is, just let it happen. Seeing his distress, Ajin comforted him. You still have 2 more chances. Du Yuan gritted his teeth and said, All right, I give up on this quest. But before he could finish, a voice called from across the street. Hello everyone. We're planning to build a luxury high-rise here. The building will feature the latest design, with a premium, royal aesthetic. We're holding an event to celebrate. This event is the Toy Hammer game. Join now for some amazing prizes. This immediately caught Du Yuan's attention. He eagerly said to her, Ajin, let's try this game. The vendor saw them and kindly reminded them, Hey, you two still have 2 tries left here. The host asked the crowd, Who wants to participate? Du-Yuan quickly ran up, responding, My friend and I will join. The MC praised their enthusiasm. She then explained the rules. Play rock, paper, scissors to decide. The winner attacks with the toy hammer, while the loser defends with this pot. Ajin came closer, remarking, You really can't resist a game, can you? He gave a vague reply, That's right. Then, focused intensely on the game. His time was running out. The system timer showed just over 3 minutes left. They got into their stances, and this time, Du-Yuan won. He quickly grabbed the hammer and swung swiftly towards Ajin. He silently apologized to her, but a moment later, he was the one left stunned, because Ajin had easily dodged his attack. They faced off again, but each time, Ajin dodged his blows with incredible ease. Next, it was her turn to counterattack. After a moment, Du-Yuan couldn't help but marvel. How is she so good at this game? The host was also impressed by their skills. Ajin's eyes sparkled as she told Do-Yuan, Do-Yuan, I think I found another game I'm really good at, he replied stiffly. You really are. Inside, he lamented. Why now? Of all times. The system countdown reached its final 10 seconds. They started another round, but before they could even throw rock, paper, scissors, Du-Yuan snatched the hammer and slammed it on Ajin's head. He was determined to survive this ordeal. This time, it's for real. The crowd stared, jaws dropped in shock. Even the nail game owner was watching, completely baffled. Du-Yuan panted heavily, his hand holding the hammer trembling uncontrollably. The air around them went completely silent. The system announced, Hammer quest complete. A moment later, the host handed Do-Yuan his prize. Congratulations, student. Here is your prize. The system also chimed in. Bonus reward, claim now. He hesitated. He handed the hammer, its head now bent, to the owner. This hammer is broken. The owner generously replied, Just go ahead and keep it. The scene shifts to night. Du-Yuan and Ajin walked home in silence, one behind the other. He nervously watched her expression, sweating bullets and filled with deep regret. For his earlier action, he thought, I should have just quit the quest and taken the penalty. He carefully turned to her and asked, Are you really mad? But while he braced himself, he heard a long peal of laughter from Ajin. Du-Yuan couldn't understand what was happening. He slowly approached her to check. Her whole body was shaking as she replied, I can't stop laughing just thinking about it. She was laughing so hard she was crying. She told him he was the one who made her feel the most comfortable, ever. Suddenly, a phone rang, interrupting their conversation. Ajin took out her phone to answer it. My dad's calling. I have to go back to the PC Bang. Before leaving, she added, Thanks to you, I had a really fun day. He heard this and replied sincerely, Me too. Ajin then suggested they hang out again soon, making Do-Yuan blush bright red. With that, she said goodbye and left. Do-Yuan watched her go, still completely stunned. Suddenly, a stranger slung an arm around his shoulder, asking, What kind of game were you two playing? Du-Yuan jumped, pulling away from the man. The man spoke into his phone. I found the idiot in the white puffer jacket. He assured the person on the other end, Okay, this will be over quickly. Through that, Du-Yuan began to realize, Looking for me? He wondered what the man wanted. The man replied, I heard you beat up my juniors today, so I'm here for a little chat. Du-Yuan thought, Juniors? Could he be talking about those thieves? He watched the man approach and considered, If this is revenge, doesn't that mean he's here to fight me? He remembered the earlier fight. When I fought those guys, I used my skills recklessly, so now I don't have any mana left. Doyoon was certain that if they fought now, he would definitely lose. Suddenly, the man stepped in front of him and said, I don't plan on getting revenge anymore. This left Doyoon a bit stunned. Before he could process it, the man turned to leave. I have more urgent things to do. You're really lucky. Seeing this, Doyoon bowed his head. Take care, sir. He rejoiced internally. I'm saved. But then, the man suddenly asked about Ajin. The girl with you just now went to the PC bang, right? Doyoon stared blankly and replied, How did you know? What's the matter? He grinned, revealing his purpose. I want to play a game too. A heated one. With that, he turned away, but not without a final warning. If I see your damn face again, I won't go so easy on you. As the punk ran his mouth, a hand shot out and yanked him back. Doyoon had finally reached his breaking point. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, Shut your mouth and follow me, you bastard. The man just smirked provocatively. Aren't you a fearless one? A system alert appeared. Provocation successful. Sun Minzu is enraged. Combat initiated. In a deserted alley, Doyoon threw a desperate punch at Minzu, but he was easily overpowered and sent flying by a single blow. Minzu sneered. I can't believe you're this weak. I heard you took down 4 guys at once. I actually thought you'd be impressive. Minzu looked down on him. Turns out you're just a punk. Doyoon stayed silent, calculating his next move. I need to land a fatal blow. Right now. He assessed his condition. With no mana, this was his only option. He steeled his resolve. I can't let this bastard get near Ajin's PC cafe. Minzu taunted while rummaging through his jacket. Afraid I'll touch your girlfriend? What's with that glare? He pulled out his weapon, ready to end it. I've had enough of you. When Doyoon saw the weapon, his eyes widened in surprise. Weren't those bare knuckles an extremely dangerous weapon? Minzu activated them with a piercing screech and charged at Doyoon. I'm going to shatter every one of your teeth. But before Minzu could land a blow, Doyoon drew his own weapon and struck first. A relentless flurry of attacks followed, forcing Minzu onto the defensive. Then, with a mighty swing of his hammer, Doyoon sent him flying. Minzu was now heavily damaged, struggling to get up while cursing. This damn bastard. Where did he pull a steel pipe from? But his shock turned to utter disbelief. Unnoticed, an item had dropped from Doyoon's inventory. Time for a test run, he mumbled. This was his new passive skill, Weapon Master. It grants infinite weapon proficiency, and is most effective against armed opponents. As it turned out, Doyoon's weapon wasn't a pipe, but a toy hammer. He declared to Minzu, Your head or my teeth. Let's see which breaks first. Minzu stared, bewildered. What the… Are my eyes messing with me? He couldn't believe it. He hit me with a toy hammer? He scrambled to his feet, roaring. What the hell is this? What kind of trick is this? Doyoon feigned innocence. A trick? For added effect, he playfully tapped his own head with the hammer. It's just a squeaky hammer. Unable to bear the shame, Minzu charged, screaming, What damn nonsense is this? But he couldn't get close to Doyoon. A single swing sent Minzu reeling from its immense power. The moment his opponent's guard dropped, Doyoon moved in. Doyoon swung with all his might. Nonsense? Eat this and find out. But Minzu dodged, tackling him around the waist and laughing victoriously. You fool! You're too close to swing now. Doyoon simply tightened his grip, raised the hammer, and smashed the pommel down hard into Minzu's body. The blow shattered his strength, forcing him to let go. Seizing the opening, Doyoon moved in for the kill. Time for your judgment. He poured all of his rage into the final blow, screaming, You goddamn pervert! Terrified, Minzu covered his head in a futile attempt to defend himself, but the toy hammer shattered at the critical moment. Doyoon stared blankly at the broken handle in his hand as pure panic began to set in. It was just cheap plastic inside, he thought. It's fine, I can still use that attack skin. But the system chimed in. Skill cannot be activated with a broken weapon. He screamed internally. I'm screwed. How can I win without a weapon? His eyes darted around frantically, searching for anything, even a piece of trash. Seizing the opening, Minzu lunged forward. You look a little lost. He landed a vicious punch to Doyoon's face, a blow filled with all his pent-up rage. Minzu sneered down at him. Can't do a thing without your toys, huh? Clutching his face, Doyoon staggered up, shocked. This strength, he was stunned. This was completely different from the bare-fisted punches before. Before he could react, he was hit by a merciless flurry of blows. The hits drove him back, giving him no room to counter. Doyoon was utterly helpless against the brutal onslaught. His vision blurred, his consciousness fading. Seeing him writhing only fueled Minzu's excitement. Before I kill you, he hissed, I'll cripple you and drag you to that girl. Then I'll have my fun right in front of you, he said sinisterly. He grew more excited at the thought, licking the blood from his lips like a devil. Revenge for my boys, and a little fun for me. Talk about killing two birds with one stone, right? Doyoon couldn't take it anymore. Slowly, he began to rise to his feet. Where did you learn to be so despicable? Though covered in wounds, his eyes burned with an unbroken glare. Why are you so damn rotten? Why do you always choose the evil path? Minzu just laughed. What, you're asking me? The answer's simple. Minzu moved in for the kill. Because it's the most profitable way to live. But as he swung his fist, something struck him with incredible force. Clutching his new wound, Minzu cursed. What the hell was that? A deep gash had opened on his forehead. His eyes widened in shock at the sight of a belt. Doyoon's new weapon was a belt, and his skill instantly activated. Minzu charged recklessly. More tricks? But he was quickly forced back by a hurricane of strikes. Profitable? Doyoon roared with each blow. Just how twisted are you? He poured all his rage into the assault. How can you say that like it's common sense? The onslaught was so fierce, it knocked the weapon from Minzu's hands. Yet, he just laughed like a madman. He grabbed the other end of the belt, his body trembling. Have you lost your mind? He spat. Or do I need to spell it out for you? Minzu began his twisted sermon. Being a good guy gets you nowhere. You know I'm right. Doyoon listened, in utter disbelief. Seeing his hesitation, Minzu lunged forward, screaming, Damn you, you mutt! Stop pretending you're some kind of saint. Doyoon gritted his teeth in fury. He expertly wrapped the belt around Minzu's arm, then used his momentum to flip him high into the air with a loud thud. And with a devastating slam, Doyoon smashed him onto the ground. Minzu's eyes shot open in agony, paralyzed. A system window appeared. Burst quest. Complete. Battle has ended. Doyoon gasped for air, completely spent and covered in wounds. He glanced down, making sure Minzu was immobilized. Meanwhile, in another alleyway, Ajin chatted with her father as they walked. Shouldn't you be in class? He asked. Sorry for pulling you out like this. But she just smiled. It's totally fine, Dad. But you'll buy me something good to eat, right? Hearing this, her dad laughed. Of course. What does my little girl want? Her answer was simple. Mint fried chicken. The mere mention of it made her dad gag. Watching from a distance, Doyoon sighed in relief. She's so close with her father. I'm glad nothing bad happened. Back at his place, Doyoon collapsed onto a chair, aggravating his injury. At least I made it back in one piece. He let out a long breath. I really thought I was a goner today. After that, he just sat there, dazed. Minzu's words echoed in his head. Because living that way is more profitable. Being a good guy only gets you hurt. You know that better than anyone. Doyoon realized there was truth in his words. That's why he'd been left speechless. He stared at his family photo, missing his father deeply. Dad had to deal with scum like that for half his life. He wondered, what would you have said in my place, Dad? But he shook his head, sighing. Ugh, whatever. For now, I should check my rewards. He picked up a cluster of keys. The mission completion reward, 5 bronze keys. Doyoon had to admit it now. Unexpected beatdowns could come from anywhere. Hoarding keys would be too dangerous, so he decided to use one immediately. I already upgraded my attack power. This time, I need to invest in another stat. After using it, system messages flooded in. Ability stats unlocked. Speed plus 10, defense plus 10. But his mental strength was still at a single point. Doyoon wondered what mental strength even did. His eyes fixed on the bag on the table. Next up, the special reward. He recalled the Hammer God quest he'd cleared with Ajin. The reward for it was a dungeon map. Instantly, his expression hardened. He decided to open the bag. No matter how he looked at it, the system window was real. A real-life dungeon, not just something from a game. Rummaging through the bag, he wondered. If a game like Gate appeared one day, things wouldn't stay this peaceful, would they? A moment later, Doyoon was left utterly speechless. He couldn't believe this was the dungeon map. He held up the paper. It read, Luxury Living, the Royal Palace. He was stunned. Isn't this just an apartment flyer? Doyoon's eyes widened, examining the paper closely. How is this a map? He wondered. It was just a floor plan of the building. He realized it instantly. It's a blueprint for the apartments. But as he studied it, a question arose. It even had a projected completion date. This place is still under construction? Yoon looked at the poster, shocked. The dungeon is a construction site? A notification window appeared. Dungeon entry recommended for parties of 2 or more, opening in 5 days. He stared at the glaring red text. Just like in a game, He'd need a party to enter. That must mean the difficulty is high. After reading that far, Doyoon shot to his feet, tossing the poster behind him. Nope, forget it. Too risky. But the moment he turned, a new message popped up. A penalty will be incurred for abandoning the dungeon quest. He was used to this by now. It didn't even faze him. It'll be fine. I already have one person in mind for a party. The scene changes. Not a chance, Han Yoon-sung said flatly. Do-yoon turned to him, shocked. What? Aren't we on the same side? Yoon-sung replied with a deadpan expression. I have plans that day. He turned to Do-yoon, warning him, don't get confused. I'm not a pawn for you to command. Got it? Do-yoon was just left speechless. A total failure. Back in the dining hall, he sighed. Who else can I ask? Suddenly, a voice rang out, and Do-yoon's expression shifted. What's wrong? Do-yoon looked at Chi-han's innocent face. An idea sparked in his mind. That's right. There's Chi-han. He hesitantly began to speak to his friend. I was wondering if. Suddenly, flashes of Chi-han being bullied in the past flooded his mind, stopping him mid-sentence. Then, Do-yoon realized it. No, absolutely not. I can't drag Chi-han into a place that dangerous. I'll just have to forget it. He just laughed it off, trying to dodge the question. It's nothing. The food's just really good today. His response left Chi-han completely puzzled. After school, Do-yoon walked out, lost in thought. He sat down with a sigh. There's no one I can go with. Suddenly, a voice cut in. Going somewhere? It was Seon. Do-yoon was flustered by her presence. What the? Seon? He shot up from his seat. Why are you here all of a sudden? Is it your hobby to just appear, out of thin air? Leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, Seon replied, I still don't have your number. So, I came to find you. Do-yoon stared at her, full of questions. He wanted to know why she was really here, but Seon just said, it's nothing special, and watched him with her arms crossed. You've been the representative for a while. You should go pay your respects. This made Do-yoon ask, respects to who? He was stunned when Seon mentioned Bo Dam Dong. The scene shifts to the lively streets of Bo Dam Dong. Do-yoon followed Seon, feeling uneasy the whole time. When she asked him why, he simply said, I'm just the representative. I haven't done anything special. Suddenly, Do-yoon's imagination ran wild. He pictured himself looking impossibly cool. He had the aura of a movie protagonist. Another student bowed low before him. Boss, it's my first time here. Do-yoon coolly adjusted his tie with a smirk. We're not thugs. Don't call me that. Just call me representative. While enjoying his noodles, he told everyone, make sure you eat plenty. Do-yoon sat at the head of a long table as countless members ate their noodles. Enjoy your meal, Representative Ha Do-yoon, they cheered. Just as he imagined this, reality snapped him back. Standing before the door, Do-yoon was filled with anxiety. He stuck close to Seon, voicing his concerns. Is this position really high pressure? Seon replied. We're already here. You should at least see it. A voice called out. First time greeting you, boss. Do-yoon's demeanor was relaxed and natural as he laughed. I knew it. What are these guys saying? This is so embarrassing. Do-yoon's eyes went wide. The representative? Suddenly, a man shot to his feet, waving him over. Over here, boss. Hearing that title, Kang Se-hoon grew curious. He wondered just who had arrived. Turning his head, he exclaimed, Boss. Do-yoon froze when he saw the man's face. What? Why is he here? That's right. He's from Bo Ra Dong. Just then, Seon entered. What's the problem? Se-hoon, their representative, shot up at the sight of Do-won. Pointing at him, he sneered. Isn't he just a puppet? Why is he here? Do-won felt his anger flare. Dropping his bag, he rushed Se-hoon. What did you say? No shame after I beat you? Se-hoon advanced, seething. Coward! I'll break your damn nose. Do-won got right in his face, staring him down. Se-hoon puffed out his chest. You want another beating? That look is begging for a broken nose. Just as tensions peaked, Seon cut them off. Have you no shame? Her powerful gaze, sharp as a blade, fell upon them both. Shut up and sit down. Now. The two of them immediately obeyed. A man sighed. That's our leader, Seon. That almost got out of hand. Seon spoke. We had to meet at least once, so I called him. Exchange numbers. The man eagerly replied, I wanted to meet you too, boss. Do-won wondered to himself, who is this guy? He then looked around, confused. Wait, are the rest of Bo Ra Dong not coming? But Seon's brow furrowed. What are you saying? This is the entirety of Bo Ra Dong. Do-won was speechless. Just 4 members? He asked. But at the assembly, didn't Yo-che have hundreds of members? The man clarified. That was true back then, boss. But recently, something happened. Not long ago, our previous representative left. Suddenly, an irritated Sehun cut him off. Why are we explaining everything to this punk? Sion agreed with him. He's right. Today is just for introductions. Let's keep it simple. He then realized the man was Shin Se-hee, a first-year student. He thought, I can't believe his name and his age. Sion continued with the introductions. Of course, he already knew Kang Sehun, the vice representative. Sehun said through gritted teeth, You're not the only one. I'm a representative here too. Do-won may be a representative, but for now, he just needs to hold his position. With introductions over, Sion got down to business. There have been no recent incidents, correct? This left Do-won baffled. Incidents? What incidents? Sion then bluntly listed off his troubles, ignoring my warning and associating with Han Un-sung, picking fights with Yo Chiao. Specifically, your brawl with So Song-woo. That nearly caused a major problem. When their crew brought backup to our school looking for you, things like that. Of course, nothing happened, Do-won screamed internally. Are you kidding me? You knew everything and still asked? She then continued. And the injuries on your face? Covered in sweat, he stammered a reply. This was, from a fall. Sehun couldn't resist a sneer. I was so worried about him. Look at him, trembling like a scared puppy. Sion's voice turned serious, commanding everyone's attention. This is for all of you. Bo Rami Dong is growing weak, and now we must bow our heads to others. On paper, Bo Rami Dong still exists, but they won't leave us in peace. Sehun seriously offered his opinion. I happen to disagree. I could take on those other crews all by myself. Do-won couldn't help but snort, but when Sehun glared at him, Do-won quickly denied it with a look of disgust. The meeting continued with the two bickering constantly. Sion sighed, resting her head on the table. 4 days later, at an unfinished construction site, in a nearby high-rise, a man pleaded, I sent the money. Please, just confirm it. Baek Jang advised him, his voice completely emotionless. Things would have been easier for us both if you'd paid sooner, Director. No need to waste time and manpower. The man raged. Because of a thug like you. Do you know how long construction's been delayed? People are starving because we can't work. Just stop interfering with our business. Now get out of here. But despite his words, his face was slick with fearful sweat. Baek Jang spoke with an ice-cold tone. That money went straight into our boss's pocket, he sneered, his eyes wide. My boys need some spending money for working so hard out here. You're a rich man, Director. The man cursed in fury. You have no business ethics at all. But Baek Jang just kept on smirking. I really hate these damn lectures. He then ordered his underling, In Sok, until our director opens his wallet. Give him a little massage, will you? The words sounded friendly, but they were a clear threat. Without a word, In Seok rolled up his sleeves and advanced. The man knew what was coming. He was utterly terrified. A moment later, in the quiet building, In Seok calmly wiped his blood-stained hands. Baek Jang laughed happily. He was going to pay anyway. What a pain. Then he asked, Are the boys ready? In Seok replied, waiting on the first floor. Tossing a pack of smokes, he spoke. Ha Do-won, Han Un-sung. Those dogs call themselves representatives, but they're just my worthless underlings. Thanks to them, I finally have a reason for revenge. Then, he gave a cold command. First, we'll swallow Bo Rami Dong, the weakest territory. Then, we begin. Over in Bongcheon-dong, a subordinate answered his phone. Yes, sir. We're moving out now. He then announced to the others. Everyone, prepare to move on. Bo Rami Dong. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the opposite building. If I help with this, I get the representative seat, right? All right, I get it. The underlings glanced at each other, confused. On the other end, Baek Jung continued. Don't break your promise. Watch your back. Do-won snapped back irritably. I get it, you psycho. How many times will you say it? The Bongcheon-dong crew frowned. What are those bastards doing here? Do-won, holding a map, said, No wonder this address in Bongcheon-dong felt like a trap. You're the guys who invaded our school, right? Do-won said slowly. This time, come at me all at once. Behind him, an excited Kang Sehun cracked his knuckles. A system window appeared. Do-won has entered the royal castle. In a quiet room at dusk, a surprised voice spoke. What? Sehun was on the phone with Do-won, his face panicked. You bastard. You're completely insane. Why the hell should I help you? But somehow, Do-won had persuaded him. The proof? Just a few minutes later, he'd changed his tune. Fine, whatever. He stood up decisively. Give me the address. I'm on my way. Sehun arrived at a vacant lot with unfinished buildings. The moment he saw Do-won, he laid out his condition. You better give me that representative seat. He snapped, I know, already. Now shut up and help me. But Sehun wasn't ready to fight, still enjoying teasing Doyoon. Suddenly, a thug swung a bat from behind. The wooden club slammed hard against Sehun's back with a loud curse. He thought it'd be easy, but Sehun's back was solid rock. The bat shattered in two. The thug froze, sweating, as Sehun just laughed. Think that toy can hurt me? He quickly grabbed the thug's neck, lifting him off the ground as he made a clear declaration. I'm Kang Sehun, the granite of Boramidong. Seeing his friend in trouble, another punk charged forward. Let him go. Sehun casually tossed the first guy into the charging one. Both of them tangled up and crashed hard onto the ground. Now warmed up, Sehun grinned wildly. Bring it on, you Bongchondong losers. Du-Uan was stunned by his demeanor. I beat him once, so I always looked down on him. Was he always this strong? Right. He even blocked the falcon drop. If he hadn't underestimated my defense and taken that critical hit, I would have lost. This just strengthened Do-Yuan's decision. Bringing him along was the right choice. Even trash has its uses. He then cheered loudly. Go on, get him. I'll cheer for you. Suddenly, a system window appeared, startling Du-Uan. It was an event quest. Kill 5 low-level dungeon monsters for a golden key. The remaining thugs whispered, Damn it, let's get him together. Du-Uan suddenly appeared behind one with a cold look. He thought, I hate fighting, but for a golden key, I can't resist. His arm swung down in a flash. The guy couldn't block it. One low-level monster down. His friend stared in shock as his buddy hit the floor, but brotherly spirit made him charge, yelling, You bastard. Du-Uan smirked, stepping on a nearby steel pipe. Guys with pipes have to play by jungle rules. He crouched slightly, then swung the pipe right into the thug's face. The guy hissed in pain. His face twisted as he cursed. Du-Uan raised the pipe again, then slammed it straight down into the thug's gut. The man convulsed in agony. Finally, 2 low-level monsters were defeated. Du-Uan stood, grinning. Weapon mastery is insane. This is so intense. I'm pretty good, huh? Sehun watched the whole thing unfold, genuinely impressed. What the? This guy's not bad. Are you really the same kid I knew? Sehun stood his ground as the last 2 thugs rushed him at once, steel pipes raised high. Without even looking, Sehun dodged their strikes cleanly. He tilted his head, then drove an uppercut into one guy's chin, scrambling his teeth. The other thug prepared a sneak attack, but caught a boot square in the face. He quickly met the same fate as his friend. Sehun glanced at another punk trembling nearby and asked loudly, Hey you, let me ask you something. He wore a bright, eager smile. His grin held a hint of anticipation. Is that bastard here too? He was talking about Chi Bok Trang, the leader of Bongchondong. At that moment, Bok Trang was casually holding a glass. He suddenly remembered and asked, What? Haven't those guys left yet? Insok, on the phone, replied, They're not picking up. Bok Trang hissed, Damn it, I hate people who don't answer their phones. I'll go check on them, sir. Back at the site, a voice exclaimed, Done. Du-Yuan had defeated 3, now 4, low-level monsters. He panted heavily, thinking, just one more to go. The ground was now littered with wounded thugs. Du-Yuan glanced over at Sehun. He targeted the guy Sehun held by the neck. Kang Sehun, stop, he offered. Hand that one over to me. What did you say? But Sehun flatly refused. Sehun was too busy mocking Do-Yuan to notice the thug slowly raising a knife. When he finally turned, his eyes widened in shock. Du-Yuan dragged his foot, building momentum, then hurled a glowing club toward the attacker with fiery determination. The thug was knocked out of Sehun's grasp, collapsing to the ground with his knife. 5th low-level monster defeated. Dungeon quest complete. Reward, golden key. Du-Yuan was ecstatic. Sehun just stared at the knife on the ground in disbelief. After a moment, he turned to save face. Damn it, I never asked for your help. What was that? Sehun started walking up the stairs. Du-Yuan was busy with his new key, squatting and admiring it. Sehun taunted him again. What are you doing? Follow me. Or are you scared? Du-Yuan scrambled to his feet, yelling back, In your dreams. As they climbed the long staircase, Du-Yuan started to tire, sighing heavily. Sehun gave him a skeptical look, when a strange voice interrupted them. This is unexpected. Insok stood waiting at the top of the stairs. His face was cold as he greeted them. I didn't expect you seniors to visit us. Du-Yuan recognized him instantly. He was just like the guys he fought on the first floor. Wasn't he one of the Bongchondong punks sent to punish him? Sehun smirked at Insok. The fact that you're here means Chi Bok Trang is probably around, right? He walked right past, leaving Do-Yuan with Insok. Seeing Sehun's arrogance, Insok reached out to grab his shoulder. But Do-Yuan was on Sehun's side now. He didn't hesitate to attack Insok from behind, aiming for an opening. He declared flatly, "Your opponent is me. The great thing about dungeons is there are more monsters upstairs. Let Kang Sehun handle the rest." Doyoon, half joking, offered Insok a paint roller. "I can just calmly hunt low-level monsters here. Here, take your weapon. Let's have a real battle." Chi Bok Trung was still relaxing. He sat comfortably on a sofa. As Sehun appeared, he tilted his head back to look at him. Bok Trang grinned, asking mockingly, "Who's this?" His taunts grew more aggressive. He sneered. "The trash who wanted the chairman's seat but got his face shoved in the dirt. It's Kang Sehun." But Sehun shot back. "And you? The snake who only attacks from behind." Every word made the thug next to Bok Trang flinch, but he didn't dare say a word in front of his boss. Chi Bok Trang, the monster. Stomping on a chair, he spat, "I hate bastards who run their mouths without knowing their place." In a flash, Sehun launched himself forward like a lightning bolt. But his opponent didn't just stand there, leaping down to meet the attack. They grinned wildly, facing off as their hands locked in a brutal struggle for control. In the desolate construction site, two intense battles were now raging. Elsewhere, Doyoon was fading fast, his light baton clattering to the ground. His eyes widened in panic as, in shock, brutally gripped his face. "This damn dog. I thought he was just some low-level monster. But he was an elite. What the hell?" In shock. An elite? What does that even mean? Facing the weakened Doyoon, in shock, calmly stated, "I can finish you with my bare hands, Sunbae." He slowly raised his other hand, declaring this time was different. "Since it's come to this, I'll just end you." But before In Shock could move, Doyoon landed a swift kick right to his groin. The blow forced him to release Doyoon, doubling over in pain. But in reality, Doyoon's shin had never even touched him. In Shock had blocked it just in time, but the defense created an opening. Doyoon seized the chance to leap away, then made his own bold declaration. "This time, I'm not the same as before." The system chimed with a new quest: clear the dungeon and receive a massive reward. Doyoon clicked his tongue. "Right, I've come this far. I have to clear this place, no matter what." With that, he pointed right at In Shock. "This place will become your grave." Back in the empty lot, the imposing In Shock faced the smaller Doyoon. He suddenly charged forward, while Doyoon was still deep in thought. "Throughout this fight, I've finally figured something out. Exploiting openings to counter is far more effective than a direct assault." That's why he aimed for the gaps. The bigger the opening, the stronger the punch. Doyoon landed 2 solid blows against In Shock's massive frame. He grinned with pride. It worked, but In Shock's face, though grimy, held a gaze of pure determination. His opponent's hand tensed to attack. Now, Doyoon struck the opening again. This is it. He unleashed a barrage of punches straight into In Shock's face. The rush was thrilling. This was a real battle. But in a flash, In Shock reacted, his fist rising swiftly from below. Doyoon took the full, brutal force of the blow. The impact snapped his head back. The cold, cruel smile on In Shock's face sent a chill down his spine. With the tables turned, Doyoon raised his guard, hate burning in his mind. "You're just like those worthless Iljan bullies. Just a bunch of school thugs." A strange excitement grew in Doyoon. He smiled wide and declared, "Today, right here, I'm going to finish all of you." "Don't you dare run, you gangsters," In Shock casually replied. "Quite the loudmouth, aren't you?" He suddenly stopped his attack to talk. "I've been looking into you, Sunbae, and I found something very interesting." Doyoon froze. In Shock deliberately spoke 3 words: "The sun shelter." From then on, only his voice filled the air. "It helps wandering delinquents, the ones they call Iljan. A non-profit meant to guide youth down the right path. An organization founded by the father of Hachino Sunbae." "Oh, wait, he's not around anymore, is he? The late Hachino." Doyoon began to tremble with rage. He rubbed his aching arm and warned In Shock, "Don't you dare talk about my parents." Back on the floor above, the fight between Sehun and Bok Trang continued. A clown meets a trickster. For a while now, they'd been locked in the same position, hands clasped in a stalemate of pure strength. Hoping to overpower his opponent, Bok Trang gave a smug grin. "Either way, today I'm changing all of Borome Dong. Can't you smell it?" Sehun rolled his eyes and scoffed back. "Huh? What nonsense is that? I'm just here following my damn agent." Bok Trang took a step back, a calculated move. "Oh, really? So Borome Dong's agent is here too? Perfect." As the last word left his mouth, he dropped, sliding across the floor and launching a kick from below. The sole of his boot slammed right into Sehun's chest. He looked proud of his slick maneuver. Looking up, he taunted. The prey walked right into the hunter's trap. But a second later, Bok Trang froze. Se-hun's arm had already caught his leg midair. Now it was his turn to show his power. And I'm the hunter. With that, Se-hun gripped Bok Trang's leg and hurled him like a rag doll. Bok Trang crashed through a set of tables and chairs. As the dust settled, Se-hun spoke with contempt. I've already cleaned up the trash on the first floor. The scum on the way here were handled by my agent. And of course, you're next. Just then, a figure shot out from the cloud of dust. Bok Trang was lightning fast, but Se-hun's reflexes were just as sharp. At the same moment, they both landed a solid punch on the other's cheek. Se-hun gritted his teeth. You want a challenge? Seizing the opening, Bok Trang brought up his knee. This time, Se-hun was a step too slow. He was caught off guard, unable to react. Bok Trang launched himself upward with his knee, yanking Se-hun's hair to pull him down. Luckily, Se-hun maintained his balance and wrenched himself free. He wiped his face and cursed. You bastard, fighting dirty. That almost broke my nose. Is that some kind of advanced technique? Bok Trang stopped fighting to taunt him. But you're mistaken. The game ended the moment you left your agent behind. Se-hun shot back. What are you talking about? No matter how pathetic my agent is, he wouldn't lose to a lowlife like him. Bok Trang was utterly confident. If you really knew Inshok, you wouldn't say that. Meanwhile, Doyoon was pummeling Inshok's chest, a relentless assault of fists to his gut and face. Not a single blow was light. Doyoon then leaped, landing a high kick that made Inshok spit blood. He decided to end things with his falcon kick. Even though Inshok had taken a severe beating, even getting knocked away, Bok Trang still had absolute faith. No matter how hard he's hit, or how long they fight, his stamina is practically infinite. He just keeps getting back up. Exactly like a zombie. Just as he said, Inshok was on his feet again, as steady as ever. Seeing the shock on Se-hun's face, Bok Trang's voice rose. Do you get it now? I'm not finished yet. I'd never seen him fall. Inshok was just as he'd boasted, his expression cold despite his many wounds. A chill ran down Doyoon's spine. He froze. What is this bastard? I put my all into that punch, so why did it do nothing? Watching his numbers drop, Doyoon felt a chill. There was only enough mana for one last critical hit. This had to end it. And so, he lunged toward Seokjung once more. But it wasn't so simple this time. His foe countered with a punch aimed right for Doyoon's face. The skill was cancelled. Inshok held Doyoon in place with one hand and asked, You seem tired, don't you? Doyoon persisted, striking again at the opening near his arm. He grazed Inshok's face, but the man dodged easily and mocked him. Your speed has slowed down quite a bit. Inshok then slammed a fist into Doyoon's gut, just as he'd done to him, adding a cruel taunt about his dead father. He must be furious. The sound of wind whistled from Inshok's barrage of punches. He continued speaking calmly. But do you know why I suddenly brought that up? He aimed another heavy blow at Doyoon's stomach. Doyoon gasped in pain, as Inshok emphasized every word. Because your father is a pitiful man. Then he slammed Doyoon to the ground. He casually continued his speech. He passed away feeling accomplished, thinking he had properly disciplined some thugs. In reality, his own child was part of the Incheon crew. Doyoon couldn't hold back his rage when he mentioned his father. He warned him to stop, but the man ignored him completely. When he sees you calling us Incheon trash, acting like you're different, your father will be heartbroken in the afterlife. Doyoon struggled to his feet, still muttering, Stop it. Inshok's tone grew more arrogant. Looking at you now, it seems you've lived a meaningless life. He spoke and then threw a steel-like fist at Doyoon's face, but suddenly froze, his eyes wide as if seeing something strange. Though hit directly, Doyoon didn't budge. His body was now hard as rock, a slight smirk on his lips. With this discomfort, Doyoon used the gold key to face Inshok. It was from when he was scrambling at the bottom of the stairs. With it, Doyoon expanded his job-specific skills, gaining new strength. He grabbed Inshok's collar without hesitation. I already told you. His eyes flashed like a cornered animal. Don't you dare touch my parents. A memory suddenly flooded Doyoon's mind. When I was little, I played my dad's old game console, called Stone Samchino. Back then, he watched me play excitedly. That's it, Doyoon. A little more, just a little more. He cheered along with every button press. The game's plot was about a knight from a certain kingdom. To save a princess captured by the immortal Demon King's army, he used Stone Smash to stun his enemies and climb the Demon King's tower. It was a strange story. No matter how many times he was attacked, the Demon King was never defeated, and the poor knight died repeatedly, too many times to count. A discouraged Doyoon turned to his dad and asked, "Isn't this game impossible to beat, Dad?" Two choices appeared on the screen, just like Doyoon's current situation. To defeat his opponent, he needed 90 mana. His hand mercilessly gripped Inshok's shirt as he growled. "I told you before, don't bring my parents into this." Rage swelled in his chest, giving Doyoon the strength to throw him. Inshok flipped through the air, landing hard and caught completely off guard. Doyoon stood still, watching Inshok on the ground. But in reality, he was so furious his eyes were rolling back. "You should know your limits, you bastard." But Inshok was an elite monster. He was already recovering, grabbing Doyoon's leg. He gave a sharp tug, startling Doyoon. In an instant, their positions were reversed, with Doyoon now on the ground. His anger turned to shock. "What is this? This lunatic can still move? How in the world am I supposed to take him down?" Inshok's calm, resilient voice returned. "Are you finished talking?" Meanwhile, Baek Trang was mocking Sehun. "What now?" He charged forward, laughing maniacally. "Your representative is probably being crushed into paste." Sehun didn't move an inch, only opening his mouth to reply, "Yeah, what now?" Then he swung a fist into Baek Trang's jaw, drawing blood. "This isn't the time to worry about others." He laughed with satisfaction. "Besides, I don't care if that bastard gets beaten or not." Baek Trang was just like Inshok, tough and fond of taunts. He flipped upside down, kicking Sehun's face. "I hate ungrateful bastards the most." He lectured Sehun pretentiously. "He's your representative. You should at least pretend to care. You piece of trash. Have you ever worried about your representative, even once?" Baek Trang was a true hypocrite, lecturing Sehun while ignoring his own advice. "Huh, why should I?" He suddenly wrapped his legs around Sehun, trying to justify himself. "My representative is different from yours." Baek Trang sat on top of Sehun, punching his cheeks repeatedly. He boasted excitedly. "My representative is very, very, very so strong. Not even Han Aoyang Sung of Seo Il Dong can compare." His gleeful shouts mixed with groans of pain as the tides turned. Facing Doyoon's repetitive and ineffective attacks, Inshok warned, "You should stop these pointless games." He kicked him away and continued to mock him. "It looks like you're out of strength." But Doyoon was formidable, pushing himself up within 3 seconds. "You think you're the only one who can keep getting up?" His face covered in blood and sweat, Doyoon said seriously. "I can get up as many times as I need to." But he truly seemed exhausted. His will wanted to charge at Inshok, but his body staggered like a drunkard. Facing Doyoon's weakening punch, Inshok was completely unfazed. With a cold face, he continued his ridicule. "You're just like your father, senior. You both don't realize how futile your actions are." He then landed another devastating blow on Doyoon. Inshok's rough hands battered his cheeks. Doyoon's steps faltered, and he nearly collapsed. He let out a heavy, helpless breath. In that moment, the memory of that day playing games rushed back. He had complained to his father, "This final stage is so hard. It's all useless." But Chino gently soothed his son. "No, there's always a way to beat the Demon King." Seeing him avoid the question, his father asked, "Are you really giving up here?" So Doyoon grabbed the controller again. "All right, I'll keep trying until I can't." Chino was satisfied. "That's my cool son." Those memories flooded back, giving Doyoon a surge of power. But Inshok's voice was still filled with contempt. He could punch all he wanted, but this time, Doyoon was using his ultimate finishing blow, and finally, he landed a critical hit. Inshok coughed up blood and spit from the vicious punch. He collapsed to his knees as pain shot through him. Doyoon slowly advanced. "Even if you don't fall, you're still human. There's always a way to take you down." But for the first time, shock flickered in Shok's empty eyes. "You were saving that final move this entire time?" Despite this, his arrogance remained. But even that move is useless. Seeing Doyoon prepare another attack, he taunted him. "It's just a feeling, but you'll never defeat me, senior." Doyoon dodged, taking a hard blow to the gut. Electricity sparked from his feet as he reversed the situation. Seeing the move, Inshok glanced over. But Doyoon leaped, grabbing Inshok's face, and shoved him down the stairs, dragging himself down too. He made his declaration, "There's no such thing as an unbeatable Demon King." With his fighting spirit blazing, Doyoon roared. "I remember now. This skill was a hidden secret." Back in his memories, his father sat beside him, playing the game. Back then, his lips parted in awe. On screen, the knight had saved the princess. The Demon King was defeated. He shouted with pure joy, "I did it! I won!" Chino was just as thrilled. "I only went to the bathroom." "How'd you do it?" Doyoon's eyes were wide. "Ah, Beating this demon king was easier than I thought. Applying that to his current fight, Doyoon knew what to do. The key to defeating this demon king was activating Stone Slam. It was a powerful takedown technique. The skill evolves into Stone Slam when triggered in midair, and a fall down the stairs was the perfect setup. The crushing impact left In Shock completely immobilized. Voices of past joy and present pain mixed together. "You're amazing, son. Remember this day, Doyoon." After trying 10, even 100 times, "You finally found the way to beat the unbeatable Demon King," he said gently, ruffling Doyoon's hair. "No matter what happens in the future, remember that everything has a purpose. Nothing in this world is ever truly useless." Seeing In Shock's still form, Doyoon couldn't believe it. Is it over? The elite monster In Shock has been defeated. Only then did he collapse to rest. "I can't fight anymore." Now, only the battle between the two vice reps remained. But just then, someone else was approaching. A doubtful voice echoed before anyone appeared. "The brat named Ha Do-won came here?" The representative of Bongcheon-dong, Cheon Suk-jung, had arrived. He spoke softly about Do-yuan, a truly fearless kid. The fight below was brutal. Baek Trang was sitting right on top of him. Sehun threw a relentless barrage of punches. As he struck, he boasted, "Unlike your representative, our representative is insanely, freaking strong." His fists now bloody, he declared. Not even Han Un-sung could win against him. Then, something made him freeze. Sehun shot up and grabbed his throat. "You're too damn loud." He squeezed until veins bulged. Bongcheon-dong's rep, Sin Lim-dong's rep. "Bring them all on." Baek Trang growled in fury. "You son of a bitch." With a bruised face, Sehun taunted him. "I'll crush every last one of them." Baek Trang trembled, unable to breathe, but he still talked tough. "So scary, you freak." Then, he laughed savagely. "All's fair in war." As they both collapsed, Sehun still managed a jab. "Before you say that, put on some decent clothes, you exhibitionist." Down the dark stairwell, Doyoon walked alone. He panted, thinking to himself, no one was on the way here, only the rooftop is left, since it's so quiet. Kang. Sehun must have handled things. But what he saw was Sehun slumped against a pillar, and standing before him was Baek Trang. He tilted his head back, full of arrogance. "I love it when psychos let their guard down." He looked down and sneered. "You think a little choke like that could take me out? This is why." He raised his leg. "You're really going to die now." But before he could move, Do-won charged in and shoved him back. "Get lost," he yelled to Sehun. "You can still get up, right? You're tough as nails." Sehun whispered. "So sudden." Do-won took a fighting stance. "I dragged you into this. I'll buy you some time. Now run." Baek Trang's voice dripped with fake sympathy. "Such a touching friendship. It's disgusting." He eyed his prey. "You're Ha Do-won, right? You must be the one who defeated." In shock, the system identified him as a boss monster. Do-won was stunned. "He's the boss? But he looks totally fine. His HP was critical, and his mana was at 0. Compared to him, I'm out of both. And with Kang Sehun defeated, I can't even fight." The boss taunted. "Come on, or else Bongcheon-dong will swallow Boromai Dong whole today." Do-yuan froze as the punch flew toward him. There was no escape. Just then, a voice came from behind Baek Trang. "You'll swallow what?" Cheon Suk-jung, the Bongcheon-dong representative, spoke. "That's the first I'm hearing about it." Baek Trang whirled around, stammering, "H-young?" Do-yuan stared in confusion. "Who's that?" Baek Trang's tone shifted instantly. "Why didn't you call ahead?" "If you had, I would have rushed over." Do-yuan grew more puzzled. "Who is this guy that has Baek Trang so terrified?" Suk-jung walked forward slowly. Do-yuan tensed up. "I can't get a read on this guy, but he seems so small." He stared, shocked at the man who was a full head shorter than him. Baek Trang rambled, "It's nothing. The Boromai Dong guys just invaded us." Suk-jung cut him off. "They said you gave the order to invade Sinan first." His expression turned menacing as he continued. "And you even pocketed a cut for yourself." Baek Trang, sweating profusely, stammered, "How?" Sok-young took a drag. "That was your mistake." Then, he suddenly vanished. Sok-gyong leaped and kicked Baek Trang away, shouting, "Take this." His teeth flew 10 meters. Do-won's face went pale with disbelief. "What did I just see?" A boss-level guy, down in one hit. Seok-young landed and spoke. "Now that I think about it." As he moved closer, Do-won spoke up. "Should I intervene?" Just then, a voice cut in. "Stop fooling around." It was Un-song, warning sternly. "This isn't funny." Do-won was stunned to see him. "You... why?" Seok-yeong cut in. You still don't get it? He stated plainly. This guy told me to come, even gave me the address. Do-won found this hard to believe. No way. Earlier, on campus, Eun-song had spoken. He held a small map, listening to Do-won explain. It's nothing major, just, this Friday, you have to come with me. If something happens, we might have to fight. He refused instantly, slapping the map down. Do-won grumbled. What? Aren't we on the same side? Eun-song replied coolly. I'm busy that day. So he memorized the address then just to show up here now? Yes. Back in the present, Eun-song spoke. Putting that aside, what did you call me here for? Seok-yeong answered. Anyway, Bo-ra-me-dong. About what my guy did that day. You're going to forget all about it, right? He glared at Do-won with a threatening tone. Otherwise, you would have died by my hands. Seok-yeong then turned away, waving dismissively. Don't mess with my people again. Do-won was simply frozen with fear. Seok-yeong brushed past Eun-song and walked away. As they left, he added, be careful. Silence fell, leaving only Do-won, who looked at Bak-trang on the ground. He wondered, is it all over? A sigh echoed in the night. Do-won helped Se-hun away, grumbling, man, this oaf is seriously heavy. Se-hun spoke up, I'm fine. Let me go. Do-won let him go, and he asked, anyway, what's the deal with Han Eun-song? Do-won replied, unsure. He's not really a friend, more of an ally. Se-hun warned, there's no way he's approaching you without a reason. He definitely has a motive, using you as the Bo-ra-me-dong rep. Do-won interrupted, you don't have to worry about that anymore, right? He announced bluntly. Just as I promised, you're the representative of Bo-ra-me-dong now. Se-hun was stunned, deep in thought, as he recalled the chaotic fight. Then he suddenly said, you idiot, this is the bullying council. You think resigning as rep is that easy? Do-won was floored. It's not, he replied. We only came here to fight the Bongchae-rong guys. Do-won's hope shattered, as he whispered, no way. I was supposed to be out of this mess. Then, Se-hun turned with a smirk. I'll take the representative position next time. Try not to die before then. I'm out. This ticked Do-won off. What kind of attitude is that? Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Royal Palace Dungeon has been cleared, catching Do-won's eye. The screen began calculating his dungeon contribution. Do-won was ecstatic. Didn't it say the reward was supposed to be huge? But the system calculated an odd number, and his reward was reduced. He felt a wave of disappointment. The boss is the most crucial part, so of course the reward was cut. Tisk. A key ring appeared in his hand. The dungeon clear reward of 12 bronze keys. He grinned to himself. This is still a lot. Do-won cheered, practically skipping. Which stat should I upgrade this time? The next morning was clear and sunny. In a suit, Do-won mused, such beautiful weather. Spring is finally here. He stood before the Sun Lim Memorial Hall, thinking, if not for today, things would have been much better. Standing before his father's urn, Do-won said softly, Dad, I'm here. A nearby photo showed a once happy family. His mind drifted to the past. People gathered around a body under a white sheet. It was a crash due to brake failure. The police officer calmly explained. To avoid hitting a pedestrian, he swerved into a telephone pole. Then came the doctor. There was nothing more we could do. We suggest you prepare for the worst. From that point on, Do-won's family completely fell apart. He stood there, lost in thought, but something caught his attention. 2 roses lay near the picture. Do-won wondered, what are these flowers? Did someone visit him before I did? Suddenly, he turned toward a voice. He was a good man. He gave up his own life to save someone else. That moment he sacrificed himself in the accident. Do-won was stunned. Why are you? The person cut him off. But what if I told you that it wasn't a car accident, but a premeditated crime? Those words made Do-won's face tense up, and the culprit, the person said, stepping closer, was none other than Eun-song. He faced Do-won and delivered the final blow. If it was someone close to you, what would you do? Those words left Do-won completely baffled. What are you suddenly talking about? He asked in disbelief. Forget that. Why are you even here? How do you know my father? Eun-song looked at him silently. A memory flashed back. A young Eun-song, drinking coffee alone on a park swing. Then, a voice suddenly called from behind. Hey, kiddo, the man warned. Drinking that stuff so young will stunt your growth. He offered Eun-song strawberry milk. Here you go. The boy didn't take it and asked, Who are you, mister? You look really suspicious. The man replied, I just came to check if any kids were smoking in secret, but it seems those little devils already knew and took off. The man sat on the swing next to him. Eun-song asked, Why do you do that? The man replied. Because I. He struck a dramatic pose, boasting, am a bully hunter. The boy stated flatly, oh, so you're unemployed. The man quickly protested. That's not it. Back in the present, Eun-song's vacant eyes stared into his memories. Then, he finally spoke. That's not important right now. Your father, Do-won interrupted. Wait a minute. I'm really confused. You said it wasn't an accident, but a premeditated crime? He argued back. There's no way. You wouldn't deliberately come here on a day like today just to mess with me. Besides, the police clearly said it was an accident back then. Eun-song spoke up suddenly. There's proof, he continued. I'm talking about concrete evidence that the police missed back then. Young-sun recalled a past evening when he asked someone, what's so urgent you had to tell me in person? Sok-jung then interjected, that kid just now, Ha-do-won, is he Ha-chino's son from the Sunshine Orphanage? You were close with him too, you know, Ing-sun. I always wondered why you were with him, but I never imagined this story was behind it. He slammed his glass down. But whatever, I've got something very interesting now, Sok-jung said cryptically. At that perfect moment, he pulled out his phone. What was on the screen shocked Eung-sun. Back to the present. Eung-sun explained. The day you were in Bongjun-dong, Sok-jung showed me a video. It recorded the crime scene from 3 years ago. Those words shook Do-won to his core. Eung-sun added, believe it or not, you should think it over. With that, Young-sun turned and left. Do-won stood alone, reeling from the information, his eyes fixed on a photo of his father's happy smile. Do-won stared at it, his expression grim. Later that evening, he stepped out of the shower into a heavy downpour. Do-won stood frozen, surprised. A spring rain? Eung-sun's words from the memorial echoed. There's proof. Proof the police never found. Back then, Do-won muttered to himself, impossible, there's no way. The more he denied it, the more his hands began to tremble. In a high-rise building, Young-sun also watched the rain. He stared blankly, until the sound of his phone suddenly broke the silence. 2 messages had arrived from Ha-do-won. Young-sun's eyes widened at the text. It read, that guy, Seok-jung. Do you know where he is now? A black umbrella muffled the sound of the rain. Man-chun, holding it for Seok-jung, spoke up. Has it stopped already? His boss replied, I believe so. Suddenly, something caught Seok-jung's eye. He gasped in shock. Ha-do-won, standing alone, completely soaked, blocking his path. This doesn't seem like a coincidence, does it? Why are you here? Do-won got straight to the point. You said you have proof. Seok-jung immediately reached into his pocket and pulled out a USB. Are you talking about this? Do-won's voice was ice. Give it to me. Seok-jung's face darkened, radiating a dangerous aura. I don't feel like it. If you think you can take it, then try. Do-won shot back. I don't need your permission. That was always the plan. With that, he lunged forward without a second thought. However, Man-chun intercepted him with a powerful punch. Do-won skidded backward as the thug loomed over him, his voice a low warning. Sunbae, if you act so recklessly in someone else's territory, you'll make things very difficult for us. As he spoke, he drew back his fist for another punch. But before this moment, the system had granted Do-won 12 bronze keys. He sat in his room, contemplating, should I be bold and choose the stat of the highest quality? In an instant, all of Do-won's stats hit 100, and his mana quadrupled. Do-won activated his skill, pierced the gap. A lightning-infused fist slammed into Man-chun. A vicious barrage of punches followed, which the thug could only endure. This bastard! For the final blow, Do-won grabbed his head and smashed it into the ground. The earth-shattering impact echoed through the street. Afterward, he exhaled, his eyes locked on his real target. Seok-jung's voice was laced with annoyance. I'm pretty sure I warned you not to touch my men. You made the first mistake. As he spoke, he launched himself into the air, raising his leg. Now you have to pay. Seok-jung brought his foot down, but Do-won had vanished. He had leaped even higher than Seok-jung, his own leg raised. He brought it crashing down on his opponent. The massive shockwave sent ripples through the puddles. Yet, Seok-jung simply raised an arm and blocked it easily. The two were at a standstill. Seok-jung commented calmly, I guess this won't be settled in one blow. Then, the two of them charged. The heavy rain had left large puddles on the ground. Do-won knew that this situation was entirely different from any fight he had faced before. Until now, he had already used all his mana keys, allowing him to use his skills without restriction. With that grim determination, Do-won charged his opponent once more. He leaped into the air, his leg aimed straight for Seok-jung's face, his heart filled with a fierce conviction. At this level, I can still win. A powerful crescent kick flew towards Seok-jung, but his opponent simply leaned backward and dodged it with ease, calmly remarking, "Did you think using the same move twice would work?" Then, Seok-jung wasted no time. He stabilized his body and prepared to throw a punch. He bluntly assessed, "Your trajectory is far too simple." Do-won, with his quick reflexes, switched tactics in midair, swinging his other leg towards Seok-jung, pierced the gap, aimed to stop the punch. Still, Seok-jung calmly blocked it, the footprint now stamped on his coat. In that moment, Do-won realized this opponent was on a completely different level. Do-won landed and created distance, his face tense after 2 consecutive attacks had failed. At the same time, Seok-jung's hand was right in front of him. Do-won thought quickly, "Before he figures out my skills." He suddenly grabbed Seok-jung's arm, then spun into a shoulder throw, thinking, "I have to give this everything I've got." Do-won activated his stone smash skill. He slammed Seok-jung toward the ground, but something felt wrong. His eyes widened in shock. Seok-jung, who should be on the pavement, was twisted in a bizarre posture. His body bent as if boneless, rendering Do-won's throw useless. Seok-jung held that impossible pose and gave a chilling smile, commenting, "How miraculous." Panicked, Do-won released him and quickly backed away. A cold sweat covered his brow as he stared at his foe. But Seok-jung spoke calmly, "Fighting you has made me realize. Your movements are a bit." Seok-jung looked at him and gave his frank assessment. "Unrealistic." Do-won was completely bewildered. "What nonsense is that?" Seok-jung suddenly cut him off. "I've decided." Then, he instantly closed the distance to Do-won, declaring, "From now on, I will only hit you twice, so show me more of your power." Seok-jung threw his punch without hesitation, but Do-won could only stare at the incoming fist, thinking in terror, I can't react." His body was frozen to the spot. Seok-jung's fist smashed into Do-won's chest. "1." He counted with a grin. The health bar plummeted below a quarter. The impact made Do-won cough up blood. "What kind of monster is this?" he thought in terror. Then his knees slammed hard onto the ground. Seok-jung looked down with contempt. "Compared to your attacks." He stared down at the kneeling Do-won. "It seems you have no defensive ability at all." Do-won couldn't reply, gasping for air in pure terror. He wondered if he could even fight him. This guy was on a totally different level. Would any number of skins be enough to win? Seok-jung continued to taunt him. "I thought you were something special. Was I mistaken?" His words made Do-won clench his fists. Swallowing his humiliation, he steeled himself. "So what? This is the only way left for me." Suddenly, Do-won grabbed Seok-jung's left leg, activating exploit weakness. The move confused him. "What are you doing?" Seok-jung asked with scorn. "Trying to punch me? Or are you trying to trip me?" Do-won tightened his grip on his ankle. "That's right, the floor's pretty slick today." As he spoke, Do-won used a puddle left by the rain. Seok-jung happened to be standing right in it. A sharp pull sent him off balance. As predicted, Seok-jung crashed hard to the ground. Do-won seized the chance and pinned him down. "You should have kept your mouth shut." As he spoke, Do-won raised his fist high, then unleashed a flurry of punches on the man below. Do-won paused briefly, then attacked again. 2-hit combo. He paused, then unleashed another storm of fists. 3-hit combo. After a moment, silence returned. Do-won panted from the exertion. But to his shock, an unscathed Seok-jung casually asked from beneath him, "Are you finished?" The question terrified Do-won. Did he dodge them all? Seok-jung's voice cut him off. "You probably don't know, so let me tell you," he remarked. "All of your punches missed completely." Those words froze Do-won's raised fist. Seok-jung simply pressed his hand on Do-won's thigh. It made him cry out in agony. Seok-jung spoke with disappointment. "What could I possibly expect from someone like you?" Do-won broke into a cold sweat as he continued. "It seems you have nothing left to show me, right? So take it." Seok-jung gestured to something in his right hand, drawing Do-won's gaze. He stared at the object, then cautiously reached for it. But just then, Seok-jung shoved him hard, catching him completely off guard. He went flying, his shoulder slamming hard into the wall. Seok-jung sat up, mocking him. "Did you really think I was serious?" he added. That was the second strike. After that hit, Do-won nearly lost consciousness. Seok-jung held the item, taunting, "If you want to get this, then feel free to come find me any time." Seok-jung squatted to face Do-won. In return, his expression turned dangerous. "Next time, I will beat you to death." Do-won's head hung low, his vision blurring as he said nothing. Seok-jung stood and sighed, his voice laced with disappointment. For a moment there, I was actually a little excited. He insulted him directly. How incredibly boring. As Seok-jung left, the rain poured down on Do-won's face. Suddenly, his eyes shot open. Around Do-won, there was nothing but rain. He gasped in disbelief. Did I lose? He then recalled a memory. Eun-sung had mentioned it the day he went to Bongcheon-dong. The video shown to Sok-jung recorded the crime from that day 3 years ago. Sok-jung held the evidence. Are you talking about this? He provoked. If you think you can take it, go ahead. Do-won huddled in the rain, burying his face in shame. Dad, I'm sorry. He held out his own hands. His thoughts, a chaotic mess. I'm so scared. I don't think I can ever win against him. What am I supposed to do? The night rain soaked Do-won to the bone. Suddenly, a light from that day appeared before him, from that night of endless spring rain. A status window appeared, with a mission notification. Do-won stared at the system's glowing blue screen. From the day I realized my own weakness. The system listed lavish rewards for completing the mission. He knew then, he was starting to change. It asked him, will you accept this mission? Do-won accepted without a thought. His eyes burned with a new determination to become stronger than ever. A memory of Do-won's youth played out in front of the building. A group of gang members were holding a banner for the Sun Rest Stop, a newly formed nonprofit. It was established with the hope of guiding youths to the right path. A man with a bright smile stood in the center. His father, the chairman. Whenever people saw his father, they had only good things to say. Online comments were filled with praise. But a young Do-won stared at the screen, thinking, I don't feel happy at all. One morning, he woke up rubbing his eyes. Dad, you're leaving early? His father, packing a bag, replied, there's a lot to do today, so I have to get going. Hearing this, Do-won complained. Park Jung-soo from the Sun Rest Stop. He's a student at my school, you know? He smokes like crazy during every single break. His father calmly replied, that kid, I've talked to him about it so many times. But then again, quitting smoking isn't easy. Do-won continued. Lately, some of the guys have been fighting constantly too. A teacher said the Sun Rest Stop used scholarship money to buy motorcycles. His father hesitated, admitting, it's because I'm still lacking. This made Do-won raise his voice. Dad, Do-won said loudly. You don't actually believe they can change, so you just act like you do, don't you? Model. Use that aid money for your own needs, okay? I'd rather believe that was his reason. He wasn't angry, just calling my name with a gentle smile. I'm heading out now, Do-won. I remember getting mad at my kind father for helping those delinquents. That day, he teased me with a playful smile. This weekend, we're going to have a great camping trip, just us two, so don't be jealous. And then, a horrific accident. The car smashed into a utility pole. It was mangled beyond recognition. Blood was splattered across the windshield. I never knew that was our last conversation. Suddenly, Do-won bolted upright in bed. He screamed in anguish, panting to regain his composure. Later, Do-won sat in his house, holding a thermometer. Come at me whenever, huh? That bully sure has some nerve. He shivered, clutching the blanket tightly. He's strong, I'll admit. Is it from the rain? My body just won't stop shaking. Do-won was lost in thought. 3 years ago. My father's car accident. It was a planned crime, orchestrated by someone from the start. He wondered about the USB containing the evidence. Why was that guy carrying it with him? With his attitude, he wouldn't let things go easily. Is he connected somehow? No. It's more like I've never met anyone like him before. Not like the person he claimed to be. I'm suspicious. He said he'd give me the USB if I won. If he was involved, he should have hidden that evidence from the very beginning. Is he targeting me? My head is pounding. I have no idea how to investigate this. He glanced at the floating status window. The system issued a mission, demanding he train his body. What kind of mission is this? The rewards for completion were immense. What I need now is to get stronger. And fast. Wait, I have to find that evidence. Do-won declared with new resolve. Begin mission. The system displayed mission 1. Go to school using the dragon pose. Do-won faced the sky, moving on all fours in a bizarre posture. People stared at him with judging eyes. 2 female students whispered, Hey, your boyfriend is crawling over there. Her friend couldn't watch, hurrying her along. Ugh, what a freak. Let's go. Do-won heard every word. His mind was screaming. This is mortifying. Is this really it? The so-called physical training? The 2 girls laughed as they pulled each other away. But Do-won kept crawling on his hands and feet. He wondered if normal training involved things like sit-ups or push-ups and squats. What is this supposed to accomplish? But to get stronger, I'll do anything with an iron will. Do-won suddenly accelerated, scaring the girls as if they'd seen a ghost. Mission 2. Invisible chair. His butt hit the cold, hard ground directly. Mission 3. Catch a pigeon with your bare hands. Do-1 excitedly chased birds on campus. Mission 4. Hang from a slide. He slammed onto the ground from the top. Mission 5. Complete hell-level difficulty. With a face full of despair, Do-1 exercised with weights on his limbs until his knees smashed into the floor. The system even cheered, with more enthusiasm. Harder. Do-1, nearly breathless, gasped. Stop. A week went by. It was now dusk. Do-1 lay sprawled out, his face pale and drained. I'm sorry, Dad. He looked at his 2% training progress on the status window. Somehow, this feels like it's a bit too much for me. The space was quiet. Do-1 pushed himself up from near the slide. But, if I think about it carefully, he analyzed. The evidence on Sok-jeong's USB could be a fake. How could proof that never existed before just pop up out of nowhere? Do-1 mumbled. Maybe he saw it wrong. Yeah, that's possible. That guy is more trustworthy. This mission has no time limit, so there's no way to fail. What's the problem if I just stop here? Suddenly, a voice cut through Do-1's monologue. What are you muttering to yourself about? Do-1 looked over to see Se-hoon on the pull-up bars, exclaiming in surprise. Se-hoon, when did you get here? He replied. I'm your neighbor. Is that a problem? Se-hoon asked with a smirk. Why is a weirdo like you so obsessed with this slide? You should respect people's hobbies, Do-1 said defensively. This is for training, he shot back. Oh yeah? Then why did you quit the gym to train at a children's playground? Se-hoon didn't answer right away. He began to explain. Well, you probably know this, but I was extremely obese in middle school. This body was just flab. I was too embarrassed for the gym. So at night, when no one was around, I'd come out here to keep training, Se-hoon said honestly. I did it almost every single day for 2 years, Do-1 repeated in shock. For 2 whole years? His rival replied. Crazy, right? Se-hoon sighed. The first year was absolute hell. I just wanted to beat myself up. Hearing that, Do-1 thought, so that's what he went through. He continued speaking. Now, sometimes I come here when I feel nostalgic. Do-1's eyes widened. Compared to him, when he was a kid and got his lunch stolen, he had cried out, Mom, I want to learn Taekwondo. He had been determined to train back then too. But that resolve always vanished so easily. A young Do-1 was glued to his computer. I always made excuses. It's too tiring. I'm not going anymore. Then he would demand something new. Mom, I want to learn Aikido. It was always the same story. Then he'd quit again. It's too hard. I'm done. I give up on everything too easily. Se-hoon's sudden praise. You're amazing, left Do-1 confused. He continued. You said you were doing some kind of training, right? That thing? Do-1 looked grimly at the list of system missions before him. He bit his lip. That's right. If even a jerk like him could try so hard. Do-1 said to himself, I'm sorry for being weak, Dad. Then, he grabbed the slide once again. This time, I'll see it through to the end. Do-1 gritted his teeth and held on. He yelled so loud that Se-hoon cursed. Damn it, you're noisy. After that, time flew by. 2 months later, in the middle of the night, Sok-jeong sat alone in his study. Something caught his attention, and he suddenly spoke. With no news, I figured you'd given up. You came to find me yourself. Do-1? The door swung open, revealing a figure in the doorway. Sok-jeong held up the USB. I know you want this. Do you remember what I said? His face darkened. Next time, I'll beat you to death. And that wasn't a joke. Do-1 politely closed the door and replied, You should probably look for a new place to live. Because this time, Sok-jeong looked slightly stunned. Do-1 rolled up his sleeves and said with certainty, I'm a different person now. The status window showed his stats, which had skyrocketed from before. Backtracking 2 months, a sweat-drenched Do-1 was panting and stammering. He joyfully raised the pigeon, shouting, Got it. Do-1 sighed internally. This was so exhausting. He stood there, talking to himself and getting weird looks. This damn bird. It wasn't afraid of people, making it tough to catch. Do-1 just wanted to give up right then. But he steeled himself. I'm not quitting, even if it kills me. He turned, aiming for the next unlucky bird. Then, he gripped the slide with all his might. The mission board showed him hanging from it. Even so, he could feel it. The quest was progressing faster and faster. Current progress. Body enhancement at 9%. Next was the invisible chair exercise, forcing Do-1 to hold a squat through class. If he kept up this pace, he could finish the quests quickly. Progress updated. Body enhancement. 21%. The system announced the hell difficulty completion. Do-1 wore weights. By playing a real motion adventure game, he might finish sooner than expected. Progress surged again. Body enhancement, 58%. Then one day, as the sun set, he gasped, Finally! The quest window confirmed. Body enhancement, 100%. Do-won couldn't believe he'd done it. Mission progress. Body enhancement target complete. A system bonus appeared. Energy particles flooded him, boosting his stats power, defense, mana, attack, and spirit. But something felt off. Do-won checked his body, wondering, why don't I feel any different? He couldn't feel a thing. The stat window shocked him. What? My stats rose this much? The system had sealed his character. Do-won's mind raced. Wait, Dad said something. On the day he died. He had to investigate this himself and get to the bottom of it. Back in the present, Do-won and Sok-young were alone in the study. I don't know where you've been, Sok-young began, sneering. You think you can beat me after only 2 months? Do-won remained silent. Sok-young rose from his seat. This is about my father's death, so of course I'll take the risk. He moved with incredible speed, blurring across the room in an instant. If you want to die, I'll send you to your father right now. Sok-young launched an aerial kick at Do-won, who calmly spoke. Before we start, I have a question. Sok-young was stunned. Do-won had effortlessly blocked the kick with a single, steady arm. The evidence you have, where did you get it? Sok-young immediately retreated, his mind reeling. He blocked it? Must have been a fluke. His face darkened as he said, let's see. He lunged forward with a taunt. Why should I tell you? The powerful punch aimed for Do-won's face, but was caught firmly in his grip. Now you have to answer me. I'll find out from the evidence anyway, Do-won stated, because I'm going to make you spit it all out. Disbelief flashed in Sok-young's eyes. Earlier, he and Eung-sung were discussing the matter in the study. Eung-sung, what do you think of this? Eung-sung looked at the phone as Sok-young continued. The one who filmed this is the culprit, right? Eung-sung confirmed. That's right. Sok-young nodded. Just as I thought. I should have shown you sooner. This will be useful later. Eung-sung then asked, you're not planning to give this to Do-won, are you? Sok-young scoffed. Why would I have this precious evidence? What does his father's death have to do with me? If you care, then tell me who the killer is. Eung-sung looked at the screen. No, he wouldn't be convinced unless he saw it for himself. He put the phone down and continued. The moment you name the culprit, someone will come looking for this video. Sok-young sounded bored. Either way, I don't think you should keep it. It doesn't matter if he comes for us. A USB containing the evidence sat on the table. Sok-young was confident, thinking, he'll never get his hands on it. But now, Do-won's ability to block his attack with one hand left him completely baffled. A dangerous aura now radiated from Do-won. Sok-young remembered how helpless Do-won was before. Just a weakling getting beaten down. To get this strong in only 2 months. Sok-young couldn't believe it. Impossible. The thought fueled his next assault. A furious barrage of punches against Do-won. But Do-won simply raised his arms to block. Sok-young sneered. Did you only train your endurance? How long do you think you can last like this? Sok-young kept punching, but then his eyes widened. What? In that instant, Do-won's defense stats skyrocketed, from 21 to 221. He knew exactly how much his defense had grown. Sok-young threw a roundhouse kick, but Do-won swiftly ducked under it. He raised his leg for another kick, but hit nothing but air. Do-won was gone. Sok-young realized it. You've been deliberately holding back. Do-won had already dodged from a distance, his agility stat soaring. Sok-young marveled internally. He's that fast? Then, he let out a smirk. During his talk with Eung-sung, they'd agreed. We can't let him take it. Sok-young lifted his glass. I know he's been moving around a lot lately. No matter what, he's just a kid, he said with contempt. You think you can keep that person's identity a secret from him? Eung-sung replied calmly. He can't face him. Sok-young understood. Of course, Eung-sung cut him off. Not yet. This confused Sok-young. What do you mean? Eung-sung stood up. Let's see. I don't really know. Nothing's certain. He grabbed his coat and left, adding, because he's a very special person. Now, after his missed kick, Sok-young realized. So this is what you meant? That feeling he had wasn't wrong. That night, he had noticed something about Do-won's movements was surreal. Suddenly, a crazed look appeared on Sok-young's face as he charged. What kind of nonsense is that? Normally, this would be impossible. Is it his family's power? What is it? Seeing this, Do-won's face darkened. It's just like that time. Sok-young's words, it's truly miraculous, echoed in his mind. The atmosphere shifted. Sok-young lunged forward. In that case, you. He raised a fist, taunting. Should thank your dead father. At that moment, Do-won, who hadn't attacked at all, unleashed a phantom speed punch, slamming into Sok-young's chin and drawing blood. Sok-young paled. He couldn't even react. Do-won had reached his limit. "You've had your fun," he snarled. With that, his next punch sent Sok-jeong crashing to the floor. Do-won glared down, growling out each word. "The fun and games are over now. But in any fight, there's always trash talk. You look pretty impressive, don't you?" Do-won tensed, coldly staring at Sok-jeong on the floor. "But the fun is over." Sok-jeong let out a chilling, scornful laugh. "This is truly beyond my expectations." Do-won eyed his opponent's arrogance. Sok-jeong continued. "It's been a long time." His eyes widened into a wicked grin. "Since I've had a worthy opponent like you." While the fierce clash raged in the office, Baek Trang stood calmly in an old, abandoned building, completely unaware. His quiet was shattered by a subordinate rushing to report. The man panted, "It's about the office's security system. Alerts from Bongchedong keep flooding in." Baek Trang froze, then asked his subordinate in disbelief, "Isn't Sok-jeong at the office right now?" The man quickly replied, "Yes, that's right." "So, at first I didn't think it was serious, but the notifications just wouldn't stop coming in." Baek Trang didn't move, asking again, "What kind of notification?" The subordinate pulled out his phone. "Well, for the past few minutes, it's been constant." He hesitated for a moment, then continued, "It's just getting louder and louder." Inside the office, a fierce battle raged on as Sok-jeong's feet flew through the air. He praised his opponent while his long legs swept just over Do-woon's head. To think he became this strong in just 2 months. Do-woon was purely on the defensive. Sok-jeong was clearly more relaxed, throwing a flurry of punches while running his mouth. "You're truly something else, you know that?" Naturally arrogant, Sok-jeong kept a disdainful smirk aimed at Do-woon. But it seemed that after those words were spoken, Do-woon's back suddenly slammed into the sofa. On instinct, he arched his back, following the curve of the chair. Sok-jeong seized the chance, clasping his hands into one large fist. He continued to taunt his opponent. "Your real-world combat skills haven't improved at all, have they?" Sok-jeong's arrogance created a fatal opening for Do-woon to exploit. He quickly flipped over, using the momentum to drive a powerful kick into Sok-jeong's chin, catching him completely off guard. The attack landed perfectly. Sok-jeong crashed to the floor while Do-woon regained his balance. He remained calm, letting out a quiet sigh of relief after that close call. That was a close one, but Sok-jeong was tough. A hit like that only made him more aggressive. He sprang back to his feet, lunging at Do-woon with a clenched fist and a wild grin, a wide grin spreading across his face. It was unclear if Do-woon was careless or if it was intentional, but he took another direct blow. His entire body slammed hard against the wall, his feet scraping the floor as he fought to stay upright. Do-woon wiped a smudge from his cheek and lightly taunted Sok-jeong. "Have you always been this much of a talker?" Sok-jeong replied casually. "It's because I've met a worthy opponent. I unconsciously get serious for a few seconds." Sok-jeong returned to his polite tone. "I just get excited when I meet a worthy rival." Do-woon shot back without missing a beat. "This is the first time I've heard that from a guy. So, I unconsciously threw a punch too." As Do-woon spoke, he landed a sharp blow right on Sok-jeong's cheek. But he was a formidable foe, and instantly launched a high kick at Do-woon's face. The attack connected immediately, dirtying the cheek he had just wiped clean, now smeared with dirt from Sok-jeong's heel. A wave of anger and shame washed over him. Do-woon cursed inwardly, "This damn bastard." Sok-jeong's assault intensified. He followed the kick with a devastating punch to Do-woon's stomach. Unable to counter physically, he fought back with words. "What are you doing?" Sok-jeong relentlessly unleashed one attack after another, his movements fluid and practiced. His trash talk never stopped. "Don't tell me that was all the power you have." Do-woon felt dizzy from the relentless barrage. His opponent was moving faster and faster, forcing his head back. Sok-jeong immediately reached out to grab his head. At this rate, it would be a complete loss. Still, Do-woon found something strange about this guy. Sok-jeong, completely unaware, leaped up and drove his knee straight into Do-woon's face, shouting with glee, "You can't take the USB if you don't fight back." Pushed into a corner, Do-woon had a shocking realization about his opponent. Has he not been fighting seriously this whole time? Sok-jeong was on the offensive, when suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. Despite all the hits he'd taken, Do-woon's face was unharmed, and now, he was even smiling. His eyes had become even sharper. Do-woon cracked his knuckles and admitted to himself, "The same goes for me." Karma came for Sok-jeong as he began to feel the pain. Exactly what Do-woon had just endured. First, Do-woon delivered a powerful hook that sent him staggering backward. He declared it to his face, "If you plan to beat me with brute force, then just stop." Because his spirit was now blazing, he felt no fear against a strong opponent, even while being attacked. Without a moment to rest, "I can calmly think about my next move." Sok-jeong hesitated, stunned by Do-woon's incredible transformation. Do-woon's mental strength had skyrocketed. He couldn't hide his excitement. So this is the effect of mental power? He then thanked Seok-jong. I only learned this thanks to you. Reflected in Seok-jong's eyes was the image of Do-woon charging forward with a tightly clenched fist. His newfound confidence came from preparation. He had already analyzed the stat changes. Now, shall we end this fight? Seok-jong's cheeks were hit with 2 consecutive punches, twisting his face in pain. He let out a laugh, praising his rival. So you were holding back after all. Do-woon had no time to listen to his taunts, and attacked again. It would just be a waste of time. But Seok-jong was still relaxed, even smiling as he repeated Do-woon's words. A waste of time? In a flash, Seok-jong swung his arm like he was cutting someone down, saying excitedly, the fight is just getting started. Surprisingly, Do-woon didn't even flinch this time. Seok-jong's fist sunk into his cheek as he calmly replied, no. It was Seok-jong who froze. Do-woon's fist glowed with 200 times more power as he spoke with conviction. It ends here. A second later, his punch slammed into Seok-jong's six-pack. He couldn't help but cry out in agony. Wanting to end it quickly, Do-woon channeled mana into the fist, still buried in Seok-jong's stomach. Critical hit. The entire Bongchaedong office lit up as Do-woon unleashed the final blow. Seok-jong was helpless, his body thrown back from the immense impact. The office floor was shattered, and the furniture was completely destroyed. Do-woon cracked his wrist, impressed with himself. I must have hit a critical point. The room looked like it had been hit by a storm, filled with dust and smoke. Do-woon then remembered, I should have asked you where you got that evidence. Seeing Seok-jong lying motionless in the wreckage, he felt a twinge of pity. But you probably can't talk anymore, can you? However, everything had gone according to his plan. The USB was now securely in his hand. So, he said calmly, but that doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, Do-woon walked quickly toward the door, clutching the USB tightly. I'll be taking this with me. At that moment, the alley leading to the Bongchaedong office was silent, except for Bak Trung's serious voice. Is Seok-jong still not picking up? He asked a subordinate. No, boss. Bak Trung's instincts screamed at him. Huh, did something go wrong? Looking for trouble, he brought his crew of underlings along. He walked with his hands in his pockets, grumbling non-stop. That bad feeling wouldn't leave him, so the whole group headed to the office. Ugh, I hate this feeling of unease. At the stairs leading to the office, Bak Trang gave an order. Go check what's going on up there, you idiots. A subordinate bowed and rushed off. Yes, boss. But before he reached the top, he saw someone guarding the way. Eun-song was casually sitting in front of Bak Trang's turf. The underling frantically called out, Boss, boss, over here. Bak Trang walked over and immediately recognized the face. Eun-song, what the hell are you doing here? He feigned surprise. Me? Facing the boss of the office, Eun-song spoke with cool confidence. I'm sitting here to stop anyone from going upstairs. Bak Trang burst out laughing. Ha, you're pretty bold for someone on another's territory. I was wondering why the alarm kept ringing. So, something happened up there? He eyed Eun-song's posture and made a guess. It seems Seok-jong isn't here, is he? Just looking at your flashy pants tells me enough. His men started to gather in greater numbers. Bak Trang's voice filled with challenge. I don't really care. Either way, you're all finished. He stood with his hands in his pockets, menacingly staring down Eun-song. Just in case, I've already called all my forces from Bongchaedong. Seeing Eun-song's silence, Bak Trang grew more impatient. I'll ask you one last time. What are you doing here? Eun-song remained seated, replying softly. I already told you. I'm here to stop anyone from getting in or out. Look at this guy. He can't even read the situation. Bak Trang let out a cold laugh and said, all right, fine. You mutts who broke in here. If I just beat all of you, including you, I'll find out what happened. Hearing this, Eun-song slowly straightened his legs and stood up. His voice was gentle, yet challenging. Go ahead and try. He slowly walked down the stairs, casually asking his opponent, I'll be fine. But will you guys be okay? In a flash, he and Bak Trang were face to face. Eun-song then raised an eyebrow and whispered, because from now on, you'll have to stop me. The events of this evening were actually prepared in advance. Back at school, Do-woon and Eun-song had discussed this. Leaning against a wall, Do-woon was clearly amazed. I can't believe you know my father. Eun-song tilted his head at Do-woon, asking what he'd do next. He replied, I'm definitely going back for the USB with the evidence. Even though Seok-jong crushed me before, this time I've figured out how to win. His eyes blazed with determination after finishing his preparations. I'm going to him now because I want to see that evidence myself. That very night, he decided to act. Before going to the Bongchaedong office, he called Eun-song to report in and ask for the address. Back in the present, Eun-song stood a full head taller than Bak Trang. His aura was also on another level. Since I barged in here first, I'll give you two choices. He calmly listed them. You can either back down now, or come at me immediately. As if remembering something, Eun-song declared, I'm talking to all of you. In other words, Eun-song was provoking Baek Trang and his entire crew. He then added, I hate dragging things out. Baek Trang pressed his lips together. Hearing Eun-song's completely fearless tone, he started to feel uneasy. He clicked his tongue. Still, there are 40 of us. There's no way we'd lose to one guy. He used that as comfort, but still hesitated as sweat began to pour. Baek Trang cursed under his breath. But why am I hesitating? Damn it. Eun-song stared emotionlessly at Baek Trang, making him wary. What is this oppressive feeling? Just then, Do-woon, having finished dealing with Sok-young, came out. Seeing a familiar back, Do-woon immediately asked, Eun-song, why are you here? Isn't that guy Dun-gun? Do-woon was completely bewildered as he saw Baek Trang's underlings swarming like ants. Over here, Baek Trang stared at him with gritted teeth. What were you doing up there? Seeing his attention wander, Eun-song offered a gentle reminder. He calmly repeated his earlier words. I hate dragging things out. Baek Trang clenched his fists, his hands trembling, but he only muttered a few words and stood down. He decided not to cause trouble and told his men to move. Having suppressed his anger, Baek Trang let loose a torrent of curses the moment he reached the office door. Just you wait, you dogs. He angrily threw the door open, the rage still caught in his throat. I will make you all pay. But the sight before him made Baek Trang forget his intentions. He froze, seeing Sok-young staggering to his feet. He was shocked to see him coughing up blood. He was still confused. But the office, and you, how did it end up like this? What did that bastard Ha-do-woon do here? Sok-young showed no anger, only saying softly, You all made quite a scene coming here. Don't worry, it's nothing. In his mind, he suspected Ha-do-woon was hiding something very special. Sok-young then told Baek Trang to clean up the office, but inside, he was seething. Next time we meet, I'll definitely drag your identity into the light. A wicked smile spread across his face as the words formed in his head. With the immediate trouble handled, Do-woon and Eun-song sat talking in a park. But why were you there? Was it for me? Eun-song dodged the question and changed the subject. You should check the video first. I'll explain after. Do-woon nodded and pulled out the USB drive, after all the trouble to get it. Finally, I can find out what really happened on the day of the accident. The USB contained a short clip featuring a black car. It took Do-woon only a second to recognize his father's car. The video was short, so he took in every single detail he could. The person behind the car, their face was a blur. Even though I can't recognize who it is, I know one thing for sure. He drew a conclusion from the scarce information. The suspicious man in the mask and hat did something to his father's car. The accident report claimed the car's brakes had failed. Do-yoon had his own theory. A question that wouldn't leave him. Could the man in this video be responsible? But the footage gave no clues to his identity. Suddenly, he remembered Eun-song's question. Back at the funeral home, he'd asked, What if he's living somewhere very close to you? Do-won seized that as a lead. He turned to Eun-song and asked directly, You said the culprit was living near me, right? Eun-song, do you know who he is? Eun-song gave a hint. Look closely at the shirt the person in the video is wearing. Do-won replayed the footage, still confused, but then he spotted a detail on the shirt. It had a 7-colored flower design and the words Cell Tower. His dark eyes widened in shock. Could it be? A memory from that day flooded back. Do-won's father proudly showed off a shirt with that exact design. This is the new uniform for the Sunshine Shelter. Isn't it nice? Do-won had turned away, completely uninterested. Chino was shocked by his cold response. Do-won had spoken his mind. There's no way those punks will wear that, Dad. Why are you wasting your time on this? Chino had replied softly with 4 words. A sense of belonging. He calmly explained. Most of the kids at Sunshine Shelter feel lost. Their bodies and their hearts have no place to call home. Chino explained everything to his son. However, through something small like this shirt, they'll gain a sense of connection. He patiently explained that the kids would start to rely on each other, becoming a positive influence and changing, little by little. He smiled gently and asked Do-won once more, What do you think? The design is simple, but it's a pretty great shirt, right? That painfully familiar design gave him a new clue. The culprit is from the Sunshine Shelter? Eun-song was quick to urge caution. Just because he's wearing the uniform, we can't be sure he's from the shelter. Then, he emphasized his point. But it seems highly likely that's the case. Knowing his father's dedication, Do-won felt a wave of bitterness. His hands clenching into tight fists, he thought of his father. Did anything really change? No matter what you did, they were never going to change. He remembered Chino's tragic end. The pain was sharp. You worked so hard, and this is how it ends? His heart felt like it was being ripped apart. He bowed his head, saying nothing. Eun-song spoke deliberately. But even if we find the culprit, going to the police will probably be useless. He added regretfully that the case was already closed. This video alone isn't enough to identify a suspect. Plus, the source of the evidence is shady. Eun-song continued speaking to Do-won. He said he received the video through a text message. It was from an anonymous sender. After explaining, he looked at the still-dazed Do-won. Do you have any idea who the culprit is? Do-won answered, still looking down. Not a clue. He recounted sadly. After my father died, the Sunshine Shelter was disbanded. All the information about the people there at that time just vanished. As he said that, Do-won's eyes shot open. He sat up straight and spoke quickly to Eun-song. The building they used for the shelter is still there. There might be some files left. He rushed to thank him. Thank you, Eun-song. Because of you, I've been able to piece this together so quickly. Eun-song was unfazed and asked, once you find the culprit, what will you do? Do-won's thoughts turned inward. Dad, please watch over me. I don't know how long this will take, but I swear I will find him. Then he slowly answered Eun-song. Of course. He paused, then stressed every single word. I'll crush him and make him pay for his crimes. Despite these side events, Do-won was still a high schooler. One day, he heard some shocking news. You all know next week is midterms, right? Every word from the teacher was like a punch to his gut. This time, I'm only focusing on the hard questions, so you'd all better study hard. He let out a helpless three-letter curse. Do-won's face went pale. I've been too busy with quests to study at all. At this rate, my own life is going to be crushed first. Seeing Do-won's extreme reaction, Chi-han asked with concern. He answered wearily. To be honest, I haven't studied a thing. Chi-han just laughed. I thought it was something serious. He eagerly took charge. I can help you, if you don't mind. Chi-han smiled brightly and offered, do you want to come to my house and study after school? At the end of the day, Do-won sat there, completely dazed. Up until now, there's something I never even realized. Ever since he first met Chi-han, they had become friends. They were in the same class and ate at the same cafeteria. He glanced at Chi-han and silently cursed himself. But so many unexpected things kept happening, I was too busy to even notice. Is this what friendship is? Thinking that, he pushed aside his shame and asked Chi-han with a smile, where's your house? Just when things seemed normal, the system sent a notification. The quest objective was to protect and keep Chi-han safe for the entire exam period. The reward was a secret. Do-won let out a heavy sigh, feeling a sense of dread. I have a really bad feeling about this quest. Protect Chi-han? Does that mean he's going to be in danger? In a hidden alley near the school, a few students were smoking. They were talking and joking around. A guy with a black mushroom cut sneered as he pulled his girlfriend by the neck. She shoved an elbow into his chest. Get off me! The blonde punk sneered right in his face. Another guy stood out from the crew, his arm covered in a sleeve of tattoos. He saw him just standing there. A girl in the group asked, what are you staring at, Guman? He replied, just a familiar face. His gaze was locked on Chi-han's innocent expression. A wave of nostalgia hit him. To think I'd run into him here. Guman's lips curved into a wicked smile. An old friend I was once very close to. Do-won had just been notified. There were only 4 days until the midterm exams. For some reason, he broke into a cold sweat, unable to form a single word. It turned out Chi-han had led him to his magnificent mansion. As soon as he saw it, Do-won was floored. This is your house? Chi-han just smiled. Yeah, come on in. A woman came out to greet them both. Oh, Chi-han, you're back? Do-won, ever the quick one, bowed to the elder. Hello, ma'am. I'm Do-won, a friend of Chi-han's. The woman smiled warmly. I'm just the housekeeper here. She kindly added, I'll bring you two some fruit. Please make yourselves at home. Do-won bowed deeply, then whispered to Chi-han at lightning speed. Whoa, your house has a maid? Chi-han led the way. Let's go up to the second floor. Do-won's jaw dropped in awe. I think I've seen a place like this in a movie. Then Chi-han led him into a room. He introduced it. This is my room. Do-won replied with a grin. Is that so, young master? Chi-han beamed at the comment. Why are you suddenly talking like that? Do-won felt a strange warmth, a sense of familiarity. Even though I'm just visiting, I feel like we've gotten a little bit closer. Chi-han quickly tidied a stack of papers on his desk and told Do-won, let's study here at the table. But the boy was lost in his own thoughts. When was the last time I even went to a friend's house? The housekeeper then brought in a tray of snacks. It's been a while since Chihan brought a friend home. She set the tray down with a bright smile. Don't mind me, just have fun. If you need anything else, just let me know. Doyoon found it strange to hear that Chihan had friends over before, and he thought it over. I've never seen Chihan hanging out with anyone else. The only exception was when he was getting cornered by those thugs at the karaoke bar. Seeing him spaced out, Chihan snapped him out of it. Let's get started. Doyoon refocused. Whatever, I don't need to ask him about that stuff. After their session, Doyoon said gratefully, "Thanks a lot for today. Let's keep studying together like this until the exams are over." He then waved goodbye to Chihan. "See you at school tomorrow. Get home safe." They had just parted, but Doyoon already felt a little lonely. Just like that, the day's already over. Doyoon figured, well, Chihan's at home, so nothing dangerous should happen, right? The system notification appeared just as before. Protect Chihan and receive a secret reward. It was only now that Doyoon registered it. I was so surprised earlier that I didn't even notice. He kept pondering the words, secret reward. The only rewards I've gotten so far have been keys, he smirked to himself. If they added that word, this reward has to be amazing. My heart is pounding again just thinking about it. A new day dawned. The midterm exam was now 3 days away. Doyoon and Chihan were studying together again. He opened the door, his face full of anticipation. Doyoon, did you finish all the problems? Doyoon answered from his position on the floor, stretched out with his neck arched back and his eyes rolled up, looking like a fresh corpse. The sight made Chihan jump. Doyoon finally moaned an explanation. My brain has hit its information limit. Any more and it'll turn to mush. Chihan understood and just chuckled. All right, let's take a break then. They put the books aside and walked down a hallway into another room. Doyoon was stunned yet again. Chihan, what in the world is this place? Seeing his friend's confusion, Chihan said casually, it's just a regular game room. But this incredibly high-tech room was anything but normal to Doyoon. He could only think to himself, this is insane. I'm so jealous. He turned to Chihan and spoke honestly. This is literally my dream room. It's on my bucket list and everything. Flustered, Chihan just blurted out, oh, really? I'm not that into gaming. Doyoon was confused and pressed on. Then why do you have a game room? Chihan admitted. It was a birthday present from my parents last year. I only use the second floor, so there are a lot of spare rooms. This just made Doyoon feel more defeated. A birthday present? Chihan quickly asked, what's wrong? Doyoon sighed. Oh, nothing. It's just that reality is a little harsh. He's on a completely different level. Suddenly, Doyoon's gaze was caught by something, and he stared in shock. He pointed toward another door. Hey Chihan, what about that last room over there? He gave a short reply. That's just a storage room. Don't worry about it. Doyoon nodded. Oh, I see. Once they were inside, Doyoon was still amazed. Whoa, you even have a VR setup? This is awesome. And so, the midterms were now only 2 days away. The exam is just around the corner. Doyoon said sheepishly to Chihan. I've probably wasted a lot of your time these past few days. Chihan kindly reassured him. Not at all. Thanks to you, I got to review everything too. Doyoon started to feel uneasy, even though the mission had already appeared. Still, nothing had happened yet. Chihan continued. Studying with you is actually pretty fun, Doyoon, he asked, startled. Studying is fun? He calmed himself internally. Maybe I was just worrying for nothing. Doyoon then asked casually. But hey Chihan, you don't go to any prep academies? Chihan answered honestly. Yeah, not anymore. But I used to go to a lot of them. He tried to remember. Just counting the main academies, it was about 20 places. Doyoon's jaw dropped. 20? Is that what life is like for the upper class? Chihan humbly explained. Well, I wasn't just studying school subjects, but other things too. As the two were walking, someone shouted loudly, Long time no see, Chihan. That voice sounded incredibly excited. This must be the first time we've seen each other. Since middle school, right? Chihan froze on the spot. It's you? He instantly recognized the tattooed young man from the alley that day. Lee Guman, what are you doing here? The man answered with a fake, friendly tone. I was in the area a few days ago, and you just happened to walk by. He was Chihan's old middle school classmate. He said, I had another appointment then, so I couldn't say hi, and it's been bugging me ever since. So I came looking for you again. I'm so happy to see you. Guman let out a cheerful but chilling laugh. I thought you ran away and moved somewhere. So you ended up in Gwanak district, huh? In contrast to Guman's excitement, Chihan suddenly tensed up, his shoulders trembling. Guman glanced over at Doyoon. Is this your friend? Doyoon ignored him, his eyes fixed on Chihan. He's shaking. Doyoon then turned to the newcomer, his voice sharp. Who are you? Chihan quickly intervened. Don't confront him. He then told the man, well, I'm not happy at all, so don't come looking for me again. After that, Chihan miserably told Doyoon it was time to go. Guman just stood there, a sinister glint in his eyes. Doyoon asked worriedly, who was that guy? He didn't seem like a friend of yours. Chihan wasn't in the mood to talk and quickly said his goodbyes. Sorry, Doyoon. I don't think I can study with you today. Doyoon was a little surprised. It's fine. I can study on my own now. Chihan gave a weak smile as he left. I'll get going. I'm sorry. Yeah, get home safe. Doyoon started to get a very bad feeling. Why is he acting like this all of a sudden? Who in the world was that guy? Suddenly, he recalled the system's mission. Was this all related to the quest? Chihan walked on alone, head down, as the ghosts of his past crept back in. Vile words echoed in his head. Do rich kids lick yogurt lids? Weakly, Chihan could only cower as the bully pressed him with a twisted grin. Chihan finally answered, I don't think they do. Instantly, he was given a moldy yogurt cup and ordered to lick it clean. It was Lee Guman, wearing that same cold-blooded smile. He ordered Chihan, what are you waiting for? I told you to lick it. Powerless, Chihan could only obey. This made him laugh with glee. Look, the dog is really licking it. That lid is completely moldy. Every time he remembers that moment, Chihan felt utterly hopeless. Even the sunset was stained with the color of his despair. He was lost in his own pain, so he didn't notice Doyoon following close behind. Doyoon was responsible, thinking, even if this is a mission, I can't force myself to do something I hate. He clicked his tongue, thinking, still, I should probably follow him just until he gets home. It'll probably be fine, right? Chihan stepped inside. I'm home. The housekeeper asked, where's your friend? He thought she meant Doyoon, but she continued, not Doyoon. What was his name again? Anyway, he stopped by asking for you, but then he left. Did you two miss each other? She then added, the others are waiting upstairs for you. Chihan froze. The others? He immediately bolted up the stairs. With a panicked expression, he didn't hear the housekeeper's question. What's wrong? Your friends have visited before. Chihan ran, muttering his classmates' names. He opened the game room door to find Guman's crew inside the middle school friends she had mentioned. The black-haired girl saw him and sneered. Dude, Chihan, you moved and even got a room like this? You must be living the good life now, huh? Two thugs with bowl cuts laughed brazenly. Hey, can I have that Nintendo Switch? I saw you put it in your bag. Chihan stood frozen, his lips trembling in fear. Guys, why? Before he could finish, another voice snapped. Damn it. What took you so long? Mindong Chu sneered. It was a real pain finding your new address, just to get here. You weren't home, which confused us. We waited so long that Guman went to get you himself. A sudden chill shot down Chihan's spine. Footsteps slowly drew near. The voice that had shattered his past was now right beside his ear. If you just run off like that, what am I supposed to do? Guman suddenly grabbed his hair and yanked it back. He said, it's been a long time since we came to play. His voice was filled with sick anticipation. Let's have some real fun today. I'll help you remember the good old days. The house was quiet. No one would ever suspect one of its rooms had become a prison. Doyoon stood hesitating at the gate, feeling he couldn't just leave now. So, he quickly rang the doorbell. Remembering Chihan's earlier expression, he grew anxious. I have a bad feeling about this. The doorbell echoed. A voice called out, who is it? Doyoon quickly introduced himself. Hello, I'm Ha-Doyoon. The woman on the other side sounded very surprised. I heard you weren't coming today. He gave an awkward laugh. That was the plan. The woman hesitated. Oh, but what should I do? Chihan isn't home right now. Hearing that, Doyoon was stunned. He's not home? He asked, disappointed. The woman then explained. Chihan just left with some of his friends from middle school. A gut feeling told him something was wrong. She quietly added, I'm not sure where they went. If it's urgent, you can try calling him. Doyoon replied quickly, I'll visit again another time. He thought to himself, but Chihan said he was coming straight home. Could he have had plans with other friends? Doyoon turned to leave, muttering, if so, that's a relief. But then, the system window suddenly appeared before him. The text on it read, Guard Mission. You have abandoned the protection target. The screen flashed bright red. Quest difficulty has increased. Doyoon stared in shock. The quest difficulty increased? This has never happened before. A new notification appeared on the system panel. New quest, rescue mission, rescue Du Chi-han. Reward, hidden items. Du-won's eyes widened in horror. The quest had changed from protection to rescue. This meant Chi-han wasn't just playing with friends. At that thought, his expression hardened. Du-won realized he was forced to go with them. At that same moment, in another location, the crack of a bat hitting a ball rang out. A voice followed. "Wow, nice hit," Songgun praised. The girl next to him, however, muttered in annoyance. "This is so irritating." Lee Gumin, Chi-han's middle school classmate, sat silently on a chair, glancing their way. He looked at Chi-han and said, "It's been a while since we've been to the secret hideout, huh?" Gumin looked around the spacious, dark room. "Back in middle school, we used to play here all the time," Min Yu sneered. "How has Chi-han not changed one bit since then?" Min Dong casually replied, "All nerds are like that." The goons beside Chi-han started to ask, "But who are you?" "This guy was born looking this pathetic." Gumin spoke calmly. "You're meeting a lot of them for the first time, right? The last time you were here was 2 years ago." The group saw Chi-han trembling and just snickered. "Look at this guy, he's shaking. Don't be so tense." The scene flashes back to just moments before. They started to complain. "This is so boring. The mood is dead because you won't even drink." The students were now all gathered around a table. Their voices dripped with annoyance. "Why did we bring him here? Your friends pour you a drink, and you won't even take a sip?" Gumin then spoke up. "That's right. It has gotten a little dull. Since we're here, let's try that thing." Chi-han asked blankly. "What thing?" Gumin smirked and replied, "A friendship test." Gumin continued calmly. "From now on, I'm going to slap you." He laid out the rule. Out of everyone present here, if just one person takes a slap for you, then you pass the test. Gumin's voice was mocking. "Don't be scared." Chi-han trembled and whispered, "Wait." He grabbed him by the collar and sneered, "You don't think anyone here will help you?" The room was then filled with the sound of sharp, echoing slaps. Gumin spoke with excitement. "Let's see if anyone will take a single slap for you. This is what you get for avoiding us." Meanwhile, the other thugs just ate and talked, paying no mind. He smirked and said, "This is what idiots deserve." Gumin glanced down at Chi-han, who was now cowering on the floor. "Shouldn't we be nicer to our friends?" a girl asks nervously. "Didn't you hit him too hard? What if he reports us?" Gumin's voice was laced with menace. "Aren't you having fun with us? You wouldn't think of telling on us, would you?" He continued to taunt him. "Your mom knows exactly how you're usually treated. I'm just worried she'd be shocked to find out." Back in the present, Gumin rests his chin on his hand. "I was so surprised when you suddenly vanished after that day. You know, if I knew you moved just down the street, I would have called you to hang out." Chi-han asked, confused. "Why are you doing this?" The orange-haired guy chimed in, "Hey Gumin, I think we're out of booze." He heard this and nodded. He pulled out a credit card, ordering, "Take this, go buy everyone more drinks and smokes." His crony was impressed, just as expected from a rich kid. "Hurry back." He slowly stood up, whispering, "Anyway." Gumin asked suspiciously, "Your friends poured this for you. What's wrong? Not gonna drink it?" His voice turned furious. "Are you trying to piss me off again?" At that same moment, outside, frantic footsteps echoed on the street, filled with anxiety. Where could he be? Doyoon burst into a karaoke room, wondering, where is he? He searched the internet cafes and secluded back alleys. Seriously, where could he have gone? The endless ringing of the phone made Doyoon break into a cold sweat. Still no answer. Suddenly, the call connected. He asked urgently, "Where are you right now?" But it was Gumin's voice that answered. "Ah, that sound. You're the one who was with Chi-han today, right?" Doyoon tried to recall. "Are you the guy from the school gate this morning?" Doyoon's voice grew hard. "Where is Chi-han right now?" Gumin's voice was mocking. "What? If I tell you, are you going to come here?" He smirked knowingly. "Then again, if you don't show up, your friend might be in real danger," Gumin said casually. He commanded, "I'm sending you the address. Get over here now." The dark-haired girl muttered, "There Gumin goes again." Gumin let out a sinister smile, his voice dropping low. "Let the friendship test begin." With that, he hung up the phone. Gumin spoke calmly. "I'm curious if he's really Chi-han's friend." Chi-han struggled to sit up, pleading, "Doyoon, stay away from him." Seeing this, Minwoo sneered. "So tough, you mutt." Gumin scoffed. The bond between cowards. He slammed Chi-han's face into the floor and yelled, "You're asking me why I'm doing this?" He continued, annoyed. "Your self-righteous attitude pisses me off." Gumin growled, "Shut up and watch. See what happens to your friend because of you." Later that afternoon, a voice was heard over the clinking of drinks. "Those rich bastards. I love it. I'm definitely sticking with Guman for life. Two lackeys started whispering. But who was that guy from earlier? I asked around. They said he used to be Guman's best friend. But it doesn't look like that anymore. Really? Best friends? What could have happened between them? You think I know? It's not important. Just then, one of them hatched a plan. That bookworm definitely looks loaded. I'm gonna lift his wallet later. The other guy nodded in agreement. Inside the room, the chubby guy grew impatient. Did those two go all the way to the distillery to buy drinks? They probably got lost. Chihan replied calmly. Just then, the door swung open. A wave of relief washed over Chihan. Speak of the devil. They're back. Seriously, what took you guys so long? Instantly, one of the lackeys collapsed to the floor, covered in blood. The group stared in horror, shouting, "What the hell?" Everyone else in the room was just as stunned. Someone walked in slowly, dragging the other goon behind him. Guman's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe it. Staring at Doyoon, he muttered, "A bit different from what I imagined." Doyoon finally spoke to Chihan. "Sorry, I'm late." He struggled to lift his head. Doyoon brutally tossed the henchman aside and said, "I don't know what the situation is here, but..." Doyoon immediately took a fighting stance, his voice filled with rage. "First, I'm gonna beat every single one of you to a pulp. Got it?" The scene suddenly shifts to a classroom. Guman approaches Chihan. "I'm going to the hospital today." Hearing this, Chihan offered, "I'll go with you." Guman happily agreed. As they walked, he asked, "It's like fate, isn't it?" Chihan looked back, puzzled. "What is?" Back then, I thought he and I could become best friends. A while later, at Korea Hospital, a gentle voice filled the patient's room. "That high school uniform looks so good on our Chihan," his mother asked warmly. "How is it? Have you made a lot of new friends?" Chihan hesitated. "Mom, today was just the first day of school." She asked gently, "What about a girlfriend?" He jumped at the question. "Mom," Chihan's mom chuckled. "I'm just kidding." She looked at him affectionately. "I just hope my son finds a truly close friend." "You take after me, that's why you seem so frail," she advised. "Find a strong friend who can protect you for me." He quickly denied it. "I'm not frail anymore, Mom." But in a flash, evening arrived. As Chihan stepped out of the room, someone approached him. "Hey, that's our school uniform," Guman asked enthusiastically. "New uniform? Are you a freshman too?" That was the first time Chihan met Guman. "We're in the same class, and our moms are in the same hospital," he said excitedly. "How crazy is that? Plus, we're both rich." "What a coincidence," Chihan replied blankly. "Really? Maybe it's empathy." Guman threw an arm around Chihan's neck playfully. "If I say it is, it is. Just you wait, kid." Chihan yelped. "Don't." Guman smiled softly. "It would be great if our moms could get out of here soon, right?" Chihan thought to himself. "We became friends who understood each other better than anyone. I really thought our friendship would last forever." One day at the hospital, Guman grabbed a doctor, stammering, "Doctor, what just happened?" The doctor's voice was grim. Guman's mother was just moved to the ICU. Hearing this, Chihan glanced at him, thinking, "But from that moment on, we started to lose our connection." The doctor added softly, "Regardless, it's unlikely your mother will make it through this month." Their relationship began to fracture, piece by piece. Back in the present, Doyoon scanned the room, his voice low. "I don't know what's going on here, but first, I'll just have to beat all of you down, right?" Minwoo cursed angrily. "Damn it, who is this bastard?" Another goon sneered. "Did you hear that? He's gonna beat us up." Guman spoke calmly. "Look, your friend came to save you." His tone dripped with sarcasm. "Such a moving friendship. It brings a tear to my eye." Chihan yelled urgently, "Get out of here. Run." A thug suddenly lunged at Doyoon, shouting, "You're too late, you fool." He let out a nasty smirk. "You bastard." The words barely left his mouth before Doyoon's fist slammed into him. The thug crashed to the floor. Doyoon thought to himself, "There are more of them than I usually fight." The other goons stared, unable to believe their eyes. What just happened? Knocked out in a single hit? Doyoon quickly assessed the situation. "Besides, I don't know how strong any of these guys are, so I'll just have to go all out." He glanced at his hand with a hint of regret. "It seems I just wasted mana for nothing." Doyoon's eyes burned with fury as he focused. To end this in one go with minimal movement, he instantly blitzed towards two more thugs, leaving them no time to react. The big guy saw this and cursed, "You son of a..." Before he could finish, Doyoon's fist smashed into his throat. He thought, no matter what, just aim for the chin. The big guy was down in a flash. "Good, next." Suddenly, another goon appeared behind him, ready for a sneak attack. He roared, "Take this, you moron." But Doyoon was a step ahead, countering with a sharp punch to the jaw. The thug collapsed to the ground instantly. Doyoon scoffed. And I thought this would be a big deal. Chi-han was just as stunned. The black-haired girl asked in shock, "What the hell is he? How did he take down everyone in the room?" The head thug witnessed the scene, enraged. "Damn it. He's purposely aiming for the chin," he taunted. "You've got some skills, I'll give you that." The large man charged toward him, grinning with excitement. "I want a piece of you too, you punk." Doyoon didn't hesitate, throwing a punch right at his face. "You shouldn't have opened your mouth." But the man didn't even flinch, calmly praising, "Now that's a fast punch." The blow felt like nothing more than a tickle. The thug sneered, "But it's completely useless against me." He snatched Doyoon by the collar and hurled him across the room, roaring, "I don't know how to hold back." Doyoon landed firmly, regaining his balance. The thug rubbed his head, sighing, "It's been a while since I used my strength. I'm a little dizzy. Gumin, can you order me some delivery?" Gumin agreed. "Order whatever you want." The big man stalked toward Doyoon, growling. "First, I'm going to smash this punk, and think later." He suddenly stopped, shocked by Doyoon's action. The thug looked at the hand, grabbing his collar, and smirked. "What the hell? Are you trying to copy me? You think you can?" he taunted. "You really think you can throw me?" Doyoon didn't waste his breath and activated his crevice pierce skill. 5 consecutive hits to one spot, straight to the thug's face. The man's face immediately caved in, teeth scattering to the floor. Everyone in the room was frozen in absolute shock. Doyoon adjusted his sleeve, his voice low. "I'll be serving you all a knuckle sandwich, you bastards." Gumin glanced at him, saying nothing. Suddenly, a voice sighed from the back. "This is exactly why I said not to order extra." Gunsong Uan slowly got up, a smirk playing on his lips. "We should have stepped in sooner, don't you think?" Min Yu was just as annoyed. "This bastard is really getting on my nerves." Song Yuan's voice was laced with menace. "The real game starts now." Doyoon calmly glared back at them, but in a flash, he had already taken both of them down. He walked step by step toward Gumin. The 2 girls screamed, "Stay away from him, you psycho." Gumin's eyes followed Doyoon. He was walking past him, heading straight for Chi-han. Doyoon helped him up, asking, "Are you okay? Can you stand?" Chi-han replied weakly, "I'm fine." Doyoon narrowed his eyes at Gumin and asked suspiciously, "So you're the mastermind who did this to Chi-han?" The guy seemed completely unbothered as he turned back to sneer. "Your ability is pretty good, huh? Having such a useful friend around. How much did you pay to get him on your side?" Chi-han was stunned. "What?" Gumin replied vaguely. "Just recently, I also found myself a very valuable friend." As he spoke, a throat cleared right behind Doyoon. He spun around cautiously, thinking, "There's another one?" At that moment, a black blanket was tossed aside with a disgruntled voice. "It's too damn noisy." The muscular guy charged at Doyoon, swinging wildly and cursing. "Time to smash your face in. Damn it, you bastard." But his confidence didn't last long. Doyoon quickly used his crevice pierce skill, launching a punch toward the man. There was a loud crack as his fist slammed directly into the hulking man's elbow. The man was completely unharmed, speaking calmly. "A counterattack while I'm on the offensive? Not bad," Doyoon thought. "Just taking one hit from him, and my whole body is already aching." The man asked, surprised, "You actually blocked my punch?" This was Kim Kang-dae, the undisputed #1 fighter in Gumin's crew. He stretched his arms. "I'm still not fully awake, so I wasn't going all out," Doyoon thought. "He's on a completely different level than the others." Kang-dae's eyes narrowed. "Do I have to beat you into the hospital?" Doyoon clenched his fists, bracing himself. The man growled, "Aren't you going to kneel and apologize?" "You're going to die, kid." Doyoon wondered. "If I use a stronger skill, will everything be okay?" The scene changes to Chi-han's house. The housekeeper walked along, muttering, "This steamer has great features, but it's so big, I'm not a huge fan." She headed for a small room. "I'll just put it in the storage room." She looked at the slightly ajar door, her voice filled with worry. "The light's off. Chi-han must be planning to eat dinner out, especially during exam time." The housekeeper smiled gently. "Still, I'm happy Chi-han has been hanging out with friends more often lately." She wondered to herself, "I wonder what they're doing now." Meanwhile, back at Gumin's hideout, an enraged voice echoed, "Are all of you asleep or something?" Kang-dae stormed in, annoyed. "I take a quick nap. How is it that besides me, every single one of you is on the ground?" He stared at Doyoon in disbelief. "You took them all down?" Doyoon thought to himself. "I've already dealt a significant amount of damage. Every single punch wasn't a normal attack. It was all pure power from his muscles." Doyoon carefully watched Kang-dae, thinking, He's simply trading blows and putting me at a disadvantage. He can block my crevice-pierce skill so easily. Kangda rubbed his eyes and spoke nonchalantly. Some guys just can't be beaten with normal techniques. At that moment, Doyoon made up his mind. There was no more time to hesitate. I have to use a stronger skill, but the man easily grabbed his wrist, wondering, something like a critical hit? Kangda flashed a sinister smile, his voice dropping low. So what if I make it impossible for you to strike? Before the guy could finish, Doyoon seized the moment, twisting his body into a flip. He poured all his strength into his legs, slamming a kick into the man's head. Doyoon used that chance to land another blow. With the sound of tearing fabric, Kangdae's shirt ripped open, revealing a bruise. Doyoon was stunned. I aimed for his head, but my posture was off. The two schoolgirls watched in horror. Don't tell me he was defeated too? Kangdae snapped. Shut your mouths! He charged forward in a rage, yelling, I wasn't awake yet, that's all. Doyoon calmly spoke. Then, let me help you wake up. While the guy was still dazed, he landed a solid punch right in Kangdae's face. Doyoon's voice was low. You got a problem with that? Chihan witnessed it all, his eyes wide with shock. So cool. Gumin trembled with rage, growling. What the hell are you doing, you bastard? He squinted, glancing in another direction. Gumin's eyes landed on a dartboard in the distance. He stared at the darts embedded in the board, silent. Meanwhile, Kangdae staggered to his feet, his voice full of rage. I thought my head was going to split open. Doyoon spoke calmly. You think you're okay now? The man asked back, stunned. What? Doyoon's voice deepened. In a moment, you'll wish you'd just stayed down. Let's end this now. A voice suddenly cut in. Over there, Gumin was pressing the sharp tip of a dart against Chihan's neck. He threatened, if you don't want a hole in his throat, then listen up. He gave his demand. Stop resisting, now. Doyoon's expression tensed. Gumin's voice was furious. Hey, Kim Kangdae, you think I paid you for this? His eyes glared. Do your damn job, you piece of trash, Doyoon screamed. What the hell are you doing? While his attention was diverted, Kangdae got up and landed a heavy blow to his cheek. Can't you see what's happening? The thug sneered. We're trying to beat you down. Kangdae rained punches on Doyoon, venting his fury. Try that move again, you bastard. The moment you fight back, he slammed a powerful fist into Doyoon's stomach, threatening, hit back, if you don't care what happens to your friend. Chihan saw it and yelled, Doyoon. He turned, growling, Gumin, you. He warned him, don't even think about it. Gumin's voice dropped. You know I still have them all. Every video and photo of you being bullied. He continued his mind games. What do you think would happen if your mother saw them? She's already so frail. If she fainted from the shock, that would be a huge problem. Gumin gave a hollow laugh. You should worry about yourself first. He yelled to Kangdae. That's enough. Stop screwing around and finish it. I'm getting tired of this. At his word, Kangdae squeezed Doyoon's neck. He smirked. You didn't have to tell me. I was about to end it right here. Doyoon trembled, his mind racing. Choking. Old memories flooded back. I've been through this, so I know. Soon, I'm going to lose consciousness. But if I attack him now, Chihan will be in danger. I have to take care of that parted hair bastard first. He calculated his next move. He's got a weapon in his hand. If I activate my weapon mastery skill, even from this distance, Kangdae roared in frustration. This damn kid is tougher than he looks. Doyoon could only groan. At this rate, my consciousness is already fading. Chihan saw this and stammered in fear. No, don't. His eyes widened in shock. The memory of that afternoon suddenly flashed through Chihan's mind. He had walked up to Gumin. Why aren't you carrying your bag? Let's go together. His voice was low. Aren't you supposed to go to the hospital today? He hesitated. Well, yes, but... Gumin's question was loaded. Lucky for you, right? Chihan stared at him, confused. Gumin glared, his voice a low growl. Because your mom is still alive, Chihan thought to himself. After his mother passed away, Gumin completely changed. Gumin turned and left the classroom. I'm leaving. A distance grew between them. Gumin started hanging out with a bad crowd. Chihan was completely bewildered. Why have you been like this lately? You were never this kind of person. Gumin just cursed under his breath. Chihan tried to stop him, but Gumin grabbed him by the collar, his voice menacing. Are you pitying me now? Things only got worse from there. Gumin's friends began to bully Chihan more and more. In the end, he ran away. Back in the present, Gumin threatened him. After I'm done with him, you're next, Chihan. He sneered. Think you can run away again like last time? Chihan's lips trembled. I know, he spoke slowly. I was too scared back then. I knew you were going down the wrong path, but I ran away. Chihan was filled with regret. If I hadn't given up on you, maybe things wouldn't have ended up like this. In the distance, the two girls were trying to wake their friend. Gumin paid them no mind. Such nice words. You're really touching my heart. Chihan cut in. That's why. He grabbed Gumin's wrist, his voice firm. I'm not running away this time. At that very moment, in the storage room of Chihan's house, the housekeeper was busy tidying up. She dusted off her hands. It's so dusty in here, I need to clean this place once a day. As she headed for the door, she unexpectedly bumped into a stack of cardboard boxes. Oh heavens! A trophy fell, startling her. Who would put this on top of a box? It was the trophy for the prospects tournament. She admired it for a moment, then exclaimed with excitement. This was the first award Chihan ever received from the academy. Seeing it brings back memories. But she felt a warmth in her heart. Back then, his mother was hospitalized, so Chihan always tried his best in training, not wanting to give her anything to worry about. I thought Chihan was extreme for attending so many academies, she murmured softly. Chihan was always a good kid, but if Chihan had continued down that path, I wonder what kind of person he would have become. The scene shifts to Gumin's secret base. Two female students stared, jaws dropped, at the sight before them. Kangdae was just as shocked. Chihan used all his strength to slam Gumin to the ground. He was defeated by Chihan with ease. Doyoon watched them, completely bewildered. Chihan quickly grabbed a dart, pressing it to Gumin's neck. He spoke calmly. My apologies. Chihan reassured them. I'm fine now. Kangdae was shocked. That guy also. He suddenly realized something and yelled, What? Doyoon thought to himself. It's finally over. He began gathering his strength, preparing his multi-hit skill. The scene changes to the high school, where Chihan was lost in thought. Is Gumin really coming back to school today? Chihan whispered anxiously. I couldn't even reach him. I hope his mother's funeral went smoothly. Meanwhile, the nosy classmates chimed in, asking, Hey, are you still taking boxing classes? Startled, he asked, Yeah, but how did you know? The guy shrugged and replied, I saw you at the gym yesterday when I stopped by. The group laughed and chatted away. Didn't you study jujitsu before? You're way stronger than you look. Oh, it is just a hobby, Chihan replied humbly. I want to learn martial arts too, but I am kind of scared. Watching them from a distance, Gumin stood in icy silence, his face darkening. While I am drowning in despair, seeing them have everything I lost. It sparks something toxic inside, Gumin muttered bitterly, his heart filled with absolute dread. You are sitting there laughing with your friends. That very afternoon, Chihan approached him warmly. Han, where is your backpack? Come on, let us walk together, Gumin asked coldly. Aren't you supposed to visit the hospital today? Chihan hesitated. Well, yes, but sometimes those small, innocent moments must be nice, huh? Gumin sneered cryptically. Chihan looked at him, completely confused. Huh? That is how subconscious hatred is born. He glared with pure malice. Because your mother is still breathing. That was the seed of his twisted resentment. Back in reality, Gumin gasped in shock. What? Staring at his unconscious lackeys, he could not believe his eyes. What the hell is going on? Gumin roared in fury. Get up, you useless trash. Why are you just lying there? In the distance, two schoolgirls were shivering violently. They clung to each other in terror. Gumin gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Get up, you punks, he screamed furiously. I paid you guys a damn fortune, Gumin cursed furiously. How the hell can none of you take down a single person? You are more useless than cockroaches. Suddenly, he bolted forward. Grabbing the two schoolgirls by their hair, Gumin barked violently. The least you can do is get over there and throw some punches. I told you to fight, you useless girls. But they screamed right back without fear. Let go of us, you psycho. Breaking into a cold sweat, he cursed under his breath. Damned bitches. Doyoon mocked him with a smirk. Aren't you going to fight, hair-parting boy? Judging by your looks, you probably suck at fighting anyway. Gumin shoved the girls to the ground, cursing. Terrified, he stammered. Whatever that bastard Du Chihan is paying you, I can double it. Just name your price. Doyoon dismissed him with a cold stare. Why would I take his money? You are hilarious, psycho. Keep your filthy mouth shut and do not speak his name. He resorted to blackmail. Du Chihan, you dare touch me? I have photos and videos. I wonder what your mother would think if I showed her everything? Even if she relapses and ends up like that day, you would not care, right? Gumin taunted. Chihan's eyes widened in horror. That fateful day completely shattered their friendship. Back then, a worried Chihan had asked him, Why are you acting like this lately? This is not who you are. Shut the hell up. Guman snapped, grabbing Chihan by the collar. Do you think I am just trying to hurt you? That was the day Chihan regretted the most. Chihan pleaded desperately. That is not it. Please, just calm down and listen to me. Guman scoffed. Those new friends of yours? They are only using you for your money. They are not your real friends. Chihan tried to soothe him. I know losing your mother has crushed you. You are exhausted, and that is why. Guman instantly cut him off. What do you know? He spat coldly. You have never experienced this pain, so do not act like you understand me. You know nothing. You are just spouting empty words, Guman whispered maliciously. There is no way you will ever truly understand your mother. Those venomous words struck Chihan like lightning. Unable to believe his ears, Chihan completely lost control. Blinded by fury, he snapped and launched a brutal assault, beating Guman until the tyrant collapsed to the floor. A few days later, in the principal's office, Guman's arrogant father was screaming, How dare you destroy my precious son's perfect face like this? Do you think a simple apology will fix this? He demanded. Where are his parents? Why aren't they here? The principal immediately stepped in to explain. Chihan's father is away on business, and his mother is currently hospitalized. The principal sighed, knowing that the sick mother desperately needed complete peace and quiet. Suddenly, the door swung wide open. Hearing that her son was in trouble, Chihan's mother had rushed over, panting heavily. I am so incredibly sorry for being late. Mom, Chihan gasped, completely shell-shocked. The principal asked in a worried tone, Ma'am, are you sure you are okay? She forced a smile and replied, Of course I am. I am here as Chihan's mother. Chihan asked in shock, How did you even leave the hospital? She gathered all her strength to say, My son made a mistake. I am so sorry. With those words, she suddenly collapsed. Guman's father panicked, screaming, What the hell? Why did she faint? The principal was left completely speechless in shock. Chihan discovered later that his mother had fallen into critical condition that day. Holding her fragile body in his arms, he cried out in pure, helpless despair. And that gave Guman the perfect weapon. He ruthlessly exploited it. Fast-forwarding to the classroom a few days later, a cruel, arrogant voice echoed through the room. What? Are you not going to lick it? The bullies laughed mockingly at Chihan. Look at him. He is actually doing it. What a pathetic loser. One of them pulled out his phone, snickering. I have got to record this. We can definitely use this against him later. Guman and his loyal gang of thugs began to isolate Chihan systematically. Walking over with a mockingly sweet smile, Guman grabbed Chihan's hair and hissed, Oh, poor baby. Did you really quit all your martial arts classes? Did seeing your mommy faint scare you that much? Do not worry. We will become the best of friends from now on. The other bullies chimed in with wicked smirks. If she finds out her son is treated like absolute trash, she might just drop dead. That sounds incredibly thrilling. Guman continued to poison the well. He even told me you guys are only hanging around me for cash. What a terrible friend. Chihan could only suffer in agonizing silence. Terrified of hurting his fragile mother again, Chihan swallowed his pride and endured it all. Guman leaned in, whispering with pure malice. Tell me, Chihan, does anyone in this room actually give a damn about you? From that dark day on, Chihan was utterly alone. Back in the present, Guman sneered. Lost your tongue, coward? Scared? Should I just send these to your mom right now? Now, on your knees. Suddenly, Doyoon snatched the phone from his hands with lightning speed and asked calmly, So, you use this garbage to manipulate Chihan? Doyoon scrolled through the files and smirked. I cannot be bothered to delete these one by one, so I will just wipe the whole device. Got a cloud backup, psycho? Guman sneered. You fool. I obviously have another phone hidden away, with all the files saved on it. Doyoon's voice dropped. You need to remember this. I don't care about the past, he stressed, because I'm by Chihan's side now. Doyoon grabbed his collar, growling. If you ever pull a stunt like this again, I will break you. His expression darkened. Although I want to do it right now. Doyoon shoved him down easily, then said coolly, How we'll handle you today will be entirely up to Chihan. He continued. He's the one who suffered because of you. Guman cursed, helplessly admitting, Fine, fine. I lost. Chihan reflected on everything since his friendship with Guman shattered. I was always alone. But thinking back now, Guman rose slowly, asking, I just have to delete everything I have, right? Chihan thought, he's like me. I also left a friend behind and ran away. I don't know if I did the right thing. So, for everything you've done to me, Guman began to vow. And from this moment on, I'll never appear before Chihan again. Clutching the broken bottle, he rose slowly. Forgive me just once. Then he lunged at Do-Uan, screaming, "You damn bastard! You dare threaten me?" But Chi-Han was faster, landing a swift kick right in Guman's face. Do-Yuan's jaw dropped at the scene. Guman was sent flying. Chi-Han asked anxiously, "Are you hurt?" He quickly replied, "I'm fine." Do-Wan stammered, "But Chi-Han, I'm a bit curious. How are you so good at fighting?" he asked quietly. And so, the mission was complete. On the way home, Do-Yuan listened as Chi-Han recounted everything he'd been through. Chi-Han's voice was sad. "Because of that, I became timid and was bullied even in high school." Do-Wan also shared, "I've been beaten like that before, at a karaoke bar." Chi-Han gazed afar. "In those moments, I just wanted to run. I was afraid I'd seriously hurt someone, so I couldn't do anything." Pathetic, right? Du-Uan felt conflicted hearing this. He felt guilty. "You got dragged into this because of me." But Du-Uan said, "You were incredibly reliable back there." He reenacted it with a scared look, especially when he swung that bottle. "Without you, I would have been seriously hurt. That thing was razor sharp." Chi-Han was stunned, remembering his mother's words. "My son, I hope you find a friend who can be your pillar of support. You're frail, like me. I hope a strong friend can protect you in my place." Chi-Han asked, "Don't I seem weak anymore?" She replied gently. Then in return, "Chi-Han, you must also become that pillar for someone else. A strong support for someone else." His mom's voice was gentle. "Do you understand, son? If you have a friend like that, then no matter how difficult things get, you'll find the courage to never run away again." Chi-Han nodded. "That's a little cheesy, Mom." She laughed loudly. "That's wisdom from someone who's lived a little." Back in the present, Du-Wan said worriedly, "But he vowed revenge. What if he sends the files to your mom?" I warned him. "But still, you can never be sure." Chi-Han sighed. "Let me think about it." He added softly, "I don't know how long it will take, but I'm going to tell my mom, little by little. I've always run away, but I can't live like that anymore." He recalled Du-Wan's words. "You need to remember this. I don't care about the past, because I'm by Chi-Han's side now." A grateful smile touched Chi-Han's lips. "Because you were there, I found the courage. Thank you." Du-Wan grinned, sliding down with a whoop. "So cheesy." Chi-Han stared. "What?" A system notification appeared. "Rescue mission complete." Sitting on the slide, Do-Yuan muttered, "All right, let's see the reward." Mission reward. "You have received a hidden item." He wondered. "A hidden item?" Then he gasped in shock. "Huh?" Du-Yuan eyed the ominous black object in his palm. "This thing gives me a bad feeling." He stared intently at the strange item. His eyes widened in shock. "This is a lock, isn't it?" Du-Wan sighed. "First a key, now a lock. At this rate, I'll get a whole door. This is so weird. First, I'll check the item info. The system identified it. Dark lock." He mumbled. "So, what's its effect?" Du-Wan froze. "What?" He couldn't believe it. "It can return me to the present? Isn't that basically a cheat?" He stared at the lock. He felt a wave of unease. But, isn't this thing a little too dangerous? That afternoon, after midterms finally ended, Du-Uan was slumped over his desk. "It's finally over." He leaned back. "Chi-Han, a lot of what you taught me was on the test. You're a lifesaver." Chi-Han smiled brightly. "Not at all. You just worked hard. Did you even sleep? You studied so intensely." Du-Wan groaned. "I'm never cramming like that again. I'll study properly from now on." Then he remembered. "Are you going straight to the hospital today?" Chi-Han nodded. "I've been too busy with studying to visit her. Plus, the school field trip is next week." He asked. "I'll probably be at the hospital all week. What about you?" Du-Uan answered vaguely. "I also have somewhere I need to be." The scene shifts to a park. Han Un-song asked doubtfully, "You have no theories about the culprit?" Du-Uan replied helplessly, "None at all." He added quietly, "Right after my dad passed away, that center vanished, and so did any info on the people there." Du-Uan suddenly froze, an idea sparking. The building that center used. It's still there. Maybe some documents were left behind. A moment later, Du-Un followed a map on his phone. He mumbled to himself, "It's been so long, I barely remember this place." He walked step by step down the empty street. "I think I turn right up there?" Du-Un mused to himself. 3 years ago, the Sunshine Orphanage was officially disbanded. If so, that must be the place the center used as a shelter. There might be a clue left, so I'll spend a week searching this place. He suddenly noticed something and exclaimed, "Huh?" Du-Un stared at the dilapidated building, thinking, "This is strange." He nodded in confirmation. "This is definitely the place." His jaw dropped in shock. The building was demolished? Suddenly, a voice spoke up right beside him. Demolished? No way. The old man with white hair and a beard emphasized, it was repurposed, renovated. He explained, this building was so old, no one wanted to rent it for 3 years. Do you understand the owner's pain? Doyoon asked. Wasn't this once the Sunshine Orphanage? The old man asked with suspicion. How did you know that? Were you part of that center? No, Doyoon replied quickly. I'm Hajinyu's son. He was the former director of that center. The old building owner began to probe. So, what brings you here? Doyoon answered politely. I thought there might be some items left behind, related to the center. The man was utterly shocked by his words. He quickly confirmed, there's nothing. When that center closed, the place was cleaned out so thoroughly there wasn't a speck of dust left. Seeing this, Doyoon was disappointed. Are there really no clues left here at all? The old owner suddenly remembered something. That's right. Wait here a moment. A short while later, he returned with a box and said, take this. Doyoon was confused. What is this? The old owner explained softly. It's true that nothing was left, and no one ever moved in after. But before the renovations, I was inspecting the inside, he recalled, and I found this placed neatly on the floor. It was right where your father used to have his office. The old owner continued in a low voice. At first, I was going to throw it away, but something felt wrong about it. So I've kept it until now. It just didn't feel right to simply toss it, he added. Plus, it's not normal for something to just appear there like that, and keeping a pair of shattered glasses in a box, that can't be a coincidence. Doyoon pondered. Shattered glasses. Did someone leave them there on purpose? The old man sighed and advised, I don't know what to do with it. It would be better if you took it. Doyoon wondered to himself. My father never wore glasses. Whose could these be? Maybe this has nothing to do with the Sunshine Orphanage, the owner said gravely. This is all that remains of that place. Doyoon thought, either way, I should take this with me for now. The man's voice was laced with suspicion. But hey, why did you suddenly show up today looking for something? Doyoon hesitated. I don't have to tell him the whole truth. Until this is all figured out, he replied hesitantly. I just miss my dad. He thought, I have to keep this a secret from everyone. Hearing this, the old man turned away coldly. What a sentimental son. If you're done, then get going. Doyoon bowed deeply and politely before he left. The old building owner stood still, lost in thought. He raised a hand to wipe his tears, sniffling quietly. That kid really got to me. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, in Yunqihua, at the 1A district of Siwandong, Chihua, a consultant for a secret detective agency, was smiling at a client. Guman slammed his hand on the table. He snarled, Yujihan and Hado-won. He gritted his teeth in pure rage. Those two pieces of trash. Chihua watched him, silent and composed. He quickly replied, Sir, you were just here a few days ago. Allow me to reconfirm your request. It was to have the third-year seniors maintain discipline. If you wish to place an additional request, the fee will be different. Guman angrily threw a wad of cash at him, shouting, Damn it! You think I don't have money? He commanded. Just do exactly as I ask. Seeing this, Chihua gave him a meaningful look. The large, muscular thugs in the cafe started noticing the commotion. All of them turned to look at the corner table where Guman was sitting. Chihua let out a soft sigh. I believe that with enough money, anything can be resolved quickly. Please, control your temper, young master. His demeanor suddenly shifted as he spoke with excitement. You are truly a magnificent client. In that case, we will carry out your request immediately. Chihua opened his laptop and began typing. Please state the names and school of the targets once more. Guman replied, Yu Jihan and Hado-won, from Sinan High School. Hearing this, Chihua murmured, Yu Jihan, Hado-won. He asked with a hint of doubt, Did you just say Hado-won? Guman confirmed, That's right. Is there a problem? Chihua typed a few more keys and answered dismissively, Not at all. Special information flashed on the screen. Rumored to have defeated Tron. Sok Jong, the representative of Bongcheon-dong. Chihua's voice was full of hidden meaning. There is absolutely no problem at all, Guman reminded him. Like I said, those guys are tough fighters. If you send some nobodies, they won't even have any bones left, Chihua replied calmly. Thank you for the advice, sir. But there's no need to worry. We have specialists perfectly suited for this kind of work. Later that evening, Chihua began his introduction. Their skills are undeniable. These kids just got out of the orphanage not too long ago, and they're overflowing with energy. Inside a warehouse, a figure was breaking the limbs of people lying scattered on the floor. He is Oh Hee Shop, also known by the nickname Mad Younger Brother. He flashed a twisted smile while speaking into his phone. What about the head? He-shop reported. All cleaned up. The person on the other end of the line was silent. Tae-shop, nicknamed Mad Older Brother, spoke with some annoyance. Little brother, shouldn't you respect your elders? He-shop scoffed. Respect? We're twins. Tae-shop, now standing on a bridge railing, threatened in a low growl. If I let go, you're going down. Back at the cafe, Chi-hwa reassured Gumin. So, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. He gave a sinister smile and said softly, please trust us with this, sir. The next day, at the high school grounds, the second-year students' field trip had arrived. Doyoon repeated the instructions. Second-year students, bus number 3. He thought to himself. Time flies so fast. Everyone is so excited. I've never enjoyed a school field trip before, he sighed. I have zero expectations. I should have just stayed home and played video games. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Doyoon. He looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, surprised. Ajin. She asked cheerfully, you're also really looking forward to this trip, right? Doyoon's attitude instantly changed as he replied enthusiastically, of course. This might be the best field trip of my life. Chihan suddenly walked over. He turned and said excitedly, perfect timing, what a coincidence. But this time, Chihan and Ajin are here too. If that's the case, then this trip might actually be pretty good. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a voice came through a headset. Has everyone memorized the client's request? The person advised, it's just an outside job, so don't worry too much. Just do what you normally do. He then commanded, turn them into cripples. The two psycho brothers were sitting casually in the back seats of the tour bus. They quietly called to each other, little brother, brother. They flashed a sinister smile and said in a low voice, a field trip to look forward to. A while later, after the buses parked, the teacher turned around and called out, we're here, everyone get off the bus, in an orderly fashion. Choi Min-hai was just waking up from a daze. She asked blankly, where is this? Ajin let out a soft sigh. Still sleeping at this hour, what am I going to do with you? She explained. This is our end-of-year field trip. Ajin stretched, saying excitedly, we're in Gongju. A moment later, at the traditional stilt houses, Doyoon pursed his lips, thinking, an end-of-year trip. Are we really doing pottery? Day 1 of the field trip. Pottery experience. He complained, we're not elementary school students. Chihan suggested cheerfully, you can take it home as a souvenir. Isn't that great? Doyoon was stunned by his words. He looked at the misshapen product before him and praised himself. That's a good way to think about it. Every time I see it, I'll remember this trip. I'm actually pretty good at this. Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere, smashing his ceramic cup. It was the pottery master, Mr. Tak Jin. He said angrily, I cannot put this piece of garbage into the sacred fire of my kiln. Doyoon shouted in disbelief. That was my pottery. The teacher was equally surprised. Sir, I told you not to come to the student experience area. Why did you come here? He replied in a deep voice. But, I am searching for an heir. Tak Jin saw something and asked hesitantly, that thing, did you make it? Chihan answered honestly, yes, I made it. This shocked the master. He looked at the exquisite piece on the table and yelled, isn't that national treasure number 91, the equestrian figurine? Tak Jin asked, his voice filled with doubt. To think this could be recreated so perfectly. Kid, who are you? Chihan answered innocently. I just took a pottery class when I was little. The master nodded in praise. You will be my successor. Hearing this, the boy was a bit flustered. That's a little. Meanwhile, Doyoon stood by, completely confused by what was happening. Day 1 of the field trip. Lunchtime. The students chatted as they walked. What are we having for lunch? Of course, it's field trip food, spicy stir-fried pork soup. The teacher saw them and asked, where are we going? The students began to complain. Isn't it time for lunch now? It is lunchtime, right? The teacher pointed toward the old building and said, we're eating lunch here. They were completely baffled by this. Isn't this the pottery place? Tak Jin was sweating profusely. He took out a pizza and explained, pottery is fired at a high temperature. Pizza is twice as delicious when baked in a pottery kiln. The teacher praised him. Making pizza in a pottery kiln is brilliant. Tak Jin smiled and asked, how's the taste? I kneaded cheese into the dough and let it age in a jar. Doyoon ate, thinking angrily. No, I can't put my pottery in there. Is it really okay to put a pizza in there? Chihan exclaimed in amazement. This is delicious. Tak Jin immediately approached with a tempting offer. If you become my heir, I will pass down the pizza recipe I learned in Italy to you. Day 1 of the field trip. Museum tour. Someone's yawn echoed through the room. Doyoon complained. A museum tour after lunch. This is like taking a sleeping pill. Chi-han agreed. It's a bit boring. His attitude suddenly changed as he said excitedly, still, the rest of today's schedule is. Behind you. Suddenly, whispers broke out. Isn't that Chu Ajin from Class 7? Ajin is so popular here too. They looked at the sparkly accessories and hesitated. But this is a bit much. Ajin was wearing a giant, fringed crown, making her stand out. Everyone commented. Isn't that way too flashy? Ajin asked excitedly. What do you think? It's perfect, right? Minhai sighed in defeat. So embarrassing. Please don't talk to me, she said, annoyed. Even if it's a souvenir, who would actually wear something like that? Ajin just insisted happily. But it's pretty. She took it off, offering it to Minhai. You try it on. It's plastic, so it's super light. At that, she quickly ran away. How annoying, Doyoon thought to himself. The crown of the true demon completed her beauty. Could Ajin be? A while later, a loud voice called out, Did everyone have fun at the museum? Everyone replied in unison. Yes, the teacher joked. You all sound like day-old rice. Anyway, everyone worked hard today. He began his instructions. From now until dinner is free time. Feel free to explore and enjoy the trip. If you're caught doing anything strange, I'll send you straight back to Seoul. If anything happens, call me immediately. Everyone agreed in unison again. Let's take a walk around, Doyoon suggested. Chi-han readily agreed. Yeah, let's go. It was day 1 of their retreat, free time. The two strolled casually down the road. Suddenly, a voice appeared from behind. Can you really just let that slide? Hai Seop licked his ice cream, his voice filled with anticipation. I want to fight that Hado guy, right now. Taesop immediately shut him down. It's not time yet. Just wait, he asked irritably. Don't you realize your impatience is your single biggest problem? Hai Seop just smiled, offering, Here, have my ice cream. Taesop warned. Whatever you do, don't screw this up. Just then, the vendor handed over the ice cream, but it accidentally smeared the man's black shirt. I'm so sorry, I'll clean it immediately. The vendor panicked. Hi, Seop sneered. That's his favorite shirt. You're in big trouble now. He was clearly asking for a beating. A moment later, Hai Seop walked behind him, asking quietly, Hey, you all right? Impossible, Taesop snapped. Patience is for fools. At the shop, the employee was beaten unconscious on the floor. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a boy was happily biting into a pastry. This is better than I imagined, Doyoon exclaimed. This is great, Chi-han smiled and asked. You just had pizza, but you still have room for more? Doyoon thought. So this is what a school trip feels like. He was suddenly hit with memories of the past. Being forced to sit by the teacher, stuck in a corner on his phone. His roommates had even made him switch rooms. At night, they covered his face with toothpaste and drawings. It was the most painful trip of his life, forcing him to just pretend to be asleep. But all of that was in the past now. He sniffled, whispering to himself, Why am I suddenly crying? Just then, Chi-han called out to him, Let's go check this place out. Curious, Doyoon asked. Go where? Chi-han explained. Everyone says if you visit Gongju, you have to try it at least once. 4-wheelers. Doyoon was doubtful. Can you even drive a 4-wheeler without a license? Of course, Chi-han confirmed. A sudden shout grabbed Doyoon's attention. An instructor pleaded, No, stop right there. You can't drive like that, miss. The old man panted, yelling, Have you two ever ridden a bike before? No, it's too dangerous. Get off now, I'll give you your money back. Minhai, behind Ajin, said nervously. Okay, what's the big deal? Let's just go. I want to live. Ajin just shrugged. It looks simple. I want to try. Doyoon approached them. Are you guys okay? Her face lit up when she saw him. The owner asked, Do you two know each other? Are you here to ride too? Doyoon nodded. Yes, that's right. The owner lowered his head and thought. Let's see now. A refund for 2 people is quite a bit. In that case. The owner glanced at the girls. Ah, perfect timing. He then made a proposition. Why not have 1 guy and 1 girl ride together? Doyoon was baffled. What is he talking about? The owner turned to Chi-han. Student, have you driven before? He nodded. I took a course at a training center. Doyoon was floored. Switching partners? Does that mean? Ajin slowly got to her feet. What a relief, Doyoon, she said softly. If it's with you, I'm okay with it. She held out her hand, her voice filled with excitement. Let's ride together. Doyoon silently thanked the old man. The vehicle shot down the road. Doyoon was drenched in sweat, while Ajin hugged him from behind, laughing happily. Du Yuan's mind was racing. Too hot. Too close. Her whole body was pressed firmly against his back. His face flushed as he thought. Faster. Just go faster. My heart's about to explode. Ajin praised him. You're really good at driving this. He stammered. My driving. Is it that hot? Du Yuan panicked inside. I don't even know what I'm saying. Thanks a lot, Du Yuan, Ajin said gratefully. Because of you, I get to enjoy this amazing atmosphere. Hearing that, he thought, isn't this a bit too close? They sped past a group of students by the road. One of them watched Ajin ride by. Who's that girl? What's she doing? He whistled. Damn, she's seriously beautiful. I've never seen her before. Must be from another school's trip. Look at her. She's got to be a troublemaker. They began to whisper among themselves. I'm so jealous of that bastard she's with. Should I try and steal her? Meanwhile, Ajin kept the conversation going. The last time we met was at the PC cafe. It seems like we keep running into each other like this. Huh, it's pretty cool. Du Yuan replied blankly. Really? He then remembered what happened that day. She's right. But I hit her on the head last time. I completely blew it. Suddenly, a speaker blared an announcement. A Gongju specialty. Gongju bread, the perfect souvenir, Du Yuan thought to himself. Right now, we're on the same vehicle during our school trip. So, if I say the right thing, this could be my chance to fix our relationship. Du Yuan began slowly. You know, you're like a baby carriage. He turned to look at Ajin with a profound gaze. Because you're setting me on fire. She covered her mouth and gagged, completely crushing him. Wrong move. He quickly apologized. Sorry, Ajin. I can't believe I said something that cringy. No, Ajin quickly explained. I just hate loud music. Du Yuan nodded. Oh, right. We'll be past it soon. A moment later, he leaned in to check on her. How are you feeling now, Ajin? She answered softly. I'm okay now, he asked. Can you handle the event tomorrow night? The speakers will be insane. Ajin replied cheerfully. Then I'll just sneak out alone. Hearing this, his curiosity was piqued. What would you do while waiting? She thought for a second, then suggested. We could walk near the river. It's a shame I have plans tomorrow morning. I bet we could see the stars there. Du Yuan perked up. I could ask the friend I came with to join us. Ajin added. While he's at the entertainment show. You guys are back? Chihan asked, walking towards them. Du Yuan stared, stunned at the sight. What the hell are you doing? Chihan was carrying Minhai princess style. There was a little accident, he explained. Minhai's gaze was fixed on Chihan, full of adoration. A few hours earlier, she was riding behind him. See, Chihan? I told you, Minhai said excitedly. This thing drives way better than it looks. Then, he started telling a story. I briefly trained at a sports academy. Suddenly, water splashed up, hitting Minhai's eyes. Ah, water in my eye. Chihan quickly warned her. It's dangerous if you let go. Just then, a tire hit a hidden rock underwater. Minhai lost her balance and was flung from the ATV with a loud splash. The next thing she knew, she was in Chihan's arms. He asked gently, I'm sorry. Are you okay? Are you conscious? I'm so sorry, Chihan said guiltily. I should have been more careful. I'm glad I caught you, he asked with concern. Are you hurt? The four-wheeler was overturned. Yes, Minhai whispered. And that's what had happened. At their lodging that night, Chihan explained with a blush. She said her legs gave out, so I had to carry her. Du Yuan nodded. So that's why the princess carry. You're bolder than I thought. I probably would have just pulled her up. Chihan was skeptical. Seriously? This is my first time. Du Yuan praised him. You've got some smooth moves, my man. He quickly denied it. It's not like that at all. Du Yuan scanned the room, thrilled. Instead of Jeju Island or going abroad, we found an awesome spot. Chihan had to agree. Exactly. He looked around and remarked, this double room is really nice and comfortable. Du Yuan collapsed on the bed, groaning, I'm beat from walking around on the first day. I think I could pass out right now. Chihan smiled. Did you have fun today? Du Yuan murmured. Yeah, and tomorrow will be a fun trip too, right? On day 2 of the historical tour, the guide began to introduce the tombs of the Silla kings located around Cheomsongdae. On the second day at Bulguksa Temple, the photographer yelled, all right, get ready for the picture. Du Yuan and Chihan finally got a photo together. Day 2, at the Hanok village tour, Asen twirled in her traditional clothes and asked cheerfully, how is it? Minhai nodded. It looks great. Asen suddenly glanced behind her. Minhai noticed and asked, what's wrong? Did something happen? She shook her head and hesitated. No, it just feels like someone is staring at me. Minhai tried to reassure her. It's probably just a couple of guys admiring you, Ajin, but she still felt uneasy. Later, on the second day's museum tour, Doyoon yawned and whispered, I'm bored. Chihan nodded in understanding. I get it. But then a familiar voice echoed on the bus. Little brother, it won't be much longer, so just be a little more patient. Hai Shop asked impatiently, Brother, are we still waiting? How much longer do we have to wait? Taeshop decided, We move tonight. He immediately agreed. Okay. At the same time, in the auditorium, the host yelled into the mic, Shin, and high school students, scream. We will give 5 boxes of chocopie to the 4 loudest classes. It was the second day's recreation activity. He announced, Next up is a performance from the girls' dance club. Do you see those chairs on the stage? Who will be the lucky guy to sit in a chair and enjoy the dance right in front of him? The guys heard this and roared with excitement. Pick me, the host added. Those seats are for their boyfriends. They were crushed with disappointment. Will the boyfriends please come up to the stage? Du-uan, sitting below, let out a sigh. They swore they were single, but now they're dancing for their boyfriends. Don't you think that's pathetic? He glanced to his side, muttering, so lame. Du-uan was confused. Where did he go? But Chihan was already being forced onto the stage. Minhai whispered, I'm sorry. Please help me this one time. Blushing, she explained. I'm the only one here without a boyfriend. Chihan broke out in a sweat, asking nervously, If I just have to sit, I can do it. I think. Du-yuan was floored as he watched the scene unfold. He thought to himself, Are Chihan and that girl having their own little moment? I want to make a youthful memory like that on this trip too. The host gave the signal. The music started. Du-yuan suddenly remembered his conversation with Ajin from yesterday. Can you handle tomorrow night's recreation activities? The music from the speakers is no joke. Then I'll just sneak out alone. What are you planning? While we wait, we can walk near Cheomsongdae. Du-uan considered it. Ajin is probably heading to Cheomsongdae alone right now. Later, in a dense forest, a voice was heard. I think this is about the place. Du-uan pushed forward alone, muttering to himself. The atmosphere is a little weird because of the tombs. He felt a bit worried. He thought, it's not safe for Ajin alone. I should call her. His foot suddenly tripped on an invisible wire. The system immediately displayed a notification. Dungeon event. You have entered the king's tomb. Du-uan jumped, startled. He stared at the info panel and wondered, in a sparse place like this with only tombs, where are the enemies? Just then, something rushed at Doyoon from the side. Tashop appeared out of nowhere and landed a solid blow, speaking with irritation. So, you do know how to leave the house? Perfect. Now I don't even have to lure you out. Du-uan was utterly confused. You? Why so suddenly? Haishop quickly landed a sneak attack to his stomach from behind, leaving Doyoon no time to react. He smirked and asked, Do you study land often? Haishop's voice was filled with malice. Because this is a great choice to return to the earth. Doyoon struggled to ask, Who the hell are you two? And why are you punching me like this? They replied with arrogance. You don't need to know. Tashop threatened. I'm going to snap your arm. Hi, Shop, quickly chimed in. If you want, I'll just take one of your balls. Du-yuan shook his head, which confused them. He sighed in relief. Thank heavens. Tashop asked suspiciously. You feel lucky? Du-yuan thought to himself. A dungeon suddenly appeared near a graveyard. I was worried that zombies might crawl out of it. He spoke calmly. In the end, it's just 2 of you. Sensing Hai Shop behind him, Du-yuan immediately threw a powerful punch across his face. The force sent Hai Shop flying. Du-yuan thought, an event before the dungeon? This is like a bonus stage. Now it doesn't matter who these thugs are. Tashop witnessed the scene and growled, Impossible. Du-yuan just wanted to claim his prize quickly. He smirked with confidence. That leaves one more. I still have to meet Ajin. They were the Mad Dog Brothers, a nickname earned by those who saw their brutal methods on criminal-level missions. The violent arm of a private detective agency. With indifferent faces, they didn't care who their target was, because they were thugs who felt absolutely no guilt. A burly man stormed in, his voice shaking. Dad, honey, he cried. You bastards, he roared with rage. What are you doing, barging into someone's house? What bastard sent you here? It didn't matter how strong the opponent was. That man charged forward, screaming, I'm going to kill you, you 2 dogs. But when the 2 brothers worked together, they wouldn't lose to that man. He was quickly and mercilessly taken down. Hai Shop looked annoyed. Ugh, this semi-basement smell. Taeshop asked grimly. Where's the next target? Back in the present. Hai Shop now lay crumpled on the ground. A system prompt reminded him to eliminate the enemy. It didn't matter if it was a king's tomb or not. It was just a dungeon with a fancy name. Taeshop stared in shock, calling out, Little brother, This wasn't a big deal. Doyoon grew suspicious, letting out a scoff. Now that I look closer, you two look identical. Doyoon asked, "Are you guys twins?" He then charged forward. "I don't know why you brothers are pulling this," he said, "but I have someone to meet." Then, he threw a powerful punch at Taeshop's face. Doyoon spoke coldly. "You can lie down next to your brother." Taeshop blocked the strike with all his might. Calmly, he commented, "Not a bad punch." "Oh really?" Doyoon countered calmly. "I've got something even better." He then unleashed his destructive skill, launching his attack. Suddenly, Heshop appeared from behind, kicking Doyoon's arm away. "Are you blind?" he mocked, as he rained a flurry of punches on him. "How do we look alike?" he sneered. "I'm way better looking than my brother." Heshop flashed a twisted grin. "I'm at a loss for words." Doyoon was stunned. He's already up, he steeled his resolve. Then one more time. But before he could strike, Taeshop landed a kick from behind. "Stop talking nonsense and focus," he warned. "Don't get careless and take another hit." Heshop complained resentfully. "I was executing our strategy, wasn't I? Didn't you see my surprise attack work?" he whined. "Man, that last hit really hurt, though. I seriously thought I was done for." "All right then." Looking at Doyoon, Heshop sneered. "But I'm perfectly fine. So, what about this bastard? He must be hurting." Taeshop snapped. "You're too noisy." He made a swift decision. "Go now." Heshop charged, yelling, "I'm coming straight at you this time." Doyoon activated his skill, thrust the gap, aiming for Heshop. Taeshop seized the opening to ambush him from behind, mocking him out loud. Was that a coordinated attack too? Doyoon thought, suppressing the pain. From the back again, Heshop lunged, landing a heavy blow to his head and cursing. "This bastard's fist is no joke. You'll pay for messing up my handsome face." Doyoon realized, this is different. Completely different from fighting a mob. Every mob I've ever faced before, they only had sheer numbers on their side. Their attacks were always messy and undisciplined. But these two are perfectly in sync. Doyoon deduced. They're used to fighting as a pair. As he attacked, he swung his leg back for a counter. Heshop saw it coming and drove a fist into his gut. He let out a triumphant laugh. Doyoon thought, the other one is out of my line of sight. He'll attack me from behind. It's a simple combination, but their speed is overwhelming. He was swiftly knocked backward. Doyoon gasped for air. "I can't land a clean hit," Heshop said gleefully. "You'd be done for if it wasn't for me, bro." "Don't exaggerate," Taeshop replied coldly. He then challenged, "You're a bigger letdown than I expected. Just like the rest of them. Especially compared to that monster, Troll Shockjong," Doyoon scoffed. "Ganging up in sneak attacks. You fight this dirty and dare to call me a disappointment? Individually, they're nothing special. Ultimately, this fight comes down to who lands the stronger hit first." With that thought, Doyoon charged, yelling, "Have you no shame?" Heshop laughed arrogantly. "He's got a point, bro." Taeshop's voice was low. "That's just the excuse of a loser." Doyoon roared, "I'm starting with the little brother, the one who's been pissing me off. The moment I attack the one in front of me using thrust the gap, the other one, out of sight, will strike me from behind." Doyoon suddenly spun around, leaving Taeshop completely stunned. Taeshop deftly dropped, dodging the blow. "You think we didn't see that coming?" he smirked, kicking Doyoon's leg. "Little brother," he commanded, "end this." Doyoon leaped high, leg ready to counter. The one with the stronger blow wins. At that exact moment, Heshop leaped up, grabbing his collar. He smashed a fist into Doyoon's face with a twisted laugh. "Your shirt gave me a nice handhold." He was sent flying backward. "That's enough," Taeshop said lowly. "We need to move on to the next target. Just break both of his arms now." They moved into position to grab him. Pinning his arms back, Heshop threatened, "I told you earlier, you bastard. You're about to experience some serious pain." He began a slow count. 1, 2, 3. A cruel light gleamed in Taeshop's eyes, but he suddenly paused. Doyoon grit his teeth and growled, "No matter what dirty tricks you pull, the one who hits harder." He snatched Heshop's collar with one hand and gripped Taeshop's shirt with the other. Doyoon roared, "We'll still be ME, you bastards." He smashed their heads together with a sickening crunch. Both flew backward, blood gushing from their noses. "Who gave you permission to break my arms?" he raged. Rubbing his shoulder, he muttered, "That almost really snapped. These twins are insane." On the ground, Taeshop called out, "Brother." Doyoon was bewildered. "You're the older one. Have you lost it? This time, I'll—" Just then, a motorcycle engine roared from behind. Doyoon looked up, wondering, a bike? On top of a tomb? What kind of lunatic is up there? Was that thing there the whole time? A shaky voice suddenly cut in. You're still that strong, even when pinned down? Heshop clutched his head, annoyed. If I took that head on, my skull would have cracked like a watermelon. Juice would be everywhere, Doyoon asked, suspicious. You're getting up again? This time, I guess I'll have to crush you. Suddenly, another engine roar made him freeze. Taishop asked in frustration. I told you to get here sooner. Why now? When the two brothers fight together, a grin spread across Heshop's face. Do you know how long I've waited? They will never lose. The scene flashes back to their first visit. Heshop asked, confused, can't we just fight him now? He grinned with excitement. I want to fight that Doyoon guy right now. Taishop's voice was low. It's not time yet. We need to wait a bit longer. It won't be much longer now, he assured him. Just be patient. Brother, I am being patient, Heshop snapped. Just how long do we have to wait? Taishop didn't reply, his eyes fixed on his phone. A new message popped up. He should arrive before nightfall. But in the end, seeing this battle, he made a decision. Tonight, we get to work. Everyone, call them. A voice cut in unexpectedly. I almost got hustled by some thugs on the way here. The man explained calmly, a sinister grin on his face. I had no choice but to teach them a lesson, so I'm a little late. I didn't realize you two were having such a hard time. You crazy brothers. The man grabbed Do-Uwon's wrist, whispering, so from now on, the one who arrived was Kwang Seop, the eldest crazy brother. He spoke with a hidden meaning. Let's switch to team mode. Do-Uwon was stunned, thinking, so, they're the three crazy brothers. Energetic sounds filled the flashing space. On stage, couples were moving in sync. The girls dropped to the floor, then arched their bodies in all kinds of seductive poses. Then, they leaped back up, with flawless skill. The young men below cheered wildly at the sight. Even so, the girls on stage continued their performance. Is it because he's dancing? It's too hot, too close. While dancing, Choi Min-hee suddenly moved to wrap her arms around Chi-han's neck, her full chest pressed tightly against his back. They were both drenched in sweat, completely flustered. My heart feels like it's going to explode. The scene shifts to a desolate mountain area. In the dark night, a voice rang out. I ran into some thugs on the way here and almost got into trouble, so I had no choice but to teach them a little lesson. That's why I'm a bit late. I never thought you two would struggle this much. Well then, from now on, Kwang Seop said loudly, while grabbing Do-Uwon's arm. Do-Uwon had a stunned expression, screaming inwardly, Am I seeing things? This guy too. He still had a sinister look on his face. Let's switch to team mode. Seop, his eyes now bleeding, looked up and laughed. No matter how I see it, it just looks like you were lazy and late. Driving from Seoul to Gongju is tiring. Kwang Seop sighed in reply. A big brother needs to rest a bit too, little brother. But Do-Uwon was still lost in thought. That guy too. Tae-seop clutched his bleeding forehead and glared up. If you're the big brother, then act like one. You're late for a reason like that? Kwang Seop asked. Are you dissing me like a middle schooler now? How sad. So sad. And this guy too. Do-Uwon was still being held by one arm. Seop started whining. A bit harsh, big bro. Tae-seop quickly explained. I didn't mean it like that. Do-Uwon was still confused. Why do they all look the same? Then he spoke up. Are you guys going to keep multiplying? Hearing this, Kwang Seop gave a strange smile. We're triplets. Before the man could reply, he was hit with a punch to the face from Do-Uwon. Okay, first of all, that doesn't matter. I'm used to fighting two at once. Kwang Seop staggered back. Seop cried out, Big brother. Do-Uwon was already calculating the increased numbers. Even with blood pouring from his mouth, Kwang Seop licked his lips with excitement. If I hadn't dodged, I'd have lost my front teeth. You're the hot-headed type, aren't you? That kind doesn't live very long. Let's get started, brothers. Then the whole group charged at Do-Uwon. But he calmly ducked, dodging an attack from behind. Then suddenly, to the brothers' confusion, Do-Uwon broke free and ran. They looked back, confused. What's he running from? That kid's got good judgment. Tae-seop yelled. Little brother, you go left of the tomb. I'll run the other way. Seop eagerly rushed off. Tae-seop gave chase, taunting, I don't know if you're alone or what, but you can't escape the three of us. Just then, Do-Uwon appeared before him asking, What? Muttering to yourself? Feeling lonely without your brothers for a second? As he asked, he threw a punch. The guy panicked, thinking, his escape was a trick to separate us? Useless. Just then, Seop swung an excited fist from behind Do-Uwon. He immediately launched a back kick that almost broke the guy's jaw. Unable to handle the power, Seop gritted his teeth and spat out blood. Do-Uwon's eyes sharpened as he said coldly, I'm used to being attacked from behind. Suddenly, another voice made him more alert. Is that so? Then what about an attack from above? Kwang Seop leaped down from above, looking smug. He launched a kick before landing. Doyoon had to dodge back, his body sliding on the grass. He went over the tomb. Seop was now rubbing his jaw and crying out, I bit my tongue. I won't die from this much blood, will I? Stop making a fuss. Taesop added, I'm in the same boat as you. Kwang Seop stood in a cool pose, but one leg was trembling. He still put on a show. Not bad. Ambushing my two brothers in such a short time, and you still managed to counterattack? Inwardly, the man was amazed. The story about him beating Cheol Seung-jong seems to be more than just a rumor. Then Taesop spoke up. Forgot to tell you, be careful not to let this kid grab you. The man replied confidently, I know. I saw you two knock heads. Seop quickly made an excuse. I was just distracted at that moment. The man warned, Don't be so pathetic. Thanks for reminding me how to deal with this guy. Let's just fight in our style. And so, the three of them, each with a different expression, charged at Do-woon. A crash echoed in the air as Do-woon blocked Kwang Seop's punch. He analyzed silently. What? This new guy isn't much stronger than the first two. Then came Seop's kick, and he assessed. And those two are already hurt pretty badly. He caught the guy's trembling foot but was confused. Why are they getting faster and just a tiny bit stronger? Do-woon wondered. What the hell are they doing? The three of them yelled excitedly. Nice. Kwang Seop smirked. You're probably wondering. So I'll tell you. It's not that we're getting stronger. You're getting weaker. At that moment, on the mountain, three shadows appeared against the rising moon. It was the image of three Pungsan dogs, baring their teeth as if to devour their prey. Right then, they were hunting a tiger. There's an old story like that. Three hunting dogs surround a tiger, taking turns to attack and retreat, repeating endlessly without end. Little by little, the tiger finally gets exhausted and becomes food for the dogs. Back with Do-woon, the three thought his defeat was certain. The man spoke with confidence. To fight against a group, you'll have to use up many times more stamina than we will against you. Our individual skills are nothing special, but if we work together, we can even catch a tiger. This is how we three brothers fight. Kwang Seop emphasized. You'll lose because you're all alone. Do-woon calmly countered. That's extreme. I never thought a villain would say something like that. Hearing this, Seop roared. Why are we the villains? Taesop warned. Bro, we need to move to the next target before it's too late. Yeah, that's more like it. I'll finish this quick so you can rest. Just then, as a hand reached down, Do-woon suddenly yelled, Hey, you! You really think I came here alone? Kwang Seop looked baffled for a moment. Huh? He scanned the area. There's no one else here but you. Instantly, Chi-han appeared, using an academy-level judo leg sweep. Kwang Seop's head smashed violently into the ground. The two brothers stared in shock. What just happened? He then helped Do-woon up and said cautiously, I think I hit him too hard. Are you okay, Do-woon? Are these guys thugs? Do-woon replied. I'm so glad to see you, Chi-han. Seop glared furiously at his older brother. Bro, that bastard. Taesop answered. Yeah, he's our next target. Let's get started, boys. Earlier, when the three tried to jump Do-woon, he had quickly bolted. The three brothers stared after him. What, he's running away? That kid's got good instincts. Do-woon hastily texted. Damn it, hurry up, hurry up. I have a feeling if I fight alone this time, I'll be in the hospital for a long time. Please. Do-woon sent his location to Chi-han with a message. I'm about to die. He prayed internally. Please hurry, Chi-han. Back in the present, Do-woon said guiltily. Sorry for dragging you into this. Chi-han replied. It's nothing. But why are you fighting here? He answered. I'll explain later. I'm not really sure myself. Then, looking at the two remaining guys, Chi-han asked, So I just need to deal with these guys? He confirmed it. Then, they both charged toward the two brothers. Do-woon reminded him, They're all thugs, so don't hold back. Just let them have it. Chi-han simply replied, Got it. Tae-seop then ordered his brother, You take Chi-han. He rushed forward in a rage. That brat dared to attack my oldest brother from behind. Watch this, you coward. They both charged in. Suddenly, Seop's face froze as he stared at Chi-han's hand. Chi-han stammered, Sorry, this is going to hurt a little. With that, he used an academy technique, Jeet Kune Do's 1-inch punch. His opponent's body glowed and was sent flying backward. Seop's eyes rolled back into his head. After the strike, Chi-han looked on, bewildered. Was that too much? He seems pretty badly hurt. Just like that, his body flew off somewhere out of sight. Meanwhile, Do-woon was still facing Taesop. He narrowed his eyes and asked, You okay fighting alone? The man glared back. You're not in great shape either. You have the luxury to worry about me? But Doyoon quickly denied it. No, not you. Your brothers have been taken care of, so now you're all that's left. In that moment, Tae Seop's face filled with terror as he saw Do-woon's glowing fist. He was preparing a special skill. Do-woon rained blows on him, shouting, "Your oldest brother." The move he used was the continuous destruction fist. The punches to his chest made Tae Seop gasp in agony. Next were blows to his arms, twisting them like pretzels. Do-woon then changed the direction of his fists, aiming for Tae Seop's legs. Blood sprayed out as his eyes rolled back from the sheer pain. Do-woon finished with a powerful punch that sent his body flying like a paper kite. Now, Tae Seop's face was a swollen mess, blood pouring from his nose and mouth. Do-woon wondered, was that too much? Then he suddenly added, that felt good. Kwang Seop finally sat up, groaning and holding his head. Suddenly, another voice cut him off. First, answer my question. What was that about a target? Hearing this, the man broke out in a cold sweat. Do-woon looked down, glaring as he demanded, who sent you here? Elsewhere, a motorcycle's headlight flickered on. At the base of the mountain, someone urgently reported, over there, our boys have run into that bastard. A chubby man with an ugly expression replied, that's right. The bike matches the photo they sent. That crazy bastard, leaving his bike right there. The man with glasses behind him mused, intentionally causing trouble in someone else's territory and parking so openly. He's probably trying to get our attention. He likely has more allies waiting in ambush. The man beside him said confidently, it doesn't matter. It's been a while. I was getting bored with no disputes to handle. A group of footsteps approached. Let's give our foreign guest a warm welcome. A notification appeared. Monsters are coming. Silla No. 1 High School. Kwang Seop saw his two brothers sprawled on the ground and kept calling their names. He turned back, sweating and stammering. Guys, since when? Beside him, Do-woon zipped up his jacket and said, I'm exhausted. Now all you have to do is answer my question. He then knelt in front of Kwang Seop and spoke. I heard you came here to harm a target. Do-woon then continued. The first was me, and the second was Chi-han. Hearing this, he began to stutter nervously. Do-woon added, you guys don't know anything, so there's no reason to do this on your own. Then, Do-woon brought his face close to the man's and asked in a low, threatening voice, who sent you here? The scene shifts to a cafe, where Jinhwa's voice is heard. Don't worry, sir. Just trust us and leave it to us. Gumin sat opposite him with his arms crossed, questioning, what if the guys you sent get caught? And what if they say I was the one who instigated it? Hearing this, the man narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, those guys are veterans of major fights. I don't think something like that will happen. Jinhwa then added, and even if it does, they will absolutely keep their mouths shut. But he still wasn't convinced. He clicked his tongue. Easy for you to say. It's common for people to talk after getting beaten up enough. Seeing this, the man stood up and said, those guys already know. If they commit the sin of betraying the organization's trust. And then Jinhwa glared at Gumin and said in a menacing tone, they'll really end up dead. The man stared back, sweating in silence. The other man just smiled and said, our director is a very scary person. At the same time, Jinhwa thought to himself, actually, if the information leaks, we're the ones who will be in more trouble. Back with Do-woon, Kwang Seop was still denying it. I don't know what you're talking about. At the same time, he thought, I'm not telling this guy the truth. Then Kwang Seop said, we just did it for fun. He secretly thought to himself, of course, I have no intention of giving up on the job either. At the same time, Kwang Seop pulled a knife from behind his shirt, thinking, just 2 stabs to the leg should be enough. Do-woon frowned, sighed, and said, if you're going to make an excuse, at least make it a good one. Then Kwang Seop glanced at Chi-han and thought angrily, the problem is that guy who suddenly showed up. He stood up and said calmly, it seems a beating is the only way he'll listen. He had to strike when his opponent couldn't retaliate. Kwang Seop pushed on, aiming to take both of them down. Suddenly, Do-woon staggered, falling backward. Chi-han quickly caught him, asking with concern, are you okay? Are you badly hurt? He hesitated, replying, I'm not that badly hurt. Internally, Do-woon wondered, what is this? His remaining health wasn't low enough for this. Why is my body so drained of strength? A realization hit him. Could there be a separate stamina stat, like in a game? Do-woon's eyes widened as a cold sweat broke out. In the game, running didn't drain health, and fighting the 3 brothers wasn't this hard. His friend asked, confused, are you okay? You're saying strange things. At his words, Do-woon snapped back to reality. At that moment, Kwang Seop got to his feet. This is my chance, he thought. Here I come. With rage in his eyes, he clutched a knife and lunged at them. but a voice stopped Guang Xiop cold. Is that the guy? Another answered. Probably. They said he was in blue. Just then, a group of people approached. They murmured among themselves, why are they fighting each other? Internal conflict? Du-Yuan frowned. What now? He felt a sudden dread. Don't tell me, Du-Yuan whispered. Are all of them monsters from this tomb? I thought it was just those three. Chi-Han stared at the horde of monsters, his voice laced with fear. The atmosphere grew heavy. He knew their numbers were overwhelming. The blonde-haired man stomped his foot and spoke. I heard some junior was fighting the guy in blue, so I came to check it out. But this situation seems a bit messy, doesn't it? Then, a smirk spread across his face as he asked, You're not on the same team, are you? So why the fight? Du-Yuan quickly tried to explain, There's no way I'm on his side, but the blonde man cut him off. Irrelevant. He then declared, The problem is that you trespassed on someone else's territory. His friend began sweating, explaining, We were just looking around. Irrelevant. He interrupted again. The blonde monster leader raised his voice. Territory and juniors are just excuses. He continued with a satisfied sigh. That old man hasn't provided any entertainment lately, and I was getting bored. Suddenly, the blonde man stomped his foot on Guang Seop's face and spoke with contempt. Giving up already? Right at the start? Another monster stepped up, grabbed Guang Seop's hair, and relentlessly pummeled his face. He grinned wickedly. Look at this guy's face. Then he added mockingly, Looks just like the one in blue. Must have been made in the same factory. Enraged, Guang Seop charged forward, yelling, Get your hands off him. But the blonde man dodged the knife with ease. He frowned and said, Hey, one of them shouted, That guy has a knife. He stood in front of his two brothers, threatening, Come any closer, and I'll take you down. Guang Seop continued his warnings, If you don't want to be crippled. But he didn't see someone creeping up behind him. In a flash, the figure restrained Guang Seop. He sneered, And what if I don't want to? Guang Seop gritted his teeth, struggling fiercely. The blonde leader approached him. You brothers are quite close, huh? Don't siblings usually have conflicts? Guang Seop shot back. What business is it of yours? Before he could say more, the man slapped him hard across the face. Then he said casually, You're right. It's none of my business. The blonde man continued hitting Guang Seop. With each blow, he spoke, No matter what, it doesn't concern me. He slapped him again, frowning. I don't care what happens to you. Then he said cheerfully, We just want to play with you guys all night. Watching the scene, Chi-Han hesitated. This looks really serious. But Du-Yuan put a hand on his shoulder and said, He brought this on himself, so don't worry. The important thing now, he continued, is that we should be worried about our own situation. Just then, a swarm of monsters surrounded the two of them. Du-Yuan thought to himself, Now that we're in here, a fight with them is inevitable. Cheol-min, one of the monsters, sneered. Why worry about such useless things? You're not getting out of here anyway. Suddenly, the one next to him spoke up. I think that's the guy in the black shirt. He continued. Isn't he the one from the car with that girl yesterday? Cheol-min looked and nodded. Probably. Hey, let's use his phone to call her out and party all night. The other guy agreed eagerly. That's a great idea. At the same time, Du-Yuan thought, I'm in no condition to fight properly right now. He cursed under his breath in frustration. Chi-Han was sweating, terrified. They're completely insane. Du-Yuan continued his thoughts. Even with Chi-Han here, there's no guarantee we can beat all of them. A man in glasses next to the blonde leader observed them and said, It seems they don't want to fight. He lit a cigarette and replied, Thinking about it, we outnumber them. Winning like this isn't any fun. Du-Yuan started to form a plan. In that case, suddenly, the leader called out to them. With a cigarette in his mouth, the blonde man issued a challenge. Fight each other, he continued. Whoever wins, I'll let that person go. His friend's eyes widened in shock. Chi-Han cried out, How could we do something like that? Suddenly, Du-Yuan threw a punch straight at him. He thought, There's no other way. Du-Yuan kept attacking Chi-Han, who could only raise his arms to defend himself. Du-Yuan thought again, This is the only option I have left. One of the monsters smirked at the scene and remarked, So much for having any loyalty. The one next to him also laughed. He betrayed him so quickly. While defending, Chi-Han stammered anxiously, Du-Yuan. He thought to himself, He's not actually hitting me. Is he pushing me away? Then Du-Yuan looked at Chi-Han and said, I'm sorry for acting on my own. His friend looked back, confused. Then Du-Yuan yelled, Run as far away as you can. With that, he used all his strength to push Chi-Han away. The man with glasses analyzed the situation. He's faking a fight to break the encirclement. The blonde leader let out a surprised gasp. Pushed away, his friend yelled in a panic. What are you saying? How can I leave you here alone? Du-Yuan immediately answered. It's fine. From now on, I can handle this by myself. He knew there was no other option. Then, Doyoon reached into his pocket and said, I don't even know what this will do now. He clutched something, sweating. What am I about to do? I have no choice but to use it. Returning to the past, the system announced, Doyoon has received a hidden reward. He held the item and wondered, isn't this a lock? Doyoon sat on the slide and spoke. Why did the key become a lock? The system info says this lock can activate in automatic mode. 10 minutes of auto combat. He muttered in disbelief. Is this even possible in reality? It feels like a total cheat. Doyoon's hands sweated as he gripped the lock. Isn't this too dangerous? What if there are non-enemies nearby? He continued his thought. I have a bad feeling about this, so I'll only use it in a real crisis. Back in the present, a guy crossed his arms and tilted his head. Is that a lock? What's he pulling that out for? Cheolman sneered beside him and spoke. He's probably just cleaning out his inventory. Look at him. He then pointed towards Chi-Han and ordered, Hey, brown hair, get over here, or do I have to beat you to a pulp and drag you? At that moment, Doyoon placed a hand on Cheolman's shoulder. Where are you going? Didn't you want to play all night? The thug looked confused, and Doyoon declared, We're starting now. Then, Doyoon's brow furrowed in anger as he roared, Let the party from hell begin. At the same time, his thumb slammed down on the lock. I don't care anymore. The moment Doyoon activated it, dark energy erupted from the lock. Its power seemed to overwhelm his sanity, a force so immense that the grass around him was blown flat. Doyoon just stood there, confusing the thugs. Cheolman's eyes narrowed as he smirked. What are you doing now? This is giving me the creeps, he continued. Still got that weird middle school phase going. Suddenly, something cut Cheolman's words short, followed by a blood-curdling scream. The blond guy looked up, confused. The thug screamed in agony, Help me! But the others just stood there, too terrified to intervene. The scene shifts to Doyoon's hand gripping the man's shoulder. The black lock item had been activated. Doyoon continued to squeeze, making Cheolman shriek in pain. An automatic skill, a skill where the player doesn't directly control their character. Simultaneously, an image appears of Doyoon multitasking on several computers. He sighed. I don't want to do this. How much longer do I have to play for them? The system automatically identifies monsters and battles them. Then, he said cheerfully, thanks to this, it helps a lot. But this skill is only for those who lack the time to play. Doyoon watched his character run face first into a wall and yelled, Why is it still running into a corner? For the most part, this skill lowers a character's ability compared to manual control, but that's only when used in a normal game. When used with a highly advanced AI system, this skill can cause a massacre. A thug stuttered, sweating. What the? A moment ago, he saw Cheolman on the ground with his eyes rolled back and asked in terror, What just happened? He then roared in anger, charging at Doyoon. You bastard! You dared to touch Cheolman! He threw a punch straight at Doyoon, but he dodged it with ease. Instantly, Doyoon countered with a brutal uppercut, making the thug cry out in pain. He then unleashed a relentless barrage of blows on him. The bald guy saw this and stammered in horror. How can he be so fast? Before he could finish his sentence, Doyoon was already right beside him, and then, a punch landed squarely on his head. The bald man was hit so hard his face seemed to grotesquely deform. After the attack, Doyoon stood silently, a dark, sinister power still radiating from him. Then, with glowing eyes, Doyoon slowly turned towards the remaining thugs. Seeing this, Cheolman asked hesitantly, He seems different from before, right? The guy next to him added, His eyes. They look soulless. The brawny guy behind them spoke. What nonsense are you spouting? Then, one of the three yelled, Forget it. Let's all go at once. Instantly, all three charged straight for him. At the same time, a sound came from beneath his feet. 3 thugs closed in, attacking him from all sides. Doyoon immediately countered, startling them. He then slammed a fist into Cheolman's gut. Next, Doyoon delivered a combo of punches to the brawny guy's face and finished with a powerful kick to the last one. He watched them with the same empty eyes. Suddenly, Doyoon glanced down. The brawny guy had grabbed his ankle and sneered. Didn't see this coming, did you? Then he roared, Get him now, and finish him. But before the thug could savor his moment, Doyoon quickly broke free and stomped his head hard. Chi-Han watched the scene, sweating and hesitating. He whispered, Amazing. He recalled Doyoon's earlier words and thought in confusion, I'm not sure what he really wanted. Then, Chi-Han turned and ran, thinking, But if I leave now, I'll be helping him, right? The blond guy just stood there, a cigarette in his mouth, saying nothing. The guy with glasses warned, "That guy's not normal." The blonde exhaled a puff of smoke and replied, "And he still got past you guys?" A fat thug gritted his teeth. "I can't watch this anymore." Doyoon was still in auto-combat mode. He tilted his head, staring them down as they began to voice their fear. What a monster. What's with that expression? The fat guy immediately looked at another thug and threatened, "Anyone who backs down again will have to answer to me." Hearing that, one of them flinched. He then yelled, "Shut up and charge." The others rushed forward upon hearing the command. One replied fearfully, "I'm going, okay?" Another gritted his teeth. "We have the numbers advantage anyway." Doyoon seemed to be getting into a combat stance. His feet dug so hard into the ground that the earth and grass sank beneath them. Next, Doyoon single-handedly dealt with all the overconfident thugs. Each one received at least one hit. No one was left untouched. Two others saw this, cursed, and furiously threw their fists at him. But Doyoon swiftly grabbed both of their heads before their attacks could even land. He then slammed them down, smashing their heads into the ground. Another thug saw this and stammered in fear, "Don't come over here." But there was no way Doyoon would spare him. Instantly, he landed a devastating blow. Then, Doyoon followed up with another strike to a different thug's face. He maintained his emotionless expression as he relentlessly attacked them. Suddenly, the fat thug grabbed him from behind in a tight bear hug. He grimaced, grinding his teeth as he spoke. "You idiots couldn't even do this?" The fat thug then tightened his grip and said confidently, "You fought well, but I'll hug you until your ribs crumble to dust." The man with glasses watched and said calmly, "Those who act tough can't do anything once he's caught them." He continued, "There's no escape." Suddenly, the fat man's curse echoed, making the man with glasses stare in shock. The fat thug continued to scream in pain, because Doyoon was digging his fingers deep into his thigh. The fat thug's eyes bulged as he endured the agony, sweat pouring down his face. Next, he threw Doyoon forward and roared in absolute fury. "Get off!" Shoved back, Doyoon used the force to instantly counter. He spun into the air, twisting his body as the thug watched in disbelief. Then, Doyoon brought his foot down right in the big guy's face. The impact sent him crashing to the ground instantly. Doyoon landed gracefully, surrounded by a pile of defeated bodies. All of them were down after taking his critical hits. Just then, the guy with glasses stepped up. "Fighting with glasses on is a huge risk, you know." He smugly adjusted them and continued. "A direct hit to the face could be a fatal injury." So he kept gloating. "That's why most people take them off first." He was clueless about his own fate. "But I won't take mine off." "You know why?" the guy asked with absolute confidence. "Because I have no intention of getting hit in the first place." He kept rambling on. "Every person who stands before me." Before he could finish, Doyoon's fist smashed right into his face. So much for his big talk. After that, Doyoon moved toward the blonde. Seeing this, the blonde stammered in fear. "What the hell? How can he handle over 20 people so fast?" He scowled. "He even took down our two best fighters. So why?" Then, he rushed toward Doyoon. Swinging his fist, he screamed, "Why aren't you even tired?" The blonde threw a powerful punch, shouting again, "Who the hell are you?" Suddenly, his face darkened. His eyes went wide as he saw his attack get blocked. Doyoon caught his fist and grabbed his neck, making him choke. That terrifying gaze was locked on the blonde. He stammered in fear, "Wait a second." Before he could say another word, Doyoon made him scream in pure agony. The scene shifts. In a dark room, Doyoon's eyes snapped open as he uttered, "What the?" Then, Doyoon sat up, looking completely bewildered. He scanned the room and wondered, "Where am I?" He then said aloud, "I'm sure I just used the black lock." He kept questioning himself. "Why am I in this shabby room?" A cold sweat formed as he hesitated. "It seems like someone lives here." The atmosphere felt incredibly dangerous. "I should get out of here first," he muttered. At that moment, the computer monitor in the room suddenly lit up, startling him. Doyoon flinched. "That scared me. Why did the computer turn on by itself?" He glanced at the screen and gasped. A message had appeared from the creator of the end. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Doyoon stared, completely speechless. The message continued to type out as he watched in total amazement. It read, "This is a space that holds your mind, separate from your body." Doyoon was shocked. This familiar tone. Could it be? He then recalled the image of the creator of the end and exclaimed, "So it's you." The scene shifts again. Elsewhere, Ajin lets out a soft sigh. She walked alone down the street, looking wistful. "Everyone must be busy watching the performance right now. I wanted to see Minhee dance too. What a shame." As Ajin walked, she said, "But," On the other hand, she looked up at the starry sky and smiled happily. I'm glad I get to see a sky like this. Ajin skipped slightly, a grin on her face. Her eyes remained glued to the twinkling stars. And then she spoke to herself. But I've walked a bit too far, haven't I? Time to start heading back. Suddenly, a phone's ringtone echoed, making her jump. The sound came from a large man nearby. Ajin quickly turned around. She was startled to see someone approaching her. He held his phone and spoke, forgot to silence this. She looked at the strange man before her and stammered in fear. Who are you? Back in the mental prison. Doyoon hesitated. This familiar way of speaking, it seems. Then, he stared directly at the glowing monitor and asked warily, Are you the bringer of the end? Then, Doyoon leaned in closer to the screen. Is this a chat room? Why can't I type anything? Then a new message appeared. Speak freely. Doyoon frowned. We can talk now? You don't usually pretend to listen to me. The next lines of text appeared. I cannot always watch over you, and now I want to ask. Doyoon replied. What do you want to ask? I'll be the one asking questions next. The creator of the end typed immediately. How has the power I gave you changed your life? Doyoon's eyes widened as he hesitated. How? Well, obviously. Suddenly, Doyoon stopped. It seemed he was considering how to phrase it. Then, he yelled with angry tears. It changed for the absolute worse. He slammed his hand on the desk and screamed. Because of that quest, I'm caught up in fights all day, and monsters keep crawling out of dungeons. Doyoon continued to vent his feelings. At this rate, my body won't be able to take it. I only know how to play games, so why do this? And then he hung his head and hesitated. Suddenly, Doyoon plopped down in a chair and crossed his arms. But even so, it's refreshing. He continued. Every single day, I was targeted by the same bullies. I did whatever they told me to and still got beaten to a pulp. Doyoon kept going. Since I started fighting back against those guys, it feels like this is how it should be, he said cheerfully, and now I can protect someone. Then Doyoon confessed softly, more than anything, if I didn't have this power, I probably would have died in front of my computer that day. Then, he blushed slightly and scratched his cheek. I'm very grateful to you. On the computer screen, the typing suddenly stopped. After a moment, the creator of the end finally spoke. Or is it the manager? And then he said, Now it's your turn. Doyoon looked at the glowing screen and frowned. A bead of sweat trickled down his face. The scene cuts to a tomb, revealing a grim sight. An army of monsters had been completely defeated. They were all lying scattered on the ground. Kwang-soo was horrified. What is this? Seeing the big guy's deformed face, he wondered again. What is this? Then, Kwang-soo looked over at the guy with glasses, utterly baffled. What the? He struggled to lift his head and whispered, Right now, Seeing the sight of Doyoon's hand clamped tight on the blonde's neck, Kwang-soo thought in terror. What in the world am I looking at right now? But Doyoon's cold, empty eyes just stared straight ahead, as the blonde stammered, Wait. Before the blonde could speak, Doyoon immediately took action against him. The blonde screamed in agony as Doyoon tightly twisted his arm. He started cursing in a rage, while Doyoon just tilted his head and watched him with a blank expression. Then, the blonde lost control and charged toward Doyoon. He raised his fist and roared with fury, but before he could strike, Doyoon immediately used his leg and kicked him hard in the shoulder. Blondie was sent flying by Doyoon's kick before he could even land a blow. Kwang-seub stared in shock. What's with that guy? He's like a different person. He stammered. How can a monster like that exist? At the same time, Kwang-seub thought, was he not using his full power against me? A plan began to form in his mind. I have to get my guys and hide. Kwang-seub tried to push himself up, but failed. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, Those bastards stomped all over me. At the same time, the blonde-haired guy was grimacing in pure agony. He clutched the shoulder that Doyoon had just kicked. With a terrified, sweat-drenched face, Blondie quickly staggered backward. Then, he fumbled for his phone and stammered, Just wait. And then, Blondie's tone became cocky and provocative. If you think this is over, you're dead wrong. You'll have to face our leader eventually. He quickly put the phone to his ear, but no one answered. Blondie's face paled as he stammered, Pick up, damn it, pick up. Suddenly, the call connected. He spoke urgently. Pan-eon, where are you? The guys are getting wrecked, Blondie continued. You need to get over here. But before he could finish, Pan-eon hung up, leaving him stunned. With no reply, he stammered in fear. Pan-eon, hey. Just then, Doyoon closed the distance between them. Sweating with rage, Blondie screamed, Pan-eon, you son of a bitch. A heavy stomp from Doyoon came crashing down on him. With those soulless eyes, Doyoon seemed completely indifferent to his words. Seeing this, Kwang Sob wondered to himself, did he just say Pan-eon? He hesitated for a moment. Could it be the Pan-eon I know? I remember because the name is so unique. But it wasn't just the name, Kwang Seob thought. The scene shifts to 2 years ago, at the Young An Correctional Facility, as Hee Seop's voice rings out. Dude, this is epic. Kwang Sob asked. What is? He grinned and replied. Among the new guys, I think one of them is about to get beaten to a pulp. Hee Seop tilted his head and added, let's see. Apparently he tried to force himself on some girl, but failed and got caught. Hearing that, he let out a scornful laugh and said, he failed? What's so epic about that? Hee Seop immediately clarified. No, the girl he went after, he continued, is the younger sister of the leader in the next cell block. Kwang Seob smirked, impressed. Now that's epic. Hee Seop added, the leader is absolutely furious now. He went on, rumor is, he's going to deal with that guy as soon as he enters the common area. As they walked, he turned and said, the guys in the workout room are no joke. If he's a middle schooler, he's totally done for. Hee Seop just laughed nonchalantly. Yeah, his coffin is already sealed. Suddenly, the guard in front of them gasped, then stammered in fear. What is that? He immediately grabbed his radio, calling for backup. Seeing this, Hee Seop craned his neck and chuckled. Looks like it already started. It's that poor middle school kid. Kwang Seob also smirked, peering inside to watch. Suddenly, the expression on his face changed completely. Meanwhile, the guard kept shouting, hey, you! He wondered, why won't this door open? At that moment, inside the room was the chaotic aftermath of a brutal fight. Pan-eon looked at the trembling figure before him and spoke. So, it was you, Ji Hyung. Goen. I'm meeting you here is truly a miracle. He then crouched down and said, but you know, couldn't we have had a much closer relationship? Actually, did you like me too, Ji Hyung? Pan-eon looked up slightly, sighed, and said with fake shame, it's so unfair. If the police had been a little later, I could have finished it. Then Pan-eon asked, hey, when is your sister visiting? Next time, for real. With a vile expression, he licked his lips and declared with absolute confidence, I'll see it through to the end. Back in the present, the scene shifts to Ajin. She crossed her arms and said, I'm not mistaken. Ajin then frowned worriedly and spoke up. It was you, wasn't it? She recalled the chilling feeling of being watched while she was out. Finally, she stared right at Pan-eon and stated with certainty, you're the one who was following me. Hearing this, he ignored Blondie screaming on the phone and tried to explain himself. It's not like that. Pan-eon pictured Ajin's beautiful smile and said, from the moment I first saw you, I couldn't get you out of my head. He looked at Ajin and described her appearance, her natural black hair and white skin, from her eyelashes to her toes. He loved it all. Then, with a twisted look, Pan-eon confessed, somehow, I think I'm in love with you. Seeing him approach, Ajin kept backing away, stammering in fear. Don't come any closer. I'll scream, he replied calmly. Even if you scream, no one will hear you. Then Pan-eon's tone turned perverse. But you dressed up so nicely to come here all alone. Weren't you expecting something to happen? Ajin continued to retreat, hesitating. I told you not to come closer, he went on. If you hadn't shown up, I planned to find your dorm tonight. She frantically typed on her phone and stammered, I'm calling the police. Unfazed, Pan-eon stepped right in front of her and spoke casually. Last time, I was reported right at the start. I had to do time in juvie and was forced to move all the way here. Ajin begged in utter terror. Stay away. Suddenly, she tripped on a stone and fell hard to the ground. She cried out in pain, and then, Pan-eon slowly leaned down to the trembling Ajin and said softly, don't be scared. I know exactly what to do. She looked at him, thinking in horror. My body won't move. Ajin's thoughts raced. I can't make a sound. With a terrified, tearful face, she repeatedly begged, I don't want to. Pan-eon asked calmly, you're not resisting much, are you? Then, with a twisted grin, he stared straight at Ajin. Deep down, you want to have fun too, right? Seeing his expression, she screamed in her mind, I don't want this. Suddenly, Pan-eon turned around and demanded, who are you? She also looked up. Finally, Ajin couldn't hold back her tears and called out, ah, Do. Then, filled with pure relief, Ajin cried out his name, Do-uan. Hearing this, he looked at the boy in surprise. Pan-eon then glared at Do-yuan and said, Am I being interrupted right at the start again? Do-uan said nothing, his body still radiating a dark, menacing energy. And so, the boss battle begins. To Ajin, seeing Do-uan was like seeing her savior. she stammered. Do! Tears streamed down her face as she called his name, her voice cracking with emotion. Do-uan! Pan Eon then directed his gaze at Do-uan and spoke. Am I being interrupted right at the start again? He snarled. You son of a bitch! But in an instant, a single kick sent him flying far away from Ajin. Pan Eon sat up, stunned by the blow. He chuckled. You have no manners. Pan Eon casually added. We were still talking, but Do-woon ignored his words completely. A fist shot toward him, followed by a brutal barrage from Do-woon. He unleashed all his fury without restraint. Ajin's eyes widened in total shock at the scene. At that same moment, Do-woon unleashed a heavy punch straight into Pan Eon's face, sending him flying backward. But he didn't stop there, already spinning for his next attack. Pan Eon gritted his teeth in terror, glaring at Do-woon, who didn't make him wait. He aimed his fist right at that disgusting face. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a mental prison. The end creator spoke. It's your turn. Do-woon began. First question. He frowned intently. Who are you? Then, sweating nervously, Do-woon asked, Are you a god? A single beep echoed. The reply came, I am the system administrator. Do-woon stared blankly. No, be more specific. But the end creator simply typed the next message. Do-woon clicked his tongue, annoyed. So he won't be specific? Fine. Second question. Do-woon then asked, Why did you give me this ability? The end creator replied, As I just mentioned. A flashback appeared, the moment he offered him a rare item. The end creator continued, It's not only because you were kind. He then typed, You were good to me. Reading this, Do-woon paled. Then, There's another reason? The time is not yet right for you to know, came the reply. Instead, I will reveal one thing. This is a virtual space, a replica of a real room. The words slowly materialized, where it all began. He stared in disbelief. This room is where everything started? Began what? Suddenly, the room began to shake violently. Startled, Do-woon broke into a sweat. Looking up, what's happening? Why is this happening? The end creator explained, Time flows differently here than in the real world. Then came the message. It is time for us to part. Do-woon hesitated. Already. The shaking intensified as panic filled his face. With a hint of regret, he pleaded, But I still have so many questions. The end creator's reply was simple. With this power, you can finally protect someone. Desperate for more, Do-woon frowned and yelled, Wait! The end creator's message appeared. This time, I'm counting on you. He added one last thing. To protect them. In that instant, he snapped back to reality. Do-woon looked lost. The auto battle was over. He hesitated. It's over already? Just then, Pan Eon sent him flying with a vicious kick, shouting, You startled me! He got up, glaring. You seem dangerous there, kid. Do-woon stared back. Who is this creep? Just then, Ajin called out worriedly, Do-woon, are you all right? Hearing her voice, he turned in surprise. Why is Ajin here? He wondered. His thoughts raced. The location's different, and there are no other monsters. A cold sweat covered him. What is happening? What went on during the auto battle? Suddenly, a strange, sharp pain shot through Do-woon's entire body. He clutched his chest, gasping internally. What is this? My heart feels like it's going to explode. Then, a system warning flashed. Body has reached its limit. Beware of the recoil. Do-woon's eyes widened in shock as he read it. He was now struggling just to breathe, panting heavily. Can't breathe. Pan Eon seized the opening, lunging forward with a brutal punch to his gut, gasping for air. Are we? He raised a fist, sneering. What happened to all that bravado? At the same time, Do-woon thought, My vision is blurring. Pan Eon continued his merciless assault with a roar. Well then, thank you for this, he yelled. This is bad, Do-woon thought. My body's in the worst possible state. He gritted his teeth, shouting, Shut your mouth. I have to end this now and escape, he resolved. Suddenly, a strange sensation pulsed through his hand. His eyes shot open in disbelief. Do-woon collapsed to his knees, letting out an agonizing scream. It feels like every muscle in my body is being ripped apart. Pan Eon pointed to his own ear. Could you keep it down? You're being too loud. He finally gave out, collapsing to the floor. Pan Eon pinned his face with his boot. So, what are you two to each other? Do-woon glared up, gritting his teeth in fury. I can't move a muscle. Pan Eon pressed down harder. Boyfriend? Or are you just crushing on her? Ajin couldn't stand it any longer. Stop it! Suddenly, he grabbed both of her wrists, smirking. Okay, I'll stop. Pan Eon glanced at the terrified, trembling Ajin. Besides, he added coolly, he's in no condition to fight back now. He shot a look at Doyoon, helpless on the floor. A disgusting smile spread across his face. It's much more thrilling with an audience. Hearing that, Doyoon struggled to glare up at him with pure rage. At that moment, Doyoon's mind raced. What am I even doing? He recalled his words from that mental space, questioning himself again. But what am I supposed to protect? Memories of Junwoo bullying Ajin flooded his mind. This is just like back then, he thought. Trembling, he bit down hard. Move, damn it. Meanwhile, Pan Eon started taking off his shirt, eyeing Ajin. Time to finish what we started. She backed away, sweating and stammering in fear. Stay away from me. Her face crumpled, on the verge of tears. No. Then, her terrified scream ripped through the air, but somehow, Doyoon was now standing in front of Ajin. He spoke softly, reassuring her. It's all right now. Back then, I was truly useless, he thought. Recalling the past, he made a vow. I couldn't do anything before. But this time, I will protect her. Back in the present, though utterly exhausted, he stood firm. Doyoon glared at his enemy. Nothing is going to happen to her. This time, I have to succeed, he swore to himself. Pan Eon casually put his shirt back on, sneering, trying to act like a shield. What can you possibly do in your condition? Pan Eon mocked. He's right, Doyoon thought. I can barely even stand. Each breath was a painful struggle. There's only one way I can fight right now. Suddenly, Pan Eon's eyes widened in shock. Doyoon's hand was gripping his collar tightly. He smirked provocatively. You should have tried grabbing me from the start. Oh, right. If I struggle, you can't land a clean hit. Pan Eon's taunts continued. But you're a fool. Did you think I just let you grab me? He lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of blows right in his face. I'm the only one who can use both hands now, he roared. Doyoon absorbed the hits, refusing to let go of his collar. He gritted his teeth, thinking, just a little more. It feels like my arm is about to tear off. I can't even punch now. Can I even use a skill like this? Unimpressed, Pan Eon landed another punch. You can barely stand, so why act so tough? Taking the brutal assault, Doyoon whispered, my body might not hold out. Seeing his resolve, Pan Eon asked, you want to do this together that badly? Doyoon clenched his jaw, thinking, no. He tightened his fist, activating his skill. What does any of that matter now? Doyoon launched a combo attack, but Pan Eon easily blocked it with a confused look. He frowned, looking at Doyoon. Is that all you can do with that fist? I'll stop when you can block me. At the same time, Doyoon wondered, is one hand not effective enough? Without hesitation, Pan Eon smashed a fist into Doyoon's face. He sneered, you have no hands left to stop me. But Doyoon muttered internally, then I'll just push a little harder. Then, Doyoon activated 3 attack skills simultaneously. It was his turn to retaliate, as a barrage of punches slammed into the side of Pan Eon's face. But Pan Eon refused to lose, landing another hit on Doyoon's face as he spoke. Let's see how long you can last. But suddenly, Pan Eon froze. His pupils constricted in shock at what he saw next. Pan Eon's fist was still on Doyoon's face, but Doyoon was glaring, letting out a cry. Doyoon's hand clenched tighter. A surge of power was building within him. He thought, just a little more. Doyoon then unleashed 6 interwoven attack skills. Now, it was his time to shine. Each heaven-sent blow crashed into Pan Eon's disgusting face. Doyoon roared through his teeth. Just a little more, he thought to himself. Every time I raise my fist, it feels like I'm being torn to shreds. Ajin watched from the side, her eyes wide with speechless astonishment. He continued, but just a little bit longer, his face swollen from the blows. Pan Eon stammered, wait, Doyoon thought, just one last push. He glared and let out a huge roar as power exploded from his body. A little more. Finally, 15 attack skills. Doyoon attacked relentlessly, giving Pan Eon no chance to counter. At last, Pan Eon couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. He had actually defeated him. After the final blow, Doyoon glared, gasping for air. At the same time, he had cleared the tomb of the Blood King dungeon. Blood from his nose smeared around his mouth as he heaved, utterly exhausted. But moments later, Doyoon could no longer stand and collapsed. Seeing this, Ajin rushed over, worriedly calling his name. Doyoon's head remained down. His body trembled as he thought, did I push my body too far? Sweat poured down his forehead like rain. A thought crossed his mind, but Ajin is safe. Doyoon's thoughts continued. That's all that matters. And then, he finally lost consciousness and fell. She screamed in terror. Doyoon! Ajin was sweating with worry, pleading again and again. Wake up! but Doyuan's consciousness seemed to be fading away. At that moment, her face began to blur in his vision. The scene changes. Doyuan's eyes are closed, his wounds treated and bandaged. Suddenly, he shot his eyes open with a look of utter shock. Doyuan panted heavily, stammering, "Is this the dorm?" Then he sighed in relief. "Glad I'm not pushing up daisies. I really thought I was a goner yesterday." Then, he flinched, letting out a surprised gasp. Doyuan put a hand to his forehead, wondering, "What am I holding?" At the same time, he lifted his other hand, which was gripping another. He looked completely stunned. The next moment, Doyuan was flustered, muttering in confusion. "What?" An item of clothing lay on the floor, and beside his leg were a pair of pale feet. He wondered in shock, "What in the world is going on?" Ajin's sharp profile was turned towards him. At that moment, Doyuan thought, "Last night." He turned to her, his face flushing red as sweat poured down. Doyuan screamed in his head, "What happened?" Instantly, like anyone in his situation, he shot up and pulled the blanket over himself. He stammered in a panic. What is this?" Doyuan hesitated. The auto battle ended a long time ago. Ajin was woken by his voice and slowly opened her eyes. She sat up, rubbing her eyes, and asked, "You're awake?" Seeing her, Doyuan was too panicked to form a complete sentence. "Ajin, why are you here? Did something happen?" Hearing this, Ajin looked puzzled and said, "Don't you remember anything?" Doyuan broke into a cold sweat, screaming internally, "What is happening?" While he was in a state of sheer panic, she spoke up. "It's natural that you don't remember. I'm sorry." Ajin continued, "You're wondering what happened last night?" Back to the previous night, she was frantically shaking Doyuan, pleading, "Wake up, please, wake up." Ajin began to explain. "Right after you passed out, Chihan suddenly rushed over, stammering, 'What happened?' He just appeared out of nowhere." Then Chihan knelt and said, "He must be in shock and exhausted, but luckily, it's not serious." Ajin was bewildered. "Shouldn't we take him to the hospital first?" Chihan frowned, sweating. "Doyuan just got into a huge fight with those thugs. If we take him to a hospital in this state and they find out, it'll be a mess. And we also ditched the school tour." Hearing this, she was lost. "So, now what?" Ajin continued her story. "But taking Do-Uan to a hospital was just too high risk." She went on, "So we brought you back to the room and gave you first aid." In the room, Ajin watched Chihan bandage Do-Uan. "You know how to do this?" He replied, "I learned it at my cram school." Back in the present, she glanced up shyly. "I wasn't sure when you'd wake up, so I stayed to watch you, but I fell asleep too." Do-Uan let out a breath of relief. "So that's it. What a relief." "Yes." Then Ajin spoke up. "I already explained to the teacher, so don't worry." He smiled and replied, "Thanks." But she suddenly said in surprise, "Hey, but," Ajin continued, "your wound has almost completely vanished." Hearing this, Do-Uan peeled off the bandage, shocked, thinking, "How?" Last night, the pain was excruciating. Then he rotated his arm joyfully. "I guess I don't need to go to the hospital anymore." Seeing this, she sighed in relief. "Thank goodness." Do-Uan thought, "Is my body's condition even better than usual? How is this possible?" Suddenly, the system appeared, startling him. At that moment, Do-Yuan seemed to realize something, and whispered, then spoke in his mind, "Now I remember, early in the morning." At the same time, a groaning sound was heard in the dark room. A trembling. Do-Yuan wondered to himself, "Am I back at my place?" Next, he slowly opened his eyes, thinking, "I can't move, and I'm too thirsty to say a word." Suddenly, a small glowing orb appeared before Do-Yuan. He saw it and wondered, "What is that? Is it the halo you see before going to heaven?" "Ah, here." Do-Yuan, still in a daze, murmured, "Is it the gate to heaven?" But the light quickly disappeared, leaving 2 keys before his eyes. It was his reward, a gold and silver key of light. Du-Uan looked at them and exclaimed, "They look so beautiful. Is it time?" Then, he gritted his teeth, trying to reach out and touch the 2 keys. "It's telling me to use them, right?" Next, a blue light erupted. Back in reality, Du-Yuan spoke quietly in his head. "That's right, I used the key in a daze. Did this passive skill help me recover?" He smirked, then thought happily, "I finally have a recovery skill. Though it only works during sleep, it's still very useful." Then a question popped into his head. What about the golden key? At that moment, Ajin smiled and said, "That's amazing. Did you recover so fast from sleeping a lot? It's already 4 p.m. Du-Yuan replied in shock, "It's that late?" Then he glanced over and asked, "So, where are Chihan and the others?" Hearing him, she hesitated and replied, There's only one tour on the schedule today. So, everyone, Ajin continued. They're hanging out at Julin Palace. The scene shifts to the park, where a voice startles Chi-han, who looks over at Min-hai. She shyly offered him cotton candy and said, I just bought this. Chi-han took it and replied, Thanks, I'll enjoy it. She then stammered in embarrassment, It's because you helped me yesterday. Hearing that, he also replied shyly, Ah, yeah. Then the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. In an indescribable way, suddenly, he started sweating, and spoke to break the silence. Let's try that one this time. Min-hai also stammered. Sure? At the same time, Ajin's voice was heard. I'm sure Min-hai and Chi-han are together. Back in the room, she continued cheerfully. She's probably repaying him for his help on stage, from yesterday. Hearing that, Doyoon trembled with jealousy, gritting his teeth and cursing internally. This guy ditched his friend to go on a date. Just you wait, I'll definitely. Suddenly, Ajin turned back and asked cheerfully, Should we go get something to eat? At the same time, Doyoon resolved to get his revenge. The scene changes to a restaurant. She sat opposite him and said, It's a shame. Times like these, you should eat spicy octopus to regain strength, but there's nowhere around here that sells it. Doyoon quickly comforted her. It's okay. Donkatsu is the best for regaining strength. At the same time, he thought happily, going out alone with Ajin on a school trip like this might be a reward for clearing the dungeon. Right after, a waiter brought a tray of food, unintentionally interrupting them. Excuse me, your order, he then announced. For the young lady, the donkatsu has arrived. Then the waiter continued. The stir-fried cucumber side dish will be right out. Hearing this, Doyoon wondered, Is this also a dungeon? Suddenly, he looked at Ajin, as if realizing something, spoke up. You couldn't go to Julin Palace because of me. Hearing that, she quickly replied, It's okay. I couldn't go to the park anyway. Doyoon asked Ajin. Why not? She replied honestly. I told you. I hate loud music. Then Ajin laughed softly and hesitated. This is quite embarrassing. Next, she recounted a past event. When I was little, I got lost at the park with my family. And Ajin continued. I ran around in the crowd, screaming and looking for my parents for a long time. She continued. But no adult noticed my crying, the loud music from the speakers. And then Ajin spoke. It was like a barrier preventing me from finding my parents. I was so scared. Back in the present, she smiled lightly and continued. Since then, I've been afraid of loud music. Next, Ajin looked up and smiled as if trying to hide her true feelings. So it's okay. On later trips, my family would often go to the mountains or the sea. Stargazing there is much better than a park. And then she spoke softly. After starting high school, I was too busy to go. Hearing that, Doyoon's eyes widened as he thought, I see. Then he recalled Ajin's words and hesitated in his mind. So that's why she went alone. Ajin suddenly spoke with a sad look, but I regret not being able to see the fireworks. Doyoon was stunned once again. After eating and strolling around, the two returned to the hotel. They walked in a relaxed manner, when suddenly, a surprised exclamation was heard. She smiled, looking up at the starry sky, and wondered, You can see the stars from the hotel rooftop? He looked up beside her and replied with a small laugh. We should have come up here sooner. Ajin agreed. That's right, and yesterday we went all the way to the observatory. Then she looked down and said with regret, If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have fainted. Seeing this, Doyoon hurriedly explained. That's not it. I had just been in a fight nearby. Next, he scratched his head in embarrassment and forced a laugh. Getting into a fight on a trip. How pathetic is that? She immediately defended him. They started it. You had no choice but to fight. And then Ajin smirked, turned, and praised him. But you're really something. Doyoon. Surprised by her praise, he said, Me? She continued. Usually, the kids who fight at school are always so tense and do such childish things. Then Ajin said cheerfully, But you're not like that. I think that's really cool. Flattered, Doyoon replied shyly, It's not that great. Next, she blushed and hesitated slightly, especially yesterday. He didn't hear clearly and turned to ask, What did you say? Ajin replied playfully, Nothing. After saying that, she beamed and spoke with a happy smile. Thanks. Gazing at her beautiful face, Doyoon was completely captivated. He suddenly spoke up. It's starting now. Ajin looked confused. What's starting? Instead of answering, Doyoon just told her to look back. Her eyes widened in confusion. She turned, hesitating. Is that? Before her was a stunning view. The Julin Palace. She moved closer, amazed. I can't believe the view is this clear. He then asked, You never looked out your hotel window? Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. An orange light exploded across the dark sky, making her jump. A brilliant fireworks display had just begun. Doyoon looked up, saying softly, "Looks like we can see the show from here." Ajin gazed up beside him. She let out a gasp, a mix of surprise and joy. Watching the sky ignite, she whispered, "It's so beautiful." Meanwhile, on a nearby Ferris wheel, another voice spoke. Kichi smiled, camera in hand, "Watching fireworks from a Ferris wheel with my son. This feels like a total rebellion." Yoon Song shot back, "You're the one who dragged me here." He glanced over. "Are the files sorted?" Kichi looked at his camera and answered brightly, "Almost." Kichi continued, "First, the report to the higher-ups." Just then, a nearby phone buzzed, making him jump. Yoon Song cut in. "Why bring that up now? The thugs already delayed things." Reading a new text, he blurted, "The Yuchin Assembly." Kichi mused, "Do-Uan will certainly make the assembly interesting, won't he? They say he's matured recently." He spoke while still looking at his phone. "He prefers peace, after all." Yoon Song agreed. "He won't make a move unless provoked." But then, he added something else. "But that won't fly at this assembly," Yoon Song stated grimly, "because he's going to meet him." Meanwhile, in Gwanak-gu, a voice asked, "So the three mad brothers failed?" Cheon-hwa smirked. "Yes, sir. They're hospitalized." Standing on a rail, In Kang ordered, "Tell them to recover fast and return. I have another mission for them." His subordinate immediately obeyed. In Kang then lifted a dumbbell with one finger. "Do-Yuan. So this is the weight of a representative's title," he snarled. "I will shatter your skull." The last day of the field trip had arrived. Everyone was on the bus back to the city. The news on screen reported an escaped bear. Do-Yuan just grinned, saying cheerfully, "That was the trip of a lifetime." His friend Chi-Han agreed. Despite the danger, it ended peacefully. What a relief. He then nudged his friend with a grin. "So, how'd you and Minhai get so close? Did you learn some moves at a class?" Do-Uan just stammered, forcing a laugh. I have no idea." Do-Uan thought to himself. The only reason this trip ended safely was because of that black lock. He prayed silently in his heart. "I don't remember everything, but I hope I never get that thing again." But then, Do-Uan looked down. He held the object in his hand, sighing. "And I really meant it." He then wondered, "Why is it still in my pocket?" Do-Uan was confused. Why didn't this vanish like other items? The system said it could only be used after unlocking. He looked at it, thinking, "Not that I plan to use it now." He hesitated. "This keyhole. Does it mean I actually need a key?" Do-Uan sighed. "So I still need a key, huh?" He let out a breath. The auto-combat skill is crucial, but, Do-Yuan considered, "If I use this, I might speak to the manager again. That's how I can get more info." Just then, their teacher announced sternly, "We're here. Don't wander off. Go straight home." In unison, they all replied, "Yes, teacher." The buses stopped, letting students off. Do-Yuan stretched with a huge yawn. "Man, bus trips are so tiring. I just want to shower and crash." Suddenly, Sion appeared from thin air, frowning. "Looks like you had fun." Do-Yuan spun around, stammering, "Es Sion?" She crossed her arms coolly. "Long time no see." Seeing them, Chi-Han waved goodbye. "Oh, a friend? I'll get going then." Sweating, Do-Yuan waved back. "Yeah, see ya." He then turned to her, flustered. "Why do you always just appear without calling first?" Seon answered calmly. "This way is much faster." Do-Yuan was bewildered. "So, what's the emergency this time?" She didn't explain, simply saying, "Follow me. I'll explain on the way." Sion added, "And I have questions for you too." She turned and walked, leaving him totally baffled. The scene changes to a small restaurant. A voice snaps, "What is this?" Do-Yuan balks. "Sehun, you're here too?" The other guy just sneered. "Got a problem with that?" Do-Yuan shot back honestly. "Your very existence is a problem for me." Enraged, Sehun stood up. "Then how about we settle this right here, right now?" Listening to their pointless banter, Seon sighed. Same as last time. All talk and no action. Do-Yuan suddenly remembered. "Hey, isn't the bearded guy coming?" She answered. "Say he was too busy to come." Seon continued. "Now, for the reason I tracked you down today." Do-Yuan listened with a curious gaze. She then announced, "The Yuchin assembly is being held again." He asked with some hesitation. "You mean the one that was interrupted by that explosion?" Seon stated flatly. "Correct." Do-Yuan asked nervously. "And when is it?" She dropped the bomb. "Tomorrow." He froze, as if struck by lightning. Do-Yuan stammered, "Isn't that way too soon?" Seon narrowed her eyes, adding seriously, "And there's something else you need to know." Do-Yuan started getting nervous. "What else?" "Stop making me so anxious." She remained calm, arms crossed. Representatives rarely participate in person. Usually, they send an assistant to observe and report back. Hearing this, Doyoon immediately questioned it. But Yunsong was at the last one. Sion replied, unclear. He must have had his reasons. Ignoring them both, Sehun just kept eating his burger. Doyoon breathed a sigh of relief. Whew, that's good. I thought I had to go. But then she spoke up. However, there's a sentence in the manual. Sion then continued gravely. The Boromai representative's attendance is mandatory. Hearing this, his face instantly fell. Doyoon demanded, but why me? She began to explain. That's what we came here to find out. Sion leaned forward, her voice low and serious. Something has specifically summoned you to this Yuchin assembly. Have you ever caused any trouble? Suddenly, he breaks into a cold sweat. Doyoon hesitates, struggling to find the words. He then wondered, did the fight with Ichin's crew count? Confused, she listened as Doyoon came clean about an incident on his trip. Sehun smirked. Fighting at a tourist spot? It hasn't been long, and our great representative has already become a thug, he stammered, trying to defend himself. It was self-defense. Sion crossed her arms. That place is outside Hwanok's territory. That's not the real issue. Sehun suddenly cut in. Or was it this? He recalled an event from 2 or 3 months ago. Me and him stormed the Bongche construction site. She exploded with rage. Why are you only telling me now? Sehun replied. I knew you'd be furious. The CEO frowned, displeased. I said the Bojame area is vulnerable. We need to lie low. He answered casually. Relax, it's already handled. On the contrary, their representative came looking for a fight with my vice rep. Her head lowered, her voice fading. It almost became a huge incident. Our territory is extremely weak right now. Seeing the tension, Doyoon spoke up. Is the problem that I took down their representative? The CEO asked. What about it? Doyoon hesitated. Actually, recently he confessed. Defeated the leader of the Bongche district. They both stared, completely stunned. With an expression of pure disbelief, she asked again, unconvinced, while Sehun just threw his head back and laughed. You're unbelievable, he cackled. You used to tremble in front of Sokjong. Absolutely pathetic. All the while, Doyoon was sweating in fear. Suddenly, Sehun shot to his feet, yelling, Is that true, you punk? Doyoon mumbled, I had my own reasons. Sehun then closed in on him with a smirk. You look like you're in better shape. A result of that slide training? At the same moment, Doyoon screamed, Where are you touching, you pervert? Sion had been silent the whole time. Then she spoke. That's probably not the issue. Both men turned to look at her at once. Then, Sion began her warning. When I said to be careful, I meant not to make enemies of other districts. She continued. Considering Ichin's interests, there is a rule that allows managers to clash with one another. Doyoon flinched, as he suddenly recalled what Yang Sun had said. He said the exact same thing. Sion's voice cut in. But if an outsider instigated it, that's an entirely different story. She continued calmly. In short, it seems the problem isn't on our end. Sehun wondered. Then who is it? Seon answered. This time, besides Bojame, another representative has also been summoned. Doyoon's brow furrowed in curiosity. With her arms crossed, she went on. At first, I thought they were called for a different reason, but it's possible that while we weren't paying attention, Sion lowered her voice, presenting her theory. They got tangled up in that mess. At that very moment, the scene shifts to the Sewon district's baseball field. A sharp crack echoes. A man is tied up and trembling. It's Gumin. He glares, spitting endless curses. Gumin whipped his head around, screaming, You're the ones who couldn't handle them, so why are you doing this to me? Just then, a baseball hurtled towards him at blinding speed. As he squeezed his eyes shut, In Kang swung his bat, sending the ball flying. He let out a breath and spoke. Not a satisfying swing. Gumin snapped back. You think this scares me? I am Lee Gumin. In Kang simply asked him coolly. Want a piece of gum? Holding out a pack. Gumin was bewildered. What is this for? In Kang gritted his teeth as he explained. They say baseball players chew gum not just for stress, but also to protect their teeth. Gumin began to sweat and stammer. What do you want? Give me my commission and get out. In Kang rested his bat on the ground. Before that, one last question. He then moved in close. Gumin glared as he was asked, Are you sure no one knows you hired us? He answered without a second thought. Of course not. This is illegal. What would I gain by talking? In Kang got his answer and turned away, muttering, Then who the hell leaked it? Gumin yelled. Where are you going? He turned back, flashing a wad of cash. Want your payment back? Then, he shoved the bills straight into a pitching machine and said nonchalantly, "I'll leave every last cent for you here." Horrified, Guman looked up, sweat pouring down his face, and he offered a kind reminder, "But you better protect your teeth." The second the money went in, the machine roared to life. The sound of its motor filled the air. Guman shrieked, "You son of a bitch!" At that moment, Xinhua arrived with his crew to report. "We're still searching. I'll find the source of the leak soon." In Kang interrupted calmly, "Forget it. Do you know what wounds my pride the most?" He looked confused. "This?" In Kang continued, "The fact that I was summoned over some worthless, small-time representative." Then he added, "The Bojame rep is coming later." Xinhua replied softly, "That's right." In Kang sneered, "Perfect. Tomorrow." His voice dropped to a growl. "I'll have to vent my frustration on him." A brief flash of Guman's battered form is shown. Back with the others, Doyoon finally asks a question. "Where did Sehun disappear to?" Sion replied, "No idea." He mumbled something about a slide, and then vanished. He came to a conclusion. Basically, that guy isn't normal. She turned to him, confused. "You don't have to walk me home," Doyoon answered instantly. "The streets are dangerous at night." She didn't argue. Instead, Sion stated, "You've become more reliable." "Pleased," he said with excitement. "If anyone shows up, I'll take care of them. You can count on me." Suddenly, Doyoon's eyes darted aside as if he noticed something. She asked, "What's wrong?" He stared into a dark alley and hesitated. "I just heard a noise from that alley." Instantly, Doyoon's eyes flew wide with shock as cold sweat began to drip down his face. The scene cuts back to a vehicle. A bus was taking students back to school. On a screen, a news report was playing about an escaped bear. The anchor stated that the authorities were still searching for the animal. A reporter added that the rusted iron bars had been shattered, and the tarp overhead was ripped to shreds. He continued, "If the bear heads for the city, then this cloth won't be the only thing torn apart." Just then, a massive bear appeared before them. Cold sweat trickled down Dowoon's face as he thought, "What is this? Is it real? How is it here? Should we run? Is that really a bear? For real? How much faster is a bear than a person? Is this a dream? Should I run? Is it a real bear? Or just a costume?" But he couldn't move. This was a real bear, and it was too late to flee. "I thought people could beat bears. There's a scent of blood. It looks terrifying. If I show my back, I'm finished. Would playing dead even work? I'm going to die. This is it." On the deserted street, Do-woon stood in front of Seon and told her, "Listen carefully, please." He suppressed his fear and said, "Run quietly and call the police." Seon was bewildered. "What?" Do-woon went on, "If we both run, we might just get 2 tickets to the afterlife." Sweat poured from him as he trembled, mumbling, "Just go." Do-woon was resolved, "I'll stop it." Bears are known for their warmth and innocence, with cute eyes and round ears. They are also one of the strongest predators in the ecosystem. Playing dead will only get you into its stomach faster. Startling it could get you decapitated. Running? What chance does a human have? When you're in danger with a bear right in front of you, the only choice is to fight. Do-woon stared at the huge animal towering over him and told himself, "Stay calm, don't think about anything." At the same time, he clenched his fists and thought, "All I need to do now is..." Then Do-woon gritted his teeth, preparing to attack the bear. As he thought about survival, the bear suddenly panicked and spoke. "Wait a minute." It then looked at him and asked, "Why are you trying to hit me when we just met?" Do-woon was stunned to hear the bear talk. Sion, who hadn't fled, slowly approached and said, "I think this is too ridiculous." He immediately turned around with a confused look. She squinted at the bear and coolly assessed, "The animal suit looks so real, I was frozen too." Do-woon was still shocked and stammered, "This is an animal suit?" He then turned to look at it and argued, "No, it's not. It still looks like a bear. Has a bear learned human language?" The bear quickly tried to explain, "There's no way that could happen." Next, Do-woon wondered, "Why are you wearing that?" At the same time, a group of people arrived, the one in front saying, "There it is." He held up a pink bag and smirked, "Is the bear stuck? You dropped your bag while running away, didn't you know?" The bear suddenly looked scared and hid behind Do-woon. It shouted, "Help me." Startled, he sweated and asked, "What's wrong?" It replied, "I just told them not to smoke, and they suddenly wanted to handle me." The leader heard this and spoke up. "It just popped out of nowhere and made me waste a whole pack of cigarettes. My advice, if you're not involved, get lost." He then threatened, "You bear, give me 300,000 won for the cigarettes." The bear immediately refused. "No, But it is my fault, so I'll give you 5,001. Hearing that, his voice got louder. How much do you get paid per hour for handing out flyers? I'll be especially merciful with you. Then the bad guy raised the bag. In his other hand was a lighter. He laughed and said in a thuggish tone, "Today I'll reduce it from 300,000, one to your hourly pay." Doyoon felt this was unfair and immediately rushed forward, angrily shouting, "Give it here!" Before he could take it back, the guy casually threw the bag away and said defiantly, "I won't." Then the guy gave a contemptuous smile and said, "You should have left when I told you to, you punk." At that moment, Doyoon stomped his foot and wondered, should I try it? He then recalled his reward was 2 keys. Next thing, he grabbed the bag and spoke. Got it. So this is the feeling. The next scene was shocking. Who knows what Doyoon did to leave all the thugs in a pile on the ground. A new skill. It will become a powerful weapon in future fights. He turned around and gave a forced smile. But the flyers all fell out. Sion was still amazed and stammered. What was that? The bear beside her admiringly exclaimed, "You took down 4 people in an instant." It continued to praise him. "That was awesome," Doyoon replied cheerfully. "I'll help you pick them up." After they finished, he said, "Get home safely." Doyoon added, "The Y Chin, kids are scary these days, so don't do that again." It heard this and bowed its head. "Yes, thank you so much, both of you." Then the bear turned to leave and called back, "I have to go back to handing out flyers now." He waved and watched it go with confusion. Won't that appearance just make everyone run away? Sion watched and narrowed her eyes. Seeing it with my own eyes really reassures me, he asked in surprise. That bear? She glanced at him and spoke. Now I can really see that you've gotten stronger. Then Sion left first, not forgetting to look back and say, maybe I won't have to worry tomorrow. This time you'll be on your own, so be careful. When Doyoon heard this, he started sweating profusely. I forgot about that. He then ran up to Sion and asked frantically, "Can I not go?" But her only reply was a cold, "No." Doyoon could only sigh helplessly. At the same time, in another deserted alley, the bag of flyers had been thrown into a trash can long ago. A voice also rang out. It's only been a short while, but he's changed, completely different from when he was little, right? The bear suit was taken off and thrown on the ground. The person inside continued, I was right to come see him myself. Then that person walked away and said, see you later, Doyoon. The scene changes to Juancheng. The next day was the Weichin Society's regular assembly. Doyoon leaned his head against the wall and sighed, thinking, does time always go by this fast? And at that moment, the elevator doors opened. Doyoon couldn't stop sweating, trying to reassure himself. It'll probably be fine. In the end, I had to come back here. He looked at the space in front of him and exclaimed, no matter how many times I see this view, I can't get used to it. As soon as Doyoon entered, all eyes in the room turned to him. One person said, is that Doyoon? The person next to him also squinted and replied, that's right, he's the one who caused a scene at the assembly. Doyoon ignored them, let out a sigh, and quickly pulled out a chair to sit. At the same time, he wondered, I just need to sit in an empty spot, right? Then a gavel slammed down on the table. A loud voice boomed, seniors, please be quiet. It seems everyone has arrived. Model. A man with a refined air narrowed his eyes and announced gravely, we will now begin the regular assembly of the Ichin Society. Doyoon was hit with a bitter memory. Last time, he thought, the first order of business was a vote on whether to dispose of me. Snapping back to the present, he focused. The first agenda item. He listened, wondering what issue would be raised this time. The refined man spoke. The Cell 1 district was instigated by an outsider to attack the Bodom representative. Realizing this was about him, Doyoon flinched. He narrowed his eyes and asked, can you explain this accusation? The man continued. Cell 1's representative, Senior In Kang. Doyoon followed his gaze. Seeing In Kang's nonchalant face, he murmured, so, he's the one they summoned today. The refined man on the podium addressed the Cell 1 representative. You know that is an act of betrayal. What is going on? He wondered, completely lost. The man continued sternly, I demand an explanation for what the 3 brothers did in Gyeongdu. Doyoon listened, bewildered. Those 3 brothers were from the Ichin Society? A sudden realization struck him. So that's why they targeted me and Chi-Han. Someone was pulling the strings. In Kang spoke calmly. Why should I explain some baseless rumor? Who brought this up? Bodom. The refined man immediately corrected him. This issue did not originate from his district. He then pointed upwards, adding, this is a direct order from headquarters. The attendees erupted in confused murmurs. One person hesitated. Headquarters? What's that? The person next to him frowned. I'm not sure. But I hear they're the ones who secretly run the Guanak district's Ichin society. But In Kang didn't flinch. He pulled out a pack of gum, asking, "You got any proof?" Du Uwan couldn't contain his rage, his eyes narrowing as he glared across the room. The sharp scrape of a chair broke the tension. Du Uwan stood up, staring In Kang down as he said angrily, "Stop beating around the bush. Say it clearly." Du Uwan glared, gritting his teeth as he growled, "Did you take money to make a fool out of me and my friend?" Meanwhile, in secret room 7, Kichi asked, "Unsong, did you get the report?" He replied curtly, "Yeah." Unsong looked at his phone. The first issue is going exactly as predicted. Kichi's expression turned serious. The atmosphere in there must be tense. Unsong replied calmly, "I already predicted how In Kang would react." Kichi stretched beside him. "That guy's personality is just too obvious." Then, with a small smile, he added, "Exactly. This time, I looked into In Kang's past. That tattoo isn't just for show," Unsong asked. "A tattoo?" Kichi pointed, the one next to his eye. He continued, "That teardrop tattoo means," Kichi's voice dropped, "I've killed someone before." Back in the meeting hall, In Kang popped gum in his mouth and sighed. "How much money have I poured into the Ichin society for its own good?" His voice echoed through the room. "And for this? I get summoned and forced to explain baseless rumors?" In Kang then spoke with casual contempt. "And now, even this rookie representative dares to look down on me." He then stared straight at Doyoon and shouted, "If you're the victim, then speak for yourself." In Kang suddenly spun, unleashing a kick at Doyoon. "Do you have proof I was paid for it?" As he blocked the attack, Doyoon thought, "He's fast. If I hadn't stopped that, it would have been bad." He then shifted stances, driving a hard punch into Doyoon's stomach. The onlookers were horrified by In Kang's blatant thuggery. Seeing Doyoon only defend himself, he sneered, "Why is everyone making such a fuss over a baseless accusation?" In Kang continued, "2 hits and you're already flying. Is this an act because you're a representative?" He then began digging into his past. "As I recall, this punk has crossed the Ichin society before, and now that he's a representative, he shouldn't be dealt with?" In Kang then said with a smirk, "Then the reverse should also be fair, right?" Doyoon was shocked. In Kang continued, "Whether I was instigated or not, all that matters is that this guy isn't part of the Ichin society." In Kang then declared coolly, "Send word to headquarters. Stop wasting time with this." He then lunged at Doyoon, shouting, "Right here, right now!" A loud crack echoed through the room. In Kang aimed his fist at Doyoon, his eyes blazing. "We're about to have an open representative seat," but Doyoon simply frowned back, cleanly blocking the fierce attack. The room fell silent, everyone holding their breath. In Kang glared and snarled, "What are you doing? Planning to block forever?" He continued to taunt him, "Are you too scared to fight back?" At that moment, Doyoon thought, "It's all so obvious." He slapped In Kang's arm away and growled, "You don't have to beg me." At the same time, he told himself, "He's right. I can't let an incident this huge slide." Doyoon straightened his posture, his brow furrowed. "Until you confess you took orders from someone, I will do everything in my power to defeat you." The quest window should be appearing now, he thought, expecting the mission to be defeating In Kang. Just then, the system window materialized. He read it and panicked internally. "No attacking?" Before Doyoon could even react, In Kang unleashed a furious barrage of blows. At the same time, he shouted, "Let's see what you're made of." Due to the system's request, Doyoon couldn't fight back. In Kang remained arrogant, continuing his assault and saying, "Let's see how good Bodam's representative is." Then In Kang cornered him against a wall, throwing a powerful punch right at his face. After the attack, pieces of the wall crumbled to the floor. In Kang sneered, "See that? That punch broke the wall." He then taunted him, "You're so scared, you can't even move." Doyoon glanced over and grit his teeth, thinking, "What is this situation?" He immediately dashed away, cursing to himself, "I thought the mission was to fight, but now it says I can't attack. This damn system," Doyoon screamed in his head, knowing he would become a laughingstock. Suddenly, In Kang shouted, "Inside here," then stomped his foot hard on a chair. Next, he leaped up for a kick, confidently asking, "Think you can escape?" With that, he landed a strong kick that sent him to the ground. Doyoon struggled up, thinking, "This guy's strength is abnormal." He hesitated, trying to understand, even more than him maybe. In Kang, the Bongchun rep, stepped before Doyoon. "Feeling proud because you managed to beat Sokjong? I can tell from that arrogant look on your face." The crowd began to whisper, "Did Doyoon really beat Sokjong? I heard the rumor but thought it was fake." In Kang's eyes narrowed as he spoke. That guy was a monster, he went on. His physical power was unnatural for such a small frame. Without another word, In Kang lunged forward, slamming a fist into Doyoon's gut. But that's all he had. He didn't let up, continuing his lecture. That's as far as he could go. The guy was an idiot. He never bothered to truly hone his power. In Kang landed a hard kick on Doyoon's leg. No martial arts, no sports. He then targeted his face. He only ever used his raw, natural talent. In Kang's brow furrowed. And that's why someone like you defeated him. But his taunts continued. Most guys stronger than Seokjong are in Ichin, so don't get delusional. Next. In Kang kicked Do-Yuan square in the stomach. There's no room for you here. Just then, Do-Yuan replied calmly. That's fine. His voice was low as he absorbed the blows, because eventually, I'll be stronger than all of them. Sensing he'd taken enough damage, the system prepared an attack. Is this much enough? He thought. I'll use this opportunity. Do-Yuan frowned, his tone turning serious. Is this the limit of your so-called honed strength? He thought. Let's taunt him a little more and take one last hit. Then he looked up with a challenge. Hit me like you mean it. In Kang snarled back. Is that so? His eyes burned with rage. You're finished. With that, In Kang aimed a powerful blow right for Do-Yuan's face. His remaining time was 2 seconds, then 1. But In Kang's fist was already closing in on him. This is bad. Do-Yuan's eyes widened in alarm. Dangerous. Suddenly, a voice cut in, stopping them. Seniors, a man in glasses gave the order. I need everyone to return to their positions. With an emotionless face, he declared, I will not allow any further disturbances. In Kang glared at him in fury. What did you say? Fights between members are allowed here. He then added, Why are you giving orders with that attitude? Four Eyes, should I take care of you first? The man gave no reply. Instead, the man in glasses calmly stated, These are not my orders, but a directive. He then pointed to a camera in the corner. Sent down from headquarters. The man continued, HQ is always watching this place, so please understand that my words represent headquarters. He then looked down, his voice a clear warning. CO1 District Representative of Ichin, Senior In Kang. He looked furious, but he couldn't do anything. In Kang could only turn away, casually asking, So, is this why you called me here? Are we finished? If there's nothing else, I'm gone. But he couldn't leave without a parting shot at Do-Yuan. You have no real skill, just a lot of dumb luck. Then In Kang stepped into the elevator. As the doors began to close, he looked back and glared. We will meet again, he declared. And we'll settle things then. The elevator started its descent. At the same time, the system announced his defense had increased. Do-Yuan sighed wearily, thinking, Is it finally over? He recalled In Kang's menacing aura and muttered, That guy underestimated me. So he held back. I don't know what would have happened if I took that final blow. Breaking into a sweat, Do-Yuan tried to leave. Well then, I'll be on my way. But the man with glasses immediately stopped him. The Borome representative will stay. There is one more issue. Do-Yuan turned back, surprised. The man continued, Now, let's move on to the next matter. The Borome district has a new representative, so you haven't collected funds yet. He didn't stop. But Borome is still expected to contribute to Ichin's meetings. Do-Yuan pulled out a chair and sat, thinking to himself, What does that mean? The man continued, I will give you 2 weeks. Prepare a new profit model. Do I have to bring money to Ichin? Do-Yuan wondered. The man asked again, Do you understand? Do-Yuan just nodded vaguely. The man in glasses continued, The third matter is promoting interaction within the group. The scene changes to the CO1 District Detective Office. In Kang is walking down a dark hall on the phone. For some new rep, how could they abandon me, Ichin's main source of funding? His eyes narrowed as he replied, I know. Just in case, I'll take care of him for good. In Kang glanced down and scowled. Leaving it like this is a bad idea. He ended the call. I'll call you back. Suddenly, In Kang's gaze turned razor sharp. He saw red stains on the doorknob below. He whispered one word, blood. Then, In Kang pushed the door open and slowly walked in. Inside was a scene of total chaos from a massive fight. He was stunned, stammering, What is this? In Kang couldn't believe the sight before him. What in the world happened here? He wondered. He then rushed to lift a steel locker off of someone and yelled, Who did this? The man could only let out a pained groan, but he managed to point toward a door. He could only stutter, In. There. Hearing this, In Kang glared furiously at the door. The scene changes. The Ichin meeting is over. Do-Yuan looked around, sweating. He's not waiting for me outside, is he? Something feels off. After making sure In Kang wasn't hiding somewhere to ambush him, he felt a little relieved, but he instinctively grabbed his side and groaned. Was it reckless to take all those hits? Everything hurts now. The system hasn't given me a single break. Doyoon suddenly voiced his confusion. It's obvious he's a bad guy. So what's the reason? A quest can't be assigned without a purpose. He kept wondering, did someone else fight for me? At that moment, In Kang stepped through the door. He stared at the figure's back and said, "The person who made such a mess of the office." In Kang yelled, "Unsong, is that you?" He asked calmly. "Did you think they would summon you without any proof?" Hearing this, In Kang's eyes widened in confusion. Unsong spoke gently. At headquarters, they know the CO1 district was instigated by an outsider to attack other members, not just Doyoon. Most of HQ is aware and has evidence, he continued. At the meeting today, they gave you a chance to confess, but you threw it away. Instead, you violently assaulted Doyoon. Unsong didn't stop. For this, headquarters has decided to revoke your representative status and confiscate all services at the detective office. This? In Kang felt a knot in his stomach and thought, is there proof? He zipped up his jacket and calmly replied, I don't know what you're talking about, but you coming here directly means HQ has already decided, but I'm the one who built this office. Then, In Kang looked straight at him and added, if I don't allow it, no one touches it. Unsong shot back without hesitation. I'm just following orders from headquarters. Unable to hold back, he took off his jacket and snarled, and what if I don't listen? Seeing this, he also rolled up his sleeves and replied, if you resist. Unsong revealed his muscular arms, smiling slightly as he continued, then I'll have to deal with you. Do you know what it's like having a younger brother, 1 year younger, who's better at everything? A voice echoed. Amazing. In-che heard this and smiled happily. A brilliant younger brother with striking looks, who was also a sports prodigy. A boy asked him, is there any sport you can't play? Another person chimed in, you're completely different from your older brother. In-che was surprised for a moment, then looked away without a word. Next, the boy asked, aren't you playing anymore, Hyung? In-kang looked up from his video game and answered, I don't really like baseball. In-che happily sat beside him and said, then I'll stay here too. On top of everything, his younger brother was incredibly sweet. Here. In-che offered In-kang half a piece of gum. He then said cheerfully, there's only one, so let's share. At that moment, he thought, this is the kind of brother I have. Back at home, a voice called out, we're home. In-kang wished to himself, I want to be acknowledged too. In another moment, In-kang ran home, sweating but happy, thinking, a 100 on the science test. I have to show mom, he thought. That's why I worked so hard. As soon as he got home, before In-kang could say anything, he heard his mother praising, In-che, I'm so proud. He muttered unhappily, but it's always. She proudly asked, did you get 100 on all your subjects again? The boy smiled innocently. In-kang's voice was low. He was always ahead of me. In-kang's mother happily asked In-che, what do you want as a reward? Just tell me. The boy shyly answered, can we get a pet bird? Seeing this, In-kang turned and left, thinking, I was always. She said cheerfully, of course, let's go to the pet store this weekend. In-che heard this and replied with joy, yes, mom. He trudged down the dark hallway, telling himself he was being swallowed by my brother's shadow. Back in the present, the familiar scene of a slide appeared. Doyoon recounted what happened, saying, so that's all for today. After listening, Sion hugged a pillow and replied, tiring. The problem isn't Boromai. In short, you did well not to fight him this time. Beside them, Sehun trembled with rage and said, well? What's so good about it? Even if I smashed that jerk, In-kang's face in, I still wouldn't be satisfied. He moaned, if I were in that position. He glanced over, confused. Look at this. Then Doyoon saw Sehun's ridiculous state and asked, what have you been doing? He was still clinging to the slide like a gecko, grinding his teeth. Sehun then said, I used to think slides were weird, but this is actually pretty effective. Sion said nothing, but he replied, it seems like you're changing, little by little. Yes. At the same time, she looked down and said, anyway, what we need to focus on now is securing Boromai's profit model. Doyoon hesitantly replied, right. Sweating. He looked up and asked, that profit model, are you talking about Bongchon's manpower office or Shilwon's detective agency? Sion immediately replied, correct. Most districts have their own profit model. Hearing this, Doyoon cautiously asked, you said most. Does that mean not all of them do? She answered calmly, there are special cases. The more he heard, the more surprised he was. Sion continued, do you remember when I warned you about Unsong? Doyoon started to recall, thinking, Silim's district representative, Un Song from Gwanak, that he's the most dangerous guy. After thinking, he immediately spoke up. I remember, but he didn't seem that dangerous. She remained calm and said, what I said, back then, was about what the Silim district does. Doyoon then asked hesitantly, what does that district do? At that moment, Sehun let go of the slide, exhaling as he flopped to the ground. Sion, with an emotionless face, narrowed her eyes and said, he monitors every Yichin member in the Gwanak district. She then added in a serious tone, and disposes of traitors. The scene then shifts to In Kang and Un Song. In Kang glared with rage. I knew something was off when people started calling me a traitor. This feels strange. He then looked at Un Song and asked, does the Silim district report to headquarters? In Kang didn't stop, continuing to question him. It wasn't just Doyoon. You guys have your hands in other things. You've been targeting us for a while, haven't you? He replied coldly. I have no reason to answer you. Hearing that, he said, as expected, very well trained. Then In Kang lunged forward, his mouth still running, headquarters loyal dog. Un Song remained calm, saying, whether it's me or you. He then raised his hand to block In Kang's strike, shouting, aren't we the same? He immediately swung a punch and snarled, I'm different from someone like you, who would never defy an order from HQ. Un Song effortlessly dodged the blow, answering with a vicious hook to In Kang's temple. But In Kang caught his fist, his eyes blazing. The Yichin name is just a shield, a tool for me to make money. Yun Song's voice rose. A shield? Then why take money to attack a member? In Kang trembled. He crushed the fist in his grip, his tone mocking. The answer's in your question. He then kicked Un Song's gut, yelling, it's for the money. In the end, Yichin runs on money, doesn't it? In Kang swung wildly. All I did was handle a few useless members. I could earn a fortune, so why refuse? His attacks were relentless, filled with rage. I slaved like a dog for you people. For what? You ignored me, called me a rule breaker, and then just threw me away. In Kang furiously raised his fist, growling, so tell me, how do you think I feel? Un Song simply replied, a pity. In a flash, his elbow shot up, slamming hard into In Kang's chin before he could react. In Kang bit his lip, seething. A pity? Those should be my words. After hearing his confession, Un Song finally struck back. He held nothing back, landing a straight punch to In Kang's mouth. Grabbing his collar, he whispered, I don't know your feelings. At the same time, Un Song's leg rose, ready to kick. He slammed a kick into In Kang's stomach, just like the one before. I just follow the rules and orders of the organization. In Kang gritted his teeth, speechless. Suddenly, his legs gave out, and he collapsed in front of Un Song, completely bewildered. Un Song's face was a mask of ice as he stated calmly, you are not my opponent. It's time to stop. Finally, Un Song gave his last piece of advice, accept the headquarters decision. In Kang scowled, refusing to yield. He gritted his teeth. No. Looking up, he swung his fist, screaming, I won't let anyone take what is mine. With some invisible strength, In Kang lunged, tackling Un Song to the ground, only to be caught in a tight headlock. Only, In Kang's pained groans echoed. Un Song calmly watched him struggle and whispered, this is the end. Just then, Chin Hoa's voice cut in. Does everyone understand? Before Shin Lim gets them, we need to collect all the files and drives from the office. A figure suddenly appeared before them, startling the entire group. The man spoke. Well, this is interesting, isn't it? It was Kichi. He smiled faintly. It seems there are important files we're not meant to see. Kichi continued. As I understand it, Chin Hoa is managing the detective agency's current operations. If the Xeoan district is hiding something, we should be honest with each other. Chin Hoa calmly replied, you must be mistaken. We are simply protecting our client's personal information. At that, Kichi clapped slowly. Such an impressive work ethic. He then began to probe. But did you come here alone? Kichi tilted his head and answered cheerfully. Chin Hoa visibly relaxed, his tone full of confidence. How dangerous for you. Today, your numbers will drop by 1. He looked them over with disdain. Kichi then spoke. I hope that confidence isn't just from counting your men. He took out his phone and smiled lightly. Should we take a picture before we begin? Chin Hoa smirked. Before that, would you like a free consultation on funeral fees? It's completely free. Of course. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Un Song stood unharmed. While In Kang lay on the ground in a pathetic state, he glared down and spoke. You should consider yourself lucky that it ends here. As Un Song turned to leave, he suddenly felt a lurch, his eyes widening in shock. In Kang wasn't defeated. He swept Unsong's leg, snarling, "Who said it's over?" Thrown off balance, he fell from the rooftop. But there was a loud scrape. Unsong had miraculously grabbed the wall, preventing his fall. In Kang's voice echoed from above, "To take you down, Unsong. I will do anything." He stood over him, his voice low. "Of all the ways, this is the most certain." In Kang wiped blood from his mouth. "Don't you dare talk about playing dirty now." Even while hanging for his life, Unsong frowned and asked, "Are you really trying to kill me?" In Kang looked down and answered, "There is nothing I can't do. For the right price, I have plenty of men who will go to jail for me." In Kang's hand moved closer to Unsong's grip on the wall. "If I get rid of you, headquarters will regret abandoning me, won't they?" He continued his rant. "Just because you won, am I supposed to admit that you're better than me?" Unsong said nothing. In Kang's voice suddenly grew quiet, filled with a strange nostalgia. "You know, this reminds me of the old days." A memory appeared of trembling fingers and a desperate cry for help. "Help me, I'm about to fall." A tear-streaked In-che begged relentlessly. "Stop joking around, it's not funny." The boy continued to plead. But In Kang just sat there, smirking faintly as he spoke. "That's right." He looked down at Unsong with an evil smile. "This is how I sent him to heaven back then." The story returns to In Kang's past. At his home, a woman laughed and asked, "Did In-che get perfect scores on all subjects again?" The person next to her gushed, "He's so brilliant, what's his secret?" In Kang's mother beamed, ruffling the boy's hair. "It's because In-che studies so hard." In Kang recalled, whispering, "They always take everything from me." His mother's voice, full of pride, continued, "In-che is so gifted, he just needs to work hard." He thought to himself, "Their affection, their attention." Just then, two women began whispering about him. "That's In Kang. So different from his brother, isn't he? He seems a bit lacking in comparison." Young In Kang didn't want to hear it, turning away from their praise and judgment. His mother hesitantly explained, "In Kang works very hard too, but the results aren't always there." Beside her, In-che glanced back as he saw his brother walk away, and she added, "But it's fine, since In-che is skilled enough for the both of them." Every word stabbed at In Kang's young heart, making him glare. "My place too." At that moment, In-che ran up to him, asking, "What are you going to do now?" But he stood frozen, wondering why he was the only one left behind. The boy smiled innocently and suggested, "Come to my room and help me study." In Kang's anger flared as he thought, "Why do my own things keep getting stolen?" Seeing his brother walk off without a word, In-che pleaded again, "Play with me." In Kang said nothing. He just turned and glared, growling, so noisy. He thought about how unfair it all was. The scene shifts to the afternoon of that fateful day. In-che walked in, calling out, "Big bro, Mom and Dad are late. Let's order food." Hearing no reply, he wondered, "Where is he?" Suddenly, In-che let out a confused sound. At the same time, In Kang's resentful voice echoed in his mind, "You should feel this for yourself." The boy spotted the birdcage on the floor. "Why is this here?" In Kang's deep voice continued, "See how it feels to have something stolen from you." In-che picked up the cage, wondering, "The door's open? Where's Cho Rong?" Then, he heard a chirp. He looked up, startled by the sound. Is that Cho Rong's cry? In-che rushed to the balcony, frantically searching for the bird. Cho Rong's chirps echoed around him. Finally, the boy looked over and sighed in relief. "There you are. When did you get up there? What a relief." Meanwhile, In Kang kept muttering, "This is all it takes." Seeing the bird, In-che recklessly climbed onto the railing. He pushed down his fear and stammered, "Just wait a second." Perched precariously, In-che kept his eyes on Cho Rong. "I'll get you down from there." At that moment, In Kang was calmly reading in his room. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. It made him jolt and look back. The living room outside was dark and silent. Confused, In Kang stepped onto the balcony, wondering, what was that sound? A faint cry from In-che made his eyes widen in shock. He saw his little brother hanging on, desperately clinging to the wall, stammering a plea, "Help me." In-che's small hands trembled as he begged, "Help me, I'm about to fall." Seeing this, In Kang screamed in terror, "Why are you out there?" He reached out to save his brother, but his hand suddenly froze. In Kang whispered, "For a moment, I had that thought." Sweat poured down his face as a voice echoed in his mind, "If I just leave him," and a selfish thought took root in Kang's heart. "Will I get back everything he stole from me?" At that moment, In-che cried out weakly, "Help me, I can't hold on any longer." Hearing this, he asked coldly, "Why?" though his face was pale with fear. In Kang's voice was hard. "Why should I help you?" he told himself. "This is all it takes." Terrified, In-che started to cry. "Stop joking, this isn't funny." His heart-wrenching sobs echoed in the air. His cries filled the empty space. After committing such an inhuman act, In-kang thought. From now on, staring at the small, still hand on the ground, he told himself with satisfaction, "Nothing will ever be stolen from me again." Back to the present, In-kang's voice cut through the air. "That's right." Holding the upper hand, he sneered. "Back then, you did the same thing to him, didn't you?" Eun-song lowered his head, remaining silent. Rewind a few hours earlier, to a dark room. Ki-chin stretched and said, "I did some digging into In-kang's past. Looks like that tattoo isn't just for show." Confused, Eun-song pointed to his own face. "You mean the one by the corner of his eye?" Ki-chin continued. "A teardrop tattoo means this: I am a murderer." Eun-song looked up sharply. In-kang committed a crime? "I'm not sure," he answered. "I heard that when he was a kid." Ki-chin spoke gravely. "He sent his own brother to his grave." Eun-song listened, his face expressionless. Back in the present, In-kang leaned down and asked, "He was the annoying little brother who stole everything, right?" He glanced at his own hand and said coldly, "So, I just let him fall." Eun-song couldn't take it anymore. His eye began to twitch. In-kang moved closer to the hand gripping the wall and spoke with ice in his voice. "It was just like this." But he wouldn't get to gloat for long. With a burst of strength, Eun-song launched himself up, shocking In-kang. In-kang stared, his eyes wide in disbelief. Eun-song landed hard, ready for battle. In-kang stood, clicking his tongue in annoyance. His voice dripped with irritation. "Acting tough when you're at death's door," he continued speaking. "I was going to end this without much damage, but now." Eun-song watched him. As In-kang boasted, Eun-song said nothing, just quietly rubbing his wrist. Then In-kang glared, raising a fist. "I guess I have to get serious." Not missing a beat, he charged forward. "You should have from the start." The war of words ended, and the two immediately clashed in close combat. In-kang's attack pushed Eun-song back. At the same time, he declared, "Oan Dong-sel and Hyung-shin So are both mine." Instantly, In-kang drove a savage knee toward his face, roaring, "I won't give you a single thing." Without hesitating, Eun-song raised a hand to block the fatal blow. But In-kang kept talking. "I became stronger to protect what's mine." Eun-song blocked the attack, frowning at In-kang's endless monologue. "To protect it, I risked my life for money." He swung a powerful kick at Eun-song. "It doesn't matter who it is." In-kang's eyes blazed as he roared, "No one will take what's mine." As he spoke, he threw a devastating punch, but it was blocked by Eun-song's elbow. In-kang trembled slightly and cried out in pain. With a cold expression, Eun-song looked right at him. "That's impossible for you." Right after speaking, Eun-song landed a decisive kick to In-kang's side. In-kang gritted his teeth, refusing to accept the blow. He admitted, "You really are strong." But before In-kang could say more, Eun-song shut him up with a sharp kick to the chin. The attack made In-kang's eyes bulge with pain as blood sprayed from his mouth. But Eun-song spoke calmly. "As a representative, you have no flaws." He grabbed In-kang's head and continued his lecture. "But you can't protect. The things you claim are yours." As he spoke, Eun-song slammed In-kang's face into his knee. "That's why I'm here." Though beaten badly, In-kang was still defiant. "Stop making up stories. I'll finish you. All you have to do is disappear." At that moment, a cold voice spoke. Under orders from HQ, Eun-seong retaliated against Cell 1's rep, In-kang. He then raised his elbow, delivering the final verdict. "You're officially terminated." He brought his elbow down hard, slamming In-kang into the floor. With a sickening thud, In-kang's face was smashed flat against the ground. After handling the situation, Eun-seong paused, not leaving immediately. His cold glare was piercing as he spoke in a low voice. "From now on, your representative status is revoked. Ownership of Hyung-shin So reverts to headquarters." Then Eun-song fell silent, letting out a soft sigh. As if lost in thought for a moment, he turned and walked away, leaving In-kang in a broken heap on the floor. His voice was flat and empty as he murmured, "It's pointless to talk now." Inside the Cell 1 office, he made a call to report in. "I've taken care of Cell 1 Dong, as instructed." The voice on the other end was pleased. "Good work." With a stoic expression, he continued, "I'll transfer all the Hung Shinso files I recovered." The person on the line then began to probe. "How do you feel about this job?" Eun-song tilted his head, slightly confused. "Why are you asking me that now?" The voice replied, "Are you dissatisfied with what you've done?" The other representatives make a fortune, but you're not like them. The mystery man continued. You never cared about that stuff. The reason you joined Ichin and follow orders from HQ is… As he spoke, raindrops began to speckle the ground outside. It's for your younger brother, isn't it? Hearing this, Eun-song's expression darkened, becoming completely unreadable, but he quickly regained his composure and replied, I'm only following orders from headquarters. His gaze remained on the street, now slick with rain. The man on the phone let out a sigh of relief. That's good to hear. Actually, I have one more job for you. Eun-seong was surprised by the sudden request. The voice continued. Your next target is… Hearing the name, his eyes widened in shock. The rain fell harder now, relentlessly beating down upon the city. The sound of splashing footsteps belonged to Doyoon. As he ran, he yelled out in frustration, What the heck is this? Doyoon used his jacket to shield himself, grumbling non-stop. Why the sudden downpour? My boxers are soaked, he continued complaining. This is so annoying. Then, looking ahead, Doyoon suddenly gasped. Rain pattered against an umbrella. The mysterious voice echoed in a flashback. There's another matter I need you to handle. Your next target is… Doyoon looked baffled. This is… right outside my house. Were you waiting for me? He looked at the person holding the umbrella and called out, Eun-seong? At that very moment, the voice from headquarters finally named the target. Is Ha Do-won. Cutting back to a few minutes before, the person on the phone had given the order. Your next target. Eun-seong accepted immediately. I understand. With that confirmation, the caller hung up, and Eun-seong stood in heavy silence. Just then, his phone rang again. Eun-seong looked at the screen, confused, but it was Gi Cheon, who asked with a light laugh, Hey Han, you doing all right? Eun-seong's reply was calm. Things are fine here. How about you? Gi Cheon answered right away. No problems. I'm all done over here too. In the rain, he sat on one of Jiwa's lackeys, speaking casually. Yeah, just finished up. Then, Gi Cheon glanced to the side and added, But there's one small problem. Eun-seong asked, What is it? Gi Cheon replied honestly, It's Jiwa, the vice leader of this district. Gi Cheon then looked behind him. He got away. So, what's the play? Eun-seong calmly advised, Send your men to their office immediately. They'll try to destroy any documents left there. Gi Cheon understood. Got it. Then he asked, If you're done, why are you still there? Eun-seong narrowed his eyes. I have something to do. In his mind, Eun-seong thought, I have to go meet Doyoon now. The scene shifts to Doyoon's apartment, where the two were already inside. Fresh from the shower, Doyoon sighed happily. A shower makes everything better. While drying his hair, he asked, Is the tea okay for you? Eun-seong took a slow sip before replying, It's good. Doyoon added with a hint of fear. My mom only uses that tea for special guests. If she knew I served it to you, she'd kill me. Doyoon then sat beside him. But it's fine. It's not often you visit. So, what brings you here at this hour? He couldn't hide his curiosity. Is it something important? Eun-seong set his cup down and announced, There's an order from headquarters. Doyoon was stunned. From headquarters? Eun-seong continued to speak. The Borame branch is currently underperforming. He turned, his gaze serious. So, HQ wants you to take over its management. Doyoon's eyes went wide. That office? Isn't Cell 1 still in charge of it? Eun-seong replied, They were. He then relayed the new command. But a new decision has been made. From now on, you'll be running that office instead. He then added, It's a pretty good position. Boromai is a district with high potential and a lot of traffic. Doyoon was flustered. Wait, this is so sudden. My head's spinning. Let me process this. But Eun-seong just spoke nonchalantly. It's not a big deal. He raised an eyebrow and continued his sweet-talking pitch, almost like a multi-level marketer. That area has always been profitable, just not to its full potential. With a little effort from you, profits will jump, helping both you and your members. Everyone there will have a better life. Then Eun-seong added the catch. In return, you'll need to submit a portion of the income. Consider it a management fee. He continued to manipulate Doyoon's thinking. That amount is small compared to the support you'll get from headquarters. It's a pretty sweet deal. Doyoon nodded, thinking it over. But Eun-seong's next statement gave him a jolt of surprise. However, he continued, while the agency is technically legal, its members are all underage. So when it comes to making money, things aren't always so clean. Only a small portion of the work is legal. The rest is illicit, as you know. He then looked straight at him. I've told you everything. The decision is yours. You've never managed an office like this before, This is both a test and a huge opportunity for you. Hearing this, Doyoon replied politely. Thank you for delivering the message from headquarters. I don't have any experience with this. I know it's a rare opportunity, but, taking a deep breath, Doyoon prepared to speak his mind. I'll have to refuse. He gently shook his head, speaking softly. It doesn't matter how much money it is. I can't do anything illegal. It could harm the Bo Ra Mi members, and myself included. Yoon Song listened to Do Yuan's sincere reply and fell silent for a moment. Then he spoke up. Is that so? Suddenly, a phone began to ring, cutting through the tense atmosphere. He answered the call. It's me. Ki Chin's voice was panicked on the other end. This is bad. He stood in the pouring rain, looking up as he spoke. I just ran past the trustee's office. Then Ki Chin hesitated. The office. They're saying it burned down. At that moment, Ki Chin stared at the raging fire right before his eyes. Ignoring the downpour, Eun Song offered his own theory. This must be Oan Dong's work. Ki Chin agreed. That's what I'm thinking. He watched the relentless flames. Then he added, they did this to destroy everything they wanted. So headquarters will find nothing. Yoon Song replied with a calm demeanor. Even if they did this, they couldn't have destroyed everything. Du-Uan was confused by his words, but Ki Chin continued speaking from the scene. Now that I think of it, the Chinhua branch deputy might know something. Then he yelled in frustration, but he already got on away. This is humiliating. At the same time, a shadowy figure watched him from behind. Meanwhile, Chinhua, having escaped Ki Chin, appeared to be talking to someone. We were too careless. We didn't notice headquarters movements. I destroyed all the office documents, so they haven't found anything yet. He then paused slightly. However, Chinhua carried the heavily injured In Kang on his shoulder and remarked, I never thought you'd get knocked out this badly. After that, he said nothing more, simply continuing his walk in the rain. Rewind to a few minutes earlier. A loud smack echoed as Ki Chin landed a punch, his eyes glaring. It's been a while. I'm feeling a little stiff. A flurry of decisive blows followed as he continued to speak. You guys are starting to warm me up. Ki Chin continued his one-man show, landing a hit on every single one of them. Chinhua watched with scorn. Just a bunch of useless punching bags, he said. He then ordered, step aside and let me handle this. But before Chinhua could join the fray, his phone rang. Chinhua quickly pulled out his phone and looked at the screen. The message on the other end said that In Kang had been defeated by Yoon Song. He read it, completely stunned. He stood there frozen as the fight continued to rage on, the sounds of battle echoing through the otherwise quiet space, a deafening silence, punctuated by countless desperate screams. Back in the present, Chinhua carried In Kang while cursing, that bastard Eun Song. As expected of headquarters' trusted subordinate, he's truly skilled. The rain fell endlessly, as did the hatred in his heart. They're good, I'll give them that. But not for long. Yoon Song, Do Yuan, and all of headquarters. Chinhua's eyes narrowed, as if making a vow. They will all be destroyed. The scene shifts to the next morning. Yesterday's damp rain had ended, leaving the city with a pleasant and dry atmosphere. Du Yuan, sweating profusely, chugged a can of water and thought, that really quenches my thirst. He wiped the sweat from his face, then frowned. How many cans have I had already? This energy drink is no joke, he muttered. For the first time, Do Yuan looked at Bo Ra Mei High School as his thoughts continued. I'm at a different school. He suddenly broke into a sweat, frowning as he recalled something. The scene flashes back a few hours. Du Yuan's sleepy voice could be heard. Yeon? Yeah, it's me. On the other end, Seon immediately asked, you remember the members' meeting today, right? He replied, still in a daze. She continued, I haven't been able to contact Sehee for a while. She's not coming to school either. Du Yuan, not fully awake, just gave a vague answer. Then Seon said, come to our school after the meeting, okay? Sehee goes here with us. She added, we always came to your place before. Seon's request echoed in Do Yuan's head. You need to come to us. At that moment, he let out a tired sigh and thought, so I came all this way. Du Yuan looked up and said to himself, I hope I don't run into any trouble. To be safe, I'll just wait at the gate. Suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine. At the same time, he thought, I drank too much water. I really have to go. Sweat dripped down his face as he made an awkward expression, biting his lip. This is a code red. Without another thought, he immediately dashed into the school, yelling as he ran at the speed of light. I have to find a bathroom, he thought to himself. Nothing's more urgent than this. It should be fine to go in. He continued running down the hall. He couldn't stop yelling in agony. He touched a door and said urgently, quick and fast. But then, Du Yuan looked up at the sign and was startled. This is the girls' restroom. That was close. He turned and continued his journey, his search for a place of relief in this strange school. Doyoon opened a door and said, "Here." Then he added, "A creature's instinct." And right before his eyes were girls changing their clothes. They all saw Doyoon. They stared at him in confusion, and one asked, "What creature's instinct?" The scene before him didn't make him blush. Instead, it left him utterly bewildered. After a moment, a mortified Doyoon dashed away, yelling, "Sorry, wrong room." At the same time, he wondered, "What the heck?" Doyoon glanced back to confirm, his confusion growing. Wasn't that the men's room? But he saw that same familiar sign. Was I wrong again? He wondered, shocked. Then he started sweating profusely as he realized something. At that moment, two girls walked out of a room. Seeing Doyoon, they asked, "Who's that guy?" Meanwhile, he was thinking, Bodam High School used to be Bodam Girls' School. More girls came out, looking at Doyoon with confusion. He looked around frantically, thinking, they didn't recruit enough students this year, so they changed it to a co-ed high school, since this is the first year. Questions about Doyoon's identity echoed around him. The number of male students is still small compared to the girls. Because there are so few boys, the restrooms are flexibly divided to accommodate. Just then, a girl approached him and asked, "Who are you? And why are you in the girls' restroom?" Doyoon realized he'd been misunderstood and began to stammer. "Model. No, that's not it." But she just kept taunting him. What a total pervert. He was sweating bullets, trying to defend his honor. "It's not like that." Suddenly, she rushed over and grabbed Doyoon's arm, hesitating. However, then, Chin Seo flashed a mysterious smile and continued, "I actually kind of like it." A look of relief washed over Doyoon's face as he thought to himself, that was way too close. After taking care of business, he walked out cheerfully and sighed. That was dangerous. Doyoon went to the sink, murmuring to himself, "Lucky I got away from them. A little later and the cops might have dragged me away." After washing his hands, he opened the door and said, "I can't believe Sehee goes to this school." Suddenly, Chin Seo appeared out of nowhere and asked, "Are you looking for Sehee?" Doyoon, seeing her at the door, was puzzled. "You're still here? You haven't gone home?" Chin Seo just smiled and replied softly, "Sehee. He looks kind of like an old man." Hearing her words, he recalled the guy's appearance and thought, a floral shirt, glasses, a beard. That has to be Sehee. Realizing this, Doyoon cautiously spoke, "Yes, that's him." At the same time, he recalled what Seon said while he was half asleep. He then asked, "Has he been absent from school lately?" Chin Seo heard him and grew curious. "Why are you looking for him?" He answered honestly, "It's a personal matter." At the same time, he wondered, how can we have the meeting without him? Then, her words sparked a flicker of hope inside Doyoon. "Lucky for you, I know where he is." Hearing this, his face went blank. She then leaned towards Doyoon, smirking as she spoke. "I know exactly where Sehee is." The scene shifts to another part of the city, where Doyoon stood frozen, sweating as he thought, what is happening? All while Chin Seo clung tightly to him. Doyoon's face flushed as he stood stiff as a board, thinking, we look just like a couple. He suddenly pulled away from her and yelled, "Thank you for showing me where Sehee is. But this is our first meeting. This is too awkward." Sweat poured down Doyoon's face as he pleaded, "Let's keep a 30-centimeter distance, please, Chin Seo." Seeing this, she laughed and said, "I can't believe a pervert like you is so shy around girls." She then calmly continued, "Nothing in life is free. I showed you where Sehee is. In return, there's a condition." Doyoon looked at her with a confused expression. The two then walked into a shop, as a voice called out, "Get ready." The voice from the photo booth continued, 3, 2, 1, shoot." Chin Seo posed completely naturally, while Doyoon stood beside her, his lips pursed with tension. She looked at the photo and complained, "What is this? This is a couple's photo. Why do you look like you're taking a passport picture?" He sighed and replied honestly, "I'm sorry. I get a little awkward when taking pictures." Chin Seo just smiled up at Doyoon and said, "Let's take it again. Try to smile." He shyly looked down at her. Next, Chin Seo took Doyoon's hands, wrapping them around her waist with a soft smile. "Put your hands like this." Seeing the daring pose, he panicked and shouted, "What are you doing?" But she just replied casually, "I think it's fun." Chin Seo then grabbed Doyoon's tie, her voice turning playful. "Is that not okay?" She then pulled his face closer and asked, "So, how about this pose?" After a few minutes of posing, they finally had their pictures. Holding the photo strip, Chin Seo cheerfully said, "Have you never taken pictures before? Your expression is hilarious." Meanwhile, Doyoon ran to a corner, clutching his chest and panting as he wondered in a daze. What just happened? He exclaimed to himself. My body feels like it's on fire. But she wasn't done with him yet, and spoke again. Hearing her, his eyes widened. There's more? Before he could process the situation, a completely bewildered Doyoon was dragged to another spot by Chin-seo. He looked around, dazed, and said to himself, this ride is. Doyoon hesitated. A Ferris wheel? At that moment, he felt his entire body lurch violently. A loud, jealous voice rang out. Shouldn't you kids be studying? Is this your date spot? The person continued with a sigh. But hey, your girlfriend is pretty cute. Doyoon, terrified, yelled back. You've got it all wrong. We're just friends. The voice immediately replied. I can tell you're a ladies' man, kid. Bet you're a big deal at school, huh? You must have tons of girls after you. The person continued. I don't even have to ask. I can already tell. Just then, Chin-seo's body was jolted upwards, making her cry out in surprise, and her body landed perfectly in Doyoon's lap, stunning them both. She narrowed her eyes at him with a soft smile. How cute. Meanwhile, he was sweating, asking himself, what the hell? Was that on purpose or an accident? The other guy couldn't take it anymore and stood up, shouting, Hey, you too! You're making me blush over here. Doyoon was still utterly speechless. He desperately thought to himself, if this swaying keeps up, I won't be able to handle it. Just then, the Ferris wheel suddenly lurched again, making him panic. He screamed, I can't take it anymore. After the ride ended, the two of them stepped outside. Chin-seo looked back and said, that was fun, right? Then she added curiously, why are you walking all hunched over? Doyoon, his face a little pale, quickly replied, I just sat for too long. My legs are a bit numb, that's all. But she wouldn't let up, and suggested, let's go over there and play some more. Hearing this, he was so shocked he started to sweat and stammer, there's more? Before Doyoon could reply, she was already dragging him to another place. Doyoon, holding a magazine, looked up and said, please, give me a break. I'm out of breath chasing you. He then looked over at Chin-seo and asked cautiously, don't you have anyone else to hang out with? You don't have a best friend? He thought to himself. Today really feels like a date. She replied casually while reading her magazine. I like it this way. After meeting you, I just felt like hanging out with you. He continued his internal monologue, and with a girl I've only just met. Suddenly, Chin-seo moved closer to Doyoon and spoke. You still? She looked at him and continued. Haven't figured it out yet? He was completely lost, thinking, what the heck? How am I supposed to guess what she wants? Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Doyoon rushed outside, his face red as he shouted, this series is amazing. I'll go find the next volume. He thought to himself, this is so hard. Why does she keep getting so close to me? Seeing his reaction, Chin-seo smirked and said, coward. She then glanced at the door and sighed, so naive. Just then, her phone buzzed. On the screen was a missed call from Seon. The scene changes, where only the sound of a ringing phone can be heard. Seon sat there, calling and calling, but her only reply was the endless ringing of a phone that no one was picking up. She sat all alone, waiting at the school gate, and the person on the other end still wasn't answering. Meanwhile, at a pool hall, the white cue ball slammed into the others. Chin-seo held her cue and asked proudly, see? Aren't I a pro? Doyoon looked down and replied, yeah, you're really good. Then he looked up, a little anxious, and said, but, this is the last place, right? You have to take me to see Jaehee. She immediately replied, okay dokie. He quietly thought to himself, this girl is seriously weird. Then, Chin-seo leaned over, a playful smile on her face. My next shot is going in the corner pocket. Doyoon watched, thinking she seemed easygoing and fun to be around. And then, Doyoon mumbled, but I still don't even know her name after all day. At that moment, she called out, watch this. He pushed the thought aside. We're only meeting today, so I shouldn't overthink it. Chin-seo continued, I'll clear the table in one go. Just then, someone approached from behind her. A heavily tattooed man smirked, his voice dripping with arrogance. Now that's a perfect specimen. What a great pose. He admired Chin-seo's billiard stance. High schoolers these days look so good. The tattooed man then brazenly suggested, hey little girl, wanna date me? One of the men with him laughed loudly. Careful boss, she's a minor. Hearing this, the man replied nonchalantly, you worry too much. What do I have to be afraid of? Unceasing laughter echoed around them. Seeing their attitude, Doyoon frowned in annoyance. Suddenly, Chin-seo called his name, making him jump slightly. His eyes widened as he wondered, how does she know my name? Then, she gave him a mysterious smile and said, this is a tough spot. You have to protect me. Doyoon was dumbfounded by her words. He didn't understand what Chinsel meant. At the same time, her hand moved just a little, and then, without hesitation, Chinsel swung the pool cue straight into the tattooed man's private parts. The pain left him no time to react. Taking a critical hit, the tattooed thug could only clutch himself and groan. The man behind him rushed over, calling out nervously, "Boss." Meanwhile, Chinsel smirked arrogantly and said, "My apologies, big brother. You were standing a little too close, and my pool cue just happened to connect." The tattooed man trembled with rage, realizing it was intentional. "You!" He raised his hand to slap her, shouting, "You bitch!" In that instant, a loud impact echoed. After her taunt, Chinsel had squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the hit. But Doyoon's hand had shot out, grabbing the thug's wrist. "Do I know you?" he asked. Hearing his voice, she slowly opened her eyes as he continued speaking. "We can talk about this later." Doyoon clenched the thug's wrist tightly, causing him to squeal like a stuck pig. "My hand." At the same time, he stared down the remaining thugs and announced, "Let's leave first and talk later." Chinsel was a bit stunned by Doyoon's cool demeanor. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks. One of the thugs stepped forward, shouting angrily, "Are you crazy? Boss, are you okay?" Doyoon ignored him, issuing a threat. "Don't come closer, or this man's arm might just break." Then, he looked down at the tattooed thug and said with a frown, "You started this, so all I have to do is apologize, right?" But the man could only groan in pain, seemingly oblivious to his current predicament as he continued to run his mouth. "What the hell are you saying? Me? Lose to a high schooler like you?" The tattooed man kept talking, but Doyoon wasn't about to let him pollute the air any longer. Doyoon sent a swift kick straight to his mouth. The thug collapsed to the ground after the blow. Then, Doyoon exhaled, sweating slightly. "If you had just apologized, I would have let it go." Just then, the system appeared, issuing a quest: take out the entire gang. The reward would be a random item. Doyoon read the mission, then told Chinsel in a serious tone, "Get to a corner and stay back." Though she didn't fully understand, she obediently listened. A bald thug couldn't take it anymore and charged forward, yelling, "You brat, you dare hit our boss." Doyoon calmly tried to reason, "I already told you guys." Next, he slammed a fist into the man's gut, adding, "An apology won't work now." Suddenly, the bald man spoke. "What's this?" Doyoon was slightly taken aback. The thug said with a dismissive, arrogant tone, "This solid body was built by eating 7 meals a day." The bald thug continued to provoke him. "It's useless to beg now." But Doyoon wouldn't be defeated by trash talk. Instead, he poured even more force into his fist. Not letting the man gloat for long, Doyoon unleashed a devastating blow that sent him flying. The bald man scrambled to his feet, stammering in fear. After the attack, Doyoon calmly commented, "That was pretty simple, wasn't it?" Doyoon looked at the thug's pathetic state and added, "And I only eat 3 meals a day." After taking the full force of the blow, the man collapsed, as Doyoon thought to himself, "That was close." Suddenly, Chinsel pointed and yelled, trying to warn Doyoon. Hearing her voice, he looked behind him, confused. Chinsel screamed, "Behind you." Just then, a man raised a club, aiming to ambush him, but Doyoon swiftly dodged the fatal blow. At the same time, he kicked back at the attacker, shouting, "You scared me." But the man used a pool cue to block the attack. Seeing the cue stick break, the gangster frowned in annoyance. Kids these days have no respect for their elders. After that, he smashed a bottle on the table's edge and cursed angrily. "That's why, since the old days, for punks like you," the gangster continued, "you need to be educated from a young age." As soon as he finished speaking, Doyoon found himself completely surrounded. One man shouted, "This is gonna hurt a bit, sweetie." And then 2 of them charged at once to pressure him. Doyoon thought, "I can't dodge both at once, but I can block the sharp object first." Just then, his foot accidentally hit a cue stick lying on the floor. Before the 2 thugs knew what was happening, Doyoon had shattered both glass bottles. The gangster saw Doyoon's skill and broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe it. Doyoon's voice rose. Gripping the stick firmly in his hand, he declared, "It seems I'll have to teach you all some manners." With that, the weapon mastery skill activated. Seeing his arrogance, the gangster charged in a rage, shouting, "This little brat!" But Doyoon remained perfectly calm, gripping the stick. Not making him wait long, he unleashed a merciless combo of strikes directly on the man. Finally, Doyoon ended it coldly with an uppercut from below the chin, sending blood spraying from his mouth. He then exhaled and glanced aside, noticing one of them acting suspiciously. Doyoon spoke up. "What are you doing over there?" he asked. The man was fumbling with 6 bags and replied, I thought you were a student, so just scaring you would be enough. But then, the gangster pulled out an axe, frowning as he continued. In the end, you made me bring this out. Next. He turned to Doyoon, boasting about his title. I am the heavenly axe of the underworld. I'll teach you what the adult world is like, you little punk. But the result was the same. A premature boast. In the next instant, the man's entire body was pummeled by round objects. The billiard balls clattered to the floor, and the thug collapsed to his knees. Though he hadn't done a thing, Doyoon looked on with pity and spoke. Guess that hurts, huh? Chin-sel could only mutter one word. Damn. But in that instant, he grabbed her by the wrist. She looked back, confused. What are you doing? Without explaining, Doyoon broke a sweat and yelled, We have to run. Chin-sel was still in a daze, letting him pull her along without another word. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. After their chaotic escape from the pool hall, they finally made it out onto the street. Doyoon was the first to break the silence. Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? Chin-sel answered softly. Thanks to you, I'm totally fine. He then turned to her, his expression filled with guilt. I'm sorry, but I don't remember who you are. Hearing this, she pouted. You're unbelievable, he thought to himself. Have we met before? A sliver of doubt crossed Doyoon's mind. Now that I'm looking, she does seem kind of familiar. At the same time, Chin-sel sighed sadly. That really hurts my feelings. All he could do was stammer out another apology. Doyoon desperately tried to remember, but his face gave away his frustration. Why can't I place her? She's a really pretty and cute girl, too. I have to remember who she is. Suddenly, Chin-sel's hand brushed his neck. The next time we meet, if you still don't remember. She then backed him against a wall, whispering, I'm going to beat you to a pulp. Caught off guard, Doyoon's face flushed. Hey, don't just spring things on me like that. But Chin-sel just laughed playfully. My bad, he wondered. Was that really necessary? I still have no idea who she is. Suddenly, Chin-sel narrowed her eyes and smirked. Every single place we went today. They were all places where Sehee has a part-time job. Doyoon's eyes widened. Sehee works that many jobs? Chin-sel replied, Good thing we finally found him. Then, she turned and said cheerfully, See you next time. He stared at her retreating back, baffled. Wait, you're just leaving? Found what? Just then, a sweet voice called out, Oh, hello there, my prince. Please take this skincare sample before you go. Doyoon's eyes widened as he spun around. Before him stood Sehee, dressed in an adorable pink maid outfit. Doyoon couldn't believe his eyes. Sehee? His friend was equally stunned. Boss Doyoon, Sehee then asked, What are you doing here? Doyoon backed away, utterly bewildered. I should be asking you that. What in the world is with this outfit? Sehee just smiled brightly and said, As you can see, I'm working. This is totally normal. Doyoon was too shocked to say anything else. He wondered if the store owner was even sane. Why make him wear something so cringy? Doyoon scratched his head and spoke up. Anyway, I was looking for you. Hearing this, Sehee was immediately intrigued. Doyoon continued. I've decided to gather the Boromai members for a meeting. Sehee adjusted his glasses with a smile. Wait for me a bit, boss. My shift is almost over. After Sehee finished his shift and changed his clothes, the two began walking down the street together. Doyoon turned to him and asked, Have you been missing school because you're busy working? His friend smiled and answered honestly, Yeah, that's right. I should have contacted you, but I've been so busy. I haven't even had a chance to check my phone. Doyoon paused. There's a reason for all this, isn't there? Sehee hesitated as they walked. Well, he finally confessed. I wasn't trying to hide it. I live with my grandmother, he continued, and we run a small snack shop in the neighborhood. He lowered his head and said quietly, But a few months ago. Hearing this, Doyoon grew curious about his friend's situation. Sehee's face grew serious as he kept talking. Some thugs called the Cheonhape showed up. Doyoon looked up, surprised, and thought to himself, Where have I heard that name before? Suddenly, it clicked. That's right. At that moment, he remembered the words of one of the thugs from earlier. That man had said. As the memory surfaced, Sehee's voice grew heavy. They showed up out of nowhere and said, For if she didn't pay a monthly protection fee, my grandma couldn't run her business here anymore. Doyoon was shocked. What? But he didn't stop there. As time went on, they demanded more and more money. If I don't work these part-time jobs, we can't afford to pay. Hearing this, Doyoon hesitated. Why didn't you tell us? Not even Sion or Sehun. Sehee immediately cut him off with a casual tone. This is something I can handle on my own. He approached the shop, his voice brightening. Instead, Come try my grandma's spicy rice cakes. Se-hee opened the door but looked back at Doyoon. The taste is absolutely. Suddenly, he let out a choked cry. In front of Se-hee, his grandmother was lying on the floor. He cried out in a panic, "Grandma!" Without hesitating, Se-hee rushed to help her up. "Grandma, are you okay?" he asked frantically. But she just smiled warmly and replied, "My little puppy." He pressed on. "What happened? Were those thugs here?" His grandmother hesitated. "Yes, just a bit ago." Hearing this, Se-hee gritted his teeth in silent fury. Today isn't collection day, so why did they come? Doyoon looked at the scene, his brow furrowed in thought. Now I finally understand. At the same time, he looked at the mission before him. He continued his train of thought. The reason the quest isn't finished. The gang mentioned in the mission. Quote, is the entire Chonhape. He recalled the men from before. Those guys at the pool hall were obviously just small fry. I have no idea what their real strength is. At the end of the day, I'm just a high school student. Can I really take on actual gangsters? But then, a realization hit Doyoon like a lightning bolt. This kind of worrying has been pointless since the quest first appeared. At that moment, he called out Se-hee's name. A new resolve hardened in his mind. Then I'll just... Doyoon's eyes narrowed with a serious glint. Where are they now? His thoughts continued, crystal clear. Time to go and crush those bastards. Inside the store, a voice rang out. You know very well, ma'am, that those gangsters are nothing but trouble. The man gave his earnest advice. Seeing you being pushed around like this, I can't just stand by and do nothing. I think it would be better for you to move your shop somewhere else, he continued. This is my building, after all. So regardless of the time left on your contract, before the landlord could even finish speaking, Se-hee's grandmother cut him off. I'm fine. Some kids were just playing around and I fell. The man stood up from his chair with a sigh. First, please let's go to the hospital together. Se-hee, who was beside her, spoke up. I'll take her. The landlord immediately replied. You need to stay and watch the shop. He then led the grandmother outside, looking back to reassure Se-hee. I'll just take her for a checkup and we'll be right back, so don't worry. The grandmother also said gently, I'll only be a little while. The landlord called back. Make sure to watch the door. She replied warmly. Thank you so much. Se-hee watched them go, his face still filled with worry, as he called out, Grandma, please be careful. Model. As the two left the shop, Se-hee sighed heavily. My heart feels like it's about to jump out of my chest. Doyoon glanced back and replied, lucky it didn't escalate. He then looked at the boy and added, about what the boss asked. I don't know where the Heavenly Rain Gang is either. They only come here for protection money. I don't know their turf. Se-hee continued to explain. At first, it only happened once a month. Now they show up every week. Doyoon was shocked and confused. Like the landlord said, wouldn't it be better to just move the shop? He answered hesitantly, of course it would be. But then he confessed, my grandmother ran this shop when I was just a kid. It might be old with few customers, but this. Se-hee pointed to the rice cakes on the table. Even this dish is filled with memories. Nothing is more precious. Then he suggested, boss, try a piece and you'll understand what I mean. Doyoon speared a cake and ate it with a sigh. The taste of memories is always the best, but that feeling didn't last. His face twisted up, and Doyoon gagged, ugh, this is awful. Seeing his reaction, Se-hee spoke up. You're a little too honest, boss. Doyoon kept clutching his throat, while Se-hee broke into a nervous sweat, wondering, is it really that bad? Suddenly, a new voice rang out. Hearing it, Doyoon tensed up, slowly turning around. Keon looked down with a blank face and asked coldly, what are you doing here? Doyoon stammered, Seon. Her voice was flat, showing no anger or sadness at all. I thought you were supposed to be at school. Her words jolted him. That's right. Doyoon broke into a sweat, remembering how Chim-so dragged him around all day. That girl pulled me everywhere. So I completely forgot, he thought. Without hesitating, Seon grabbed his head and asked in a low voice, do you know how many times I called? 6. Fury flashed in Seon's eyes as she pulled his hair. Do you know how long I waited for you at the gate? He yelped in pain. Not here, please. Across from them, Se-hee was too intimidated to interfere. She continued. And you're here eating rice cakes? Before Seon could add more, Doyoon quickly stuffed a piece in her mouth, saying, just try a bite. Seon chewed the cake, her expression thoughtful. He watched her. She ate the rice cake as if she was expecting something, but Se-hee was once again disappointed. Seon commented honestly, ugh, this tastes so bland. Hearing that, he cried silently, feeling hurt. You two are unbelievable. After hearing it all, someone spoke up. So that's why we haven't seen you. It was Sehun, appearing from nowhere. He questioned, is it because of those Heavenly Rain gangsters? Sehi immediately confirmed it. Sehun then asked, if you're not in school, why the uniform? He didn't hide it, scratching his head in embarrassment. My grandmother doesn't know I dropped out for a part-time job. At this, Sehun couldn't hold back and shot to his feet. He growled, where are they? I'll teach them a lesson. Sehi rushed to stop him. It's okay, really. But Doyoon, standing beside him, spoke up. For once, I actually agree with you. Sehi forced a smile, acting like it was no big deal. He then tried to change the subject. I'm used to it. You don't need to worry. Instead, are we meeting today for the Phuong Bo ramen business model? Sehi then laughed loudly, trying to break the tense atmosphere. So, let's start the meeting. Beside them, Sion simply watched him in silence. The scene shifts to the next afternoon. Sehi entered the shop and called out cheerfully, I'm back. Nothing special today. But inside were three figures. Sehun, holding a broom, said, you're just getting in? Sion was cooking in the back. You call this early? She said coldly. Du-Uan was wiping a table and looked up to say, hey there. Sehi stood frozen at the door, asking, what are you all doing here? Sehun replied casually, didn't I tell you? Starting today, he declared. Sehi's snack shop is now the Phuong Bo ramen business. Sehi was stunned once again. As Sehun continued, this is better than paying protection money to gangsters, right? He stammered. Why, yeah, but. Just then, Sion turned around and analyzed the situation. Plus, if income increases here, you won't need another part-time job. Du-Uan then laughed and began assigning roles. You're on cleaning, you're on prep, you'll cook, and I'll be the manager. Before he could enjoy the moment, a sharp voice cut in. Stop messing around. Du-Uan's demeanor changed instantly and he stammered, we'll all do our very best. Seeing his friends ready to help, Sehi trembled all over. Deeply moved, he said, thank you, everyone. Another day flew by, and soon it was the next afternoon. One of them stared at a game icon and yelled, what is this? You're supposed to boost there, he then shouted. Not right now. As his car continued to accelerate, Du-Uan grumbled, you noisy brats. Unwilling to give up, Sehun gritted his teeth. One more round. Sion watched them and declared, how pathetic. But Sehi just smiled and replied, I'm having fun though. He then looked around the empty shop and wondered, but what now? There's not a single soul here. Sehun immediately complained. What's the problem anyway? Spicy rice cakes are a Korean specialty. Hearing this, Du-Uan glanced over and asked, you haven't tried this, have you? He replied instantly, I'm on a diet. Before Sehun could say more, Du-Uan shoved a piece into his mouth, letting him taste it himself. After swallowing, Sehun's face went pale. Ugh, that's disgusting. Du-Uan immediately said, that's our biggest problem. Annoyed, Sehi shot back. Why do you keep saying that, boss? That's just your opinion. Sehun continued to make a face, his expression full of judgment. It's truly horrifyingly bad. Not wanting to argue, Sehi gave in. I know, okay? Can you just stop? Suddenly, Du-Uan's brow furrowed, and then he grinned. I know someone who can help us with this. Someone immediately replied, don't be vague, just tell us who. The scene changes to the next day. As Chi-Han enters the shop shyly, he hesitantly waved to Du-Uan, who quickly introduced him. This is my friend, Seon. Standing with arms crossed, he said, long time no see. Sehi stepped forward with a welcoming smile. A pleasure to meet you. Here, Sehun speared a rice cake and pouted. I thought you were bringing an actual chef. So, this is the spicy rice cake he made himself? He chewed with a smug frown. I can make this at home. In the next instant, Sehun's entire attitude changed. He held the plate, absolutely stunned. What is this? It's incredible. Seeing his reaction, Do-Yuan turned, smiling. Wait, did you make this too? Chi-Han answered honestly. I studied at a culinary institute. Sehun praised him. No wonder. Just then, Sehi's grandmother arrived at the shop. The building's owner glanced inside. Sehi's friends visit a lot lately, huh? Hearing this, she replied softly. The kids are trying to save this failing business. He chuckled, admiring them. A truly special group of kids. Suddenly, a loud yell made them both cringe. Hey Sehun, you're on a diet. Stop eating, you pig. 4 days later. Collection day. A voice echoed through the shop. How's it going, old lady? I'm here for the money. A gangster swaggered inside. He scanned the room, wondering, where's that old hag? The thug spotted a cloaked figure at a table. He smirked. First time seeing a customer here. Hey, you know where the owner went? The cloaked figure gave no reply. Finding this odd, the thug approached the table, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Too busy eating to hear me, huh? He then flicked his cigarette ash onto the plate of rice cakes. Enjoy the extra seasoning, he sneered. For a moment, peace remained inside the small shop, but that fragile calm was about to shatter. Suddenly, the gangster was sent flying out the door. Glass exploded outwards from the frame. His crew outside stared in shock. Doyoon rushed over, panicked. You maniac! How are we supposed to fix a broken door? Sehun emerged, calmly stating, that was my revenge. Chisang saw them approaching, confused, then gave the thugs a cold, hard stare. Just stick to the plan. He grinned back. Of course. Unable to wait, Sehun charged forward. Time to put down a few rabid dogs. The gang leader took a calm drag from his cigarette, then signaled his men to attack. Sehun instantly engaged two of them at once. Two loud thuds echoed through the street. One of the thugs growled through gritted teeth. Kids should stay out of adult business. Sehun shot back. Listen up, old-timers. He then shot them a terrifying grin. Haven't you heard? Kids these days are scary. At the same time, he crushed their wrists in his grip, making them scream in agony. Chisang simply watched, not moving a muscle. Seeing Sehun's fierce display, Doyoon smirked. That guy's useless at everything but fighting. He then confidently declared, all right, my turn. Suddenly, a cigarette butt flew right at his face. Doyoon threw up a hand to block it. What the hell was that? He yelled. Instantly, a barrage of punches from Chisang came flying directly at him. As Doyoon deflected the blows, he thought, he's so fast. When did he get this close? This guy is. He wondered. Just then, the man scowled and spoke in a low voice. All talk and no action, huh? Doyoon's thoughts raced. He feels different from the others. Then Chisang spoke. We're busy people here. He stumbled back, whispering, I can't dodge this. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. A specialized skill had been activated. Doyoon began to move like the wind. His opponent furiously punched at empty air. Doyoon frowned at Chisang. Looks like we're both busy. But he thought to himself, without this skill, the man's eyes widened in pure shock. As Doyoon spoke, his voice was chilling. Tonight, he said, leaping high into the air. He snarled, I will eliminate every last one of you. At that instant, his acceleration skill activated. On a snowy night, long ago, before a small house, someone had left a large bag and disappeared. At that moment, a younger version of the grandmother stepped out. Curious, she opened the bag and gasped in shock. Oh, my heavens! A sleeping baby lay inside, along with a small note. The child had been abandoned outside their home, but the couple decided to raise him as their own. After they adopted the child, their shop continued on. She would serve the customers while he would feed the baby his bottle. She turned back, her voice full of concern. That poor child. Will he get sick from the cold? He replied, I'm worried about him too. He narrowed his eyes, adding, we can't keep bringing him to the shop forever. As the sun rose, he put an arm around her, smiling brightly. He looked at their small eatery and said with joy, we'll start our new life right here. And so, a warm home for three was born. Back in the present, the battle raged on. Doyoon's face was ice cold. We're pretty busy ourselves. At his words, the man's eyes widened in shock. Then Doyoon spoke. Tonight, he launched himself into the air, growling, I'm going to destroy every last one of you. At that moment, the acceleration skill activated. Doyoon's foot connected squarely with Chisang's face. The man took the full impact, grimacing as blood spurted from his mouth. Chisang turned, his voice laced with scornful rage. A little brat thinks he can erase the Cheonha gang? He clenched his fists, his face contorted in a furious snarl. You're dreaming. But Doyoon wasn't about to let him just stand there and boast. He instantly vanished, reappearing behind him in a blur. This is no dream, old man. Chisang's eyes widened as sweat beaded on his forehead. He's too fast, he thought. Just then, Doyoon's voice echoed. We will make it a reality. He narrowed his eyes and shot towards his opponent. Our other members are already gathering at the hideout. The Cheonha gang's hideout. Doyoon thought. This skill is incredibly useful. But Chisang still refused to acknowledge the difference in their power. He unleashed a flurry of punches at Doyoon. You think we're just pushovers? He roared. But not a single blow landed. Doyoon was amazed. It can even dodge attacks. Then came a torrent of counterattacks from Doyoon, leaving Chisang completely defenseless. It can attack, too. He kept up the relentless assault. A truly versatile, high-level skill. Then, the acceleration skill's effect wore off. He glanced at the system window. So it does have its limits. After reading the notification, he whispered, "Everything comes at a price." After the brutal beating, Chi-sung collapsed. Yet, he still sneered defiantly from the ground. "You've got guts." Looking down on the Chonha gang, Do-won was unfazed. "Think again, old man. You guys started this." He aimed his fist at the fallen thug, his voice ice cold. "We're just finishing what has to be done." Then, a barrage of rage-fueled punches rained down on Chi-sang's face, activating the continuous break skill. The guy's face was beaten into a swollen mess. Chi-sang's cheeks were puffed up like balloons. After the beatdown, Do-won panicked. "Crap, I went too far. The old man's out cold." Just then, Sehun's voice cut in. "This is weird." Confused, Do-won looked up while choking out a thug, his face twisted in frustration. "Why does he get stronger every time I see him?" The other man just trembled helplessly. Do-won immediately shot back. "What nonsense. A stronger ally is always better." Sehun tossed the thug aside and retorted, "It's good, but it's still annoying." At that moment, Seon calmly walked over, her eyes narrowing. "You two finished up fast." Do-won quickly asked, "Where's Sehi?" Seon simply replied, "He's at the shop with his grandmother." Suddenly, Sehun spoke up. "There's something you guys don't know." He was about to reveal a past story. Sehi can't stand violence. His grandfather used to be, but Seon cut him off coldly. "Get to the point." And so, Sehun began to explain everything. After he finished, he added, "And that's the whole story." Do-won listened, slightly surprised. The scene flashes back to the restaurant. Sometime earlier, his voice rang out, "Sehi, you already know." Do-won frowned at him and said seriously, "We've only dealt with the grunts. Wiping them out is useless. They'll just send more." He continued, "You said calling the cops was pointless. In the end, we have to face the Cheonha clan ourselves. That's the only real solution." Sehi remained silent. Then he looked up and said, "I understand what you mean, but I still can't fight. It's not because I'm scared. I just don't want the three of you getting hurt because of me." And Sehi continued, "Thank you for all your help these past few days. I also realize this tiny shop doesn't do much for the Boromai Association." After venting, Sehi scratched his head with a forced smile. "So, maybe it's best we stop here. I feel like I'm just a burden. Let's go back to how things were." Just then, the building owner walked in with a big smile. "What a crowd. I bought some bread. Let's all share." Sehun, who was in the kitchen, turned to greet him, then ran out happily. "Thank you, sir." Hearing Sehi's words, Do-won's determination wavered a little. But back in the present, Sehun looked at them both. That's just how he is. Bringing him here is pointless. It's best to leave him at home with his grandmother to avoid trouble. Do-won seemed to agree with his logic. Then Do-won spoke up. "Let's go to the Cheonha clan's headquarters. After days of scouting, we've finally found it." He held up a black card. "This is the place." Seon eyed them suspiciously. "Will you two be all right? You're facing an entire clan." Sehun just grinned with confidence. "Of course we'll be fine, right buddy?" Do-won also smiled excitedly and agreed. "That's right." But when they got there, all his confidence evaporated. Sweat poured down Do-won's face like a river as his voice trembled. "Why am I shaking so much?" Then Do-won looked ahead and spoke. "Is that their base?" He tried to act tough to hide his fear. "Looks like a bar, huh? I'll be fine, but you should be careful." Sehun shot him a puzzled look. "What are you mumbling about?" "A bit scared," Do-won said with wide eyes. "Our enemy is a real gang. We can get in, but who knows if we'll get out." He remained fearless, a smirk on his face. "Are you scared? If you are, just go home. I can take them all on by myself." "Too proud," Do-won retorted. "No way. Who'd do that?" Sehun was getting impatient, his brow furrowing as he raised his voice. "We see it, so let's go in." "Why are we lurking here?" Do-won immediately replied, "What's the rush? Wait a bit." He then looked at the system and began his analysis. "We don't even know their numbers. Rushing in is basically suicide. Caution is never a bad thing, but based on my predictions." He frowned with a serious expression and continued, "They have numbers, but they're just small fry. We can win this easily." Suddenly, Do-won's phone rang, startling him. Do-won answered immediately. "Are those guys awake yet?" Seon replied with a single, affirmative word. Watching from behind a wall, she added, "I see him making a call. You two be careful." Hearing this, he replied quickly, "Got it." Meanwhile, Sehun remained confident that it would be fine. Inside the bar, a hand wiped dust from a sword scabbard, then assessed it. "This stain. The cleaning has gotten sloppy lately." Then Hungsop spoke with displeasure. "Are our VIPs paying for this kind of trash service?" Someone quickly answered, "I'm sorry. I'll have someone clean it right away." Hearing this, he snapped, "Do it properly." Next, Hung Sop put his phone to his ear and spoke. There won't be a next time. Now, what were you saying? The person on the other end replied. It's about. It was Chi Sang, his voice pathetic. We were defeated by another group. The news hit Hung Sop like a thunderbolt, and he instantly exploded with rage. Weren't you out collecting protection money? Did someone try to invade our turf? Hearing Hung Sop's yelling, Chi Sang trembled and stammered. It was just a few high school kids. He couldn't hold it in any longer and roared, Are you kidding me? A captain of the Cheonha clan. Defeated by a high school brat. Then Hung Sop's voice dropped low. Say that again. Chi Sang hesitantly admitted his mistake. I was careless. Please forgive me, boss. Then, as if giving a serious warning, he continued. Forget about my defeat. But listen, he continued. Those guys are planning to attack our headquarters. From what the kid said, it seems a large group is heading your way. They might even be using weapons. Chi Sang continued to advise him. I heard they're on their way now. Please be careful, sir. Hung Sop replied. I understand. Then he quickly hung up and turned off his phone. Afterwards, Hung Sop frowned to himself. A group of high schoolers? Annoying. Better be prepared. He turned and ordered his subordinate. Have you prepared the seats for our VIP guests? They all answered in unison. Yes, sir. At the same time, outside the Cheonha clan's base, the two were scouting the area. See anyone? It's completely empty, Doyoon whispered, creeping up the stairs. Can't be too careful. But Sehun walked boldly ahead, mocking him. You're too timid, my friend. He looked around and wondered. Don't see anyone. Huh? He arrogantly declared. Fine. I'll just smash everything. Sehun acted nonchalantly, as if in an empty lot. Strange. Where did the whole Cheonha clan go? He continued. Why is no one here? But reality was about to slap him in the face. The moment Sehun entered a hallway, a horde of gangsters was waiting for him. One of them sneered contemptuously. You think this is a place for you to cause trouble? The fat guy next to him added. The boss was overthinking things. These brats will be out in one hit. Right after, a tattooed man spoke up. You kids have guts. But no one will hear you scream in here. A crooked smile played on his lips. Once you're in here, don't even think about escaping. His weapon seemed to fuel his confidence as he spoke. I warned you. No one can save you in here, kid. Xe Hun broke into a cold sweat, whispering, What the hell is this? Why is every single one of them holding a weapon? So many of them, and they're fighting dirty. From behind, Doyoon stepped up and asked, They're armed? He glanced back and stammered, Hot and cold steel, they have it all. Hearing this, Doyoon just smirked and replied, Perfect. At the same time, he spoke to himself. It seems my guess was spot on. Doyoon's thoughts raced. My little bluff worked exactly as planned. Then he recalled his strategy. I provoked them, so they'd be on high alert. Doyoon explained. That's why I waited for them to call their guild. Back, in the present, facing a mob of gangsters armed to the teeth, he thought, my main goal was for them to bring their weapons. Just then, Xe Hun looked down in complete surprise. Where did you get that? Doyoon replied instantly. Near the entrance. Xe Hun frowned skeptically. You'll use that against them? But Doyoon ignored him, turning to the thugs. Hey, you guys, he continued. Didn't you say no one would ever know what happens in here? The tattooed man felt a sudden wave of anxiety. In his mind, Doyoon declared, it's time to use that skill. He was overflowing with confidence. With this ability, the fight will be a breeze. Today, I'm going to clean out this entire heavenly guild. He drew his sword from its sheath, his voice a low, firm growl. Today, the heavenly guild will be erased. In that instant, the weapon master skill activated once again. Doyoon turned to the lead thug, wanting to confirm one thing. Whatever happens in here, no one will know a thing? Is that right? As he drew his blade, the entire room fell into a dead silence. Then, the thugs erupted in laughter. What do you think you're doing? I guess kids these days read too much manga. A man holding a knife stepped forward. Unaware of the imminent danger, he taunted, That's not a toy, you know. Bet it's heavy, right? One swing, and you'll be exhausted. The words barely left his mouth before dawn struck. In a flash, a few locks of the thug's hair drifted silently to the floor. Doyoon spoke calmly. It's definitely not a toy. The man was completely stunned. Doyoon then settled into his stance, ready to fight with the weapon master skill. Crackling sparks of lightning danced along his blade. A burly tattooed thug charged, swinging a dagger, still underestimating him as just a kid. Without a single word, Doyoon rushed forward to meet the attack. Before the tattooed man could even react, he was struck by Doyoon's blade. A real fight is a whole different story. The razor-sharp sword was now pressed against his neck. Any more pressure, and the thug would be history. A complex feeling washed over Doyoon. He'd never cut someone before. He decided to strike with the flat of the blade. The tattooed man went down in a single hit. Hoon was stunned by his friend's true power, asking how he knew how to use a sword. Doyoon simply replied that he was the youngest son of a family of swordmasters. Doyoon told him to handle anyone without a weapon. The sudden request confused Hoon, as he couldn't see anyone there who was unarmed. The Heavenly Guild's goons charged forward, yelling and screaming. In contrast, Doyoon calmly tightened his grip on his sword's hilt. Doyoon effortlessly used his blade to smack the knife out of the thug's hand. The man screamed in agony as a system window popped up. Against an unarmed enemy, the Weapon Master effect will not activate. A large man with an axe tried to launch a sneak attack, while Doyoon was distracted. But before he could land a blow, Doyoon spun around to counter him. The big man still thought he had an easy opponent. With just one clean strike, the axe head fell to the ground. Now, he finally understood why his comrades stood no chance against Doyoon. He couldn't believe he was left holding only a wooden handle. Hoon grabbed the big man's hair and put the tattooed thug in a chokehold, making him gasp for air. He asked, "You wanted me to handle these guys?" Doyoon didn't deny it. He figured he could conserve some stamina if he let Hoon take care of them. A scar-faced grunt rallied the others to rush in all at once. Facing the approaching mob, Doyoon thought about the narrow hallway. In a space where your own weapons can hit your allies, you'll have to watch your every move. Your own men will become obstacles. Being alone here is a huge advantage. Doyoon's eyes began to glow, and an electric aura crackled around him as he dove into their ranks. He cut down the members of the Heavenly Guild one by one. Doyoon's speed was so overwhelming that none of them could even keep up with his movements. They were practically defenseless against his power, only able to swing their weapons weakly. One of the goons swung a sword, but Doyoon easily ducked under it. He dodged the attack, and a powerful magic aura flared from his sword, terrifying the big guy, who was now drenched in sweat. But before the brute could even recover, Doyoon sent him flying with a hard slap. As he fell, two men in black suits charged forward, but they were beaten down just as easily. "I can handle the rest." Doyoon continued his assault, but suddenly froze, his eyes widening in shock. His sword had shattered from the intensity of the fight. A system message popped up. "Weapon damaged. Weapon Master effect cannot be activated." The man with the baseball bat spoke up. "The flat of a sword breaks easier than you'd think." He grinned, taunting Doyoon, promising to break his bones next. Suddenly, the bat-wielding thug's expression froze solid. He couldn't seem to believe what was happening right before his eyes, and his friends were just as stunned. Doyoon let the shattered pieces of his sword clatter to the floor, but his hands remained in a perfect sword-wielding stance, completely baffling the gangsters. Doyoon's eyes were shut tight, as if he were concentrating on sensing something. The scene flashes back to the mid-Joseon dynasty, to a legendary, nameless swordsman. Known as the greatest sword of Joseon, or simply as a nameless master, he was unconcerned with worldly affairs and dedicated his entire life to the blade. Even with his hair and beard turned white with age, the man practiced his swordplay every single day. He continued his tireless training until one fateful day. Old and weak, he dozed off during his training. Unaware he'd dropped his sword, he kept swinging from memory. In that instant, he reached the state of man and sword as one. All his intense training paid off as he assumed a fighting stance. No sword in his hand, but a sword in his heart. Though his hands were empty, his spirit wielded the blade, a state where one could fight with an invisible blade. This master once split a tree with this invisible sword. Now, Doyoon sought that same power. The bat-wielding thug sneered. "Try blocking this with nothing." He lunged forward with his bat, but before he could even act, Doyoon struck him with a devastating blow. The thug was completely overwhelmed by his power, crashing hard onto the floor, his face now a mask of blood. His face was completely mangled. The Cheonha clan goons were stunned by the scene. One of them told his buddies to take a closer look. "Look at his hands." At some point, a 3-section staff had appeared in Doyoon's grasp. Doyoon revealed he planned to use it all along. He then threatened to keep beating them until they answered his questions. Meanwhile, Sehun's fight raged on. Panting heavily, he boasted about his own skills. Sehun, drenched in sweat, glanced at Doyoon, impressed by his fighting ability. He wondered if Doyoon was even human. Suddenly, Doyoon called out, asking Sehun to handle the last 2 guys while he went downstairs. The goon before him trembled when Doyoon went back on his word. Sehun thought for a moment that the fight was finally over, but Doyoon denied it, approaching a door and stating there was one more important task. Sehun just clicked his tongue as Doyoon went inside. That guy always does whatever he wants. Suddenly, Choi Hung-seop appeared from behind, shocked by the carnage before him. He'd only been gone for a moment, and chaos erupted. Seeing his men unconscious in the hall, Hyung Seop assumed some foolish clients had shown up, and that's what caused this mess. So it was this bastard making trouble? The Cheonha clan's vice leader, Choi Hyung Seop, radiated killing intent. In a quiet hallway of the Moonlight Salon's second basement, not a soul was in sight. Do-woon approached the room of the Cheonha clan's leader. Following the goon's directions, he still knocked politely. "Anyone home? I know you're in there. They said there's a worthless leader here, an old man who spends his days extorting people." Without waiting for a reply, Do-woon opened the door and walked inside, his 3-section staff ready. He was ready to teach him a lesson. But the scene shifts. Honor to a school at sunset, where a tense atmosphere reminds Seihi's grandfather of a teacher's words. "Are you Seihi's grandfather?" His face was grim, a mixture of sadness and worry. Seihi got into a fight with a classmate, who was hospitalized for their injuries. He looked down at young Seihi, whose head was bowed in shame. When asked why he fought, Seihi hesitated, not knowing what to say. But then, the boy explained everything. He had seen a bigger kid bullying a girl named Hee-jin, and he could see she was in pain, so he couldn't hold back. With a large bruise on his own face, Seihi asked, "Was I wrong?" His grandfather looked at him silently, lost in thought. But his grandfather's next words were a surprise. No, he didn't scold him. Instead, he praised his grandson for his act of justice. He then treated Seihi to an ice cream bar, which the boy gladly accepted. This childhood memory would forever be linked to his fighting. The scene changes to a small room, where a young voice says, "I'm sorry." Now in high school, Seihi knelt before his grandparents, explaining himself. "I didn't mean to. But some thugs were shaking down my friend for protection money. I just wanted to scare them off a little." His grandfather's expression didn't change as Seihi admitted he went too far. But from here, different problems began to arise. These were no longer simple schoolyard brawls. "You never change," his grandfather said, referring to the mounting hospital compensation bills. It was so much that their small diner couldn't possibly cover it. Seihi's grandmother felt helpless, unable to remember how many times this had happened, how many times they had to face this issue. Suddenly, her husband laughed, cutting her off. He smiled gently at Seihi, even supporting his actions. "Thanks to you, your friends aren't bullied anymore." His grandfather was his ally, always on his side. With a bruised and bloody face, Seihi looked at him and secretly blamed himself, not understanding why he couldn't just stop. But even then, Seihi didn't feel guilty enough for his grandparents' sacrifice. He continued fighting at school. Since their diner wasn't enough to cover the bills, his grandfather, old and weak, had to work as a construction laborer. He hauled heavy sandbags at the construction site. On the hottest summer day, the sun beat down, causing sweat to pour from him like a river. And from overworking, he collapsed, unconscious, in the middle of the site. From that day forward, he never returned to his small family again. Back in the present, over a simple meal, Seihi's grandmother suggested closing the diner. They had few customers and were being charged protection money. Seihi was bewildered. "Why so suddenly? I can handle the fee. I'll earn the money for it, so don't worry about a thing." But she was firm in her decision. She was thinking of him. With so few customers, keeping the diner open was just a burden on Seihi. She gently told him that he was grown up now and needed to find a stable job. Seeing her determination, Seihi couldn't argue. He just listened in silence. According to her calculations, the Cheonha clan was due to collect the money tomorrow. Later, Seihi met with Seon, who told him to stay with his grandma. "Your grandmother just had a fall, and you going won't help." Seihi desperately tried to explain his reasons for wanting to fight, but Sehun cut him off, already knowing what he would say. Sehun's face grew serious as he vowed to punish the extortionists himself. He said it had nothing to do with Seihi's situation. Sehun felt a pang of guilt, knowing their plan to attack the Cheonha clan tomorrow was a life-threatening mission. Seihi then blamed himself for not having the money for the gang, which forced his grandmother to sell the diner and forced Do-woon's group to take this massive risk. Seihi's mind flashed back to a conversation with Do-won. He had been warned that even if they defeated the thugs sent by the Heaven's Descent gang, more would just keep coming. To truly end it, they had to take down the leader. Do-won's resolve was absolute, a fact Seihi understood completely. But for his and his grandmother's sake, Seihi vowed he wouldn't fight. He quickly changed his attitude and dropped the subject. Meanwhile, at the Heaven's Descent gang's bar, unconscious bodies littered the floor. Amid the chaos, a powerful voice growled, "I'm gone for a minute, and this is what happens." The voice made Sehun turn, thinking it was just a rowdy customer. But the speaker was Choi Hyung-seop, the vice leader. His menacing gaze sized Sehun up with pure contempt. A conscious underling cried out a warning, but Hyung-seop ignored it. cursing their incompetence. He confidently taunted Sehun, even telling him to call for backup. But Sehun was alone, facing Hyung-seop without a hint of fear. The real battle was just beginning. In an instant, they locked hands, the air crackling with tension. Sehun even managed a taunt as they held their ground. He couldn't help but praise Hyung-seop's strength. The man was massive, a full head taller, but Hyung-seop's expression was like stone. He called him an arrogant rookie. Their grips tightened until they trembled, making Sehun wary of the man's immense power. Sehun gritted his teeth in pain as sweat poured from his brow. He felt himself losing ground. Hyung-seop declared he would teach him a lesson. Calling him weak, he drew his leg back. In a flash, Sehun was kicked through a door, which shattered from the impact. He lay groaning on the floor in agony. Hyung-seop's scorn grew as he casually talked about the damages. But Sehun recovered instantly, swinging a fist at him. The man easily grabbed Sehun's head, slamming it into a wall. He demanded to know how he would pay for this. Sehun cried out, struggling against the grip. From his clothes, Hyung-seop could tell he was dirt poor, and finally let go. He raised a hand to slap him, sneering that only his body had any value. Using his agility, Sehun countered, telling him he talked too much. Hyung-seop was momentarily stunned. With no other option, Sehun leaped onto his back, clinging on with all his might. He shouted, realizing the man intended to sell him off to pay for the damages. This was his last resort, unable to win head-on. His face bruised and bloody, Sehun rejected the idea. He was confident he could win from this position in just 15 seconds. Hyung-seop's body trembled slightly. Then he suddenly asked for his blood type. Confused, Sehun warned him he wouldn't make money by selling blood. Just then, Hyung-seop reached back and grabbed Sehun's shirt, revealing his true plan to sell his organs in China. Only then would the compensation be enough. With incredible strength, he yanked Sehun forward, slamming him hard onto the floor. Sehun curled up, coughing dryly. Hyung-seop taunted him to call for his friends. Cracking his knuckles, he demanded to know where Doyoon was hiding. Elsewhere in that bar, Doyoon stood in a back room, resting a steel pipe on his shoulder. He asked the man opposite if he was the leader of the Heaven's Descent gang. A nameplate on the desk confirmed the man's identity. This well-dressed man was the leader, Kim Gwang-myung. He was puzzled by Doyoon's appearance. Doyoon got straight to the point. He was here because they were running a protection racket. They were extorting Sehi's restaurant, so he had to step in. A system window appeared. Defeat the criminals. Defeat the Heaven's Descent gang. Win. The reward was a random item. Gwang-myung seemed unfazed. Doyoon, losing patience, ordered him to stand up. He found Dohwan's audacity amusing, but then, something unexpected made Dohwan's eyes widen. Gwang-myung stood up, with a crutch. He remarked that Doyoon had spirit for a young man. He admitted he was once the same, and the price he paid was one of his legs. And that wasn't all. Gwang-myung raised a prosthetic hand as a stark warning. Doyoon immediately grew cautious. How could this man fight him? Despite his advantage, he felt a deep unease. Gwang-myung's face turned terrifying as he asked, "Are you sure?" The invisible pressure mounted on Doyoon. Back at Sehun's fight, he threw a powerful punch toward the giant Hyung-seop, but his face was slammed into the floor instead. He cried out in pain, struggling to get up. Hyung-seop seemed amused by his spirit. Sehun still couldn't find his feet. He cursed silently. He was too exhausted from fighting the grunts earlier. Hyung-seop offered him two choices: work under him or be sold to China. As he spoke, he froze. Sehun apologized in his mind. He knew he couldn't win. With a final act of defiance, he gave Hyung-seop the middle finger. Enraged, the man raised his foot over Sehun's head. Suddenly, two underlings outside cried out, making Hyung-seop pause. Another punk? Footsteps were approaching them. The scene flashes back to a meal between Sehi and his grandmother. She tried to comfort him, recalling a time when he constantly got into fights. His grandfather had always supported him. When she asked why, he smiled and said, "Sehi fights to protect people." He knew his grandson was doing the right thing. From that day on, she understood. She mentioned how similar Sehi and his grandfather were, always helping others. Their fighting styles differed, but their goal was the same: to do good. She smiled happily, remembering precious memories with her husband. Looking at Sehi, she saw her late husband as a young man. Sehi sat silently at the table, lost in his thoughts. Beneath the table, Sehi quietly clenched his hand into a fist and slammed it on his thigh. Back in the present, at the bar, he sent two thugs, flying. Model. Hyung-seop, utterly confused, glanced out the door toward Sehi. He vaguely recognized the man and asked, "Aren't you Sehun's friend?" Sehi simply apologized. From the floor, Sehun looked up, stunned to see him there. His grandmother's words echoed in his mind. Admitting he was late, Se-hee tied back his shoulder-length hair. He'd removed his glasses, revealing murderous eyes as he declared he would end this. His will was to follow justice, no matter the cost. On a street littered with bodies and bikes, stood one man. He had clearly just finished a battle, panting and cursing the hit-and-run bikers. That man was Se-hoon. He screamed, vowing he wouldn't forgive them. A year ago, he recalled his first impression of Se-hee. Se-hoon had questioned why a Bozame member wouldn't help. Back then, Se-hee wore star-shaped sunglasses, awkwardly refusing to fight. Se-hoon had cursed him internally, calling him a crazy fool. He'd yelled that if Se-hee wouldn't fight, he should just stay home and read. "Don't join a gang," he'd said, making Se-hee apologize profusely. Later, they sat at a convenience store, and Se-hee shared his story. Se-hoon understood and asked about him attending a girls' school. It was to avoid fighting, which Se-hee confirmed. Se-hoon then looked at the glasses, a tool to stop people from thinking he was glaring, and the beard and old clothes were to keep young thugs from starting trouble with him. All this to avoid fighting, yet he joined Bozame. Se-hoon couldn't help but be curious. Se-hee's answer was simple. With a gang affiliation, no one would mess with him. His past was filled with too many brawls. After his grandfather's death, Se-hee had sworn off violence. Se-hoon could sympathize, but joining a gang for that reason would only lead to expulsion. At this, Se-hee begged him, promising to do anything except fight. Unwilling to kick him out, Se-hoon felt torn. He offered a deal. He'd handle the fighting missions if Se-hee became his subordinate. Though Se-hee looked foolish, Se-hoon didn't dislike him. He wanted to help. Back in the present, at the bar, Se-hoon lay on the floor, shocked by Se-hee's arrival. Se-hee tied his hair up, apologizing for being late. His sunglasses were gone, revealing icy eyes that promised to finish this. Se-hoon's body trembled in pain on the floor as he tried to stop him. He tried to warn Se-hee about Hung-sop's power, but a brutal kick silenced him. Hung-sop repeated Se-hee's earlier words. He mocked him, doubting he could do anything. The moment he finished, Se-hee's fist flew straight at his face, but nothing happened, leaving Se-hee stunned. Hung-sop had raised a hand to block. The punch only hit his arm. Then, as Se-hee threw a kick, Hung-sop's hand was fast enough to intercept it. Se-hee pulled his leg back, spun, and prepared another punch. But suddenly, he froze, his brow furrowed. Hung-sop had grabbed both of his arms, mocking Se-hee's lack of manners. Se-hoon, in agony, trembled, unable to help, because once he grabs you, there's no escape. Meanwhile, in the leader's basement, Doyoon faced Kwang-min, sweating with unease from the old man's presence. Kwang-min calmly approached on his crutch. Doyoon tried to calm himself, focusing on the man's physical handicap. He told the old man to give up because he was disabled. Kwang-min, feeling underestimated, scoffed that he didn't bother with kids like him. He stated that he didn't even need a weapon. Opposite him, Doyoon sensed from his calm demeanor that Kwang-min was a hidden master. A system alert appeared. Weapon mastery neutralized. The opponent was not using a weapon. Focused on his mission to destroy the gang, Doyoon tossed his club and charged, yelling that a leader shouldn't talk so much. As Doyoon's fist flew, the old man dodged effortlessly, surprised his opponent was no longer using a weapon. Then Doyoon grabbed Kwang-min's collar. He lifted the old man's body off the ground. Doyoon wondered how he could balance with only a crutch. He hoisted Kwang-min onto his shoulder. He declared he would end this in a single throw. But Doyoon froze. This wasn't right. Kwang-min's body hadn't moved an inch. The crutch had braced him. The old man asked doubtfully where he was being carried. Doyoon noticed the crutch firmly planted on the ground. Kwang-min raised his prosthetic arm. He slapped Doyoon so hard the boy fell forward, while he himself landed gently. Doyoon was completely stunned. He realized not only had he failed, but he'd put himself in a terrible position. Kwang-min used his crutch to launch a kick, saying he didn't need any help. He could still move just fine. With that, Doyoon was kicked across the room. He collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. Kwang-min watched and asked if he was okay. He wore a gentle smile, hiding a dangerous edge, claiming his power wasn't controlled. The scene cuts to the fight between Se-hee and Hung-sop. He tells him to surrender. Outside, his henchmen's bodies were scattered everywhere. He declared they would all pay for what they'd done. Hung-sop gripped his hands, asking about Se-hee's group, but was cut off. The loser was him, earning a sharp taunt from Hung-sop. Se-hoon watched from the ground, wondering why Se-hee was here. Suddenly, Se-hee twisted his hands back. Hung-sop. He vowed to make those who harmed his loved ones pay. Se-hee's leg shot out for a kick, catching his foe completely off guard, promising to leave no one standing. A powerful blow sent Hung-sop's blood and teeth flying. He cried out as Se-hee's shoe connected with his chin. Se-hee then launched into a flawless aerial attack. He released Hung-sop, flipped over, and instantly grabbed his hand again. One foot stomped on Hung Sop's thigh, while the other delivered a crushing blow to his stomach. That final kick seemed to be the decisive blow, making him scream in agony. Se-hee put all his strength into kicking Hung Sop away. Se-hun, watching from the floor, was wide-eyed with shock. He remembered the day they first met. Se-hun had advised that fighting wasn't necessary. If you don't want to, endure it. If you can't avoid it, just take it. He'd said that taking a light beating wasn't a problem. Se-hee replied that he once thought the same way, but he confessed that he couldn't hold back. Se-hun asked what he meant. Se-hee explained that when conflict was unavoidable, he couldn't endure it, just like now with Hung Sop. The man was on the floor, cursing under his breath. It was because of Se-hee's impulsive nature. He then leaped into the air, aiming straight for him. Hung Sop took both feet directly to the face, his features distorting on impact. Se-hee calmly watched his opponent, listening to his pathetic screams. Hung Sop writhed on the floor, clutching his face. Se-hee then walked over and grabbed him by the hair. He pinned Hung Sop, his fist raised in a vicious threat. Back in the room, Doyoon clutched his stomach, racked with coughs. Kwang Min calmly warned him he wouldn't leave in one piece. Doyoon simply pushed himself up, sneering at the man. He realized he wasn't fighting a crippled man. In two different places, Se-hee with Hung Sop and Doyoon facing the Chunha clan leader, the same thought emerged. They both felt so naive. Fists clenched. They both knew there was no guilt in fighting pure evil. In the Chunha clan's den, Kwang Min silently watched Doyoon. The boy's face was bruised, and he panted from rage and exhaustion. So he asked, "Will you keep going like this?" Doyoon's answer was a sudden punch, which Kwang Min deftly dodged. Kwang Min ducked under the blow, seeing his chance to counter. He struck like a hammer and calmly said, "You're at that age where you don't know how to quit, aren't you?" Doyoon stumbled back, shocked by Kwang Min's icy glare, wondering about his foe. He then launched forward, unleashing a 3-hit combo. He threw a flurry of punches, but the old man dodged them all, making him wonder, "Why can't I land a single hit?" Doyoon spun into a precise kick, but Kwang Min, despite his limp, dodged it. He leaped back, moving like the wind. Doyoon's eyes widened in shock at Kwang Min's impossible agility. After the boy paused, Kwang Min coldly asked, "Are you finished?" Only one thought echoed in Doyoon's mind. How strong was this man in his youth? Kwang Min leaned against the wall, glancing aside with suspicion. The man straightened up, but Doyoon instantly closed the distance, his body crackling with destructive electrical energy. He declared he would end this now, his fist sparking with power. But before he could act, Kwang Min slapped him hard across the face. Blood sprayed everywhere. Doyoon collapsed, furious that the old man had used his crutch as a weapon. The crutch slammed onto the floor. Kwang Min's taunting voice followed. "Not bad for a young punk." He watched the boy intently, pulling his hand back. Winding up, he criticized the boy's wasteful movements. Just as Doyoon got up, he was struck again, crying out in pain. His entire body slammed into the edge of a glass table. As Doyoon clutched his side, the man slowly approached, saying, "I know you came here to save the restaurant, but you're too late." Doyoon gasped for air, gritting his teeth and snarling, refusing to let him get away with it. He vowed to flatten the entire Chunha clan. Kwang Min stood calmly, treating the threat like a joke as a smirk crossed his face. "You're not leaving here anyway, so I suppose it doesn't matter if I tell you." Kwang Min began to explain about a quiet street, where a small restaurant's lights were still on. Though old, the area was targeted by powerful figures for redevelopment. That area included Se-hee's restaurant, which the leaders wanted to buy for cheap, but the owner refused. So the Chunha clan was hired as muscle to drive the residents out. And right now, Sion was at that very restaurant. Kwang Min explained that to acquire the property, they had to cut off the owner's income. Back in the present, the tense battle between Kwang Min and Doyoon raged on. As he recovered, Doyoon stood and questioned if that was the reason for tormenting innocent people. He couldn't understand why the higher-ups made things so messy. Kwang Min paused, remembering an image of Se-hee's grandmother, lying ill in her bed. Her hand clutched a photo of her husband. He explained that unlike the rich, there are no consequences for messing with the poor. That was the reason. Kwang Min continued his speech, even as Doyoon's expression darkened. Most shops in Se-hee's building had already agreed to leave. Only a few stubborn ones, like Se-hee's restaurant, remained. Kwang Min explained that their superiors were pressuring them to work faster, which even involved bribing the police. "And now kids like you barge in and mess up our business." Doyoon listened silently as Kwang Min concluded. "In the end, we have our own way of solving things." Kwang Min mentioned the restaurant, saying he'd already sent his men to Se-hee's place. A group of armed men were approaching the remaining stores. Their goal was to destroy them beyond repair. At that moment, Sion stood before the shop, his eyes wide with horror. Kwangmin then confirmed Doyoon's fears. Sehi's restaurant was their first target, and the people there had no idea what nightmare awaited. The man slowly paced and said, "Honestly, I never thought a rundown place like that could pay its protection fees so regularly." Kwangmin's face showed a mix of pride and utter contempt. He gave a half smile, finding their efforts to scrape money together pathetic. Doyoon stood silently as Kwangmin stated the facts. Sehi's restaurant would be shut down by force. He recalled Sehi finding his grandmother unconscious in the restaurant, rushing to her side. Doyoon had witnessed it all. Back in the present, his legs erupted in a brilliant blue aura as he activated his speed skill. Doyoon lunged forward in a rage to attack Kwangmin, screaming that he was a monster. He threw a lightning-fast punch, snapping the man's head to the side. Blood flew from the impact, and a dark bruise formed on his face. In the next instant, Doyoon's foot was already flying toward Kwangmin. Before the man could react, he took the full force of the kick. Doyoon shot forward like a blur, but his body froze when he saw the crutch swinging toward his face. This time, his body was more agile. Using the experience he'd just gained, he swiftly dodged the blow. Doyoon ducked and swung a fist toward Kwangmin. He uttered a cold challenge, but before he could finish, a hand blurred toward him. Doyoon wasn't lucky enough to dodge this time, taking the full force of Kwangmin's slap. The old man admitted his age meant he lacked the boy's stamina. Doyoon slid across the floor, his legs wobbling as he struggled to stay upright. He managed to stand, a sharp cry of pain escaping his lips. As Kwangmin spoke, he swung his arm, preparing a final blow to end the fight. But Doyoon leaped back, dodging the attack as something clicked. He realized the man's limited movements meant his attack patterns were also predictable. Doyoon replayed the previous attacks. Kwangmin could only strike at close range, where his body could reach. For longer distances, he'd leap in with a powerful kick, his only counter. Kwangmin moved to do just that, but Doyoon dodged back, seizing the chance to strike the crutch that gave the man his agility. Kwangmin's hand trembled on the crutch before he suddenly launched himself upward. As the crutch left the ground, Doyoon planted his hands. He had dropped the booster, leaving Kwangmin stunned. Doyoon's entire body flipped upside down, confusing his opponent. Then, he unleashed the falcon drop. Kwangmin was defenseless, taking a brutal kick to the face that drew blood and sent him flying. Grabbing the crutch in his opponent's hand, he used Stone Slam to hurl him forward. Kwangmin's body shattered a glass table on impact, utterly wrecked. Doyoon panted, holding the crutch, assuming Kwangmin was helpless without it. He saw the man gasping on the floor, then remembered something. Though injured, Doyoon's eyes were cold and resolute. He demanded to know who trashed Sehi's restaurant. Kwangmin lay beaten on the ground. Blood dripped from his mouth, but he managed to look up. "They won't succeed," he growled. The scene shifts to Sehi's restaurant, where a man stood. A tattooed thug, one of Bang Thienha's underlings, lay unconscious at the door, bruised and beaten. Jihan had just dealt with them. This was the student Doyoon mentioned. He stood before Bang Thienha's goons, stammering as he confirmed who they were. Behind him, Sion watched, completely bewildered. The school's assassin turned serious, assuming a ready fighting stance against them. Doyoon and Sehun's eyes widened in shock. "Sion, were you serious just now?" "No way," they exclaimed in disbelief. Doyoon recalled their karaoke gatherings, questioning his real motives. She cut in, "He was there to meet you, Jihan." All three looked over at Jihan and Sehi. Jihan had endured endless bullying in the past. They were curious, but his current appearance was special, totally different from what they imagined. Doyoon's eyes widened at Sion's words. "But then I found you, Doyoon. I had to quickly fill the vacant Boromai Dong representative spot." He stuttered, a suspicion dawning on him, which Sion confirmed. She planned to choose Jihan for Sehun's current position. He was the next top candidate for Boromai. Outside Sehi's restaurant, the Bang Thienha members couldn't believe what Jihan was saying. They scoffed that words were useless now. Sion watched from behind, startled. The thug swung a bat at him, mocking him for trying to fight them barehanded. The school's assassin let out a long sigh, then used his skills, knife defense and Krav Maga. Jihan suddenly kicked the man, sending him flying. He then picked up a pipe and said, "I guess I'm the only one who has to fight barehanded, huh?" Jihan held 2 pipes, ready for battle. The thugs hesitated. As one turned to his men, Jihan was already a blur of motion. He skillfully wielded the 2 pipes. He rained down a series of blows on the man. Jihan himself was surprised by his own strength. Another thug rushed in, knocking one of the pipes away. The man cursed angrily, swinging his bat back. Jihan slipped past two thugs, using swordsmanship to slash through them. He looked dazed, like another person. The once arrogant thug was now crawling on the ground in a panic. He screamed, begging for his life. Of course, the villain Jihan showed no mercy, raising the pipe again. To him, they were all the same and deserved a brutal punishment. Soon, bodies were littering the ground. Everyone lay unconscious. Jihan awkwardly scratched his face. He cautiously asked Sion if he had gone too far. She was still too shocked to speak. This raised a lingering question. What in the world had happened? In the Bang Tianha leader's room, Guangmian struggled to his feet. After hearing the story, he sighed. Kids these days have it so tough. Duan picked up his crutch, telling him to give up without it. He couldn't even stand properly. Du Yuan tossed it behind him, declaring it was over. Yet Guangmian forced himself up, watching him, listening intently. The current Bang Tianha, Guangmian explained, was just a rebuilt version of the original gang from the past. The bar and their other operations were funded by members. As they grew larger, they needed more and more money to survive. Guangmian confessed he wanted to restore Bang Tianha to its peak, but the quality of recruits had dropped, making it impossible. Duan was confused and questioned him. The man took something from his pocket, muttering about people selling their emotions to fight a kid. After speaking, Guangmian pulled out a gun and aimed it at him. Duan gasped in surprise at the sight of it, wondering if the gun was real. Duan, panicking slightly, tried to calm himself. He's just trying to scare me. Real or not, Duan was sweating bullets. He questioned Guangmian, who once said he didn't use weapons. Guangmian apologized, breaking his own rule. You know too much. Only death awaits. He won't really shoot, Duan thought, trying to fool himself. He stepped closer, calmly calling his name, confident he could counter. Guangmian was sure Duan feared the gun. Duan pressed his own forehead to the barrel, thinking of his trump cards, Jepan and Master Zeker, and raised his hands. But even with his aces, this situation didn't look good at all. Duan pleaded his case, saying his old mother was waiting at home. Guangmian was unmoved, determined to kill him. His finger twitched on the trigger, mocking that even if he died here, with no body, the case would be ruled a simple disappearance. Horrified, Doyoon quickly backed away. Let's call a timeout, he said, understanding the man's deadly intent. Suddenly, a confident smirk spread across his face. Their entire conversation. Guangmian had no idea. Doyoon recorded everything. Guangmian's face went cold seeing the phone in his jacket. I'll just kill you and destroy the phone. But Doyoon calmly refuted that idea. Doyoon explained that their talk was not just on his phone. At Seihi's restaurant, Sion and Jihan were also staring at two phones. His voice came from the phone, confirming it was being recorded elsewhere. We returned to the gang's base, right before the infiltration. As Doyoon and Sehun walked, the phone suddenly rang. Seon was watching from behind a wall, reporting the situation. After listening, Doyoon asked if the thug was awake yet. She told him to prepare himself. The guy was making a call. On the other end, Doyoon and Sehun agreed. He asked again about the recording. Seon confidently reassured him. Doyoon was sure everything would go smoothly. Sehun glanced at his phone, sighing at what a hassle this was. Their opponents were adults, who might not listen even if beaten. From across the bar, Doyoon continued speaking into the phone. If this doesn't resolve things in the end, we'll have to use that method. The man beside him gave a cold scoff. Sion replied, even if we don't get anything valuable, this is still better than doing nothing at all. In front of the Moonlight Salon hideout, they readied themselves to go inside. Back to the conversation between Doyoon and Guangmian, he emphasized that his friend was recording everything. The man's brow furrowed at Doyoon's words. Evidence containing every illegal act we've overheard. If this were to get out, the police would never be able to cover this up. With the upper hand, he coolly stated his demands to Guangmian. Meanwhile, at Seihi's restaurant, the dispatched thugs were already bound hand and foot. Doyoon confirmed that no one else would learn of the recording file, ensuring the secret was kept. He demanded Guangmian return all the money stolen from the neighborhood. Doyoon didn't care about the pressure the man was under from high officials. He ordered them to handle it without harming the residents. Guangmian lowered his gun, listening as he was advised to leave and go to prison with his men. The man now fully grasped how dangerous Doyoon was, admitting he'd underestimated the threat. But as a veteran, Guangmian wouldn't yield so easily. He shot back. And what guarantees that your side will keep its promise? Doyoon calmly stated he keeps his word, unlike them. He then turned and walked out. Before closing the door, he announced he'd take that as a yes, not even waiting for confirmation. Doyoon gave one final warning and simply left. The man was left completely alone in the room. The space returned to its original silence. Kwang Mien cursed the boy's disrespect as the gun fell from his hand. Kwang Mien slumped against the wall in total despair. Doyoon walked calmly into the hall. Only then did his legs buckle, his hands grabbing the wall for support. His true fear finally surfaced. That was way too close. Any longer and he would have fainted. But then, Doyoon's gaze shifted to the system window. Over at the diner, Seon and Chihan breathed a sigh of relief over the phone. Se-hee helped Sehun walk out. The system announced that the mission to fight the criminals was complete. The reward was a deception item. Doyoon yelled with joy, but after reading the reward closely, he wondered, a deception item? What in the world is that? He suddenly saw a brilliant flash of light, so blinding that Doyoon had to shield his eyes. He tried to look but couldn't. Then his eyes shot open in confusion. Doyoon wondered dazedly, is this growing thing my reward this time? This is. Doyoon stared at the strange object before him, surprised. It's a roulette wheel. You spin it and get a random item. So that's what it is. Alright, let's see. The slots displayed what was inside. It showed all the items he had received so far. He thought, so the items I haven't obtained yet are displayed with a question mark. Oh? Might as well give it a spin then, right? You can't wait on something this random. With that, Doyoon grabbed the lever and pulled, watching it spin. He wondered where the needle would stop. The needle kept spinning, finally landing on a question mark. He had received an item. The roulette wheel vanished. Whoa, he gasped. That's incredible. They even have garbage like this? It was a reset key, which could be used after removing the reset coding. Doyoon complained. How am I supposed to even use this? Will I get tetanus just from carrying it around? Suddenly, a voice appeared. What are you doing all alone? Sehun said, I got a call from Seon just now. So, everything's finally over, right? He sighed. I'm exhausted. Who's this guy next to you? Did you make a new friend while fighting? Sehee took out his glasses, put them on, and let his hair down. It's me, bro. Doyoon was shocked. Sehee? You actually came here after all? You look like a completely different person with your glasses off. Does your personality change when you wear them? Outside, the sky was dark. Seon said, you all worked hard. Chihan asked, is everyone all right? Doyoon countered, are you two okay, is the real question. Chihan replied, Cheon already tied them up with tape. Everything is mostly handled for now. Chihan looked at Sehun with worry. You seem to be the most hurt. I know some basic first aid. He shot back. What? I'm totally fine. He looked unhappy as old memories resurfaced. A representative? What a joke. I'm the weakest one among these people. He said, I'm going on a trip to get stronger. Doyoon said, just focus on studying, you idiot. Suddenly someone called out, Seniors, thank you so much for helping me. Sehee began, for this kindness, I'll do whatever it takes. Someone cut him off. Aren't you starving after all that moving? I'm about to pass out. Let's repay this favor with tteokbokki instead. I'll have kimbap and fish cakes too. Get me a Coke. You're eating with us, right? He paused for a moment, then ran to join them. Of course. Night had fallen. When an alarm suddenly blared, pain racked Doyoon's body. He couldn't move. It was a miracle he was even in one piece. Just how many guys did he fight today? This is it. Why does it always end like this? As Doyoon lay paralyzed, a strange light appeared, accelerating his body's healing. The next morning, our long battle against those thugs ended in our victory. But in the end, the building with the restaurant, and Sehee, was still sold. For some reason, they paid a fair price this time. They even promised to compensate the other shops in the building. The landlord explained, Actually, I have other buildings from my father. I decided to move the restaurant and Sehee to a building downtown. The foot traffic is much better there, so it's perfect for business. And the tteokbokki's recipe has improved, so it's worth a shot. He even helped with the rent. Sehun was in awe. What a rich landlord. Doyoon was shocked. Still, this place holds precious memories. Will everyone really be okay? Even if we move, our memories won't just disappear. Sehee beamed. Grandma and I will just make new memories at our new home. Sehun wondered, but was all that struggle really worth it? He replied, didn't you say the restaurant was Borami Dong's profit model? A new location means more revenue. Doyoon admitted, that was a lie. If I hadn't said that, you would have felt burdened by our help. Sehee was left speechless. Still, don't we need to decide on a profit model soon? Doyoon replied, honestly, I'm still debating whether to do it at all, but I've decided to go through with it. 1 week earlier. Even then, there was something that needed to be hidden. If it all burned, nothing would be left. For now, let's just pull back, Du Yuan asked. Was he burned somewhere? The man replied, it's nothing. Let's finish our conversation. If you don't take over the office, how will you pay the bullying council? What is your profit model? Du Yuan thought, well, let's see. But no matter what happens, I'm not paying them a dime. Thanks for coming and making the offer, but relay my message to headquarters. The man was silent, then suddenly stood. Confused, Du Yuan watched him walk towards a picture frame. I figured you would answer that way, so I made a different proposal to HQ. Silim-dong is currently short on fighters. What do you think about Borami Dong working with Silim-dong? Du Yuan hesitated. He had asked before, what exactly Silim-dong does? The CEO said, they monitor all council members and eliminate traitors. Du Yuan replied, that actually sounds fine. But first, headquarters wanted to test Du Yuan's strength. So they gave him a condition. Jiangin-dong, the only area in Gwanak district not allied with the council. Its center is Jiangin-dong Public High, a school known for its uncontrollable delinquents. Does Do Yuan have the power to handle it alone? Take on Jiangin-dong High by myself? He'd faced Yungan, so he knew what it meant. Yungan was a den of vipers, and so was Jiangin-dong High. It was a place where teachers and parents had given up, ruled by a single person who dominated all the rebellious students. They called him the Dragon. He controlled the entire school single-handedly. In his room, Do Yuan thought, how is that even possible? How can I handle a problem alone that a whole group might not solve? But the man had said he needed to be that strong. Only then could he handle missions from headquarters. Working for Silim-dong meant fighting a region's representative, or the entire region itself. It's a job with immense danger. If you can't do it, back out now. Du Yuan asked. You said Jiangin-dong is the only place that hasn't joined the council. Is that right? Why? Is their leader too strong? Besides that, there's another reason. There was no need to make them join. Currently, all territories in the Gwanak Council joined voluntarily. They were never forced into submission through power. They submitted for their own benefit. That is the power that maintains the council. As for Jiangin-dong, their admission was never discussed, so they've been left alone until now. So you're only targeting them now to test my strength? That high school controls the entire area. Up until now, they've never interfered with us. But recently, they've begun to cross the line. There are rumors that they are forming alliances with other Gwanak districts. HQ has assigned their punishment to you as a chance to see your power. So the conclusion is, you either take that school alone or find a profit model and pay the council. You have to choose one. The time was 3:32. Du Yuan entered the school. It was strange. He walked around but saw no students. Did they all skip class? These delinquents are just as the rumors said. Take this school alone? Actually, it's not impossible. In war, to win, you must take the enemy general's head. All I need to do is take down this school's leader. First, I need to gather intel. Let's see where the top dog of this school is. At the bathroom. Hey, how much did you get from the middle schoolers yesterday? 14,200 won. He scoffed. Is that all? I snatched tuition money from some elementary kids. You're a real devil. Just then, a voice cut in. Smoking at school, are we? Du Yuan arrived. Should I consider you model students? They stared at him. Who's this guy? He's not from our school, he spoke. Answer my question right now, and no one gets hurt. Where is the leader of this school? They smirked. The leader? Huh. Just then, more footsteps approached, a crowd gathering to threaten Do Yuan. They surrounded him. Why do you want to know? He broke a sweat. What's this? Do these guys come to school just to use the bathroom? Just tell me and I'll leave quietly. Suddenly, one of them yelled, You bastard! Who said we'd tell you? He threw a punch, but got hit harder, flying into the far wall. The students stared at Du Yuan in absolute fear. Answer me now, he demanded. One of them still rushed forward to fight. Naturally, he was put down, just like the rest. The scene repeated itself until they were all beaten badly. The students grew fearful. Damn it. As Do Yuan prepared a kick, one blow was all it took. The kid panicked. He's insane, totally insane, and was immediately knocked out. With everyone on the ground, Do Yuan spoke. See, should have just answered me. Suddenly, a notification appeared. A new quest. Eliminate surrounding monsters and purge Jungan. The numbers were insane. Du Yuan couldn't believe his eyes. Did he have to kill every single one of these monsters? Impossible. The plan to capture Jungan's leader was about to get complicated. The real goal was to defeat the boss monster. He was worrying for nothing. He just needed the boss to clear the quest. A student cautiously spoke up. I really don't know. We're first years, so we don't know where the leader is. Maybe the second years know. Doyoon asked. Where are the second years? He headed outside the school. Why do you guys always gather somewhere other than a classroom? Why must fists always do the talking first? He'd already defeated 6 regular monsters. I hate pointless fights, he thought. He couldn't afford to waste his time and stamina like this. He had to find the boss, monster's location, and fast. He slapped one of them. Where's your leader? Bonus. Exchange defeated monsters for points and rewards. Doyoon glanced at the quest details. 1 boss, 2 guards, 12 elites, and 458 regulars. The student stammered. Our leader. Doyoon had a new plan, not just finding the school's leader. Depending on how he cleared this quest, his rewards could be massive. Doyoon asked, where is every student in this school? He could get much stronger, with rewards like plus 300 attack, defense, speed, and spirit, and even unlock a hidden skill. Meanwhile, in a deserted alleyway, a conflict was brewing. A student was beating another. I told you to answer me. The student cried out, let go. The bully sighed. You're getting on my nerves. Look, just give me your wallet and I won't have to hit you. But he refused, enraging the bully. We're definitely taking it, he yelled. No way. What do you mean, no way? Are all you Trongdeong school students this rotten? Doyoon arrived. Though, it's nice that I can beat you guys without feeling any guilt. But more thugs appeared in the alley. Doyoon threw a punch as one yelled, get him! The student screamed a warning, but Doyoon easily handled them all. No one could even block his attacks. They were furious, but he flattened them all in an instant, leaving them sprawled on the ground. The rescued student was stunned, stammering his thanks to Doyoon before running off. He'd just eliminated 4 regular monsters. No wonder they were so weak, he realized. So, where are all the high-level monsters? Still, he'd already taken down 79 out of 458. Doyoon was already in his 3rd fight since that day began. He saw their leader trying to escape. Who are you? You think you can cause this mess in Trongdeong and walk away? Who am I? He mused, with more enemies to defeat. I'm Cheondong from 38th Kangjin High, Doyoon declared. Revealing his real identity would be trouble. A fake name should keep them from tracking him down. Come for revenge anytime, he added. The leader threatened. Brother Chu Deong will. Doyoon noted the name. The next day, someone called asking for him. I'm Shu Trong from Shaodok High, he answered. If you want revenge, come find me whenever you want. It turned out the caller was Sion. He paused. Sion? Sorry, I forgot my last line. So, Trongdeong's income is from extortion and theft? A cruel, but common method. Doyoon noticed her voice sounded strange. Turns out she was exercising. Back to the topic. Lately, they've even started breaking into houses. All the stolen money goes to a guy named Chu Deong, who rules Trongdeong High. Doyoon had heard that name before. Sion asked, do you understand what I mean? His presence is so overwhelming that the thugs from Trongdeong willingly commit crimes and hand over all their loot to him. So, Doyoon's mission was to take down Trongdeong High alone. He could quit any time if it was too much. But Doyoon absolutely could not give up. So many of his stats were still sealed. A 300-point boost was more than his current stats combined. He would become immensely stronger. He couldn't miss such a precious opportunity. But first, he needed sleep. Collapsing from exhaustion during a fight would be a disaster. His recovery skill was crucial for this mission. Without it, he wouldn't have lasted this long. And with that, Doyoon fell asleep in the room. We don't have a picture of him, sir. He attacked us by surprise. So, you're telling me you came back with nothing? The student pleaded. It wasn't my fault. The boss exploded. Not your fault? The student trembled from the sudden assault. Chu Deong sneered. What are you doing? Look me in the eye when you speak. The student's face went pale. Chu Deong threatened. You said it wasn't your fault? The boy cried and begged for mercy, but was beaten without restraint. See? Chu Deong said. It clearly was your fault. He turned to another lackey. What's the status on finding these attackers in Trongdeong? The guy reported. There have been a series of surprise attacks in the area. The culprits give a name, then vanish. They're all fake. It seems they want to cause chaos without leaving a trail. Deong asked. So not a single real name among them? But it's not a group. It appears to be the work of a single person. Deong was skeptical. Just one person? One of the victims managed to snap a blurry photo of the attacker. They showed the picture to the other victims for confirmation. It was the same guy. Deong stared at the photo. He took down dozens of my men in one day? It seems we underestimated him. This was only possible because Trongdeong's main forces were busy elsewhere in Gwanak. But Deong didn't care. He just wanted him found. Once he found out why this was happening, he would make him pay the price. He had already started gathering Trong Deong's main forces. He flashed the wanted poster for Doyoon. But soon, the target would be dragged right back to him. They had no idea he was already back on his feet. It was late afternoon, inside a random house. Is there anything valuable here? Hey, search properly. What if the owner comes back? But the other guy was glued to his phone. I'm looking, alright? The wicked members of Daeong's crew were now common thieves. The thief decided to grab something for Chu Deong. Suddenly, a bell rang, but it was just an alarm. One guy yelled while the other cursed loudly. Outside, a man approached an old woman. Ma'am, you must be exhausted from selling all day. Please, sell me everything you have left. The woman's face lit up. Thanks to you, I can finally buy chicken for my grandchild. Suddenly, a group of people looked down at their phones, then stared at the man as he snatched the money and ran. Another vicious act in Deongdong. After the robbery, he even turned back to mock the devastated old woman. Then, he heard a chime for the next location. The shaking students handed over their money as the upperclassmen extorted them. Another vicious act, another shakedown. One student cried out, "Please, brother, I really can't afford to lose this money." The thug sneered. Ever heard that excuse before? Do you want to lose your cash and get a beating? Another thug warned him, "We should probably get going." He was confused until a group message appeared. It showed a picture of Do-Uan. They were ordered to find him and drag him to Deong. He was the one who'd been causing trouble for days. In a world where you dig a hole just to hide, he was asleep right out in the open, and in Daeongdong of all places. Suddenly, Do-Uan spoke up. "I was having a great dream, and you woke me. Now you've pissed me off. So tough while half asleep." But when he looked closer, why were there so many of them? How did they even find me here? They sneered. Did you really think a fake name would be enough to hide you from us? We won't be playing around a second time, so stop making this a big deal, and come with us quietly. This was Che-Chun-Chu. An elite monster had finally arrived. Not just a regular monster, but an elite. In the elevator, what were they planning? To drag Do-Yuan away? One elite monster and more than 10 regulars. Do-Yuan asked, "Where are you planning to drag me?" They shot back. "Are you really asking because you don't know? Fighting them all at once would be exhausting." Che-Chun-Chu added, "Brother Deong is looking for you. Unless you're a complete idiot, you should know why." If Do-Uan could take him down, he could clear Jungon instantly. But he was still hesitating. It wasn't time yet. Strike the opening. A 3-hit combo. He quickly dropped a few of them, and by the time Che-Chun-Chu turned back, things had escalated. Do-Uan had escaped through the stairwell. They panicked. "Well, go after him, you idiots." Do-Uan fought as he fled. His attacks were decisive. Before the boss fight, before completing the quest, he had to take down every last monster. At this rate, he could gather enough points. He fled downstairs. Che-Chun-Chu yelled, "Get out of my way." As Do-Uan glanced back, Che-Chun-Chu threw a punch, then froze in shock. "You can block my fist? So, you're not just some common thug. You're not so bad yourself." Do-Yuan shot back, striking at a weak point. Che-Chun-Chu scoffed. "Of course, to compare me to the trash you've beaten is an insult." He really was an elite monster. Do-Uan started to run again, but what was this feeling? Che-Chun-Chu pursued him. "First, I'm going to make sure those legs of yours stop running for good." Was it because Do-Yuan had been fighting too much lately? Against an opponent like this, he didn't feel like he could possibly lose, so he turned to fight again, and Che-Chun-Chu fell to his knees. A perfect kick. One elite monster had been eliminated. Now he just had to handle the remaining regulars. But then someone else arrived. What happened to this guy? He's down already? Che-Chun-Chu really was the weakest of the main force. This was the elite monster Sim Sang-Soo. Do-Uan was shocked. Another one had shown up. "Sim Sang-Soo, you came too? I was planning on taking this ambusher myself." This was Ji-Chun. The two started to argue. "Shut up. I'll be the one to take him down and bring him in. In that case, I'll just turn the other half into a corpse." Then, the regular monsters rushed down. "Brother Che-Chun-Chu, are you all right?" Do-Uan stared in shock. This situation had become far too serious. The sky was overcast, but the shop lights were on. The surrounding area was dark and deserted. Do-Uan's legs were shaking. He had defeated 2 elite monsters and 28 regulars. He was almost completely drained. His health and stamina were critical, nearly gone. One more hit would have finished him. He was lucky to still be standing. Suddenly, Se-Eon arrived. "Why didn't you answer your phone?" Do-Uan couldn't believe it. "Se-Eon? What are you doing here?" She replied, "First, we need to get out of here. They're coming." He was surprised. "Coming? Who?" Immediately, the roar of multiple engines filled the air. Do-Uwan put on a helmet as they sped towards them. They surrounded him and Si-Aeon. Where did these guys come from? They arrived because the first group had gone completely silent. Elite monster, Kim Kung-gu spoke. Seeing as only the ambusher is standing here, I guess the others were all taken down. Huh? Du-Wan froze. Was their plan to hunt him relentlessly to the end? Kung-gu waved at Si-Eon. Hey there, that girl is my type. You like to ride? I'd love to get on the back of your bike. At this rate, both Do-Yuan and Si-Aeon were in danger. He was about to stall for time when she said, "Hold on tight." He was still confused. Si-Aeon repeated, "Because from now on, I'm going to floor it and ride like hell." A situation report in Deong's room. The attacker was found in a net cafe in Deongdong. We've already dispatched the main forces, second-year discipline head Che Chun-chu, second-year action captain Sim Song-soo, and second-year steering committee head Jang Ji-chun. They have all arrived with their other members and are taking joint action. Deong said, "I don't remember who they are anyway, but with that many people, they've obviously caught him, right?" That was still being determined. Currently, Du-Uwan is still operating alone. To prevent a lucky escape, the biker team leader Kim Kung-gu was guarding the exit. There was no way he could get out of there by himself. Kung-gu said, "Hey, ambusher, stop wasting time and get down." "Yeah, that spot's mine now." But then Si-Eon drove the bike right over his head, a move nobody saw coming. They panicked. "Boss, are you okay?" But he was only interested in Si-Eon. Du-Yuan was in a panic. Si-Eon, that was amazing. "We broke through in an instant," she said. "Not yet. They're right behind us." Kung-gu looked crazed. "It's been a while since I've had a chase this good. When I catch you, you're getting a spanking, hot stuff." Si-Aeon said, "I already told you once. Hold on tight." Du-Yuan screamed in terror as she weaved through the bikes. Kung-gu kept up the chase. "You think I'd let you escape, beautiful? We're professional riders, trained for this hunt." Du-Yuan worried. "At this rate, we're going to get caught." But she didn't seem to hear him, navigating the crowded street. One rider got close, slowing down. "Let me get a little touch." But Do-Uwan grabbed an obstacle and smashed it on his head. "Wearing a helmet is the law, you damn dogs." It worked. They did it. One regular monster eliminated. Kung-gu just laughed. This just made the chase for the couple more exciting. He forbade his men from ramming them. He wanted to show them some real fun on the road. The easy part was over. Now it was their turn to pull ahead, as two riders threw out a chain. Can they really handle this? The boss was very curious. If they got caught in that chain at this speed, they would be sent flying through the air. They were moving too fast to dodge. Getting hooked by that chain would be the end. Suddenly, the bike lurched to a halt as Du-Yuan slammed the brakes. He cried out in shock at the unexpected stop. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Two more regular monsters successfully eliminated. "This is supposed to work?" The others panicked. "They're getting away. What do we do, boss?" Kung-gu told them not to rush. After all, the road ahead is a dead end. And just as he predicted, the place was empty. They figured the two were hiding inside with the motorcycle. To avoid being seen, Kung-gu boasted, "I know this area better than anyone. There's only one exit, so we'll just wait right here." He scattered caltrops and set up a net. "Look, they're definitely in there. Quit wasting time and come on out. I'll turn your tires into scrap." Sion kept revving the engine. But a low-level monster spoke up. "Something's weird. That engine sound is coming from above." They all looked up in unison. Sure enough, Sion launched the bike from the roof. Kung-gu was completely stunned. She easily flew past them and escaped. Kung-gu was furious. "If they get away, our boss Deong will lose his mind. This time, even if it means a crash, we have to catch them on this dark road." His crew was still in hot pursuit. "How long do you think you can run? Playtime is over." Suddenly, Kung-gu noticed a strange sound from earlier. He looked back and saw his tires were full of spikes. The one who threw them was Do-Yuan, the box of caltrops still in his hand. The entire gang was hit, wiping out one after another. They had successfully taken down two regular monsters and one elite. Seon and Do-Yuan had escaped. They stopped, and he immediately threw up. "Just kill me." Seon was surprisingly calm. "Still have motion sickness?" He said he was fine, but kept getting sick. Seon said, "We only survived because of you. You're a great driver, thank you." She replied, "I told you that before. If you're exhausted, you can quit anytime. Just being the Bo-Ra-Me Dong representative is enough. You don't have to jump into dangerous situations like this. It's just like with Seihi's restaurant." Thinking back on it, she was right. Why was he fighting so desperately, just as the missions demanded? Was it because of the penalty? Or was it simply because he wanted to get stronger? If not, could it be for justice? Or maybe, For his friends. Sion added, "So, you can quit now." Du-Uan cut her off. "I don't know. I honestly don't know why I'm pushing myself this hard. So for now, I'm just going to try doing what I want." "What's with that look all of a sudden, Sion? Don't tell me you think I've lost my mind?" She immediately denied Du-Yuan's assumption. "It's just, I've heard someone say something similar before. Let's see. I don't know why I'm like this either. So for now, I'll do what I want. And leave Bo-Ra Maedong." That person was their former leader. Sion stood behind him, stunned by his decision to leave the group. She couldn't believe her ears and began to question him, but he was firm in his decision. The ex-leader comforted Sion, telling her not to worry, as he wouldn't be gone forever. She asked in a panic, "What are we supposed to do without you?" As a former leader, he knew everyone's personality. The hot-headed Sehun wasn't fit to lead, and he hated conflict. So he told Sehun to find a suitable replacement, someone to take the representative spot for the Bo-Ra Maedong crew. Then, the former leader seemed to have an idea, letting out a small gasp. He patted the motorcycle and asked her to look after it. Before Sion could finish her sentence, he asked her to take care of it until he returned. He left, wishing her well. Her calls of his name echoed in her memory. As she was dozing off, tears from that dream still lingered on her eyelashes. Seon turned to the balcony and saw the sky was already brightening. She suddenly felt something strange, soft, and squishy. A hand was repeatedly squeezing her waist. It was Do-Uan, murmuring in his sleep on her lap. His hand kept squeezing, and he smiled with satisfaction. He showed no signs of stopping. Turns out, he was dreaming that Sion was a piece of braised pork. Her expression turned cold, and the atmosphere grew dark. A little later at Seon's apartment, a bright red mark was on Do-Uan's forehead. He woke with a start. Confused, he sat up and looked around the room. Sion suddenly walked out, and her unexpected appearance made him gasp. He was shocked to see Sion emerge from the kitchen wearing an apron. She noted that he seemed to be doing okay. Do-Uan timidly asked if this was her house, and Sion calmly confirmed it. He was bewildered to find himself here. Sion explained that yesterday, while she was talking, he just passed out cold. Not even a slap could wake him. Since her house was nearby, she brought him here. Hearing this, Do-Uan apologized shyly. Thinking back, yesterday's fights had completely drained him. With that, Sion called him to eat, since everything was ready. On the table was a magnificent feast. Do-Uan's jaw dropped at the sight. He wondered if she made it all, but Sion denied it. Her mom had prepared everything except for the soybean paste stew. He then asked about her parents. While eating, she casually explained that they were on a trip, which is why she dared to bring him home. He felt a sense of relief. Just then, Seon voiced her concern now that the Deongrong crew knew his face. Do-Uan thought for a moment, saying they only knew his face, not his name. He grew tense, guessing they wouldn't just sit back and take the loss. He mentally began planning how to deal with the Deongrong crew after yesterday's events. Do-Uan was now on high alert. He told her he would observe from a distance before making his next move. Then he started devouring the food, praising it non-stop. After a moment of silence, Seon advised him to stop fighting Deongrong's crew and just rest for a while. He didn't argue and simply agreed. She seemed to have something serious to say, making Do-Yuan nervous, but it was only Seon, shyly offering him her thanks. She blushed, grateful he was a good representative for Bo-Ra Maedong, then gave an embarrassed laugh. Seon's eyes fell at his light-hearted joke. His joke made her favor sound like a threat. She recalled the old representative, wondering what would happen if he returned, then quickly shook the thought away. Hearing a snore, she saw Do-Yuan had fallen asleep while eating. She watched him with a tender gaze, her hands clasped as she spoke to herself. His representative role was only temporary, but she couldn't understand why the thought of him leaving it now filled her with regret. At the apartment complex that night, Do-Yuan rubbed his aching back in the elevator. He wondered how long he'd slept at Sion's. He walked down the hall with a deep yawn. Even after sleeping so much, he still felt tired. But standing before his door, Do-Yuan froze. The door was inexplicably ajar. He questioned himself, but Do-Yuan knew he'd locked the door. He stepped inside, and his eyes widened in shock. Do-Yuan let out a yell. His room had been completely ransacked by an intruder. Was this a simple robbery? Sweating in fear, he reached for his phone to call the police. But a sound stopped him. Someone was in the bathroom. The man emerged as if he'd been waiting, and he clearly knew Do-Yuan. He casually asked, "You're back?" He sighed, claiming he'd been waiting ages. Do-Yuan tensed, instantly recognizing monster Song Chi-hun, a guard from Trongdeong. Impressed, Chi-hun praised him. Do-Yuan asked how he found his house. Chi-hun explained it was his mistake at the net cafe. The computer screen was still on. Chi-hun had found his home address right there in his online member profile. Chi-hun griped that the house was so empty his men got bored and left. Tense, Doyoon warned him he couldn't get away with this, but Chi-hun wasn't scared, saying his leader would do the same. He then declared with a malicious grin that he would crush his upper body, and this time, there'd be no escape. Doyoon fired back, but something in the corner caught his eye. His eyes widened. On the small corner table, something was missing. A single thought echoed in his head. It's gone. Next to his award should have been a family photo, but now, only the folded paper remained. The picture was missing. He frantically searched around the table, but the photo was nowhere. Doyoon's fists clenched as he demanded where his family picture was. Chi-hun feigned remembrance with a gasp. Slapping his forehead with a laugh, he claimed he'd forgotten, whining about his bad memory. Doyoon's entire demeanor shifted. Back to Sion's warning. She said Trong De-ong's numbers were endless, and their power was terrifying. He had already experienced it firsthand. Sion explained their immense strength came from being led by 3 key figures. Their leader, Chu De-ong, and his 2 lieutenants, Du Trong-ux and Song Chi-hun, were on a completely different level than the thugs he'd faced. Sion's warning echoed. Facing them is when the real game begins. Chi-hun smirked at his silence, amused by his sudden toughness. He stepped closer, realizing the family photo was important. It was the first thing Doyoon had searched for, ignoring everything else. Chi-hun gloated that he couldn't remember where it was. With a low growl, Doyoon's hand, crackling with electricity, grabbed his face. His attitude had completely flipped. With murder in his eyes, he slammed Chi-hun back, vowing to make him remember. But just as he spoke, Doyoon unleashed a powerful stun attack. But Chi-hun was faster, grabbing Doyoon's arm and forcing him to strike himself. Chi-hun leaped back, landing gracefully. A fresh bruise on Doyoon's cheek, he glared as the man mocked. Trying to help me remember, are you? The guard, Song Chi-hun, laughed, taunting that Doyoon almost crushed his own skull. The scene then shifts to another location. A man examined the loot, asking, "This is all you stole from the ambush?" 2 grunts sweated nervously, saying the house had nothing of value. The blonde underling apologized fearfully to his leader, Doyoon, who scoffed. He picked up a photo, saying they should have brought valuables. In his hand was the very family photo Doyoon was searching for. The subordinate stammered that Song Chi-hun had ordered them to take it. Uninterested, Doyoon tossed it aside, muttering about Chi-hun's stupid games. The impact split the photo in 2, and Doyoon's eyes widened. Back at Doyoon's house, Chi-hun commented on the family photo, specifically noting the father figure pictured in it. Yet, the house contained no belongings of a middle-aged man. From this, Chi-hun came to 2 conclusions. First, the man lived elsewhere, and, second, he was already dead. A twisted grin spread across his face as if he had just solved a puzzle. The remark sent Doyoon into a rage, and he charged. But Chi-hun suddenly tossed a pencil case into the air, scattering pens everywhere. He declared that Doyoon's father was definitely dead, knowing it was true from the way his opponent froze in place. Doyoon's attack stopped. As the pens clattered to the floor, Doyoon crossed his arms to block. In that instant, Chi-hun saw his chance. He shot in from the left like the wind, taunting, "Looks like I was right." A solid punch connected squarely with Doyoon's face. Chi-hun gloated that stealing the photo was a brilliant move. Doyoon readied a punch, again demanding where it was, but he was given no opening. Another stunning blow landed on Doyoon's face. "Where do you think?" Chi-hun said. "It's at the Trong De-ong hideout, obviously." Chi-hun even offered to lead him there. But before he finished his sentence, Doyoon thrust at an opening, but it wasn't what he expected. Chi-hun easily blocked the attack with one hand. He repeated his leader's orders, cripple him and drag him back. In a flash, Doyoon kicked him away. Doyoon followed up with a relentless barrage of punches. As Chi-hun blocked, he recalled how easily Doyoon had beaten his underlings. That's why he was curious about Doyoon's real strength. He grinned, judging him as an equal, and backed away until he fell onto the bed. He fell back onto the mattress. Doyoon seized the chance, pinning him down, his body crackling with electricity as he demanded, "Where is the hideout?" But Chi-hun kicked him squarely in the stomach. "You're too sensitive," he mocked. Doyoon gasped, clutching his gut as his body trembled. Seizing the opening, Chi-hun leaped up, coiling for a kick. Doyoon had no time to dodge as the blow landed on his head with a declaration that he doesn't get into bed with men. Chi-hun gloated as Doyoon crumbled, finding the situation thrilling. But suddenly, Doyoon had recovered. A powerful kick sent the man flying into the living room, landing hard. It was a perfectly planned surprise attack. Chi-hun's face, now bruised and bloody, showed a flicker of respect. Do-Yuan aimed another kick, but Chi-Hun was ready this time and dodged. Then he swept Do-Yuan's supporting leg, mocking the move as too simple. Do-Yuan stumbled from the sweep. Chi-Hun seized the chance, shoving him into the bathroom with a yell. Do-Yuan turned, cursing, as Chi-Hun charged in after him. A vicious punch snapped Do-Yuan's head to the side. He fell back, managing to grab the bathtub with a sharp cry. Out of nowhere, a metal hose wrapped around his neck. Chi-Hun was using the shower cord as a weapon, tightening it to send Do-Yuan to an early grave. Do-Yuan choked, gritting his teeth as his body trembled. His attacker taunted that this would be a mercy for him. Chi-Hun enjoyed it, tightening his hold, saying that Do-Yuan would awaken in De-Young's base. He declared he'd be found naked and tied up. But suddenly, water dripped from the shower head. Chi-Hun stared, confused, before it blasted him directly in the face. It was scalding hot water, making Chi-Hun scream in agony. In a moment of crisis, Do-Yuan had managed to turn the knob to save himself. He screamed as the hot water hit his eyes, completely blinding him. At that moment, Do-Yuan grabbed him by the hair. Still recovering, he threatened that he had no more time to play games. Do-Yuan shoved Chi-Hun's head straight into the toilet, growling furiously. Listen carefully. Now blind, his fighting ability was gone. He could only gurgle as his head was plunged into the toilet water. Do-Yuan pushed down with all his strength, asking one last time, but heard only gurgling. His expression turned to ice as his eyes blazed, demanding the location of De-Young's base. The scene changes to De-Young's headquarters. A voice echoed through the room. With no new reports, De-Young grew annoyed and started complaining. He'd sent so many followers, but they still let Do-Yuan get away. He muttered in frustration, staring at a broken glass on the floor. Chi-Hun still hadn't returned from Do-Yuan's house. A bald subordinate, beaten by De-Young's anger, wondered how long they'd test his boss's patience. He sat arrogantly, questioning the man's promise to capture Do-Yuan. The bald subordinate quickly bowed his head, admitting his failure. He begged for another chance. De-Young's patience was gone. He warned that he gave the mission thinking the man was smart, but if he failed again, he'd capture Do-Yuan himself, after dealing with his subordinate first. Terrified, the man stammered a reply. Suddenly, the base door was kicked open. The bruised underling turned, stunned, to see who was there. It was none other than Do-Yuan, his face a mask of pure rage. He screamed, announcing that Do-Yuan was the attacker. De-Young watched calmly, remarking that he was surprised he'd walked right into the tiger's den. But then, a realization hit him. If Do-Yuan was here, did that mean Song Chi-Hun had failed? And just as he thought, Chi-Hun was lying unconscious in Do-Yuan's bathroom. A system alert announced a guardian monster was defeated. On the floor lay a shattered picture frame, which caught Do-Yuan's eye. He realized instantly that his family photo was missing. He immediately demanded to know where it was. De-Young guessed what he meant and held up a crumpled photo. He asked if this was what he was looking for. A perfect family photo, now crushed into a ball. Do-Yuan's eyes widened, becoming bloodshot with fury. It was proof of his terrifying anger. De-Young uncrumpled the photo, claiming he thought it was trash. Then he began to read the tender message on the back. May you always stand beside your beloved family. De-Young read it with disgust, questioning the message. Do-Yuan didn't answer, simply demanding he give it back. The man was silent, showing no sign of returning it. In fact, De-Young took it a step further by tearing the photo in half. Sneering, I don't like it. Do-Yuan shot forward like lightning toward the boss monster, Chu De-Young. Without a second thought, he slammed a kick straight into his face. The bald man behind him was in shock. His jaw dropped. Do-Yuan's precious family photo, crumpled and torn, fell to the floor. Do-Yuan looked like a demon. With his foot planted on De-Young's face, he declared this was just the beginning. 3 cameras on tripods stood ready, prepared to record the precious moment. Chin Kui set little Do-Yuan on his shoulders, telling him, look at the camera and smile, son. Then, the family of 3 took a picture outside the royal palace. He remembered loving family outings when his parents had days off. One of those days, at a fast food place, a blue motorcycle was parked outside. Seeing Do-Yuan looking down sadly, Chin Kui asked with concern, what's wrong, son? Are you mad at me? He remembered such moments were rare. Because his parents were so busy, his father set the food tray down. Chin Kui explained that their jobs were the reason they were always so busy. So we rarely get to go out together. Please don't be sad. Hearing that, Do-Yuan thought that's why he treasured those moments so much. When he didn't answer, Chin Kui relented. All right, then I'll spend the day with you, his father continued, talking about work at the Sunshine Charity House. Many times I want to be with you, but I can't. So please don't be angry, Do-Yuan. The boy's eyes widened as he asked, "You don't have to go there today?" Those words left his father speechless. Then, a gentle smile formed on Chin Kwai's face as he ruffled Du Uwan's hair. "Today, I'm spending the entire day with you." Hearing this, the boy was overjoyed, his heart filled with happiness. "It's moments like these that made me treasure my dad." They discussed what to do next, and Do Uwan's suggestion of a net cafe shocked Chin Kwai. Now, he places a family photo on the desk, thinking, but that was all in the past. Sitting under the desk lamp, Do Uwan writes something on a small note. It reads, "We will always be happy together," yet his expression is filled with sorrow, a painful past that I can never forget. In the present, that same family photo is torn down the middle, nearly severed, in a room lit by cold, white neon lights. Do Uwan's eyes blazed with fury as he snarled, "This is just the beginning, you scum." He then slammed his foot onto Chu Deong's face. As if feeling no pain, the man grabbed Do Uwan's foot and pushed it away. Just then, a system notification announced Butler had been eliminated. Seeing this, he unleashed a barrage of skills, kicking relentlessly at Deong. This sight left Deong's right-hand man speechless. Sweating profusely, he stammered in disbelief as Do Uwan gripped Deong's pants in one hand and his hair in the other. Blue energy crackled around him like lightning. He then lifted Deong like a weightlifter, while the henchman's head spun, his boss Deong being overpowered. Unleashing a stunning skill, Do Uwan slammed him onto a table, shattering it instantly. When the dust cleared, the wooden table was in pieces. Deong grabbed Do Uwan's collar, pulling him close, which confused him. "All for a single photo," he whispered. Lying on the ground, Deong smirked and clenched his fist. "You've made an irreversible mistake." With that, he blasted Do Uwan backwards. The impact sent him crashing into the opposite wall, causing a massive explosion. But Do Uwan quickly rushed in to counter, throwing Deong's words right back at him. The emotionless man met his charge, landing a vicious punch to Do Uwan's gut. He coughed up blood before being slammed to the ground again. Crash! Deong stood over him, eyes unfocused, and ordered, "Attack Trong Deong Dong." What was the point of that? To take you down. I'll question you later. But as he spoke, Du Uwan dissolved into a flash of light. Lightning flashed as he delivered a powerful kick to Deong's neck, but Do Uwan's eyes widened in shock. Deong had caught his leg with his left hand, taunting, "You're still so stubborn, but you'll pay for what you've done." With his right hand, he delivered a brutal slap that twisted Do Uwan's face sideways. Seeing this, the henchman grinned with delight. He thought, "That's more like it. There's no way the boss could lose a one-on-one fight." But his confidence quickly turned to doubt. Deong held Do Uwan's leg with his left hand, but his right hand, the one that just struck, was now caught firmly by Do Uwan. Deong was effectively holding him in the air. Deong himself was stunned by the move. Then Do Uwan's free leg slammed into his face, a foot wreathed in lightning. His foot stayed planted on Deong's face. Du Uwan then used a critical damage skill, kicking his head back forcefully. His expression was grim. He frowned, thinking, that attack's damage was maxed out. Suddenly, Deong moved his face closer, taunting, "Nice move, but that's not enough to take me down," startling Du Uwan. Then, his left hand struck, sending Du Uwan flying. "You're only making me more excited," he yelled. Du Uwan smashed into a distant wall, shattering the brickwork as a nearby shelf crashed down on him. As debris flew, Deong shielded his face, sneering, "It's almost pitiful watching you get tossed around like that." He slowly walked closer. He said, "Did a reckless brat like you really think you could beat us alone?" Seeing Do Uwan motionless under the shelf, he added, "How naive. And those kids you beat earlier? They were just small fry." Deong crouched down, laughing scornfully. "I am the true power of Trong Deong Dong. Understand?" Suddenly, the henchman spoke up, holding his phone. "Sir, I have information on him." His voice echoed in the room. Du Uwan, 18 years old. From the Ganak district. He's the representative for the Bozame Dong area. Deong wondered, "Is the center using this kid to attack us?" The henchman replied, "I'm not sure, sir, but we did infringe on the Ganak district's interests, so this is their move to punish us." For the first time, Deong looked a little worried. "This is more troublesome than I thought. It's not simple. We need to handle this carefully." He turned to leave, giving an order. "For now, lock him up here. I need time to think about what our next move should be." Suddenly, something caught Deong's attention. He whipped his head around, startled. Du Uwan was lifting the steel shelf, getting to his feet. Deong muttered, "That idiot. He's up again? So stubborn." Meanwhile, Do Yuan thought, "I expected the boss to be this strong." Blood streamed down his face as he frowned. His strength, His endurance. They're both higher than mine. He heard Doyoon's taunt. Get up as many times as you want. You'll just fall again. He inwardly cursed himself for rushing into this fight. Tossing the shelf aside, Doyoon made a calculation. At my current level, I can't beat him. If only he had known. He recalled the lucky prize wheel. Back then, Doyoon was thrilled to get an item spin. The wheel spun around the needle. Afterwards, his jaw dropped as if he'd swallowed a bomb. He tremblingly held a reset key. Back in the present, Doyoon held a blue vial, telling himself he'd be 5 minutes late. The system announced, the time limit is 24 hours. Anything reset with the key will be completely removed. He remembered what happened 24 hours ago. Outside a shop, on a building's stairwell, he could hear heavy panting. Doyoon was on his knees on the stairs, surrounded by dozens of men in uniforms. He gasped, I'm alive. Then he lowered his head in frustration. What a hellish mission. When he checked the numbers, a system window appeared. Monsters defeated. Non-elite guardian boss, 3. Regular monsters, 111. Just then, the system dinged. You have defeated 100 regular monsters in this dungeon. Doyoon's eyes widened when it said, you will receive a special reward for your achievement. He held out his hands and received the blue vial. It was a reset solution. The system then explained its function. Effective for 24 hours. Immediately, Doyoon dropped the reset key into the vial. He muttered, I hope this works. After he was done, he spilled the blue liquid on the floor. Back in the present, Doyoon asked his subordinate, do you see that? What is he holding? But the henchman had no idea. Meanwhile, Doyoon stared them down, holding a red key. The system chimed in. Blood red key. When used, increases the critical rate of every attack. Then Doyoon commanded, system window. Instantly, the critical damage information appeared. Red energy began to creep in from the skill's border. Then, from the four corners, the energy formed a cross, creating a keyhole where the lines met. Across from him, Doyoon and his henchmen stood frozen, their faces a mask of confusion. Doyoon inserted the key into the lock, and a torrent of red energy burst outwards. Seeing the tendrils of energy, he threatened, it's time for you to pay the price. Doyoon watched the red energy creep toward him, but he didn't flinch. Doyoon advanced step by step, each one radiating red energy. His eyes now glowed crimson as he snarled, you'll get back everything you've done. Just then, the system announced, critical damage increased by 100%. That evening, at a luxurious restaurant, someone gossiped, Doyoon is taking on Trong Deongdong alone? That sounds a little difficult. Ki-chim put a piece of steak in his mouth, asking with wide eyes, don't you think so? Sitting opposite him, Eun-sung coolly disagreed and said, Doyoon's skills aren't to be underestimated. Hearing this, Ki-chim just lowered his head and continued cutting his steak. This isn't simple. That guy, Doyoon, is no pushover. Slicing his rare steak, he added, you know how savage he can be. His power is immense, and he has tons of lackeys. I'm not optimistic about this. Ki-chien's eyes glazed over, lost in a memory. Back in our first year, his raw strength alone let him crush everyone at Deong Central High. But still, he's no rookie. That's why Doyoon's chances of winning are almost zero. On-song set his utensils down, finished with his meal. Theoretically, you're right. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and continued. But Doyoon has proven his strength time and time again. Thinking of the Doyoon versus Deong matchup, On-song cheered internally. I hope he can pull off a miracle. Meanwhile, bathed in a red glow, Deong sized him up. You look different. Seeing Doyoon's silent intensity, he mocked. You here for another beating? You just don't know when to quit, do you? I'll admit you've got some grit, but the gap between us is just too wide. As Doyoon attacked, Deong casually blocked with one arm, a look of pure contempt on his face. This is pointless, kid. Glancing at his fist, he sneered. Still the same. How do you ever expect to hurt me? The words barely left his mouth when red energy exploded from Doyoon's fist. Using critical damage, he sent Deong smashing into the wall. The shockwave threw Doyoon back as well. A henchman crossed his arms, bracing against the blast of energy. Doyoon's arm now pulsed with newfound power. The terrified henchman was sweating bullets as Doyoon taunted. Looks like you'll have to reevaluate things, won't you? Doyoon's head was low, his expression ice cold. He then rolled his wrist, red energy swirling around him. With blood-red eyes, he growled, I'm going to crush you. At the same time, the system announced the Crimson Key increased his critical rate by 100% for 7 attacks. Spitting a mouthful of blood, Deong dropped to one knee. He snarled at his underling, Lock the door! The order was confusing, but then he stood and added, So this bastard can't escape. Du Yuan's red eyes narrowed as Diyong spoke. You're good, but you don't know the first thing about me. Do you know why they call me the dragon? Diyong leaped, swinging a fist at Do Yuan. Because, when I get angry, no one can withstand my wrath. But Do Yuan just stood his ground, unleashing his own red-infused punch. A single use of critical damage was enough to repel the attack. Fierce energy sparked around his body. Du Yuan's anger rose. So what? The system chimed in. 5 uses of the skill remained. Across the room, Diyong groaned as he lifted a heavy iron shelf. The shelf slammed back into place with a deafening crash. He muttered, I don't get how you got this strong. Then, his rage ignited. Diyong roared, but from now on, I'm done playing around. He gritted his teeth. When it comes to endurance, I've never lost to anyone. Du Yuan watched impassively as Diyong screamed, I'll make you regret ever challenging me. With that, he charged forward, throwing a punch like a cannonball. It caused a massive explosion as their fists met mid-air. Then Du Yuan activated critical damage once more, channeling it into his arm. He roared, Time for payback. You're the one who's going to have regrets. The resulting shockwave sent them both flying. Diyong's arm was twisted into an unnatural shape. He could only stare, his world shattering. Du Yuan's own arm was bleeding from several cuts, but he didn't make a sound. He watched as Diyong clutched his mangled arm, howling in agony. Shaking uncontrollably, Diyong stared at his ruined limb, sweat pouring down his face. His eyes shot up to Du Yuan, gasping in disbelief. Suddenly, before Diyong could even react, Du Yuan struck again. This blow went straight for his head, slamming his face into the ground so hard the floor cracked. Spitting blood, his eyes rolled back. Before he could recover, Du Yuan followed up with a brutal kick to the ribs. Another critical damage hit. It sent him flying like a broken kite into the far wall. Through his henchman's glasses, Diyong's fall looked catastrophic, leaving him utterly stunned. Staring at the dust cloud, he thought, how could the boss lose like this? With his God-given strength, how is this possible? The boss was the undisputed leader who ruled Dayong Central High for so long. He remembered the students lined up in perfect rows. He was our rock, the pinnacle everyone looked up to. He was our protector. They all bowed 90 degrees to Dayong, the undefeated dragon. Now, the henchman trembled, his jaw hanging open. Such a powerful man. How could this happen? Meanwhile, Dayong was on his knees, head bowed before Do Yuan, gasping from pain and exhaustion. He wheezed, I don't know what the Bully Council promised you to come here. Then, Diyong extended a hand, trying to make a deal. But come with me. I'll give you more than you can imagine. Du Yuan glared down at him. His anger flared as Diyong persisted. In this territory, with just you and me, the money will never run out. We'll share the top spot. Still kneeling, Diyong shamelessly reasoned, Listen to me. We can seize power together. This is the life you've always wanted. He smirked, confident he was right. Just think about it. But before he could finish, Do Yuan summoned red energy to his right hand and delivered a physical answer, a critical damage strike that warped Diyong's face. His massive body flew backward, slamming into the wall before bouncing back. Diyong lay face down, trembling and sputtering. He threw his head back and screamed, I'm sorry I underestimated you. Okay? He pleaded with Do Yuan. Just let me go, please. But he was refused. With glowing red eyes, Do Yuan raised his fist for the final use of critical damage. Take everything you deserve, you bastard. Dayong's face was a swollen mess, completely defenseless. He could only resign himself to his fate, watching the final blow descend. The attack connected, deforming his face entirely. The shockwave from this punch was far greater than before. Even the dragon tattoo on his back seemed to weep for its master. He hit the ground hard, limbs splayed in the air. Holding his pose, Du Yuan hissed, It's too late. Watching Diyong's lifeless form, he continued, Too late for all the regret you've caused. Now you pay the price. Just then, the system announced, the Dragon's Lair final boss, Diyong, has been defeated. On the ground lay Do Yuan's precious card. He carefully picked it up, reading his own words with a strange feeling. Du Yuan sighed in relief. The lucky charm was safe. Just then, the system announced, Dragon's Den cleared. Mission complete. It then displayed the number of enemies handled for Do Yuan. He stood silently, reading the system's full report. Without a word, Ji Young's top lackey cleared his throat, getting Do Yuan's attention. He bowed, offering a bag with both hands. This is everything they took from your home, the subordinate explained. I didn't steal this. The other guys brought it back. The lackey trembled, pleading, I really didn't know anything, please. But before he could finish, Du Yuan took the bag and headed for the door. Even if you were forced, a bad deed is still a bad deed. The lackey bowed 90 degrees in thanks as Doyoon continued. If you're helpless, then just run. He held his bow, but his face twisted in silent rage. He grit his teeth, thinking, you've got some nerve. He watched Doyoon walk to the door, plotting. Just because you beat the boss doesn't mean you can escape. He glanced over at Ji-young, sprawled out in the corner. We've already called everyone here. Remembering the uniformed students, the lackey thought smugly. This is your real final battle. They were already heading to the main room. He sneered internally. All of Ji-young's crew will never forgive you. Sweat dripping, the lackey grinned, thinking, you must have used all your strength fighting the boss. He watched Doyoon's hand reach for the doorknob. He laughed silently, anticipating it. The moment you open that door, you're dead, you bastard. Meanwhile, a new notification appeared for Doyoon. Total points acquired, 7,975. A mission reward followed. Your stats will now be increased. Instantly, his attack and defense, speed and spirit stats, plus a new hidden skill, all rose by over 200 points. A sudden wind swept through, kicking up dust from the fight. The lackey flinched when Doyoon called his name. He turned, his sharp eyes glowing with a blue aura. There are more of you waiting outside, aren't there? The setting sun bathed the high school in red light. Someone spoke up. The Galak Bully Council? They're the ones who made that money-making model? 2 years prior, Ji-young had scoffed. What a bunch of morons. He looked at two classmates, saying, our job at this school is simple. Ji-hoon and his friend lit up as Ji-young continued. We use our fists to make the weaklings obey. And then, we make them pay us. He thought with absolute confidence. And for years, I pulled it off perfectly. It was simple. Perched on a wall, Ji-young looked down on his lackeys like a king. Because he was the strongest. Ji-young had smirked, drunk on his own power, seeing himself as a mighty dragon. Now, he was crumpled on the floor, trembling and groaning in agony. Sweating bullets, Ji-young forced himself to shout, get over here, I can still fight. I haven't lost yet. But he was stunned by a strange voice asking, oh, really? Ji-young turned to see Chea squatting beside him, mocking, just look at you. That doesn't seem to be the case right now. He rested his chin on his hand, smirking as Ji-young demanded, where is that bastard? The room was empty, except for the two of them. This only made him more suspicious. Earlier, Ji-young's right-hand man had frozen when Doyoon questioned him. There must be a lot of them. Doyoon had grabbed the doorknob, confirming, they're waiting for me out there, aren't they? Then, Doyoon cracked the door open, his icy gaze scanning the other side. He saw Chea give a cheerful wave and instantly raised his fist. Are you getting in my way? Seeing this, the guy quickly waved his hands. Whoa, hold on. I'm not an enemy. Doyoon was confused, but his eyes stayed guarded. Doyoon listened as Chea introduced himself, even calling him a junior. Hands in his pockets, he casually stated he was a member of the council. Hearing that, Doyoon's eyes narrowed. Why is a council member here? Chea replied, I'm here to check on your progress and report back to the council. Chea then strolled into the room like he owned the place. Looks like everything's settled. So, you're the one who beat Choi Ji-young? He then leaned down to the trembling, short-haired lackey. You're one of his guys. Then, Chea walked past him with contempt. So weak, you're boring. Suddenly called out, Doyoon grew suspicious. Headquarters ordered me to handle this mission alone, didn't they? Chea recalled the CEO and Gung-gu racing on a motorcycle. So why did you have backup? He also remembered them taking down that group of thugs, Ji-young's men, from a teammate. Huh? Chea-eyed Doyoon, trying to pull a fast one on us? But before Doyoon could answer, he snapped his fingers with a grin. I'm just messing with you. You passed the test. Looking at the wreckage on the floor, he added, it wasn't perfect, but it was still damn good work. Hearing this, Doyoon nonchalantly asked, so, can I go home now? As he walked out the door, Chea called after him. See you at headquarters later. Suddenly, Doyoon looked down and froze in shock. Seeing his reaction, Chea explained, oh, don't worry about that. It's nothing, really. I just ran into a little trouble on my way up. Out in the hallway, 10 of Ji-young's crewmates were sprawled on the floor, unconscious. Back in the present, Chea squatted before Ji-young in the now empty room. He crossed his arms. You slept for quite a while, huh? The lackey was sweating profusely. Trembling as he eyed the fallen crew, he thought, what the hell? Another monster? He was so terrified he collapsed on the floor, stammering. So, Jeongdong High School is finished. Inside, Chea stood up. So, this is the Dragon's Den, right? Ji-young stared, confused by the question's meaning. Chea then rambled on about how dragons love to collect shiny things. At the same time, he opened a hatch in the floor. I wonder if you do the same thing? And sure enough, inside was a bag filled with jewelry. Chia remarked. I guess the legends are true, after all. So everything you've earned is right in here. Huh? Outside the school, his voice echoed under the dark sky. Who knew a high school basement could become a den of thieves? Thanks to Doyoon, cleaning up after you guys has become much simpler. Hearing Chea declare, this is everything you've earned illegally, without reporting to the council. I'm taking it all. Deong slowly rose with an injured arm, a sneer on his face. You think you can just take it all from me? He gritted his teeth in anger. That's everything I've gathered during my time here. You dare? In response, Chia casually picked up a gold ring, examining it mockingly. What's the point of flaring up now? You think it'll change anything? Let me tell you something. His voice echoed in the empty room. Even a crow has a nest, not just a dragon in its lair. Chia pictured a crow with a dry twig, looking around. Then, it looks down at the glittering things in its nest. Chia affirmed. It has plenty of shiny things, too. He peered at Deong through the ring, taunting, Did you really think the council was just ignoring you? It's because everyone thought you were nothing more than a crow. Chia crushed the gold ring flat between two fingers, continuing his speech. There's no need to pay attention to a mere crow. But lately, that crow has been squawking and bothering people, so we decided it was time to shut it up for good. Chia then threw the crushed ring to the ground and stepped towards Deong, whose face dripped with fearful sweat. Meanwhile, at Doyoon's house, belongings were thrown about, scattered all over the floor. Standing in the bathroom, he muttered, Did that guy really just run away? A moment later, Doyoon walked over to a blue briefcase sitting on a cabinet. He carefully picked it up and carried it away, leaving the cabinet top empty. The next moment, Doyoon placed the framed photo of his family of 3 on top of it. The picture was torn in the middle and crumpled, but it was precious to him. With sad eyes filled with guilt, Doyoon whispered, I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, for letting them tear your picture. He stood there in silence. For a long while, he sobbed quietly to himself. After some time, Do-Uwan stared at his messy room, then decided to ignore it, muttering, I'll sleep first and clean up later. The next day, the sun shone brightly on the beautiful high school. The sign for Class 2-3 hung above Do-Uwan's classroom door. He sat at his desk in a white shirt and red tie. He mused, It's been a while since I've felt like a student. Do-Uwan felt a bit stiff, telling himself, The last few days have been rough. Suddenly, Chi-Han approached the desk behind him. Haven't seen you at school in a while, Do-Uwan. When asked about his health, Do-Uwan felt a bit startled, sweating as he replied, I took some rest. I'm completely fine now. Suddenly, a girl rushed into the classroom. She called out Do-Uwan's name loudly, making him turn in surprise and confusion. Ajin slammed both hands down on his desk. Then, with a bright and innocent smile, she proposed, Will you go on a date with me? The request hit Do-Uwan like a shockwave, making him break out in a sweat. He could only stare at Ajin's beautiful face. He yelled in surprise, thinking, What kind of development is this? That afternoon, amidst the towering, tightly packed skyscrapers, Do-Uwan walked down the street with the girl, thinking, Ajin asked me on a date? After all that hard work, is it finally paying off? He turned to look at her with a small smile. Behind them, a shy Min-hai walked beside Chi-Han. Seeing this, Do-Uwan instantly understood. This isn't what I thought it was. She has another motive. Just then, Ajin tilted her head and said, Thanks for this, Do-Uwan. She then explained the situation. Min-hai wanted to hang out with Chi-Han, but she was too shy to go if it was just the two of them. So I figured it'd be better if you came along too. Hearing this, Do-Uwan scratched his head, acting as if he was just helping a friend, but inside, he was absolutely thrilled. Suddenly, Ajin stepped forward, turning to face Do-Uwan. It's been a while. You seem taller. This scene was spotted by a group across the street. Isn't that Ajin over there? 4 high schoolers from Shinan began to gossip amongst themselves, and her friend Min-hai from the dance club, right? Are they out with their boyfriends? Then one of them, observing Do-Uwan, added, I don't know the guy in the back, but the one with Ajin looks like Do-Uwan, the second year. At this, a chubby guy asked, Is he that famous? His friend with the piercing confirmed it, and someone else added more info. He's just some guy who power levels game accounts for money. Suddenly, the chubby guy slammed his head on the table, whining, Why is some loser like that with my dream girl, Ajin? Another one reminded him, and her friend Min-hai too. Watching Do-Uwan's happy group, he added, I tried to talk to her before, but she arrogantly said she wasn't interested in guys. Then that guy stood up and asked his friends, Are you sure that Do-Uwan kid is a nobody? This piqued his friend's curiosity. What are you planning to do? He bit his nails, smiling like he was about to watch a good show. Full of confidence, he pointed to his own face and announced, I've got something interesting planned for him. Meanwhile, Do-Uwan was busy laughing with his friends. He was completely unaware of the lurking trouble. In the indoor archery range, Min-hye watched Chi-han with a worried look. She hesitated before speaking. I've only heard about it. Before her eyes was the image of Chi-han drawing his bow. She was skeptical. 3 arrows at once? But before she could doubt for long, all 3 arrows hit 3 separate bullseyes, on 3 different targets. She walked closer to praise him. That was amazing, Chi-han replied modestly. I learned it at the academy. The 2 of them were so busy complimenting each other they didn't notice Do-Yuan standing right behind them. Not wanting to be outdone, Do-Yuan quickly grabbed 3 arrows and took his aim. But he didn't forget to call out to Ajin. I'm about to show you something really cool. At that moment, Ajin was also focused. Her arrow aimed perfectly at the center of the bullseye. But when she heard Do-Yuan call her, she still answered, though her reply was a bit distracted. Ajin asked, "What was that just now?" As she asked, she turned around, still in her ready stance. Her arrow was now pointing directly at Do-Yuan. Seeing this, he froze, trembling and unable to speak a word in his terrified surprise. An arrow zips right past Do-Yuan's ear. It slams into the glass door behind him. Do-Yuan breaks into a cold sweat, afraid to look at her. Ajin, however, speaks calmly. Sorry, my hand slipped. Terrified, he still manages a reply. You're pretty good at this. The scene shifts to a VR game center. Ajin is completely lost in the new game, her face lit with excitement. So this is what it's like? Do-Yuan is right there playing with her. The zombies are coming now. He asks cheerfully, Ready, Ajin? She replies, Of course. The voice is Ajin's, but the figure before him is a hulking, muscular man, ripped with muscle. He's stunned by her choice of character model. In front of them, a horde of zombies begins to swarm. Do-Yuan shouts, Here they come! Fire! Ajin unleashes everything she has on the zombies. He stays calm, but can't help exclaiming, This game is insane. A system notification appears in the game, announcing the zombie virus treatment has been completed. Do-Yuan yelled, We have to get that! She rushed forward, unleashing a hail of bullets. You can count on me. Ajin skillfully made her character leap into the air, breaking the zombies' encirclement. Finally got it! Ajin cheered loudly. She celebrated. All right, I did it, he exclaimed non-stop. That was so real, it gave me chills, as if they were actual zombies. At the escape room cafe, the atmosphere here was incredibly sinister. Standing in the room, Min-hee couldn't help but shiver. She hesitated. I shouldn't have picked the horror theme. Chi-han excitedly interrupted. I got the lock open. Before celebrating, Min-hee stood frozen, stunned by a terrifying sight. In front of them was a giant dog covered in gruesome, patchwork stitches. Min-hee let out a terrified scream. In stark contrast, Ju-Chi-han remained perfectly calm. This seems to be the cursed Jindo doll from the Baskerville family. Meanwhile, Ajin was still observing. She was taken aback. What a bizarre appearance. Suddenly, a small door popped open before her. Ajin was skeptical. Was this passage always here? Not a single ray of light came from the small door, but that only fueled her intense curiosity. Ajin carefully slipped into the dark path behind it. The cramped, dark path made movement difficult for Ajin. She froze when she realized Do-Yuan was also here. The two were now in a very suggestive position. His face was now as red as a ripe tomato. He stammered, Ajin, what are you? Before Do-Yuan could finish his sentence, Ajin spoke. What are you doing in here? He replied, looking for clues of course. Ajin hastily backed away to escape the awkward pose, but her rush betrayed her. Ajin carelessly slipped, falling right on top of Do-Yuan. Their position grew even more suggestive. She quickly said, I'm sorry. With that, she quickly sat up. She was shocked by Do-Yuan's condition. His entire body was hot enough to be steaming. The scene changes to a karaoke room, where the 4 friends are lost in the music. Ajin's mood was excellent. All her stress had vanished after this outing. As the song ended, Ajin turned and asked, Everyone, who's next? Min-hee quickly replied, Me. I'm finding a song. Do-Yuan was enjoying the cheerful vibe. But a thought lingered in his mind. This is it. This is my dream. A youthful, normal life. No fighting. As he thought this, Do-Yuan suddenly sensed something. His eyes widened in alarm. Some thugs from Shinin High School approached them. Hey there, kids, the guy said. Min-hee, when I asked you out, you said you were too busy. Guess you have plenty of time today, huh? She stammered, Sunbae. Hearing that, Ajin asked suspiciously, Min-hee, you know these guys? Min-hee replied, He's a Sunbae from my school's dance club. The guy continued, Are we interrupting a date? She nervously denied it. No. These are my close friends. He casually sat on the bench. So, we can join you, right? His tone held no room for refusal. He then turned towards Ajin. Want some candy? She coldly turned away. I don't want any. He then turned back to Doyoon. Hey, you're a sophomore, right? Doyoon politely replied. Yes. As if waiting for that, the guy's voice turned condescending. Then go buy us some drinks. He shoved a card in front of him. His face held a challenging smirk. Take my card and get one for everyone. Doyoon stared at the card, his expression completely unreadable. Seeing Doyoon treated this way, Ajin protested, Why are you making Doyoon do that? But he remained calm. Doyoon stood and replied, I'll go buy them. The guy's face twisted into a malicious grin. He smugly thought, This gamer nerd really is a moron. Ajin looked up at him, confused. Doyoon? Seeing this exchange made the guy furious. How is this punk with Ajin? I don't know how he met her, but from today on, you'll never see her again. With that thought, he stuck his leg out to trip Doyoon. He smirked. I'm going to humiliate him. His leg tensed as he continued scheming against Doyoon. You think you can just walk past me? My muscles were built over 3 years of dancing. You think you can pass? Feel this. Seeing Doyoon stop, he snapped. Why are you just standing there? He continued to gloat in his head about his own power. Against someone as strong as me, a bookworm's pathetic strength is nothing, right? Ajin watched the two of them with a puzzled expression. The guy continued his disgusting train of thought. The shame of being humiliated in front of a girl. Then Ajin will see how manly I am. He shot Doyoon a taunting smirk. My bad. But before he could gloat, Doyoon easily pushed his leg aside. He turned towards the door. Excuse me then, Doyoon asked again. Just the drinks, is that right? Seeing this, the guy was baffled. Did my strength disappear from being nervous in front of Ajin? He turned to her with a completely different attitude. It was a misunderstanding. I just sent him so the others wouldn't leave. Another guy sat by Minhee, asking, You're Minhee, right? I've heard a lot about you. He continued, You're the ace of the dance club. Minhee hesitantly denied it. That's not true. He gave her a confused look. At this point, Minhee was trembling with fear, her hands clenching her skirt. Chihan, seeing this, added, But it is true. Over here, the main bully leaned close to Ajin. You know a lot of guys, don't you, Ajin? She coldly denied it. But he didn't believe her words were true. I'm pretty sure I've seen a lot. Ajin kept denying it. No. He stared at her like she was prey. Now that your friend is gone, how about a drink with me? As he spoke, he made his move, reaching behind her to pull her in. But Ajin was ready, and she quickly dodged his grasp. Ajin kept her cold composure. It's late. I have to go home now. He scowled, clearly not giving up on his intentions. He held out the candy from before. This stuff is really good. Don't you want to try it? She turned away and refused. I don't want any. His expression slowly turned menacing. Don't say that. Just have a little taste. This isn't just normal candy. Suddenly, a hand seized his wrist. Doyoon had returned with the drinks. One hand gripped the guy's wrist tightly, while the other held the drinks. Doyoon glared at him, his voice low. I brought the drinks. Doyoon clenches the guy's wrist, making him tremble in pain. He shouts, What the hell are you doing? His mind races, questioning Doyoon's unbelievable strength. This nerdy punk is strong, huh? Trying to show off in front of a girl. Ajin interrupts them. What's going on all of a sudden? The bully's thoughts spiral. I'll teach him his place. But his inner monologue was a far cry from reality. Just the pressure from Doyoon's grip makes him wince, dropping his pack of candy. Chihan and Minhee are utterly stunned. Their jaws hang open at the scene before them. Doyoon easily pins the bully to the table with just a single hand. The bully's friend, though terrified, tries to threaten him. You moron. Where do you think you're putting your hands? Know your damn place. The pinned guy seethes, grinding his teeth. Damn it, I'm your senior. You think you can handle this? But even as he talked tough, he was reeling from the kid's raw power. What is this punk? He's crazy strong. Watching the scene unfold, Ajin's eyes widen as a faint blush creeps onto her cheeks. Doyoon answers him, I don't know if I can handle the fallout. The water bottles from before are now scattered at his feet. Doyoon glares. But can you handle this punch? Later that afternoon at a karaoke bar, the guy with side-swept bangs asks nervously, Are you sure she came in here? His friend confirms confidently, I saw her with my own eyes. The one in the green hat scoffs, what a joke, said she was busy but ditches us for another guy. The chubby guy gets angry. Damn it, can't we just storm in? The one with bangs asks the leader, So what's the plan? We've got to act natural. Then we can flirt with the girls or do whatever we want. He bites his fingernails nervously as he gives the order. You guys wait here. I'll get rid of those two nerds. The others get curious. And then what? The chubby one grins like a total pervert. We're gonna have fun with those girls. But the guy in the green hat worries. What if they won't leave? The leader just smirks. That won't happen. I can handle a couple of nerds. He thought it'd be a piece of cake, but this cake was made of solid rock. Before he could make a move, he was the one getting slammed. Pinned to the table by Doyoon, he trembles with rage. Damn it, I'm your senior. Can you take responsibility for this? Hearing this, Doyoon's eyes just widen, completely void of emotion. He plants his feet, his voice chillingly cold. I don't know about the consequences, but can you take this punch? Doyoon glares down at him with pure contempt. The bully's friend who came in with him shrieks, Hey, you psycho. Doyoon's threatening gaze snaps toward him. Looks like you need a beating to snap you back to reality. His cold eyes looked ready to strike. The loudmouth from before now stammers and shakes like a leaf. All talk, he turns and flees, shouting, You just wait. Left behind, the senior is sweating bullets but still tries to act tough. I'm a third year at Sinan High School. You know your school life is over after this, right? But Doyoon doesn't even flinch, which makes the guy question his entire reality. What the hell? Why don't these damn nerds act like nerds? A moment later, Doyoon speaks in a low voice. A third-year senior, huh? She said she wasn't interested. Yet you kept harassing her. Doyoon glances at Ajin, who's huddled in the corner, then at the dropped candy. This candy looks suspicious. You were trying to force her to eat it? The accusation hits its mark, and the senior grits his teeth. He loses his cool and yells, Hey, Manhwa, tell him to let me go. If rumors get out, how will you face everyone in the club? His threat makes her break into a cold sweat. Damn it. I'll make sure the rumors get out myself. Just as Manhwa is about to speak, someone enters, clapping slowly. I heard a rumor, so I came to see. That's a pretty nice pose. The guy in the green hat smirks at the pinned senior. Playing with candy, or are you just licking the table? The senior scowls and orders, Shut up and deal with this kid, but the newcomer just laughs. This is hilarious. He picks up a karaoke remote. Hey ladies, since we're at a karaoke bar, mind if I pick a song? Doyoon watches him, his eyes narrowed, seeing right through the act. Let's see, the song list. Just as expected, the green-hatted guy suddenly swings the remote up, aiming to smash it on Doyoon's head. Here, you pick. A loud crack echoes as the remote's buttons scatter everywhere. Before his attack could land, he was hit with a blow that nearly caved his face in. The impact sent him flying into the TV screen. Ajin gasps in shock. Doyoon had just thrown that punch with one hand. His other hand was still pressing the senior's head down. Hearing her voice, he turns back and explains awkwardly. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to hit him that hard. Doyoon looks down at his own hand, surprised. My base stats must be too high. I need to learn to control my strength. Meanwhile, the pinned senior stares at his unconscious friend and stammers. What? Suddenly, they hear the sound of a zipper. The chubby guy runs out from the bathroom shouting, I zipped up and got here as fast as I could. But the scene in the room stops him cold. Damn it, what happened while I was taking a leak? What in the world? He then spotted Ajin in a corner and paused. At that moment, the side part bully cried out, Help me, hurry up. The big guy's brain finally kicked in. Instead, I'll just sit next to Chu Ajin. Hearing this, the bully was furious. Are you insane? At a time like this? But he still didn't get it, continuing his creepy advance. Just wait a second, Ajin, I'm on my way. He reached for Doyoon's hair, raising a fist. Just then, someone came sprinting down the hall. The bowl-cut kid brandished a mop, screaming, I'm back, I looked everywhere. He was met by the big guy's 80-kilogram back. Their collision created a massive impact against the outer wall. Dust erupted as stone rained from the crumbling plaster. The big guy was out cold, slumped over. The side part bully was crushed flat, leaving a huge dent in the wall. Doyoon quickly turned his head. See? I held back this time. Chihan cut in, disbelieving. Doyoon? I think that's enough. Doyoon just stared back blankly. What? Chihan then said hesitantly. The guy you've pinned to the table. He's passed out. Doyoon glanced down to see the bully's eyes rolled back, his head now part of the table. His eyes widened in disbelief, before he sighed. Controlling my strength is harder than it looks, he thought. Soon, they left. Night had fallen, the streetlights glowing brightly. Doyoon still seemed confused. Did I do something wrong? Ajin walked beside him, offering comfort. No, you did nothing wrong, Doyoon. Manhwa quickly agreed. That's right. They were the ones who started it. He then turned to her. Anyway, It seems like those guys are seniors from Minhai's club. Hearing this, Chihan grew worried. Are they going to bully you? Minhai was lost in thought. Unsure how to reply, Ajin stepped forward. If anything happens, she said seriously, you have to tell me immediately. Minhai managed a small smile, but looked troubled. It's probably fine. Nothing will happen, so don't worry. Du Uwan, however, wore an incredibly serious expression, his mind elsewhere. The next day, in the dance club room, the bruised bully was fuming. We have to destroy that kid. He was shaking with humiliation. He vented to the two before him. A second year doing this to a third year? When did the order at Sinan High fall apart like this? If we let this go, the underclassmen won't respect us third years. He trailed off, then changed his tune. They won't respect our club at all. The guy listening nonchalantly sucked on a lollipop. I hear you. B. Hui Su, a third year and the dance club president, narrowed his eyes. Lower your voice before you continue. You're getting a little worked up. The bully broke into a cold sweat, stammering, My apologies. Kang In Uwan, leaning by the window, spoke up. There's no way we can just let this slide. Oh hi son, who was next to Hoi Su, added with a smirk. Was Choi Min Hai there too? The lower classmen are getting bold. She then jumped onto his back, whining, It's so annoying, Hui Su. Let's call them and teach them a lesson, especially that Choi Min Hai. He just gave a lazy, dismissive agreement. A voice echoed in the room. All right then, we'll start with Min Hai. At that exact moment, the door was pulled open. A voice from the hall asked, Excuse me. The side part bully looked over and froze solid. Of course, it was Do-won, peering into the room. This is the dance club room, correct? He asked calmly. The bully who'd been screaming for revenge was now trembling, unable to form a single word. That bastard. Seeing the reaction, Hai-su instantly put it together. It's him? The bully frantically nodded toward Do-won. Hai-su took the lollipop from his mouth and smirked. He shattered the candy between his teeth, a challenging look in his eyes as he pointed. You! Get over here! The entire club room fell deathly silent. Do-won entered without a shred of hesitation. The bully, feeling brave with backup, pointed a finger. That's the bastard, his friend, Min Hai, disrespected us at the karaoke place. Though sweating with fear, he tried to sound tough. I already warned you. From now on, your life and that girl's life at this school are over. In Uwan remained silent, observing from the window. Hai-sun looked on thoughtfully. After hearing the story, Hui-su slowly rose from his seat. You've got some nerve. He shoved his chair back hard across the floor. The chair let out a piercing screech. Hui-su stood on it, looking down on Do-won. What the hell do you want, you bastard? Do-won coolly tilted his head up. Are you the one in charge of this club? In Uwan, annoyed, suddenly spoke. Hey, freshman. He paused, then slowly approached Do-won. Shouldn't you show some respect to your seniors? He took off his shirt, revealing a ripped physique. His voice was a cold warning. You're pissing me off so much I could snap you in half. Yet, Do-won just stared back at In-Uwan, completely unfazed. After a moment, he replied with a sneer. You're the one who looks like a total joke. Hearing this, Hai-sun began to shake, trying not to laugh. In-Uwan was successfully enraged, gritting his teeth. I'm going to break your jaw. But in the next second, a hand landed on his shoulder. Hold on. Hui-su, still on the chair, was staring intently at Do-won. His gaze fell to the bag of candy in his hand. He demanded, Where did you get that? Do-won held up the small bag. This? He glanced over at the side part bully, who was sweating buckets. Someone dropped it, he said pointedly. So I picked it up. The memories of yesterday came rushing back into the bully's mind. The bully's face went pale with panic. I thought that was gone forever. I can't believe he found it. Hui-su finally stepped down from the chair, but Do-won's voice cut through the tension. You know, you see this stuff on the news sometimes. This isn't really candy, is it? It makes your head all foggy if you eat it, right? Hui-su's brow furrowed slightly. Hai-sun snapped. So what? In-Uwan narrowed his eyes. What are you trying to pull? Do-won calmly held up the bag. Judging by your reactions, he surmised. It seems he's not the only one here using it, is he? Hui-su slumped back into his chair, annoyed. Damn it, you're really killing the mood. What, are you here to blackmail us? But Do-won's reply left him speechless. No. I just came to give this back to you. He then turned to leave as if nothing had happened. And don't worry. I won't tell a soul about your little candies. Hee-sun shouted in disbelief. You came all this way, just to return this candy? Do-won paused for a moment, then nodded. That's right. Confused, she demanded. But why? He glanced back, answering calmly. Because you're seniors. To my friend, Choi Min-hyuk, aren't you? With that, Do-won turned and left the room. Sorry for the intrusion. Hui-soo stared down at the candy, silent for a long moment. Then his face darkened, a vein pulsing on his temple. He came here to threaten us. He then whirled on the guy with the bangs. Why'd you carry this candy around so carelessly? The kid froze, stammering for an excuse, but Hui-soo cut him off instantly. I told you to be careful, not to let anyone find out. Why are you so stupid? You're a worthless, dumb bastard. Hearing this, In Yuan repeated, Bastard? Hui-soo nodded grimly. That's right. Then he commanded In Uwan. So, go teach him a lesson. The kid watched the huge figure approach him, knowing it was over. A blood-curdling scream then echoed throughout the entire room. Just then, a voice echoed across campus. Min-hai, you have the dance club today, right? Ajin leaned in from the bench, her voice full of worry. If those seniors cause trouble, you have to tell me. Min-hai simply nodded while eating. I know. Thanks. She glanced at the bread in her hand, sighing. Without Doyoon that day, who knows what would have happened. That senior is famous for harassing the girls, and then treating them like dirt. He kept demanding I introduce you to him, pestering me endlessly. Thanks to Doyoon, I finally got some peace. Ajin saw her friend's relieved expression and called out, Min-hai? But Min-hai just brushed it off. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Min-hai then shoved the bread in Ajin's mouth to stop her from worrying. Just eat. From the floor above, Doyoon silently watched them joking around. A moment later, his voice echoed in the empty hallway. If Min-hai has to face those scumbags at the club, it'll be hard for her. I need to end this, permanently. But that afternoon, Doyoon's calm expression vanished. He stared into his desk, filled with trash, and gasped, What is this? Doyoon then saw the red X on his desk. Why is my seat like this? Chi-han stood beside him, equally stunned. Who did this? Other students gathered around, whispering amongst themselves. What happened? Someone messed up his desk during gym class. I think it belongs to Doyoon. He's been surrounded by bad rumors lately. I wonder who he pissed off. Chi-han looked at Doyoon with suspicion. Could this be? Then, as if remembering something, his eyes shot wide open. Doyoon glanced at the side of his desk. My bag. It's gone. At that same time, in the school gym, Hui-soo was lounging on a bench, muttering, Does that bastard think his threats scare me? In-yoon stood over him. You think he'll tell the teachers? But Hui-soo was completely unconcerned. Who cares? I know his type. He didn't rat on us about the karaoke room, and he still went to the club on his own. He's not the type to solve things by snitching. His eyes drifted to the bag of candy that Doyoon had returned. He thinks knowing about the candy gives him leverage? We'll just slowly isolate him, break him down. He'll get so exhausted, he'll finally learn his place. In-yoon asked doubtfully, What if he still doesn't give in? Hui-soo opened the candy bag, casually replying, Then we'll just have to use another method. He suddenly sat up. By the way, that second year, Min-hai, does she have a problem with Ohisun? It seems like Ohisun can't stand her, and at that very moment, Min-hai was rushing desperately. She burst through the door, panting, I'm late. I'm so sorry. My class ran a little over today. The other two guys' voices proved Hai-sun's earlier actions. She had said she would handle the girl this time. Seeing Min-hai, Hai-sun ordered arrogantly, Get in. She glared at the breathless Min-hai. Did you do this on purpose? Everyone else is being punished because you were late. Hai-sun then turned to the others. Listen up. The third years have been too easy on you all, and you've taken advantage of it. From now on, I'll be cracking down. We'll practice harder, with no breaks. If you can't handle it, quit now. Min-hai finally spoke up hesitantly. Sunbae, about yesterday. But Hai-sun cut her off. Go change. Now. You're already late, so hurry up and get ready to practice. Min-hai quickly knelt down. She began pulling things from her bag. But as she was searching, the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed from the hallway. Murmurs followed. Did you watch the tournament yesterday? Yeah. Learned a few things. Let's watch some more during the break. The moment they opened the door, they saw Min-hai kneeling right in their path. She jumped, startled by the sudden noise. The boys turned to Hai-sun, questioning her. Hey, Hai-sun, didn't you say the girls were practicing in the auditorium today? She just smiled and gave a weak excuse. I must have misread the schedule. Then she made a new suggestion. Since you're here, why don't you watch us practice and give some feedback? They grinned, intrigued. Yeah, sounds good. Min-hai was frozen in place, holding a thin strap top in her hands. From above, Hai-sun stared down at her, her voice cold and impatient. Min-hai, what are you doing? Hurry up. She leaned in close, like a demon. How long are you going to just sit there? Meanwhile, back in the gym, Hui-soo shivered and moaned. Should I just bully that girl until she breaks? His expression was clearly dazed from the candy. At the same time, in a school restroom, Doyoon stood silently before a stall, letting out a curse. He stared at his backpack, shoved into a toilet. My bag. They really did this. Just then, a system window appeared. Threat mission. Hostile entities detected. Eliminate them all. Doyoon's expression immediately darkened, radiating a murderous aura. Veins bulged on his neck as a twisted joy filled him. So in the end, I have to beat them to a pulp. 1 year ago, at Sinan High School, a short-haired girl stood nervously before the class. I'm Choi Min-hee. I transferred from Donghua Middle School. She hesitated for a long moment before shouting with all her might, "Please take care of me." The entire class fell silent, all eyes fixed on Min-hee. Her face turned beet red. Luckily, the teacher stepped in. "All right, let's have a round of applause. Next student, please introduce yourself." Mortified, Min-hee buried her head in her arms. Ajin, sitting across from her, asked softly, "Why are you sighing on the first day? Did something happen in your class?" Min-hee's dejected voice finally emerged. "Why am I so timid?" Ajin looked confused. "Why do you say that all of a sudden?" Min-hee explained miserably, "It's not sudden. I've been like this since I was a kid. The moment I stand in front of people, I get so nervous my mind goes blank." She couldn't hold back the tears anymore and started to cry. "With a personality like this cruel world is going to eat me alive. How am I supposed to live?" Ajin reached out and patted her head comfortingly. "Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. You'll get used to being in front of people." She thought for a moment, then offered a suggestion. "What do you think about joining a club?" Min-hee looked up, surprised. "A club?" Much later, Ajin's words still echoed in Min-hee's mind. Something like, "the dance club." And that's why she mustered all her courage to go, even though she was terrified. Standing at the clubroom door, her body trembled. Am I really going to dance? This entire situation just felt completely wrong. Deciding against it, she turned to leave. "I'll just go back. There has to be a better way." But just as Min-hee moved, the door creaked open. A voice startled her. "A first-year student?" Min-hee cautiously turned back as she was asked, "You want to join the dance club?" A friendly, slightly chubby girl smiled at her warmly. "It's nice to meet you. I'm Oh-hye-sun." Back in the present, she was terrified of the person before her. "What is it, Min-hee?" The Oh-hye-sun of today was a different person, smiling down with a cruel, scheming look. "Let's start practice now." Seeing this, the other girls in the club broke out in a cold sweat, while the boys at the door fell silent. Min-hee clutched her shirt, shaking and sweating bullets as she stammered, I. Just then, a dog's bark shattered the tense atmosphere. Gung Chim squeezed through the crowd and burst inside. "Why did you suddenly jump? What should I do?" "Excuse me, let me through." Meanwhile, Oh-hye-sun joyfully scooped up the dog, shouting, "Did our rotquok finally arrive?" She looked at it lovingly. "You must have missed me so much, didn't you? Oh, look at you drooling." The girls below began to whisper, "Why is there a dog at school?" "I don't know. Maybe it's the vice president's dog." It ran straight to senior Oh-hye-sun the moment it saw her. After a hug, she turned to the guy with glasses. "Hey, An Gung Chim, I'm taking him for a walk." He tried to refuse. Husu entrusted him to me. But Oh-hye-sun simply reassured him, "It's fine." As she walked out with the dog, the boys at the door asked, "What about dance practice?" Oh-hye-sun just casually explained, "But what can I do if he's this attached to me? Just let it go this one time." And Gung Chim was sweating nervously, urging her, You have to be careful so the teachers don't hear." Min-hee was still too stunned to react, staring blankly at Oh-hye-sun's retreating back. The next day, Doyoon went to school as usual. As he approached his classroom, he saw a crowd screaming, "Oh God, what's that smell?" He was confused by their chatter. "It smells like rotten kimchi. What kind of psycho eats kimchi at school?" A moment later, the door slowly opened. Doyoon opened his own locker, and his eyes widened at the sight inside. Piles of bright red kimchi were dumped on his books, with an X mark left deep inside, just like before. The crowd gasped. "Oh, it's him." Doyoon remained silent, thinking grimly. The red X. It's happening again today? The very next day, Chihan broke into a cold sweat, asking frantically, "Doyoon, I heard they put nails in your shoes today?" Doyoon, the victim, just calmly scrolled on his phone. "It's not a big wound, but it still hurts a little." As he was scoffing, a carton of milk fell from the sky. How long are they going to keep up these childish games? Like a targeted raindrop, the milk carton hit Doyoon square on the head. Chihan shot up, looking towards the roof, but by the time they both looked up, there was no one in sight. The milk carton also had a red X on it. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Chihan asked with genuine concern, Do-Uan, are you okay? He then anxiously suggested, I think the seniors from the dance club are behind this. Let's go talk to them. Do-Yuan wiped the milk from his hair. We don't have witnesses or evidence right now. We have no reason to confront or fight them. But he thought to himself, it's not time yet. First, I have to catch the minions. The system window popped up with an invisible threat mission. His lackeys are targeting you. Eliminate all of them. Then, Du-Yuan turned and said, I'm fine. You, Min-hai, and Shihan all need to be careful. His friend nodded. I know. Then they walked away together. He grumbled in annoyance. This is disgusting. I need to wash up. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, someone was taking pictures of him. I did exactly what he told me to. A guy with a buzz cut smiled smugly to himself. I can probably trade this for some candy. Right? Suddenly, a vile grin spread across his face as if he'd found something interesting. This idiot was in such a hurry to wash up he forgot his phone. He then sent a photo of the milk carton and a soaked Do-Yuan to a group chat with the caption, Milk shower complete. Haisu, lying on a desk, mused, Everyone's working so hard. He then glanced at the bag of candy in his hand and sneered. They must be desperate for this stuff. Do-Yuan, no matter what, it's about time you fought back. Meanwhile, in the gym, a group of loser students were gathered. Here are today's successful ones. One guy boasted about his achievement. I put nails in that bastard's shoes. The one next to him whined. Damn, why didn't I think of that? After bragging, he held up a bag of candy. 2 packs. The other 2 clamored. Then how much candy do we get? Damn it, I should have done that. The others were brainstorming ways to bully Do-Yuan. Hey, should I use a knife on him? Careful, Huisu already warned us. If we get caught, we won't get any more candy. A guy on a table complained. We're not 3-year-olds. All this for a pack of candy. Seriously, the others laughed loudly. But it's free. Isn't that appealing? Suddenly, a silver-haired guy who looked the most addicted shouted, his speech broken. My whole body is shaking. Let's go. This is the last piece I get to eat. Just as he finished, someone walked in through the door. Everyone did a good job, huh? The others called out. It was all right. How about you? The buzzcut guy bragged. I accomplished 2 things today. The group yelled, That's insane. As he walked in, he boasted loudly, The candy is mine today. The others grew more curious. What did you do? Give us the secret. The buzzcut guy pointed to his head. It was nothing. First, I dropped milk on his head from upstairs. And on top of that, the guy forgot his phone. As he spoke, he held up the item in his hand. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. How did my phone end up here? Do-Yuan appeared unexpectedly, grabbing the bully's arm tightly. The entire group shot to their feet in shock. How? How did that guy know we were here? Hey dude, we've been exposed. What do we do? The buzzcut guy finally realized, trembling. You left your phone on purpose to find us? Do-Yuan coldly confirmed. I had to find a place with few people. It would be a problem if the teachers saw. Hearing this, the bully broke into a cold sweat. What? But Do-Yuan didn't explain, instead twisting his waist violently, aiming to snap his spine. The buzzcut punk's face contorted in agony, tears and saliva. He flew back 8 meters, did 20 flips, and skidded face first across the floor. Do-Yoon glared coldly at the others. Thanks to you, old memories of being bullied are rushing back. A notification appeared. Minion defeated. His voice continued. I was going to repay you, but you all brought your school bags. He paused mid-sentence. They were left completely confused. Do-Yoon fell silent, his entire aura turning ice cold. I've seen enough. After I take care of them, I'm catching Pai Huisu today. He closed in, his voice a warning. So, I'm dismissing class for you now. Outside, the sky was still clear. A red X was marked on the seat. A voice spoke. As expected, it happened again today. Soaked to the bone, Do-Yoon stared at the chair. He then turned to scan the crowd ahead. He noticed a lone figure standing out from the stream of people. He probably doesn't know I can see him from here, does he? Found you. Do-Yoon's eyes widened, locking onto his target. The ex-terrorist, returning to the present. The goons stared in shock at their fallen buddy. With just one punch? How did this happen? The system window appeared beside the writhing figure. Minion defeated. Do-Yoon advanced on the next one. Step up. The guy who earned 2 candy bags for dropping tax broke out in a cold sweat. Just then, all their phones buzzed in unison. One guy checked the message, wondering, what's going on all of a sudden? The text had 2 lines. take down Doyoon, and get 10 bags of candy. Their eyes were glued to that second line. 10 bags of candy. The addict instantly grinned. This is awesome. They all rushed forward at once, completely reckless. Those candies are mine. I'll eat them all. Doyoon easily dodged the addict's punch, while landing a blow to another attacker's gut. The addict kept laughing like a madman, repeating, 10 bags of candy. But a second later, a kick from Doyoon shut him up for good. The addict collapsed, and the system announced, Minion defeated. Watching their frenzy, he wondered, what's so great about that candy anyway? Before Doyoon could finish his thought, a box cutter flashed before him. The fat guy from earlier finally saw his chance, but Doyoon swiftly bent backward to dodge it. The guy swung again. You don't need to know. I'll take it all. Just then, Doyoon grabbed his ankle. No, you won't. He leaned in, launching a kick that sent the guy flying back. I'm not gonna let that happen. Immediately, Doyoon slammed his heel into the guy's stomach. The system pinged. Minion defeated. He finally exhaled. That was almost dangerous. Next, Doyoon took down the rest of them with ease. A guy watching from a distance remarked, that bastard is a total pro. He then heaved a desk into the air. If fists won't work, he hurled it at Doyoon, thinking, then eat this. The guy smirked victoriously, but the shock of his life wiped the smile right off his face. Doyoon had effortlessly caught the desk with just one hand. His expression was stone cold as he said, that was dangerous, buddy. The guy immediately started cursing, because it was the only thing he could do. Otherwise, he was just getting punched until he collapsed. Doyoon looked at the defeated group. You, in the back, tell Pee-wee-Sue to wait for me. I'm coming for him. With that, he casually turned and left. As Doyoon walked outside, he sensed someone following him. A voice called from the shadows. Wait. Doyoon instantly tensed. Is there another one left? He spun around, ready to fight, but froze when he saw the guy cowering. I'm sorry for calling out. I'm not with them, so don't hit me. Gongchi stammered nervously. You've been getting terrorized, haven't you? By the Red X. He continued explaining. You're a second year, so you probably don't know, but many third years have gone through this. I was one of the people who angered Pee-wee-Sue. That's why I'm telling you. It's better if you just surrender. Everyone targeted by the Red X meets a terrible end. Hearing Gongchi's concern, Doyoon gave a small, reassuring smile. I'll be fine. The guy tried again. I saw how well you fight, but Pee-wee-Sue is more dangerous than you think. Doyoon turned back, looking grateful. Thanks for worrying about me, but his decision was made. Still, I have to go. The evening sun streamed into the classroom. Students were heading home. A voice asked, How's Bin Hai? Chihan checked his phone. Luckily, nothing's happened so far. Is that so? Doyoon replied. He smiled. I'm leaving first today. There's somewhere I have to be. Chihan asked. Where are you going? Doyoon was being mysterious. There's someone I have to meet. With that, he walked out. Get home safe, Chihan. Chihan didn't press it and just waved. Yeah, see you tomorrow. But then he glanced at his phone and paused. Huh? Now that I think about it, Min Hai hasn't replied to my texts at all. The screen showed their chat history. He thought for a moment, then muttered to himself. It's probably nothing, right? After school, the hallway was deserted. Doyoon stood alone before the dance club door. I've dealt with all the minions. He reached for the door. Now it's time to meet the master. Without hesitating, Doyoon slid it open. However, the scene inside left him speechless. Doyoon stared at someone bent backward into a C shape in the middle of the room. He asked, bewildered, Pee-wee-Sue, what are you doing? Then, he noticed something. Could it be? His gaze fell on the pile of candy wrappers at his feet. Did you eat all of that? Pee-wee-Sue remained perfectly still. The room was unnervingly silent as he stood there, completely frozen. After a long moment, Pee-wee-Sue's entire body trembled as he tilted his head. This is because you took too long. Suddenly, his eyes flew wide open. His lips curled into a snarl. Son of a bitch? Doyoon looked on, surprised by his expression. Huisu was suddenly right in his face, growling. I got bored, so I ate it all. An instant later, a fist slammed into Doyoon's face. You want to know why I ate it? Because living with a sober mind is just no fun. I can't feel a damn thing. Before he could even react to the first blow, Huisu grabbed his collar, raining down punches like a maniac. I can't feel anything. Not even myself. But when I'm high, it's a different story. He raised his leg, preparing to kick. Doyoon became a human punching bag as Huisu drove a knee into him. This is my true self, he coughed, spitting a mouthful of blood. His crazed voice echoed in his ears. My feelings, my emotions. He grabbed his hair, fist raised high. It's all pouring out from inside me. Another powerful fist landed square on Du Uwan's face, splattering blood. Huisu laughed like a deranged psychopath, continuing his barrage of kicks and punches. This feels amazing, but just a second later, he suddenly snapped out of it, his eyes clearing. Then, Du Yuan's voice came from behind him. What have you been doing all this time? Dazed, Huisu could only stammer. Huh? What? He was standing before a shattered mirror. Du Yuan's voice echoed again. It looks like you weren't in your right mind, huh? In the broken shards, Du Yuan's reflection appeared, standing right behind Huisu. Staring at his own bloody hands, he stammered. Huh? How did I? He spun around suddenly. What the? Huisu couldn't even finish his sentence. Du Yuan slammed him down with incredible force. His head smashed directly into the floor, his feet flying up into the air. Du Yuan stared down at the unconscious Huisu. His head still buried in the floor, he asked, Well, are you sober now? Meanwhile, in the crowded schoolyard, a voice suddenly remarked, So that's what happened. Jihan walked beside Minhyuk with a gentle smile. So you started dancing to change your personality? That's amazing, she replied humbly, blushing a little. It's really nothing. Jihan continued with his own story. I wanted to change my personality when I was young too, so I went to an academy. Minhyuk asked, surprised. They teach that at an academy? He quickly replied. Ever heard of autosuggestion? Jihan recalled the words of his arrogant teacher. I am the best. I am the greatest. I am the most special person. I am the ruler of this universe. Back then, Jihan was just a kid, so he naively asked, Teacher, are you really the ruler of the universe? The man just burst out laughing at his innocence. This is what you call autosuggestion, the teacher explained. By speaking your desires aloud, you can change both your body and your mind. It pushes you in that direction. Hearing about something so incredible, the young Jihan exclaimed excitedly, That's like magic. Before Jihan could add anything else, Minhyuk asked excitedly, Is that for real? I have to try it. Jihan could only force a dry laugh. Then he immediately asked, Hey, Minhyuk. Well, is everything really okay in your club? Hearing that question, Minhyuk hesitated for a moment. Her hand tightened on her bag strap as she stammered, Of course, everything's fine. But just then, a sharp voice cut through the air. She's lying. Another female student spoke up hesitantly. She's lying. Jihan was taken aback. What? The girl continued, determined to prove she was right. She's probably hiding it because she's afraid you'll get into trouble for her sake. Then she began to explain. Ever since that day, Minhyuk has been bullied in the club. Flashes of Minhyuk being bullied appeared. Gasping for breath, as she was forced to kneel before someone much larger than her. The girl with the bangs confessed, I wanted to protect her, but it's the third-year seniors. I couldn't do anything. At this, Jihan's expression grew tense. Who's bullying Minhyuk? The girl hesitated. A third-year senior, named Oh Hee-soon. And she called Minhyuk out to talk alone after school today. As she finished, the words struck Jihan like a bolt of lightning. His face went rigid. The girl continued, Minhyuk told me not to tell anyone, but I was just so worried. Across from her, Jihan stood frozen, his fists clenched tight as he struggled to remain calm. He flashed back to his text conversation with Minhyuk. He remembered how she pretended to be cheerful and how it ended with his worried message. He gripped his phone, his entire body trembling with rage. Class just ended, so I can finally call you. Song. The scene shifts to a school rooftop. He surveyed the city below as he talked. The other line was silent, and he grew impatient. Say something, damn it. Only a few muffled sounds answered. Meanwhile, at a table laden with pink desserts, the person on the other end was clearly enjoying himself. It was Sun Chea, from the Iljin Association's main branch. So delicious. He was completely relaxed, enjoying a strawberry parfait while casually chatting with Song from a crowded cafe. Sun Chea continued to gush. Song, have you ever been to a maid cafe? The parfaits here are absolutely divine. Hey, didn't you have something to tell me? Song cut in, getting back to business. It's not about that. It's about the Donglan Hung brats. They're part of our Iljin Association. Sun Chea replied, his tone suddenly serious. They're distributing drugs in the Gwanggak district, he continued. I was checking the ledgers and found some irregularities. At that moment, Song noticed a paper-wrapped bundle near his feet. As he bent to pick up the paper, Sun Chea gave his order. You need to investigate the Lan Hung gang for me. Find out what they're scheming behind my back. After those words, the room fell silent. Song stared at the bundle, taking a long moment before finally responding. Yes, I understand. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated room, Oh Hee-sun glared down at her hostage with a provocative sneer. Did you really have to push me this far? The captive was Min-hee. She was bound, sitting upright on a worn-out sofa. Oh-hae-sun's voice echoed again. Min-hee. She yanked Min-hae's hair back and forth, her voice a low threat. I've been dropping hints for days now. Shouldn't you have taken the hint and left the club yourself? At this, Oh-hae-sun stared Min-hae down. Why do you keep enduring this? Half of Min-hae's face was swollen red, tears streaming down as she stammered, unable to speak. Oh-hae-sun continued her warning. I told you. I hate that look on your face. Her tone was cold as she listed off everything she despised. Her beautiful face was a mask of hesitation, completely lacking confidence. She recalled Min-hae, collapsed on the cold tiles, drenched in sweat. So, seeing you get all that attention just makes me hate myself. Hae-sun seethed, her voice growing sharper with every word. Remembering her own reflection, always falling short of Min-hae, she muttered insanely, I wanted to be loved too, if only I was born slim and pretty like you. Lost in her madness, Hae-sun began to spill her secret, shocking Min-hae to the core. That's why I turned to the candies. I just ate them, and my weight dropped instantly. It was the perfect weight loss miracle, right? As she spoke, she ripped open the yellow pouch. In the past, Hae-sun saw her reflection and believed she was finally beautiful, that everyone would love her. That's what she'd thought. Her words trailed off, lost in her own dark past. But the addiction took hold. I couldn't stop depending on the candies. Beneath the heavy makeup, her face was gaunt and lifeless. Hae-sun grit her teeth, her expression turning vile. Min-hae trembled as Hae-sun's tirade continued, completely relentless. I've figured it all out. This is all your fault. Why should I be the only one to end up like this? Isn't that unfair? She glared viciously at Min-hae. Hae-sun gripped Min-hae's jaw, ready to force the candies down her throat. Min-hae could only let out muffled cries, powerless. But suddenly, the colorful pills scattered across the floor. Just then, Chi-han appeared, grabbing Hae-sun's wrist. Stop it, now. Min-hae, relieved but worried, asked, Chi-han, how did you find me? He only turned to ask, are you all right? She could only nod, trying to look fine. Hae-sun froze, startled by this sudden intruder. And who the hell are you? Instead of answering, Chi-han tightened his grip, his voice ice cold. What were you about to do to Min-hae? A jolt of pain made Hae-sun shriek. Let me go. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared behind Chi-han. Getting rough with a lady, are we? In-yuan raised a massive fist and roared. Looks like we've got a punk here. With a single punch, In-yuan sent Chi-han flying. He snarled, I'll beat you to a pulp. In an instant, Chi-han launched himself at his opponent. He unleashed a barrage of flying kicks, forcing In-yuan onto the defensive. Blocking the blow, he muttered, Taekwondo, huh? But before he could even blink, Chi-han vanished, leaving the brute completely bewildered. Suddenly, he reappeared in a blur of motion, a powerful capoeira beija flor. Chi-han brought his heel down hard on the redhead's shoulder, making him cry out in pain. Then, just as quickly, he vanished again. Hae-sun frantically shouted, In front, he's in front, and just like that, Chi-han reappeared right before his eyes. What followed was a devastating combo, a flurry of fast, decisive, high-damage strikes. His eyes were like ice, focused on every single movement, but the relentless assault barely seemed to faze the giant. He asked casually, Where'd you learn all these different styles? Tricks like that can't overcome a massive difference in size and weight. After taking that barrage of hits, In-yuan stood perfectly still, completely unharmed. Catching Chi-han off guard, he muttered, Time to die. One punch sent the boy flying several meters away. Those fancy techniques only work on guys your own size. In-yuan looked down at the fallen Chi-han, his tone less like advice and more like a taunt. Seeing her friend struck down for protecting her, Min-hae cried out in terror, Chi-han. In contrast, Hae-sun and the redhead seemed unnervingly calm. Hae-sun's voice dripped with sarcasm. Surprise, surprise. When did you call for backup? Seeing Min-hae's silence, she snapped. You, get over here and pry her mouth open. Min-hae trembled as In-yuan slowly advanced towards her. She could only stare, wide-eyed, letting out a few choked, incoherent sounds. Cold sweat dripped down her face. Suddenly, Chi-han's voice cut through the tension. My master told me never to use this, but... The sudden sound made In-yuan flinch. I guess I have no other choice. Before In-yuan could even react, Chi-han landed a solid punch right under his chin, freezing him in place. The punch landed squarely on a vital point. In-yuan's limbs went limp as his entire body trembled, breaking out in a cold sweat. He could only manage a pained groan. Chi-han asked confidently, How do you like that? A memory surfaced in his mind. Master. He remembered asking his martial arts master a question after reading a book. Master, what is Michael John? It means to control one's own mind. In life, emotions and excitement are sometimes expressed through aggression, his master explained. But, he also reminded me, that it's normally used for the purpose of calming one's own mind and spirit. That's why he warned me to never, ever use it in reverse. Though at the time, Chi-Han didn't understand. To use it in reverse is to make a calm mind descend into madness. Back in the present, despite his size, In Yuan was still reeling from Chi-Han's blow. He clutched the injured spot, stumbling backward. Chi-Han challenged him loudly. Hey senior, wanna try rushing me again? A twisted smile spread across his face, his eyes gleaming with a manic light. I'll smash your head to pieces. The memory began with Hui Su, sprawled on his desk, thinking to himself, living is so damn boring. Even exciting videos did nothing for him. He was just bored. From the classroom to the dance studio, everything around him was just boring. He sighed. My only talent is dancing. How boring. Even bullying others had lost its appeal for Hui Su. Hurting people was interesting for a while, but eventually, even that became dull. He needed a much bigger thrill. Hui Su eyed the hand offering candy. Then, his head was slammed into the floorboards. He let out a groan, finally feeling an ecstatic thrill. He looked up, his face a mess of syrup and splinters. His eyes were wide. A crazed grin stretched from ear to ear. He shouted with glee, This is it. This is the feeling. With a savage grin, Hui Su begged, Make it even more exciting. This is how I was reborn. But his euphoria was tragically short-lived. Doyoon appeared, his voice like ice. Get lost. He delivered a lightning-fast falcon drop kick right to Hai Su's head. Stay down, Doyoon commanded. His work done, he turned to leave, wondering, is that the end of the mission? Suddenly, Doyoon froze, surprised by the message that appeared before him. The one I defeated was just a subordinate, he uttered. Just then, a phone's ring echoed through the room. Doyoon glanced at the screen before answering. Gongjin's voice came from the other end. Handled my underling pretty easily, huh? He praised, as expected from the representative of Bozami. So it was you, Doyoon demanded, the one behind all of this. Gongjin affirmed it. He then made an offer. Shall we meet? Hearing this, Doyoon's expression turned grim. In another old warehouse, a fierce battle was unfolding. Chi-Han called out to In-One. The man was rubbing his neck in pain. Want to try again? He continued. In-One's face went pale. I'll shatter your skull, Chi-Han declared excitedly. That insane look was a skill from the Liu Academy, mind control. He-san couldn't stand it anymore, impatiently urging, Fight properly. In-One slowly rose to his feet. I'll teach you a lesson, Sunbae, he yelled, charging forward. Shouldn't you use nicer words? Chi-Han just smiled calmly, recalling his dojo days. His master had told them that martial arts wasn't simply about defeating an opponent. Something was more important than victory. It is fulfilling the duty of a martial artist, he concluded. The master listed the virtues: control emotions, regulate power, maintain correct posture, and keep discipline. A young Chi-Han then asked, Can I use martial arts to defeat someone bigger than myself? His master hesitated slightly before answering. That's a bit tough, but aren't matches divided by weight class? Then, a vague voice echoed, I wonder what happens if you betray a martial artist's duty. The master turned away, stating the academy didn't teach such things. Back in the present, as In-One's fist flew at Chi-Han, he puffed out his cheeks in preparation. Then, Chi-Han spat directly into his opponent's eye, catching In-One completely off guard. Chi-Han joyfully slammed his elbow into In-One's neck, shouting, You left an opening. In-One roared back. Spitting on your Sunbae? He countered with a punch, adding, That's going a bit too far. The punch hurt, but Chi-Han just laughed out loud. There's a truth not many know. Humans always hold back. There are many factors, such as the feeling of guilt. In-One found Chi-Han's strange behavior puzzling. The moment he uttered shatter, Chi-Han's hand lunged forward. The law is a social promise, and all those things, moral values, the judgment of others, are controls to keep us from crossing a set boundary. Chi-Han's hand was now deep in In-One's throat, causing him to tremble. He applied force, turning In-One's screams into muffled sounds. Then Chi-Han kneed him in a vulnerable spot. But something else lies deep within our DNA. The blow stunned In-One, sending his mind back to a primitive time. A time of constant, brutal battles for survival. where morality and discipline didn't exist. To survive there, you had to endure countless fights, and through that, a method of combat was accumulated. Chihan wondered aloud. The result is victory, right? Next, it's maintained through psychological manipulation, helping to erase all self-restraint. Inwon screamed in agony from the continuous blows. Suddenly, Chihan grabbed his ear. As a modern person, one must preserve it, and finally cross the line. At that moment, he launched himself into the air and shouted, "I said I'd shatter your head, didn't I, Sunbae?" Chihan then forcefully slammed his own head into Inwon's. Seeing this, Heesan screamed anxiously, "He's just a scrawny weakling." As she yelled, Inwon's body crashed into her, forcing tears from her eyes. Chihan had landed a spectacular finishing blow, defeating them both. "See?" he asked with a smile. Looking at Heesan and Inwon on the ground, Chihan was elated. "I won, didn't I?" Minhai, who had been tied up, had watched the entire thing. She trembled, stammering Chihan's name. It was then he seemed to remember something. Chihan hurried over. "Sorry, I'll untie you right now." Minhee was grateful. "Thank you." Elsewhere, in a desolate place without a trace of people, Doyoon observed his surroundings and muttered, "Here? Why do bad guys always hide in creepy places like this?" Suddenly, he stopped when he saw something. Staring at the object covered by a white sheet, Doyoon wondered, "A person?" He pulled the white cloth away. Doyoon's face twisted in shock at the sight of a mannequin with a red X on its face. He wondered, this red X, could it be? Suddenly, a strange liquid sprayed from a hole in the X's center. As the water hit his face, Doyoon yelled, "What is this?" A voice answered, "LX7. Gongjin stepped out from the shadows, explaining, "It's a drug several times stronger than candy, with an unparalleled level of addictiveness." Doyoon stared at the person before him in shock. Gongjin cut in. "That's why I told you to surrender," he called out. "Hubei." Doyoon recalled the images of a figure standing behind him. The moment he was about to punch Gongjin, and when Gongjin pretended to be weak, Doyoon had just begun to suspect who was behind them when Gongjin admitted it without hesitation. "It was me." Doyoon replied sarcastically, hiding in the back and ordering others around. "You're in a better mood than I thought, aren't you?" Seeing his trembling face trying to get up, Gongjin sneered. "Now you're just like the others. You'll have to beg me for the drug." Doyoon thought to himself, "Is this Gongjin's real face?" In his eyes, it became distorted. "Why is everything like this?" "Don't worry," Gongjin soothed. "Just do as I say, and you can have as much as you want." But for Doyoon now, everything was warped. Gongjin's voice continued steadily. "And Nam Hyangdong, the Injin group." Gongjin stopped short. He looked at Doyoon on the ground and judged, "As expected, you couldn't last long." He offered a wish, "Sweet dreams, Hubei." Then he added an ominous line, "Because the life you wake up to will be true hell." Gongjin's face was magnified, but his expression was unclear. Suddenly, Doyoon stood up and exclaimed, "What a surprise." He dusted off his sleeves and said casually, "I thought this was a big deal." Gongjin's face was covered in sweat. He couldn't believe it, stammering to himself, "How is there no effect?" The reason Doyoon could stand was due to a flow of light energy in his body. Doyoon thought back, "I forgot what I received after defeating Choi Chu-deong." At that time, Doyoon had unlocked a hidden skill. That skill was the circulation of light. Except for external injuries and illnesses, all abnormal statuses would be neutralized. Doyoon looked at the light energy in his body and exclaimed in amazement, "I didn't expect it to be this useful." Now, his attention returned to Gongjin. Doyoon turned and questioned, "Nan Hyangdong, are you from the 9 guilds?" But he quickly dismissed it. Whatever. What mattered now was the lightning wrapping his body. "This is the last time," he declared. This was it, the final chain quest from the system. Resolve the threat. He recalled the painful memories, the endless torment and bullying at their hands. One thought echoed in his mind. "Honestly, I really just wanted to die. That's right, I wanted to end my own life." He tried to hang himself at home but couldn't go through with it, collapsing in tears. I can't do it. I just don't have the courage." While searching online for an easy way out, I stumbled upon a certain website. It immediately drew him in. There, I found something that meant I no longer had to die. Doyoon's voice was sharp with anger. He advanced, his voice a low growl. "This will be your end." Doyoon lunged forward, yelling, "Stop running away." Suddenly, a dog appeared from nowhere. It ran in front of his target and barked once. The sound stunned Doyoon, who shouted, "What the hell? Why is there a dog here?" The boy bent down and hugged the small animal. Rose was a dog abandoned by her old owner, so she hated being left alone. He began to explain, "Junior, Do you know how to train others to obey? It's simple. You establish a clear hierarchy, whether it's with a dog or a person. They will follow their master's orders. The weak must submit to the strong. In school, we just call it bullying. But what if the weak want to make the strong submit to them? There's a way for everything, Huisu. He walked over and offered Huisu a pack of candy he'd bought online. I've got this. Want some? Someone gave it to me today. I'm a little scared of it. And just like that, he gave his opponent a gift to make him submit. Please don't hit me anymore. I have plenty more of this. A gift that ensures obedience. Help me take that guy down, and I'll give you more. Huisu reached out and took the candy without suspicion. Day after day, he kept giving Huisu the candy he had purchased. Here's more. I still have some. You've accepted a gift that demands submission. And just like that, I used the candy to charm them, making them follow my every command. He stood before Huisu, showering the puppy with praise. Is that your dog? It's so adorable. Then he made an offer. Let me raise him for you. I'll give you even more candy. He held the dog, a sinister smile on his face. It was just that easy. My subordinates at school slowly grew in number. The dog's collar read, subordinate. Hearing the story, Doyoon seethed, you're nothing but a monster. Using the candy's hypnotic effects to make them obey you? The boy raised a flute to his lips. Junior, you're not wrong. Suddenly, he blew a single note that pierced the quiet space. He spoke to Doyoon with a wicked grin. I know you're strong, Junior, but that's only when you're dealing with humans. What about monsters? Behind him, dozens of glowing blue eyes suddenly appeared. He pointed directly at Doyoon. These dogs have been trained to attack anyone I choose. They began to circle him, growling menacingly. Well, this is interesting, he muttered. Never thought I'd have to fight a pack of dogs. Look at those teeth. The dogs barked and lunged at him all at once. Doyoon yelled, You're the ones who attacked me first. He then activated his acceleration skill. Sorry about this. One by one, the dogs were struck down. They let out a final whimper. Just take a little nap. Suddenly, another dog. It launched a direct attack from out of nowhere. Doyoon couldn't react in time, barely raising his arm to block the bite. From behind, another dog lunged. He instantly spun and knocked the other dog away. Doyoon looked at the tear in his sleeve, breathing a sigh of relief. That was close. If it had bit me, I'd need a shot. A new wave of dogs charged him, but these dogs were no match for him. In a flash, they were all lying defeated on the ground. He stopped, looking at the last one. Now there's just... The system's voice chimed in. Acceleration has expired. Just this tiny-looking puppy left. I almost feel bad for you. The dog just growled at Doyoon. His face immediately darkened. A moment later, the room was completely silent. Doyoon looked at his hoodie and sighed. Thank God I wore this today. He looked at the dog, now tied up on the ground. I never thought a hoodie string would be so useful. Doyoon glared at his opponent. Senior, is there anything else? If not, then it's time for our one-on-one. The boy trembled, managing to choke out a single word. Damn it. The dog tried to comfort him with a bark, but he didn't understand. He threw the dog to the ground, screaming in fury. You useless mutt. Shut up, Doyoon said calmly. Senior, you need to cool down. It's not the dog's fault. The boy gritted his teeth. You! He then turned to run, cursing, you bastard. He turned back to threaten. Don't think this is over. I have plenty of other followers. Just then, he tripped over a mannequin and went tumbling to the ground. His head hit the mannequin with a loud thud. He screamed in pain. Arg! His glasses flew off. Fumbling on the ground, he moaned, my medicine, then glared at Doyoon, shouting, just you wait. Staggering to his feet, he threatened, I will. My followers will. Doyoon appeared before him. That's enough nonsense. The boy's eyes widened in disbelief. Doyoon loomed like a monster, his voice a low threat. Remember this, if you ever pull this kind of garbage in our school again. The boy let out a long, terrified scream. The warning ended as Doyoon's fist crashed into his face. He was hit with a relentless barrage, sent flying with no strength left to fight back. Then, Doyoon landed a final blow, slamming him into the wall. A loud boom echoed through the warehouse. He looked down at the boy and said, Simple. You'll be eating dirt instead of candy. Just then, a system notification appeared. Chain mission. Threat exposed. Complete. In the warehouse, the boy was out cold. Silence consumed the space. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. Doyoon turned in surprise, looking at the person before him. What are you doing here? Yoonsong entered with a serious expression. He glanced at the unconscious boy on the floor. So you've already handled him? Doyoon replied nonchalantly. It wasn't hard. Eun Song spoke. The one who gave him orders betrayed the bullying council. That's why I want you to work with me. Doyoon asked, surprised. Work with you? Eun Song explained. We'll monitor the council members and deal with any traitors. He offered a partnership. We will fight together, representing Celine and Bozami. They faced each other with serious expressions. The deal was sealed right there in the warehouse. Eun Song told Doyoon, there's been a lot of strange activity within the council lately, and along with those actions, a lot of incidents have occurred. Eun Song pointed to the boy on the ground. This can't be a coincidence. Doyoon asked. Strange activity? Doyoon remembered the words, just follow my orders, and you can have all the drugs you want. In his memory, Eun Song continued speaking about Donglan Huang from the council. Doyoon asked, surprised. Are you talking about Donglan Huang? Eun Song replied. Normally, it's common for council members to have friction. That's unavoidable in any organization. But this time is different. Eun Song seemed to agree with his earlier point. As you said, you chose not to commit crimes for council money. In exchange for that, you had to take on more roles for Slim Dong. That was your choice. Eun Song shot Doyoon a cold look. In the worst-case scenario, the friends around you could get hurt. With that, Eun Song walked to the unconscious man. I'll take this guy to get more information out of him. Suddenly, smoke bombs were thrown inside. Doyoon flinched, exclaiming, smoke bombs? An explosion erupted, flooding the warehouse with red smoke. What the hell is this? They both yelled. A loud noise suddenly echoed through the haze. The sound put them both on high alert. A voice cut through the smoke. Hey, you two losers from headquarters? A man in a helmet appeared on a motorcycle, pulling the unconscious boy up. The plan is already in motion, he declared. Eun Song demanded. What are you talking about? The man warned them. Just you wait. You'll see soon enough. After his warning, he revved his engine and sped toward the door. The motorcycle burst out from the red smoke and escaped the warehouse. Doyoon watched him go. He left before I could figure anything out. He took the guy in glasses too. Damn it. Eun Song stood beside him, speechless. Suddenly, Eun Song muttered, a plan? In a quiet room, the glasses-wearing boy was thrown into water. His eyes shot open. He burst out from under the surface with a scream. Ice cubes clattered around him. He groaned, shivering. Where am I? Looking around, he gasped. An ice bath? A voice echoed in the room. You've disappointed me greatly. The man's voice was cold. Your recent failure is unacceptable. The man sitting there was the Donglan Huang representative, Ho Sung. The boy looked at him in fear. Who are you? Ho Sung asked. Controlling one guy from headquarters was that hard? Is that a failure worthy of punishment? The boy made excuses. It's because the candy didn't work on him. Ho Sung's anger flared at the excuse. Shut your mouth. A failure's excuses mean nothing. This has affected the plan, just when we thought. We had a council representative under our control. How completely useless. As of today, your candy supply is cut off. Hearing this, the boy panicked. He watched Ho Sung's back as he walked away, begging desperately, wait, please give me one more chance. I'll get it done this time. I'll do whatever it takes. When he got no response, he screamed, I can't live without the candy. Without it, I'll. Ho Sung spun around, glaring. Shut your damn mouth. Got it? I'm the one who makes the decisions, not you. It seems I've been too soft on trash like you lately. Maybe you should remember your place and what you used to be. Seeing who stood before him, the boy's eyes widened in terror. A man in a helmet stood there. Ho Sung ordered, help him remember a little something about his past. The man replied, gladly. The boy cowered in the tub, letting out terrified whimpers. A few moans escaped him. Ho Sung left the room, leaving behind the boy's agonizing screams. Meanwhile, back at the high school, a tearful Chua Jin ran to her friend. You should have told me something, she cried, hugging her friend tightly. You didn't say anything at all. Minhai gently patted her head. I'm sorry, but in the end, everything turned out okay. Chihan arrived in time to save me. It was so lucky. Ajin wiped her tears. Wow, is Chihan really that good at fighting? Did you see it? Minhai recalled the fight. A shiver of fear ran through her. Her voice trembled. Remembering it now still scares me. Then Minhai blushed, adding, but when he saved me, he seemed really manly. Ajin gasped dramatically. Oh my gosh. Seeing her friend's blushing face, she teased, looks like you're starting to fall for him. Do you like Chihan? Doyoon happened to see the girl's conversation and smirked from a distance. Chihan walked up, noticing him by the window. What are you doing over there? Seeing Chihan, Doyoon said, ah, there you are. Chihan. Everything's finally settled now, Doyoon said. Chihan smiled. That's a relief, Doyoon continued. It seems those three had to leave the dance club. The guy with the glasses is gone too. It's good that everything's resolved. But he recalled the words from that day. The man in the helmet said a plan had been set in motion. What was the plan he was talking about? Doyoon cried out, utterly confused. In a crumbling room, lit by one small window, the man in the chair broke the silence. We have to move faster. There's no more time to wait. We must act now, but we need to be more careful. Representative Na Seong Jae-dong, Stephen Chegan, spoke first. Do Soon-dong was defeated too fast. The man in red snapped back. What? So you're saying this is all my fault? Former Representative Seo Yoon-dong, Gang Ingang. A voice cut through their argument. That's enough, both of you. All our plans have fallen into the council's hands. Jin Chin-ho smirked, adding, Seo Yoon-dong burned the entire office. After all, former Vice Representative of Seo Yoon-dong, Jin Chin-ho, snarled, that was a necessary sacrifice. He sighed in frustration. So drop it. Seriously, he continued, the sacrifice of a failure is completely worthless. Suddenly, a loud yawn cut the tension. Representative Yoo Ji-gun sounded bored. What a painfully boring meeting. Sung-moon twisted a Rubik's Cube. Come on, why are we fighting? There's something better to look forward to. He was Representative Michalang Sung-moon. Crushing the cube in his hand, he grinned. Let's think about how to crush the council instead. A voice suddenly echoed from above. Of course, the council has only one fate. The 4 plans must be accelerated. Soon, their reign of bullying will be annihilated. The mysterious man took his seat. He asked, shall we all vote to proceed? The plan to overthrow the council had officially begun. A flashback appears. Aum Seom and Doyoon warily watched the stranger in the red mist. He casually put Kungjin on his motorcycle and said, be good, and wait until we find you. Aum Seom recalled his words, wondering. He definitely said, we that day. Aum Seom began to analyze the situation. That could have just been Nam Hyundong's nickname. Doyoon seemed to agree. But then Aum Seom offered a different perspective. We can't completely rule out multiple organizations. Doyoon couldn't deny it. Aum Seom fell into deep thought. Seo Yoon-dong was hiding something. I'm also bothered that he burned the detective agency. He continued his monologue. It might be related to this case. Before he could finish, Do-yoon, sweating, sighed from exhaustion. This is giving me a headache. Aum Seom felt helpless. Ignoring him, he concluded, Boramai Dong has too few people. This operation will be difficult. Aum Seom glanced forward. That's why we must use those two. Do-yoon looked utterly surprised. Suddenly, 2 figures approached them. Aum Seom introduced them. From Silim Dong, in charge of intel. It turned out, he was talking about Shin Chaemin and Yu Man-chun. Aum Seom explained it would be easier since they were acquainted. Do-yoon realized they looked familiar. They were the 2 who used to bully him, the ones he utterly defeated. As Silim Dong's intel agent, Chaemin greeted him nervously. Long time no see, Do-yoon. You been well? Man-chun beside him was just as tense. You're a representative now. Sorry about before. Suddenly, Do-yoon let out a cry. He wrapped his arms around their necks, yelling, Damn, it's good to see you again. He then asked Aum Seom, I can order them around, right? He approved. For the duration of this mission. Do-yoon replied, If that's the case, Chaemin and Man-chun were already sweating bullets, completely speechless with fear. Today, Do-yoon spoke with a vicious smile. Let's all try to get along, shall we? Back at school, students were buzzing. Did you hear? What is it? It's about Ha Do-yoon, from class 3-2. They whispered excitedly. He completely destroyed the seniors from the dance club. You mean Pai Hui-su's crazy third-year crew? They confirmed. He's a beast. So, the rumor's true? What rumor? A student whispered. That Ha Do-yoon took over the Incheon Union. Another asked, Can you believe that? One student scoffed. Ha Do-yoon, that game-addicted bookworm? No way that loser could pull it off. As he muttered, a nerd is always a nerd. A voice stopped him. Aji warned, Don't talk trash. She defended him. Do-yoon is not a nerd, and he's not in the Incheon Union. The boy stammered, sorry. Other students gossiped, Whoa, is Aji close with Do-yoon? Min-hee called out to Chu Aji. She teased, Why so fired up? Is it about Do-yoon? Aji quickly denied it, blushing. Because they were talking behind someone's back, she explained. From behind, a girl pointed, Look, Ha Do-yoon. And it wasn't just the boys. Even the girls. Couldn't help but gossip. Hasn't he gotten way more handsome lately? I told you. And his physique is better too. He's completely different from our first year. They chattered on. I really want to be his friend. Are you nuts? Hearing their conversation, Aji dropped her sausage. Sweating, she tried to change the subject. This sausage is tasty, huh? Minhee busted her. You haven't even had a bite, she declared. You totally like him. On another empty street, Sion also dropped sausage on her shirt. She mumbled, I just washed this. Doyoon offered a handkerchief. Here, wipe it. She looked at it, then asked, Did you use this to wipe blood? Doyoon admitted it. Sorry. Then he said her name. Sion. I still can't believe it. Doyoon continued speaking. The fact that I'm seeing a sign for Seo Hui's snacks. He saw the bustling crowd and asked again, disbelievingly. Are all of these really customers? Doyoon wondered. Is it the location or the taste? But Sion coldly denied it. It's probably neither. At another table, Seo Hui served food apologetically. Sorry, you two had to wait so long, right? The girls immediately started blushing. One shamelessly declared, I'd wait 5 days and 4 nights for you. Another just stared at his handsome face and sighed. Honestly, you don't even need to bring us food. Seo Hui heard this and mused, such beautiful people. Playing the perfect gentleman, he offered, the blood sausage is on the house. The girls couldn't help squealing. So cute. After he finished, Seo Hui came over to Doyoon's table and said sincerely, Sorry, you two. I'm finally free now. Here you go. Doyoon stared at him. You look so different. He put on sunglasses and teased, Different how? That's when Doyoon finally asked. Kang, Sehun's not here yet? Sion answered bluntly. He's not coming. A flicker of doubt crossed Doyoon's face as she reluctantly explained. He quit training. The words sent Doyoon back to a memory of Sehun. I'm leaving on a journey to get stronger, he'd said. Doyoon had scoffed at him back then. You're insane. Just focus on school. But looking back now, he crossed his arms and finally understood. The guy really was a true madman. Just then, Sion cut in, changing the subject. So, what did you need to tell us? Doyoon hesitated. I told you on the phone. It's official. Borame Dong is now at war with Celine Dong. Sehi sighed, exhausted by the news. So, another traitor emerges. Right after So Woon Dong, Doyoon affirmed, Exactly. And we have no idea what they're plotting now. His face grew serious. I just have one request for everyone. Doyoon's voice was firm. Be extremely careful, and absolutely do not get hurt. But the other two still looked unconvinced. Wait, isn't that 2 things? Sion shot back. Is that really necessary? Doyoon insisted. We've been fine until now. He then declared, Sion, Sehi, from now on, just do it. Doyoon spoke with absolute confidence. I'm all they'll need. That evening, Kim Ho-shung, the head of Lan Huangdong, casually read a newspaper. He asked his subordinate, Report the situation. The man answered with deep respect. He quickly reported, The profit model for the drugs is nearly complete. Ho-shung gave a simple command. Finish it. The subordinate bowed his head. Understood, sir. Glancing at his watch, he added, We'll proceed immediately. Then, a voice echoed through the room. Mission complete. The Incheon Guild in Gwanak District is eliminated. Outside Lan Huangdong's headquarters, Doyoon was skeptical. This is the place? Eon Song confirmed. Yes, this is it. He stared at the building before them. This is Lan Huangdong's main base. Eon Song outlined their plan. First, we need to secure evidence of their betrayal. Their objective was to uncover the enemy's entire scheme. Eon Song turned to Doyoon with a warning. I made it clear, right? You could get seriously hurt. Doyoon brushed it off, casually replying, I know. Just wait here for me. He predicted, if they make the first move, nearby civilians could be in danger. Doyoon struck a naive pose. I've only seen this in movies. Shouldn't we use a rope and climb in through the window? Seeing his completely fearless attitude, Eon Song just smirked. Still joking around? You've really changed. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose, hinting at danger. Have I? Doyoon asked quietly. He stepped forward, his expression hardening. I'm not so sure myself. The scene opens on a man reading a newspaper. A voice chides him. How can you read the paper now? Aren't you the least bit concerned? Ho-shung remained unfazed, his eyes glued to the paper. Concerned? About what? He shot back. And aren't you doing the same thing as me? The other man looked surprised. Me? The mysterious figure continued. Our plan officially begins now. We've chosen to betray the bullying council. Do you have any regrets about this? The man asked. He snapped back. Why do you keep repeating yourself? His voice filled with irritation. I already told you. I have no reason to regret it. Ho-shung finally folded his newspaper. Right now, the council controls every cent flowing through their system. They exploit everyone for profit. They profit from their so-called business models in each territory, he continued. But that's all about to end. I refuse to let them keep profiting from their twisted games. Ho Sung then declared his ultimate decision. We'll crush the council and be free to do as we please. He turned to the mysterious figure. Wasn't that your goal from the start? The voice replied. The council already knows there's a traitor among them. But we still haven't grasped the true scale of their organization. Fear and suspicion will spread since they can't identify the mole. They'll descend into chaos and lose all control. Ho Sung listened, completely absorbed by his words. The figure then smiled knowingly. That's our opening, our chance to shatter the bullying council. A truly brilliant plan. With that, the mysterious figure departed with an associate. His face was set with determination. This plan cannot possibly fail. The scene shifts back to the staircase where Doyoon and Eon Song stand ready. Doyoon asked, "So this is Lone Huangdong's base, right?" Eon Song confirmed it was the right place. Doyoon then asked, "You got a key?" He replied, "What do you think?" A heavy door blocked their path. Then, an incredible force slammed into the door, shattering it completely. Falcon kick! Doyoon stormed inside, his face a mask of pure fury. "Get out here right now, you Lone Huangdong bastards." But an unexpected sight stopped both of them cold. They stared into the room. Why is no one here? Inside, furniture was thrown about, littering the floor. Eon Song scanned the chaotic scene. Then, a crunching sound came from underfoot. "What's this?" Doyoon said aloud. "I have a bad feeling they were up to something dangerous," Eon Song theorized. "Looks like they've already moved their base of operations," Doyoon muttered. "So they're not complete idiots. Now we have to track them down all over again. Is there any other choice?" Eon Song replied. "We have to. There's no other way." They both glanced at a newspaper. "But we still need to find the traitor. There's too much to do. Do we even have time for this? To chase after the Lone Huangdong crew?" Eon Song cut in. "The real problem is, how do we find the mole inside the council?" A realization dawned on Doyoon. He asked, "The Na Songri-dong territory, that's also under the bullying council, isn't it?" Eon Song replied, "That's right." Doyoon then gave an order. "You track down the Lone Huangdong crew. I have something else I need to handle." Eon Song looked at him, puzzled by the command. Doyoon explained, "I have a hunch that territory is connected to all of this." The scene cuts to Na Songri-dong. A man's voice cries out, "Damn it all!" Up above, Shin Jimin and Jube Man Chun were gathering intel. One of them complained, "Seriously, why are we stuck doing this crap?" Songnam Dong's intelligence team, Jimin and Man Chun. Then Shin Jimin snapped angrily, "Damn it, I think my eyes are about to pop out of my head. No more complaining. Focus on your work," he continued. "Do it right. Unless you want me reporting you to Do-Won." The words made Man Chun break out in a cold sweat. The scene shifts to a group searching in the woods. Do-Won scanned the area and said, "My guess is the traitor is the delegate from Na Songri-dong." He looked down, a look of surprise on his face. He was sitting on top of Jube Man Chun. "So, what do you think?" he asked. The man stammered, "That." Seeing the guy was spent, he finally hopped off. "All right, take a break," Che Min suggested. "Drink some water, boss." He refused. "But I bought you a soda," he grumbled. "Then why'd you make me carry all this mineral water?" He was juggling multiple bottles. Do-Won replied flatly, "To keep you busy." Hearing that, he cursed under his breath. "That jerk." "All right," Do-Won said to the group. "We're short 201. Anyone got it?" Che Min shot back. "Don't look at me." He gave him a hopeless look. "What, you don't even have 201? The man thought. "This bastard." He then asked Do-Won curiously, "But boss Do-Won, why suspect Na Song Ria Dong?" He replied, "It's just a gut feeling." He then asked, "So, what kind of business are they in?" Hearing this, the man was incredulous. "Huh? Why are you asking me? Weren't you the one who suspected them?" The scene shifts to Shin Che, Min, and Man Chun investigating the Na Song Ria Dong Council. They watch a black car marked with a small loan business model. It targets young adults, a classic loan sharking setup. The car door opened, revealing Che Gan talking to a tattooed man. "You contacted me this morning, right?" The man replied, "Yes." Che Gan introduced himself. "Welcome. I'm Che Gan from Nasong Ryadong." Shin Che Min recalled two key features of their business method as Che Gan questioned the tattooed man. "How much do you need to borrow?" "Not much. Is 200,000. One okay?" "Of course." "What a relief," Shin Che Min said. "That's the first thing." Che Gan's agreement made the tattooed man sigh in relief. Then, Che Gan announced the terms. The The interest is 30% per day. Shin Chae-min explained they charge ridiculously high interest. The tattooed man was shocked. What? 30% daily? That's 60,000. Why don't you just rob me? He refused. Forget it. I'll borrow elsewhere. Just then, a powerful kick sent him flying. Chae-gan threatened him. If you don't borrow, Shin Chae-min explained the next part to Do-yuan. Second, the stone-faced Chae-gan charges a 200,000 won consultation fee to compensate for his time. They force customers to sign the loan papers. Chae-gan continued. By the way, learn from the clients behind you. The man turned to look. He saw a horrifying sight. Chae-gan added, they couldn't pay my interest. He whispered chillingly, so watch and learn. Customer. The scene changes to a cafe where Chae Son-chae and Ha Un-song are talking. Chae Son-chae spoke first. I think a maid cafe would have been better. Ha Un-song refused. No thanks. Is that information accurate? Chae Son-chae answered. Last night, when you two attacked Lone Hyangdong's turf, another council area was also hit. Ha Un-song listened with a serious expression. Chae Son-chae added. Coincidentally, that area's representative was absent. Ha Un-song commented, they seem pretty smart. Son-chae continued. Strike the weak points first for an easy victory. He smiled. I'm not worried though, not with you around, Un-song. Hearing this, Un-song was at a loss for words. Chae asked. And what about Do-uwan? Un-song replied, he's investigating the Nasong Ryodong area on his own. He added, I see. Chae mused while biting his straw. That area is represented by Chae-gan, isn't it? Un-song replied. He's acting on a hunch that something is wrong there. Chae Son-chae's tone grew serious. If Chae-gan really betrayed the council, things could get complicated. He then explained why. The reason is, that guy's strong, and he's always full of hatred and resentment. He continued. If that guess is correct, Chae Son-chae thought to himself, then this fight will be incredibly difficult. The scene shifts back to Shin Chae-min and Man-chun, where something below suddenly startles Man-chun. Meanwhile, Chae-gan stared out the car window. He asked the person outside, what do you need? The person replied, oh, nothing much. I heard you lend money, right? Chae-gan asked. That's right, customer. How much do you need? The person answered, I just need enough to buy a can of soda. It was Do-uwan. I need to borrow 200 won, he proposed. A system quest appeared. Borrow money from Nasong Ryodong's representative, Chae-gan. That day, Do-uwan was lying in bed, lost in thought. Suddenly, something happened. He wondered, why now? He thought to himself, why did this quest appear? The quest board read, Borrowing Mission. Borrow money from Chae-gan, representative of Nasong Ryodong. He read the quest with surprise. Borrow from Chae-gan? I've never even met the guy. Isn't this a hint about who the traitor is? Do-uwan stared at the ceiling, thinking carefully. Since joining the Bully Council, he'd fought countless thugs. He recalled all the people he fought, all because of quests. He wondered, so were all these missions and their results dictated by the system? He was deeply curious. What does this system want from me? Back in the present, he requested 200 won. Chae-gan was stunned by the number. His eyes turned ice cold. Are you messing with me? Do-won smiled. I'm not joking. The car door opened. If that's the case, Chae-gan stepped out, furious. You're looking down on me, kid. He asked Do-won, aren't you? The scene flashes back to the past. Hello. A much younger Chae-gan stood there. He walked into a classroom. I'm Chae-gan. He explained his background. My dad is Korean, and my mom is British. Chae-gan said, I've traveled the world for my parents' work, but from now on, I'll be living in Korea. As he spoke, his fists clenched tightly, but he forced a bright smile and added, I hope we can all get along. The students below listened intently to his introduction. Their faces turned to shock, then erupted in loud laughter. They mocked him. That name sounds hilarious. Chae-gan? That's so funny. What a weird name. The girls also chimed in with contempt. His voice is annoying too, like he's going through puberty. They then commented on his looks. I heard mixed kids are supposed to be handsome, but he looks a little strange. All while Chae-gan stood frozen at the front. His face darkened. Back in the present, Chae-gan told Do-won, the one thing I hate most in this world is being played for a fool. He grabbed him by the collar. I'll destroy anyone who messes with me. Do-won quickly waved his hands. I need 200. I'm not messing with you. He smiled, clarifying, I meant 20 million won, or more, if possible. Chae-gan was a bit surprised. He let go of his collar and asked, what do you need that much for? Do-won explained calmly. I want to buy some things online. I've picked out a few items, but I don't have enough money, he continued. So I want to borrow 20 million, or even 200 million would be better. Chaegan cut him off. You talk too much. I know you're the representative of Bodame wrong. He was curious. So why are you here borrowing money from me? Du Uwan replied, well, you lend money, don't you? Borrowing from you beats some shady lender, he said, with a smile. Besides, we're both in the council, aren't we? Chaegan's eyes widened in total shock. After a moment, he spoke, true, but that's a huge sum. I don't have that kind of cash. With that, Chaegan turned to leave. So, forget it. But Do-won stopped him. I have collateral. Are you interested? The man paused, thinking. Collateral, you say? Do-won's voice was steady. It's me. Do-won, the head of Bo-ra Myung. Chaegan was baffled by the offer. You're using yourself as collateral? Do-won shot back. Why not? Chaegan considered it. Himself, as the guarantee? Right now, the council is hunting for internal traitors. And because of that, Chaegan's faction wants to pull Do-won to their side. I've been so careful. There's no way he has proof on me. After some thought, Chaegan finally spoke. If this works, I can get Do-won on my side. He agreed to the deal. I'll lend you the money. Inside, he was celebrating. My position in the group will skyrocket. He then asked, you want as much as I've got? Do-won's reply was firm. Yes, he declared. I'll lend you everything I have. It's a deal. With that, he opened a case full of cash. His subordinate grew curious. 50 million won? Chaegan handed over the bag with a demand. But you must remember this. Chaegan's face turned dark. The daily interest is 30%. Do-won answered without flinching. Naturally. Of course. Meanwhile, two people watching from above groaned. Chaemin was stunned. He actually got the money from Chaegan. The scene shifts to the mountains. Do-won opened a water bottle. Now, they'll be watching me. He commanded Shin Chae-min and Man Chun, who were resting on the ground. You two will use this chance to find evidence on them. Understand? Chae-min warned, their interest rate is insanely high. Be careful. If you can't pay them back, you'll lose your life. Do-won replied calmly, as if it were nothing. I know. Chae-min looked up, curious. So you already have a plan to deal with it? Do-won nodded. He leaned in to whisper, my plan is. Chae-min broke into a cold sweat. 1 week later, since the day of the loan, a conversation took place inside that black car. How much does Do-won owe us now? Chaegan asked. What's the principal plus interest? His subordinate tapped a calculator. 155 million. The boss stared. That much? If he can't pay, his life is mine. Chaegan's face twisted into a fearsome scowl. His subordinate then gave his report. I haven't been able to reach him for 3 days. Hearing this, Chaegan's hand clenched his phone. That bastard. Is he messing with me? Chaegan's eyes became dangerous. No matter what, I'm collecting. He said each word clearly. Principal, interest, and the collateral. I'll take it all back. As he finished, he grabbed his phone to make a call. That night, a figure stood before an apartment building. Speaking on the phone, we've arrived at his place. Just as Lee Chi-dung finished his sentence, his crew appeared. He spoke into the phone. I'll text when it's done. Lee Chi-dung, vice captain of Nasyong Ryo. Someone called out to him. What are you guys doing in our territory? He simply replied. If you have something to say it. Then, 2 young men appeared. Who the hell are you? Chi-dung spoke up. This isn't a place you can just wander into. The other 2 seemed impatient. Enough with the talk. I'll ask again. Who are you? They said with arrogance. Don't make me lose my temper. In the next instant, both were grabbed by the neck. You two, the red-haired man sneered angrily. Looking for a beating? Before any mission, Do-won always warned his crew, remember to be careful, do not get hurt. The 3 of them sat around a pot of tteokbokki while Do-won assigned tasks to the gang's 2 main fighters, Seon and Sehee. You two just stay put for now. Do-won had his own plan, and this time, he felt he was all that was needed. The words hung in the air, followed by silence. Seon finally spoke up, criticizing him. Why do you say such ominous things? Her words were a mix of anger and concern. Stop trying to be a one-man army. Bo-ra Myung isn't as weak as you think. Seon could see Do-won was taking on too much, so she spoke her mind directly. We are not some objects that you need to protect. Sehee agreed with Seon, adding, you can't carry everything alone. I'll do my best to help. Do-won felt a bit of self-blame, having decided everything without asking for their input. And of course, you couldn't forget the group's most energetic member. And we have Sehun watching from afar. The way they spoke, you'd think Sehun was already dead and gone. Do-won immediately shot back. Don't talk like he's on some memorial altar, but Do-won's plan was for Seihi's sake. So he gave a warning. We can't avoid a fight this time. Are you okay with that? Seihi, you don't like fighting, do you? After that tteokbokki incident, it seemed Seihi no longer felt pressured by it. This is all thanks to both of them trying so hard to protect me. Seihi believed his late grandfather was watching over him from far away. He believed his grandfather would also be telling Seihi to stand up and fight. Do-won wondered why he kept making things sound like a final farewell. Seihi stopped joking and got serious. He had an important request for Do-won. He only warned him of one thing. You absolutely cannot get hurt either, okay? End of flashback. Back in the parking lot, Seihi's fight with the thugs continued. He effortlessly lifted two men by their collars. But from now on, I planned to make things spicy. The bodies of the two thugs trembled uncontrollably. The scar-faced leader, hearing Seihi's plan, had a complaint. This is a big problem. I can't handle spicy food. That was Lee Chi-dung, the vice captain of Naseong Ryo. As Seihi heard his remark, he slammed the two thugs onto the ground, knocking them out. It seemed this guy preferred his food hot, not spicy. The gang then surrounded Seihi. Chi-dung ordered from behind, "Take care of him now. We still need to capture the leader of Bo Ra Myung." Seihi calmly issued a final warning before rushing into the life-or-death battle. "This is your first and final warning." Before he could finish his threat, two of them charged. Seihi knew words were useless now. Clearly, there was no other choice but to fight. The moment they moved, Seihi struck. The first two attackers went down in a single blow. He was forced to use his fists in self-defense. From behind, a voice with a mullet sneered at him. "What's with this cheesy line?" The constant interruptions were breaking Seihi's focus, and he was caught in a pincer attack. As the mullet head swung, Seihi leaned back, dodging the punch. At the same time, another thug in a hat rushed in to attack. Seihi was briefly off balance. As their fists flew towards him, he timed the moment perfectly. He grabbed both their wrists with ease and whispered, "Actually, that's what I like about myself." Using their momentum, he pulled their arms and launched himself upwards, slamming their heads together. The force was immense. The man in the hat heard a sickening crack from his shoulder. He screamed, clutching his arm in agony. While he was still reeling, a kick smashed into his cheek, distorting his face. Seihi followed up with a knee strike, sending the goon flying. He crashed right at Chi-dung's feet. Chi-dung showed no pity, only annoyance. "What's wrong with that bastard?" Then, suddenly, a twisted smile spread across his face as he stared at Seihi. "Now, this is getting interesting." And so began Chi-dung's backstory. From before he was consumed by darkness, I was always isolated because of the burn scar on my neck. Just because I looked different. I didn't fit in, so I became a target for their jokes. I was always alone. As Chi-dung sat in his Korean classroom, he suddenly heard Japanese being spoken nearby. "My name is..." Facial expression. "How is it?" It was a string of broken Japanese that made no sense. Curious, he glanced over. The other students also turned, their faces pale with fear. "If you ever look down on me again, I'll send you to meet your ancestors." It was a student aged Chagan. He was warning another delinquent, who was already pinned under his foot. Chi-dung's first impression of Chagan was simply fresh and different. And it was that very difference that sparked his interest. As luck would have it, they sat together in class. So Chi-dung broke the ice. "Where did you learn to fight like that?" That was their very first conversation. Chagan didn't hide anything. "I didn't learn it anywhere. You just get used to it living abroad. The discrimination over there is much worse." Chagan was open, even though they'd just met. He then asked, "You've never been in a fight before?" Chi-dung admitted it was true. So, Chagan offered a simple solution, then use a weapon. He even justified it. "It's the easiest way. In America, students even use guns." After school, they went to an auto body shop. After a quick look, Chi-dung found a weapon that suited him. Chagan asked, "You're going to use that as a weapon?" Chi-dung thought he was being mocked. "Is it too ordinary?" But that wasn't what Chagan meant at all. On the contrary, he thought it suited Chi-dung perfectly. "I'm satisfied with it," Chi-dung said. Back in the present, Seihi was surrounded by defeated opponents. Suddenly, a powerful presence began to approach Seihi. The hostility was so palpable he couldn't ignore it. Chi-dung threw a punch right at his face, but Seihi dodged in time. A near miss. Chi-dung chuckled with disappointment. He sneered at the fiery trail. "I was hoping to burn your skin off." Seihi was still stunned, trying to process what happened. Chi-dung landed, stumbling slightly as he recovered. He turned to explain. "Ah, you mean this?" Chi-dung revealed a rod, its tip glowing like an ember, but far more dangerous. "It's a soldering iron." Chi-dung kindly offered a quick lesson. Normally, it's used for welding metal. With that, he lunged at Sehi in a flash, taunting him. I told you before, I prefer things hot. Sehi was forced on the defensive, blocking relentless attacks while avoiding the searing heat. He was clearly at a disadvantage, but even his strong defense couldn't hold up against a weapon. The hot iron grazed his arm, searing a painful gash into his skin. As Sehi recoiled from the pain, Chi-dung closed the distance and landed a solid uppercut to his chin. Smelling burning flesh, Chi-dung paused with a delighted look. How's that? Hot enough for you? The attack left a long burn on Sehi's face, only fueling his rage. Veins bulged on Sehi's forehead. It was a clear sign his anger had finally boiled over. Now, I'm really getting heated. Meanwhile, in the Nasong Ria office parking garage, Chigan was giving careful instructions. If the vice representative brings Doyoon, we collect the debt immediately. You wait here. Chigan already had a backup plan, just in case. If the vice rep fails, then I'll… Oh, there he is. It seemed Chagan wouldn't have to search. Doyoon had come right to him. Long time no see. Doyoon's arrival left Chagan completely stunned. He approached and asked, "What are you doing here?" Doyoon held out a paper bag. "I'm here to pay my debt." Oh? Chagan took the bag and looked inside. He never expected this. How did you get this much money? But looking at the bills, his years of experience told him something was wrong. He picked up a stack to inspect it, only to find it was printed paper. They were just flyers for some random store. What is the meaning of this? The subordinate was confused, but seeing the pure rage on Chagan's face made him sweat. While Chigan was distracted, Doyoon threw a punch. Of course, Chigan blocked the attack with ease. Doyoon threw down the gauntlet. What else could that mean? It was time to fight. The next mission, end root members, take down Na-song-gi of the Chagan faction. Their hamster's intel was low, comparable to a 1-year-old human, but even a hamster, through kinship and continuous care, can learn to follow its owner. That is called experience. A philosophical lecture from Chagan while he was out collecting a debt. Before leaving, he asked his pupil, "Do you understand now?" His client today was just some high school girl. A man in blue pinned her down, while Chigan rambled on beside her as she struggled. She tried to explain her situation. The interest was too high. How could a student afford such a large sum? Hearing this, the man grabbed her hair, yanking her head back painfully. The principal. Just give me a few more days and I can pay it. But Chigan's crew wouldn't budge, so she tried to salvage the situation. I'll send the interest too. Please just leave before my parents get home. At last, Chagan seemed to agree. One way or another, we'll collect the full amount. But to make sure his prey didn't forget her promise, he threatened her. He grabbed her chin, forcing her mouth open. First, I'll let our valued client have a little. This would show her what happens when a debt goes unpaid. Back in the fight with Doyoon and Chagan, the man finally understood his true intentions. So, you came here to fight? He sneered. It seems you have no intention of paying me back. He spoke calmly, blocking Doyoon's ferocious punch with ease. Don't you realize this will cause chaos within the council? But as if Doyoon would ever care about something like that. Is that supposed to be my problem? Because Doyoon already had him cornered. He knew Chigan had betrayed the council a long time ago. But a veteran like Chagan wasn't shaken by his words. Instead, he coolly shot back, "And where's your proof?" Doyoon knew he was playing mind games. "Do I really have to spell it out for you?" he thought. Is he just trying to test me? What a pathetic, clumsy scheme. Enraged, Chigan unleashed a vicious kick, sending Doyoon flying backward, completely unable to defend. From the moment Doyoon spoke, Chigan felt a nagging unease. Though he brushed it off, he decided it was better to be cautious. Without hesitation, he ordered his four-eyed subordinate to retrieve all important documents from the office. The man scrambled to obey as Chigan blocked Doyoon's path. He spoke with a casual threat in his voice. "I don't know what you're planning, but today, I'm collecting both the money and the collateral." With his massive frame and blazing aura, Chagan looked unstoppable. Doyoon glanced at the system's mission prompt. It only strengthened his resolve. "That's not happening. I'm here to take you down." Doyoon charged forward, his fist radiating pure determination. "It doesn't matter what tricks you pull." Doyoon landed a clean, decisive blow to Chigan's face, making the giant stumble back. Chagan's shoes warped under the sheer force of his feet, bracing against Doyoon's attack. The powerful strike forced him to admit, not bad. Before he could finish, Doyoon slammed another fist into his chin, sending him reeling again. Doyoon gave him no time to recover. While Chigan was off balance, he landed another punch to his face. Feeling he'd done enough damage, Doyoon paused the assault to talk. That had some weight to it, huh? But it wasn't nearly enough to fell Chagan. He stood firm, winding up for a kick as he spoke. You're aiming for that opening, aren't you? The weight difference between them was massive. So, when Chegan drove a kick into Doyoon's ribs, there was no way he could fully block it. Doyoon caught the blow with one arm, thinking for a split second that he had stopped it, but his hope was instantly crushed by the immense pressure of the leg, which threw him aside. Doyoon was sent flying into a wall, collapsing in a heap by the door of a parked car. The brutal impact made the car's alarm blare. The door was dented inward, the window shattered into a spiderweb of cracks. Doyoon clutched his stomach, doubled over in pain. The wider the arc, the stronger the impact. Chegan looked on, satisfied. Longer limbs have their advantages in a fight. Ignoring the searing pain, Doyoon shot back to his feet and lunged forward. You're really making me jealous. His size was an advantage, but it was also a weakness. If I can just get inside the radius of his swing, it seemed Doyoon had found a strategy. Seeing his reckless charge, Chegan spoke, out the main point of my words. Doyoon froze for an instant, but that brief pause was all the time Chegan needed. Chegan drove his knee into Doyoon's gut once more. The direct hit, combined with the last one, was overwhelming. Chegan then explained his earlier remark. It's not about physical traits, it's about combat experience. And in that, Chegan was on a completely different level. The memories, from his time in America, were burned into his mind. He was in the U.S. during a middle school competition. As the cheerleaders screamed, and on every team, there's always one player who shines brighter than the rest. As that player approached the stands, he was met with a wave of adoration. You were awesome, Richard. Are you coming to the party tonight? He was a golden-haired boy. His classic blue eyes had everyone chasing him. Chegan was a new member of that basketball team. Richard turned and asked, Chegan, you're coming too, right? For a new transfer student. It was an incredibly tempting offer. Really? I can come? But Richard wasn't being kind. Of course. The party. Then he pulled the corners of his eyes back, mocking him. Needs a monkey to be fun. It was then that Chegan realized, the racism here was suffocating. It wasn't just this place. I've stopped in many countries and faced the same thing. After Richard's comment, the others chimed in, mocking the unfortunate Chegan. Living in that environment taught Chegan to fight back from an early age. Don't you dare underestimate me. The crowd's laughter died instantly at his words. I decided then and there I would never be looked down on again. With that thought, Chegan charged G-Chat. He had to fight, even though he was far smaller and scrawnier than his opponent. Because of that, G-Chat easily blocked the punch, then drove a knee into Chegan's stomach. The blow left him doubled over, coughing violently. G-Chat just sneered. Oh, did I make you mad? My bad, little monkey. Chegan trembled with rage, biting his lip to hold back tears. Back in the present, while pummeling Doyoon, he continued rambling about his past. I've traveled the world and fought all kinds of people. He taunted while parrying. Winning or losing doesn't matter. It's all about gaining real experience. Chegan countered with a sharp blow to the chin, sending Doyoon staggering back. Compared to them, fighting Korean kids is like a joke. As for guns, I've only used them in games. The impact made Doyoon bite his tongue, drawing blood. Thinking the fight was over, Chegan let his guard down. Now you see why I represent Nasongse, Chegan gloated. But Doyoon completely ignored his empty boasting. Games, you say? Doyoon's body began to glow as he activated his power. If it's experience you want, I have plenty. Pierce the gap. Atiuk. Mana cost. 20. A lightning-fast strike that targets the opponent's blind spot. Doyoon slammed his palm into Chegan's chin, sending him sprawling and vomiting blood. Like I said, Doyoon smirked, I've got plenty of experience. Shattering barrage. A continuous flurry of devastating punches. The skill activated, and Doyoon rained powerful blows down on Chegan. All Chegan could do was block desperately, completely unable to counter. The relentless assault left his face a mask of pure shock. With plenty of mana left, Doyoon activated another skill, Faux Stomp, leaping high into the air for a powerful downward kick. The system instantly responded, empowering his body. Doyoon soared into the air, his long legs poised high above. I didn't expect it would come to this. He shot Chegan a look of utter contempt and merciless mockery. Still, he knew his own experience was greater. But just as Doyoon descended, Chegan swiftly grabbed his ankle. A system window appeared, skill activation cancelled. To Chegan's shock, Doyoon had deactivated it himself. He grabbed onto an overhead pipe for support. Chegan's powerful grip couldn't drag him down to the floor. In fact, the pipe allowed Doyoon to completely reverse the situation. Hanging mid-air, he expertly clamped his legs around Chegan's neck, locking him in a perfect scissor hold. Looks like I checkmated you. He'd mastered moves like this in countless assassination games. Chagan struggled to breathe, furious with this sudden turn. Against a larger opponent, a chokehold like this was highly effective. But Chigan had been in this situation many times before. He slipped his hands between Do-won's legs, preparing to break the hold, and made his declaration. "The winner is already decided," he taunted. "I'm on solid ground, you're hanging from a pipe. Who do you think will last longer?" But that was never Do-won's plan. He wasn't foolish enough to get into this position without an endgame, never intending to hang there for long. Do-won released his grip, falling backward and using his entire body weight to drag Chigan down. Even with all your time abroad, Chigan barely had time to turn before his face was brutally slammed into the ground. Sunmart, a powerful takedown technique. When activated mid-air, the skill evolves into Tun Lam. Do-won landed, bracing himself with his hands. First time seeing that, huh? From a push-up stance, he kept Chigan's neck locked tight, smashing his head repeatedly into the concrete floor. Meanwhile, in the parking garage, the fight between Se-hee and Chi-dung continued. "Damn it, bastard. Is dodging all you know how to do?" Se-hee kept dodging every attack, enraging him further. "You think you can just avoid me until my soldering iron runs out of power?" But Se-hee wasn't just planning to dodge. The moment his opponent overswung, he prepared his counter. "Don't count on it." Se-hee then landed a clean punch straight to his face. "This ends now." But the blow barely seemed to faze him. On the contrary, it was the opening he needed. He closed the distance and thrust the hot iron at Se-hee's eye. "I was waiting for this, you fool." He continued to taunt Se-hee. "Are you fighting to protect this place? Don't act so righteous with your pathetic excuses." Se-hee caught his right arm, but his foe simply dropped the iron, catching it with his left hand and surprising Se-hee. Chi-dung immediately countered, gripping the iron with both hands and thrusting it upward. "You bastard! You're just here for a fight." Se-hee quickly ducked. As Chi-dung entered his attack range, Se-hee unleashed a powerful back kick, slamming it into his face as he asked his question. "What's your reason for fighting?" Se-hee's eyes blazed with fury as he stared him down. "Are you just doing this for fun?" But the kick didn't take Chi-dung down. Instead, he smoothly grabbed Se-hee's extended leg. The sudden reversal took Se-hee by surprise. Chi-dung calmly answered, "It's simple. This is just my job." Se-hee was stunned. He never expected him to catch his leg with both hands. But where was the soldering iron? He had tossed it into the air, landing it perfectly in Se-hee's blind spot as he continued to speak. "Of course, this is all about the money." Se-hee's eyes then locked onto the soldering iron that fell from above. Could he have aimed that to land on me, trapped like this? Could I even dodge? But before Se-hee could move, he was slammed backward. Chi-dung then revealed the shocking truth. "Wrong, kiddo. That was just a vape. This is the real deal." He spoke, plunging the iron into Se-hee's leg, causing him to let out a piercing scream. Yet, Se-hee found the strength to kick Chi-dung's face and break free. But now, even standing was a struggle for Se-hee. "Forget fighting." Chi-dung just smirked, savoring the moment. "How's that? Feel the burn of the soldering iron now?" Chi-dung aimed it at Se-hee proudly, "and its battery is still full." With that, Chi-dung charged forward. Blood splattered on the ground, it was Se-hee's. But no matter the pain, he had a mission to complete. "I guess we're both fighting for our own reasons." Se-hee readied his stance, preparing to counter Chi-dung's assault. He wielded the hot iron. Se-hee fought with bare hands. A shocking crack echoed through the air. The sound froze them both in place. Chi-dung stared blankly at their point of impact, utterly stunned. "Huh? What the hell?" Se-hee. He let the iron sear his arm, creating an opening to grab the handle. Then, with one sharp twist, Se-hee easily snapped it in two. Their only goal was victory. But seeing the tables turn so suddenly, Chi-dung broke out in a cold sweat. Se-hee then unleashed all his pent-up fury into a single, devastating punch to his face. The impact sent him flying backward. His face was utterly destroyed as he crashed to the ground, unconscious. "Even then," Se-hee continued, "but my reason for victory is far nobler than yours," he said, calmly untying his hair. "To protect the ones who need it. That's the difference." Meanwhile, back in the main fight in the parking garage, Do-won also had the upper hand. "It doesn't matter how long you lived abroad." Before Chagan could even react, Do-won slammed him to the concrete. Do-won then lectured him. "Every fight has its own tricks. I bet you've never seen this one before, have you?" Chagan struggled to rise, bracing for what came next. But Do-won's final technique was so powerful, it cracked the very floor beneath them. After landing the finishing blow, Do-won sighed in relief, casually brushing the dust from his clothes. He glanced back at him. "Did you really think you could counter that?" In agony, Chigan's face was pressed to the ground. Do-won almost felt sorry for him. Victory was simple. I was faster and smarter. Chegan groaned, staggering up. I've made my decision. He was completely unhinged now. You bastard, I'll gouge out your eyes. I'll tie you to a chair, film it, and send it to all your friends. He paused, gasping for breath. Then came the heavy threat. And your family too. Hearing this, Do-won was surprisingly calm, simply asking back, Are you losing your mind? Do-won feigned ignorance, like he was listening to a dog bark. I have no idea what you're saying. He then stepped forward, feigning a scolding tone. Why are you suddenly speaking a foreign language? Chegan stared, confused, but then he realized what Do-won was up to. I'm Korean. I don't understand that. Eagle kick. Do-won leaped up, kicking him square in the face. The blow sent Chegan flying 80 meters, but he quickly raised his head, coughing violently. Do-won approached calmly. Looks like you're all out of fight, aren't you? He then casually informed Chegan. By the way, that subordinate of yours with the glasses? He's probably been caught by now. The same one you sent to destroy the office documents. Do-won revealed, 2 of my guys tailed him and caught him. I don't know what files you were trying to erase, but it looks like it's all over here. Finally, with no way out, Chegan dropped to his knees. He lowered his head before Do-won, defeated. But he wasn't about to give up. If there's no way out, Chegan would make one. He staggered, grabbing the bag of fake money, and threw it everywhere. The move even surprised Do-won. You think that will work? But the fake bills were just a smokescreen. Chegan produced a fire extinguisher from nowhere, aiming it at Do-won. He showed no mercy. He unleashed the entire canister on him. The surprise attack hit Do-won right in the face. He coughed violently, trying to wipe the blinding foam from his eyes. Chegan used the thick white cloud as cover, and easily slipped from Do-won's sight. Suddenly, a car alarm blared, drawing Do-won's attention. By now, his vision was starting to clear. The moment he saw the car, he knew Chegan's plan. Before speeding off, Chegan rolled down the window for a final word. Remember this, you bastard. Chegan showed his battered face as a warning. You still owe me. And with every passing second, the interest grows. I'll be back to collect everything. With that, he floored it, leaving Do-won stunned. Stop! But there was no way he could catch a car. He was gone. He's getting away. I have to follow him. The situation was spiraling, but he had to find a way to end this. On the narrow ramp leading out of the garage, Chegan scraped the walls. He drove frantically, cursing under his breath. This ramp is too tight. He gripped the wheel. Almost there. I'm on the main road, Chegan muttered furiously. I'll get my revenge, Do-won. Just you wait. This isn't over. Finally, Chegan's car burst out of the parking garage. But then, a familiar blue aura appeared on the vehicle itself. Do-won had somehow clung to the roof of the car, unnoticed. Chegan was completely oblivious. Got a hold. Now, accelerate. The wheels spun on the asphalt as Do-won secured his position. But how do I get inside? Just then, fate presented him with an opportunity. A sudden clarity hit Do-won. As long as there's an opening, you can break through. And if there isn't one, he would just have to create it himself. As he sped away, Chegan thought back to the alley, the scene of a death match that unfolded between 2 towering buildings. After finishing off his opponents, Chi-dong wiped the grime and sweat from his face. Gripping a glowing hot rebar, he took a few ragged breaths and spoke. After a beating like that, they won't dare cross us again. With that, he stepped over the bodies at Che-gan's feet. Gazing at the downed thugs, Che-gan replied, Fighting is only half the battle. Chi-dong gave him a puzzled look. Che-gan lifted his head, his face splattered with syrup. He explained, To earn real respect, you also need money. Got it? Che-gan glanced up at the apartment windows before them. To him, race, gender, status, and age were all equal in the face of money. Che-gan looked down at the pile of bank cards. Scattered at his feet, he suddenly brought his foot down, crushing the cards. This was the one truth he'd learned from all his travels. Che-gan's mind drifted to a deal. Every foe, with a mysterious, tattooed man. He'd been sitting in a luxury black car at the time. The pale yellow streetlights flickered past. Suddenly, a knock echoed on the car door. Spotting the figure outside, Che-gan opened it. He began politely, Welcome, sir. How much do you need? But the man simply replied, The Bully Council. Che-gan was completely lost. The man calmly entered and sat opposite him. He crossed his legs and continued. They use their power to collect massive fees. From your earnings and member fees. Doesn't that infuriate you? For a moment, Che-gan was utterly speechless at his words. His eyes widened. Who are you? The man ignored the question. I know about your insatiable greed for money, but you just let the council take their cut? Chae-gon pressed on. Who are you to talk? In response to his question, the man raised a tattooed hand to his chin. I forgot to introduce myself. I am. That day, he left his name and number for Chae-gon. The man's dangerous confidence was unforgettable. It was their first meeting, back in the present. The tires screamed down the road in a desperate escape. Chae-gon floored it, the car shooting forward like a bullet. He frantically swiped through his phone while driving. Finding the mysterious man's number, he snarled. I'm not letting this end so easily. Across Chae-gon's face, the sticky syrup had dried on his skin. Searching his contacts, he muttered, I have to reach him. And fast. He found the number and hit call. Elsewhere, the mysterious man stared at his screen, watching a flood of messages come in. Chi-dong has fallen. Chae-gon has been defeated. Just then, Chae-gon's name flashed across the screen as an incoming call. He answered on speaker, and Chae-gon's frantic voice erupted. I was ambushed by Doyoon, from Bozame. He knows something, I don't know how. Sir, what have you found? Can I hide out at your place? His reply was ice cold. No. He took it off speaker. You don't need to come here. Chae-gon froze, unable to believe what he was hearing. You're a massive disappointment, the man continued. Before he could even process it. Goodbye. Click. The line went dead. Wait. Hey, he yelled. But it was too late. All Chae-gon could do was curse under his breath. Damn it. He slammed his fist into the steering wheel. Staring ahead at the road, he growled, That bastard. How could he just cut me loose? Just then, a hand shot through the open driver's side window. Startled, Chae-gon looked up. Doyoon was on the roof, one hand gripping the frame, the other ready to strike. Chae-gon stuck his head out. What the hell? But before he could finish, Doyoon was poised to attack. Let's see if one punch is enough, he yelled. But Chae-gon had seen him and yanked the wheel hard right. The car swerved violently. Losing his balance, Doyoon collapsed onto the roof with a shout. Peeking out the window at Doyoon, Chae-gon cursed. You bastard. He kept swerving wildly. You're a real cockroach, aren't you? Doyoon started to lose his grip. Hey, hey, Doyoon yelled. With one final vicious turn of the wheel, Chae-gon sent him flying. Go straight to hell, you son of a bitch. Doyoon was thrown clear from the car. Helpless, he watched the black sedan speed away. At this velocity, a fall like this would be fatal. Is this how I die? He thought. He reached out desperately as his body finally made impact. But instead of the brutal impact of asphalt, he hit something impossibly soft. Surprised, he wondered, why is this so cushiony? He looked up, stunned to see a smooth, pale neck. A voice from above commanded, Move it! He was lying right in Sion's chest. She was on a powerful motorcycle, chasing Chae-gon, and had caught him mid-air. That soft, gentle landing had been her ample chest. You're heavy, she snapped. Still keeping pace with Chae-gon's car, she added, I thought you were going to hang onto the side. I didn't expect you to climb onto the roof. Doyoon scrambled to the back seat, trying to explain. But Sion cut him off before he could finish. Hold on tight, I'm accelerating. Leaning forward, Sion gunned the engine. The bike shot forward as she warned, Don't you fall off again. The motorcycle rapidly closed the distance to Chae-gon's car. Spotting it in his rearview mirror, he muttered. He brought friends with him? As it drew closer, he realized a motorcycle. He could clearly see both riders. Seeing Doyoon on the back, he raged. Are you still chasing me? He slammed on the brakes, stunning both Sion and Doyoon. Chae-gon then fishtailed his car toward the bike, forcing Sion to swerve hard to avoid the curb. After steadying the bike, Sion's eyes narrowed dangerously. She glared at the car ahead of them. She gunned the engine and swerved, suddenly ramming the side of the car. Glancing over, Chae-gon started to speak. Looks like you guys are out of luck. Seeing the attack was useless, Doyoon cursed. Damn it. A simple chase like this will get us nowhere. With that, he reached out, taking Sion's helmet. She watched, stunned, as he said, Let me borrow this. Helmet in hand, he then stood up on the motorcycle's seat. Sion shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Doyoon replied, Just keep us steady. I'm gonna smash his face in. With that, Doyoon balanced on the motorcycle seat. One foot on the car's handle, one hand on the frame, he gripped the helmet tightly. He swung with all his might, smashing it against the car window. With a loud crack, the glass spiderwebbed but didn't break. Chae-gon glanced at the window and cursed, Son of a... But before he could even react, another smash echoed out as the glass exploded inwards. Shards flew everywhere, forcing him to shield his face. Doyoon pressed his advantage, yelling, You're finished. He moved in for the final blow, but just then, Chae-gon reacted, gritting his teeth in fury. He slammed his foot on the gas, shouting, You two are so naive. The car shot forward, leaving them far behind. Chagan laughed. You think you can catch me with this? He stuck his head out the window, yelling back. Chasing me is pointless. Too busy taunting them. Chagan didn't see the sharp curve up ahead. From behind, Do-un saw it and roared. You idiot, look ahead. Look where you're going, you moron. But it was too late. The car plowed straight through the guardrail, flying off the road. Inside, Chagan's eyes widened, unable to process what was happening. The car soared through the air at a terrifying speed. Items inside floated for a moment before it slammed back down to earth. The sound of the impact was deafening. The car rolled several times before finally coming to a stop. Sion pulled over by the broken guardrail, and they both leaned over, staring at the crash site below. They both muttered, "So, it's over." The car lay on its side, engine still running, smoke billowing out. Inside, Chagan was slumped over the wheel, motionless. The airbag had deployed, saving Chagan's life. Do-un got off the bike to check the scene. I'll go see, he told Sion. You wait here on the bike. As he ran, he glanced back, thinking, in the movies, the car would explode. This is scary. Sion waited on the road above, watching Do-un approach the wreck. Her gaze drifted. Not far from Chagan's car, she saw a black vehicle parked there, as if it had been waiting. She thought, why is that car parked there? Do-un noticed it too. A figure stepped out, saying, what a coward. Running for his life over something so small. He slowly stepped out of the vehicle. This was the man from the Traitors' Alliance that Chagan had called. His voice dripped with sarcasm, truly pathetic. Seeing the man approach, Do-un asked, who are you? He didn't know how to explain the situation, but the man's calm demeanor was unsettling. Fearing a misunderstanding, he quickly explained, this wasn't my doing. He waved his hands. This guy wasn't watching the road and crashed. The man ignored his explanation, simply stating, so it's you, Do-un. He casually slipped his hands in his pockets, a sinister smile on his face, as he stopped an arm's length away. He stated his identity plainly, Ha-do-un, the Boromai representative. Up on the road, Sion was waiting with her arms crossed as Do-un had asked. Seeing him talking to a strange man below made her curious. Who is that? A bad feeling crept into her heart. She suddenly started running down towards them. But when she reached the stairs, she saw a man in a white shirt blocking the path. It was as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Without even turning, his voice echoed behind him. You can't pass through here. He finally turned his head to look at her, a cigarette hanging from his lips, one eye covered by a patch. He threatened, don't interfere, those two are having a conversation. Down below, Dunn was still reeling. How did this man in front of him know his identity? The man continued, I never expected you to push Chagan this far. You're better than I thought. If it weren't for that, perhaps Chagan just didn't live up to my expectations. Inside the car, Chagan moaned softly, the mysterious man's voice echoing in his ears. Outside, the conversation continued. Do-un, having regained his composure, asked again, who are you? Are you on his side? The mysterious man didn't answer directly. Instead, he began a speech. To overthrow the Injun Society, we joined hands and formed an alliance. He paused. He was from the Traitors' Alliance. He looked straight at the boy and continued. Do-un, representative of Boromai Dong. Hearing his name again, Do-un's brow furrowed and his face hardened. His voice echoed in the space between them. It seems you've been chasing us since Loan Hung Dong, haven't you? Always following your master's orders, like a good little dog. At that, he sneered mockingly. Seeing Do-un's silent glare, he continued, as I thought, you don't know anything at all. The relationship between your bullying council and the Sunshine Shelter, right? Do-un stood stiffly, shocked at how much this man knew about him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped, what? The man just smiled dangerously. And your father, Hachingu, what kind of person was he? The question left Do unfrozen. His face couldn't hide his utter confusion. What are you talking about? Do demanded. The man didn't answer. I didn't come here to fight you today. With that, he turned to leave. He threw one last comment over his shoulder. So let's end this here. He walked straight back towards his car, speaking as he went. I don't have any more time to waste here. Do-un reached out, shouting, wait, we're not finished talking. He started to run after him, but suddenly, a hand clamped down hard on his shoulder. He spun around to see a massive, powerful man holding him in place. Chagan was slung over his other shoulder. The giant looked at Do-un and said one word, hindrance. Do-un saw Chagan hanging limply and yelled, let me go. At the same time, his right fist crackled, glowing with blue sparks of electricity. But out of the corner of his eye, he saw Sion being held back by the man with the eye patch. The look in her eyes screamed with anxiety. Do-un knew he was being threatened. He couldn't make a move that would endanger his friend. With that thought, he looked back at the mysterious man. He simply maintained his calm demeanor, saying, "You don't need to be in such a hurry." Then, he opened his car door. Before getting in his car, he'd stated with certainty, "We'll be speaking again very soon." Doyoon stared at him, stunned. But Chae-gon just sneered. "Stop following me around like a lost puppy." With that, he sped off, leaving Doyoon in the dust. The night fell quiet once more. Before Doyoon, a system window appeared. It declared he'd completed the linked quest, defeat Chae-gon of Nasongda-dong. Sion stepped forward, demanding, "Who was that? You talked to him?" Doyoon replied, "The alliance of traitors to the council." He said it himself. She scoffed in frustration. "So, that's why they brought Shiganya." Ignoring them, she turned to Do-Uan, worried. "Are you hurt anywhere?" "I'm fine," Do-Uan said. He pointed at the overturned car nearby, hesitating. "Now, what do we do about this?" She suddenly stared intently at the vehicle. As if struck by an idea, she bolted and screamed, "Run!" leaving Do-Uan frozen in place. The scene shifts to the illegal loan office of Nasongda-dong. Countless documents and stacks of cash were scattered on the desk. Not far away, a kid in glasses knelt trembling on the floor. In front of him was a drawer full of files. He sobbed, trying to explain. "You can tell I'm just an errand boy. I know nothing about the representative betraying the council. I only came to pick up the loan documents." He looked down at the files in the drawer, his voice filled with despair. "We need these to collect the money from the debtors." After hearing this, Do-Yuan turned to the phone screen, asking Yoon-song, "That makes sense, right?" He replied. "He doesn't seem to be lying. Leaking info to low-level guys like him risks a traitor spilling everything." Yoon-song's steady voice came through the phone speaker. "That's my opinion on the matter." He said nothing more after that. Inside the loan office, Do-Yuan had forced Manchun to kneel, holding the phone up for the call with Eung-song. The man obediently held it high. Even though Eung-song was silent, he didn't dare lower the phone. Opposite Manchun, another man knelt, Chae Sun-chea's voice emitting from the phone on his head. "Either way, this is unacceptable. That guy Chae-gon worked so hard to collect his funds, only for the council to seize all his loan money. Just like Manchun, Do-Uan forced a man named Chae-min from the loan agency to kneel, holding up a phone to talk with Chae Sun-chea. After observing the office through the phone, he couldn't help but complain. How pathetic. Hearing this, Chae-min just lowered his head, keeping the phone raised, not daring to look up, as Chae Sun-chea continued his lament. So sad. Do-Uan glanced up at the phone Sion was holding. Sehi was on the other end of the line. Do-Uan asked, "What's your status?" Sehi's voice replied through the phone, "Yes, boss. If he's the vice representative of Nasongda-dong, he has to know something." 2 fresh cuts trickled blood down Sehi's face as he aimed the phone behind him, but he's still unconscious right now. Sehi glanced back and froze in shock. Behind him was nothing but bloodstains on the wall and pavement. No one was there. Sehi's panicked voice suddenly echoed through the office from the phone. "He was right here just a second ago." Seon sighed, seeing he'd carelessly lost his target. Sehi quickly tried to explain. "Boss, I'm sorry. I just looked away for a moment to take the call." Do-Yuan cut him off before he could finish. "It's all right, Sehi. We already know who all the traitors are." Do-Yuan smiled confidently, holding up a paper bag. "Here. 50 million won. It's the money that scum Chae-gon loaned out." He handed the bag of money to Chae-min. Taking it with both hands, the man stammered, "This? Why are you giving this to us?" Do-Yuan replied, "Now, gather all of your friends. As many as you can." Both Chae-min and Manchun stared, wide-eyed, confused by his plan. He laid out the plan. Within 1 week, they were to repay the debts of everyone who had borrowed. This 50 million won covered all the accumulated interest. Hearing Do-Uan's plan, Manchun asked in confusion, "Do we really have to do this?" Chae-min added, "Yeah, why should we do that?" Do-Uan smiled. "I want to confirm something." His voice rang out clearly. Nasongda-dong was originally funded by the council's headquarters, but when they ran dry, money came from somewhere else. "So that means?" Before he could finish, Yoon-song's voice cut in from the phone. "They have another source to cover their losses. It's done at an unknown location, through a secret contact. We couldn't figure out the true nature of the traitors' alliance." Yoon-song paused, looking at the documents and laptop before him, then continued. "But based on this information, and by comparing the loan flow reports for the precincts in Kwanak district." Just then, Chae Sun-chea interjected. "We can find the traitors. 5 precincts betrayed the council. They're in Na-song-da precinct now. The traitor there is Chae-gan, the one Do-Uan just defeated." Chae Sun-chea named the second location. a place we tried to raid once before they moved. Nanhyang Dong, that's Heo Sung's territory. The 3rd precinct's leader is In Kang, who was previously stripped of his representative status. The 4th is Seo, an precinct, with Jurgen Chin, and Choan precinct. And finally, Chaesun Chea mentioned a young man with red hair from Myeongdong precinct. And with that, Doyoon's group had a basic grasp of the traitors' alliance. The scene changes to Sung Chi's house. His mother enters his room with a bright smile, carrying a tray of milk and fruit. She said cheerfully, "We're counting on you again today, teacher." After setting the food down, she continued, "My Sung Chi used to go to all the best academies. He only recently stopped. Even on school activity days, he doesn't fool around. One call, and he comes right home." Hearing this, Miss Kim gave a forced smile. Sung Chi, listening to them, turned and urged his mother on. "I need to start studying. My exams are next week." Startled that she'd taken so much time, his mother covered her mouth. "Oh my goodness, I completely forgot." She hurried out the door, saying, "I'm so sorry for wasting your time, teacher. Just let me know if you need anything at all." With that, she closed the door, leaving the room in silence. After a moment, Chung Kiem finally spoke. "Teacher, what's our progress for today?" His loaded question made her stutter. "Today." She nervously reached for her book. His eyes locked onto a plump strawberry, still wet with dew. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand, stopping her search. Not that one. His gaze drifted towards her full chest. He bit into the strawberry, letting the juice drip from his lips. He smirked with a vile look. "I see. Let's speed things up today, teacher." She trembled in fear. Late that night, a few apartment lights were still on. Doyoon was still awake, eager to check his rewards for finishing the Katenza quest and defeating Chegan, the representative of the Naesongdong area. Excitement filled his face. "So, what did I get?" The system chimed in. The reward was a legendary golden key that could unlock a sealed skill. Doyoon exclaimed, "It's been a while." He admired the key for a moment. "Let's see what new skill this unlocks." But suddenly, another system alert appeared. He gasped. "Another reward?" He sat at his desk, waiting for it to materialize. A vortex of light swirled in his hand, revealing a triangular object. "Is this a fragment?" The system explained this was a piece of a mystery item. Enough fragments would open a legendary chest. "A chest?" he uttered, the thought feeling familiar. Then it hit him. He quickly opened his desk drawer, searching. "It has to be that chest I received before." He remembered that day's events. In a house filled with shattered wood, he had taken down his enemy. Both man and dog lay exhausted on the ground, and he had cursed in frustration. What a complete psycho. All that power-up candy just to end up like this. The system announced he'd completed the linked quest by defeating his rival. He grumbled again. "Popping all those enhancers is just bad for you." Just then, the system awarded him a mysterious legendary chest. He was stunned. "A chest?" The system window provided info. "This chest contains a legendary item and requires 6 fragments to be opened." Doyoon now had one piece. He summoned the chest to test the fragment. "Let's try putting it here." To his surprise, when he placed the piece on the hexagonal slot, the fragment fit perfectly along one edge of the hexagon. The system notified him. "One piece set. You need 5 more to open the chest." Doyoon wondered aloud. What could possibly be in this chest that requires 6 whole pieces? With no more fragments, he could only wait. He sighed, leaning back in his chair. Well, that's one thing settled. But his thoughts drifted to another mystery. Why did that guy say my dad and I are connected to the Sunshine Orphanage and the Bullying Council? He recalled the mysterious man from that day, wondering what his words truly meant. He just couldn't understand. Frustrated, he spun his chair from side to side, exclaiming, "This is exhausting. All these vague hints are giving me a headache." Finally, he stretched, pushing the thoughts away. Whatever. For now, I'll focus on finding the council traitors. A beautiful new day began at Sion's place, where her motorcycle was undergoing repairs. Doyoon searched the toolbox following Sion's instructions. "This one, or this wrench?" Sion, lying under the bike, replied, "Nope." She was busy holding a protective plate in place. She could only direct him from where she lay. "The biggest one," she pointed. Doyoon held up a hammer. "This thing?" Seeing his struggle, she sat up herself, sighing. "Fine. I'll get it myself." She grabbed a towel from the seat to wipe away the sweat and grime. "So," she asked, "what brings you to my house?" Doyoon hesitated. "Well, about that. I want to know more about the Myeoksudong district." Sion asked curiously. "Why the interest?" "I want to find more information on the council traitors." She paused for a moment, then strode over to him attractively. "Oh, Them? She leaned in very close and whispered, they're just a bunch of predators who hunt girls. The sudden closeness made Doyoon jump back, his mouth agape, Sion explained while grabbing her tools. They use dating apps to find their targets. They look for naive young girls and then exploit them for money. He asked curiously. Exploit girls for money? How do they do that? She held up a power screwdriver and answered, tutoring. He was shocked by the answer, jumping to his feet. What kind of scheme is that? Tutoring is a legitimate job. Seeing his naive question, she retorted, you think it's just simple tutoring? They use fake student IDs from prestigious universities and give them to those girls. The girls use the IDs to fool the students' parents, but the tutoring is just a cover. Their real targets are the young teenage students themselves. Sion continued her explanation. Of course, those girls have no real qualifications to be tutors, but even though they can't teach, their private lesson schedules are always completely full. The scene shifts to Chang Chiem's class during break time. Two of his friends approached him, asking, so how was your lesson yesterday? Another friend added, did it go well? Chang Chiem smirked. The private lesson? It was beyond amazing. At that moment, a depraved smile crossed his face as he cupped his hands in front of his chest. His fingertips reenacted the previous night's events with Teacher Kim. Unable to hide his excitement, Sion asked Doyoon, do you know why? Their studies are secondary. The doing is primary. And there's another reason their schedules are always booked. But the students aren't actually learning. The real purpose of those lessons is something else. In class, Chang Chiem spoke to his friends. You guys should try signing up too. One friend replied, I'm so jealous of you. Chang Chiem shared his experience. If I study well, I get more time. You should try it too. It's pretty good. The friend across from him laughed. You bastard. Back at Chang Chiem's house, after his mom left the room, he had aggressively approached Teacher Kim. What are you doing? Let me see a little, or else I won't hire you anymore. He wrapped his arms around Teacher Kim, his hands ceaselessly groping and coaxing her. Come on, hurry up. The girl desperately tried to get away, but she had no idea it was all being secretly recorded. The next day, in the living room, Teacher Kim sat on the sofa. She held up. What is this? What's going on here? What are you doing? Sung Chi sat beside her, head down. The mother screamed while watching. How dare you seduce my innocent son? She turned to Sung Chi. Say something. Hearing his mother's accusatory tone, Sung Chi could only tremble and apologize. Just then, the teacher spoke up. It was all your son's doing. She calmly met the mother's eyes. Compensate me for this emotional damage, or this video goes to your daughter's school. The mother's face twisted with rage. You witch! How dare you? You dare seduce my child? The tutor simply played another video, cutting her off. You think so? What about your husband? She asked. Watch this and wake up. The mother's eyes widened in shock as indecent sounds filled the room. It was the tutor and her husband. Please don't do this. Stay still, Teacher Kim. I know you want me to. Just give in. Seon-chi's mother froze, listening to the sounds from the video. How could you? With me? The man's voice cut in again. You're so beautiful. Just like a model. Just then, a throat cleared from behind Seon-chi's mother. Seon-chi's father had appeared. He spoke suddenly. Let's end this here, Miss Kim. I'll give you the money. Then you can disappear. Seeing her father, Seon-chi and her mother turned to look. He quickly tried to explain to his wife, Honey, please listen to me. But Seon-chi's mother was in deep shock, her eyes rolling back. How could you? She whispered before fainting. The house erupted into chaos as the father and son cried out for her. Teacher Kim left the house, walking slowly down the street, bag on her shoulder. She looked lonely, a solitary figure. Suddenly, a voice called out, You're back late. Startled, the girl looked up to see a young man with red hair. He smiled gently. You don't look so good. You must be tired. It was Sung Mun, the representative of my Sungdong. The girl seemed surprised by his sudden appearance and greeted him. Sung Mun quickly pulled her into a comforting hug. You've worked so hard for me. I feel terrible. If you don't want to, you should stop. The naive tutor had no idea Sung Mun was using her. Hearing his sweet, caring words, she threw her arms around him happily. I can do it. For you, I'll do anything. This was exactly what Sung Mun wanted to hear. He preyed on the girl's trust, making them do anything for love. He hugged her, whispering, I love you so much, while scrolling on his phone. A new target appeared in his chat. Ayeon Minji, 17 years old, meeting at 1 p.m. tomorrow. And just as scheduled, the next day. In the bustling crowd, Sion wore a wig, dressed as a student. She walked through the people in a short dress. She endured the crude stares from the men around her. She felt not just shame, but a boiling rage. Why am I doing this? She muttered, clutching her skirt. Her face flushed red as she grit her teeth. Yesterday, she had summarized the My Sung-dong case for Doyoon. They lure innocent girls, through dating apps, then send someone to check their looks and personality. Once a target is approved, they're brought to Sung-mun. Doyoon listened, then asked, "Have you ever heard this saying?" She crossed her arms on her motorcycle, listening. "To catch a tiger, you have to enter the tiger's den." Sion began to understand his idea. "You mean..." But then another thought struck her. Her face grew serious. "Don't tell me." He quickly explained. "It's the only way. I can't do it. I'm a guy. It's okay if you're nervous the first time you meet them." And so, she was here now, dressed like a hot girl from a dating app. Just then, her phone buzzed with a message from him. He asked if she had reached the meeting spot. Sion remembered Doyoon's plan. "So you're saying I just need to find Sung-mun's location?" Thinking of it, she muttered angrily. "Doyoon, you'd better watch out. You'll pay for this when it's over." At that moment, a voice spoke up. "You must be Minji." Sion glanced towards the speaker. She didn't know he was Sung-mun, thinking he was just a low-level goon from My Sung-dong. The moment he saw her, he began to flirt. "You're even prettier in person." He leaned in close to her ear, making Sion freeze up. He spoke while booking a nearby hotel on his phone. "Let's go somewhere quiet to talk." "Okay." Back in the garden that day, Sion had told Doyoon, "It's a brutal crime. They take advantage of people. After gaining a man's trust and affection, they exploit a person's basic instincts. They use desire to exploit them. It's called instinctual sexual crime." She explained it all, sitting on her motorcycle with her arms crossed. "Finally," she concluded, "in many cases, the victims who are being used don't even realize what's happening to them, and their own families become targets for this type of criminal." Hearing this, Doyoon couldn't hold back his anger. "My Sung-dong, those scum. What they're doing makes my blood boil. How handsome is this Sung-moon guy anyway, that he makes these girls fall for him so hard?" She replied, "I've never met him. He operates very carefully, in the shadows. He's not easy to approach. In addition, the My area's operational model is different from other regions. They don't have offices. They operate in small, separate groups. They manage everything, giving orders to subordinates and contacting clients only through messaging apps. They ensure no one can ever trace them." Hearing this, he suggested, "Well, Sion, you've heard the saying, right? To catch a tiger, you must enter its den." She thought for a moment, then said, "You mean..." At this point, she understood his plan, and flatly refused. "No way," Doyoon quickly said, but, before she cut him off, "I'm not doing what you want. Just go home." Seeing Sion's firm stance, Doyoon turned away, disappointed. "But who was it that made me join this stupid bullying council? Who got into fights day after day, ending up in the hospital all the time?" His complaints made her pause. She glanced at him, her heart softening. Doyoon hung his head as he walked away. His hands were limp at his sides, a picture of complete defeat. He mumbled, "I guess I'll have to figure this out on my own again. This is so frustrating." Seeing this, she gave in. "All right, fine. I'll do it your way. Happy now?" And so, the plan was set. On a bright day, Sion stood on the street in a tight top and short skirt. She stood waiting in the middle of the street. Doyoon watched her from a distance, hidden around a corner. He muttered guiltily, "I'm sorry. This was the only way. As a guy, I can't be the bait. You never know what's going to happen." The system then issued a mission. "Act on behalf of your friend. A request for Sion. You must infiltrate the Mi Sung Dong gang's turf for him. And another thing, Sion can never know about this mission." He thought, "I heard only Sung Moon's underlings show up at first, but you can never predict what will happen." He peeked out, vowing to follow and protect her. But when Do-Uan looked back to where she stood, he was stunned. Sion was gone. He gasped. She vanished. He rushed from his hiding spot to search, but Sung-mun was already leading her to the hotel. He chuckled, feigning ignorance. "So fast? We just met. We don't know anything about each other yet." He glanced at Sion. "You've thought about this already?" She replied coolly. "That's right. I didn't expect you to be so handsome. I'm really looking forward to it." Suddenly, Sion flinched. She remembered Do-Yuan's warning. "Sion, if you keep up that difficult act, he'll think you're hard to approach, hard to exploit. He might just give up on you entirely. You have to act like a sweet, innocent girl. Like you fell for him at first sight." She asked impatiently, Fine. So what should I do?" "Simple," he replied. "Just be agreeable and polite." Back in the present, Sung-mun asked, "Really looking forward to it?" She answered obediently, "Yes, very much so." Hearing that, he burst out laughing. "You're fun to talk to. Watching him laugh, she wondered what was so funny. They continued walking, as he kept talking. I don't think you know my name yet, do you? Sion thought. Okay, this seems to be going well. Let's observe this jerk a little longer. He introduced himself. My name is Kim Ji. It was a fake name. In reality, he was Sung Mun, the leader of Mi Sung Dong. Sion introduced herself too. And I'm Min Ji, as you probably know. As she spoke, she thought, I just have to wait until I find Sung Mun. They arrived at the hotel's restaurant, and he took out his phone. The phone required facial recognition, but when he tried, it gave an error. He muttered, confused. What is this? Why isn't this working? He switched to the password feature, but that failed too. Annoyed, he said, the sensor on this phone must be broken. He set the phone aside as they entered the hotel restaurant. After eating, Sung Mun put his phone on the table and asked Sion, was the food here all right? It's our first time, so I don't know your tastes. Sion replied obediently, yes, it was delicious, but he pressed on. I don't get it. Why would a pretty girl like you need a dating app? She hesitated, then said, well, I don't have a boyfriend. I'm worried I'll end up alone. Sung Mun smiled. You're so cheerful. I feel the same. I hope we get closer after this. Just as he finished speaking, his phone, sitting by his elbow, began to vibrate, but he ignored it, adding, we're both afraid of being lonely. Right? Not far away, a woman in a green shirt stood across the street, watching Sung Mun and Sion. Seeing him chat happily with a strange girl, she whispered, liar. The phone she held to her ear announced, the subscriber you are calling is not available. She sent a resentful message. Have you already moved on? Is that girl next to you, your new girlfriend? It turns out the caller was Miss Kim. Back with Sion, Sung Mun led her to a tarot card reader. The fortune teller drew a card and shouted, be careful, there's a knife here. The card depicted a girl crying in agony. She was holding a long sword. The fortune teller explained, a knife full of hatred. It will strike you down at any moment. She looked at Sion. That is the fortune for this young lady. Hearing this, Sion was speechless, her eyes feigning ignorance as she watched the show. The fortune teller turned, holding a card towards Sung Mun. As for your friend, this young man is a charmer. Many women pursue him. The card showed a man surrounded by girls. He saw it and asked, me, a charmer? The fortune teller replied, it's true. The cards have spoken. You can't deny it. Ever since you were young, you've been surrounded by women. Sung Mun fell silent for a moment, remembering when he was 6, trying to solve a Rubik's Cube. Unable to solve it, Sung Mun cried out, why is this so hard? At the elementary school playground, many older girls had their eyes on Sung Mun. Their faces held lewd smiles and improper gazes. Some of them smoked cigarettes as they asked, is that the kid? They moved closer to the boy. One ruffled his hair, another pinched his cheek, and another lifted his chin, saying, such a pretty boy, just like the rumors said. One of them proposed, be my little brother. Another said, I'll wait for you to grow up. Among them, one girl stood behind the others, just watching Sung Mun, not teasing him like the rest. But when evening came, she followed Sung Mun home. The boy sat on the sofa, still twisting the Rubik's Cube in his hands. The girl asked, where are your parents? The boy replied, they get home from work late. He then looked up and asked, but why did you come to my house? The girl turned to Sung Mun, blushing slightly as she smiled. Well, she leaned towards him, making the Rubik's Cube fall from his hands. She crawled closer, causing the boy to fall back on the sofa, and whispered, wanted to do something with you. She gave a seductive smile. Just lie still. What followed were sensitive scenes that couldn't be shown. Afterwards, she asked Sung Mun, so? How was your first time? She hugged a pillow, waiting for his answer. Sung Mun suddenly suggested, can you do that again? His eyes were no longer innocent, but filled with desire and satisfaction from tasting the forbidden fruit. That was the first time he'd ever felt interested in girls. Back in the present, in the hotel stairwell, Sung Mun answered his phone. Yeah, it's me. The voice on the other end asked, having fun on a date with that new girl? He mumbled, well, I took her out to eat. We're at a coffee shop now. Inside the room, Sion sat on the bed, her face tense. Sweat beaded on her forehead, her anxiety clear. Outside, Sung Mun continued his call. The voice asked, so soon? You've made that much progress on the first day? He retorted, don't jump to conclusions. Why are you calling me? I thought you'd only contact me if it was urgent. The other person replied, it's not exactly critical, but there's a situation. One of your girls, or rather, your money-making tutor, she's disappeared. The caller was Che Guk, the deputy chief of Mai Zung Dong district. He cleaned his ear as he spoke. She was acting weird today. looked furious. Then she went completely dark. Sung-moon listened in silence, the man's voice buzzing. What's your take on this? Think she's onto us? In a restroom, Sion was staring into the sink at the Zoom cafe. She gazed at her reflection and sighed. How much longer do I have to play this part? She glanced toward the toilet, wondering, and what is that strange smell? She approached the trash can beside it, spotting a condom wrapper inside. She let out a small gasp, followed by a long, weary sigh. Well, it is a hotel, after all. She left the restroom, but as she entered the room, she was met by a strange woman. The woman growled. This is all your fault, you bitch, Seon calmly asked. Who are you? Teacher Kim ignored her and pressed on. Did you seduce my man? You dare bring him to a place like this? You whore? Her hand reached into her bag for something as she continued. You must be planning to. She stopped, then sneered. Yes, that's it. She suddenly ripped a kitchen knife from her bag, her face contorted with rage as she pointed it at Sion. Are you trying to steal him from me? Sion raised her hands, explaining, Ma'am, I think there's a misunderstanding. First, just put the knife down. But the woman screamed, Shut up. You're going to die here with me. Sion's eyes were fixed on the blade in her hand. At that moment, Do-won arrived in the lobby of the Zoom cafe. He had rushed over, and now he was bent over, gasping to catch his breath. Earlier, unable to find her, he'd fired off a storm of texts, asking what was wrong, why she wasn't replying, and telling her he was on his way. She'd texted back that she was fine, and at the Zoom cafe. As soon as he got the message, he ran for his life. Staring at the entrance, he thought, Zoom cafe? His expression hardened. She's in there. Elsewhere, on a stairwell, Sung-moon continued his call. Hearing that Teacher Kim had vanished, he said, She skipped her tutoring session to run away? Chae-guk asked, So what should we do about our little friend? He glanced at a camera feed of a room. Should we put her in that place? In front of him, a bank of monitors each showed a different room's camera feed. From one screen, a woman's desperate pleas could be heard. I'm sorry, I won't run again, I swear. Please let me go, Chae-guk continued. If we put her in there, well, her life is over. Inside that room, 5 large, masked men were surrounding a single girl. Their faces were like those of wild wolves closing in on their prey. The terrified girl continued to beg, Please, just let me out of here, I'm begging you. Hearing Chae-guk's idea, Sung-moon simply replied, I suppose so. There's no other way. It's time to say our goodbyes to her. Hearing those casual words decide a girl's fate, Chae-guk chuckled with glee. He said brightly, All right then, consider it done. Back in the hotel room, the woman still threatened Sion with the knife. You bitch! Why you? Why would he choose you? Sion replied, Ma'am, please listen to me. He's just using you. The woman shot back. What? She was consumed by rage and bitterness, unable to hear anything. Her hands trembled as she gripped the knife. She was on the verge of snapping, losing all control. She repeated, Why? Over and over, then slashed wildly at Sion, screaming, Why is it you, you bitch? Die! Sion stumbled backward, quickly reaching into her purse. Teacher Kim lunged forward, yelling, You're dead to me. Just in time, Sung-moon entered, grabbing her knife hand. What do you think you're doing? He asked. Seeing him, she froze, stunned. She glanced at Sion, about to explain. Sung-moon sighed. He gave Teacher Kim a fake, gentle smile, and said, We need to have a little talk. With that, he pulled her out of the room. He didn't forget to give Seon a reassuring little wave. Seeing them go, she released her grip on her purse, her mind still reeling from the chaos. Out on the stairs, Teacher Kim furiously screamed, Who was that girl? How could you leave me for her? How could you do this? I've done so much for you. In response to her rage, Sung-moon calmly put his hands in his pockets. You've misunderstood. If you loved me, you would understand. It's not what you think. Hearing his explanation, she stared wide-eyed, her jaw dropping in surprise. Seeing her calm down, Sung-moon put on a hurt expression. So, this is it? You don't trust me at all, do you? He turned away and continued. Is your love really that shallow? In that case, let's break up. She was completely stunned when she heard him say that. She frantically tried to explain, stammering out but finally, not knowing what to say, she collapsed to her knees, begging, I was wrong. I'm sorry. My emotions just got the best of me. Sung-moon glanced back at her. Now what? She trembled, pleading through her tears. Honey, I'm so sorry. I'll never do it again. I can't live without you. If you leave me, I'll. Before she could finish, Sung-moon cut her off. I get it. Stand up. He then offered a hand to help her up and immediately began to act concerned, as if nothing had ever happened. He soothed her gently. You've had a rough time. You need to rest and clear your head. Just take a break from tutoring for now, okay? The girl's expression instantly brightened. Once he had placated her, Sung-mun turned to go. Before leaving, he made sure to tell her, "Go home and rest. We'll meet again in 1 week." The girl smiled, bright and obedient. "I'll see you then. I love you forever." Back in Chae-guk's office, the computer monitors glowed endlessly. The phone beside one of them suddenly buzzed. A message appeared in the chat, requesting a room 1 week from now. After sending the message to Chae-guk, Sung-mun thought, 1 week from now. Will she still be free to walk around so happily? As for Doyoon, he stood before a door. He suddenly pushed it open with a bag of popcorn in hand, cheerfully offering, "This popcorn is delicious." Inside the room, a man and a woman were in the middle of something. They both shot up at the sudden intrusion. The girl screamed while the guy yelled, "Who the hell are you?" Doyoon quickly backed out, closing the door and stammering, "Sorry, wrong room." Out in the hall, by the public water coolers, Doyoon thought anxiously, "What the heck? I've already checked all the rooms. Why can't I find her?" He stood stunned in the hotel corridor, his heart pounding with anxiety. "Which room is Sion in?" He cried out in confusion. "I don't know where she could have gone." Outside, Sung-mun and Sion walked side by side on the pavement. He asked with concern, "You must have been scared." She replied, "No, I'm okay." Sung-mun explained, "She's my ex-girlfriend. We're over, but she keeps chasing me. I never thought she'd do something like that." He tried to soothe her. "Don't worry about it. It won't ever happen again." She paused, feeling something was wrong. Seeing her thoughtful expression, Sung-mun suggested, "You still seem down. How about we go to karaoke to unwind?" Sion thought to herself. Finding the leader isn't going as planned. Following this guy around is useless. With that, she rejected his offer. "No, thank you. I'm tired and a bit shaken up. I'll head home now." She thought it was over, but then Sung-mun spoke. "Ah, that's a shame. I was about to introduce you to that person, but you're leaving." Hearing this, Sion was stunned, remembering Do-Yuan's words. That's their business model. "You just need to get close to the My Sung-dong representative, Mun, and you can solve this." "All right," she thought for a moment. Then she suggested, "Maybe we can hang out a little longer? I'm already here, after all." Inside, she steeled herself. "One last try. If it fails, I'm done." Unable to find her, Doyoon texted Sion asking where she was. She replied she was out and had a lead on Sung-mun. At Star Karaoke, Sung-mun led Sion through the door, asking warmly, "What songs do you like?" She replied, "Oh, I don't sing much." They stepped into an elevator. When the doors opened, she looked up and was shocked. Before her was a dark, damp hall, with countless old instant noodle bowls piled up. Stacks of them were left unthrown away. She thought, "This is a karaoke place?" The fridge held only a few drinks. Its door left ajar. She felt a creeping unease. Down the hall, a mop was carelessly thrown in the walkway. "It's too quiet and kind of creepy," she thought. They approached a room, stopping at the door. Sung-mun suddenly called out, "Minji." She looked up at him. He continued, "I had a great time today, but let me ask you something. Why did you agree to come here with me? You said you were lonely and needed a friend, but is that really the truth?" He suddenly leaned in close to her face. "I want to know your real reason." She tried to deflect. "What are you talking about?" Sung-mun recalled Chae-guk's sudden warning in the hotel stairwell. "Hey, be careful. Listen closely," Sung-mun had asked. "What is it?" Chae-guk's voice came through the phone. "That girl, Minji, who's with you? You need to be wary of her." He had been checking camera footage while looking up Sion's information. He continued, "I investigated the first-year students at the school. It says there's no female student named Ion Minji." The man sat with his legs crossed, adding, "Maybe the kid was just embarrassed and used a fake name on the app, but you still need to be cautious. In our line of work, we have to consider every possibility to stay safe. To be sure, I sent her number to the Xiandong agency. I had them check if anyone on the council uses that number, and what they found was quite surprising." Chae-guk paused, then let out a gleeful laugh. On the other end, Sung-mun asked, "So? What'd they say?" The man replied, "Simple. That girl is Sion from Borame-dong. That's her real identity." Back in the present, Sung-mun was done with the act. His words echoed in the hallway. He exposed her bluntly. "I can't believe you'd fake all this just to get close to me." He wrapped an arm around her shoulder, blocking any escape. Opening the door, he said, "That was pretty bold of you. Weren't you scared?" As the door swung open, Sung-mun gripped her tightly and pushed her inside. "I said I wanted to introduce you to someone, didn't I? Well, They're right here. Seeing the scene inside, Sion completely froze. Before her stood 5 burly men, all wearing masks, standing or sitting in various poses. They saw her and smiled with a twisted look. Sung Moon announced, "These are our VIP clients. Now, you won't have to be lonely anymore, will you?" Sion was in absolute shock at his words. After pushing her in, Sung Moon stepped back out. Before leaving, he said, "I hope your date today is as fun as mine was. Goodbye, Miss Sion." With that, he locked the door. The sound of the lock snapping shut jolted her back to reality. She turned, but it was too late. In the corner, a camera was recording everything. The men began spewing filthy words. "Look how pretty she is. A shame, though. Wouldn't she be hotter in a school uniform?" She looked at the perverts judging her, her hand instinctively reaching for her bag. A large man said, "But it's fine, no problem. We have one right here," he held. Another bald man held up a pair of handcuffs, adding, "Put these on next." The others clamored for her to wear other perverted things, enraging her, model. "Damn you," she cursed. She opened her purse, pulling out a stun gun and activating it. "You bastards!" she yelled. Tossing her bag aside, she lunged toward them, thrusting the stun gun forward. "Disgusting perverts! Don't you dare touch me!" But just then, something slammed hard against her hand. The pain was searing, and she dropped the stun gun. Her hand was already red and swollen. She clutched her trembling hand in pain. An older man's voice echoed, "I didn't expect such a fiery spirit. But that makes it even better. I like it." It turned out to be a large, fat man who had struck her with an iron rod. He laughed, seeing her defenseless. They all stared at the stun gun on the floor. They taunted her further. "Come on, little girl, keep resisting." Then, they began to circle her, jeering, "If you don't, it will be our turn." Sion broke out in a cold sweat, furious and terrified. "You damn perverts," she seethed. Just then, a loud crash echoed from the door. Someone was breaking it down. The man in the shirt glanced at the door, surprised. But before he could process the situation, the door slammed right into his back with incredible force. He and the door were sent flying backward, smashing into the wall and landing on the bed. Then, Doyoon dashed past Sion, leaving her completely shocked. He said, "Sorry, I'm a little late." The man who hit the wall lay motionless on the bed. The remaining 4 stared blankly at Doyoon. He roared with rage, "You perverted bastards, you're all dead." He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. Meanwhile, in Chae-guk's office, he and a subordinate sat before a bank of monitors, observing the rooms via camera. The subordinate asked, "Boss, what is that room used for?" Chae-guk was shirtless. He gazed at the room, decorated like a high-class hotel, and replied, "Ah, that? How to put it? It's like the final stop for the young ladies." He finished with a vile, perverted grin. In an indoor stadium, Sung Mun calmly played with a Rubik's Cube, saying, "That room?" His hands moved expertly as he continued, "That's simply the place where love ends." He thought to himself that no matter how beautiful, all love must come to an end. Back in the room, Doyoon spoke apologetically. "Sorry about that. I'm a bit late." He looked at the masked men before him and asked, "As for you, perverts, did you do anything to her?" A skinny man asked, "Is that her boyfriend?" The bald man added, "He must be here to save her." The fat man next to him also said, "Save her from here?" The bald man continued, "How exciting. It's just like a hero saving the damsel in distress, isn't it?" He licked his lips, looking thrilled. His sickening voice went on, "Just the thought of it is stimulating." Hearing their vile words, Doyoon raged, "You scum." One of the perverts asked, "Hey, kid, you must still be in school. Bet you're used to using your fists, huh? Ah, youth is a dream. We weren't so soft in our day, either." The bald man took a slow step toward Doyoon to intimidate him. "We may be old, but we're tough, kid." Doyoon didn't waste another word, his right fist flying forward. He landed a solid uppercut on the bald man's chin, sending a spray of blood into the air. Before the man could recover, Doyoon grabbed his collar and slammed him to the floor. He simultaneously used his stun skill. Hit by 2 consecutive blows, the bald man lay motionless. Doyoon pinned him to the floor and asked, "How's that? Snapped out of it yet? This is the only way perverts like you will learn." The remaining men stood frozen, watching their friend get taken down in a flash. Then Doyoon looked up at them and said, "No, scratch that. Today, I'm going to completely crush you, so you can never pull this kind of disgusting stunt again." After he spoke, he stepped toward the 3 remaining perverts. They finally snapped out of it and scattered. One short, fat man held up his hands in surrender. Hey kid, let's talk." He saw Doyoon's murderous aura approaching and knew he couldn't be stopped. He cursed, "Damn it." He then turned to run with his accomplice, thinking, how is this kid so strong? Behind him, Doyoon had already launched himself into the air, raising his leg to build power before delivering a thunderous kick to his back. The kick knocked his mask off and sent him flying. This was the Falcon kick, a blow few could endure. Doyoon grabbed a steel pole in the middle of the room and yelled, "Where do you think you're going?" Seon, watching the fight, saw another man quietly approaching him and shouted, "Look out." Doyoon heard her voice and turned with a confused look. Before he could react, a man who had snuck up on him seized the opportunity to cuff him to the steel pole he had just grabbed. With that done, he said triumphantly, "Perfect." Another man added, "Now that the kid's chained to the pole, let's see how tough you are now." The man looked victorious, but his face was still tense, sweat pouring down his forehead. He growled, "Just give up quietly, kid." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes bulged in terror. Doyoon, despite being cuffed, swung his fist. The pulling force was so strong that the steel pole bent with the motion. The handcuff rattled as it was stretched taut. He spoke calmly. "Did you really think cuffing me to this would work, you filthy sex offenders?" The man was in a state of shock, his mouth agape in utter disbelief. As the cuff snapped under the tension, the man closest to Doyoon received a devastating punch to the face. Blood and teeth flew as the force sent him flying backward. Another man saw this and began to tremble like a leaf, stuttering, unable to form words. Seon was also completely amazed by Doyoon's strength. One man made a dash for her, trying to take her hostage. He roared, "It's over for you, girl." But he hadn't anticipated Doyoon's speed. In a flash, he had jumped in front of him. "Hey, your opponent is me," Doyoon said. His incredible speed was thanks to his acceleration skill, but before he could even touch the man, a spark of electricity flashed before his eyes. Seon had picked up the stun gun at some point and jammed it directly into the man, causing him to scream in agony. After that, she threw him to the ground. Doyoon was shocked by the man's pathetic state. The stun gun still crackled in Seon's hand as she sneered. "This is all he's got." Doyoon smiled brightly, agreeing with her. He apologized once more. "I'm sorry, Seon. I should have stayed closer to you." She took off the wig and said sulkily, "I'll let it slide this time. But there won't be a next time." Doyoon replied cheerfully, "Thanks." The two of them walked out of the room together. Doyoon removed the remaining cuff from his wrist and asked, "By the way, where's that red-haired bastard who was with you?" She fixed her hair and replied, "He left me here and went somewhere." "Did you not see him when you came in?" Doyoon answered, "I didn't see him." As the two of them stepped into the hallway, a voice suddenly spoke up. "That was fast. I didn't think you two would get out so easily. I've only been sitting here for a moment. And you're already out." Sungmun twisted a Rubik's Cube, his voice dripping with contempt. What a bunch of useless old men. Just then, Seon spotted him and spoke to Doyoon. "That's him. The one who brought me here." Sungmun smirked at her. "Short hair looks better on you." Doyoon's rage ignited. "You scumbag. How dare you do this to my friend?" he demanded. Sungmun replied, "Pal, don't act so righteous. You're just like me. You used her despite the danger. All to reach your own goal, right?" With a final twist, Sungmun solved the cube. He admired his work with a satisfied smile as he continued to speak. "You want to capture me, the representative of my Sungdong, don't you?" As the words left his lips, Doyoon and Seon froze in shock. "What?" Doyoon gasped. At that moment, a system window appeared. The new mission, defeat Sungmun. Doyoon regained his composure. "So, you're that scumbag, Sungmun." A grave expression crossed Seon's face. Doyoon glanced at her. "You need to," but she cut him off. "I know." Her mind flashed back to the previous danger. She could only watch, thinking, "I know I'm still weak. I refuse to be his burden." Silently, she began to walk away, passing by Sungmun. He smirked at her, retreating back. "See you later, sweetie." But as she reached the door, her voice echoed back. "Doyoon, if you lose to that red-headed freak, don't even think about showing your face to me again." With that, she left and shut the door. Alone now, Sungmun set the cube down with a sigh. How tragic. Doyoon stared at the perfectly solved Rubik's Cube with its distinct colors. As his focus shifted for just a second, Sungmun moved. He suddenly lunged forward, smirking. "I can't believe a girl actually hates me." Sungmun's lightning-fast kick gave Doyoon just a moment to raise a block. Doyoon furiously shouted, "You bastard, you've got too many tricks." He lunged forward, but Sungmun's movements were on another level. In a flash, he was behind him, leaving Doyoon confused. He kept a smug grin on his face, saying, "Oh, that was nothing special." But you're wrong about one thing. I may be a punk, but nobody hates me. Doyoon spun with a sweeping punch, but his opponent had already ducked. He followed up with 2 quick jabs to Doyoon's waist and side. In pain, Doyoon gritted his teeth, muttering, "He's too fast." He decided to aim for a weak point, but every time he attacked, Sung-moon would nimbly dodge the blow. Seeing his punches hit nothing but air, Doyoon focused his mind. In that moment, he finally realized something. It wasn't just speed. His reactions were as if he could predict every move. Doyoon unleashed a fatal combo, a storm of punches, but incredibly, Sung-moon weaved left and right, dodging everything with ease. It made Doyoon exclaim in his mind, "His reflexes and prediction are monstrous. In that case, I have to." Doyoon quickly changed his plan, pulling back into a stance to activate his acceleration skill. But he had used this skill not long ago, so the system announced that acceleration was still on cooldown. He froze completely, unable to use his skill. At that same moment, Sung-moon landed a kick straight to his gut, sending him flying backward. Sung-moon watched him and said casually, "You know, I really don't get human emotions sometimes. Even knowing they're just being used for money. Those girls still work happily without a single complaint." Wounded, Doyoon could only clutch his stomach and listen to him talk. "I have to wonder, is that feeling of sacrifice for someone else's sake what you'd call love?" He then burst out laughing. Though it was a question, his face held only sarcasm and mockery, with no sign of him waiting for an answer. He casually slipped his hands into his pockets, standing there and watching Doyoon. Doyoon looked up and screamed, "You worthless scum! Shut your mouth, you bastard! For a monster like you who preys on innocent girls, meeting me today means it's your last. I'm going to smash your face so you can never use it to hurt any more innocent girls." With that, Doyoon closed his eyes and activated a new skill. But to use it, the system required him to keep his eyes shut and turn back time to Sung. The scene shifts to an ice hockey rink, where 2 teams were locked in a fierce battle. The stands were nearly empty, with only a few spectators. 2 reserve players stood talking by the side. One of them scowled. Something about this doesn't feel right. His eyes were fixed on Sung-moon, who was toying with the other players like a cat with a mouse. That redhead, even if he is a reserve member, how could they bring someone who knows nothing about hockey here? He doesn't even look like he's in shape. I have no idea what the coach is thinking. Hearing his teammates' complaints, the other reserve replied, "You're the one who has no idea." As they spoke, their eyes shifted to the stadium's jumbotron. The sport of ice hockey has its own unique rules on the screen. It showed Sung-moon taunting an opponent with the puck. This sport is unlike most others, because fighting is allowed. On the ice, a player from the opposing team pointed furiously at Sung-moon. "Hey, redhead," he roared, ripping off his helmet and slamming it down. "How can you be messing around in a serious match like this?" The moment the words left his mouth, he drew back a fist, aiming straight for Sung-moon. From the sidelines, the reserve players watched the conflict unfold. "They call that position an enforcer," one of them commented. "He's allowed to use his fists to fight an opponent." At that moment, the enraged player unleashed a combo of punches at Sung-moon's face, cursing with every blow. "Stop messing around during a real match." From the sidelines, the commentary continued. "The only reason the coach lets him play is because he has unbelievable reflexes." Down on the ice, Sung-moon effortlessly dodged every single one of the furious player's attacks. He was completely unscathed, even finding time to flash a mocking grin. The reserve added, "Thanks to those reflexes, he's practically untouchable." But in the very next second, the sickening crunch of a fist echoed across the ice. Blood sprayed into the air, followed by Sung-moon's mocking voice. "You're the one who started this," he taunted. Pulling back his bloody fist, he asked, "Is this what you call sportsmanship?" While hoisting the player up by his collar, the other player's face was already a bruised and bloody mess. Back in the present, Chae-guk watched the fight between Sung-moon and Do-won on his monitor. He immediately decided to go provide backup. Meanwhile, Sung-moon saw Do-won standing with his eyes squeezed shut. "What's wrong? Are you praying or something?" Eyes still shut, Do-won focused the energy in his chest and roared, "Shut your mouth, you bastard." He was activating a skill, gathering power while his eyes were closed. The longer he charged it, the greater the damage, creating an unblockable attack. It cost 200 mana to use. But, as he was gathering his power, he thought to himself, "Closing my eyes in a fight. What a bizarre skill. While I'm charging, I'm completely defenseless." Seeing his opponent standing still, Sung-moon rushed forward. "You really think I'll just let you stand there?" He threw a powerful punch right at Do-won's face. But when Doyoon blocked it with both arms, Sungmun's eyes widened. What the hell do you think you're doing? Doyoon had just completed stage 1 of his charge. A massive surge of power built up within him. It worked, he thought. If I can just hold out a little longer. Seeing his desperate attempt to block, Sungmun sneered. What are you even trying to do? But Doyoon didn't respond, focusing only on defense. He was now completing stage 2, pushing himself to hold on. Curious, Sungmun leaned in close. What are you doing? Hearing that voice right next to his ear, Doyoon flinched and opened his eyes. A system alert popped up. You have opened your eyes. The skill was forcibly activated into his fist. He suddenly unleashed a punch, charged with the full power of stage 2, straight at Sungmun. The punch landed squarely on his face, knocking him to the ground. Sungmun's arrogant smirk vanished. He looked up, dazed and completely shocked by what had just happened. He muttered in confusion. What was that? Why couldn't I dodge it? A massive bruise was already forming on his left cheek, and blood trickled from his mouth. Doyoon looked down at him. You startled me, so my eyes opened. He then centered himself again, closing his eyes. This time, I won't open them for anything. He activated the skill for a second time. After a moment of stunned silence, Sungmun shot up in a rage, launching a vicious kick into Doyoon's gut. What the hell was that move? He demanded while kicking him. Some new skill? He followed up with a relentless barrage of punches to Doyoon's face and stomach. Doyoon stubbornly kept his eyes shut, raising his arms to defend himself. He gritted his teeth through the pain, determined not to open them. Seeing this, Sungmun gave a grim compliment. Impressive, but if you just keep taking hits, you're going to die. Sungmun changed his attack, raising an elbow high to crush Doyoon's skull. The blow landed hard, and Doyoon let out a pained cough. Sungmun continued his assault with both fists and words, still trying that same old move. Huh? You think your body can even last that long? A flurry of blows rained down on Doyoon. He could only block while backing away. Sungmun paused his attack to sneer. Open your eyes and look at me. You're cornered now. No more running. Just as Sungmun moved to finish him, he froze. Doyoon's eyes had opened. His terrifying aura made Sungmun stare in fear as his first words cut through the air. That's right. It's time for you to die by my hand. His murderous face loomed before Sungmun's eyes. A flash of light sliced through the darkened hallway. A figure was sent flying like a broken kite. Sungmun had taken the full force of a stage 5 attack. He crashed hard onto the floor. The shock sent a Rubik's Cube rolling down the steps. Sungmun groaned, coughing blood into his hand, his chest in agony. Doyoon slowly approached, his voice low. You have some talent, but this is your limit. Standing still like that was so frustrating, but landing that one punch felt incredible. He closed his eyes, then declared, So, I'm going to do it all over again. The scene shifts to Gwanak District, Siwandong. In a decrepit, soot-stained ruin, a voice echoes, At the time, I didn't understand. The reason those Siwandong bastards torched this place. Yeah, now it's clear. They were erasing all proof of their betrayal. The building's entrance was sealed with police tape. The blue-haired man is Kim Ki-jin, Silimdong's vice representative. After explaining the fire, he turned to Yoon-song. And, Kang In-gang? Is that bastard still living well over there? Yoon-song stared out the charred window frame. The Traitor Alliance is currently in chaos. The districts are all under attack, taking heavy losses. What's more, while Cheolsan-dong was away, Byeonshan-dong fell. Ki-jin said with frustration. Cheolsan-dong, what the hell is that guy even doing? HQ ordered him to stay put and just protect his own business territory. Yoon-song calmly replied. That is correct. All districts are on the defensive. Only Silimdong and Boramai have any profitable business models left. Just then, Yoon-song's phone began to ring. He glanced at the screen before answering. Back at Star Karaoke, Doyoon stood over Sungmun. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the silence. You went a little too far there. Doyoon was stunned by the voice. He saw a man in a pink shirt helping Sungmun to his feet. The man asked Doyoon, Why'd you beat his face into a pulp? Doyoon's expression hardened at this sudden appearance. He thought, he has backup? The newcomer was Chaeguk, Miseong-dong's vice rep from the Traitor Alliance. He'd watched the fight on a security camera and came immediately. Seeing Sungmun's injuries, he frowned at Doyoon. That you could hurt him this badly. Well, I'm surprised. Sungmun struggled up and asked Chaeguk, What took you so long? He beat me until I was barely human. He stood straight, glaring at Ma Chaeguk. I'm getting seriously pissed off at you. Doyoon heard the name and his expression tensed. He thought to himself, Ma Chaeguk? That day, at Seon's house, she had warned him about Miseong-dong. It wasn't just Sungmun he had to worry about. but also the vice representative, Ma Chae-guk, the current vice representative for Myeongdong. She rated him highly, stressing that he was both powerful and incredibly dangerous. Sungmoon recruited him to make up for his own lack of strength. But more than that, he's the former rep of Gwanok's Sinsadong. Finally, Doyoon stood before the notorious Chae-guk. Sungmoon wiped his bloody lip with a smirk. If you planned on trapping me, you should have been ready for this, shouldn't you, Doyoon, the representative of Boramai? Let's see how you handle 2 district reps at once. Think you can? Sungmoon and Chae-guk let out a taunting smirk. But just then, the sound of a door opening cut through the air. He glanced back, curious. Chae-guk also turned toward the entrance. A striking figure appeared at the door. So, everyone's decided to party here? Doyoon was shocked to see Eun-song, the rep from Sillim-dong. Eun-song glared at the pair and roared, "You damn traitors." Sungmoon's recruitment of Chae-guk happened one evening. In an outdoor gym, Chae-guk was lifting weights when a voice suddenly called out, "You're Ma Chae-guk, right?" The man grunted, surprised, and looked up. Back then, he was Sinsadong's representative. Sungmoon sat casually on a workout bench. He aimed his question at him. "Heard the money from Sinsadong's business model isn't so great, is it? How about you move over to Myeongdong?" Hearing the offer, Chae-guk shot up. "You want me to work for you? And why would I do that?" He slammed the weight plates onto the ground with a loud clang. "I could snap you in half right here." As he spoke, he bent the solid steel barbell in his hands. Sungmoon was completely unfazed. He calmly walked closer and said, "That's precisely why I'm making you this offer. I want to add your power to Myeongdong. Think about it. This deal is good for you. My place in Myeongdong makes good money. More importantly," he paused for effect, "that little hobby of yours with the spy cameras. You can watch to your heart's content over there." He leaned in close as he spoke. The offer was tempting. Chae-guk paused, then looked at Sungmoon's confident expression. He smirked. "Interesting. You're pretty handsome up close." He offered his hand. "I'll be in your care." Representative. Returning to the karaoke room, all eyes were on Eun-song. Doyoon was shocked. "Eun-song, how did you know I was here?" Eun-song didn't reply, his cold gaze fixed on the 2 traitors. Sungmoon just sneered. "So, another one arrives? Looks like this was outside my calculations." Eun-song rolled up his sleeves, revealing toned arms. "You 2 traitorous bastards. I'll deal with both of you right here." He had just finished speaking when a mocking "aha" sounded from behind. He flinched. Chae-guk had somehow circled around him in an instant. Chae-guk's hands were already gripping him tight. He whispered mockingly, "Ooh, so scary. You've got such a handsome face. Why the ugly words? Let me cheer you up. Model." With that, Chae-guk licked Eun-song's ear. Furious, Eun-song spun and slammed his elbow into the man's sternum, making him groan. Doyoon watched wide-eyed. Chae-guk's head snapped back, but he didn't fall. He just laughed. "Ouch. That actually hurt." Then, like a robot, he slowly turned back to Eun-song with a twisted smile. "I loved it." The blow hadn't fazed him at all. Eun-song was stunned. But before he could react, Chae-guk landed a lightning-fast strike to his stomach. Doyoon froze at the sudden attack. When Eun-song flew back, he couldn't react, and they both crashed backward. Sungmoon smirked. "Our vice rep really loves getting hit." As he spoke, he swept Eun-song's legs, sending them both tumbling back again. He watched their miserable forms. Sungmoon and Chae-guk casually observed, "What an eyesore." Chae-guk agreed, "They really are." Then he turned to Sungmoon to complain, "But don't go telling everyone my hobbies. To each his own." Doyoon and Eun-song quickly got up, glaring at the 2 bastards before them. Meanwhile, in Gwanok District, Bongcheon-dong, in a dark hospital, a single room glowed faintly beside a patient's name card. Bak Seong lay unconscious, his face covered in bruises and bandages on his head, nose, and cheek. By the bed, a young man stood silently staring. He spoke, "They dared to beat my guys like this? While I was away?" Only silence answered. The hospital's dim light couldn't reveal his face, the young man's features. He glanced at the IV drip, then turned and swore, "Those bastards." Back with Doyoon. After Sungmoon's attack, he and Eun-song quickly recovered. He asked Eun-song, "You okay?" He replied, "Yeah, just a little dizzy." He narrowed his eyes. "Then let's teach them some manners." With that, they both charged. But the karaoke bar's hallway was too narrow. They ended up bumping into each other. Just then, Sungmoon and Chae-guk lunged forward. Sungmoon mocked, "You need to keep your distance, you know? What if you both get beaten at the same time?" As he spoke, he unleashed a flurry of kicks at Doyoon. Blocking, Doyoon retreated while Chae-guk smirked. Sungmoon continued his taunt. "This hall is too narrow for 2. Just as he finished, Young Song's fist grazed his right cheek. He said, "So that's why you lured us here?" Sung Mun was shocked that the punch had drawn a small cut. He still didn't understand. What an unlucky day. He just couldn't seem to dodge. Seeing the tide turn, Sung Mun slipped behind Chae-guk and said, "Switch." He moved to the back, letting Chae-guk take the lead. The beast coordinated perfectly, but as Sung Mun ducked away, Young Song's fist was already there to meet him. Scornfully, he said, "A two-man fight is still just a fight." The punch landed squarely on Chae-guk's chest. The man's eyes bulged from the pain, his face twisting as he groaned. Saliva dripped from his mouth. He trembled, but on instinct. He grabbed Eun Song's hand. He said with a twisted glee, "Now that's a punch. I feel so good I could pass out." Eun Song was trapped, unable to move. From behind Chae-guk, Sung Mun spoke. "There's something you don't know. In a two-man fight, we've perfectly divided our offense and defense." As he spoke, Sung Mun aimed a kick at Eun Song. Chae-guk held Eun Song's arm tight, but before his foot made contact, Doyoon's hand blocked it. He said calmly, "So you think we don't know how to fight 2-on-2? Sung Mun's kick was stopped mid-air. Doyoon continued, "Why would you be able to do something we can't?" As Eun Song watched, he added, "If this space is too hard for us to attack, then I'll just jump to the other side." As he finished, he activated an enhanced speed mode, leaped onto the wall, and vaulted over them. He landed perfectly on the ground right behind them. His incredible speed left them stunned. Chae-guk's eyes went wide with shock. Doyoon clenched his fist. "Looks like you're finally starting to get it, huh? I think it's time we end this." With that, he unleashed a frantic barrage of blows on Chae-guk. Meanwhile, Young Song grabbed Sung Mun's collar while he was still frozen. He called back to Doyoon. "I was thinking the same thing." Young Song drew his arm back for power. Doyoon was ready. They yelled in unison, "Let's do this." Leaving the intense battle, the scene shifts to Gwanak District, Siwon-dong. On the street, in Kang, the Siwon-dong representative turned to his three underlings. "Is the plan against the council going well? Don't do anything stupid. Got it?" Gwang-seok grinned. "Leave it to us, boss. We're picking off places where the council is short-staffed or when reps are away." Hee-seop added, "You can count on us for this. We'll handle it." These were the infamous Mad Brothers of Siwon-dong. Tae-seop tried to convince In Kang, "It won't be long now. We'll visit those Boromai-dong bastards soon and teach Do-yoon a lesson." Just as Tae-seop spoke, he froze. A man in black was blocking their path. They spotted the Siwon crew. The young man spoke, "Finally found you, you Siwon bastards." Hee-seop peeked out and asked, "Who the hell are they?" Before In Kang could finish, Hee-seop charged forward yelling, "You're dead meat. How dare you block our way?" But he'd only taken a few steps. A figure blurred into view right before him. A devastating kick sent the punk flying, landing hard at In Kang's feet. One kick was all it took. The guy was out cold, bloodied, and motionless. Seeing this, In Kang's brow furrowed. The other two Seo and punks cracked their knuckles, trying to look tough. One snarled, "Touch our brother, and you're a dead man." The other chimed in, "It's been a while since I've had a fight." They charged, only to be kicked to the ground in an instant. They lay sprawled on either side of In Kang. Though his men were down, he stood calmly, hands in his pockets, sizing up their attacker. He was about to ask for the opponent's name, but was cut off as the man approached in his sneakers. "You're the bastards who messed with my crew." The dim shop light revealed his face. It was Seok Jong, the leader of Bongchon Dong. Inside the karaoke bar, Eun Song watched Sung Mun and Chae-guk groaning strangely. Do-won, confused, asked, "What's with him?" Sung Mun was supporting Chae-guk, a hand on his knee. A strange energy crackled around them like static. Do-won couldn't help but ask, "Is he absorbing the damage?" Sung Mun helped Chae-guk aside. "Are you all right?" Chae-guk panted, exhausted. Once he caught his breath, he looked up, his face bruised and battered. "Hurt like hell. Thought I was done for." Do-won raised his fist in anger. "You sick bastard." But before he could punch, Chae-guk clasped his hands behind his back and shouted, "Hey everyone, get out here now. We've got to fight these two, or this place gets wrecked." Do-won stood right before room number 4. The room was pitch black. Confused by Chae-guk's bizarre act, Do-won wondered, why is he shouting? He didn't sense the door to room 4 opening right behind him. It creaked open slowly. He thought to himself, who is he calling for? Suddenly, countless figures in grotesque masks emerged. Hands shot out, grabbing Do-won and dragging him inside. Eun Song was stunned into silence. In the blink of an eye, Do-won vanished from the hall. Sung Mun smirked at Eun Song. And then, there was one. Just then, light spilled from a nearby room. Sung Mun continued, Looks like the odds are stacked against you now. From room 3, more masked men streamed out, surrounding Eon Song. Despite the danger, he calmly noted, "Didn't realize this place was full of old men. What kind of place gathers this many people?" Sung Moon and Chae Guk wiped blood from their lips and grinned. "It seems the council is in the dark about this. Is this really the time for questions?" Sung Moon added, "Simply put, this place isn't about profit. It's for our personal enjoyment." To him, life was just like a Rubik's Cube, each side a different color. But when scrambled, it becomes a fascinating game. Sung Moon recalled that day's events. Chae Guk had asked, "Hey boss, why'd you make that room? For fun? Or to make cash off those old guys?" He had simply smiled back, curious. "Are you?" He paused, not answering directly, but offering an abstract explanation. When you play with a Rubik's Cube, it's always in a state of chaos. You have to twist it, piece by piece, until every face is a single color. Only then is the game complete. I believe love is the same. After he spoke, Chae Guk seemed to understand. Sung Moon continued, "Love must also be twisted, until it finally aligns with its partner. I always wonder, how much will a girl twist and change herself, until she perfectly matches with me?" He placed a solved cube on the ground. "That's why I want to know what true love is." In front of him were countless perfectly solved cubes. He gazed at the rooms on the monitor. "So, I created these rooms to test their love for me. But if they can't solve the puzzle, that love might shatter and disappear." Screams echoed from the monitors. "Let me go! Help me! I'm sorry! I won't do it again. Save me, Mun." High above, a security camera recorded the scene in the hallway. Chae Guk slapped his own forehead. "This is getting annoying." He glanced at Eon Song. "I thought he'd be tired by now." Meanwhile, Eon Song unleashed a flurry of kicks on the masked men. His face was cold as he delivered a ruthless knee, causing Chae Guk to cry out. How is he still attacking like that? After Eon Song dropped another man with an elbow, his icy gaze fell upon the two traitors. Seeing his strength, Chae Guk grew anxious. "What do we do? He's fighting his way over here." Sung Moon casually turned and patted his shoulder. "You're tired too, aren't you? Let's bail while these old guys act as his punching bags." Chae Guk smirked. "Fine by me." "Yeah, retreating sounds good. You can always make new rooms." He was so busy talking, he didn't see the color drain from Sung Moon's face. When he finally turned, he froze. Doyoon had emerged from room 4, dragging one of the men. "These old guys were pretty annoying," he said. Chae Guk then noticed the pile of defeated men at Doyoon's feet. He added calmly, "The fact they bought you some time means they were useful, I guess." "All right, but the game here isn't over." With that, he closed his eyes. Seeing this, Sung Moon began to panic. That guy. He's doing that closed eye thing again? Then, a memory struck him, and he blurted out, "The eyes." At the fortune tellers earlier, he had drawn a card of a blindfolded woman. The old woman warned him, "Beware the one who closes his eyes." He had asked her why. She explained, "Because when he opens them, it will be your end." The image of Doyoon's closed eyes and the psychic's words filled Sung Moon with dread. But Chae Guk just crept closer, curious. "Whoa, what's this guy up to? Fighting with your eyes closed? How strange." Doyoon ignored Chae Guk, calling out to Eon Song, "Hey, Eon Song, are you still over there?" He looked up as Doyoon continued, "If you are, then move back. You don't want to get hurt." The moment he finished, Doyoon's eyes shot open. His gaze held a terrifying pressure, his fist clenched, startling Chae Guk, who took a brutal punch to the gut before he could even react. Doyoon had unleashed his maximum power, sending Chae Guk flying backward. Sung Moon stood frozen, unable to dodge. He only managed a gasp before the Gaunt's heavy body slammed into him, sending them both careening backward. The force of the blow created a whirlwind, kicking up dust and debris. Eon Song could only shield his face, eyes shut tight against the flying wreckage. A moment later, he opened his eyes, shocked to find Sung Moon and Chae Guk smashed into the wall, which was now cracked from the sheer force of the impact. They were completely out cold. Doyoon smirked, "So the council traitors are down, or should I just call them worthless trash?" Just then, the system announced the Love Challenge mission was complete. Back at Sok Jeong's location, the three mad brothers of Shi Oandong lay defeated, while Sok Jeong held In Kang aloft by the throat. He struggled, unable to believe his eyes, thinking, how could someone with my innate strength possibly lose like this? Damn it, Sok Jeong can't be this powerful. Sok Jeong's grip tightened again, forcing a pained scream from In Kang. He grabbed Sok Jeong's hand and demanded, "Are you under orders to catch traitors? Then why attack me?" Sok Jeong answered coldly, "I'm just here to crush the ones who attacked my subordinate." Hearing this, Kwang-sok quickly lifted his head and shouted, "That wasn't us. The attackers were from Bongcheon-dong." At that, Sok-jong turned an icy glare on him. He tossed In Kang to the ground and snapped, "Talk." A moment later, Sok-jong turned, saying one last thing before leaving. "So it wasn't you?" Kwang-sok was stunned. He's just leaving? Did he actually believe that? In Kang, however, was seething, grinding his teeth in fury. He let out a frustrated roar. Sok-jong returned to Do-yuan's side. Seeing the defeated Sung-mun and Chae-guk, he asked Eon-song, "You're taking these two scumbags to the council?" He replied, "That's right, the council will pass judgment. Plus, we might get some intel on the traitor alliance." Do-yuan suddenly asked, "The bullying council. I've heard the name, but where is it located?" Just then, at the bullying council headquarters, the clear night sky and its twinkling stars felt perfect for receiving good news. Inside the main office, Chae-son Chae-a read a message and exclaimed in shock, "They've captured two of them, Sung-moon and Ma Chae-guk." He turned to face the man seated at the main desk. This was the head of the Gwanak District's bullying council, Siwon-dong. He reported, "They say they're bringing those two here now." Abruptly, he spotted a teddy bear head in the corner and asked, "What's with the bear head?" He lifted the mascot head and asked, "Are you into hunting animals or something?" The other man replied, "No, it's just a costume." He answered without looking up from his writing, "When I want to meet someone, I use this costume to go there." Chae-son Chae-a put on the bear head, clicking his tongue. "This looks creepy. I didn't think you had such a weird hobby." He leaned in, trying to probe. "Who is it? A girl? It has to be a girl, right?" The man didn't reply, setting down his pen and saying, "By the way, I wonder who our incoming guests are." He then folded his hands and waited. Back in the karaoke room, Do-yuan asked, "Eon-song, how did you know I was here?" Eon-song paused, remembering what happened just a while ago. At the time, he was inside the sealed building. He was speaking with Ki-chin. "That's right. The two districts that can still act are Silim-dong and Boramai. Those are the only two without a profit-based business model." Just then, his phone buzzed, and he picked it up. A girl's voice was on the other end. "Is this Eon-song's phone?" It turned out to be Sion. She said, "There's no time, so I'll get right to the point. We've found the council traitors, the Mi-sung-dong crew. Do-yuan is facing Sung-moon right now, but the vice leader, Ma Chae-guk, will probably be there soon. That means Do-yuan has to fight them both. You need to get there and help him." That was why Eon-song was here now, but before he could explain, he heard a sharp cough. Standing in the doorway, Sion suddenly appeared. She asked, "Looks like everything is all taken care of." Do-yuan turned, saw her, and asked, "Sion, you hadn't left yet?" She replied, "Leave? I was waiting outside." And then, to Do-yuan's astonishment, she launched a powerful kick. Her foot slammed right into Sung-mun's head as she cursed, "You really are a piece of human garbage." Sung-mun just groaned, his voice defiant. "It's useless." Eon-song watched his expression with wide eyes. Sung-mun continued, "Your goal is to wipe out the Mi-sung-dong crew, isn't it? But we don't have a central base of operations. We've split our activities among many different teams to stay active. Which meant, even if you manage to take me down, you'll never get what you want. You can't possibly destroy the Mi-sung-dong crew." Hearing him say that, Do-yuan and Sion were silent. But Eon-song suddenly asked, "Your phone must have all the information on Mi-sung-dong's teams, right?" Sung-moon replied, "That's right. It's all in here. This is the entire force I've been building for a long time. Do you really think I'd just hand all that information over to you?" He paused, a defiant smirk on his face before continuing, "You guys, how could you possibly unlock my phone?" He laughed with confidence, but his victory was short-lived. Do-yuan suddenly held up his phone. Pointing to the screen, he said, "It's already unlocked. Is this yours?" Sung-mun's face went pale with shock. As it turned out, back when the system issued the Sell Out a Friend mission for Sion to infiltrate Mi-sung-dong, Do-yuan had asked her for one more favor. "Sion, I'm hoping you can help me with one last thing," she asked. "What is it?" Then grabbed Do-yuan's hair, shouting, "What else do you need me to do?" Do-yuan replied, This should be pretty standard, not too difficult." Do-yuan wanted her to find Sung-mun's phone password. Hearing that, she said irritably, "For that to work, first, I have to make him unlock it and enter his password himself." She glanced at a box of markers on the desk, adding, "I've already colored the Face ID sensor with a marker. That's usually for marking motorcycles." And it worked like a charm. Sung-mun's facial recognition failed to unlock his phone. He figured the sensor was broken, so he switched to his passcode. That's when Sion snagged his password. She taunted, "Are you always on your phone for business? Or to hit up girls? But thanks to that little habit, I know your password now." You've got nothing left to rely on. Do you? Sion brutally stomped her heel on his face, cursing the red-headed trash. Just like that, the unlock mission was complete. At the Gwanak District Bullying Council's main office, the representative called Chon Sok-dong. He's back? He's just now returning to Bongcheon-dong? Even if he is back, he won't be obedient. Still, I am curious how he's changed. Yes, report back to me if anything happens. Thank you. After hanging up, he asked Yoon-song, did you capture Sung-moon and Ma Jae-guk? Standing tall, Yoon-song replied, yes. They are here now. He asked again, and, Do-woon, the Bumame representative who was with you? Yoon-song answered, he went home first. He continued, the location of headquarters is known only to a select few. But are you close friends with Do-woon? Yoon-song paused before answering. We were simply cooperating. The man considered this, then said, I see. Well, you did an excellent job. Go home and rest now. Hearing that, Yoon-song bowed and replied, yes, sir. As he reached the door, the representative's voice called out, and also, thank you, for always giving your all for the headquarters. Yoon-song listened in silence. He then turned back and said, if you ever need anything, please call me anytime. The scene cuts to Chae-sun Chea, who's brewing classic chamomile tea. As the aroma filled the air, a satisfied smile crossed his face. He crossed his legs, wafting the scent toward himself and said, let the fragrance spread. He then smiled at Sung-moon and Jae-guk, asking, why are you two so stiff? Don't you like tea? Or should I get you two some fruit juice instead? Hearing this, Sung-moon and Jae-guk both flinched in unison. They both eyed the food and drinks nervously. Who knew what horrors might be mixed in? Jae-guk, sweating profusely, stammered, I'm fine. Sung-moon was also covered in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth. Chae-sun Chea set down his teacup and asked, who is it? The leader of the Traitors' Alliance? Sung-moon answered first, I don't know. Jae-guk, beside him, quickly added, yes, we don't know anything at all. Sung-moon continued, we joined the Traitors' Council, but only because they made us an offer that was too good to refuse. We don't know anything beyond that, no matter how you ask. Before Sung-moon could finish, Chae-sun Chea yelled, impressive. He poked at a pastry with a small knife, threatening, you two are really something else. I truly wanted to resolve this with just words, Jae-guk said in a panic. We're not lying about this. His hand accidentally brushed against the sofa's cover, revealing a deep red stain underneath. Chae-sun Chea slowly stood up. It's been a while since I've had to replace this sofa cover. Jae-guk's eyes landed on the stain, and he began to sweat even more. Chae-sun Chea's patience had run out. In one hand, he held a small knife, and in the other, a sharpener. Scraping them together and sending red sparks flying, the piercing sound sent a shiver down Sung-moon's spine. Chae-sun Chea looked up, his long bangs obscuring his eyes and giving him a demonic aura. He raised the knife. I guess I'll have to rely on you two now. Meanwhile, Do-woon was climbing onto the support beam of a park swing set. Having completed the substitution quest, he was due a reward. He wondered, what the hell? Why is the reward being delivered this way? Thanks to Sion, I got 2 rewards. What a lucky break. Do-woon received a golden key and a mysterious sealed fragment. He looked at another system screen, showing the reward for the main quest. He was curious to see what item he would get this time. He waited quietly on the swing set, but the reward never appeared. Growing impatient, he muttered, why isn't anything showing up? Did it fall somewhere else? Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind, and he turned in surprise. It was Sion. Just then, a system window appeared before her, displaying her name with the number 1. She walked closer to him. He climbed down from the swing set and asked, didn't you already go home earlier? And what's with that system window? Suddenly, another person appeared to his right, startling him. He called out, Ajin. She smiled brightly, waving back with both hands. Before her, a system window appeared with the name Do-ajin and the number 2. Do-woon, asked Ajin, why are you here? But before she could reply, more footsteps approached from behind. He turned around. Min-hee, you're here too? Another system window popped up. Choi Min-hee, number 3. In that moment, Do-woon began to vaguely understand what was happening. A nervous sweat broke out on his brow. What's going on? He glanced over as another girl appeared. He thought, it's the white-haired girl from that quest. Before her, a window displayed the number 4, white hair. The 4 girls approached from different directions, leaving him stunned. What in the world is going on? Why is everyone here? A system window appeared. Select one of 4 rewards. His eyes widened as a cold sweat broke out. The system urged, who will you choose? Do-woon's face turned beet red. He shrank back into the swing as the 4 girls stared at him intently. he thought in a panic. Is this the mission reward? This? Staring blankly at the girls, he asked the system in disbelief. For real? You want me to choose one of them? Number 1 was Sion, 2 was Ajin, 3 was Choi Min-hee, and 4 was White Hair. His face was on fire as he blurted out, "This is the mission reward?" He immediately realized his mistake and tried to backtrack. No, that's not what I meant. How could I choose just one? I mean, can I choose more? Wait, no, I don't want to choose at all. Just then, the system announced that time was up, so the reward would be chosen randomly. He could only stare, wide-eyed and stunned. Suddenly, the images of the girls started glowing with a blue light. He cried out in shock. What the? Before his eyes, Choi Min-hee's figure disintegrated into tiny fragments. Then, Sion's clothes vanished. He shouted, "No way!" But then Ajin's outfit melted away, revealing a stunning figure that left him speechless. The girls disappeared piece by piece like a puzzle. He quickly shielded his eyes, face burning red, insisting, "I didn't see anything, I swear." A moment later, he took his hands away. Only the white-haired girl remained before him. A system window appeared, announcing, "White Hair has been selected." He looked around and asked, "Wait, what about everyone else?" He looked back at her, thinking, "What is this?" Just then, she leaned down and gave Doyoon a quick kiss, making him freeze. What is happening? But while he was still stunned, she moved closer, and then passed right through his body. Doyoon was shocked at what he was seeing. He looked at his own body. Did she just phase through me? Just then, the system window appeared again, stating, "You have selected dealer number 4. He asked in shock, "A dealer?" To answer his question, the system displayed a game menu. The white-haired girl smiled. The game for Doyoon is Yabawi. After she spoke, a small oval table appeared before her, holding 3 upside-down cups. Next, she took one of the cups and gently lifted it. Inside was a single marble. She announced the rules: choose the correct cup with the marble to win a prize. At that moment, Doyoon realized something about the person before him. Her movements were quite stiff. After observing her, he concluded, "This isn't a real person. She's like a phantom NPC, isn't she?" The girl, an illusionary NPC, paid no mind to Doyoon's remark and declared, "The game will now begin." Her hands moved with incredible speed, shuffling the 3 cups. She moved faster and faster until the cups became nothing but after-images. After setting them in place, she staggered the 3 cups and asked, "Doyoon, now, which cup holds the marble?" He didn't even have to think, pointing to the cup on the far right. "This one is simple enough," she smiled, lifting the cup Doyoon had chosen. Inside, just as he expected, was the marble. "You have chosen correctly," she said with a smile. Doyoon thought to himself, "Just as I expected." At that moment, she asked again, "Would you like to challenge the next level?" Doyoon was surprised. "The next level?" She replied, "If you succeed again, you will receive a better reward. If you fail, the prize is lost." The game was taking place inside the park. The area was completely empty, so no one was around to bother Doyoon. He suddenly understood. Ah, so it's basically a gamble. He excitedly raised his hand and yelled, "Of course, I want to keep playing." The game continued, with the difficulty increasing each round. After a while, lights in some apartments went out, but Doyoon was still playing. In the park, the white-haired girl lifted the cup containing the marble and announced, "You have successfully cleared level 9. The more he played, the more excited he got. "This is great." He leaned in close to the marble, sweat pouring down his face. He was panting from the tension, unable to help himself. "These high levels are insane. I'm just glad I got it right." She continued, "The next level is the final stage of this game. Do you still wish to continue?" Doyoon asked, dazed. "This is already the final level?" He thought to himself, "If I fail at this stage, all the rewards I've earned will disappear. This is the last level, and I'm getting a little nervous." With that, he said, "I'll just stop at this level." The moment the words left his mouth, the white-haired girl announced, "Attention. The reward for this stage is legendary." She placed her hand on the table, revealing the final prize. "If you can choose correctly on this level, you will receive a legendary item." After speaking, she waited for Doyoon to decide. "Will you stop or continue?" Doyoon muttered, "Win this last round and get a legendary item." His mind was racing, wondering if he should continue. After a moment of thought, his expression grew serious. Pointing a finger to the sky, he decided, "I'll keep playing." As soon as he spoke, the scene before him suddenly transformed, his eyes widening in surprise. The 3 cups on the table had multiplied into 10. The white-haired girl lifted one cup and declared, "Then, the final stage of Yabawi begins. Doyoon felt like he was about to cry. I really did not see this coming, he gasped. Why did the number of cups suddenly increase? The white-haired girl slammed the cup down on the table, a delighted smile on her face. She didn't answer his question, instead rapidly shuffling all the cups on the table. Her hands moved so fast it was as if she had 10 arms at once. The cups were shuffled back and forth at a dizzying speed, becoming a blur to the naked eye. She quickly finished her last move, and then asked, "Which cup holds the marble?" She stared at him, waiting. Doyoon let out a sigh, which seemed to surprise her. A blue light flashed in his right eye. He had activated his enhanced observation skill. Because of this, he was able to follow the shuffling speed. He said calmly, "That was close. Any faster, and I wouldn't have seen it." He pointed to a cup and said with confidence, "It's this one." Seeing this, the girl's eyes widened in shock. Then, she opened the cup, looking at him fondly before announcing, "Correct." She held up the marble for him. "Congratulations on your victory." Doyoon stared blankly at the marble. A light flashed from its core as a system window appeared, explaining, "This is the transcendent marble, a mythic-grade item." Meanwhile, on a deserted street, a black car was cruising silently through the night. Inside the car, the one-eyed driver reported, "Sung-mun and Ma Chae-guk of Mi-sung-dong are unreachable. They've likely been captured by the council. If you want, boss, I'll go look for them." The mysterious tattooed man in the back seat replied, "No need. I knew this would happen from the very beginning. Those two served their purpose, but there's no need for regret." He then looked out the window and continued, "No matter what happens, no one can stop our plan." The one-eyed man replied, "Boss, I understand." Then, as if remembering something, he added, "Ah, this may not be important, but I should report it. A while ago, I heard the representative of Bong Chae-dong, Chon Sok-dong, attacked Shi An-dong." The mysterious man asked, "He went alone? And what was the damage?" The one-eyed man replied, "Nothing major. I heard he was looking for the culprit who attacked his subordinate. After causing a scene and learning it wasn't Shi Wan-dong, he left immediately." The mysterious man speculated, "That probably wasn't a council order. He must have gone on his own to get revenge." After saying that, he paused for a moment, then muttered a name, Sok-doing. Now that's an interesting name. The scene shifts, hurtling forward to a food street, right at Seihi's diner. Sion and Do-won stared at the strange dish, asking in unison, "What is this?" Seihi coolly adjusted his sunglasses. With a hint of danger, he announced, "It's the new special. It's called snake brooding eggs." And on the plate was, indeed, the shape of a snake. It was coiled around small white eggs, as Seihi eagerly explained. "It's tteokbokki eggs and blood sausage. Pretty cool presentation, right?" Sion replied, "It looks delicious." Do-won just laughed. "I wonder who would pay for this." "Yes," Seihi said enthusiastically. "My grandma invented this dish." Hearing that, Do-won immediately changed his tune. "Oh, really? Then customers will empty their wallets for it." Sion nodded along. "I mean, it must be amazing then." After forcing the praise, they both sighed, sweating. Seihi, however, beamed at the compliments. "I sure hope so." Changing the topic, Seihi asked, "You guys had a tough fight against the Mi-sung-dong crew, didn't you? I'm sorry I wasn't there to help you." With that, Seihi bowed his head deeply. "It's fine," Sion said. Do-won smiled to reassure him. "You have to work here, after all." Sion then added, "Speaking of which, our crew, Bo Rami Rong, is too small. 4 members, and one is always missing." Hearing this, Do-won asked her, "Should we recruit more members then?" She replied coldly, "We're not some kind of profitable business. Who'd be crazy enough to join for nothing?" Seihi suddenly said, "I think Celine Dong gets funding from headquarters." Do-won agreed, "That's true, but we're broke. No one will join us. What a pain." But just then, Seihi proposed an idea. "But hey, if you join us, you get free tteokbokki. For free, right?" Do-won gave a slight nod. Just then, the diner door swung open, and a young man dressed in black walked in. Seihi scratched his head apologetically. "Sorry, sir, but we're not open today." The young man ignored him, silently stepping inside. His eyes landed on Do-won eating the snake sausage. "Found you," he said. The sudden arrival of the man in black completely stunned Do-won. Then came the threat. "Was it you guys? You're the ones who attacked my crew." Before Do-won stood Sok-doing, his face filled with killing intent. He sat frozen, completely confused. Sok-doing's voice echoed, "Was it you? The ones who ambushed Bong Chae-dong and attacked my guys?" Do-won's mouth was full, so all he could do was mumble incoherently. Seeing this, Seihi quickly asked Sok-doing, Who told you that? But Sion remained perfectly calm. What's your business with Bo Rami wrong? I heard Bong Che Dong was attacked recently. Hit so hard they can barely even function as a crew now, right? Sok Doing's face darkened. You seem to know a lot. All right, I'm here now. He reached out, grabbing Do-won's collar, and slowly hoisted him into the air. He growled, I'm here for revenge. The long sausage dangling from Do-won's mouth looked ridiculous, but Sok Doing didn't care, his face grim and threatening. Give up any hope of running away. Do-won started to choke, letting out a cough. Se-he asked, worried. Bro, is it the sausage? You can't talk because of it? Do-won could only make gurgling sounds in his throat. Seeing him choke, Se-he quickly grabbed a tray and held it out. Spit it out here, man. After spitting out the sausage, Do-won gasped for air. I thought I was gonna die from choking. Sion's face flushed red. So embarrassing. What are you doing? Do-won calmly looked at Sok Doing. If this is about Bong Che Dong, you must be Sok Doing. You've really changed a lot. He then calmly grabbed his attacker's hand. Sok Doing was shocked that Do-won could stop him with just one hand. Do-won showed no fear at all, his voice filled with mockery. Wow, look at that scarred and vicious face. What on earth happened to you? Hearing his taunt, Sok Doing's hand trembled with fury. Veins bulged on his skin. What happened? He roared. I'll show you what happened. With that, Sok Doing raised his fist for a punch, but Do-won suddenly spoke. It wasn't us. Sok Doing paused, confused. What? We didn't ambush Bong Che Dong or your crew. He let Do-won go. Do-won straightened his collar. Probably the Traitors Alliance or something. Go fight the right people. Sok Doing clicked his tongue. So I was wrong again this time? With that, he turned to leave. Do-won called after him. You're leaving already? Sok Doing replied. Yeah, I'm out. Do-won offered. Since you're here, you should have some tteokbokki before you go. Sok Doing paused for a moment and said, Now, when I close my eyes, I remember the night I lost to you. Those words made Do-won freeze. Sok Doing turned back to him and continued, After this is all over, you're next. And with that, he walked out the door without a second glance. Do-won suddenly whispered, How dangerous. Hearing that, Se-he took off his glasses. Are you talking about the Bong Che Dong leader? Just leave him to me. But Se-he was cut off by Do-won. No, not him. He looked down and sighed. The new menu. It's dangerously bad. The next day, at the sports court, a girls' basketball game was in full swing. Ajin suddenly leaped up, catching the ball against her chest. In the stands, many boys were cheering, and Do-won was one of them. He saw Ajin catch the ball and his face turned bright red. All around, people yelled, Ajin, take the shot. She replied, Here I come. Do-won covered his face, thinking, This is bad. Why do I keep remembering that scene? His mind was flooded with images from that night in the park, of the illusionary Ajin melting away. Her clothes had revealed patches of alluring skin. He thought, mortified, how am I supposed to face Ajin now? His friend Chi-han, sitting beside him, saw his state. Seeing Do-won squirming, he asked with concern, What's wrong with you, Do-won? He stammered, It's nothing. But before he could finish his sentence, he saw the basketball fly off in another direction. The ball smacked right into Choi Min-hee's back, and the image of her clothes melting away flashed through Do-won's mind again. He screamed internally, Please, no. He was so flustered he waved his hands, trying to defend himself. I really can't see anything. Seeing this, Chi-han looked baffled. Doyoon muttered in frustration, Damn it, this is insane. He lowered his head, forcing himself not to look at the arena, to avoid that embarrassing scene. But not far from him, 3 male students were chatting, catching his attention. A boy in a blue shirt asked, Is that all you have? The one in white, digging in his bag, replied, Yeah, this is it. Man, so heavy. He then opened the bag, revealing countless chips inside. He grinned. Gotta go all in on the final match. The boy in blue stared, wide-eyed. If you cash that in, how much would it be? The guy sitting next to them added, I put my entire fortune on the line. The boy in white put a chip in his mouth. My whole gambling life depends on this. After school, I'm heading to the treasury. Suddenly, someone cried out, Ah, my stomach hurts. The treasure trove? Do-woon asked, intrigued by the name. Chi-han replied, I hear it's the hot new spot for young people. After a pause, he added, A private casino. Aren't students banned from there? Do-woon asked, shocked. No, it's the opposite. Chi-han explained. It's a place exclusively for teenagers. It's known as the treasure trove, and it attracts students who crave both money and a thrill. To avoid getting caught, They're always changing the location and methods. I don't know the specifics, though. Doyoon seemed to vaguely understand. He asked, so, it's a place where anything goes? Sitting just behind Doyoon was Jiang Donggu. He overheard their conversation and became silent for a moment, lowering his head in thought. That evening, at a building in Guanak's Cheoguandong district, from the outside, it looked perfectly ordinary, but in the hidden basement was the spot the students called the treasure trove. A staff member yelled, "Before entering, you must leave your phones at the counter. Proceed in a single-file line." A long queue of people snaked down the stairs before him. In that crowd, two friends walked together. The one in a t-shirt asked, "Hey, how much did you bring today?" The one in the jacket ahead replied, 50 sheets. Hearing this, the t-shirt kid asked, "Is your mom's wallet still okay?" But somewhere else in line, another teen was playing a game on his phone to kill time. Suddenly he cursed. "Ah, damn it." His friend next to him asked, "Did you lose?" The gamer stared at his screen and replied, "This thing is totally rigged. You can't trust gambling websites." His friend retorted, "Isn't that exactly why you're here?" No one noticed Donggu was also in the line. He pulled his hood down, his eyes darting around before he resolved, "Tonight is the night." But his thoughts were cut short by the staff's voice. It shattered Donggu's concentration. "Next person, step inside." All he could do was answer, "Yes." The attendant pointed to the phone box beside him. "Please put your phone in here." Donggu set his phone down. The staff member offered a cheerful blessing. "Hope you clean the house out and go home with your hands full of cash. A place of dreams, hope, and fun." Donggu ignored his words, silently stepping forward to open the door to the place called the treasure trove. Meanwhile, in Jian Qin's private room, Boss Cho was giving a report. The casino business was very profitable today. Thanks to the increase in customers, profits are trending up. In his hand, Boss Cho revealed 4 sevens. He then shuffled his hand, drew 4 jacks, and continued. "If there is one problem, it's those damn council members." Having said his piece, he waited, but Jian Qin gave no response. He asked, "Are you still listening to me, Representative?" Across from him, Jian Qin knelt in a swordsman's stance, his back turned to Boss Cho. Getting no answer, Boss Cho continued, "Well, Foss, if you are listening. I heard Un Song of Silim Dong and Do Woon of Boromai Dong are hunting traders." He spoke while idly toying with the cards in his hand. "It seems our Cheo Guandong is no exception to the rule. So, as always, I'll keep changing the treasure trove's location." He suddenly folded a card in his hand. "Report finished. I'll be going." Jian Qin stayed kneeling as Boss Cho left. He suddenly stood up and swung his sword, cleaving the straw dummy before him in two. He followed up with a flurry of strikes, muttering to himself, "Boromai Dong, Do Woon. So, he knows how to use a weapon?" He paused for a moment, then looked up at the ceiling and spoke again. "The next target after Bongchon Dong will be Boromai Dong." Do Woon was walking down the school hallway, chewing on the super marble he'd won in a game. He kept biting it, but the thing was rock solid. He cursed and spat it out. "This has no flavor at all." He stared at the legendary super marble, wondering, "How am I supposed to use this? This definitely isn't something you eat." He glanced through a classroom window, when he suddenly saw a student standing before a bag full of casino chips. He remembered from the sports field. This bag belonged to a student in a white t-shirt. But the person standing before the bag now was Donggu. He was clearly not the owner, and he had no idea Do Woon was watching him from the door. He was just staring intently at the bag. He muttered to himself, "I'll just borrow this for a bit. After I win at the gambling den, I'll return it." At that moment, the group of 3 students suddenly entered. The bag's owner said, "Damn, I almost forgot this important bag. Whether I hit the jackpot or go broke tonight depends entirely on this." His 2 friends added, "You must be using all your life's luck tonight. If your parents knew about this, they'd be heartbroken." Though their words seemed like advice, their tone was full of sarcastic jokes. They had no idea that in a dark corner of the classroom, Do Woon had his hand clamped over Donggu's mouth to keep him silent. They were both hiding inside a cabinet. The 3 students thought the class was empty, so they continued their conversation freely. One asked, "So where did the treasure trove move to this time?" Another student replied, "I heard it's in the basement of the Cheoguandong building." Knowing the location, they decided, "All right, let's head over." After they left, Do Woon and Donggu finally came out of hiding. Donggu bowed his head in shame. "Thanks for saving me back there." Do Woon said, "Don't thank me. I didn't intend to save you." He stared him down, questioning him. "You've been to the treasure trove before, haven't you?" Donggu just answered. "Yeah." Do Woon asked, "So, what kind of place is it?" He answered blankly, "That place?" His mind drifted back to when a friend first invited him. He began to tell Doyoon how it happened. He was just doing his homework when a friend suddenly asked, "Hey, got plans after class today? Want to hang out somewhere with me? I promise, it's the best." Dong-gu knew exactly what he was suggesting. "You mean that? Gambling den? I don't even know how to play those games." But his friend was persistent, urging him on. "Don't worry, you'll pick it up. It's simple but really fun. I'm a little nervous going alone, so come with me for support." Overflowing with confidence, he pointed at himself and promised Dong-gu, "Just follow my lead, and we'll win big for sure." But in the den, he lost streak after streak, cursing as his money vanished. "Damn it, why is my luck so awful?" Dong-gu grew more anxious. "I've lost everything. You said we'd win if I just bet like you. Now I'm broke. My tuition for this month is gone." His friend just pushed harder. "We probably just need more chips to turn it around. Our lucky streak was about to hit, but we ran out of cash. With a little more, we'd be swimming in money." Dong-gu wavered, asking, "But how? We're out of money." Just then, the dealer, Cho-sep, made a suggestion. "Perhaps I could spot you gentlemen some more chips." As he finished, Dong-gu and his friend shouted in unison. "Really?" Cho-sep replied. "But first, there's just one thing I need to verify." He leaned in close to Dong-gu and asked, "Are your parents still alive?" At that moment, Dong-gu realized why the treasure was so dangerous to everyone. It was because their system for lending chips was limitless. You could borrow as many as you wanted, as many times as you wanted. Borrowing more chips even earned you a bonus percentage. To get such a loan, all you needed was your student ID and your parents' bank account information. Back then, his friend taunted him. "What are you so afraid of? Get more chips. When our luck hits, we'll win it all back, and then some." Dong-gu's hesitation vanished as he made his choice. "Fine, let's do it." Dong-gu continued. "Like any gambling addiction. At first, it didn't feel like I was borrowing money to bet. I was convinced that if I kept playing, I'd win big. And that feeling is the most." The dealer, Cho-sep, just kept encouraging them. "That's right. With this many chips, you're guaranteed to win back everything you lost, plus a hefty profit." Dong-gu was thrilled with his new loan, saying eagerly, "All right, let's see." But with that many borrowed chips, he went all in relentlessly, and the outcome was a total disaster. Completely wiped out, Dong-gu was stunned. "This can't be," Cho-sep announced. "You're all out of chips, sir." Fear finally gripped Dong-gu as he trembled. "That's impossible. The chips I just borrowed are gone already? What are we supposed to do now?" Dong-gu jumped to his feet, turning to his friend. "Say something, man." But seeing his friend's expression, Dong-gu was horrified. He had borrowed even more chips than he had. His friend, broken by the loss, just started screaming. He was so traumatized that he tried to end his life multiple times after that. Finishing his tale, Dong-gu sighed. "That's the kind of place the treasure is. If you don't repay the debt on time, they use your parents' ID and bank account to take out massive loans from loan sharks. It might be a casino for teenagers, but it's designed to force adults to step in and solve the problems their kids created." At this, Dong-gu grit his teeth. "Right now, my parents are being held as collateral." He couldn't stop his body from shaking. "My deadline to repay the debt is coming soon, and my family can't afford it. If I can't pay back this debt, my family is going to be torn apart." Hearing this, Doyoon could only stand there in silence. That night, under a pale moon, the treasure casino opened for business as usual. A line of kids snaked down into the basement of the Juguandong building. A staff member called out, "Next guest, please enter." Stepping inside, 3 students with a bag full of chips arrived as planned. They were completely shocked by the scene inside. One student asked, "What is this place?" His friend added, "Is this really a casino for minors?" Inside, every table was mobbed with players, creating a scene of pure chaos. This was the true business model of the Juguandong treasure. At a baccarat table, a dealer asked, "Which box will you bet on?" At the roulette table, teens screamed as the ball spun, "Please, just land on my number. Buddha, Jesus, any god out there, please help me." At the sick-bow table, the croupier announced odd, and a wave of curses erupted from the crowd. "Damn it, it's over." Dong-gu was also there, joining one of the games. He whispered to himself, "The only way for a kid to pay off this kind of debt is to hit a big casino and score one massive jackpot." He steeled his resolve. "Today, I will definitely." But his thought was cut short by a loud shout from behind him. "Are you messing with me?" It was the student with the bag of chips Dong-gu had tried to steal that morning. He held up a 3 of hearts, pointing at the dealer and yelling, "How the hell can it be odds 7 times in a row?" He gestured to his now empty bag of chips. "Do you have any idea how many chips were in this bag before I got here? Now look at it, it's all gone." He suddenly pulled out a dagger. You're running a rigged game, aren't you? I won't let this slide. With that, he grabbed the dealer, pressing the blade to his throat. Answer me, you son of a bitch. Are you cheating the players? The dealer, sweating in fear, pleaded, Sir, please calm down. But the student didn't listen. Tell me the truth right now, or I swear I'll draw blood. You're the dealer. You have to know what's going on. While threatening the dealer, he looked down at the table. You must have some kind of device rigged under this table, right? But he didn't even wait for a reply before screaming, Just give me all my money back right now, or you're a dead man today. Two nearby students turned to each other. Is this place a scam? The other replied, I don't know, but it sure seems like it. No wonder everyone's losing and nobody ever wins. At that moment, a man with a tattooed neck cut through the crowd. As he passed the students, he announced, Pardon me, gentlemen. He then turned to the student, threatening the dealer. Sir, any complaints should be directed to me. The student glared back. Huh? What do you want? The man spoke while pulling out a jack, trying to persuade him. Sir, calm down. We can definitely talk about this. He flicked the jack open and closed it. You don't need to use a weapon like that. The student yelled. Who the hell are you? The man with the neck tattoo just smirked and replied, Me? I'm the manager of this fine establishment. And in a flash, he snatched the dagger from the student's grasp. This was Kim Cheo-seop, vice rep of the Traders Alliance. Disarmed and stunned, the student yelled, Hey look! They're obviously cheating. That's why this manager rushed over. Cheo-seop coolly folded the dagger. What seems to be the problem, sir? Here at the Treasure Trove, we do not cheat. Our reputation for honesty is flawless. We've never had a complaint. Hearing this, the student broke into a cold sweat, completely speechless and unable to argue. Cheo-seop pressed on. Without proof of these accusations, I can't allow you to slander our name like this. With that, he threw the card onto the table, pinning it with the student's own dagger. Then he turned the threat back on him. You will explain yourself and apologize immediately, or I'll be forced to take drastic measures. Just then, the door creaked open, and someone in white sneakers stepped in. Donggu looked over and saw Do-woon, leaving him absolutely speechless. Do-woon, in a flashy blue shirt, strolled up to Cheo-seop's table and asked, Is this spot open? As Cheo-seop turned, Do-woon continued, Is there a betting limit? Cheo-seop eyed him as the entire room's attention shifted their way. Do-woon casually added, Winning or losing? Oh. It's all decided in a single moment. So I'll. He slammed a heavy bag onto the table. He declared loudly, Go all in. In truth, Do-woon was here for a bounty mission issued by the system. The mission required him to bet and win at Cheo Kwandong's treasure trove. Across from him, his friend stated, The trove's location changes randomly. On a cycle, right? He nodded helplessly. Seeing his friend's pale face, Do-woon asked, You gambled there daily to pay your chip debt? He hesitated, then nodded again. Do-woon's voice turned cold. Good. Take me to the treasure trove. Now. His friend was stunned and confused. Why? Do-woon's answer was obvious. To gamble there, of course. Seeing Do-woon so calm, he panicked and grabbed his collar, shouting, You can't. In the quiet classroom, he pleaded, Didn't you hear my story? I had no other choice to pay back my debt. Donggu's body trembled as he began to sob. His voice cracked with immense regret. I never should have set foot in that place. Watching him, Do-woon remarked, You're a better person than I thought. That comment just left his friend looking more confused. Just then, a new mission alert appeared for Do-woon. Treasure hunter. Place a bet at the treasure trove. Do-woon sighed. It seems I don't have a choice either. Do-woon adjusted his tie, finally asking the guy for his name. He replied, Donggu. Whether he misheard or was just messing around, Do-woon smirked. All right then, help me out, Dongdae-jung. And soon, they were inside the casino. Do-woon sat at the table while Donggu watched, sweating from a distance. He thought, they were just accused of cheating. But Do-woon seemed utterly confident, so why would he go all in? He had definitely caught the manager's eye. The man stood up. I don't believe I've seen you here before. Do-woon grinned brightly. I heard this place was amazing, so after hearing the rumors, I just had to come. Then, playing dumb, he asked, But I don't really know these games. So, how do you play? The manager paused, clearly taken by surprise. Cheo-seop saw an opportunity. Let me show you a simple game. He was, after all, the vice representative for Cheo Wanjung. He slowly laid out the cards. Among these 52 cards is a single colored joker. The one who picks that card wins. He finished, asking, How about it? Do-woon put on an over-the-top, excited expression, acting completely sold on the idea. Taking the bait, the manager glanced around smugly. I know many people here suspect that the Treasure Trove's games might be rigged, all because of someone's rash words. The student he mentioned began sweating bullets, his lips trembling without a sound. After that jab, Chio Siop moved to prove his innocence and erase all doubt. He declared, "I will blindfold myself." True to his word, he tied a cloth over his eyes. "This way, I can't see the cards or anything, so I can't do anything suspicious, can I?" Just as he hoped, the crowd gasped, impressed by his bold performance. He gave a slight smile, knowing he had them in his palm. In reality, it was all just for show. The manager didn't need to see to win. The colored joker had a unique texture, easily found by touch. Just as he was diverting everyone's suspicions with this trick, Do-woon's voice shattered his thoughts. Blindfolded, he couldn't see what was happening. Do-woon was happily copying him, tying on his own blindfold as he asked, "I just have to do this, right?" Donggu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He had no clue what the hell his friend was thinking. Finding the marked card was difficult even with your eyes open. The onlookers could only react with complete and utter disbelief. The crowd stared at him like he was a complete fool. Was this guy dense? Ignoring them, his opponent began the game. As agreed, he would choose his card first. With that, he gestured toward the cards. He was calculating silently in his mind. Picking the colored joker now would be too suspicious. He had to play it cool to avoid any doubt, so he decided to pick one at random. A black and white joker would be perfect. Then, he'd end this game at just the right moment. As expected, he drew a black and white joker. Whispers spread through the onlookers. "That's a black and white one. Picking the colored card first would be obvious cheating, right?" Hearing the chatter, Doyoon finally spoke. "So, is it my turn now?" He slowly slid his hand over the cards, feigning confusion as he spoke. Which one should I pick?" After a moment, he decisively drew a card. He held it up for everyone to see. Donggu, watching from the crowd, just froze, his face going blank. Then, someone in the crowd gasped. It was the colored joker. A victorious smirk spread across his face. The room erupted with disbelief. He pulled it on his very first try? This guy's luck is insane. His friend Donggu was still completely stunned. In truth, Doyoon wasn't entirely sure himself, but it turned out to be the right choice. Chris clutched the blindfold, lost in thought. This mission. Suddenly, Chin-sel appeared beside him, praising, "You did very well, even though the system chose that card for you." It was this woman before him. Looking at her, he felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, no one else could see her. Joe, the boss, watched him with a curious gaze. He wondered to himself, was that just a coincidence? He put on a fake, professional smile to congratulate the boy, praising his incredible skill. This was his first time playing, but you did an amazing job. Then he asked, "How many chips did you bet?" At the question, Doyoon pulled out 6 types from his bag and held up 2 chips. He answered cheerfully, 2. Donggu. His eyes dark with exhaustion, buried his head in his hands, groaning, "That's right. If I'd known, I never would have lent him more chips." Over here, Joe, the boss, consoled him professionally. "Don't be too disappointed with a small win. You still have plenty of opportunities ahead of you." Across from them, Doyoon continued his passionate rookie act. He shouted loudly, "I'm going to play with everything I've got." Just then, an announcement echoed through the game zone. "Attention everyone in the treasure warehouse. The time has come. Our special game is about to begin." Doyoon was confused by the announcement. He watched as the other players hurried toward the same place. A moment later, everyone had gathered in the special game area to hear the staff explain the rules. A staff member gestured to a glass case on the table. "Today's game," she announced, "is the snail race." Yoon stared at the setup and realized he'd seen this game before. "Isn't that from an illegal gambling site?" Donggu spoke up. "That's the appeal of the treasure warehouse," he explained calmly. "Here, they can take online-only games and bring them into the real world, creating something brand new that no casino has ever seen." As he spoke, his voice began to falter, and some of those games are far more exciting and dangerous. Hearing that, Doyoon glanced at his friend a few times, not forgetting to offer a compliment. "You really know everything about this place." Doyoon got his name wrong again. His friend couldn't take it anymore and had to correct him. "My name is Donggu." An announcement blared that betting was about to close. Donggu rushed to the counter, yelling back at Doyoon, "We need to hurry. The payout for this game is huge." He glanced at the white-haired girl and asked, "Which number?" She whispered, "The key this time is number 2. The speakers announced the start of the game, and the room erupted in a roar. Everyone cheered for the snail they'd bet on. While the crowd was frantic, the 3 snails crawled slowly. The gamblers waved their arms and stomped their feet, screaming, The three snails inched forward a considerable distance. His friend was screaming his head off. Doyoon just watched him with a bored expression. From afar, Joe observed them with keen interest. After the game, the two sat down for dinner at a street stall. Donggu couldn't help but sigh. How is it that every single choice you make is the right one? Doyoon casually answered while eating his noodles, I'm not really sure. Maybe it's just my sharp intuition? Hearing him say it so effortlessly made Donggu burn with jealousy. If I had an instinct like that, I would have paid off my debt ages ago. Doyoon blew on his noodles and asked, why not ask your parents for help? Donggu looked panicked. No, I can't. His mood instantly soured. My father left when I was a kid. Since then, my mom has struggled just to raise me. How could I tell the woman who works late every night for me that her son is drowning in gambling debt? Doyoon's eyes seemed to fill with understanding. Then he said bluntly, you really are a terrible son. I know, Donggu replied, his eyes wide, trembling from Doyoon's incredible bluntness. Seeing his friend's shock, he reassured him, you don't need to worry so much. In the end, everything is going to be okay. His expression was unusually serious. This casino is going to fall soon, and after that, this will all be just a bad joke. But then he got the name wrong again. Stay strong, Sohan. Finally, after so many times, it dawned on him. You're calling me the wrong name on purpose, aren't you? He irritably confronted the white-haired girl. How long are you going to keep hovering around me? She floated in front of him, taunting, I'll be activated until this mission is complete. He grumbled in frustration. Don't you realize how much you're bothering me? Onlookers stared at him, talking to himself like a madman, whispering suspiciously to one another. Is that what gambling does to people? Noticing Donggu was gone, he wondered, did he go back inside? Just then, an announcement captured everyone's attention. The game zone announced the start of a new special game. Tonight's event will be a little more unique. As the crowd watched with excitement, the casino staff continued. We are here with a Treasure Warehouse original game. And though the name is terrifying, she gestured towards the stage. It is called The Executioner. The staffer stood before a guillotine. She explained the rules. Of these 5 ropes, one is connected to the guillotine's blade. All you have to do now is place your bets. The full scale of the game came into view. Behind the guillotine, a person was kneeling. The staff member continued her alluring call for wagers. Let's see who the lucky winner is tonight. One of the ropes was marked with the number 15. Doyoon, pushing through the crowd, couldn't help but be impressed. Whoa, it looks like there's an even bigger crowd today. And at last, the special twist of the game was revealed. In this guillotine, we will be placing a person's arm. As she spoke, the staff member pointed toward the device, drawing every single eye towards it. Seeing it clearly, the crowd roared. They weren't horrified, they were thrilled. From within the crowd, Doyoon looked up, and a horrifying sense of recognition dawned on him. Zhang Donggu? His friend was trembling from head to toe, biting his lip hard to endure the terror. Behind the guillotine, tears streamed down his face as he desperately tried to calm himself down. He repeated it like a mantra, I can do this. Rewind to earlier, Chao Sep cornered Jiang Donggu in an empty hall. His voice was a tempting whisper. You already know, don't you? The deadline for your chip loan is fast approaching. Donggu tried to sound confident. Yes, I know. Chao Sep pressed on. Then you know what happens if you can't pay, right? Donggu could only stand there, silent under the pressure. Chao Sep made his offer. Today, you can wipe the slate clean. Care to try? His expression was dangerous, yet inviting. Donggu's mind went blank with panic, repeating that this was his only way to clear his debt. I have to. But as the betting timer ended, a chilling cold washed over him. The female staff member raised a small axe, her words matching her actions. Shall we cut them one by one? She began the countdown. I will count down now. Du Yuan's face grew tense, his eyes turning cold. With each number she called, memories of him and Donggu flashed through Du Yuan's mind. The staffer's voice rang out. All bets are now closed. Amid the crowd's excited roar, she lifted the axe high, bringing the player to the climax. The execution game will now begin. She riled up the crowd, building the suspense. Among these 5 ropes, which one is connected to the blade above? Donggu faced his moment of truth, gritting his teeth. I have to risk it, he told himself over and over not to let go. If I just get through this, all my debts will be erased. In that instant, the axe fell, severing the first rope. The gamblers below were sweating with tension. As rope 1 snapped, a man cried out, It's over! I bet on number 1! Others cheered with glee. Someone shouted, Please be number 2, the staffer announced. Next up is number 2. The axe fell again, cutting another rope. The staffer's voice held a hint of disappointment. It wasn't rope number 2 either. Donggu's vision blurred as his strength began to fade. He gasped for air as the haunting voice continued. Could it be rope number 3? Another swift chop, and the rope was cut. Third time's not the charm, the staffer said playfully. It wasn't number 3. Now only ropes 4 and 5 remain. Her words were crystal clear to Donggu. The odds of the blade falling are now 50-50. His face was a mask of pure terror. As she swung the axe for the next cut, Hadu Wuan appeared behind her. He ordered, shocking her, "Get out of the way," and grabbed the axe. He stared down the stunned game master. "Let me handle this." One clean swing, and the rope snapped. He clutched his head in despair. "No, that's not it. I thought it was number 5, so I cut it." The staffer was equally surprised, then declared, "The final answer for this execution game is rope number 4. Donggu stared blankly at the blade still hanging above his hand. The announcement echoed, "The result is rope number 4. Everyone." Casino staff quickly moved in to release him from the guillotine. He gripped his intact arm, breathing a sigh of relief. "That was too close," the casino announced. "For those who bet on rope number 4, congratulations on winning this game." The game's result sent another wave of commotion through the crowd. Emotions ran high, with some celebrating while others despaired. As usual, it is now time to see our guests out. Today's special game is over. We hope to see you again soon. In a quiet corner, Hadu Uan whispered, "I couldn't have done it without your guidance. Thank you." White hair. He recalled white hair telling him the answer was rope number 4. Suddenly, Chao Sep appeared, offering praise. "Nice one. Your performance was fantastic." Hearing his praise, Du Uan's face filled with suspicion. Chao Sep clapped slowly. "I was genuinely surprised when you appeared and cut that rope." He feigned curiosity, asking, "I wonder, how did you guess that rope 4 was the answer?" Seeing his taunting look, Du Uan's anger flared. He grabbed his collar and demanded, "What the hell kind of game are you people playing? Why would you put someone in that kind of danger?" Seeing his fury, Chao Sep paused, his eyes thoughtful, then replied innocently, "What are you talking about? Look around you. No one was forced." He gestured toward Donggu, who was kneeling nearby. "He's bowing in thanks for the opportunity I gave him." Du Uan glanced over, confused. Donggu was prostrated on the floor, muttering thanks under Du Uan's suspicious gaze. Chao Sep added, "We gave him a chance to play the death game. If he won, his chip loan would be wiped. It was completely voluntary. No one forced him. His participation was a lucky break. Opportunities like that are rare, and countless people owe us chips." Du Uan remembered what Donggu had told him in class. "I had to borrow chips to try and win back my losses. But I had to put up my mother's bank account and her citizen ID card as collateral." The images and words replayed in his mind. He remembered Donggu's regret. "I'm so deep in debt, and my family is struggling. My mom raised me alone. How can I tell her I'm addicted to gambling and owe a fortune?" At that thought, Du Uan whispered in turmoil, "Donggu." The surrounding crowd overheard. They started murmuring among themselves. Was the answer really number 4? What if none of the ropes were connected to the blade? Someone suggested, "Hey, why don't we cut rope number 4 and see?" Du Uan couldn't listen to this madness anymore and yelled, "You're all insane." He turned to face Chao Sep directly. "You and everyone else here. You're all the same." Chao Sep calmly picked up the axe. "It seems you still don't get it. Everyone came here to gamble." As he spoke, he swung the axe, its blade glinting coldly. With one powerful strike, he severed the final rope. He continued, "In a place like this, not being crazy is what's abnormal." He looked up at Donggu, asking slyly, "Isn't that right, my dear guest?" In a secluded room, a man trembled, clutching a pile of chips. Before him sat another, a silver pin glinting in his hair. The man sat Caesar style, a bloody knife in hand. He watched the figure writhe in agony, his voice chillingly calm. This victory was a bit too simple. Then, 2 men in black suits dragged the screaming man out of the room. "My finger! My chips!" he shrieked, reaching desperately. "Give them back to me!" he struggled, screaming through tears. "Let me go, you bastards!" Boss Chow walked in, casually remarking, "That looks nasty." Leaning back, he hid his mouth with his cards, complaining, "You were too rough with our VIP guest. It was just a game, wasn't it? Did you really have to go that far?" The man just calmly wiped his blade, asking faintly, "Is there a problem?" He spoke of the regular at Treasure Warehouse, a representative from Bozame. At this, Boss Chow stood up straight, his tone turning grave. He has no idea we've discovered his true identity. Right now, he's just focused on the games. Then, he corrected himself. "Or so it seems. It's more accurate to say he's just pretending to be absorbed in them. A smug grin spread across his face as he toyed with the cards. The core of gambling is deception. We just need to wait for him to draw his final card. That's when we'll find our moment to strike. Dugon-chin listened impassively as they spoke of Doyoon. Right now, he's just faking it at the tables, making no real moves, which means he's definitely waiting for something. Boss Chow smirked in anticipation. I wonder, what ace does he have up his sleeve? Doyoon, the man they were waiting for, was being pampered and was bored out of his mind. This is such a drag. Shoulder rubs, a personal fan, water at the ready. He looked like a rising star in the gambling world, but inside he was screaming, "This is so boring." 3 wannabe disciples constantly fawned over him. Another drink, sir? Master, please, make me your apprentice. Please, share some of your wisdom. But he was still just profoundly bored. How long do I have to keep this up? He'd been at Treasure Warehouse for days with no progress. Doyoon checked his quest log, but there was no update. Ongoing quest. Continue to play and win at Treasure Warehouse. He felt a surge of frustration. How long does this system want me to gamble? Does it want me to get addicted? He fanned out a straight flush, a radiant aura around him. A perfect hand. When I play, I only play to win. His fan club exploded with praise. He's a literal god, master. His followers began another round of endless flattery. Go for it, boss. Please teach us your ways. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Mission complete. The message caught him by surprise. Immediately, a white-haired woman materialized before him. My mission here is complete. He was confused, thinking to himself. This special effect again. Her farewell echoed clearly. Until we meet again. After a brilliant flash, her clothes began to fade. Then her entire body vanished. The familiar effect made him sigh. Why does she always have to vanish in such a flashy way? The blinding light was so intense he had to cover his eyes. He yelled out, I can't see a thing. Amidst the confusion, an employee approached him from behind with an offer. Excuse me, valued guest. We have a special room in our VIP section, for high-stakes players only. The employee's invitation was enticing. If you would be so kind as to follow me. Something clicked in his mind. So this is it? He immediately put on an interested face. All right, lead the way. He was certain this was what the mission required. The casino announced its closing. Closing time. The staff began their usual, professional reminders to the gamblers. Please exit in an orderly fashion. We hope to see you again soon. Don't forget to check for your belongings. The crowd began to disperse. Sighs of frustration and anger filled the air. What terrible luck today. Did you make anything? Yeah, right. The house always wins. But at one table, a figure in a black hoodie remained still, toying with his chips, showing no sign of leaving. A female employee approached the final guest. Excuse me, sir. We're closing now. You have to leave. The man sat frozen, as if turned to stone. She tried again. Sir, out of the casino. Elsewhere, Donggu stood dazed on the street. He stared blankly at a sewer grate at his feet. In the distance, a woman's voice called out, Son! His mother approached him. Why aren't you asleep? What are you doing out here? He gave a bright smile. I missed you, so I came to get you. Their voices faded away. I'm starving. At this hour, left behind, a pile of chips lay silently in the sewer drain. Meanwhile, Boss Chow asked his subordinate, Are our men in position? The subordinate replied, They're already waiting inside Treasure Warehouse. Descending the stairs, he gave his next order, Leave nothing to chance. Bozame may not have the numbers, but they could be plotting something we don't see. We must remain on guard. Yes, sir. Then, he spoke with confidence. But we're already one step ahead. That guy, Doyoon, is in the VIP room. We'll know his every move. He won't have time to react. He smirked contemptuously. Let's see what they try next. Standing before the door, he began to analyze the situation. The current situation is perfect for our next move. It's just like our previous attack on Bongche Rong. They didn't have a leader present then either. He opened the door to see a figure surrounded by his men. Boss Chow made his final call. At dawn, we will attack Bozame's territory. The surrounded figure growled. So, it was you bastards. He slowly pulled down his hood. This time, I've done my homework on all of you. He shot them a chilling glare. You bastards laid a hand on my men. You touched Bongche Rong. Now you'll all pay the price. Doyoon was now in the special room, which had a classic, old-school vibe. The moment he entered, a familiar voice greeted him. Welcome to the VIP gambling room. Inside, he faced the man across from him, and casually dropped 4 massive bags of chips onto the floor. He couldn't help but admire the room. The air here was different. But with no time to waste, he dove straight into business. I'm betting this entire stack of chips. 4 of them. What's your wager, Director Jo Won-dong? And you Jin? It began one silent night in the park. The countdown began. 3, 2. Dong-gu stared up with a clueless look. 1. As the count hit 1, his opponent raised a club to strike. He let out a terrified scream. Wait! Why are you suddenly doing this? Ha Do-woon held the wooden club high, his eyes dark. I'm doing this for your own good. This is the only way you'll ever quit gambling. Don't worry, he added. I'll make this quick and clean. Pinned to the leg press, the man waved his hands frantically. Spare me! Dong-gu sat up, bowing his head in submission. I've made up my mind. I swear I'll never touch gambling again, even if it kills me. But it didn't seem to be working. The urge to beat him was strong. Dong-gu, have you ever heard of addiction? The man stammered out a desperate oath. Stop it, I'm begging you. I promise I'll never gamble again. Finally, Ha Do-woon lowered the club, listening seriously. Before, it's true, I went to the treasure vault every single day. If I didn't go, my whole body felt wrong. Suddenly, his eyes widened with a memory. But there was one strange day. What do you mean? Ha Do-woon pressed. The treasure vault, a place always open to gamblers, was suddenly closed that day. An idea sparked in his mind as he asked, so what day was that exactly? Later, at the Bongcheon-dong manpower office, Ha Do-woon started a conversation. It's been a while since I was last here. It really brings back old memories. He scanned the wrecked room, reminiscing. Hey, the last time we fought here, it was a mess, just like this, wasn't it? Did you guys get ambushed again? Why is this office so trashed? Or did you just let it get this way? His opponent cut in impatiently. Enough, just get to the point. Sok-dong scowled in annoyance. If you have something important to say it. Otherwise, get lost. Ha Do-woon smirked. You think this is trivial? What I'm about to tell you will have you on the edge of your seat. The man made a dismissive sound, signaling him to continue. Ha Do-woon got to the point. I think I know who the culprit is. Hearing this, the man's eyes shot open in shock. He stared intently at Ha Do-woon, waiting. The ones who attacked you here in Bongcheon-dong. I did my homework before coming to you with this, and that's why Sok-dong sought out Choi Seop's crew. He growled with fury. You bastards dared to touch my turf and my men. You're going to pay. There was no longer any doubt. Sok-dong glared at the crowd and declared, not a single one of you is leaving here today. Choi Seop looked at him with a mocking grin. It took you this long to figure out it was us? He toyed with a deck of cards in his hand. His taunts continued. What a clueless leader. You already abandoned Bongcheon-dong when it was on the verge of collapse. So why now? He laughed, pulling out the king of spades. You've come back to protect it? You pathetic, useless fool. He held the card up dismissively. To us, even if you are a king, the king of a ruined kingdom is nothing but trash. Don't even try to threaten us. Sok-dong's gaze turned razor sharp. He issued his challenge. Jo Won-dong and all you bastards. You're all going down with me today. He advanced alone. None of you are getting out of here. A huge, brawny man stepped forward with a sneer. Big words. But first, why don't you drink some milk to get bigger and smarter before talking to us, huh? The instant the man's hand touched his shoulder, Sok-dong grabbed it. You think I came here unprepared? What followed was a swift and powerful sweeping blow. He scoffed at the downed man. A bunch of idiots. I wouldn't lose a wink of sleep, knocking the souls out of you. With another fluid motion, a fist met the man's face, sending him to the floor. After dropping the lackey, he added a lesson. Here's something else you should know. Being small has its own advantages. You don't need size to be strong. Understand? Choi Seop was completely unimpressed. That's great, but what can you possibly do alone? He then yelled. You should have brought your crew before starting a war with us. At his shout, the surrounding cronies charged all at once. Sok-dong took a stance, his first strike sending a group flying as he declared with confidence. I alone am more than enough for all of you scum. A lightning-fast sweep sent the goons flying, spitting blood. Staring at the chaotic scene, Choi Seop's right-hand man couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? He's taken down almost everyone. In that brief moment of shock, Sok-dong closed the distance, reaching for his head with a cold voice. Even if I'm alone, even if I'm small, with my current strength. With that, he slammed the man's head into the ground. Then, looking back over his shoulder, he finished. It's more than enough to put you all in the hospital for months. A female employee with an axe appeared from behind, swinging down on him. Looks like it's time to cut the rope on your death sentence. Without a moment's hesitation, he threw a punch sideways, sending her crashing into the wall. Man or woman, he added coldly, I don't discriminate. The lackeys were dealt with. He looked at Choi Siop and said, "All of you are going down together today." But the look of contempt on the man's face never wavered. Instead, he offered an assessment. "Oh, looking at you now, you're not a king anymore. You're a clown." In another scene, inside a VIP room, Ha Do-woon faced an emotionless man. "You seem to already know my real identity and my purpose here, don't you?" He sat down and continued his questions. "But I'm still quite curious about you. What game was I invited to this VIP room to play?" The man's expression remained a blank slate. "I heard you won every game out there." Ha Do-woon admitted it confidently. "That's right. Thanks to my quick analysis and a bit of luck, I was able to win. But in here, what will the two of us be betting? I'm not that interested in money. So, before we start, tell me what you're willing to wager." Yoo Jin explained in a flat tone. "You could say the reasons people drown in gambling are pleasure, desire, challenge, escape, regret, and ambition." Suddenly, the candle in the room was extinguished. In the thin line between light and dark, a cold, dangerous tone filled the air. A blade had been silently pointed at his throat. He was slightly taken aback. Ha Do-woon instantly leaned back, dodging the surprise attack. He pushed off his feet, leaping away as a few strands of his hair were sliced clean off. His gaze sharpened, instantly entering a battle stance. Seeing his own reflection on the blade, he spoke with icy resolve. "The stakes I'm putting on this match are my very own life." He staggered to his feet, whispering, "My life? It's fine." He faced his opponent, who had taken a challenging kendo stance. Yoo Shin asked, "Are you all right?" He grabbed a sword from the rack, standing tall, the blade held at his hip as his power exploded around him. Activating the skill, Weapon Mastery, Silver Stream Sword, he declared seriously, "With a weapon, I'm confident I won't lose to anyone." At that moment, a gleam appeared in Yoo Shin's eyes. He drew his blade and lunged forward to attack. His opponent met the attack head-on, their swords clashing and sending out chilling shockwaves. Sparks flew as their blades scraped together. With grim determination, they rushed each other again. Steel striking steel, the force of their collision shook the air. The shockwaves swept through the room, snuffing out the candles. After the impact, both their sword hands trembled slightly. Do-woon was the first to speak. "This is the first time I've fought a swordsman of your caliber. But no matter how skilled you are, it changes nothing." They both pressed down, locking their blades. Their eyes met, sharing a single thought. The loser dies. A new system quest appeared, a chain quest. The final mission: defeat Ju Guangdong's representative, Yoo Shin. When Yoo Shin was just a child in his kendo class, he raised his wooden sword after a match that stunned the other students. No way. A middle schooler just beat a high school student. In the center of the dojo, the instructor declared, "Yoo Shin wins." From a corner, amid the whispers, a voice piped up. "Why is everyone so surprised? It's only natural. That kid is a kendo prodigy, after all." The loser glared at Yoo Shin's stoic face, biting his lip in frustration. Later, in an empty dojo, the older boy offered him a blade. "Take it." Seeing the steel, the young boy looked confused. "Is this a real sword?" He reminded the older boy. "The master said we're forbidden from touching real swords." But he was cut off. "You little punk. How long will you play with that bamboo stick?" He taunted him. "Isn't it time for you to level up?" But his inner thoughts were far more sinister. So what if you're a kendo prodigy? Even so, you're just a little kid. Of course you'd be scared of a real sword. From this day on, I'll make you tremble like a dog whenever you see me. He drew his blade, saying, "I'll go easy on you, so give it your best shot." In the next instant, a sword clattered to the floor, a deep gash on the boy's hand. Bright red blood streamed down, dripping onto the floor. The bully was stunned. "Why didn't you block that? You could have easily parried an attack like that." The young boy's voice was strained. "This sword, it's heavier than the bamboo one." A short pause was followed by a furious curse. He swayed, struggling to steady himself. His eyes burned with killing intent. As he retrieved his sword, the bully remembered something. "Oh, right. You should probably stop the bleeding first." But Yoo Shin flatly refused. To the bully's utter confusion, the boy looked like a madman. He demanded, "Let's continue the fight. Just like this." Returning to the present, that same feeling resurfaced against Do-woon. As their swords clashed, Do-woon found his opponent's state of mind confusing. He repeated, "Let's continue fighting just like this." Do-woon asked, "You're actually trying to cut me down, aren't you?" As he swung his blade, he asked, "Do-woon, what will it take for you to truly try and kill me?" Do-woon just tightened his grip. His lips pressed thin. His body went on high alert. "This is a battle with our lives on the line," he heard. "So we must use every ounce of our strength." Each word came with a ferocious attack. Yugen Shin relentlessly swung his blade. This is what a real gamble looks like. Each flash of steel forced Doyoon to back away. Parrying and blocking, steel met steel. Their techniques clashed violently. A sweeping slash from Yugen Shin with a reversed blade finally put him on the defensive. Doyoon barely brought his sword up to block. He knocked the blade away from his neck, but not before it left a shallow cut across his cheek. He shot back at the earlier taunt. "You call this a gamble? Why are you traitors?" He swung his sword with each word, his rage growing. He brought his blade down on Yugen Shin in a vertical slash. "Crackly all so damn crazy," he yelled in frustration. The sword descended like a lightning bolt, crackling with power. Suddenly, his eyes widened, seeing the gash on his opponent's neck. Doyoon stammered, "Did you let that hit you on purpose?" He simply replied, "Sacrifice the flesh to cut the bone. Give up my own flesh to shatter your bones." He pinned Doyoon's sword with his foot, raising his own blade high. An ice-cold slash swept towards the stunned Doyoon. The blade sliced clean through the air. In the fading afterimage, he felt a rush of wind right beside him. Instinctively, Yugen Shin glanced back. He had activated a lightning-speed skill, appearing behind him in a flash. A punch from the rear sent Yugen Shin flying forward. He plunged his sword tip into the floorboards, using the leverage to spin around. He dropped low to regain his balance, carving a long gash in the floor as his momentum halted. The sword quivered in the floor, letting out a sharp ring. The two men faced off, energy swirling around Doyoon's blade. He unleashed his technique. Sever all things. As the skill activated, countless slashes appeared on the solid door. A moment later, it was blown to splinters from the inside out. Reeling from that terrifying power, Yugen Shin thought it was over. He asked with a hint of disappointment, "Why? Why did you stop your final attack? Why didn't you use your full strength?" Doyoon replied frankly, "You weren't going all out either. That's because you don't have the eyes of a man who truly wants to die," he revealed. "I wonder if you'd be more determined if you knew about Bozame's situation." Doyoon's expression froze. Meanwhile, at that very moment in Bozame, a group of Ju Guandong's thugs surrounded a young woman. "Wow," one smirked, "to find a beauty in a dump like Bozame. Coming here was the right call." The young woman asked coldly, "Who are you?" But they just mocked her shamelessly. "Oh, it pains my heart to have to pluck such a beautiful flower," the blonde leader said, clutching his chest dramatically. "But what can we do? This beauty belongs to Bora, after all." Their eyes were filled with lecherous intent. Today, this beautiful rose is going to be plucked. Meanwhile, in a VIP room, Hada One had already figured it out. "You sent your goons to Bongcheon-dong, didn't you? Are you targeting Sejong?" Jegal-chin replied without emotion. "There are no exceptions. By now, she's probably experiencing something truly horrific." His provocation was chillingly casual. "So, you finally feel like tearing me apart now?" He gritted his teeth. "You touched Sezon?" Then he let out a sharp laugh. "Perfect. I needed to stall for more time anyway. I'm right, aren't I?" At his question, Gilchin's stone-cold face twisted in a rare, wide-eyed shock. While he was stunned, Doyoon began sharing the skill, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Back then, he had stared at the new skill, hesitating for a long time. This was a completely new type of skill. The description read, "Seal of Approval. Energy cost, 500. It could temporarily share combat abilities." This info alone probably wouldn't be much help to them. Reading the details, he weighed its value. Looking at the big man nearby, he considered, "Say he is already a great fighter. He doesn't really need this." Then his eyes landed on the girl with the bob-cut hair. She was the one who could truly use this. As if sensing his stare, Sezon turned and threatened him. "Looking for a fight?" Doyoon tried to explain. "I wasn't doing anything." She shot back. "I'm just warning you before you try something." Back to the present, with the gang at Boramai. The taunts weren't over yet. After a flowery speech, a thug with a square face was snagged by a rope around his neck, choking as he was violently pulled forward. He was hurled onto the nearby embankment, sending water flying. He landed on the other side, lying motionless like a fish out of water as the gang stared in shock. Seizen wrapped her jump rope around one hand and said coldly, "Haven't you heard that roses have thorns?" Particles of light began to swirl around her. Like snowflakes, she noticed the change in her body, wondering, "What is this? This burning sensation?" She had no idea what was happening. Her body had already entered its combat state. She stepped forward, declaring to the thugs, "But now, you're all finished." It was a morning like any other, and Seizen was out for a run. After her long workout, she was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Doyoon appeared. "Are you thirsty?" He offered her a cucumber while eating his own. Here, this will help with the thirst. She stared blankly, unable to react. When she didn't take it, he pushed. Cucumbers are the best for thirst and hunger. Saizen's face hardened with annoyance. Why do you keep following me? What do you want? Doyoon just smiled. Why are you so difficult? What's wrong with exercising together? But he had a much deeper reason for all this. His true objective was something else entirely. He didn't know when the traitors from the council might attack. At Boromai, the person in the most danger was Seizon. At that moment, Seizon was glaring at the cucumber in her hand as if to burn a hole right through it. Looking at his skill menu, he continued to form his plan. Just in case that happens, I need to give her some kind of protection first. He studied the skill's information, thinking impatiently, should I just use it now? A man of action, he activated it instantly as the user guide appeared. The seal is applied by pressing it onto the target. The body part used as the seal is the lips. Reading this, his eyes widened as the system activated the seal's power on his own lips. A cold chill ran through his entire body. From Saizen's perspective, he was just grabbing his hair and freaking out. Sensing something was wrong, she asked, "What's going on with you?" Just then, the tough Doyoon got flustered, his face turning bright red as he silently cursed the system's dirty tricks. Why such a weird location? If I want to give her this skill, I have to kiss her? Glancing at Saizen's lips, he screamed internally. This is gonna kill me. His pained expression made her misunderstand. Did eating that give you a stomachache? Suddenly, a stork flew past them, startling him. She dodged the bird, stumbling right towards him. For a split second, their faces were inches apart. The stork snatched her cucumber and flew away as she fell on top of Doyoon, then quickly scrambled up. I'm so sorry. It startled me. Are you okay? Doyoon's eyes went wide, his face beat red as he lay frozen on the pavement. Now, back to the Battle of the Rose. She told the thugs before her, I don't know why I'm suddenly this strong, but all of you are about to get a serious beatdown. Running into me was your bad luck. The lip-shaped skill seal on her neck began to glow, the seal certifying a weapon master. The gang was still reeling, staring at their comrade who'd been thrown. All the way to the other side, the blonde, Baek Taehong, started taunting Seizon again, with more flowery pickup lines. He gave the order to his underlings, Go get her, boys. Saizen swung her rope in a wide arc. More talkative kids. Huh? One of them joked as he easily leaped over it. I got a perfect score in jump rope back in school. He wasn't cool for even a second before the rope slammed into his chest, knocking him flat. Seizon's eyes flashed. Too much talk. Two more charged in at the same time. Still running their mouths, they taunted. Haven't you learned your lesson? As they swung their clubs, her jump rope whipped out with terrifying power. It lashed across their eyes, splattering fresh blood. The two screamed in agony. She lowered her stance, like a sprinter waiting for the starting gun. She was experiencing this superior power firsthand. This new strength is incredible, she thought with awe. She dashed into the crowd, her attacks as fast as lightning. She swept through them one by one. You won't even lay a finger on me. A goofy-looking guy watched the scene, frozen in place with a blank stare. A single move tied him up completely, then slammed him to the ground like a rag doll. The small fry are done. Now, it's just you. She closed in on Baek Taehong, whispering, You'll pay for coming here. Completely fearless, he pulled out a throwing knife, sneering, This is getting interesting. But you know what they say. Before you can hold a beautiful, thorny rose, you first have to cut off all its sharp thorns. Suddenly, her jump rope had been sliced in two. The weapon master skill was instantly disabled. It couldn't be used with a broken weapon. She felt the power vanish completely. I've been had. I feel like all my strength is gone, he jeered. Looks like you're a little scared now, huh? He gave a wicked smile. Now stand still. I'm about to teach you some manners. He raised the knife to throw, not forgetting to add a few crude remarks. She struck first, aiming a punch straight for his face, but he caught her fist easily. To him, she was now as weak as a chicken. As he was busy toying with her hand, her strength surged back. One slap sent him flying across the river. The sheer force of her own blow made Seizon stagger and fall to the ground. A notification appeared. The battle has ended. The skill seal on her neck vanished as the authentication expired. She stared at her hands in utter disbelief, guessing uncertainly. Could that have been a status window? In another place, the fight between the troll boss and the storm troll was far from over. He smirked dangerously. You think you can beat me just because I'm a vice captain? He gloated, looking at Sok Young crumpled at the wall. I'm not weak, you know. I'm nothing like the vice captain of Bongcheon-dong. Got it? At that name, his expression turned grim. He feigned concern. He's probably still in the hospital, right? but I was impressed by his strength and his will to protect his crew and territory. When the captain isn't around, I can almost admire the guy. Seok-young was speechless, his mind flashing back to the hospital. In the hospital lobby that evening, a voice echoed, "The special treatment room?" "Yes, I'm awake and aware now, but the others who were hit hard are still being treated," Ji Baekrang said, worriedly, to Seok-young. "You don't need to blame yourself for this. It was all my fault." Seok-young stood silently against the wall, a deep sadness in his eyes. "I blame myself. I was there but couldn't protect my brothers or my territory," he said, his apology laced with bitterness. Seok-young turned to leave. "Just focus on your recovery. Don't think about anything else. I have to go." Baekrang, still leaning on a crutch, called out, "Don't you dare try to get revenge on them. I don't want to see you hospitalized like everyone else." Back to the present, John Seok-young told Jo-sub, "What I'm doing isn't revenge." He rose and stepped closer. "It's just my personal rage towards all of you." Jo-seub scoffed. "That's your problem." He lunged forward. "But you're in our territory now. There's no way back for you." He spoke calmly. "During my time as captain in Bongcheon-dong, I learned many things, but one lesson truly stuck with me. When you punish scum, you must go all out." With that, he swept the man's legs, sending him off balance. He then lunged forward with a punch. He whispered a small reminder, "I'll help send you to a special treatment facility, not a hospital. The morgue, you bastard." The showdown between Ha-dae-woon and John Seok-young. Ha-dae-woon was victorious. A few days later, Seok-young stood silently by the fish pond. Watching the fish swim freely, his face was grim, the corners of his mouth turned down. Seok-young couldn't figure it out, mumbling, "It's been a while since I visited. So why the long face? Are you unhappy with me?" An old man with a cane approached, asking, "What did you say, boy?" Seok-young froze. "How could that be?" I whispered. The old man spoke slowly. "I can hear everything, you fool. Your father was the same way. I saw that same look on his face. In the quiet space, the only sound was a fish splashing its tail." The old man continued, "It was the day your father returned after being beaten by some punk." Seok-young stared at his rippling reflection. "My father?" The old man cleared his throat, his lips beginning to move. "Now," Seok-young's grandfather smiled gently. "Is there anything this old man can do to help?" Their eyes met, and the air fell silent. Seok-young turned away and declined. "Please don't worry, sir. I can solve this myself." The old man waved a hand, laughing. "Is that so?" In a flash, Seok-young was sent flying. His whole body went rigid, his eyes wide with shock. His grandfather's voice echoed, "My one and only grandson." Seok-young crashed into the pond, sending water everywhere. The old man chuckled to himself. "Just an ordinary old man, am I?" Seok-young's pupils contracted, a chill spreading through his entire body. He sat stunned in the pond. How is this possible? The old man looked at his grandson, sitting dazed in the water, and asked, "Do you see clearly now?" Seok-young's grandfather spoke with pride. "My body may be old, but my strength remains." Then he sighed. "But you are the opposite." He shifted his gaze to the sealed jars in the distance. "Born into our family, you must be strong. You are in your prime, yet you are so weak on the inside." Seok-young sat motionless, every word from his grandfather striking him like a blow. "You only know how to stay in your comfort zone. You know little about life in the real world." Seok-young listened intently. "I cannot bear to see my grandson beaten by others, or bullied." A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he growled, "From now on, let me help you." Back in the room where Seok-young and Jo-seub were fighting, Jo-seub's face changed as Seok-young spoke. "During my absence from Bongcheon-dong, what I learned was not how to win." He kicked Jo-seub's leg. He grabbed his shoulder, violently flipping Jo-seub through the air. Seok-young's voice was cold, "But how to destroy my opponent?" The man gritted his teeth, not to send them to the emergency room. Seok-young prepared another punch, but to send the enemy to the morgue. He unleashed a devastating punch, sending Jo-seub flying and drawing blood. His body slammed hard against the wall with a brutal sound. Jo-seub spat out a mouthful of blood, coughing repeatedly. He muttered to himself, "I can't believe someone would use these moves in a real fight." He recalled the attacks. Seok-young had used his own power against him, using softness to overcome hardness. But then he remembered the direction of the attack. He attacked in the opposite direction of my own momentum. Jo-seub's arm trembled as he said coldly, "If I hadn't blocked that in time, my entire jaw would have been shattered." Jo-seub shot up, running as he spoke. "If you had protected Bongcheon-dong that day, maybe the others would be safe." Seok-young replied coldly, "Talk all you want while you still can." He rushed forward without hesitation. "Before I grind you to dust." Before Sok-young could strike, Jo-seop planted a foot and executed a spin. He jeered, "With that meager strength of yours?" With one hand on the ground, Jo-seop delivered a hook kick to Sok-young's chin. He said with contempt, "You really think you can do that?" Seok-young never expected the tables to be turned like this. His head was ringing from the blow. Jo-seop's voice rang out again. "What if my attack?" He landed another kick to Sok-young's head while he was still dazed. "Changes direction on its way to you?" A flurry of kicks from Jo-seop followed. Sok-young could only raise his arms to defend. He was extremely pleased. "Perhaps I should take back what I said earlier." Jo-seop smirked. "If you had been there to protect Bongcheon-dong." In the dim room, the air was thick with blood. Ragged breaths echoed. Sok-jong gripped his shoulder and asked, "Are you finished with your last words?" His grip tightened on Joseph's shoulder. The man winced, twisting from the sheer agony. Sok-jong's voice echoed, "Then go to hell." He applied even more force. Joseph's eyes rolled back in their sockets. His face drained of all color as sweat poured down. A pained roar escaped his lips. Sok-jong recalled his grandfather's words. "Listen to me, boy." He'd scowled when the old man said, "I'm not your sparring partner." His grandfather then opened a door, revealing, "Your true opponent." As the door swung open, a massive head with sharp horns emerged. The beast was immense, its muscles rippling. His grandfather's voice rang out, "It's this golden buffalo." Sok-jong's eyes widened in disbelief. "A golden buffalo?" He raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Am I hearing things?" The old man simply shook his head. "You are not." The buffalo snorted, stomping its hoof. The old man's words mingled with the beast's heavy breaths. "I still use him for plowing. He looks a bit rough because he's been on a rampage lately, attacking the neighbors." He glanced toward the wide-open barn door. "Before I send it to the butcher, I've locked it in here for the time being." A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. "Seok-jong, send that beast to the afterlife with your bare hands." He stared intently at the golden buffalo. The old man advised, "Its horns are deadly. Aim for its chest." Sok-jong eyed the razor-sharp horns. Getting hit by those would hurt like hell, he thought. Back in the present, he slammed Joseph's body down hard, forcing the man down to one knee. Sok-jong growled, "I warned you." Joseph was drenched in a cold sweat. The man's entire body trembled violently as Sok-jong spoke. "My training taught me that brute force isn't everything." He raised his arm high, gathering power. "Now, disappear." Sok-jong brought his hand down with immense force, striking the base of Joseph's neck. The recoil sent a numbing jolt up his own arm. With a sickening thud, the man collapsed, sprawling on the floor. Joseph lay convulsing on the ground, completely unable to control his own body. Sok-jong's voice was ice. "I'm not finished yet." Behind Joseph, the others lay just as still. Sok-jong turned to leave, his words hanging in the air. "You messed with Bongcheon-dong, so you will face my wrath." The scene shifts to another location. A set of kendo armor rests neatly nearby. Doyoon and Gil-chin stare each other down. Their blades clash, sending sparks flying. A cold voice remarked with admiration, "Magnificent. Your swordsmanship is truly masterful." Doyoon pulled his blade back sharply. "I was about to say the same thing to you." A faint blue aura flickered around his body. Doyoon's gaze was razor-sharp. "He's like me," he thought. "A weapon master, especially skilled with a blade." Two deep grooves scarred the floor at Gil-chin's feet. "But the advantage," Doyoon thought, "is mine." He spoke coldly. "This is about to be settled." But Gil-chin merely smirked. "I think not." He raised his sword level with his head. "The real fight hasn't even started." With a flick of his wrist, the blade shot forward. It hurtled through the air like an arrow. Doyoon was surprised. "A sword throw?" He quickly raised his own blade to parry. Doyoon gave a slight smile. "How childish," he mused, raising an eyebrow. "A projectile attack?" Then, Doyoon saw Gil-chin pull back a heavy curtain. The man ducked his head and stepped inside. "A secret passage?" Doyoon wondered. He gave chase immediately, calling out, "So you're running away after all?" As Gil-chin vanished, Doyoon resolved, "I won't let you escape." He strode forward and sliced through the curtain. What he saw made him freeze. His lips pressed into a thin line. "What is this?" It was a crimson room, sending a chill down his spine. Just a room? He wondered. Gil-chin was standing there, as if waiting for him. Doyoon demanded, "I thought you were running." The man reached up to the pin in his topknot, asking with a grin, "Now why would I do that?" The hairpin was actually a stylized nunchaku. As Gil-chin's hair fell free, he made a cold declaration. "The battle begins now." Suddenly, the bar on the door began to shake. The rattling grew more violent, followed by a loud, resounding slam. The door Doyoon came through was now sealed shut. Just as Gil Chin had declared, there was no escape. His eyes blazed with killing intent as he spoke. The perfect stage for a deathmatch, wouldn't you agree? The sharp end of the nunchaku pointed at Doyoon. Gil Chin swung the weapon straight at him. He roared maniacally, "Prepare for your annihilation." Warm droplets of blood pattered onto the floor. Gil Chin raised an eyebrow, his voice dripping with contempt. "You dare to look at me with those eyes?" Fresh cuts bled freely down Doyoon's face. He smirked, his voice a challenge. "Oh yeah? Then come and get me." Doyoon tightened his grip on the sword, his fighting spirit igniting. A death match it is, then. 4. According to scientific research, when a human experiences extreme pleasure, the brain releases neurotransmitters like adrenaline, noradrenaline, and dopamine. Take gambling, for example. Everyone gets swept up in the atmosphere. The pounding heart, the hair standing on end, the rush of heat through the body. It is all caused by that thrill. Right now, Doyoon's entire body was tense. His heart pounded like a war drum. He didn't dare look away for even a second. Gil Chin's reflection glinted on his blade. Even when faced with the fear of death, a twisted smile played on his lips. The human body reacts in precisely the same way. The walls were splotched with dark red stains and faded, desperate handprints. "No one escapes this place," Gil Chin stated. "There are only 2 ways out of this room." He spun the nunchaku, laying out the rules. 1. You take yourself out. Doyoon charged without hesitation as Gil Chin finished. 2. I destroy you. The shriek of metal on metal filled the air, sending sparks down Doyoon's arms. Gil Chin's voice taunted. "I told you not to run." The tip of Doyoon's sword scraped the wall, kicking up a shower of sparks. Gil Chin growled, "If you run, then what's the point of all this?" Doyoon used the momentum for a wide slash, but Gil Chin ducked under it with ease. A thrill of excitement colored his voice. "Yes! This is what I have wanted." He lunged forward in a counterattack, his nunchaku a spinning blur. "The battle I have been waiting for." He unleashed a relentless barrage, adding more cuts to Doyoon's face. Sparks erupted from their clashes like fireworks. Doyoon let out a low grunt of pain, but his opponent, fueled by pure adrenaline, only pressed his attack harder, inflicting wound after wound. "Come on, put more power into it," Gil Chin urged. Parrying the blow, Doyoon shot back. "Show me some real passion." He fluidly repositioned his sword behind his head. He swung his nunchaku, clicking his tongue. Fast, I'll admit. Gil Chin swept it sideways, but Doyoon's sword met the blow in a flash. The blade trembled as it blocked the chain, but its power was lacking. He smirked. "Now, behold, my favorite weapon." Closer than a sword's length, he ripped his blade free from the chain's hold. Gil Chin whispered into Doyoon's ear. "Can you feel death approaching?" He launched a few basic strikes. "You don't seem very skilled with a sword. Even metal has a lifespan," Gil Chin reminded him. "Earlier, you were swinging that thing wildly." He glanced at the chipped blade with a sneer. "And now, your sword." Doyoon stared blankly as his blade shattered before his very eyes. Gil Chin's voice echoed. "Looks like it's done for." A system window flashed. "Weapon destroyed." Doyoon was stunned by the message. Weapon mastery skill deactivated due to damaged weapon. Gil Chin moved in closer. "What's wrong? How does it feel to be so close to death?" Doyoon scowled at the sharp tip inches from his face. But as Gil Chin advanced, Doyoon refused to yield. He stomped, launching himself high into the air to evade, activating the skill Eagle Kick. As he raised a leg to strike down, Gil Chin appeared silently behind him. That hellish voice echoed again. "How about this?" He aimed the nunchaku's sharp point at Doyoon's back. The feeling of death, then a loud crash. Doyoon fell from the air and was thrown back. He collapsed, clutching a wound on his stomach, the other hand propping him up. He looked at his foe. "He's too much for me. I can't fight him barehanded. I need another way." Suddenly, a round, red object appeared on the ground. It caught his eye. The marble was mostly red, swirled with other colors. Item information: Mythic, Transcendence Marble. Gil Chin's pupils contracted in shock, a glint of interest in his eyes. A wide, satisfied grin spread across his face. How very interesting. Gil Chin recalled an earlier time. From a closed room, a voice had said, "Excuse me." The person continued, "This is a treasury. Only VIPs may enter." Ignoring the warning, the man opened the door. Seeing someone inside, he asked, "Wait, are you?" Gil Chin looked weary at the question. "Are you Gil Chin, the representative of Cheon-dong?" He ignored the staff's protests and walked in as the man's voice rang out again. "I'll get straight to the point." The man spoke arrogantly, hands in his pockets. Betray the bully council. Hearing this, Gonchin let out a short laugh. He stood, pressing a knife to the man's neck. What did you just say? The man answered calmly. Join our side. Then he added, what you desire is more excitement. Isn't it? He pressed again. Work with us. More interesting things await you. Back in the present, Gonchin surveyed the grim arena. The clash of steel, the feel of a blade in flesh, the smell of blood. That's what excites me. He spoke with regret. But this fight is ending too soon. What a shame. Suddenly, the image of the Transcendence marble appeared in his eyes. Doyoon's voice cut in. No need for regrets just yet. His eyes were sharp with resolve as he held out the Transcendence marble. This isn't over, he stated coldly. He used the skill Weapon Mastery, Marble. Doyoon decisively flicked the marble towards Gonchin. A light breeze stirred his hair. With a single upward strike of his nunchaku, Gonchin shattered it. I told you from the beginning, he said coldly. Doyoon stared, stunned, at the colorful fragments. Gonchin's voice rang in his ear. Life or death in this battle is a 50-50 gamble. He lowered his weapon like a grim reaper passing judgment. But now, your chance of survival is less than 1%. Though his life hung by a thread, Doyoon let out a faint smile. That's it. He recalled the marble appearing in his mouth while he ate. He had spit it out, wondering, my God, what is this thing for? The system chimed. Transcendence marble has been destroyed. He realized this was how to use the item. The fragments began to glow brightly before him. Another system sound. Transcendence marble has been used. Unwilling to waste time, Gonchin gripped the sharp ends like claws and lunged. This is enough. Time to die. Just as the tips were inches from Doyoon, a new notification appeared. Player can now master one random skill. A list of skills was presented for his choice. Doyoon chose Eagle Kick. He immediately upgraded it, sweeping a kick at his opponent's feet. He used the skill, Spinning Eagle Kick. Planting one hand as a pivot, he kicked Gonchin's legs out from under him. The man lost his balance, his weapon clattering away. Doyoon skillfully used the system's new ability, Spinning Eagle Kick, an active transcendence skill. Gonchin's eyes were wide with disbelief at the sudden reversal. Doyoon closed in, his voice laced with mockery. Let's see how this feels. Before his body even hit the ground, Doyoon was on his feet, fist ready. Welcome to hell. He slammed it straight into Gonchin's face. Blood splattered everywhere. Outside, a blue light flashed from the doorway, signaling something new was coming. He used the skill Critical Hit, sending him flying like a baseball. The blow was so powerful, Gonchin's body smashed right through the barrier door. He held his finishing pose, muscles still tense. Doyoon rubbed his wrist, having put all his strength into the punch. Game or gamble, even a 1% chance can change everything. He looked at the motionless body. Your life is proof of that. System. Gonchin has been defeated. Doyoon rubbed his aching back with a sigh. That was way too close. It really was a gamble. A new sound chimed. Treasure Hunter Quest. Complete. Suddenly, debris rained from the ceiling, forcing him to look up. The room began to shake. What? An earthquake? Then, a golden light appeared behind him. Doyoon turned. Now what is this? System. Transporting player to the reward room. 3 glowing golden doors materialized. System. Which door will you enter? The system flashed again. A reward awaits on the other side. Doyoon stood still. Which one should I choose? He observed them carefully, analyzing his options. Each door offered a different prize. The serpent room door depicted a vicious snake. The weapon door was just as its name implied. It was covered in images of swords, axes, and a hexagonal shield with stylized patterns. Finally, the flower door was decorated with both soft and powerful floral designs. Doyoon realized he'd relied heavily on weapons in the last battle. He walked to the middle door, pushing it open. I'll choose this one. The system announced, the weapon door has been selected. A brilliant golden light flashed before Doyoon's eyes. The system continued. Please enter to receive your quest reward. As he stepped through, a strange light scanned his body from head to toe, startling him. Doyoon stared at his perfectly healed body in shock. What is this? Have all my injuries been healed? He said excitedly. This is amazing. A reward and I get healed too. But then, Doyoon looked around, bewildered. He found himself in a large, circular arena, with countless weapons hovering above his head. The system lit up. From now on, the weapons will attack you. Beads of sweat rolled down Doyoon's face. He exclaimed in shock. What? The system announced. Your job is to dodge them. Doyoon glanced at the weapons overhead. They looked ready to fall at any moment. he yelled in anger. This is supposed to be a reward, the system replied. The reward will vary. It depends on the player's performance. Doyoon wondered. What are these terrifying things? The moment he finished his thought, a weapon shot down, slamming into the ground behind him. Doyoon stared blankly at the crack it left on the ground. It's just an illusion, right? But he felt a burning sting on his face. A fresh cut had appeared. Don't tell me these are all real? These are actual weapons? He saw the weapons stirring and screamed, "This is going too far. Why is this happening?" He activated his power-boosting skill as a blue light erupted. Immediately, the weapons began to fall. Doyoon yelled, "What is going on?" He frantically dodged the blades raining from the sky. He moved with incredible agility to avoid them. Even a tiny mistake would mean instant death. His focus was absolute as he panted heavily. Doyoon reached the edge of the arena. "I can't keep dodging like this forever," he sighed. "There's no other choice." Doyoon turned back with a smile. "This might get messy, but," the system announced, "booster time limit will be released." Just then, another weapon flew straight toward him. Doyoon grabbed the nearest weapon and swung hard, deflecting the incoming attack. He stepped back into the arena. Doyoon took a deep breath. If that's the case, he slung an axe over his shoulder. "I'll just have to use my full strength." The system declared, "Weapon Master, Axe Duel." Doyoon charged forward, analyzing the situation. "As long as I don't get hit by these things, I'll be fine." He stared intently at the weapons falling towards him. "I have to push forward." A thunderous roar mixed with the sound of clashing metal filled the air. The axe in Doyoon's hand shattered into pieces. A notification chimed, "Weapon destroyed." He braced his hand on the ground, veins popping on his skin. Doyoon muttered, "All right, I did it." He stood on all fours, surrounded by weapons embedded in the ground. A voice rang out, "Congratulations, you have successfully dodged all the weapons." Doyoon covered his mouth, trying to stop the metallic taste rising in his throat. "I feel like I'm going to cough up blood." The system screen glowed. "Your reward will match the passion you showed in the last trial." Sweat poured down his face. He covered his mouth and nodded, remembering. "Oh, that's right. This is a reward event." Doyoon stared in awe at a glowing golden chest. With a sharp crack, the chest lid flew open. A fragment floated into the air. The system announced, "Sealed item fragment. Pieces collected. 3. Pieces remaining. 3. He said aloud, "Sealed item fragments. I've collected half of them now." Then, a glowing scroll levitated out of the chest. A notification appeared. Mysterious map. "This?" Doyoon unrolled the map. "This is." But there were no symbols or writing inside. He froze. "Huh? It's a blank piece of paper?" Doyoon examined it carefully once more. "There has to be a way to read this, right?" The system spoke again. "And now, for the final reward." A mystical purple light began to float before his eyes. The light poured from the chest, growing brighter until the entire space was bathed in a deep violet glow. Doyoon's eyes widened at the sight before him. Within the light, an object was suspended in midair. He whispered, "This key." The scene then changes to another location. This place was a high-end bar. A pink-feathered bird spoke with perfect clarity. "From now on, the bird tribe will rule over the humans." Chia laughed. "Watch your mouth, little one." The parrot mimicked him. "Watch your mouth, little one." Doyoon sat silently as small white parrots pecked at his shirt straps. She asked him, "Why did you do that?" Seong, sipping his drink, chimed in, "That's just the kind of person he is." A faint smile touched Chea's lips. "So what?" He spoke up. "What did you all think of fighting Jugan Chin?" Chea was now part of the main association. Doyoon shuddered at the memory. This time was. I almost logged out for good." 2 parrots suddenly flapped their wings against his cheeks. Doyoon shooed them away. "Hey, you crazy birds!" Seong began to speak. "The traitors we've captured so far." He listed off the names one by one. Sung Mun, Ma Chae-guk, Jugan Chin, Kim Cho Seop. Seong asked, "Did we get any information out of them?" "Those guys." "We." Chea shook his head, finishing the thought. "We got absolutely nothing." The parrot echoed his words. Nothing. Only their steady voices could be heard in the shop. "We're continuing the interrogation, but we haven't received any useful intel yet, from any of the traitors." Chia clicked his tongue, looking at the 2 across from him. "Those guys are tight-lipped, aren't they? Or do they really not know anything?" Then he continued, "Well, I'm not worried. They'll eventually talk." Chia thought of that mysterious person, the identity of the leader of the traitor alliance, and the reason they started all this. As if suddenly remembering something, Chia spoke. "Oh, by the way, I have some news." Doyoon looked at him with a completely confused expression. The scene shifts to Sehi's snack shop. It was quiet inside. The end of a jump rope slapped against a shoulder. It made a dry, slapping sound. Doyoon whipped his head around to look. Cheon remained silent. Doyoon asked suspiciously, "What was that for, Cheon?" She frowned and said, "Are you just going to give me the silent treatment?" Sehi hesitantly spoke up. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but I've noticed something." He pointed at the person behind him. "Why is that guy here?" Seokjong's expression wasn't friendly at all. He frowned and kept his lips sealed, staying quiet. Doyoon said, "Ah, Sehi, you still don't know? How is that possible?" He glanced at the distant menu board, but Doyoon couldn't resist asking, "What's the new development?" Chea burst out laughing. "Are you curious? You want to know what it is?" He broke a gingerbread man cookie in two and announced, "Bong Chondong has been disbanded." The three of them had completely different reactions. Doyoon's jaw dropped in shock. Chea just kept smiling as he said, "I guess the damage from that last attack was just too severe." But Seokjong was silent. Chea recounted the incident, explaining how every member of Bongcheondong was covered in wounds. Even the vice representative, Baekrang, bowed his head in defeat, announcing his intent to leave the group. And then, more silence. Seokjong accepted it. Doyoon's hands clenched his thighs as he asked, "So then Jun Seokjong, the representative of Bongcheondong, left too?" Chia wagged a finger with a smile. "Not quite." He spoke slowly. "From this moment on, Jun Seokjong, representative of Bongcheondong," Chea declared, "is now a member of Borame." Doyoon was stunned. "What did you say?" He nodded. "It was a council decision." He muttered. "Is that really true?" Seokjong's face was stern. "Don't forget the important facts." Then he began to speak. "The condition for me joining Borame is..." Seokjong's gaze locked onto Do-woon. "Ha Do-woon, I'm waiting for an official revenge match with you." Sweat beaded on Do-woon's face as he forced a smile. "Right, I remember. But don't you want to fight me at my peak condition?" His words reached Cheon's ears. "I haven't been sleeping well, so I'll let you know when I'm better. Just wait." She turned to Do-woon, confused. "Didn't you say you've been sleeping a lot lately?" He quickly put a finger to his lips, shushing her. Sehi suddenly chimed in. "Regardless, we must welcome our new brother." Seokjong heard those words and questioned. "Brother?" Sehi raised his voice. "You have to try Sehi's new dish." He set the food on the table excitedly. It's spicy tteokbokki with a refreshing dessert all in one. Inside the watermelon are melon balls, cantaloupe, oranges, and tteokbokki, all mixed together. Sehi introduced, "It's fruit and vegetable tteokbokki." Dowoon's face darkened, covering his mouth to fight back nausea. Cheon also covered her mouth, muttering, "What kind of day is this?" Seokjong just clicked his tongue. "Well, this is interesting." This reaction puzzled Sehi. He looked at the dish and commented, "Going against common sense isn't a bad idea, is it?" After a moment of shock, Sehi beamed. "Thank you. You appreciate the value of our new menu. Don't hesitate, just dig in." The other two grew even more awkward, having different opinions after a small taste. The scene changes. They're now outside on the street. Do-woon staggered along, bending over with a sigh. "I can finally breathe." He looked completely exhausted. "I spent the last few days at the casino. I can still see cards in front of my eyes." Do-woon mumbled. "This must be that gambling addiction I've heard about." But when he opened his eyes, he froze, seeing the person before him. "What is this? Something's not right." A girl stood perfectly still, hands in her pockets, staring at him. Do-woon shook his head. "No way." He saw her smile and thought, "Is this a hallucination?" Her gaze remained fixed on him. He questioned reality. Didn't the mission end? Why am I seeing things now? Do-woon glanced around. This can't be real. He decided to just close his eyes and walk past. Any more of this, and I'll become a real addict. But, as he passed her, their shoulders brushed against each other. A lock of hair grazed his face. The feeling was incredibly real. His eyes widened in shock. "I can touch a hallucination?" Jin Seol's crimson lips whispered in Do-woon's ear. "You're being quite bold this time." She rested her chin on his shoulder, one hand on his back, the other cradling his head. "You're exactly my type." Do-woon didn't know where to put his hands. "What is this? How did you even get here?" Jin Seol hugged him tighter. "I was waiting for you." Do-woon's face flushed as he scowled. "Waiting for me? Why?" She raised her hands, placing them behind his neck. Jin Seol looked right into his eyes and answered, "For you to take me home." Do-woon's pupils shrank in utter shock. Do-woon quickly pushed her away, backing up and waving his hands. "No way. Why would I take you to your house? That's impossible." He eyed her warily, demanding, "And how do you know my address anyway? Have you been following me?" The heat on his face hadn't faded. Say whatever you need to say right here. Taking you home is not an option. Jin Seol pulled out her phone, holding it up. I just need to charge my phone. Doyoon squinted at the battery level, exposing her lie. Your phone is at 90%. She put a hand to her forehead with a sigh. Ah, my mistake. Doyoon pouted. You're a terrible actor. Jin Seol feigned fear, gasping. Someone's chasing me, so I need a safe place to hide. He shot back. Nice try. But you're not fooling me. Her expression changed as a sly smile appeared. Jin Seol stood up straight and asked an unrelated question. Do you remember the last thing you said to me? The scene flashes back to a previous encounter. Doyoon spoke guiltily. I'm sorry, but I still can't remember who you are. Jin Seol looked annoyed. You're being unbelievable. She looked deeply hurt. My feelings are hurt now. Sorry. Jin Seol reached behind his head, pulling him closer. If you still don't remember me the next time we meet, she whispered a warning, then I will attack you. A cold sweat ran down his back as Jin Seol asked, Do you remember me now? She was smiling, but her eyes held no warmth. You still can't remember who I am or what our relationship is, can you? A chill went down Doyoon's spine, his scalp tingling. Crap, I don't know anything. What kind of relationship do we even have? Jin Seol stepped closer, and Doyoon's guard went up. I have no idea what's going to happen now. For some reason, her warning echoed in his mind. Then, I will attack you. Doyoon quickly spoke up. How could I possibly forget that? He thought to himself. I'll just pretend to remember for now. Her attitude changed in an instant as she turned and walked away cheerfully. Isn't our relationship obvious by now? Doyoon jumped back, startled. How did she get a key card to his place? But she just smiled cheerfully, urging, Come on, let's go in. The two quickly entered Doyoon's home. Right now, he was covering his burning face with both hands, because Chinsel was burying herself in his bed. Feeling completely hopeless, he shrieked, What are you doing on my bed? She sniffed his blankets and answered, Just resting for a little bit. He pleaded with her, Get down, now. Chinsel sat up and smirked. With a relationship like ours, she touched her lips alluringly. What is there to be ashamed of? Doyoon's face was filled with disbelief. What relationship? He felt like he had total amnesia. He didn't know a thing. A clicking sound snapped Doyoon's attention back. He saw Chinsel searching for something. His terrified scream echoed, Why are you rummaging through my stuff? She calmly held up a pair of underwear. You have some really unique colors, huh? When Chinsel lifted the underwear to her nose again, Doyoon rushed to stop her. You can't do that. Seeing the panicked look on his face as he hugged his remaining clothes, she snickered. We're close enough, so why be shy? Doyoon glanced over as he heard Chinsel's voice say, I'm a cute cat. Then, she put on cat ear headphones. Their hands touched, 4 eyes met, and the air fell silent. Chinsel suddenly said, I'm hungry. He froze. Now what? On the table were ingredients, already prepped. Doyoon dropped his head to the table in despair, crying out, Oh, come on. He tried to calm himself, thinking back. Had he really dated her in the past? Doyoon's expression darkened, his eyes filled with a hazy confusion. And even if they had, it couldn't have been like this. He looked at the food on the cutting board and mumbled, This is seriously giving me a headache. Chinsel suddenly hugged Doyoon from behind. What are you doing? He explained awkwardly. You're hungry, so let me cook. But inside, he was thinking, it's not good for her to cling to me like this. Yet, contrary to his thoughts, Chinsel easily agreed. She hummed a melody as she walked away. Go ahead and cook. He clutched his chest, sighing in relief. The atmosphere quickly fell silent, but it felt like the calm before a storm. And sure enough, just a moment later, Chinsel called out, Hey, what is this? Doyoon asked back. What now? She was looking at a paper placed neatly on the table. A thank you letter to Ha Jin-gyu. Chinsel stared at the paper and spoke up. This was awarded to your dad, right? She said with praise. Your father is truly a talented man. After that, his face became completely expressionless. His hands continued their work. Doyoon recalled the old days. Time rewound to the past, at the Sunshine House orphanage, where everyone was sitting in the audience. A man was standing on the stage. He smiled softly when he heard his name called, Ha Jin-gyu. The presenter spoke. You have always been at the forefront of the movement against school violence. You have done many things to stop it from happening in schools. Saying that, he handed the certificate to Jin-gyu. By operating the Sunshine House for minors, you have made many great contributions to society by teaching teenagers how to behave politely and with respect. I would like to present this award to you. The two men then held a flag together amid the applause. That moment was preserved in a photograph. Do-Uan was just a little boy then. Holding chopsticks between his mouth and eyebrow, he praised his dad with admiration. "Dad, you look so cool." Do-Uan pointed at the phone and asked curiously, "What's that thing you're holding?" His father chuckled and asked, "You mean this symbol?" Jin-gyu unfurled the flag and said, "That's the Sunshine House logo." Then he explained further, "The children in our big family there have many different abilities and backgrounds, just like the 7 colors of a rainbow." Ha Jin-gyu poured a hot fried egg over the fried rice and continued with a proud voice, "The Sunshine House will be a shelter for all of those students." The boy smiled happily and said, "Really? That sounds great, Dad. But the flag looks strange, doesn't it?" His father laughed along. "You think so?" Do-Uan's eyes widened in surprise when Jin-gyu said, "It's okay, son. That's my dream." He watched his father attentively. He was adding drops of chili sauce to the egg white. The decoration on the fried egg now looked similar to the image on the flag. Jin-gyu said, "I always wanted to do something good, for the students to keep getting better." Back in the present, a fried egg also sat on a plate of fried rice. Do-Uan opened the chili sauce bottle and slowly brought it down toward the egg. Suddenly, his movements froze. Do-Uan stood silently for a long time. The entire space fell into silence. A moment later, he placed the rice dish, decorated with a smiley face, on the table. Do-Uan called out, "Hey, my friend Chinsel, let's eat." While she hadn't arrived, he ran his hands through his hair. "Damn, I really can't figure out who she is. Try to remember." Do-Uan frowned and asked himself, "Or did I forget something?" At that thought, he froze. Do-Uan looked around the empty room, mumbling, "Wait, where did she go?" He went back to his bedroom to search. She wasn't in his room. Then he went to the bathroom. Not in the bathroom either. Do-Uan searched around again. Where did she go? Seeing his father's door was open, he walked in and saw a pair of feet. Do-Uan entered and asked the person inside, "What are you doing?" He continued, "This is my dad's room." Chinsel spoke softly. "So, it's here," she said slowly. "Is this Jin-gyu's room?" Do-Uan froze when he saw the scene before him. Chinsel's hair swayed gently. It revealed an image on the back of her shirt. Chinsel asked, "Still don't remember?" His pupils contracted when he saw the familiar image. She swept her hair to one side and said, "Who am I?" The scene changes to the cafe they always go to. Do-Uan asked, "How was the investigation I asked you to do for me?" He emphasized it again. "The information about the Sunshine House." Eun-sung placed his glass on the table and replied, "I haven't found much yet." He reported on the situation. "I've rummaged through all the documents. Most of what could be found has been found. There's not much left." Eun-sung gave his opinion. "My guess is." His words made Do-Uan gasp. "It's as if someone intentionally destroyed all the documents." His lips trembled, but no sound came out. Do-Uan was silent for a long time. Then his voice became hoarse. "I wonder if that's the culprit who sent my dad away." Eun-sung summarized the clues he had collected. The man wearing the Sunshine House uniform in that video might be the one who did it. Even so, his voice was not certain. "There's a high chance it was him, but it's just a guess for now." Eun-sung spoke flatly. "I've done all I can for this investigation. I only helped because I know your father, not because I'm from the Sunshine Home." Hearing this, Do-Uan knew. He had to find someone who was actually from there. Then, as if he remembered something, he spoke up. "Right, one more thing." Do-Uan recalled what happened. It seemed he knew nothing about the link between the Bullying Council and the Sunshine Home. He cleared his throat and said, "I overheard something interesting." After hearing Do-Yuan's story, Eun-suk's expression turned serious. He demanded, "What? A connection between the Sunshine Home and the Bullying Council?" Before he could answer, another voice cut in. "Help me get it out." The pink parrot spoke clearly. "It's stuck inside the body." Chia shrieked. "What are you saying? I'm the real one." The parrot remained calm. "Be quiet. This is the real deal." Chia waved a hand at it. "What is this crazy parrot talking about?" The parrot flapped its wings, saying, "I'm the real one here." Jin Seol looked at the room's decor and noted, "So this is Mr. Jin Gyu's room." Her hair shifted slightly, revealing an image on the back of her shirt. Jin Seol said, "You still don't recognize me?" She swept her hair aside and asked, "Who am I?" Do-Won stared, frozen by the familiar sight before him. He uttered, "That logo on your back." Jin Seol smirked, "I'm from the Sunshine Home." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Now do you remember?" Do-Won lunged forward in a flash, grabbing Jin Seol's arm. His voice was unsteady. "Are you still in contact with anyone from the Sunshine Home?" With each word, Do-Yuan's voice grew more frantic. "Do you have their numbers or addresses? Where is everyone living now?" he asked, trembling. "Who are they? Do you know?" Jin Seol raised a finger to Do-Won's lips. Now, calm down." she continued. I don't know why you're getting so excited. Du-Uan swallowed hard as Jin Seol began to speak. But if you're asking about the people from the old Sunshine home, she stared directly at him, then continued. I don't remember a thing. Jin Seol explained. It's because I left that place 15 years ago. Ah, maybe that's it. That's probably why you don't remember me either. Du-Uan mumbled. 15 years? She nodded in reply. I was studying abroad. Jin Seol added. Back then, not many people had cell phones, so I don't have anyone's number. She leaned forward, revealing the image on her back. This shirt I'm wearing was a gift from Mr. Jin Gyu. He said it was the Sunshine Home's uniform. Jin Seol's tone grew heavy, the news about his accident. She looked down and continued. I had no idea. I only heard about it after I returned to Korea. All the strength left. Do-Yuan's voice. Is that so? I see. Her pink lips moved slightly, but formed no words. Jin Seol walked past him, saying, So you still don't remember who I am? How disappointing. One foot tripped over the other, causing Jin Seol to lose her balance and cry out. Seeing this, Do-Uan quickly shouted, Be careful! Then, the entire room fell into silence. She smiled softly. You really haven't changed at all. Do-Uan held her in his arms as she caressed his cheek. You're still kind to everyone. He jumped, quickly releasing Jin Seol and backing away. Then, Do-Uan froze when he heard her ask, Life must be hard for you now, isn't it? She looked at him and continued. He was a good person, and now you're all that's left. The void he left must be huge. Jin Seol's voice dropped slightly. You were only in middle school then. To endure a shock like that, it's too much. She stepped closer, placing a hand on his shoulder. Jin Seol skillfully grabbed Do-Yuan's shirt and started to pull it off, saying, Come on, take this off. He hunched over, heat rushing to his face as he blushed bright red. He said, embarrassed, What do you think you're doing? Why are you suddenly pulling off my shirt? Jin Seol successfully took Do-Yuan's jacket and walked to the door. She left Do-Woon clutching his body with his head down. He looked up when he heard her say, Go get changed, stop sulking around the house. Jin Seol flashed a bright smile. Let's go out. The scene shifts to Sillim-dong in Gwanak District, Seoul. This is the office for the Gwanak District Bullying Council. A man rubbed his neck, complaining. So this is Sillim-dong? I'm so tired. He was from the Trader Alliance, the former representative of Sewon-dong, Kang In. Kang In looked up. Did we really have to come all this way? Someone behind him replied. What other choice was there? He was also from the Alliance, the former vice representative of Sewon-dong, In Chi-hwa. He smiled. We've taken heavy losses recently. He then added, Of course, those council punks took a beating too. In Kang scowled. Yeah, I know. He eyed the approaching car. But do we really need this whole parade? A screech of tires. The car slammed to a halt with the sound of grinding metal. A man stepped out. It's been a while since I've been so free. He was from the Trader Alliance. Stephen Chegan, former rep of Nakdong Dadong. He ruffled his hair. All that hospital time gave me a headache. Another door opened and slammed shut. These burns are still killing me, he complained. Now a part of the Trader Alliance. Li Chi-dung, of Nansong Nia-dong. The four gathered, ready to head inside. Chegan turned to In Kang. Long time. No see. In Kang scoffed. Just shut it. You mumble when you talk anyway. The man just rolled his eyes. At least I'm not an arrogant prick like you. In Kang's temper flared. What did you say? A fight was about to break out. Chi-hwa stepped between them. Both of you, calm down. We have a job to do. They stared into the dark hallway. The higher-ups sent all four of us. The group moved up the stairs. This must be important. They expect results. And want this handled cleanly. They conferred while walking. The target's Sillim-dong. This won't be easy. At last, they stopped before a door. They wouldn't send four of us for a normal district. Chi-dung was still puzzled. I don't get what headquarters is planning, Chi-hwa replied. Just follow orders. They have their reasons. In Kang grabbed the handle. Fine. Let's just get it done. Let's end this quick. Chegan peeked in and nodded. In and out. But when he saw what was inside, his eyes shot wide open. Aside from furniture, the room was completely empty. They were stunned. Where is everyone? In Kang scanned the room, frowning. What the hell? It should be packed in here. Chi-hwa recalled. Right. For their business, this place should be busy. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Just like you said, Eon Sok. Chea faced them, speaking into a device on the other end. They're all gathered here. He smirked. Our little band of traitors has finally assembled. Eom Song asked worriedly. Don't you need any backup? It's fine. Chea replied instantly. Eom Song listened in silence. Chea said, Thanks for the intel. I'll call you back when this is over. After the call ended, Eom-song's eyes narrowed, 1,000 thoughts hidden within. The scene shifts to the group's usual hangout spot. Doyoon called out to Eom-song. He looked at the person playing with the pink parrots and said, "There's Senior Chae-sun Chea." Doyoon leaned in to whisper, "Doesn't he seem a bit off?" He felt a strange vibe, adding, "I don't get what's wrong with him. He's acting so weird." Eom-song somewhat agreed. He's always been a little strange, but there's one thing I'm sure of. Back in the Limdong office, In-kang was quickly zipping up his jacket. They looked on guard as Chea spoke. "I'll give you 2 choices." Facing 4 opponents alone, he seemed completely unfazed. "Come at me." A red glint flashed in Chea's eyes. "Or should I come over and play?" This power was just as Eom-song thought, an absolute force that few could ever defy. But on the projector screen was a chess king, dominating the other pieces. This was a perfect analogy for their situation. The headquarters created the Bullying Council and its representative system, allowing them to manage their own territories. He stood on stage and began to speak. "Therefore, the leadership council at the top are the targets we must eliminate." Questions arose from the crowd. How many are there? And where are they now? He looked at the audience and said, "Right now, we have no information on that." Sungbin scoffed, while twisting a Rubik's Cube. "Headquarters always directs from the shadows. They never show their faces." Chaeguk smirked, resting a hand on his cheek. "Not a single one." The speaker clicked a remote and nodded. "Exactly." The screen changed to a photo and profile. He introduced him, Chae-sun Chea. This is the only known headquarters member who has ever revealed himself. Ho-sung listened intently to every word. He only appears to handle major incidents. And for the most part, he acts alone. The man on the stage spoke gravely. "He is our #1 person of interest right now. However, the information we have on him is still scarce." Someone in the crowd asked, "Isn't there any more crucial intel on him?" Another voice stated with certainty, "He possesses overwhelming power." Every word reached Chindung's ears. His influence isn't just in the Kwanche-gan district, he frowned upon hearing, but it extends across the entire Seoul area at this moment. Chi-hwa smirked when he heard the other man say, "I want to take him down, too." In-kang scowled at the warning, but a word of advice, for now, it's best you don't mess with him. In the present, the 4 of them stared at Chia, remembering that very warning. If you see him, you run. He put the key in the doorknob and said flatly, "Is no one going to say anything?" Seeing Chea's action, their bodies tensed up, on high alert. He twisted the handle with immense force. When Chea let go, the metal was completely deformed. He growled, "I guess I'm coming over." Then, In-kang clenched his fist, cursing, "Damn it, is there no way to beat this guy?" Che-gan's face was a mask of disbelief. 2 words escaped Chea's lips. "Good." Seeing all 4 charge at once, he seemed quite pleased. "Coming at me together. Just what I wanted." Chea gracefully dodged their combined assault. Fighting you one by one would be a waste of time. His face was now an icy mask. Chea tilted his body like an eel. He evaded Chindung's attack. Chi-hwa seized the opening from behind, grabbing his shirt to throw him, yelling, "If we have to face you!" They all raised their fists and feet, ready to strike. Someone shouted, "How could we possibly take it easy?" Chea's earrings swung with his movements, with every step he took. But reality is cruel. He walked away without a single scratch, leaving the 4 men completely stunned. Chia cleared his throat. "But you can't really call yourselves representatives anymore, can you?" Chindung felt a sense of dread. "What do you mean?" His voice was low. "I understand why you betrayed headquarters." Chia turned his head, spitting out each word. "It was greed. That's understandable." He laughed as they charged again. "Fine. Your actions are just simple human instinct, after all." Chi-hwa retorted, "If you understand, then why don't you just leave us alone?" Chea leaned slightly to the side, effortlessly dodging the direct attack. He spoke calmly. "Now, that's something I can't do." Chi-hwa had put all his force into the attack, sending him crashing into a pile of objects in the room. A loud crash echoed as everything fell into disarray. Chia appeared silently behind Chindung, whispering, "Because this is the job headquarters gave me." Before he could even react, a single kick sent him flying into the ceiling. Chea said flatly, "So, you do your thing, and I'll do mine." Chindung's upper body was stuck through the ceiling, his legs dangling lifelessly below. Debris rained down from the shattered ceiling. In-kang and Chae-gan tried to ambush Chea from behind, but he remained perfectly calm. "Now, prepare yourselves to be erased." The scene changes. In a quiet space, only the sound of ragged, heavy breathing can be heard. Chin-sello asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Do-un whispered back, Why did you bring me here? She sighed. Are you tired already from a little walk? He looked as if he'd been drenched in water, soaked in his own sweat. Doyoon's eyes went wide as he shot back. A little walk? He lay on the bench, staring at the sky. Wow, it's so high up here. Getting here was like climbing a mountain. Doyoon couldn't help but ask, why'd you make me change clothes? Chinsello answered, when you're tired and down, new clothes can make you feel better. She continued, it's high and breezy up here, perfect for relaxing. He muttered. Breezy? Chinsello suddenly said, you're just now noticing? She propped her hands up, looking at the sky. Of all the places I've been, against the black canvas of the night sky, countless stars glittered like diamond dust on velvet. It was an indescribably beautiful sight. Just as Chinsello said, this was the best place to see the night sky. But her awe was met only by Doyoon's exhausted and helpless panting. Time flashes back to the past. A young boy in a red shirt spoke up. It's quiet. Maybe it's not following us anymore. He then bowed his head, letting out a long sigh of relief. That's a relief. Let's head to your place. He felt a strange unease. Huh? Why is that? Chinseol turned back, holding a familiar blue card. It was a young Doyoon. Though his face was streaked with dirt, he smiled brightly and asked, are you all right? Back in the present, Chinseol asked softly, why can't you remember yet? A heavy silence fell, startling Doyoon. He sat up and asked hesitantly, why are you so quiet all of a sudden? Doyoon chuckled softly. It doesn't suit you. She then buried her face in his chest. Doyoon's face flushed from the sudden intimacy. What's wrong? But in the next second, his entire body went rigid, his face burning even hotter. Turns out, Chinseol was biting his chest. He cried out, ow, ow, where are you biting me? Chinseol's eyes filled with tears. Her words were muffled by his shirt. Why don't you remember anything? She let go, leaving Doyoon trembling. Oh man, that really hurt. She stood up to explain. See? It's because you don't remember that I had to bite you. Her words left him stunned. Just hurry up and remember me. Leaning against the railing, she said, you can't just forget me like this. Chinseol then turned around with a smug look. If you can't remember an adorable girl like me, what kind of man are you? An image of a little girl doing the same thing flashed through Doyoon's mind. He was bewildered. Huh? I think something just came back to me. The scene shifts to a narrow road lined with trees. In Gwanak district, a large mansion glows with an eerie pink light. The mansion is surrounded by a formidable wall. This is the den of disorder. Inside, people in protective gear work intently. A man on a balcony looked down. How do you plan to handle Hajun? He's causing us too much damage. The man replied, without looking up from his paper. All of our allied representatives have been crushed by him. The entire group was captured. This was Kim Ho-sung of the Traitors Alliance, leader of the Den of Disorder. He sneered. Fools. Ho-sung snarled. Those guys were unworthy of the title. His subordinate quickly flattered. Of course, you're on a completely different level. He continued the praise. You're the brains, our master strategist. Weren't you once invited to join the Grand Bully Council? Ho-sung's voice was ice. Don't speak carelessly. His gaze sharpened. You have no right to question or judge me. The subordinate straightened up. My apologies. Ho-sung then ordered, have the Bo-Rame branch proceed with our plan to deal with him. He smirked coldly. He must be proud, causing all that trouble for us. Meanwhile, Chin-seol and Doyoon were enjoying a peaceful moment. Well, she was happy, getting a piggyback ride from Doyoon. The boy had no idea he was being scorned by Ho-sung, who thought everything was going his way. Chin-seol rested her chin on Doyoon's shoulder with a smile, while he blushed and endured it. He had fallen into Ho-sung's crosshairs, but the hunter had no idea what fate awaited him. Time flashes back to the past. At the Sunshine Orphanage, a little girl is completely absorbed in her coloring. Suddenly, a voice asks, are you finished drawing yet? Her hand paused. She quickly replied, not yet. I was just taking a small break. Chin-seol asked curiously, Mister, are you really letting me draw the logo for the Sunshine Orphanage? Chin-kyu beamed. Of course. You're a girl who loves to draw. He said encouragingly. You might even become a famous artist someday. Having you design our logo is such an honor. Chin-kyu then teased. By the way, that kimbap looks tasty. The little girl held back a laugh. It's a penguin! Just then, a voice called from outside. Dad! A young Doyoon shouted. I brought you lunch. He asked with suspicion. Did we make some kind of promise as kids? Not an arranged marriage, right? She didn't deny it, replying, You're finally remembering. Doyoon froze as Chin-seol leaned in close and whispered, My love. His temperature skyrocketed, his face instantly turning beet red. What? Doyoon shrieked, dropping her like a hot potato. He scrambled backwards while Chin Seol calmly said, "Just kidding." She glanced back over her shoulder. "I don't plan on marrying a man who can't even remember my name." The warm lights from the houses cast a gentle glow. Doyoon suddenly spoke up. "You said you studied abroad for 15 years, right?" He rubbed his chin, thinking, "If so, your family must be rich, right? So why were you at the Sunshine Orphanage as a kid?" He pressed on. "Is there another reason?" Chin Seol didn't answer, walking towards something instead. "Oh." She dodged his question completely. "Look, the old stationery store is still here." Doyoon looked up. "A stationery store?" Chin Seol found a spot and sat down, calling out, "Hey." With an eager look, she asked, "Want to play a game?" The scene cuts to the Gwanak District Bully Council, an office in Limdong. The entire room was a wreck, completely torn apart. Then, a voice cut through the silence. "You two look exhausted. If you have something to say, spit it out." Che finally spoke. "I want to confirm one thing." He held up Che Gon and In Kang as if they were weightless. For the two former representatives, this was the ultimate insult. One of them couldn't hold back a curse. The other gritted his teeth. "You bastard." Hearing that, Chea slammed them to the ground. "Are you two mocking me?" he roared. Che Gon quickly scrambled to his feet. He threw a punch at Chea. "Looks like you're the one playing games." In Kang followed up with a vicious hook, then a brutal uppercut. "I'm going to end you." They launched a coordinated attack, striking Chea simultaneously. A heavy thud echoed. He didn't even try to dodge, taking both fists to the chest. They froze as he spoke, his voice low and dangerous, "The one who's pulling your strings." A murderous aura exploded from Chea. "I want to know his name." The air grew heavy and silent as his voice echoed. "I've already tortured the other traitors. It seems your answers are not satisfying. Or perhaps you just don't know him?" He spoke slowly. "Therefore, I have another theory." Chea turned, revealing his perspective. "Seeing how the organization abandoned you, you are clearly just pawns." In Kang lunged forward, cutting him off. "Nonsense! Don't make such assumptions." Yet Chea was completely untouched. The other man collapsed, his head bursting open. Without a single glance, Chea scoffed. "Why so worked up?" Chea advanced slowly on Chegan. "I must have struck a nerve." The man raised his hands in terror. "I surrender." Chegan sold out his allies instantly. "I'll be a spy for the main branch. I'll bring you any intel you need," he pleaded desperately. "I can do it. Just let me live." Chia let out a soft laugh. "Good. That's exactly what I wanted," he said mockingly. "You'd do anything just to survive. Maybe living abroad made you more adaptable than the others?" Hearing that tone, Chegan's heart sank. In a flash, Che was right behind him. His hands clamped onto the man's head. "The rule is to eliminate traitors," he said coldly. With death so close, Chegan could only manage a final curse. "Damn it." With a sickening crack, his world tilted sideways. Chea surveyed the bodies on the floor and sighed. "That takes care of most of the traitors." A breeze drifted in from the open window. He gazed at the dim light outside. "Now, only the Luan Huangdong faction remains." Chea clicked his tongue. "Right. The biggest nuisance is left." The scene shifts to the Luan Huangdong territory. A man gazed down at the city below, the main branch, the Traitor Alliance. "I won't bow to either of them." This was Kim Ho-sung, a leader of the Traitor Alliance and head of Luan Huangdong. He warned in a menacing tone, "If you dare interfere with my business, you will all pay a steep price." Ho-sung's voice was firm. "I will bring both sides to their knees," he muttered under his breath. "But to pull that off, I need to get my hands on him first." Meanwhile, Do-yuan was watching Chin-sel play an arcade game, her fingers flying across the buttons. Her other hand gripped the joystick. But as the game over screen appeared, Chin-sel sighed. "This is so boring," she pouted. "Not fun at all." He just had to rub it in. "Everything's boring when you don't know how to play." Chin-sel stepped aside for Do-yuan. "You're just so good at this." He puffed his chest out proudly. "Of course, I'm a lifelong gamer." She gave a small smile at his excited tone. "Let me show you something." He searched the screen, murmuring, "Now, where is it?" Do-yuan scanned the leaderboard from the top down. "The number one player here is..." Seeing the name at the top, his eyes widened in shock. "Huh?" He read the initials aloud. H. J. S. Suddenly, a voice from his memory echoed clearly. "See? Number one. I told you so." Back then, Du-yuan was at this very arcade machine. The girl beside him sighed with envy. "I'm so jealous." Feeling generous, he offered, "Want me to put your name instead?" The girl looked shy. "Is that really okay?" Du-yuan said confidently. "Of course. Not just here, but everywhere." Realizing he didn't know it, he asked, "By the way, what is your name?" Her lovely lips began to part. The girl with the sweet face and gentle voice whispered, "My name is..." Doyoon's eyes shot open, his voice filled with excitement. "I remember now." He turned to his side. "I know who you are," but the space beside him was completely empty. An engine suddenly roared to life behind him, making him flinch. A figure was sitting there on a motorcycle. In his arms, he held an unconscious Chinsel. "Looking for her?" the rider asked. "Here." Doyoon saw she was motionless, but had no visible injuries. The rider continued, "She's just passed out. She'll be fine." He scoffed. "A scumbag like you really has some dumb luck. Always having such a relaxing time, aren't you? Well, that all ends now." Doyoon's brow furrowed. "Who are you? What do you think you're doing?" The rider ignored him completely. "I've already sent you the message. Meet me at that location. Alone." Chinsel's reflection flashed across his visor. He warned, "If you tell anyone or pull any stunts, you know this girl's fate." With that final word, he sped off like a blur. He twisted the throttle, the engine's roar fading into the wind. "I'll be waiting." He glanced back one last time before he vanished completely. "Be quick about it," he warned. Doyoon broke into a full sprint after him. "I won't let you escape." His mind then flashed back to the past. He pictured a perfectly crispy, cheesy corn dog. Biting into it, he beamed. "Wow, this is amazing." Doyoon peeked into his bag, counting his money. It was the money left over from his errands. "Maybe I'll hit the arcade." A sudden noise from behind made him turn his head. "Huh? What's going on?" Doyoon recalled this exact moment. It was his first time ever seeing her. A girl sprinted toward him, yelling, "Move!" as she rushed right past. Doyoon watched her go. He took another bite of his food, mumbling, "What was that about?" Meanwhile, Chinsel hit a dead end, leaning over to catch her breath. A shadow fell over her. "Finally caught you, little miss." Startled, Chinsel turned to see a man in a suit reaching out for her. "Now, just hold still." Chinsel struggled against his powerful grip. "No, get off of me." The man just smirked. "It's useless to resist, little girl." Suddenly, the man froze, feeling something odd on his head. A slimy, fishy liquid dripped into his eye. He grabbed the octopus from his head, screaming, "What is this thing? My eye." Doyoon stood protectively in front of Chinsel, saying regretfully, "Too bad. That was supposed to be part of my dinner tonight." The girl stared, stunned, at the boy in red protecting her, wondering, "Who are you?" Then Chinsel recognized the boy from the Sunshine Orphanage. Doyoon suddenly urged her, "You need to go now." She was stunned. "What?" He then grabbed her wrist and pulled her into a run. "I'll save you." In the darkness, the warm yellow light from a house seemed to heat the cold night air. He threatened, "If you tell anyone or try anything, just imagine the terrible fate this girl will face." He then revved his engine, ready to leave. But Do-Uwan's reply made him look back. "Cut the crap!" Activating his skill, Do-Uwan shot forward in pursuit, yelling, "I won't let you get away!" Seeing Do-Uwan's incredible speed, the rider sneered. As expected from the headquarters' little hound dog. He clicked his tongue. "I don't get what you're trying to accomplish." He then pulled out a syringe, pressing the needle to Chinseo's neck. "She's a hostage. Think carefully." He pressed his thumb on the plunger. "The moment I let go, this girl's life is over." The syringe remained poised. "You do something stupid." He quickly halted his attack. Inches from his target, the man's goal was met. He revved the engine and sped off, calling back, "I'll go ahead and wait for you." The bike vanished like the wind. His voice echoed, "Don't keep me waiting." Doyoon stood helpless in the dust, his trembling hand slowly clenching into a fist. That night, under a sky of glittering stars, Chinseo sat unconscious, moaning softly. She slowly opened her eyes, wondering, "When did I fall asleep?" A cold voice cut through the air. "What?" Chinseo flinched away, startled. "You scared me." The figure turned to leave. She hugged her arms, asking warily, "Who are you?" Only then did she feel the biting cold. "Ugh, it's freezing," she muttered. Seeing people in hazmat suits, she wondered, "Where am I?" She stood and approached them. "Hey, who are you? Why did you bring me here?" She tried to look scared. "What are you going to do to a beautiful, innocent girl like me?" But they completely ignored her. She fell silent, her face blank. "Huh? Why is everyone ignoring me?" She crept to a door, whispering, "It's cold. I'll just step out for a moment." But as she opened it, she froze solid. Hosong blocked her path. "What is this?" He scowled in disgust. "Why is an impurity like this here?" The man behind him explained, "She's with the Boromai Dong representative. They seem to be close." He then continued, "We won't be telling the traitor alliance. She's crucial for luring their representative here." Chinseo was stunned to hear his name. "Huh? Do-Uan?" Ho-sung shot an annoyed look back. "I said to just bring him here. I can't believe you caused this much trouble." The man bowed his head. "My apologies." Chinseo stepped forward. She grabbed Ho-sung's shirt. "What did you just say?" she demanded. "What are you doing to Do-Uan?" Then, her eyes widened in terror. Trembling, she let go of his shirt. A murderous aura radiated from Ho-sung. "You seem unaware of your own disrespect," he said lowly. Footsteps approached from behind. Chinseo whipped her head around. She was trapped, unable to move forward or back. She screamed in terror. "Stay away! I'll scream!" The noise was irritating. Ho-sung ordered, "Silence her. Use her for the experiment. She's a perfect lab rat for the clinical trials." Seeing them close in, she tried to threaten them. "This is highly illegal, isn't it? I'll call the police. This is a huge deal in Korea." A man spoke softly. "If we use that on her." In front of her hung an IV bag. His voice returned. "It will be a big deal." Chinseo's face filled with horror as someone said, "All the test rats are flatlining." A loud bang. The door slammed shut, sealing her in. Elsewhere, a door creaked open. Someone stepped inside. "Just like you wanted. I came alone. I told no one." The figure leaned against the door, panting. It was Do-Yuan, his face drenched in sweat. He growled, "Bring her out. Now." The man smirked, hands in his pockets. "I never knew the Boramaidong representative was so sentimental. You're earlier than I expected." He stared down Do-Yuan. "But now." And just like that, over 50 figures in hazmat suits appeared. He taunted, "Still have time to worry about someone else?" A system notification appeared. 1 against 100. The mission: defeat all monsters in the den of disorder. Monsters defeated. 0 of 100. Do-Uan calmly demanded, "Bring her out first." The man just smirked. "And what if I refuse?" The words barely left his mouth as a figure appeared behind him. Do-Uan's fist slammed straight into the man's face. The powerful blow completely shattered his protective visor. He pulled his hand back, saying, "I'm here to rescue her." Red liquid splattered everywhere from the impact. The system announced, "Monster defeated, 1 of 100. Instantly, the entire mob swarmed him. Do-Yuan became a whirlwind, fighting relentlessly. He ducked low, launching a powerful back kick into an ambusher's gut. As he fought, Do-Yuan thought, "So many toys to break. This is going to take a while." He unleashed his spinning eagle kick skill, his body rotating in a massive arc through the air. The move sent everyone nearby flying. The system announced, "Monsters defeated, 4 of 100. As Do-Uan shot them a sharp glare. "Still, I have no other choice but to do this." Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him. "How noisy!" Ho-sung's thunder kick sent Do-Yuan flying, his coat billowing. Ho-sung warned, "Don't make a scene here." He then declared his dominance. "This is my territory." Do-Uan took a defensive stance, asking, "Who are you?" But Ho-sung cut him off. "Don't waste my time." A notification suddenly appeared. Surprise quest initiated. His eyes looked down on him with contempt. "Your failure." Ho-sung spat out each word with a smirk. His words were a prophecy. The screen before Do-Yuan read, "Surprise quest, confront the king. Defeat Kim Ho-sung, representative of the Den of Disorder." In the dim space, a hazy pink glow made everything surreal, as he and his men stood clad in sealed protective gear. His eyes fixed forward, Do-Yuan asked, "You didn't do anything to her, did you?" Ho-sung asked mockingly, "You mean that girl, Chinseo?" He said with annoyance, "She was too noisy, so I dealt with her." The words left Do-Uan completely stunned. Ho-sung paid no mind to his reaction. Instead, he provoked him further. "Got a problem?" Seeing the tension spike, he leaned forward slightly. Flashes of blue light sparked around Ho-sung. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Do-Uan launched a thunder punch toward Ho-sung, his brow furrowed. The real problem starts now. In the gloomy space, a chill, mixed with a constant, droning sound. Chinseo crawled weakly on the ground, a pathetic sight. Her entire body trembled. "So cold," Chinseo moaned. She struggled to lift her head, mumbling to herself. She must have passed out again. But the foul stench of fish heads made Chinseo recoil in horror. A terrified scream escaped her as she stammered, What is this?" Thud, thud. White packages fell from the fish. The packets were stained with red liquid, leaking from tears in the fish's bellies. Chinseo looked around, wondering what they were. Besides the fish, she was completely alone. Chinseo asked herself in dread, where did everyone go? She stood, hugging her trembling body and taking a hesitant step. How could they leave a weak girl like me here? Oh, so cold. Chin-so headed for the door, calling out, "Is anyone there? Someone's in here." But before she reached it, dizziness washed over her, and she collapsed forward. With a heavy thud, Chin-seo hit the floor. This? She stared at a strangely familiar IV bag right in front of her. Her voice was weak. What's happening to me? My body is freezing. As her vision blurred, Chin-seo had only one desire. I have to get out of here. Then, she fainted in the cold, empty space. In another area, a door atop a staircase was already open. The fight between Doyoon and Ho-sung was hitting its peak. Doyoon threw a heavy punch, but his opponent dodged it with ease. Ho-sung sneered. I told you to stop wasting my time. Electricity sparked around Doyoon as he clenched his fists. I was about to say the same thing to you. Doyoon then unleashed a furious barrage of attacks. Countless punches rained down like a storm. Ho-sung was forced back step by step. Before the hazmat-suited audience, Doyoon's voice was ice. I don't have time to play around with you. A man in a hazmat suit hesitated. Should we help out? The man behind him motioned. Don't you dare get involved. He knew Ho-sung's personality well. For a guy like him, our help is just crossing a line he won't tolerate. After a few humiliating steps back, Ho-sung regained his composure, coolly putting his hands in his pockets. Doyoon charged again with a piercing falcon kick. He yelled, Go! Where is she? Ho-sung's lips twisted into a cold, mocking sneer. He shot a vicious kick straight up into Do-won's chin, the force so great it lifted him off his feet. The blow left a nasty bruise as blood flew from his mouth. Ho-sung held his leg in place, looking down. You're nothing but a dog, one who only knows how to follow orders. Another devastating kick sent Doyoon crashing to the ground, red droplets splattering on the cold floor. Ho-sung spoke with chilling calm. If they have no more use for you, then I should just deal with you here and now. But first, I'll lock you away. He thought of the girl in the cold storage, just like that other noisy brat. Do-won snapped his head up. She's being held captive? Seeing Do-won could still speak, Ho-sung kicked him again, even harder. Do-won felt that blow could have easily taken his life. He didn't stop, kicking him again and again, sending Do-won rolling across the floor like a ball until he finally slammed into a large object. Seeing Do-won motionless, Ho-sung scoffed in disgust. I've wasted enough of my time on you, he said in a patronizing tone. You should be grateful. Ho-sung's voice was cold. Because you will serve as the stepping stone for me to climb to the very top of this war. But his mind flashed back to a voice calling his name. You're him, aren't you? Kim Ho-sung from Nanhang High School? He stayed silent as the voice went on. I heard you're a psycho who dominates other students. Oof. The thought alone gives me goosebumps. Seeing his calm reaction, the man nodded. Then again, it suits you. Chia offered with a smile. Why don't you join our bullying council? That night, a black car sped down a dark road. A voice speaking from inside. I know you're different from the other representatives, which is why headquarters is so interested in you. Ho-sung just stared out the window with his arms crossed. The man next to him kept talking. But soon enough, every force that opposes the council will vanish. Then he turned to face him. Seeing the tattoo on the man's hand, Ho-sung listened. Let me help you get everything you desire. Finally, the man got to the point. So, do you want to join us? Back in the present, Ho-sung stared at the door and let out a derisive laugh. Don't be ridiculous. I never intended to rely on anyone from the start. He stood still for a long moment, his thoughts absolute. You are all just stepping stones for me to climb. Confidence radiated from Ho-sung's face. I will be the one standing at the absolute peak, above everyone else. After leaving, he gave a sharp command. Watch him carefully. The man bowed deeply. Yes, I understand. His eyes glanced back inside. He muttered, with chains like these. Seeing Do-won bound so tightly, he thought, even a tiger couldn't escape from that. With that, the man turned and walked away. The sound of his footsteps faded into the distance, until there was only silence. Do-won's body finally went limp as he whispered, that guy's kick really hurt. He looked up at the faint yellow light above. He was pleased with how his plan had worked out. It seems like they fell for it. Faking being knocked out to get brought here was the right move. He carefully looked around. I never imagined there'd be an underground area like this. Do-won remembered Ho-sung's words. But first, I'll lock you away. Just like that other noisy brat. His face grew serious. There's a high chance she's being held somewhere nearby. I have to save her before it's too late. Do-won tried to move. But the problem is, these chains. He grimaced in frustration. I didn't think they'd bind me this tightly. Do-won assessed his current state. In my condition right now, there's no way I can break free. But then, as he remembered something, a smirk appeared on his face. A dark purple light glowed in Doyoon's hand. A moment later, a black lock appeared in his palm. He said with relief, "Good thing I have this on me." He recalled being in the armory, staring at an open chest. A system notification echoed. The final quest reward has been granted. Doyoon stared, fixated on the dark purple light in front of him. The light from the chest grew brighter and brighter. He looked up, his eyes wide with shock. Within that light, a single key materialized. Doyoon whispered, "This key." The system revealed the item's details. Black key. A hidden artifact. The key to the black lock. Doyoon inserted it with a soft click. System notification. Black lock opened. A dark purple light flared before his eyes. The system's voice echoed. Black lock. Hidden item. Seals the user's free will. System auto combat mode has been activated. Duration. 10 minutes. Doyoon's lips tightened, his face going rigid. His consciousness seemed to drift to another place. Chim-So remained motionless on the floor. Meanwhile, Doyoon held the lock, his finger tracing its cold surface. Chim-So's condition was growing more dire. Her breaths came in ragged gasps. He pressed down hard on the lock. Click. It sealed shut. An oppressive silence fell over the room. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Then, in a flash, dark tendrils erupted from Doyoon. Shadowy wisps spread, consuming the room. The only light came from a single bulb. But it wouldn't last. The lamp's glow flickered and then died completely. System notification. Black lock engaged. Auto function initiated. From the outside, the room was now pitch black. But if one looked closer, you could see black smoke bleeding from under the door. Then came faint, rattling sounds. Bam! 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 The noises inside grew more violent. Then, just as quickly, silence returned. 2 points of light ignited in the darkness. System notification. Commencing auto combat. In the gloomy space, a chill washed down from the ceiling. The IV bag hanging nearby was now completely empty. Only a trace of some unknown pink fluid remained. Nearby, Chim-So was still unconscious, her eyes shut, her lips slightly parted. Beads of sweat dotted her pale face. The air grew colder, and the temperature plummeted. Elsewhere, outside the door, there was only silent darkness. The door creaked open slowly, and black smoke began to pour into the hallway. A pair of feet emerged from the shadows. The sound of rattling iron chains echoed. A murderous aura radiated from Doyoon as he stalked forward. His eyes glowed with a cold, blue light. System notification. Auto battle initiated. Searching for monsters in the narrow corridor. Only a few dim lights pierced the gloom. This was the third basement level. 2 guards heard the noise and came to check. What was that racket? Looks like the prisoners are causing trouble again, they chatted as they walked. It's not like any of them could actually escape this place, but their jaws dropped when they saw Doyoon standing there. Wait, how did he get out? His head was bowed, his face hidden in shadow. Strange, black smoke swirled around his body. One guard suggested, "Let's rough him up a bit." His partner was more cautious, raising his radio. "Hold on, we need to assess this." The words had barely left his mouth. Eyes, when a chain whipped out, shattering the radio. Doyoon's feet dug into the floor. System notification. Monster detected. Realizing the danger, they turned to flee. But the chains were faster, ensnaring them. The system's voice chimed once more, initiating predator mode. The chains constricted around them, then slammed them violently to the ground. A crimson spray painted the floor. Doyoon's face remained a blank mask. System notification. Monster eliminated. Hearing a noise, his head snapped to the side. Doors creaked open along the corridor. What was all that noise? Did something happen? Suddenly, one of them froze in his tracks. He stared at the horrific scene before him. The hall was covered in drag marks and dark red stains. Is anyone here?" he stammered. Suddenly, a figure dropped from the ceiling above. The whole group flinched back in shock. It was Doyoon, hanging there, looking down. The chains around his body clinked softly. What the hell is that thing?" one man whispered. The words barely escaped him before a chain lashed out, shattering his face shield. A red mist filled the air. A nearby guard watched in pure horror, fumbling for his radio to call for backup. But Doyoon was already on him. A bare-knuckle fist slammed into his face. Doyoon's head tilted at the sound of a furious shout. "You monster!" A man with a knife charged him. "How dare you touch my friends?" Crack! Doyoon slammed his knee into a nearby door. The man continued to scream, "We'll never forgive you." Doyoon kicked the dented door hard. It flew off its hinges, slamming into the attacker. He stumbled back, his head hitting the floor. The visor on his mask shattered completely. Doyoon then turned his attention to the stunned onlookers. The last two guards clutched their weapons, terrified. Is that thing even human? One began to back away slowly. We have to run. Doyoon heard every word. His hand tightened on the chain, and it sliced through the air with a vicious whoosh. The last two met the same fate as their comrades. System notification. Third basement level. All monsters exterminated. Doyoon started up the stairs, black smoke, billowing with each step he took. The sound of scraping metal broke the silence. Broken chains dragged behind him. A prompt appeared. Move to the upper floors. In an office, a steady melody played softly. This was the second basement level. Everyone was completely absorbed in their work. But in a cage, lab mice squeaked in terror. The noise caught a researcher's attention. He saw them huddled together, trembling uncontrollably. He tutted. Typical herd behavior. But then a thought struck him. This kind of panic only happens when they sense a predator nearby. Why are they acting like this? Is it a side effect of the new serum? He leaned in, observing them intently. How interesting. He never saw the figure appear beside him. Without warning, a devastating blow sent him flying. His body slammed hard into the main power generator. The generator buckled with a loud hiss as sparks erupted. The entire office was plunged into darkness. Hey, did the power just go out? Someone shouted. I think I heard a loud crash just now, another voice yelled. Somebody get the lights on. We'll be in big trouble if production is delayed. Someone felt their way along the wall. His hand found the emergency supply box. He pulled out a flashlight and flicked it on, sighing in relief. Model, finally, the flashlight. He aimed it at the group and yelled, Everyone, stay calm. But the scene was a nightmare. Bodies were scattered everywhere. But one man in black moved strangely. Rats, freed from their box, were squeaking frantically. Shock and fear gripped him as he shined the beam on the figure, asking, Huh? What the hell is this? Seeing the bloodthirsty face, he panicked, screaming, No, stay back. A system alert rang out. Monster detected. Death itself was closing in. A chill shot down his spine. He stammered, Stay back. Stop, you monster. Suddenly, Doyoon's body gave out, and he collapsed to his knees. The man asked suspiciously, What now? What are you doing? A hissing sound filled the air as gas spewed from nearby canisters. A red alert from the system. An extreme toxin was detected. Skills are inactive in auto-combat mode. Enhanced respiration skill is unavailable. Respiration was temporarily suspended. Doyoon collapsed completely on the floor. Suddenly, a voice shouted, Get out of the way. A figure in a yellow suit appeared. I'll take care of stubborn fools like this. He held up a rat by its tail and said, This is the raw material for LX7. A truly terrifying poison. Just 1 milligram inhaled is enough to destroy your organs and brain nerves. He glanced at the unmoving Doyoon, adding, And that's precisely why. We always wear gas masks. He glared at the man in the white suit, scolding, And even you, who create and sell these very drugs, couldn't figure out this simple solution? The man stammered, Sorry. We were rushed. The figure's voice grew louder. It's fine. I'll carry you all. Being with useless fools like you lets me show off my talents. He then knelt beside the body of Doyoon and ordered, Get this guy out of here. But the moment the other man touched him, his entire body froze. The person on the ground was awake. He was wearing a gas mask, his eyes glaring with fury. The man gasped in shock. It turned out Doyoon was never unconscious at all. With a flick of his arm, he sent the man flying into the ceiling with a massive crash. The onlooker swallowed hard, terrified. I didn't do anything to you. Please, just calm down. Doyoon ignored him, crushing the mask in his hand as the man screamed in agony. He opened the door and walked out. Behind him, a man clutched his face, screaming. Doyoon touched his own mask, and a system notification appeared. Basement level 2, all monsters exterminated. He removed his gas mask. Another system prompt sounded. Proceed to the upper floors. Doyoon's eyes were shut tight, his mind fading. Then, he slowly opened them, dazed, his clothes fluttering in the open air. Doyoon wondered, Where am I? His head was spinning. Looking down, he muttered, It feels like I'm floating in midair. The thought shocked his mind into focus. His heart leaped. I'm in midair? What is going on? And then, he began to plummet, his face contorted in panic. He screamed with his eyes wide, Save me! Suddenly, his entire body froze in place as the world hit pause. Du-Uan instinctively braced for impact, but just an arm's length from the ground, his body lost all weight, hovering in the air. He asked blankly, "Am I alive?" His feet landed solidly on the ground. Still confused, he wondered, a dream? An illusion? He scanned his surroundings, searching for anything familiar. His gaze locked onto a structure. Looking up at the building before him, he whispered, "This place." A memory clicked into place. Du-Uan was skeptical. The Sunshine Center? The sign looked brand new. But wasn't this torn down 3 years ago? Du-Uan's face was pure shock. What in the world is going on? Creak. The closed doors slowly swung open. A figure walked out to meet him. Du-Uan glanced at the empty playground. Then, a reflection appeared in his eyes. He gasped, startled by the figure. "Unbelieving," he whispered. "Dad? Dad?" The orange glow of sunset washed over everything. Du-Uan couldn't believe it. "Is it really you?" A cold sweat formed as his voice grew hoarse. "Am I dreaming right now?" Ching-Yu smiled warmly at Do-Yuan. "My son." His own voice choked with emotion. Do-Yuan trembled. "Dad, Dad." He stared, feeling trapped in a dream. It was really him. It was his dad. 3 years ago, an accident had torn him from this world, leaving him all alone. His father. Du-Uan still had to ask, "Is this real?" Ching-Yu nodded. "It is." Then he walked right through his son's body. "My son, there's nothing to be afraid of." Without turning, Ching-Yu spoke softly. "The thing my son Do-Uan loves most is the arcade game machine, and I know that better than anyone." Du-Uan looked back, his eyes filled with loss. "This isn't real, is it? Just a dream?" He scanned the area once more. "Is this a stage created by the system?" Ching-Yu's voice cut in suddenly. "I'm going to let my Do-Uan do whatever his heart desires," he said with pride. "More importantly, you're the son I raised to be a good, decent man. You're a good kid." Ching-Yu continued walking away. Only his voice echoed back, "Believe in my words. As your father, I have always believed in you." He then tilted his head toward the sky. "Please, always live a good life," Du-Yuan whispered to himself. So that's what he always thought of me. I was able to hear his voice one more time. This moment, it's made me truly happy. As if suddenly remembering, Ching-Yu said, "Oh, and about this weekend's camping trip." Du-Yuan was startled. "What? Camping?" He flashed back to the past, his dad packing and teasing. "I'm going camping this weekend. Try not to be too jealous." Ching-Yu gave a warm smile. "I promise I'll be back." Du-Yuan stood silently, watching his father's back as the sunset faded into darkness. He remembered the photos and info from that day. Someone had intentionally tampered with his father's brakes, causing the fatal crash. Ching-Yu opened the car door and got inside. "I'll call you later, son." A look of pure horror crossed Do-Yuan's face. This was the day his father died. Scene change. Basement 1. Loan Huangdong area. Inside the cold storage unit, icy mist billowed out as the temperature plunged. Chin Sel remained completely motionless. Then, she slowly opened her eyes. Chin Seo was bewildered. "What is this? Why is this strange scene before me?" She saw several fish floating in midair. She was utterly shocked. "Are these fish swimming right in front of me?" She watched, confused, as one of them drifted closer and closer. "This can't be real. What on earth did those bastards do to my body?" Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, shaking Chin Seo back to her senses. Through the dim light, she saw a flash of blue. This time, the scene was different. A hand reached through the doorframe and yanked it forcefully aside. A spark of hope ignited in Chin Seo. What was that? "It's Do-Uan." The door was brutally ripped from its hinges by him. She was shocked. Is he tearing the door apart? His expression was ice cold as he peered inside. Then, Do-Yuan grabbed Chin Seo's shirt and pulled her up. He easily lifted her with one hand, her feet dangling off the ground. The system's voice echoed in Do-Yuan's mind. "Monster detected." He unconsciously clenched his fist, preparing to strike her down. The system prompted, "Begin hunting process." Du-Yuan's hand froze and began to tremble. He was fighting an intense internal battle. Another hand brandished a chainsaw. Covered in dark red stains, it rushed forward. The mob charged at Do-Yuan and Chin Seo, shouting, "We found you, fugitive." They stormed in aggressively. "I'll carve him up like a frozen tuna." But before he could reach his target, a kick sent him flying, the chainsaw clattering to the ground. It was still emitting a deafening screech. Du-Yuan walked over and lifted Chin Seo into his arms, her limp body resting against him. The system announced, "Ally found." Du-Yuan's feet carried him forward, one step at a time. A system prompt appeared, "Move to the upper floors," and the scene changed once again. Du-Uan looked around and asked, "Where am I this time?" It turned out he was standing on the rooftop of a tall building. Du-Uan frowned in realization. In that instant, a scene appeared before his eyes. On the opposite side of the road, a hooded figure stood perfectly still. He wondered who it was, thinking to himself, "Everything that happened is completely different from what I was told on the street." A car was speeding towards them at a terrifying pace. The driver inside was Chin Q. His eyes widened at the sight before him. The hooded figure was now standing in the middle of the road. Chin-So wondered with suspicion, "Why is someone standing in the middle of the road like that?" Seeing the speeding car, the figure remained perfectly still, not even flinching. He found it strange. Is something wrong with them? Chin Q's expression grew serious. "I should get out and check." But when he slammed on the brakes, nothing happened. Chin Q was utterly stunned, but Do-Yuan knew. This was the cause of his father's accident 3 years ago, and the car continued to hurtle forward. Chin Q's terrified scream filled the air. "Why aren't the brakes working? Oh no, are the brakes broken?" The car sped ever closer. To avoid the figure, his father lost control. He swerved to miss the person, crashing into a utility pole instead. Du-Uan was witnessing all of it. He screamed in despair, his eyes wide with horror. Suddenly, Du-Uan froze, his pupils shrinking. The reflection in his eyes made him sick, watching that person stand there. That person stood casually, completely indifferent to his father's fate. He had intentionally blocked the road. His face was almost entirely hidden by the hood, but Do-Yuan could have sworn he saw a smile on that person's face, welcoming his father's demise. Chin Q gripped the steering wheel with his right hand. Next to him was a photo of a happy family of 3. Chin Q glanced at it, his eyes filled with regret and confusion. He pressed his lips into a thin line. He had to make a decision in a split second. Then, Chin Q wrenched the steering wheel, veering the car sharply to the side. The entire car shook violently from the sudden movement. Sweat poured down Du-Yuan's face, his scalp tingling with dread. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out. On the road, 2 long, winding skid marks were clearly visible. Du-Yuan hung his head, his body drained of all strength. Then, he collapsed to his knees. His fingertips dug into the dirt. Tears streamed down Du-Yuan's face. He finally understood it all. This place wasn't real. It was just an illusion created by the system. He clenched his trembling fists, veins bulging. Du-Yuan couldn't help but curse. "This is so messed up." He raised his hand and slammed it into the ground. Red liquid splattered everywhere. The gash on his hand was deep, with crimson drops falling endlessly. Du-Yuan tried to compose himself. "No, I have to get a grip." This wasn't the time to be enraged. He stared intently at the person standing below. He steeled his resolve. "I have to investigate this myself. I must stay calm." Du-Yuan scowled, hissing each word. "Who is that bastard?" The reason the system hadn't told him yet was because the scene shifts to the first basement level of the Luan Huangdong area. The place was eerily quiet, completely empty. Du-Yuan stood before the boss's door. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence. "Looks like you made quite a mess while I was away." Seeing Do-Yuan charge forward, the man sneered. "What are you doing? You think you can actually face me?" With his hands still in his pockets, Ho-Sung sent him flying with a single kick, mocking him. What a pathetic little brat. The moment he spoke, Ho-Sung saw a foot flash before his eyes. Du-Yuan retaliated, landing a brutal uppercut kick to his jaw. It was a flawless strike. Du-Yuan landed steadily as Ho-Sung staggered back, stunned. The air fell silent for a moment. He scowled, touching the gash on his chin, his expression twisted with pure rage. Du-Yuan also wiped the red liquid trickling from his mouth. Ho-Sung roared furiously. "All right, from this moment on, I won't be holding back." With that, he lunged, his face a mask of killing intent, threatening, "I'll make you wish you were never born. Living won't be an option." A system notification appeared. Auto combat initiated. Boss raid. Du-Yuan's mind was pulled back to that haunting sunset. A car was crashed head-on into a pole. The front was completely demolished, especially the driver's side windshield, which was shattered and stained crimson. Smoke billowed endlessly from the engine. Du-Yuan stood behind the other man, his eyes locked on his father's car. Du-Yuan took 2 steps forward. He then turned to face the person directly. His eyes widened in shock at the figure before him. And on that day, he finally learned the truth. The scene shifts to a different area, a place with countless skyscrapers packed closely together. A man leading a young boy knocked on a door and announced, "We have arrived, Mr. Chairman." The person inside spoke from behind a newspaper. "The door's not locked. Come in." This boy was Kim Ho-Sung. At 9 years old, seeing the man enter, he asked, "Who is this?" The chairman then swept the boy into his arms, laughing. My son, Ho Sung, you're here. He stared into Ho Sung's eyes and asked, Are you having fun at school? You look so happy. The boy answered dutifully, Yes, sir. Just then, a younger boy ran inside excitedly, shouting, Come, play with me. The chairman remarked, So my youngest son is here as well? He instructed his subordinate, Go, and bring some snacks for the two children. The man bowed immediately, replying, Yes, sir. While waiting, Ho Sung asked with curiosity, Father, what are you working on? The chairman answered, Just reading the paper and some company business. The boy listened intently to his father's words. If you want to stand above all others, to lead them, you must understand what they desire, what they think, and how this world truly operates. As the chairman continued, something inside Ho Sung began to change. To rule the lower classes, you must do difficult things, and you must have the true power to stand there. The younger boy whined, Dad, it's so boring in here. The man looked up with a loud laugh. I've said too much. Forgive me. Ho Sung, take your brother outside to play. The boy smiled sharply and replied, Yes, father. Ho Sung's gaze fell on the newspapers on the table. To achieve my dream, I will trample over everyone. The scene shifts back to the present. Now, both sides were locked in a fierce battle. Ho Sung knew, only then can I stand at the very pinnacle of the ruling class. In the first basement of Hyeonrondong, two figures stalked each other like predators. They charged forward without a hint of hesitation as Doyoon threw a punch, but Ho Sung met it with a high kick. The moment their attacks collided, a deafening boom echoed as the light of their skills erupted. Ho Sung was stunned that his attack was blocked. You seem a lot different from before, he mocked him. Or did getting locked up here scramble your brain? Doyoon froze at the notification. Auto combat mode will deactivate in 2 minutes. Ho Sung seized the opening, kicking his distracted opponent. What an idiot. Doyoon was sent flying. Light flashed brilliantly, like a firework. A system alert popped up. Opponent's combat power is overwhelming. But his triumphant smirk quickly faded to a frown. Because before hitting the ground, Doyoon had caught himself with one hand and launched a sweeping counterkick. A system notification chimed, automatically adjusting combat stats. Ho Sung wiped a cut on his cheek, enraged. How could you? Doyoon then slammed another kick directly into Ho Sung's gut. The system alert blared again. Opponent's combat power is overwhelming. The kick was so powerful that the wall behind him began to crack from the impact. The system announced, Your combat power has been upgraded. Ho Sung trembled with rage from the endless barrage, seeing Doyoon prepare to attack yet again. He precisely caught Doyoon's leg. Ho Sung then violently flung him across the room. I don't know how you got this strong, but you're much more powerful than before. His body slammed against a desk, the pain nearly numbing him. Doyoon lay, sprawled across the tabletop. Ho Sung's voice rang out. But don't think for a second this changes the outcome. He raised his leg for a devastating finishing blow as the system chimed again. Opponent's combat power is overwhelming. Fumbling. Doyoon grabbed a paper box from the desk and hurled it directly at him. The system screen glowed. Use the paper box to obstruct the opponent's vision. While Ho Sung was disoriented, Doyoon turned and fled. Once he recovered, he gave chase, taunting, running is pointless. You can't escape. Ho Sung threw a sweeping kick, but Doyoon had already jumped onto a cart, ducking low to successfully evade the attack. His fury was reaching its peak. Just surrender already. How long are you going to drag this out? The system alert flashed. Opponent's combat power is overwhelming. Doyoon grabbed the same cart, appeared behind Ho Sung, and launched a sneak attack. The system screen lit up, striking the opponent's blind spot. With a loud crash, strawberry syrup splattered everywhere. The scene suddenly cut to Trin Kwai's car crashing into a streetlight. Doyoon stood behind a strange figure. He stared at his father's car, his eyes widening in shock at the person before him. As they stood face to face, Doyoon's heart sank, his gaze filled with disbelief. The figure's face had no features, only an endless stream of dense data. Doyoon was bewildered. It's impossible. I can't see this person's face? He lowered his head in frustration. Then how am I supposed to find the one who caused my dad's accident? Doyoon clenched his fists, shouting in despair. What am I supposed to do now? Suddenly, a voice came from the wrecked car. Calm down. A cold, mechanical voice echoed. That was merely an illusion I created, so there is no need to be angry. He whipped his head around, utterly shocked. That voice, could it be? The voice introduced itself. I am the administrator of the system. It continued in a steady tone. You have many questions for me, do you not? As it spoke, the world around Doyoon went pitch black, his vision filled with glittering starlight. The voice returned. First, allow me to explain who I am. Doyoon's entire body floated in the vast emptiness. In this space, it is easiest to explain. A glowing orb of orange-gold light appeared, saying, "I am the creator of this world." The orb of light drifted closer. "And I am also the one who brings its end." It spoke with an air of absolute pride. "You could say, I am an omnipotent entity." A more detailed explanation would be difficult for you to grasp. It then revealed its purpose. "I have appeared before you now because there is something I must tell you." Doyoon was stunned. He listened as it explained the system's purpose. Countless memories flooded his mind. Every quest he had ever been given. The reason you had to accept those quests. "It seems you still do not understand the true purpose." Doyoon's eyes widened as he heard the full explanation. He was suddenly back on the street. The system announced shocking news. All of it related to the death of his father, Doyoon. He saw his reflection in a shattered rearview mirror, murmuring, "What is all this about?" He looked inside the wrecked car, but he saw no one inside. The voice echoed once more, "That is all that I can reveal to you at this current time." Suddenly, the ground shook violently, throwing Doyoon off his feet. The voice continued, "You will have to become much stronger than you are now." The surrounding buildings began to tremble, but the sound remained the same. As he defeated more difficult foes, the trail stretched before Doyoon, and the noise started to fade. Following the quest's path, he plunged downward as the watery trail suddenly widened. Doyoon cried out, "I still have so much to find out." It replied, "At the end, you will face the truth you seek." Back inside the labyrinth, an ominous black smoke surrounded Doyoon. A metal frame appeared in his hand. One of Doyoon's eyes returned to normal, followed by the other. He panted as the system announced the end of auto battle mode. Ho-sung watched, confused, as Doyoon coughed violently, covered in a cold sweat. He muttered, "Are these quests about my dad's death? So what am I supposed to do?" Doyoon glanced at the flashing red warning. The mission, defeat the king, Kim Ho-sung. The labyrinth itself sensed the change in him. Ho-sung spoke up, "Your aura has changed again." Doyoon slowly rose and asked coldly, "You're working with the Betrayers Council, aren't you?" He recalled the photos and the intel he'd gathered. He never knew the link between the Bully Council and the Sunshine Shelter, or about his father's secret identity. Doyoon asked his opponent, "You know something about my father, don't you?" He added coldly, "And about the Sunshine Shelter and Ha Jin-gui." He smirked disdainfully. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Ho-sung casually admitted, "That's exactly why I brought you here." He still looked down on him, speaking without a care. "But who do you think you are that I have to answer you?" Hearing this, Doyoon's rage ignited. He lunged forward, grabbing Ho-sung by the throat. Ho-sung grit his teeth, trembling from anger and lack of air. Doyoon was frustrated. He still couldn't get any answers. "Why is this bastard so stubborn?" Doyoon urged. "Talk. Now." He stared into Ho-sung's eyes, threatening, "If you don't, today is your last." Doyoon thought to himself, "I'll have to unravel the clues from here." In the quiet room, a voice exclaimed, "Whoa, man." Everyone praised the image of Doyoon's toned muscles. "Seriously, look at him. Doyoon is so much more ripped now." Chaemin agreed. "Working out really makes a difference." Another voice chimed in, "Only weak guys like him need to hit the gym," Manchun said confidently. "A strong body like mine would just punch things." Chaemin couldn't help but ask, "But Manchun, why are you wearing swim goggles in here?" He answered mysteriously, "It's simple. Regular glasses aren't worthy of me. Get it? These make me look way cooler." Kichi examined the photo in his hand, looking very satisfied. "This photo looks really sharp," he said, lifting the picture from the developing fluid. The last known member of the Betrayers Council, Kim Ho-sung. Kichi began to explain. "You guys must know him, right? The master of the labyrinth. They don't have a second in command." He continued. "Kim Ho-sung manages all his disciples by himself. Basically everyone under him is the same. He's the only boss. The rest are just his lackeys." Manchun grew angry. What an arrogant bastard. "But looking at him, does he even have any power?" Kichi nodded. "You're right. I don't really get him either." Kichi smiled and continued. "But say what you will, he's got real skill. Just think." He looked at the photos on the table. "The Bully Council reps, we know each have a different kind of strength." Kichi gave a specific example. "Just think of it like a soccer team. Every single position on the field has its own role. No two are the same," he said with certainty. "And I'm guessing Kim Ho-sung plays a key role in that lineup." Eun-sung stared intently at the stack of photos. Someone's voice added, "Just like in our own Bully Council. Take Eun-sung, for instance." He closed his eyes and sighed as they talked about him. "Oh, I've got no argument there. Eun-sung is the real deal." Chaemin's face grew excited. So then, he shared his thoughts with the group. If we compare Kim Ho-sung, that labyrinth bastard, to Doyoon, how does he stack up? Is he as strong? After a long silence, Eun-sang finally spoke. In terms of raw power, Kim Ho-sung has the edge over Doyoon. Chae-min nodded. That's true. Kim Ho-sung is famous for being recruited by the whole council to be their representative. Doyoon hasn't reached that level. Man-chun suddenly exclaimed, I can't believe that small, scrawny guy is so powerful. Eun-sang cut in coldly. However, in a real fight, you can't win with just brute strength. Kichi tilted his head. So, what are you trying to say? Eun-sang's voice filled the room. When two fighters with similar power face off in a deathmatch, the result is hard to predict. At that moment, Doyoon had Ho-sung by the throat, their eyes locked. The situation was exactly as he'd said. Who would come out on top? He slammed him against the wall, trapping Ho-sung's legs so he couldn't move. Doyoon's eyes sharpened as he growled, Speak, now. His grip tightened. Ho-sung's body trembled as he desperately clawed at Doyoon's wrist. Then, Ho-sung drove his knee hard into Doyoon's gut. He kicked him away like a ball, warning, Don't touch me. Got it? Doyoon was sent flying into the distance. Ho-sung glared at him with disgust. You filthy bastard. Then, in a flash, his entire body went rigid, as if he was about to collapse. Ho-sung felt completely baffled. Why am I so dizzy? He threw a sweeping kick, but Doyoon had already hopped onto a cart, successfully ducking the attack. The system announced, Opponent's power is overwhelming. Ho-sung's rage blazed. A cheap trick like that won't stop me. Doyoon grabbed the cart. He had appeared right behind Ho-sung for a sneak attack. The system screen flashed. Strike the opponent's blind spot. A loud crash followed. He blocked with his arm, sending debris flying as strawberry syrup splattered everywhere. Ho-sung grunted in confusion. What's happening to me? My movements are getting slower, sluggish. He took off his jacket and said, I guess there's no other way. Ho-sung held his jacket, his voice low. No matter what you try to do. He tossed the jacket aside and launched a swift kick at Doyoon's head. Pathetic. That kind of power could never defeat me. Though the blow knocked his face sideways, he stubbornly gritted his teeth, growling through the pain. Talk. Doyoon's hook kick landed squarely on Ho-sung's chin. He snarled, Tell me everything you know about the Sunshine Shelter. Now. Spitting blood, he shot back. In your dreams, bastard. Ho-sung landed a knee strike, while Doyoon headbutted him hard. They both cried out in agony. Doyoon was thrown back, crashing onto the floor. Amused, Ho-sung spoke, Fine. Since you're here, I'll tell you a few things. In an instant, the chaotic room fell silent. Doyoon clutched his chest, half kneeling. Ho-sung's voice rang out, About the Bullying Council. And the reason you're looking. What they did to you. How they used you. Doyoon flinched in shock. Ho-sung's tone was laced with sarcasm. Do you remember before? You had no real power. You made so many mistakes you should have been handled at that meeting. Yet somehow, you were made the representative. Isn't that ridiculous? Ho-sung laughed. Of course, headquarters interfered. The entire thing was caught on camera. Those people watched the meeting through the cameras. He glanced around the room and added, And the council has treated you quite favorably. Ho-sung stood up straight. After all, the council and the Traitors Alliance are organized the same way. He brought up another matter. And when you fought Steven, the Traitors Alliance could have easily crushed you. Ho-sung grew angrier as he spoke. But when you met that person at the river, they had a change of heart. He stared intently, asking, Ever wonder why both the Alliance and the Council treat you so specially? Ho-sung revealed the answer. To put it simply, it's the only reason you could possibly guess. Doyoon was stunned by his reply. It's because you are Ha Jin-gyu's son. Ho-sung raised his voice. The Sunshine Shelter was created by your own father. In disbelief, he asked, What are you talking about? Doyoon was bewildered as his voice echoed. More importantly, the Bullying Council was formed from that very shelter. Shock filled his eyes. What nonsense is that? Done talking, Ho-sung lunged at Doyoon. I've told you enough. He delivered a devastating kick to his stomach. Hit repeatedly, the area went numb. His body flew backward, slamming hard into a shelf as items scattered everywhere. Doyoon leaned helplessly against it, while Ho-sung's voice rang out again. So, with your current status, the only reason you haven't been eliminated is that both the Alliance and the Council can still use you. He laughed. They're just like me. Everyone uses others to get what they want. Ho-sung approached, looking down from above. Do you get it now? Thanks to you, I'll reach a peak that neither the Council nor the Alliance ever could. Time flashes back to the past. This is the chairman's house. The lights inside were shining brightly. Books and other items were arranged neatly on the shelves. A little boy holding a new toy box pleaded, Play this with me, brother. Ho-sung refused, saying, I'm hungry. The door opened as the chairman entered. Are you playing with your brother? The little boy cried out. Dad. Yes. The man told them both. Dinner is ready. Let's eat together, the boy whined. But I want to play. I'm not hungry yet. But Ho-sung stood up and nodded. Yes, sir. He then quickly walked out. As he left, he bumped the chairman, making the little boy stumble. Ho-sung paid no mind, simply saying, I'm going to eat first. The chairman saw everything. The boy asked excitedly, What are we having for dinner? Before he could finish, a hand struck from behind. The chairman slapped Ho-sung so hard, he stumbled forward. The boy clutched his burning cheek. Trembling, he choked out, Dad. The man's voice was stern. How dare you? You dare push your brother? Ho-sung stammered, speechless. The chairman turned to the man beside him. Is this how you taught him to behave? The man bowed in apology, hearing the chairman's irritation. Manager Kim, look at your son. Manager Kim spoke softly. My apologies, sir. The man's voice rang out again. It's just as they say. A child raised without a mother is truly unfortunate. Ho-sung hung his head, eyes shut as the chairman spoke. My son likes playing with him, so I treat him like my own for his sake. The young boy stood nearby, timidly asking, Are you okay? His eyes widened when he heard the man add, But that doesn't make him my son. Don't think he's part of this family. Manager that Kim knelt and begged, Chairman, it is my fault. I failed to discipline him properly. The chairman's tone softened. Enough. This is a warning. I can't say more with the children here. He then left, his voice lingering. I'll overlook it this time, out of respect for your long and loyal service. Now, Ho-sung is at his own house, the chairman's words echoing in his mind, and remember to teach him proper manners. Ho-sung's clothes were no longer pristine like at the chairman's. Manager Kim held a trash bag, ready to take it out. The chairman was busy today, so I'm home late. Eat your dinner and sleep early. Ho-sung looked at the boxed meal on the table and listened to his father. Don't stay up late, the boy mumbled to himself. Why would he do that? Ho-sung said, filled with resentment. No, it can't be. He buried his face in a pillow in his shabby room. Thoughts raced through his mind. It makes no sense. My real father must be. I'm not someone with this kind of status. My real father is. Ho-sung slowly lifted his head, his face devoid of any childish innocence. A dark thought formed in his mind. I refuse to accept this. The staircase went straight up, then bent sharply in another direction. Just like the day that became a turning point in Ho-sung's life, Ho-sung stood before Doyoon and said, About the sunshine shelter your father created. With the young convicts there, he wanted to guide them toward a decent life in a good environment, to be better for society. He growled. Somehow, that place birthed a notorious criminal organization, as you now know. With that, Ho-sung turned to leave. The situation you now face was created entirely by your father. If you have to blame someone, blame him. The room fell into a terrifying silence. Then, Doyoon struggled to his feet, roaring, You bastard! Shut your mouth! Pure fury radiated from his body. The man silently watched his burning rage. He activated the target focuses skill, his eyes locked on Ho-sung, as he yelled, I said, shut up. Doyoon charged forward with all his strength. A level 5 attack was unleashed. A massive crack appeared on the basement's main window. After a tremor, the entire window shattered, launching them both outside. A murderous glint appeared in Doyoon's eyes. Today, between you and me. Ho-sung was shocked by the sheer desperation in his voice. Only one of us will be left standing. The two of them hovered in midair. Ho-sung readied a powerful knee strike, while Doyoon threw a punch towards him, screaming, and that person will be you. In the chairman's mansion, a sudden, piercing scream echoed. Oh my God! Seeing the maid's horrified expression, the manager, Kim asked with concern. What is it? Ho-sung asked curiously. What's wrong with you? They were both stunned when they heard her stuttering voice. The maid stammered. The young master. On the floor, the little boy lay motionless, an overturned glass of water beside him. The boy was trembling, his eyes completely glazed over. Manager Kim instructed Ho-sung, Go home first and wait for father. He calmly commanded, All right, you call for an ambulance. Tell them to hurry. I'll check on the young master. The scene moves to a hospital, where a tray is filled with medical instruments. A voice is heard. It appears to be a case of poisoning. The doctor reported the situation. The boy ingested a large amount of medicine, which caused respiratory distress. The doctor's voice became grave. Because he didn't receive treatment in time, his brain was deprived of oxygen. The young boy lay still on the hospital bed, surrounded by modern equipment. This deep coma will be prolonged. He's not in mortal danger, but it's hard to say when he will wake up. Hearing this, the chairman broke into a cold sweat and cried out, "My son took pills? But how could a child like him do such a thing?" The doctor was also baffled. "Yes, I can't figure it out either. How could this have happened? There's no way a child could take that much medicine." The doctor hesitated. "Perhaps in your home." Before he could finish, a monitor began to beep loudly. The atmosphere grew tense. 2 nurses rushed over to check the machine and said, "The boy is in critical condition." The doctor wondered to himself, anaphylactic shock after a deep coma? The chairman felt dizzy, stumbling backward as he cried out, "Oh, my son!" Manager Kim quickly steadied the chairman. "Sir!" Everyone scrambled into action. "All doctors, get in here, now. Bring all the emergency equipment." At that moment, Ho Sung stood with his head bowed in silence. Everyone must be so surprised, he thought, looking at the empty pill bottles. "But I was the one who did all of this." Ho Sung mumbled aloud, "This is all your fault." He stared at a small, red statue in his hand. "I never wanted this to happen, but now, you must have." Before finishing his sentence, Ho Sung tossed it aside. "But it's fine. I'll take your place in father's heart." Then, he picked up a small yellow statue. "I will finally return." Ho Sung smiled, a chilling expression for his age. "That place should have been mine all along." Back in the present, a massive crack spider-webbed across the basement window. With a tremor, the glass exploded outward, launching them both into the open air. A killer intent flashed in Do Yuan's eyes. "Go to hell, you bastard." Ho Sung was stunned by the absolute desperation in his voice. "In this battle, one of us." They hung suspended in midair. Ho Sung coiled his long legs for a knee strike, while Do Yuan threw a heavy punch and screamed, "Is going down. And it's you." They both landed their attacks at the same time, as a brilliant light erupted around them. Ho Sung's kick slammed into Do Yuan's chest, causing him to gasp in pain. But Do Yuan's fist also connected, viciously caving in the side of Ho Sung's face. They were both sent flying in opposite directions. Do Yuan tumbled through the air before hitting the ground with a sickening thud. Ho Sung fared no better, his body skidding violently across the floor. Bracing himself on the floor, he steadied his body. Through clenched teeth, Ho Sung growled, "Don't think you can stop me." A chilling warning. "Whatever you do is pointless. You should have known your place." Ho Sung's voice dripped with confidence. "Oppose me, and you will die. But no matter. No one can block my path to the top." In the tense silence, Do Yuan's voice rang out. "You talk a good game." He lowered his head, his voice turning ragged. "At least you have a dream, a place to return to." Do Yuan panted, his words laced with unshed tears. "I used to have a dream like that too." He remembered the past. "If I could turn back time, I wish I could return to that very day." Ho Sung didn't understand. "What are you talking about?" Do Yuan regained his composure. "No matter what it took, I wish that had never happened." He slowly rose to his feet. "But that's impossible now. Therefore, what I want right now." Do Yuan recalled the system's words. "Become stronger, defeat more enemies, follow the mission's path, and you will find the answers you seek." A blue light erupted from his body. "Now, I have only one desire, and to achieve it." Do Yuan's eyes blazed with determination. "All who stand in my way will perish." The system chimed in. "Mission continues. Defeat the king. Defeat the representative of Ronhyang Dong, Kim Ho Sung." Hearing this, he pushed himself up from his knees. Ho Sung smirked. Such big words. Then he charged his opponent. "But do you really think you can defeat me?" Do Yuan's body suddenly froze as a red light flashed from the system. Warning. You are in a state of overexertion. The crimson light surged from his feet, rapidly consuming his entire body. He was quickly engulfed by the glow. The system's alarm blared. You are suffering backlash from overusing your power. His body shook violently as Do Yuan told himself he must endure it. He could not give up. Even if he died, he had to try. He charged with all his might. In this situation, I can't lose to him. Seeing this resolve, Hosu met his charge without hesitation. The two clashed directly in the grim and silent space. A massive boom echoed out, followed by flashes of gold and blue. The light grew more and more intense. The sound grew louder with the light. Hosu's brow furrowed as he raised his leg. He kicked hard at Do Yuan's head, followed by a powerful hook kick from below. The kick snapped his head to the side, but Do Yuan retaliated with a vicious slap across his face. Neither was willing to back down. Ho Sung drove a powerful kick into his ribs. Do Yuan clutched his side, raw fury blazing in his eyes. Enraged by that look, Ho Sung kicked again, but Do Yuan caught his leg, using the momentum to hurl him through the air. He crashed hard onto the ground, his body racked with pain. Suddenly, Ho-sung's pupils shrank in terror as he saw Do-Yuan was already charging forward. Ho-sung clenched his fist to counter, but Do-Yuan unleashed a punch with all his might. A deafening boom. The blow landed squarely, sending him flying backward. The aftershock of the impact tore through the area, devastating everything around them. In the aftermath, only the tattered remains of the cages were left. Do-Yuan knelt, head bowed, his arms hanging limp and utterly exhausted. A thick, red liquid flowed from his nose and mouth. Do-Yuan gasped for breath, staring at Ho-sung's motionless body and muttering, "Looks like this fight is over." A system notification appeared. "You have defeated King Ho-sung of the riot-sent cave." Do-Yuan staggered towards him. An image and a voice from the past flashed through his mind. "If you want to blame someone for making you suffer through all this, then blame your own father." Do-Yuan glanced around the ruined place and thought to himself, no matter what. One of his eyes was swollen shut, but the other one still shined brightly. "I don't blame my father at all." A system notification. Quest updated. Defeat the king. Complete. Do-Yuan stared at the stairs before him. A strange chill crept through the air, causing the temperature to drop rapidly. With Ho-sung dealt with, he pushed himself up. A bright light flashed in Do-Yuan's eyes, and his entire body convulsed. A sound from the system. Auto battle reloading. A memory fragment, then another, appeared in Do-Yuan's mind. He saw himself grabbing the front of Chin-sel's shirt. These were memories from when he had lost consciousness, from his auto battle state. Then the image shifted to her, in critical condition. "I need to find her. Fast." Then, he saw someone's back, as they carried Chin-sel. She was leaving, lying completely still. Leaning against a wall, she looked to be in grave danger. Do-Yuan clutched his pounding head. He grabbed Ho-sung's collar and roared, "What did you do to her, you bastard?" But the man lay still, unresponsive. Do-Yuan furiously gritted his teeth, glaring at Ho-sung, but he knew what the most important thing to do now was find her. In the dead of night, a container home rested on the flat ground. Looking out from inside, the view through the window was eerily quiet. A smooth, pale hand clutched the bedsheets tightly. Chin-sel was on the bed, groaning in agony. Her whole body trembled violently, bathed in a cold sweat as drool escaped her lips. Chin-sel's consciousness was fading. "My heart is beating too fast. It feels like it's going to pound out of my chest." She recalled an old scene, a person in a protective suit observing her. "It seems the drug has reacted." The person next to him nodded while writing in a report. "That's right. The reaction is different for everyone." The other person still seemed confused. "But look, how can we test this new drug on a person?" His partner waved him off. "Forget it." The boss gave his permission. A third person scoffed. "Human results are more accurate than animal ones." In her daze, Chin-sel heard all of these words. A person dumped a tray of white mice into a trash can. "I don't know how she'll react, but for these white mice, the mortality rate after the drug test was 100%. Returning to the present, she tried to fight for consciousness. "No, I can't close my eyes now." But her eyelids grew heavy. Chin-sel's eyes welled with tears. "If I close my eyes now, I'll never wake up again." Her hand grew weak and fell to her side. Do-Yuan opened the door, saw Chin-sel lying there, and rushed to her, grabbing her wrist. He tried to reassure her. "You're okay now." His face was covered in terrifying wounds, but his voice was gentle. "It's okay, I'm here now. You don't have to be afraid anymore." Do-Yuan used all his strength to lift her up. "Hang on, we're going to the hospital." Liquid gushed from his nose like an open faucet as he tried to comfort her. "It'll be quick." Before he could finish, Do-Yuan felt dizzy. His feet faltered, and he couldn't walk steadily. The system flashed a red warning. "You are in a state of overexertion." A frantic alarm blared. The body cannot withstand any more activity after such overexertion. He collapsed backward onto the mattress, and Chin-sel fell on top of him. A system notification appeared. "To protect the character, we are temporarily disconnecting." In the dark of night, a police car was parked in front of an apartment complex. A police officer spoke. "I'm sure you have heard the news, right? The chairman's son passed away in the hospital today. You knew that, didn't you?" The officer's voice echoed in the room. "That is the reason we are here," the officer announced. "The cause of death was a large amount of drugs mixed into his fruit juice. We came here because we found your DNA on the glass next to the chairman's son's juice." Ho-sung stood frozen as the officer finished. He broke into a cold sweat, and his scalp began to tingle. How could this be? Ho-sung remembered using a tray to carry the glass. He had been so careful not to touch anything. "I was so careful. There's no way. This can't be real." Ho-sung's face went pale when he saw the number 8 handcuffs. You are the prime suspect in this case. Therefore, we are here to execute an emergency arrest warrant for Department Head Kim. He showed no resistance and cooperated fully to be handcuffed. He bowed his head and spoke. Yes, I will completely comply with your arrest warrant. Ho Sung stood still and watched Department Head Kim get handcuffed and led to the car. The boy asked worriedly, "Why, Dad?" His father cut him off. "Don't say anything else. If they find out, this will only get more complicated." Department Head Kim spoke with a regretful tone. "I am your father, and I couldn't give you a good life, so this is the only thing I can do for you," he said, choking up. "Son, I am so sorry. You must hate a father like me, right? I couldn't give you the life you wanted." Ho Sung bowed his head as Department Head Kim instructed him. "You are on your own now. Take good care of yourself. Okay?" Even at that moment, his voice was gentle. "Remember to eat well, and don't look at your phone too much." The boy covered his mouth, hiding his choked sobs. The two officers said, with pity, "What a poor child. He's all alone now. He must be in shock, poor thing." Hosu's shoulders shook with sobs, but what no one knew was that he was trying to hide his laughter. In the car, an officer told Hosu, "Go on inside, son. Your father is only detained for questioning." "I didn't want this either." The boy watched the car drive off. "It's all because you were so useless. I will never accept a miserable life with you." Hosu recalled a small, golden statue on a castle, muttering, "I must live a life of luxury, a life that I truly deserve." Tears streamed down his face, yet the boy waved and smiled. Now, it was a dark night in Ronhyangdong. Someone was watching the moon, its soft light. He kept muttering, "There's no way I could have failed." Hosu knelt on the floor in despair. "I can still recover. Ronhyangdong, I can do it." He looked at the surrounding ruins, trying to calm his spirit. "Everything I've built up until now, it can't be lost. Even if I fail this once, I will get another chance," Hosu growled. "Don't think beating me once means you can defeat me forever, you bastard." Suddenly, a figure appeared at the door, remarking, "The moon is bright tonight." The man clicked his tongue. "What happened to you is truly unexpected." He looked at the moon and said, "The moon can shine in the sky. Its light spreads across the world, illuminating the darkness all by itself. But you can't do that. You alone cannot reach the peak that you desire." A trembling Hosu pushed himself up, shouting, "Where have you been? Why are you so late, you bastard?" The man approached him calmly. "The moon is only the moon. Compared to the sun, it must always hide, never daring to compare. You are just like that." Hosu felt annoyed. "Where did you come from? What the hell are you rambling about?" A flash of pink liquid crossed Hosu's vision. Instantly, his pupils contracted. The man's voice echoed, "You could say you are that very moon." Before Hosu could react, he plunged a needle into his neck. Hosu froze in pure shock, then stammered, "Why you?" Before he could finish, he collapsed onto the floor. The man spoke coldly, "I always know what's on your mind." His tone was flat. "How could a moon like you compare to the sun, which is the council? With such a faint light, you hope to outshine the sun? You always plan to betray the council, so now you must pay the price." Seeing Hosu's shocked face, he chuckled. "You seem quite surprised, don't you? How could I do this?" He then revealed a secret. "From the beginning, before becoming your disciple, before taking your orders, I was already a member of the Traitors Alliance." He rolled down his sleeve, revealing a tattoo. "So don't act so surprised. The Alliance has granted me the authority to punish you." It was a tattoo of a demon with an open mouth, thorny vines sprouting from it, and 2 chrysanthemums for eyes, a truly strange combination. The image of the mysterious man and his tattoo flashed through Hosu's mind. Clouds began to obscure the moon. The man said casually, "Your usefulness has ended. The Alliance no longer needs a traitor like you. Your role is over. Thank you for your service." Hosu's body trembled, losing all control. He heard the man say, "Now what? With that new drug you created, you must feel like your dream has been achieved." Hosu writhed in agony. The moon continued to shine in the sky. The man's voice echoed again, "Even if it's only a dream in your own mind. But regardless, it should satisfy you. After all, this is all I can do." He turns to leave, his voice trailing off. "With that beautiful dream, I hope you never wake up. Goodbye." At the container house, an eerie silence hangs in the air. Inside, cardboard boxes lay scattered on the floor. An arm rises, fingers curling into a small, tight fist. Chin Seol stretches, her eyes still closed. "I slept so well." Her entire body glows, radiating the light aura skill. She feels the change within, murmuring, "Why do I suddenly feel so full of energy?" A system notification appears. All toxins have been purged from the body. Chin Seol is completely baffled, wondering what in the world happened to me. The certification seal burns a lip-shaped mark onto her neck. A chill runs down her spine as she remembers. Right before I passed out, I felt like my life was over. The mark glows, indicating a skill is being shared. Seeing Do-won lying motionless, she worries, what happened to him? Seeing him unconscious, Chin Seol starts to understand. He's like this, because he saved me. She sits in silence for a moment, her mind racing. Then, Chin Seol quickly gets to her feet. I have to get out of here. This isn't the time for questions. If I'm not fast, those bastards will return. How can I possibly fight them? She grabs his arm, draping it over her shoulder. Supporting Do-won's weight, she vows, this time, I'll be the one to save you. The night sky was deathly still. Not a single breeze stirred the motionless trees. Do-won's eyes fluttered open as a wave of pain washed over him. He couldn't help but let out a small groan. He and Chin Seol were crammed sideways inside a tight space. Do-won propped himself up, looking at the girl beside him. Seeing she was safe, he let out a sigh of relief. She's out of danger. I'm glad I made it in time. But sensing something was off, Do-won froze. He teased her. You're awake. Why not get up? Chin Seol let out a sharp sigh. She replied, I just woke up. I was wondering what you plan to do next. Do-won glanced around. You're strong. Did you really drag me all this way? She nodded in reply. I did. I had to get you out of there. We couldn't stay, or those bastards would have come back. He took off his jacket and handed it to Chin Seol. You just came to. The nights out here are cold. Here, take my jacket for now. The logo on the back of the coat caught Do-won's eye. His gaze fell upon her, filled with a deep, unspoken sadness. Chin Seol sensed it too, and the air between them grew heavy. Without warning, she lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Do-won. His eyes widened as she whispered, Thank you. So much. Her voice soft. If you hadn't come to save me, I don't know if I'd even be alive. Thank you, she murmured, resting her chin on his shoulder. If you ever need anything, just tell me, okay? For some reason, her words moved him, and his eyes began to well with tears. Do-won managed a faint smile and replied, I know. Suddenly, the cart lurched forward, startling them both. They swayed, losing their balance as he cursed. Damn it! The cart! It's rolling downhill. The wheel hit a rock, sending the whole thing flying. They clung to the sides, screaming in terror. The cart picked up speed. Do-won yelled in frustration. Why did you leave the cart on a slope? Chin Seol argued back. How was I supposed to know? I was exhausted from dragging you. She screamed, Do something to stop it. Do-won, hurry. He yelled back in desperation. How can I stop it when it's going this fast? Oh my God. Just then, Do-won's pupils constricted in shock. The path ahead of them suddenly opened up. The cart shot straight off a cliff, launching into the air. The scene shifts to the city, a place filled with towering modern skyscrapers. This is Ak District. Down a dimly lit hallway, only flickering lamps cast a faint glow. This was the council's headquarters. A door creaked open slowly. A voice called out, Where is everyone? Chea, carrying a box full of pastries, smiled brightly. I'm here. But as he looked inside, he froze, staring into the dark, empty room. Where did those guys all go? Chea wondered aloud. He stood alone at the door, still holding the box. He let out a small sigh, then collected himself. He then jumped up, cheering, Well, more for me then. Chea's voice echoed from the hall. Oh no, I dropped them all. The sound of a crash followed. The door slammed shut, plunging the space back into darkness and silence. A jacket hanging on the door remained perfectly still. On it was the logo for the Sunshine Shelter. On the street, a black car was parked by the curb. Chin Kwai was on the phone, saying, Oh, it's no trouble at all. He smiled, speaking to the person on the other end. I was just wondering if the kids from our Sunshine Shelter could participate in the volunteer activities. They can help move things for the elderly. Chin Kwai nodded. Yes, we have plenty of kids. Suddenly, the back door of the car opened. A figure was about to get in the car. A little girl in a red shirt sat down firmly and demanded, Just drive. He turned around and asked, Who are you? The girl spoke urgently. Someone's chasing me. Please, just drive, quickly. The scene changes again, to a room that is neatly arranged everywhere. A voice asked, Don't your parents let you draw? The little girl replied while coloring, They say drawing is a waste of time, and that I should be studying instead. Chin Kui looked at the little girl gently. Why would they say that? I think your drawings are wonderful, he said, then chuckled. That piece of grilled meat looks delicious. Chin Sao retorted, It's not meat, it's the hamster I have at home. The girl rested her chin on her arm and whispered, It's so frustrating. My parents don't understand me. Drawing is what I love to do most." Hearing her heartfelt words, Chin Kwai fell silent. He then turned to her and said gently, "All right, whenever you have free time and want to draw, you can always come to the Sunshine Shelter." The scene changes to another location. This place was a steep, rocky cliff. The cart that Do-Uwan and Chin-sel were in was now completely shattered. He pushed himself up from the ground. Though his hand was red and covered in scrapes, Do-Uwan breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around and said, "That was too close. We almost died." Do-Uwan trembled, cold sweat covering his face. If he hadn't jumped out in time, they would have fallen into the abyss. Seeing Chin-sel stir, he asked worriedly, "Are you awake?" She looked down at their intertwined hands, and her whole body froze. Chin-sel recalled a memory from the past, of a man running and screaming. "Get this damn octopus off my face!" he shouted, chasing two small children in front of him. "You two, stop right there!" They both screamed back. "Stop chasing us!" The little girl panted, her pace slowing. "I can't run anymore." Do-Yuan tried to pull her along. "Keep going, or we'll get caught." He glanced back. His hand tightened around her small, soft one. "Hold my hand." Chin-sel's eyes widened in shock as he promised, "I will protect you." In the starry night, only the sound of their heavy breathing could be heard. Do-Yuan sat with his head down and said, "It's so quiet here. I think he stopped chasing us." He let out an exhausted sigh. Then, Do-Yuan turned his head, wiping the sweat from his face with a bright smile. "Are you okay?" Seeing no reply, he asked again, "Who was that bald guy? Why was he chasing you?" Do-Yuan's face went pale when the girl answered, "He wanted to catch me." Sweat dripped down Chin-sel's face as well. She added, "To take me to my tutoring session." The little girl pouted and explained, "He's my private tutor." "The bald guy you threw an octopus at?" Do-Yuan was stunned and asked again, "Are you kidding me right now? What are you doing?" Chin-sel shook her head. "No, I don't want to study." In the darkness, Chin-sel stared out at the vast forest before them. She continued, "My family always wanted me to excel in my studies, so they hired a tutor for me." At this point, Do-Yuan was giving Chin-sel a piggyback ride. She whispered in his ear, "But I only wanted to draw, so they sent me abroad to study." Chin-sel said sadly, "I didn't even get to say goodbye to you. It was so sudden, and my family was so strict." Do-Yuan slowly began to speak. "I just don't get it." He couldn't hold back his confusion. "You don't seem like someone who grew up in a strict household. Your personality is nothing like that." Do-Yuan asked, "So why did you come back to Korea now?" Chin-sel replied, "My study abroad term ended. I just bought a ticket and came back on my own." She hugged his neck tightly and continued, "It's really been 15 years. I'm an adult now, so I can do whatever I want." Hearing this, Do-Yuan fell silent. He pressed his lips together tightly. Then suddenly, Do-Yuan burst out laughing. "You really are something else. You know that?" Remembering the past, Do-Yuan had once asked her, "Why did you run away? Was it because you wanted to draw?" Chin-sel nodded. "Yeah, that's right. My parents forced me to study, but I only wanted to draw. You once told me, 'You're really something else.'" Those words left her utterly speechless. A deep blush crept across Chin-seo's cheeks, amazed he'd fight his parents, just to do what he wanted. Do-Yuan pouted, "My family is super strict too. I want to play games, but I never can." Chin-seo's pink lips pressed into a thin line. She fell silent, as if lost in deep thought. Then, Chin-seo shot to her feet, declaring, "I've made my decision." She remembered Do-Yuan grabbing her hand, pulling her on that long run. She answered shyly, "My mom said if a boy and a girl hold hands." Chin-seo stated calmly, "They have to get married." Then she held out her hand. "So, you have to be my husband." Do-Yuan's face went blank. "You mean, right now?" He stared at her, asking again, "You kept asking if I remembered you, or what you said. Was it all because of that?" She stepped toward Do-Yuan with a smile. "You promised you would marry me." He quickly waved his hands to stop her. "Whoa, wait a second." Do-Yuan said, "That doesn't count as a promise. We were just kids. We didn't know any better. Can you please just let it go?" But Chin-seo pulled out her jacket, searching for proof. "What? You already agreed. I have the papers right here." She then moved closer to Do-Yuan. "I'm not lying. Come here and see for yourself." Without any warning, Chin-seo stood on her toes and kissed him on the cheek. The sudden move froze Do-Yuan in place, his eyes flying open in pure shock. He immediately grabbed his burning hot cheek and stumbled backward in embarrassment. She winked with a playful smile. "Consider that our official seal of approval." He clutched his bright red face as Chin-seo spoke. "You can give me your seal later, Lucky for you, you remembered me, or I wouldn't have let you off so easy. Doyoon broke out in a sweat, his whole body suddenly feeling hot. He stood there, completely silent. An image of two small kids at an arcade machine flashed in Doyoon's memory, along with the top name on the leaderboard. He watched her retreating back and called out, "Get home safe." Then Doyoon spoke a name, and hearing the long-awaited answer, Chin-seo's lips curled into a slight smile. Chin-seo turned around and replied, "Thanks." The scene shifts to a bustling district in Seoul. A man looked at his reflection in a window. What a magnificent view. He gazed at the glittering city below. I want every last piece of this for myself. Beside him, a figure slumped against the glass, a crimson stain blooming like a firework. This was Hung Hat, a member of the Kwan aka District Bully Council. The man gave a cold smile. All those traitors may have failed, but through them, I obtained many things I wanted. Someone else, sitting on a chair, spoke up. They were just the council's bottom feeders anyway. He let out a laugh. The idea to recruit them and have them fight each other was quite good. On the sofa, more motionless bodies were sprawled out, all in the same state, with their heads thrown back and mouths open. He continued, "It wasn't perfect, but it helped us a lot." A masked man leaned forward slightly. "Say what you will, but with traitors in the council, even if they defeat them all, the council's overall strength has already been affected." A man with an eye patch finally spoke up. "Right now, within the Bully Council," he lifted a man with one hand, "we've taken down 7 districts, and 12 of their profit models have been shut down." His voice became grave. "We don't know headquarters' next move, but they're surely planning a counterattack." His voice was tinged with displeasure. "Their current losses are the greatest in history." The person next to him nodded. "That's right." On the back of his neck was a demon tattoo with chrysanthemum eyes. He easily threw 2 bodies over his shoulder. HQ must be in total chaos right now. He frowned, excitement creeping into his voice. "Now is our chance to attack." The mysterious man's voice was low. "No, that's not enough." He spoke sternly. "To overthrow the council, now is not the time. Don't be reckless. We've prepared this plan for too long, we cannot fail." His voice echoed throughout the room. "We will lay low and see what the council's next move is." He then bent down, lifting Hack's chin. "As for you, deliver our message to the council." His hand bore the exact same tattoo as the others. He finished his sentence. "We have returned." The air in the room suddenly fell silent. The mysterious man left with the other 3, his cold voice being the only sound. Everything is about to collapse. The scene shifts back to the school. Students were walking around the schoolyard in small groups. Doyoon was in the crowd, but froze when he saw the scene before him. His pupils shrank in terror. Something was very wrong. Ajin called to him gently, "Doyoon." Seon leaned against a wall and called out, "Ha Doyoon." Chin-seo also called out sweetly, "Hubby." She eyed the 2 girls next to Doyoon with suspicion. "And who are these girls to you, hubby?" Doyoon looked up at the blue, cloud-filled sky. "Back then, I never would have thought." He stood frozen, his lips trembling non-stop. Doyoon forced a pained smile. "I think I want to go home." He stared blankly, looking all around him, because he couldn't believe he was at school, standing dumbfounded in the middle of the yard, asking himself, "Am I at school?" On top of that, school was already over. Doyoon subconsciously raised his hand to wave goodbye to his best friend, Do Chi-han. Doyoon looked up at the sky and sighed. "I haven't been paying attention to anything lately. It's because these difficult missions keep happening." He stretched his body out, cracking his bones, trying to enjoy this precious free time. "So, should I go home and get some proper rest today?" Who knew when the next mission would suddenly drop on his head? He was stretching with a bit too much enthusiasm, causing him to accidentally bump into a girl. Sorry. He thought it was a stranger, but it was Ajin. She was also surprised to see Doyoon, so they decided to walk home together. It had been a long time since Doyoon had seen her, and the same was true for Ajin. "I haven't seen your face around. I thought you dropped out of school." After walking 5 meters, they spotted 2 guys busy hitting on a girl by a wall. "Can I please get your phone number?" "You're a true angel." Seon arrogantly cursed at them. "Get lost, you squids." Her words shattered the poor boy's fragile heart. Seeing the fun, Doyoon ran over to Seon to ask, "Seon, what brings you here?" Hearing that, she yelled angrily, "Are you asking because you don't know?" Seon crossed her arms, leaning against the wall to scold Doyoon. "Is today the regular meeting day for Bosame Dong?" Hearing it from her, Doyoon was still completely clueless. "We have one of those?" Turns out the young man had his phone on silent mode, so Seon couldn't reach him and came to complain. "Please just answer your phone for me. Are you trying to ascend to heaven or something?" At this point, Doyoon could only scratch his head and laugh sheepishly. Just then, another figure appeared. He approached the three of them. Man, what perfect timing. Chin Seol's appearance left Doyoon completely stunned. What are you even doing here? But she acted as if it were obvious, calmly replying, "Does our relationship need a reason?" In case he forgot, she reminded him. "We're engaged, remember?" The shocking news made Ajin and Seon's eyes widen. Chin Seol then glanced behind Doyoon. The guy knew this was about to get ugly. And just like that, the three beauties met, much to each other's surprise and Doyoon's silent dread. Who are these girls? Doyoon could only stare at the scene before him, his jaw hanging open. This is an amusement park, right? Might as well grab a drink, have a snack, and make peace. What choice did he have? It was a group outing, but all three girls had their own agendas. Chin Seol wanted a date with Doyoon, while Ajin just wanted to have fun. As long as the music was loud, she could party all day. "We're here anyway, I'm so excited." Only Seon stood back with a sour face. "Why did you drag me here?" Doyoon broke into a sweat trying to explain, only to get a death glare from her. "Are you looking for an early grave?" But Chin Seol had no problem with this situation at all. "I'll allow you to have female friends. In fact, having a charming husband was even better." Doyoon steeled himself, noting her incredible energy. This sudden plan left a novice like Doyoon in awe. "You guys are amazing, meeting for the first time and already hitting an amusement park together." Of course, only Seon objected, finding the whole thing ridiculous. She told Doyoon firmly, "I have no intention of wasting my time in a place like this. I'm leaving." But an arm suddenly wrapped around her, stopping her. "Don't be like that. Come play with us." Chin Seol tried to sweet-talk her. "I just transferred, so I don't have many friends yet." She put on her best puppy dog eyes. Trying to get closer, she said, "Let's be friends, Seon." Seon gave her a look that screamed, "Do I look like I need that?" But Doyoon saw the biting remark coming. He quickly pushed Seon into the park. "Come on, let's just go inside." And so, the four of them happily entered the park together. As soon as they entered, some guy in an octopus mascot head jumped out, but none of them were even fazed. Doyoon just stared blankly at the figure. The person introduced himself. "Welcome, Tentacle, to the Tentacle Fantasy Kingdom." Ajin then appeared to explain. "I heard they're having the Tentacle Curse Festival right now." But it wasn't the event that surprised Doyoon. It was Chu Ajin. Ajin's new look turned heads. She'd changed into a blue sailor uniform, while Chin Seol wore a red one, though she seemed a bit displeased. "I should have gotten one size bigger, huh?" Seon had changed into a brown outfit, but she didn't look thrilled about it either. The laughter of the three beauties made them the center of attention. "Standing here, we really look like sisters. Please, sis, don't." Such a sight naturally drew gossip. "Those girls' faces are works of art. That healthy beauty. Damn. One guy with three girls." Doyoon became the ideal man every guy envied. The group chose the Apollo drop tower to start. "Get ready to drop, Tentacle." Ajin and Chin Seol were eager to try it. So exciting, and so scary. Doyoon, sitting next to Seon, couldn't help but comment, "The ride up looks pretty intense, huh?" Seon just scoffed dismissively. "Only little kids like this stuff." But in reality, her legs were shaking. Seon's hands gripped the safety bar tightly. Doyoon finally understood her strange behavior. "So this is why you didn't want to come?" But Seon vehemently denied it. "Nonsense." Doyoon felt a little bolder. He took the chance to tease Seon. "If you're scared, you can get off now." But Seon had to maintain her pride no matter what. "Do you want to get erased?" Right before the Apollo dropped, a system screen appeared in front of Doyoon. But before he could read a single thing, the ride began. His already contorted face became even more distorted. When the ride ended, an announcement played. "The ride is over, Tentacle. See you next time, Tentacle." Chu Ajin and Chin Seol seemed to have become best friends. This was way more fun than I expected. I want to ride it again. Meanwhile, the other two were completely wiped out. Doyoon slumped in his seat and asked, "Are you still alive?" Seon wasn't as cocky now, and she made a silent promise. "I am never getting on that thing again." Doyoon recalled the screen from before, bewildered. Did something just pop up in front of me, or was I seeing things? A flicker of worry appeared but vanished just as quickly. For the trip, the group tried every ride, ate everything, and of course, Doyoon paid for it all. Then, they went on a log flume ride. The screams echoing everywhere made Doyoon a little nervous. Chin Seol, however, seemed excited. "Isn't this like we're on a wedding ride?" Doyoon immediately shot that down. "No, it's not." Ajin and Seon sat behind them. Ajin kindly offered to Seon, "If you're scared, I can hold your hand." But with Seon's personality, she'd never agree. "I'm not scared at all." While Doyoon was enjoying the magnificent view, the system window appeared once more. But again, he couldn't read a thing before the boat plunged down the slope. The system's timing was terrible, leaving Doyoon to cry on the inside. I couldn't see it again. After the splash, everyone was soaked to the bone, and everything that could be seen was seen. 3 of the 7 wonders of the world were gathered right here. Ajin regretted not wearing a raincoat while fixing her hair. Sion was now even more irritated, and Doyoon was no exception, his clothes clinging to his body just like theirs. The 3 girls couldn't hide their thirsty gazes as they stared at him. This made an innocent young man like Doyoon blush and cover himself. Then, the 3 girls went off to eat, officially becoming a squad. Hey, I'm starving. Let's eat. Let's go get some tentacle takoyaki. Doyoon, left behind, didn't complain one bit. What was really bothering him was that ridiculous system. It only seemed to pop up at the strangest times. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd behind him. That voice sounded just like the last 2 screams. His eyes darted around frantically. That's right. Every time he heard that bizarre scream, the air would grow heavy. And then Choi-sun, he would appear, hands full of prizes, shattering the mood. I finally won it. Sun, he bounced around, peppering his speech with English. In his left hand, an octopus ginset churro. In his right, a Marzetti octopus queen cotton candy. He wondered aloud, which one should I eat first? Doyoon could only watch from a distance, too embarrassed to approach his acquaintance. Wait, Senior Choi-sun, he from headquarters? What's he doing here? Just then, the system window flashed to life with a quest. A silent spotlight fell upon them both. Doyoon was completely stunned. I have to fight that guy. Here? The system announced. Strongest enemy. Attack Choi-sun, he and seize victory. But after his intense battle with Ho-sung, Doyoon had witnessed true strength. He could only mutter, Kim Ho-sung. That dude is a monster. If it weren't for the black lock, he would have been done for. Since then, Doyoon vowed to become much stronger, knowing more powerful foes awaited. And apparently, today was that day. Strongest enemy, attack Choi-sun, he and claim victory. Doyoon reread the system prompt 10 times, but it wouldn't change. Attack Choi-sun, he? Doyoon groaned, staring at the man. From their past encounters, the guy just seemed like a total goofball, but Hanun Song had called Choi-sun, he the strongest person he'd ever met, so this had to be 100% legit. Doyoon screamed internally, wondering how he could possibly win. Meanwhile, Choi-sun, he was torn between eating the churro or the octopus cotton candy first. What flavor are you? I'm the octopus flavor. He even started a ridiculous little play with his 2 snacks. Between the 2 of us, who should be eaten first? I don't know either. What should we do? Ultimately, Sun-hee chose the churro, but as it reached his mouth, Doyoon suddenly appeared. Doyoon decided to go for broke. It seemed worth a shot, as the system was being unusually kind, even giving him a bonus hint. Victory condition. Steal Sun. He's churro. Doyoon figured this would be a piece of cake. He quickly came up with a sly approach. He slipped on a mask and held out a bill. I want to buy that churro. Choi-sun. His face went blank. Then he shot up, eyeing Doyoon with suspicion. While Doyoon feared his cover was blown, Sun, he completely misunderstood it as some kind of festival event. The curse of the octopus tentacle. A quest to steal food from the human world. Doyoon processed this instantly. Like a true actor, he dove right into the role. You are a perceptive human tentacle. The octopus queen wants the churro, tentacle. He even grew bold enough to threaten the man. Hand over the churro while I'm still being civil. Doyoon breathed a sigh of relief. This was actually working. Good thing his opponent was so unique. Doyoon reached out for the churro, thinking, the queen will be so pleased, tentacle. But Choi-sun, he was not about to cooperate. Absolutely not. In the time it took to say that, he closed the distance to Doyoon in a flash. Choi-sun. He declared his ownership with a menacing aura. This thing is mine. He moved so fast, Doyoon couldn't see a single thing. When did he even get behind him? Seeing Sun, he acting so silly, he thought the mission would be easy. Just as quickly, Choi-sun, he returned to his usual dorky state and said his goodbyes. Sorry, tentacle. I'm eating this by myself, tentacle. But after risking so much, Doyoon couldn't let him leave that easily. So, with blood rushing to his head, Doyoon lunged for the churro as Choi-sun. He turned away, but his attempt failed. Doyoon shouted, for the honor of the tentacle kingdom. It was a declaration of war, and Choi-sun, he was completely drawn into the charade. For Choi-sun, this was just an act, but Doyoon was giving it his all from the start. Handed over peacefully, he immediately took the upper hand, launching the first assault. Doyoon spun, using his skill, thrust the gap. An 8-hit combo aimed at Sun-hee's weak spots. but his opponent evaded every fatal blow. Do-won realized one mistake would be his last. He had provoked a true mad dog. Just as Do-won's hand was about to reach the churro, Choi-sun he swiftly snatched it back. He even planted a foot on Do-won's back, slamming him to the ground and out of his attack range. Not giving this to you, tentacle. The weight from Choi-sun he's body was immense, crushing his 20-year-old back into the ground. He couldn't struggle in the slightest. And yet, it was obvious that to his opponent, this was just a playful, back-and-forth attack. That thought infuriated Do-won, who launched a palm strike backwards. But Choi-sun he nimbly leaped into the air, twisting around before landing gently. It was the first time Do-won had ever seen such strange, fluid movements. He can handle my attacks so easily while his hands are full? But for Choi-sun those acrobatic stunts were nothing to even worry about. While he celebrated keeping his food, Do-won had already used his next skill, Fast Booster. A blue aura flared around his body as he rapidly closed in from behind. But naturally, he sensed something was off. Without even turning, he effortlessly dodged the attack. He then stuck out a leg, sending Do-won flat on his face. His face skidded across the concrete pavement, leaving a long, humiliating trail. He threw his hands up. You stubborn octopus tentacle. In just a few short moments, Do-won realized Choi-sun he was an absolute monster. A bit eccentric, but incredibly powerful. But a strong opponent only fired Do-won up more. He relentlessly used the same technique, aiming for he's vital points. All while his foe casually dodged, food still in hand, and he still hadn't decided which snack to eat first. Just as he made his choice. I should start with the fluffy cotton candy. Do-won poured all his power into one strike, attacking the instant the treat was raised to his lips. This time, he unleashed his ultimate technique. It was faster than any before. So fast, his own mask was left hanging in midair. Do-won appeared behind him, snatching at the churro. The games were over. He dodged with genuine speed. He reappeared far behind Do-won, his precious churro safe. Do-won quickly snatched his mask back and put it on, fuming over the failed attempt. But as he glanced down, he spotted something. Across from him, he had decided on the cotton candy and eagerly lifted it to his mouth. But all that remained was a lonely stick. The fluffy cloud of cotton candy was melting in a puddle on the ground. Choi-sun, he let out a piercing scream. My Majesty Octopus Queen Cotton Candy. Suddenly, Do-won felt a crushing pressure, an aura so heavy it made him break into a cold sweat. What is this? The atmosphere turned suffocating. The source, of course, was an enraged Choi-sun who was unleashing waves of killing intent directly at Do-won. This is all your fault. Elsewhere, in the calm and peaceful park, the girls were happily clutching toys from the souvenir shop. It was only then that they noticed Do-won was gone. Ju Ah-jin looked around, a little worried. Where did Do-won go to get drinks? But Chin Seol didn't seem to care, insisting, let's play a hidden game while we wait. Cindy Seon was, as usual, completely uninterested. I have no intention of wasting my time here. The worry lasted for only a moment. Just as quickly, the three girls forgot all about Do-won and went on their way. Meanwhile, under that same clear sky, someone was getting absolutely demolished. Senior Do-won was on his knees, panting heavily. Just from one hit, a single attack from he had caused total chaos. Fences were shattered, the pavement was split wide open, and Do-won was embedded in a wall. Choi-sun. He slapped a hand over his mouth, horrified that he'd gone too far. Oh no, what did I do? He rushed over to check on his opponent. Hey, are you okay, Tentacle? Looking at his own condition, Do-won could only mutter, it's over. But then, Choi-sun, he noticed the paper wrapper for his churro. It was completely empty. He saw Do-won, battered but sitting defiantly, holding a perfectly intact churro. Realization dawned, and he shrieked, my churros! It had been swiped during the attack. Mission accomplished. Do-won ignored his bleeding wounds and made a desperate run for it. I'm taking this, Tentacle, he yelled back. Consider it compensation. Behind him, Choi-sun. He was on his knees, begging, but only a fool would turn back. Just then, a graceful figure appeared at Sun-hee's side. Senior, she asked, what exactly are you doing here? It was Kim Jung-won, a member from the main branch, here to bring him back. It's time to return to headquarters. Wiping his tears, Choi-sun, he desperately made a proposal. Can I please just have one churro before we go? Jung-won gave him an icy stare. What do you think? Ignoring his desperate craving, she simply urged him on. We must quickly discuss new countermeasures. That fateful day is drawing near. Hearing those words, Choi-seon, he finally tucked his tail and headed back. All right, fine, I'm going. But Jung-won, curious about his companion, asked, Who was with you just now? Seon, his mood lifted slightly as he retorted, can't you tell just by looking? A cute junior from the Tentacle Kingdom. Jung-won was basically saying he already knew everything. And just like that, day turned to night. The three girls partied tirelessly all day, but now, they noticed Do-won was gone and started calling him constantly. Chua-jin grew anxious, imagining Do-won was about to propose. Seon complained, what's the point of a phone? Focused on the call, she didn't see the slimy thing creeping closer. By the time they noticed, the massive creature was already upon them. It was a giant octopus. With that crown, it had to be the Octopus King. An employee screamed for people to run, but the three girls didn't move, and the employee dramatically announced, he is the ruler of the Octopus Legion. The awakened tentacle has returned. The octopus's curse is nigh. Suddenly, actors dressed as small octopuses grabbed him. All right, that's enough. Let's get our 200 and go home. Chua-jin casually figured it out. A deep-sea tentacle octopus concept. Sticky tentacles suddenly shot out, grabbing all three girls. The attacked employee forgot about his $200 pay. He quickly recovered his energy to control the octopus monster. The human world is now yours, O tentacled one. Ruler of the Octopus Legion. Now, present the offering. But a sudden twist cut his speech short. Jin Seol easily broke free, even asking to keep it as a pet. Chua-jin and Seon escaped just as easily. While the smaller octopuses were attacking people outside, their Octopus King was getting completely thrashed inside a cloud of smoke. Meanwhile, at the very top of the Ferris wheel, Do-won struggled to catch his breath after that evenly matched fight. He was still incredibly bitter. I worked so hard, yet I didn't land a single hit. Do-won paled, just remembering the fight. Without that barrier to block the attack, I'm not sure I'd still be standing. That fight proved he was still too green. He needed to get much, much stronger. Then, out of nowhere, a child's face suddenly appeared in the darkness, nearly making Do-won wet himself in fear. It was just a reward item from the previous quest, the golden candle of the explorer Seago. It suddenly began glowing, much to his surprise. I've mentioned this before, haven't I? My life took a major turn starting from this day. Yes, my third awakening. This was the moment I had to grow stronger once again. On this very night, aboard a brilliantly lit, romantic Ferris wheel, Do-won unexpectedly obtained a legendary item. Its bizarre, goosebump-inducing shape was the candlestick of the explorer Seago, its ultimate power, to reveal a hidden truth. He wondered if the goofy-looking item was actually useful. Right on cue, the system window appeared. Will you use this item? Of course, there was no way he wouldn't use it. Eagerly, he thought, time to find out the truth. But wait, something's not right. Why is this pot-bellied statue floating and moving? More importantly, why was it suddenly attacking him? Thankfully, his sharp senses screamed danger, letting him dodge. Any slower, and he'd be meeting his ancestors. This crazy candle, Do-won raged. As he was about to unleash his power, the statue's candle suddenly burst into light. The candlestick has been ignited. A notification appeared. The corresponding item, a mysterious map. Do-won stared in disbelief. What is this strange fate? It was the completely blank map he'd found in the armory. Looking between the paper and the candle, Do-won had an idea. He curiously pulled out the candle and held it to the map. Do I just place it here? This was getting exciting. As soon as the candle touched it, the map caught fire. Flames spread quickly, burning off the top layer to reveal the contents beneath. He jumped up, ecstatic. No way, it's a real map. This tiny item was incredible. It displayed the location of a mysterious tower. When used, a player could follow it to the corresponding location. Do-won frowned, staring at the sketch of a massive, imposing tower. He had no idea what it was. The system, as if reading his mind, asked, "Do you wish to move to the corresponding location?" Do-won fell silent. Every cell in his body screamed at him. His intuition was pulling him forward with an undeniable force. I have to go check it out. And so, acting on pure impulse, Do-won accepted without a second thought. Teleport! The moment he spoke, the map began to glow. At first, the light was soft, but then it erupted into a blinding flash. When the light finally faded, the cabin was empty. No one was there, only Do-won's discarded tentacle mask remained. Do-won stared in shock. In just a blink, he appeared in some unknown place. A refreshing breeze blew as he looked around. His jaw nearly hit the floor. Is this a grassland? A million questions raced through his mind, his shock overwhelming. He had really teleported to this place. Do-won quickly adapted to the situation. So, is that the tower shown on the map? A colossal tower of trials stood before him, so tall its peak pierced the clouds. Its upper levels were shrouded in a thick, gloomy fog. Do-won stared up in awe. It's so tall. After a moment, the main question hit him. Why the hell am I even here? The system popped up to enlighten him. This is a place of hardship, trials, and adversity. Successfully conquering the tower would cause a player's stats to increase explosively. Do-won read it again, completely baffled by stats and power boosts. But whatever, it was a golden opportunity. Lately, he had been wondering when he would get another chance to power up. Eagerly, Do-won jumped right in. As he casually entered, a giant stone face by the door suddenly opened its eyes and spoke, making his heart nearly leap from his chest. The stone statue warned that countless dangers were lurking inside the tower. Furthermore, once he entered, he could only escape by conquering it. If he failed, all his stats would drop to 1. Do-won broke into a nervous sweat. The tower was set to open in 70 hours. A countdown slowly began. It told him to wait, and then a blinding light erupted. Just like his arrival, Do-won was engulfed in the light. When it faded, he was gone. At the same time, the scene shifts to a luxurious room. In the dim lamplight, Han Eon-seong carefully presented the intel he had gathered over the past month from the council's traders. He gave a brief report, stating that, besides a few skirmishes with the remaining traders, nothing was out of the ordinary. The master before him, shrouded in shadow, was the boss of the Gak District Gang Council's main headquarters. The hidden boss nodded, as if everything was proceeding as he'd planned. Luckily, all the traders had been captured. He ordered Eon-seong to continue investigating along those same lines. Eon-seong obeyed. As he respectfully bowed to leave, the chairman called him back, offering a bag as a gift for his younger brother. Eon-seong was completely stunned. The man gave a knowing smile, asking him to send his regards to his brother. Eun-seong stood frozen, unable to grasp the chairman's true intent. Troubled, Eun-seong finally took the gift politely. "Thank you, sir." Then he quickly made his exit, standing dazed before the door, staring blankly. Suddenly, a purple head popped into view. "Hello." A cheerful Choi Sunha appeared, holding a pile of churros. "Want a churro?" Eun-seong coldly shook his head. Sunha just chuckled, saying he already knew the answer. Eun-seong seriously searched through his pockets. He had been looking for Sunha anyway. Eun-seong held up a device. Here, this pulled a ton of data related to Shinsehi. Sunha muttered the name, impressed. He fell silent for a moment before his cheerful expression returned, asking Eun-seong to put it in his pocket since his hands were full. A familiar voice suddenly cut in. Eon-seong approached coolly. "It's been a while." He simply nodded in reply. Expressionless, she asked. "Eon-seong, have you heard about that day?" Her gaze was razor-sharp. Eon-seong glanced at Sun-hee. "If it's that day," Sun-hee confirmed with a nod. "They're about to return. The former representatives of the rebel council. The ones who have been missing until now." A rare seriousness crossed Sun-hee's handsome face, hinting at a faint killing intent. "It's the detention center for serious juvenile offenders. The place known as the juvenile prison. The inmates there are about to be released, but in reality, they are completely uncontrollable monsters. And they are the core force of the rebel council. If they return, the council will receive a new surge of power." Inside a dim room, the tension was palpable, more like a storm reeking of blood. The anonymous chairman sat at his desk, smiling in anticipation. The scene shifts to Do-won's room. He sat silently, examining the puzzle pieces. Do-won had collected 4 pieces, only 2 were left. The 3-piece interfaces vanished, leaving only a solid, sturdy box. This included the reward he received for defeating Ho Seung. That brought the total to 4. Do-won studied the mysterious box. What could be inside this thing? Suddenly, a thought vaguely surfaced in his mind. He remembered there was one more reward. Do-won quickly took out the broken pocket watch and looked it over. Its VIP Pro ability is to bring luck to its owner. An interface suddenly appeared, startling him. A map was glowing, as if urging him on. Time remaining until the Tower of Trials opens. 40 hours. Do-won felt dejected. If he failed this time, he anxiously checked the information panel. His stats weren't overwhelming, but they weren't small either. If he wasn't careful, he'd lose everything he had worked so hard to build. Do-won stared blankly into space, stunned. Finally, he sighed, leaning back in his chair with a new resolve to succeed. He had no other choice. In a moment of weakness, memories of his past struggles and his perseverance flashed through his mind. The hardships of his past washed over him. He had sworn to become stronger than he was now, to defeat countless opponents. No, that's right. Do-won's fighting spirit reignited, full of determination. He had to mature and move forward. Just like that, time passed to the next day. At a familiar restaurant, The CEO sat solemnly, arms crossed, her presence imposing. This is an urgent situation. Do-won, Se-hee, and Suk-jung listened with curiosity. The air was thick with tension. What is it? What's wrong? The CEO frowned as if in pain, then sighed. Their return has been decided. The former representatives, you could call them the old guard of the council. They were once the council's strength, but they were also completely ungovernable. The council couldn't manage them. While peeling an egg, Du-yuan asked, "Former representatives?" This was the first time he'd ever heard about this. Suk-jung, his brother-in-arms, filled him in. They're the ones locked up in the juvenile prison. Oh, Se-hee said, still confused. So what's the emergency? The CEO was speechless, holding her head and sighing deeply. You guys really don't know anything. Her voice turned grave. When they get back, they'll likely attack us to reclaim their old positions. As the CEO finished speaking, the room fell into a dead silence. So quiet you could hear every breath. After a few seconds, the group finally realized the gravity of the situation. They gaped in despair, breaking out in a cold sweat. How is that possible? The CEO rubbed her temples and continued, conflict between council members is permitted. They're former reps who will abuse the council's rules however they want, because they are obsessed with fighting. Suk-jung slammed his fist down aggressively. If that's what they want, we'll destroy them. Du-uan, Mid-chu, nodded fiercely in agreement. That's right. The CEO anxiously analyzed the situation. The former representatives, their business models and operational skills have likely dulled since their imprisonment. But when it comes to combat, their abilities are on a completely different level. They were the council's main force, so even headquarters wouldn't dare impose any special punishments on them. She stated it bluntly. With our current fighting strength, we stand no chance of winning. Se-hee agreed, admitting they lacked the manpower and strength of other branches. He suggested they needed to prepare for what was coming. After eating his fill, Doyoon realized a key member was missing. He wondered with concern, at such a critical time, that guy, Kang Se-hoon, where is he? And what's he doing? At that same moment, deep beneath the water, bubbles occasionally rose from the bottom of a huge pool. A faint silhouette of a person could be seen meditating. Yes, meditating. Who on earth meditates at the bottom of a pool several meters deep? It was none other than Kang Se-hoon, the young man who had left his friends to train. Who knows how long he'd been down there before he slowly opened his eyes. He swam quickly to the top. Se-hoon emerged from the water, coolly flipping his hair as the surface rippled. He began adjusting his snorkel. Then, a familiar voice suddenly greeted him. Been a while, huh? Juchi-han smiled and asked him, how do you like this class? Are you satisfied? Then his gaze drifted into the distance, his voice heavy. This view reminds me of the old days. Se-hoon launched himself from the water with his arms. His ripped, 8-pack abs were on full display. He spoke with genuine gratitude, thanking Juchi-han for showing him this training spot. Because of you, Se-hoon can now train this precious body of his. The massive pool was otherwise empty. As the two old friends talked, Se-hoon suddenly hesitated and asked Juchi-han, why are you helping me? The distant memories were still clear in his mind. In the past, Se-hoon was naive and arrogant, but deeply insecure about his own strength, so Juchi-han simply wanted to see Se-hoon become stronger. He smiled and encouraged him. Juchi-han knew he wanted power and would always be there to help. Se-hoon was so moved he nearly teared up. But a stern teacher's voice cut through the touching, brotherly moment. No talking in class, the instructor glared at them. This is not a playground. Se-hoon jolted to his feet to apologize, while Chi-han offered a bright greeting. It's been a while, master. The man nodded, then sternly ordered Se-hoon to immediately resume his training. He obediently jumped back into the water, working hard to increase his power. The scene changes to a peaceful countryside, where Suk-jung's grandfather is leading an ox. Seeing his troublemaker grandson return, he felt a bit of joy, but kept a stern face. Back to see this old man? How long has it been? He looked at his grandfather, his mind racing, but he pushed his feelings aside. I'm here to learn what you haven't taught me. The old man chuckled curiously. And who will teach you? The nearby ox sensed the danger in his voice and began to tremble, breaking into a sweat. Suk-jung firmly repeated his grandfather's past promise. You said as long as you live, you would teach me if I came to you. The ox jumped in terror. It tried its best to stop him, but the language barrier was too great. The old man just smirked. Let me remind you, you're saying some funny things. Even this ox is angry. He emphasized each word. But this time, you're going to be in trouble. Suk-jung was shocked, a chill running down his spine. Suddenly, the very air began to shift, creating a terrifying force. Though far away, the force whipped Suk-jung's hair around. He stared wide-eyed as the ox was taken down in a single, swift blow. The old man stood with his foot on the ox's head like a true monster, challenging his grandson. From now on, you'll face something much fiercer. Not bad, ox. Back at Seihi's restaurant, the emergency meeting was over, and he was now busy serving a rush of customers. Suddenly, a customer exclaimed with delight, "This is delicious." Seihi immediately began to dance around gratefully like an idol. He assumed they were praising his tteokbokki, but the man shook his head. "Not the food. I mean you, Shin Seihi." He had been watching a video of Seihi fighting. He marveled. When you fight, you become a completely different person. Fighting so joyfully is a real treat. Seihi knew something was wrong. He removed his glasses, and the atmosphere around him instantly changed. "Who are you?" It turned out the strange man was Choi Sonhe. He grinned from ear to ear, excitedly making Seihi an attractive offer. At the same time, the setting sun cast long shadows across a bridge. The road was completely empty. Seon raced down the road on her incredible motorcycle, the engine's roar a satisfying sound. The beauty frowned, seemingly lost in thought. The bike was decorated with a cool eagle, a symbol of its relentless speed. After a moment, Seon made her decision, gritting her teeth and twisting the throttle all the way. The bike shot forward like an arrow, her figure shrinking into the distance. As the engine's roar faded, the sunset cast a sad glow on the houses. Doyoon stood silently on a rooftop, lost in his thoughts. Watching the quiet street, he spoke his thoughts aloud. Who is it, that mysterious person in the hoodie, always sneaking around? What is the reason for all of this? Doyoon realized that to complete his mission, he would have to face a harsh truth. Deep inside, Doyoon recalled the name linked to that disguise. By a twist of fate, Ajin and Minhee passed by his location. Minhee's sharp eyes caught him, asking Ajin with doubt. She pointed up to the rooftop. "Is that Doyoon?" After squinting against the sun's blinding glare, she nodded in confirmation. "I think so." Ajin wondered what Doyoon was doing, but suddenly his entire body blazed with light, merging with the sun. Then, he vanished without a trace. If she and Minhee hadn't both seen it, Ajin would have doubted her own eyes. They stared at the now empty space. He was gone. Inside the Tower of Trials, Doyoon had been teleported. The gloomy spire still pierced the sky, radiating a terrifying aura as the statues at its gate welcomed him. A thunderous voice boomed, "Welcome back, warrior. The Tower of Trials has opened." The countdown had just reached 0. The stone head gravely repeated its warning. "There is a great danger lurking within." Doyoon, thrilled with excitement, cut it off. "I know already. Just open the gate." The stone head paused, stunned for a few seconds. This human wasn't following the script. It ruined the mood. It coldly opened the giant stone door, adding, "Good luck, warrior." The stone door opened completely, its immense weight kicking up clouds of dust. Doyoon began his journey, not caring what was inside, but he was certain he would fight with everything he had, because to reach that insane truth, his only choice was to move forward. The scene shifts to a lavish, brightly lit hallway. From a dimly lit room with a cracked door came the sound of panting and moans. The voice from inside was broken, punctuated by ragged breaths. "I destroyed them all. I destroyed everything." A young man in a black, hooded outfit sat slumped over in a chair. Clutching someone's coat, his deep voice kept repeating a name, Uncle Dino. After that, days went by without any sign of Doyoon. A worried Jin Sol ran to find Seon to ask about the situation. "Where is Doyoon?" Seon, who was coming down the stairs fixing her shoes, froze for a second. She thought the question was for someone else. Seon responded coolly, not paying it much mind. "Why are you asking me that?" Jin Sol sighed, a bit concerned. "He hasn't answered my texts for days." Immediately, Jin Sol began acting like a love expert, guessing wildly, could Doyoon be playing hard to get? Or maybe this is a mind game to gain control of the relationship? Seon let out a weary sigh, speechless at her friend's imagination. She walked past coldly, throwing back a single, curt phrase, "If you're done talking, then leave." Her long, slender legs strode briskly away. Suddenly, she was pulled to a stop. To Seon's utter shock, she found herself being dragged away like a sack by Jin Sol, who had grabbed her bag. She declared with fiery determination, "Let me go ask his classmate Ajin." The two of them, one pulling and one being pulled, finally made it to the PC cafe where Ajin worked. Ajin was busy at the stove, cooking spicy ramen for customers. Listening to Jin Sol, she grew curious. "Doyoon?" She rested her chin on her hand, thinking, then nodded in agreement. "Now that you mention it, he hasn't been seen at school for days," Jin Seol declared, passing judgment. "He's obviously skipping, isn't he?" Seon looked on, completely exhausted. She mumbled resentfully, "Why is he here?" But Jin Seol seemed thrilled, flipping her hair back to eat a cheese stick. Her mind raced with 1,000 wild theories. Is he just playing it cool to look tough? Suddenly, a sleazy voice cut in. The girl's conversation was cut short. "What's all this about being tough? You ladies must like the aggressive type. It was just some ugly punks from the PC cafe, looking to start trouble. They struck ridiculous poses, making a scene. Giggling, they tried using cheesy, skin-crawling pickup lines. Their leader then made his move. 'If you're game, let's have some real fun together.' But before he could finish, Sion's voice cut him off. 'Get lost.' She tilted her head, her face radiating pure killing intent. Her glare could flay a man alive. She warned him coldly, 'Or you can disappear.' The loudmouth punks were all talk, completely terrified by Sion's intimidating presence. They scrambled for an excuse to flee. 'Oh, right, we've got something to do. So busy.' But those words from the cowards sparked a sudden memory in her mind. Sion froze as she remembered. Doyoon had said something just like that. 'I have something important to do.' A wave of unease washed over her. She remembered it now, the night before he vanished. He told her he had something critical to handle. Back then, in the car, his words didn't register. 'What are you even talking about?' Doyoon had spoken with such gravity. 'I'll be away for a while, so please tell everyone not to worry.' Sion didn't understand. Why would they worry? Back in the present, her memory faded. Seeing the girls' worried faces, her heart sank. She didn't know how to begin. The truth was, she was also curious. What was this important thing he had to do? The scene shifts to Doyoon's home that afternoon. The setting sun casts long shadows, filling the empty space. A ripple of unease stirred within. Everything was simple, quietly touched by time. On a table in the corner sat a framed photo between two certificates. The photo showed a young Doyoon, perched playfully on his father's shoulders. A warm, small family of 3. And beside the picture, he'd left a note. Was it a message for someone else, or a promise he made to himself? To be with my loving family, forever. At that same moment, at the juvenile detention center, a deceptively calm sunset scene, the quiet before the coming storm. This was the place where that day would begin. The juvenile detention center. A board officer sat listlessly on duty. Suddenly, his eyes shot open at an unbelievable sight. He broke out in a cold sweat, his jaw practically on the floor. He thought his eyes were deceiving him. What in the world? A small golden bell jingled, heralding the arrival of Sun Hee with a brand new career. With an old-fashioned cart, he sold tofu. His shouts grew more enthusiastic. "Hot tofu! Get your hot tofu here!" Jongwon seemed completely unfazed. She spoke a single, cryptic line. "Looks like they aren't out yet." "Son." He just smiled and shot back. "The tofu's ready." But she quietly disagreed. "I was talking about the former gang leaders." "Son." He agreed with a wry grin. He couldn't believe they were all released at once as model prisoners. "Son," he let out a long, weary sigh. "They're just going to start trouble again out here." Jong-won looked down, her eyes empty as she replied. "But this situation could also work in our favor. The Union attacked because our old leaders were gone." The two of them continued their discussion as they waited. "Now that they're back, our main base will be stronger than ever." "Son," he grew quiet, his tone uncharacteristically serious. "Their very existence only helps our cause." He suddenly grinned. "Tofu. Know why they eat it after getting out?" Behind the tall fence, shadows began to gather. "Son," he slowly explained, "it symbolizes a wish to live purely, like this white tofu, and to never sin again." Inside the detention center, the other inmates knelt, bowing their heads. As the fearsome prisoners passed, the lesser convicts trembled in absolute terror, drenched in a cold sweat. "Son," his voice dropped, laced with a chilling edge. "But for beasts who only chase the scent of blood, would they ever truly want a thing like that?" As the twilight sun descended, every inmate in the prison bowed their heads, like subjects greeting their absolute king. But it wasn't out of respect. It was out of absolute terror and despair. "Son." He stood like a true leader, hands in his pockets, his long hair obscuring his face. His expression was impossible to read, but his tone was deadly serious. "With them all in one place, we have to be more careful than ever, so we don't get devoured." Just as he finished his thought, from within the center, the menacing figures of those bloodthirsty monsters finally emerged. The scene cuts to a training room. Kim Chi-chi took a deep breath, building his power. Then, with all his might, he unleashed a single, devastating punch. Eun Seong was on the receiving end. He blocked the powerful blow without even flinching, proving his own strength was on another level. Eun Seong's expression was cold and annoyed. He asked impatiently, Where are the old leaders? Chi-Chi pouted. They already went back to their own turf. He launched a series of punches as he chatted. Probably just wanted a breath of fresh air. They won't make a move today. Eun-seong deftly dodged the barrage. Before landing the final blow, he gave a warning. Tell our guys in Slim-dong. If they get caught filming those leaders, they're dead. Just as he spoke, Chi-Chi reacted instantly, aiming a sharp knee strike right at his face. But before his leg could even connect, Eun-seong's reflexes kicked in, sending him flying 10 meters. Luckily, the railing broke his fall. He clutched his chest, coughing, as Eun-seong stared, surprised. He quickly turned to his friend. Sorry, I overdid it. But Chi-cheon was already used to it. He even found it invigorating. He chugged some water, then made a guess. Seems like the other districts are on edge too. Except for one. Eun-seong paused, curious. Bora Madong. Hearing that name sent a shock through him. Chi-cheon explained nonchalantly, except for one girl named Sion. Every other member has completely disappeared. Not even Hado-1 is an exception. He waved his hand dismissively. Vanishing at a time like this. What a bunch of freaks. Eun-seong remained silent, deep in thought. His mind was clearly piecing something together. Meanwhile, at Seihi's restaurant, the group's hideout, the place was closed and completely deserted. In the gloom, Sion sprawled across a table, aimlessly scrolling through her phone. Wondering what Doyoon could be up to, an indescribable feeling rose within her, a mix of restlessness and worry. This time, his life could truly be in danger. Just how long are you planning to hide before you show yourself? Her phone was still on the call screen, showing a long list of outgoing calls. But Doyoon on the other end remained silent, not answering a single call. The more she thought, the more distressed and helpless she became, bordering on despair. The scene changes to the inside of the Dark Tower, built in an ancient architectural style, where countless fragmented skeletons litter the ground. In the middle of the tower, a small figure was struggling, who else but Doyoon. He was panting heavily, covered in fresh syrup, muttering in disbelief that he was supposed to kill such a horrifying monster all by himself. Doyoon clutched his injured arm with his other hand, eagerly anticipating how enormous the reward for this quest would be. Syrup stained the ground beneath him. It was unclear if it was his or the monster's. He smirked, his resolve unshaken, his excitement growing. How thrilling. The mysterious tower shot a pillar of blue spiritual energy into the dark sky. It was the Tower of the Conqueror. An announcement rang out. The tower is open. Good luck. Doyoon's eyes widened as he heard the next words, Conqueror. Behind him, the tower doors began to close. As they shut tight, Doyoon stood perfectly still, scanning the area ahead. But darkness and smoke obscured his vision. He used Sego's candlestick and held it forward, murmuring with a frown, This is making me a little nervous. Doyoon walked forward, wondering, what exactly is this place? Should I check it out right now? He then lit a torch hanging on the wall. Instantly, like a line of dominoes, the flame leaped to the other torches. The sight left Doyoon utterly speechless, his jaw hanging open. He gazed at two enormous statues before him, and the vast space of the room, questioning the Tower of the Conqueror. The statues were taller than the second floor. They both wore hooded cloaks with their heads slightly bowed. Suddenly, a voice echoed, startling, Doyoon, oh, great conqueror. The voice came from the female statue. Its hands were clasped before its chest, a pair of sharp eyes glowing yellow. It continued, Welcome to the tower. Doyoon stood still, listening to the statue's introduction. The hardships and adversities you face while climbing this tower will oppress and threaten you at the same time. The ground beneath him suddenly glowed blue, and the statue added, Cleaps and push you to the brink. After a pause, it said, However, suddenly, a powerful tremor shook the chamber, startling Doyoon as it began to speak of the tower's reward. The female statue's mouth didn't move, yet its voice resounded. A truly magnificent reward awaits at the end of this path of trials. Blue light streaked through the space, and the statue continued. That reward is shining brilliantly and waiting for you. At that moment, every floor inside the tower began to glow with blue light, but the very top floor blazed like a golden flame. Seeing this, Doyoon was utterly stunned, and the statue confirmed, at the highest floor of the tower, he tilted his head back, staring up in disbelief, when the statue spoke again. Oh, Challenger. A door suddenly opened, letting in a flood of golden light. It said, May you quickly climb to the top of the tower. But as Doyoon started walking, it continued, No. Watching him approach the door behind it, it cheered, May you conquer the tower. A system notification popped up. Clearing the tower would explosively increase all ability stats, but it also warned that failure would reset all stats to 1. Looking at the two notices, Doyoon noted, Since the reward is so massive, the penalty is just as fatal. He pondered for a moment to weigh his options, then steeled his resolve to press forward. I am prepared. Doyoon advanced with steady resolve. Suddenly the system flared to life. Sego's candelabrum was reacting, baffling Doyoon. It announced with gravity, "This candle will illuminate the hidden truth." Abruptly, the flame erupted with a violent intensity, catching Doyoon completely off guard. A terrible scream rang out. "Ah, my eyes!" Then, light from the candle scattered everywhere, drifting down to the floor. A hidden truth was finally being exposed. Moments later, a circular golden magic circle formed at Doyoon's feet, a pentagram at its heart. Suddenly, it began to glow intensely. With a deep rumble, a hidden mechanism activated. Just as expected, a seam split the circle's center, revealing a descending staircase. Doyoon's face twisted as he yelled, "The ground is opening up!" The system impassively announced that a tunnel had been detected, while Doyoon could only stare, dumbfounded. He gazed at the murky doorway. Above it, the carving of a goat's skull left him stunned. This was the entrance to the world below. A voice suddenly echoed, "Oh, Conqueror." Its eyes began to glow a demonic crimson. The goat skull spoke, "Welcome to the underworld." Horrified, Doyoon screamed, crossing his arms defensively. "This interface isn't the underworld, this is hell." But the skull paid him no mind, stating flatly, "I shall give you one warning." Just as it spoke, "Beneath this tower lies a truly terrible danger." Doyoon immediately turned to leave, retorting, "Then I'm heading up." But before he took more than a few steps, it added, "Of course." Doyoon froze, listening to its enticing words. A commensurate reward will be there as well. The system simultaneously confirmed a special reward was indeed hidden below the tower. Hearing that, Doyoon turned back, his eyes filled with suspicion. Instantly, the system issued a new alert, warning that the underground path would increase the mission's difficulty. Player participation is not recommended. A nearby female statue then asked, "Will you ascend?" The goat skull countered curiously, "Or will you descend?" The other statues remained utterly silent. Doyoon stood silently, mouth agape. He suddenly recalled a voice from a street broadcast from long ago. "Become even stronger than you are now." Staring at the fractured earth before him, the voice seemed to urge him on. Just follow the given quests. And when Doyoon met that elegant man, the voice confirmed, "You will confront the truth." The gateway guarded by the skull radiated a sinister, dark energy. Doyoon swallowed hard, glancing between the female statue and the golden, glowing door behind it. He mumbled, "Well." Then he stepped onto the dark staircase, continuing, "I will descend into the underworld." At the same time, the system announced the trial had begun. Meanwhile, that evening, at a high-end restaurant, extravagantly luxurious, inside a large private room, bathed in a warm, golden light, Ju-won knelt on a silk cushion. Her back was perfectly straight as she waited with purpose. Suddenly, she heard a voice ask, "Why is nobody else here?" Che's mouth split into a wide grin. He burst in, shouting, "I'm here." Seeing only Jong-un, he asked, "Huh? Is no one else coming?" He sat beside him, taking off his hat and grumbling. "Headquarters set these spots aside for newly released former reps." Jong-un countered, "There's still 10 minutes until the meeting." Che sniffed, displeased. Leaning back on his hands, he asked, "Is it possible no one will show?" Jong-un, still sitting formally, added, "That's certainly one way to handle it." Che sighed in frustration, resigning himself to wait. The silence gnawed at him, so he eyed the 4 empty cushions. Maybe it's better they don't show than gathering them all here for some huge incident. Just as he finished, a sound came from outside the door. Meanwhile, a hulking man approached down the hall. Colorful tattoos ran to his ankles, his bare feet striding with purpose. This man, in a tank top and shorts, was Gong Jun, former rep of Inhyeon-dong. He paused, suspicious. "What's this?" he asked the green-haired man approaching him. "Were you all waiting for me?" The man flicked his fingers dismissively. As if it was Ish, the former Hangan-dong rep, spreading his arms mockingly. "This place feels like a path to the restroom." He kept walking toward Gongjon. "How does it feel? Being released from hell?" But the big man just sneered back. "Why don't I feel like I'm truly out yet?" When they were a meter apart, Gongjon asked politely, "How about you?" Ish replied, "Me? I feel restless." They passed each other. Gongjon frowned, muttering, "Seriously." Then he smirked. "How strange." Suddenly, Ish spun around. His sharp eyes flashed as he swung at Gongjon. He unleashed a devastating palm strike, sending wood splinters flying. Ish grinned, right? Then he noticed a huge hole in the wall next to him, confused. A voice came from behind him. "Excuse me." In the next instant, Gongjon's fist smashed into his face. His eyeball bulged as blood sprayed everywhere. Ich's head slammed into the floor, sending debris flying once more. Gongjon smirked. "Either way, I had to destroy you." But then he heard Ich's baffling reply. "It's flowing." He was confused. Then Ich drove a knee into Gongjon's face, knocking it aside. With his head on the floor, he kicked out, sending Gongjon flying far away. Blood poured from his mouth, his face battered, but he laughed madly, screaming with excitement. "The blood is pumping." He shot to his feet, yelling, "Flow more! Don't ever stop." Across the way, Gongjon also stood. "Now I finally feel alive. This is what real life is like." He turned to his opponent, adding, "How did you hold back in prison?" They rushed at each other, holding nothing back. Gongjon roared. Endless conflict. At that moment, in the Conqueror's Tower, basement floor 1, Doyoon reached the final step. His eyes widened as he looked around, confirming, "This is really basement floor 1. It didn't look much different from upstairs." He wondered, "This place is more normal than I thought." Suddenly, Doyoon broke into a cold sweat. There's just one thing. A strange, purple energy was swirling, forming a small vortex in the room's center. Then, the system spoke. "This is the Conqueror's second opponent." Doyoon stared at it in disbelief. As the dark purple mist drifted before him, his eyes shot wide open. He was stunned. A foot suddenly emerged from the smoke. Doyoon's jaw dropped in terror. He stammered, "Over there." Staring at the eye within the mist, he gasped, "Why is he here?" Before Doyoon's eyes, a young man appeared from the dark purple mist. "This is..." Doyoon choked out. The purple smoke seeped from the man's back. His arms hung limply, his eyes wide and lifeless. The system announced, "First floor monster, the soul of Min Chonyu." One eye was completely vacant. He heard Doyoon call his name. Doyoon was drenched in sweat, dizzy, stammering in disbelief, remembering those days when I was just in 10th grade. These were the guys who tormented me when I was weak. Suddenly, Chonyu was behind him, slamming Doyoon's head onto a desk. He remembered, they would beat me. They'd inflict violence on me for no reason at all. His face contorted by his hand, Doyoon glanced up, helpless. Min Chonyu's mocking face loomed over him. Now, facing him in the basement, Doyoon demanded, "Why are you here?" The system immediately answered. His presence proves he was dealt with by another tower conqueror. Doyoon heard it add, "Chonyu's soul is imprisoned on the tower's first floor." He asked the figure doubtfully, "So, you're not real?" Naturally, Chonyu didn't answer. Seeing this, Doyoon said confidently, "Then I just need to beat him, right?" The basement was lit only by flickering, ghost-like blue flames. Doyoon reasoned, "I'm guessing this won't be too hard. After all, this is only the tower's first floor." He then charged forward, yelling, "There's no way I'm losing to this idiot now." However, after just a few steps, an invisible red chain snapped, and the system warned, "Difficulty has been increased due to a basement penalty." It then revealed the first floor penalty. All of the challenger's skills will be reset to their initial state. Then, chains like lasers pierced through the shields, representing skills like punch, kick, swiftness, sword, and shoot. Seeing this, Doyoon gritted his teeth and cursed. The chains then shattered and vanished, as he lamented, "I thought I could take you down easily, but now it's a real challenge." With a sharp glare, Doyoon calculated, "Even if I can't use my skills, my upgraded stats should still be there, right?" At that moment, his player status window appeared. Ignoring it all, Doyoon threw a punch at Chonyu, roaring, "I've missed so many chances to beat you down," he screamed. "So why would I hold back my rage on you now?" But his opponent swiftly dodged to the side. Doyoon's eyes widened in shock, not seeing Chonyu's hand coming for his head. In a flash, his head was slammed into the brick floor with a deafening crash. A shockwave rippled out from the impact. Chonyu held his head to the ground. Doyoon trembled, groaning in agony. He glanced up, stammering, "What the hell?" A system window warned, "First floor penalty level 2. Chonyu's soul has entered auto combat mode." Then it added, "Level 3. Chonyu's physical body has been enhanced." Hearing this, Doyoon's pupils shrank as he muttered, "This isn't hard mode anymore." He stared in terror at the soulless Chonyu raising a fist. "This is hell." Elsewhere, at the high-end Korean restaurant Samcheongwan, the fountain outside bubbled peacefully. Birthday wishes echoed through the room. An elderly woman gazed at her cake, surrounded by cheers. "To your health, Mom," her son said warmly. Her grandkids cheered. Make a wish, Grandma, and blow out the candles. She smiled, ready to grant their wish. Suddenly, Gongchan and X crashed through the door. Their brutal fight erupted into the family's celebration. X slammed Gongchan onto their dinner table. Let's throw a blood party, he roared. But he was battered too, covered in scratches and blood. Then Gongchan sent him flying out of the room, crashing through a wall into the next room. He pushed himself up, cursing, "You fool! After all this time, you still can't fight for real?" Back in the room, the terrified family huddled together. The grandmother trembled, frozen in fear as Gongchan spoke. "You just shattered this family's happiness, you brat." His bloody face twisted into a grin. "Let me apologize on your behalf." Piercing screams echoed all around them. X clutched his shoulder, replying, "Now I finally see." A dark aura flared from him, his eyes glowing as he growled, "I see what it feels like to fight without limits." But Gongchan lunged with a taunting jab. "See? See the fool you really are." But X easily dodged. He then swung a pan at Gongchan's gut. "Oh, your skin." It caught him off guard before a vicious uppercut, trailing green energy, tore through the air. "Let me peel it off for you," he roared. Gongchan's tank top was shredded, but his powerful chest was untouched. He tilted his head back, arms outstretched. Now that was a stimulating scratch. A moment later, they were brawling down the hall, sending a waitress screaming in terror. With his hair a mess, X laughed. "You monster." He watched Gongchan discard the ripped shirt. "From high school until you turned the martial arts world upside down, you've always been the pinnacle of human violence, haven't you?" X knelt, head bowed, and fighting is what I love most. Gongchan ignored him and threw a punch. "You should have read more in prison." Suddenly, a glint of light grazed Gongchan's ear as X shot back. "I'm a fool who loves to fight." A cut appeared on Gongchan's shoulder. Blood sprayed as X added gleefully, "The kind of person humanity loves the most." Seeing Gongchan's bloody shoulder, the waitress screamed. But X just opened his own bloody mouth and laughed wildly. "Finally decided to bleed on the floor like me, huh?" His face hardened as he watched Gongchan casually wipe the blood away and speak to the waitress. "There's a quote I'm quite fond of, miss. Would you like to hear it? Civilized men are not more courteous than savages, because they know they can be, having their skulls split." Robert E. Howard. She broke into a sweat as he took a hot coal from her brazier. "Sir, what are you doing with that?" Gongchan pressed the coal to his wound. "A man always becomes more obedient after a punch. With that in mind, even if I beat your brains out, it couldn't be called a crime. Could it?" The flesh on his shoulder sizzled. He sneered. "For me, that's the most civilized violence I can offer you." Meanwhile, in a quiet room where Jong-un and Chae waited, he turned to ask, "Have you been hearing strange noises?" Jong-un sat perfectly still and replied, "If I couldn't hear that, my ears would be useless." Chae sighed, already knowing the cause. Meanwhile, in the Conquest Tower's dungeon, a pair of soulless eyes, Hee-Han-woo swung his fist, smashing it down on Do-woon's head. The room fell deathly silent. Chan-woo stared as Do-woon suddenly spoke. "Even if this is as hard as hell." Do-woon caught Chan-woo's elbow, blocking the blow. "I can't afford to struggle on the very first floor." Then, he kicked Chan-woo high into the air. Chan-woo hung suspended in midair. Suddenly, Do-woon remembered, a memory of being cornered against the lockers. Back then, Chan-woo gripped the metal doors, his face twisted. His feet kicked relentlessly as he yelled, "I told you to level up my account before school. Did you do it or not? Or are you just too damn lazy?" "Huh?" Do-woon was on the floor, begging, "Please, just give me a little more time." His friends just stood by. They didn't even try to stop it, instead praising Chan-woo. "That was an amazing kick." Then he hauled Do-woon up by his collar. "Do you know why I'm hitting you?" Chan-woo grinned. His eyes blazed with arrogance. "It's to motivate you. I'm helping you get better at the game." "You idiot. If you want to be a pro gamer, you should be thanking me, got it?" At this, Do-woon lowered his head. His eyes were hidden as he cursed. "Motivation, my ass." He watched Chan-woo fall. "Shut your mouth. Don't justify your pathetic actions." He reached for the falling Chan-woo, garbage, and smashed his head into the floor, just like he'd done to him. Do-woon pinned him down, not letting him move. Chan-woo's face was ground into the cracked floor. Do-woon roared, "We'll always be garbage." He stood, watching black smoke rise from Chan-woo's body. "All right, I've vented enough." A system message appeared. "First floor trial. Complete." Do-woon pushed off the ground, launching himself up. Eyeing the next door, he muttered, "You wasted way too much of my time." Grinning eagerly, he told himself, "Time to keep going." Back at Samcheongwan, The water wheel turned peacefully. From the courtyard, the building's lights glowed in the quiet night. But that peace was shattered as Gong Chan was blown outside. Splinters of wood rained into the water. X clung to a broken pillar, muttering, "Humans." He pulled his battered body up, peering through the new hole in the wall. In the end, they're nothing but tools. His eyes shone, ignoring the blood dripping from his brow. He whispered, "To other humans." But as he said tools, a massive water wheel flew right at him. Gong Chan stood in the water, his arms still in a throwing motion. He watched the wheel create a massive explosion. Then he ran through the pond, laughing. "Thanks for the excellent service, you moron." On the other side, X shot out of the blast like a bullet. "Want to lose a limb? I'll come take it for you." After a loud crash, the ropes of a giant pestle swung wildly. A calm voice scolded, "You really are a handful." Che-A suddenly stood between them. He listened to their clashing and trash talk. "I should have broken you in prison, before you became this thing." He calmly crossed his arms before his chest and spoke, "You've all fought long enough." Then, aiming his palm toward the two men, he declared, "Let's end this." But neither of them stopped, instead punching Chea squarely in the face in unison. His face twisted in utter shock. The room's door remained shut, its warm light casting a peaceful glow. Chea held one hand to his swollen cheek, muttering, "That really hurt." Jong-Uan shot him a scornful look. "You got drunk and picked a fight. This is on you. I warned you not to drink." Afterwards, her gaze shifted forward with a cold expression. But whatever. Facing the two of them now, Gong Chan was wearing a shirt to hide his muscular body, and Ik was just messily stuffing his face, oblivious to everything. Jong-Uan continued, "In any case, everything has been settled." Suddenly, Gong Chan spoke up. "Eating already? Not all the guests have even arrived." Hearing this, Ik looked up with his mouth full, asking, "Huh? Someone else is coming?" Just then, a huge man slid the door open, but as he stepped inside, his colossal frame shattered the wooden door to pieces. He scowled in annoyance, cursing under his breath. Debuchin, former leader of Namgung East, sneered sarcastically, "Is this a door for children?" Seeing him, X pointed and shouted, "This guy just destroyed the door. That's destruction of property." Chia, however, was delighted. "Go welcome our guest." Gong Chan chatted amiably, still as colossal as ever. "I see." He then noticed Gong Chan and X were a complete mess. Buchin immediately asked, "Were you two fighting again?" He sat down across two cushions with a heavy thud, adding, "Both of you, calm down." Buchin shot them a threatening glare. "Unless you want me to spill your guts. You're grown men, so start acting like it." He rested a hand on his knee, looking over at them. "Let me finish my meal. I'll deal with you two after." Hearing that, Gong Chan shot back, "I'd like to see you try." Just then, Jong-Won cut in. "Where is the last person?" Across from them, Buchin scowled unhappily. "You think that gloomy bastard would actually show up here? He's probably off brooding at the sky somewhere." Hearing that, she turned to Chea. "In that case, let's begin." He then lifted the wine kettle with a bright smile. "A toast to you both on your release from prison. For today, let's put everything aside and enjoy this feast." Buchin's hand suddenly clamped down over the kettle in Chea's hand. He leaned in close and asked, "Congratulations?" His voice was dripping with pure irritation and sarcasm. If the leadership had done their jobs properly, we wouldn't have wasted our time rotting in prison. On the side, Gong Chan chimed in his agreement, while X just laughed, asking, "What are you talking about? I thought it was perfectly normal." The three of them stopped eating, staring straight ahead. Buchin pressed, "Enough. Let's get to the real issue. Why did you summon us here?" Jong-Uan stated calmly, "Because you were all wrongfully imprisoned, you lost your positions as leaders." She glanced at the empty cushion beside her, implying, "Until now, that position has remained vacant. Or, it has been taken by someone else." After a pause, Jong-Uan announced, "Therefore, we in the leadership wish to make a proposition to you former leaders." Chia leaned back comfortably on his hands and added with a grin, "And that proposition is for you to return to power." He was clearly pleased with the idea. "Enjoy all the privileges of a leader to make up for the time you suffered behind bars." When he finished, the entire room fell into a deathly, ominous silence. Suddenly, a voice shattered the quiet. "I refuse." Chea stared in disbelief as Buchin shot back, "And why in the world would I go back to being a leader?" Meanwhile, Ik snapped his metal chopsticks and spoon in half. "I just want the freedom to fight," he said with glee. Buchin lifted the entire hot pot, took a slurp, and explained, "Money, fame, power, all of it means nothing to me. I never wanted to become a leader in the first place." Gong Chan stood up. making his refusal absolute. I was just so caught up in fighting that I stumbled into that position by accident. The man turned to leave, adding, "If you've said all you need to, then we'll be leaving now." Behind him, X and Buchin also rose to their feet. But just as the man was about to depart, a voice called out from behind a nearby screen. "Wait a moment." A crushing pressure slammed into X, his eyes widening in shock. The three stared at the curtain. What was that? Someone was in the next room. But who? Jong Uwan stood and pulled the cord. "Bua was sent by the higher-ups to meet you." The curtain slowly rose, revealing a wooden door behind it. Beyond the door, there was no light. A faint mumbling came from the darkness. He seemed to be practicing his greeting, staring at a smiley face sticker. "Our first meeting." From the shadows, Chi Sung-hyun of HQ spoke. He sat cross-legged, a flower pot in his arms, his face hidden by a cap. "A pleasure to meet you," he spoke to the sticker. "You all seem to have your own complaints, don't you?" The smiley face offered no reply. Outside, Gongchon, X, and Buchan were silent. He ordered, "Everyone, enter this room now." A powerful killing intent flooded out from inside. Blue energy seeped from the door. Song-hyun warned, "Carefully now, one at a time." Meanwhile, at the Conquest Tower, Doyoon faced the second basement door. He sighed, gathering his resolve. Turning with a smile, he said, "Let's go." Behind him, Jin Yu's body dissolved into black smoke. As the smoke rose, green energy appeared below. He stared in shock. Suddenly, skeletal arms emerged from the green light. Doyoon's face twisted in terror as he screamed, "This is horrifying." After calming down, his fear turned to curiosity. The skeletal hand presented two items, a red potion and a square leather pouch. A system message appeared. Rewards are granted until the lowest floor is reached. The red vial was a recovery potion. Instantly restores all player HP. The pouch was an inventory for countless items. Holding them, Doyoon couldn't believe it. "What is this? The tower gives rewards?" a voice echoed. "Without the goat skull's help, you'd never clear this tower." It then gave him more information. "In this hell, monsters you've killed will revive as ghosts." Suddenly, eerie phantoms materialized all around Doyoon. The goat skull added, "And they're much stronger than before." Dark mist swirled toward the stairs. "It will take a long time to reach the bottom." Finally, the skull reassured him. "But don't worry." Doyoon scowled as it explained. "Time here flows much slower than the outside world." With that, Doyoon shot off like an arrow. On floor 2, he kicked the ghost of Manchun in the face, down to the 4th basement level. There, Doyoon landed a brutal punch on the ghost of Seo Sang-yu. With each floor cleared, those skeletal hands, the skeleton handed Doyoon a healing potion. On basement level 8, one savage punch sent Chi Baek's ghost reeling. Blood sprayed across the room. Down on level 11, Doyoon's hook kick sent Kim Kang's spirits soaring into oblivion, returning to dust. With the floor cleared, Doyoon sat and used a potion. Once his HP was full, he rose to his feet. His conquest continued. On floor 16, he grabbed Kwok Pan Ion's ghost by the face, slamming it into the ground just like Jinwoo. On floor 21, Doyoon unleashed a kick. It sent Kim Gwangmyong's spirit flying, its crutch now useless. On the 31st floor, he landed a vicious punch to the jaw of Song's ghost, Song Chi-hyun. After a long battle, the skeletal arm lay still. Below, another door opened. Doyoon panted, exhausted, his face covered in fresh scratches. Sitting on the steps, he stared at the new door and muttered, "This stage almost gave me a heart attack." Then, a wide grin spread across his face. "But I guess it was nothing special after all." "Huh?" His words left the goat skull utterly speechless. Meanwhile, on the outside, rain poured down as a restaurant's neon sign flickered to life. Inside, the chairs were neatly stacked. A lone girl sat at a computer. Seon typed away, muttering debushin, her eyes fixed on the man's profile on the screen. "Shin Woo-ju," she breathed. Chin in hand, Seon stared at the photo, grumbling, "I wonder when those idiots are finally going to get here." Just then, two girls entered, complaining, "It's pouring out there. We're soaked." The girl with the bun smiled. "What are you up to, Seon?" Jinsil teased with a playful glint in her eye. "This doesn't exactly look like online classes." Seeing them, Seon shot back, "Mind your own business." Her friends just laughed and ran inside, claiming they were starving. Outside, the downpour continued. Suddenly, a man appeared at the door. A smirk played on his lips. "Everything," he said, tilting his head to the rain, "is for the sake of the master above." A sudden, deafening clap of thunder echoed. Inside, the three girls sat at a table, watching the lights flicker nervously. Then, the power cut out, plunging them into total darkness. The once playful Jin Sil now trembled, clinging to her friend's arm and screaming, "Ah, the power's out. This is terrifying." But Sion shoved her away in annoyance. But as Ajin gasped in shock, Sion quickly pushed her away. Then she stammered out, "No, that's not. I mean," her own hand trembling. Ajin pointed toward the entrance. "Look," she urged, making Seon turn her head. Seeing the man in the raincoat, Ajin added, "There's someone standing right there." All at once, adding to the eerie atmosphere, lightning flashed, illuminating the girls' terrified faces. At that exact moment, the man spoke. "I will dispose of you." An eye glowed from beneath his hood. Shin Woo-ju, the former leader of Yuncheon-dong, continued, "As is his will." A pocket watch then materialized in midair. Doyoon reached up and caught it. He fell back onto the floor, staring at the ceiling with a heavy sigh. Tossing the watch idly, he wondered aloud, "Just how many floors down have I gone?" He propped his foot against a pillar, thinking to himself, "I've been inside this tower for quite some time now." He tossed the watch again, wondering how much time had passed in the outside world. Then, as if realizing something, he snatched the watch and went still. He stared at it, observing, "This watch is broken. I can't even check the time. It's a tower item. It's supposed to bring good luck." Doyoon's face was blank. Good luck? He recalled his last battle, how he'd been covered in wounds just to barely win. He thought of the prize for beating Kim Ho-sung. "I haven't felt very lucky since then." With a swift motion, Do-yoon sprang to his feet. Then again, Kim Ho-sung was the last monster I defeated, wasn't he? Standing in the vast chamber, he surveyed the tower's hellscape, a place where every monster he'd ever killed was resurrected as a vengeful spirit. Remembering the man in the overcoat, he wondered, will I see him again on the lowest floor? Outside, the storm continued to rage. In the restaurant, briefly lit by the storm, the three girls confronted Shin Woo-ju. Looking down on them, he declared, "Everything proceeds according to his will." Hearing this, Seon broke into a cold sweat. How did he find us so fast? She stared at Woo-ju's emotionless face, her mind racing. "And he came alone?" Ah-jin nervously stood up. "Excuse me, are you a customer?" "I'm sorry, but we're closed for today." Jinsil, hiding a pen behind her back, added, "You don't look like any customer I've ever seen. You're suspicious." She then frowned and whispered to Sion, "If he tries anything, I'll use this to hit a vital point." Before she finished, Sion snapped, "Be quiet." She turned to the man. "Woo-ju, why are you in Boramaidong?" Her eyes narrowed, demanding an answer. "What do you want?" In an instant, Woo-ju closed the distance, appearing before Seon like a phantom. At the sight, her friends let out a terrified shriek. In Woo-ju's eyes, his pupils swirled into dark blue vortexes. Out of nowhere, he simply said, "No." The word left, Sion confused. Woo-ju glanced around, then continued, "It's not you." The three girls stood frozen in place as he casually added, "He's not here." There was no one else in the restaurant. Outside, rain streaked down the window pane. A terrified Jin Sil hid behind Sion. Woo-ju turned to leave, muttering to himself, "So, the time has not yet come." The moment he was gone, the lights flickered back on. With the darkness banished, Jin Sil, still behind Sion, yelled, "The lights are on!" Woo-ju had vanished. Jin Sil finally stepped out, muttering a curse. Ah-jin asked nervously, "Sion, you know that guy?" But Sion didn't reply, her cold gaze fixed on something far away. "Shin Woo-ju." Sion frowned, cold sweat dripping down her face. "Who exactly did you come here to find?" Outside, the rain had stopped, leaving the streets completely empty. Woo-ju walked calmly down the middle of the street in his raincoat. Suddenly, a sound drew his attention. A young man, hands in his pockets, blocked his path, leaving Woo-ju confused. Han Yeon-sung got straight to the point. "You were the only former leader who didn't attend the party. Why did you ignore the leadership's summons?" Keeping his distance, Woo-ju replied, "I only obey the will of my master. I follow no other command." A voice suddenly cut through the silence of the street. "Hey, Han Yeon-sung." He looked confused as Woo-ju asked, "How could you possibly know who he is?" Suddenly, a demonic glint appeared in Woo-ju's eye. Woo-ju instantly closed the distance, growling, "Are you looking for a death wish?" His eyes were sharp and cold. You've had me followed ever since I got out of prison." Woo-ju then declared, "Stop watching me. Only my master has the right to do that." He suddenly pointed to the right, his voice a threat. "If it happens again." Yeon-sung's gaze followed his finger, and he froze in shock. Inside an abandoned pipe lay a bloody corpse. At the same time, Woo-ju finished his sentence. "You will face the proper punishment." A shattered camera lay on the ground nearby. With that, Yu-chu strode past Yoon-song, moving straight ahead. Without turning back, a voice called out, "I have news." but Yu refused to listen. Still, Unsong pressed on. Please, Yu. He finally turned when Unsong called it the good news all the former leaders had been waiting for. Now in the Conquest Tower, Du Yuan descended. As he walked, he thought, only 5 leaders are left to defeat. Picturing the 5 men, he saw them as gods. A broken watch on his belt swung with each step as he silently calculated his next move. Even with my skills sealed, I still have the experience of fighting them. Seeing a dark vortex swirl in the room, he thought, if I take them one by one, I can win. From the mist, a figure emerged. A young man with his jacket half worn. The monster of Basement 49. The ghost of In Kang. The moment he appeared, Doyoon laughed excitedly. We never did finish our last fight. He then charged toward In Kang with a roar. This time, we fight to the death. But after just a few steps, Du Yuan froze as he saw the black smoke swirl and then condense. He glanced to the side, suspicious. There, 4 other small vortexes were forming. Then, from one of them, long hair appeared. The second to emerge was the ghost of Che Gan. At this sight, Do Yuan broke into a cold sweat, his jaw dropping in utter disbelief. A pair of pink glasses appeared in the mist. The next to materialize was the ghost of Sung Moon. Du Yuan panicked, shouting, "Why are the others all here too?" Suddenly, a chain with a bladed tip shot out from the dark mist. The ghost of Yugen Chin stepped out, holding the chain in both hands. Staring at the swirling energy, Do Yuan was speechless, wondering what was happening. Finally, a long coat billowed dramatically. The last monster of Basement 49 appeared, his hands coolly in his pockets. The man with the ice-cold eyes was the ghost of Kim Ho-sung. Du Yuan couldn't help but curse, sweat pouring down his back. He was horrified as the 5 men surrounded him, thinking, there's no chance for me here. Du Yuan stood frozen, not knowing what to move, muttering, no matter what I do. Then his vision blurred as he gasped, there's no way to win. All the while, the broken watch that brought him luck hung silently from the side of his belt. Then, unnoticed by Do Yuan, its glass face cracked just a little. And suddenly, the minute and second hands aligned with the hour hand. Do Yuan remembered his past encounter with Che Gan at the gate. He thought, these guys are true boss monsters. The man had caught his fist with one enormous hand. But in the end, Che Gan fell with a cracked skull, blood streaming down his face. His battle with Sung Moon also flashed in his mind. Back then, Do Yuan's eyes had blazed red with rage, but Sung Moon was eventually defeated, clutching his chest in agony. Du Yuan had even used a sword against Yugen Chin. He recalled each one. His duel with Yugen Chin sent sparks flying from their swords before they fought hand to hand. After that was the image of him glaring while choking Ho Sung. A bloodied Du Yuan had still thrown a final punch at the man, whose jacket had fallen off. With Ho Sung bruised on the ground, Du Yuan collapsed to his knees, utterly spent. Thinking back, Du Yuan sighed. They all completely drained me. It was a hellish struggle to beat them. But now, his face went pale with terror. 5 of those monsters were now standing right here. Du Yuan frowned, weighing his odds. What are my chances? He wondered, then said aloud, no matter how many, I have to take them down. He then looked at Yugen Chin and Ho Sung, saying, hey, you ghosts. I have plenty of time today. Then Du Yuan beckoned like he was calling a dog, adding, don't all jump in at once. Come at me one by one. The basement fell deathly silent. Suddenly, Do Yuan's face drained of color, sweat poured down, and he let out a piercing scream and ran. Behind him, all 5 gave chase as he shrieked. I said one at a time, you shameless bastards. Pale and panting, Du Yuan's eyes darted about. Then he suddenly stomped his foot and leaped high, kicking off a pillar. There has to be a limit. He then flipped backward in midair, asking, how about we raise the difficulty? Sung Moon stood still, looking up without emotion. Locking onto his target, Do Yuan kicked him, slamming his back onto the ground with a thud while yelling, this is so unfair. He looked down, grumbling. I said I could handle you one at a time. Seeing the other 4 charge him, he considered the problem. Do I have to keep running to fight them one-on-one? He suddenly looked down, analyzing. Their combat ability is boosted by the tower's penalty against me. Then he was shocked to see Sung Moon grabbing his ankle with one hand. He screamed in his mind, they have an auto-attack mode too? At the same time, In Kang rained a flurry of blows on Do Yuan, making him realize defeating them was impossible. Du Yuan crossed his arms to block, gritting his teeth as he thought, even if I could use my skills. Suddenly, Ho Sung's whirlwind kick sent Do Yuan flying. He thought to himself, it's useless to overthink this. Then Yugen Chin and Che Gan charged together. Du Yuan could only cross his arms to block, deciding, if I want any chance to win, I'll have to fight dirty. He dragged his right foot back, then lunged forward, grabbing both Jugan-chin and Chaegan by the hair and pulling. Their heads were yanked back, eyes wide, as Do-Yuan cursed, "You asked for this." Then he slammed their heads into each other with a roar. "Let's get this party started." From the side, In-kang rushed in. He appeared right behind Jugan-chin and Chaegan, then slipped between them like a soft breeze. But before he could strike, a jacket was thrown over In-kang's head. Do-Yuan gripped one of the sleeves, looking incredibly irritated. "I swear." He wrapped it around his head, using his own back as leverage to flip In-kang into the air, yelling, "Don't you guys ever take a break." Then he threw In-kang to the ground like a sack of concrete. He crouched, still muttering, and knelt beside In-kang, asking, "While you're all ganging up on me, huh?" He failed to notice Ho-sung launching a kick from right behind him. However, before the foot could land, Do-Yuan jabbed him in the chin, but the blow only left a bruise on Ho-sung's cheek. Do-Yuan gripped the watch's strap, smiling with grim satisfaction. "So this is how you use this old watch." He turned, settling into a more stable stance, and said, "You know, if I just focus on where you are, I can predict your next move." The words had barely left his mouth when Sung Moon grabbed his collar from behind. Do-Wan's eyes went wide as he gasped in surprise. Then, fast as lightning, a knee smashed into his cheek, twisting his face. The impact sent Do-Yuan flying. His attacker was Chaegan, who tilted his head, holding his one-legged pose. Do-Yuan flew right toward In-kang, his eyes wide with panic. Immediately, a punch slammed into his gut, launching him upward. He shot straight into the air, coughing up blood as his vision faded from the pain. But as Do-Yuan began to fall, Jugan-chin was already waiting below, his bladed chain at the ready. Then, he whipped the chain forward, unleashing an endless barrage of strikes. A blue slash shot towards him. Guan-chin's face was terrifyingly calm. His attacks were relentless as Do-Yuan landed. Suddenly, the chain snapped. He gripped the broken end, his other hand bracing his battered body, realizing he understood now. Instantly, Ho-sung appeared before Do-Yuan, his leg raised for a devastating axe kick. The blow smashed into his head, shattering the very ground. Lying on the rubble, Do-Yuan glanced up, groaning that he had no chance to beat them. Ho-sung slammed his foot down on his head. Sung Moon drove a knee into his back as In-kang pinned his legs. The other two just watched. He thought to himself, "Whatever happens, happens." Silence fell over the basement once more. Bloodstains streaked the floor amidst ragged breaths as Do-Yuan slumped against a wall. Covered in wounds, he murmured that he had nowhere left to run. The five of them stared down, like gods with the eyes of demons. He wondered if he had truly lost. Ho-sung raised his leg to strike, and as blood dripped down, Do-Yuan whispered one last word. One last time. Suddenly, a golden light bathed Ho-sung's cold expression. And then, the system activated. It announced the player had entered a life-threatening situation. Do-Yuan stared at the glowing pocket watch floating before him. This was his last chance. The system announced its effect again, bringing luck to its owner. The hands of the watch began to spin. Do-Yuan gasped in disbelief, realizing it took this much to activate. He smirked, clutching the watch tightly, his eye glinting with resolve. If all you have is luck, then you use every last drop. Suddenly, relentless ticking filled the air. Then, darkness. 5 souls. The phantoms stood, but their heads were bent impossibly low. Do-Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Chaegan stood with his eyes closed, eerily calm. Then, his eyes snapped open. His irises glowed orange, with a magic circle like the watch inside. A shiver ran down Do-Yuan's spine. A moment later, a fist slammed into Chaegan's face, snapping his head aside. The attacker was In-kang. The system blared a system error. The ghost's cognitive functions were malfunctioning. Just then, Guan-chin slashed In-kang from behind. The system updated. They were unable to identify a target. Then Sung Moon shattered Guan-chin's arm, while Ho-sung stomped on Chaegan. A vicious stomp drove the man's head into the floor. Do-Yuan watched, jaw agape, completely baffled. The 5 phantoms were savagely destroying each other. Fists flew and kicks landed, spraying blood like fireworks. After a brutal clash, the cellar grew quiet again. Guan-chin was down, leaving only Ho. Sung stood unsteadily amidst the 4 bodies. But a moment later, he collapsed backward, with Guan's sharp weapon in his gut. Chin's blade was in his stomach. Then, they all dissolved into black smoke and vanished. Do-Yuan drank a potion, his wounds healing instantly. Chin in hand, he stared ahead, remarking how simple that was. From his corner, he watched the 5 fading forms. Now that's what you call a hunt. The pocket watch lay shattered, but Do-Yuan ignored it. He walked on, declaring he'd beaten this stage's phantoms. He put on his jacket and smirked. That means I'm the only one left in this tower. He stood before a massive, gray door, thinking of the reward. The system announced the entrance to the final floor. 3 eagle flags, the police emblem, whipped in the wind. Case file, 348951. One night, the precinct's on-duty officers burst outside in a frenzy. Report received, 1:37 a.m., Friday, October 4th, 2022. Dozens of police cars sped down the streets. Dispatch location, Anyang City, Gyeonggi Province. Lights flashed on in apartment windows. Seoksu-dong, Baktangent-dong, Donggan-gu, Pyeongchun Newtown. 4 locations in total. When the police arrived, they were stunned. Initially reported as a public disturbance, they found a mob armed with clubs marching in formation. It was confirmed to be a massive gang brawl. The delinquents operating in Anyang versus the gangs from Gwanak district. The strange part was, despite numerous injuries on the Anyang side, the police only arrested 4 suspects from Gwanak. Just 4 people, Shin Uchu, Gongchan, X, and Daebuchin. Afterwards, they were tried in juvenile court and sent to a detention center. The case was unbelievable, because it was all done by so few people. This incident became known as Black Friday. It shocked the public with its incredible severity compared to the number of participants. Another night, Sinanhai, Gwanak District, Seoul. In an alley of Sinlim-dong, inside a secret room, monitors glowed red, replaying visceral footage from the riot. Someone spoke. Black Friday. A building cordoned off with police tape, the inside destroyed. Another person continued. After the power struggle with Anyang became more and more intense, chalk outlines of bodies covered the ground, each one numbered. He said that headquarters sent 4 former representatives. On the wall, a symbol was drawn in blood, 4 intersecting circles within 2 concentric ones. The other man added, to annihilate the entire Anyang alliance. In the dark room, lit only by a red glow, Chia cried out in fear. That's terrifying. He stared at the surveillance screen, remarking, how can they be so damn ruthless? It's chilling. Hearing this, Ki-chin spat out the beer he was drinking in disgust. His eyes widened. So, they wiped out Anyang in an instant, right, Senior Chea? Even though those guys got sent to the detention center. But, Songcha didn't answer, his eyes fixed on the screen. He recalled Buchi gripping his hand, saying, if headquarters had just done its job properly, then, Gong Chan and X added, laughing, we wouldn't have wasted our time in that place. At that moment, he smiled and replied, the detention center, that is precisely the problem. Cheon Song interrupted. So, what about that thing you mentioned before? He asked, leaning forward on his knees. That's still moving forward, right? Without turning around, Songcha casually put his hands in his pockets. Headquarters owes them a favor, so this time, we'll grant their request. Staring at the crimson monitor, he mused, I never imagined the old guard's return would make such massive waves. Unsong and Kichi listened intently, as Cha declared it was about to begin. With bloodshot eyes, he warned his team of a coming bloodbath, where life is fragile. Meanwhile, Do-Uwan stood before the final basement door. He adjusted his jacket, smiling. I've finally made it. Do-Uwan recalled the tower's goddess statue and the goat skull, the Hell Tower's own spokesperson, from the first floor all the way down to the last. Do-Uwan touched the door, wondering, is my reward right behind this? He slammed the door, shouting, I'm finally out of this tower, fried chicken, pizza, hot pot. But the goat skull suddenly appeared, startling him. Do-Uwan glared, asking, who are you? He then slapped its head repeatedly, trying to scare me. Bring my reward, you stupid skull. It vanished, leaving a message. You are not yet worthy. Then, dozens of red-eyed skulls appeared, terrifying Do-Uwan. They spoke. You haven't conquered hell. He sweated, shocked. But I've killed all the ghosts. But the skull revealed an entity hiding behind the door. As the door creaked open, it added, that is your final opponent. Do-Uwan sweated, turning to look as it continued. The final ghost. Back in reality, dusk fell upon a street corner cafe. Xian held an onion, muttering, the last layer of the onion, while peeling it, tears streaming down her face. Another girl sighed beside her. Chinsel snapped a leek in half, her eyes welling up. I miss Do-Uwan so much. The tears just kept on falling. Suddenly, someone entered with bags, making the 2 girls look up. Ajin, holding groceries, smiled. I'm back from the supermarket. She glanced at a bag. Where should I put these live octopuses? But someone complained to take them elsewhere. In the quiet cafe, the 3 girls sat at a long table. Sion crossed her arms, annoyed. Hey, why do you guys keep coming here? She mocked them. Have too much free time? But Chinsel denied it. Ajin then pulled out a stack of missing person flyers. Posting these might help us find Doyoon, she explained. Looking at his photo, someone asked, "So cute. When was this taken? Was it from a camping trip?" Xian suddenly wondered. Why put up missing person flyers now? Hearing this, Ajin explained nervously, "What if something bad happened to him?" Suddenly, Chinsel showed her phone, saying playfully, "Because I was worried. I already posted about him on Instagram." In the photo, Du Yuan's face was swollen as he yelled. Chinsel explained the photo was from when he almost fell off a cliff driving a forklift. Seeing this, Sion sighed. "Listen up, you two." She then reminded them seriously. "He told us himself that he was leaving." This made her friends say in unison, but still, Sion's gaze was cold and final. She rested her chin on her hand. "Why are you all so worried about Du Yuan?" Her words left Ajin and Chinsel speechless. Ajin answered first, "Because Du Yuan risked his life for us." She recalled being bullied. If not for him, Du Yuan had appeared, radiating a dark aura. Ajin continued, "I would have been." At that moment, Du Yuan sent the bully flying with one devastating blow. Then Ajin trailed off, thinking it wasn't a big deal. Chinsel replied innocently, "I don't really remember the details. But when I was kidnapped," she said, "Du Yuan appeared, cloaked in a black aura, and carried me away. His eyes were lifeless, yet she knew Du Yuan saved her." Then, she imitated his expression. "He looked just like this." Ajin stared back in complete shock. Her eyes also widened with an unfocused gaze. Was it this expression? Chinsel burst out laughing, confirming it. She turned to Ajin, adding, "Cold and quiet. Not like the usual Duan." This made Sion suspicious. Ajin rubbed her chin. It was him, but not him. Chinsel's legs shook with excitement. But that cold gaze was so charming. She then accidentally hit the table, knocking her phone over. As she bent to get her phone, Ajin knocked over a glass of water. Silence fell as the three girls stood frozen, looking down in confusion. They gasped in horror, sweating profusely. The flyer with Du Yuan's picture was torn in half right at the neck, and the phone screen, open to his missing person post, was completely shattered. Someone wondered, isn't this a little too supernatural? Meanwhile, inside the tower, Du Yuan touched his neck. Weird. Why do I have a chill? In the lowest level, surrounded by rubble, he tried to reassure himself. It's probably just cold. Looking at the cracked goddess statue, he noted the atmosphere was similar to the first floor. Nearby was a headless statue. Du Yuan forced himself to say, "Everything here looks more or less the same." He ventured deeper. "I wonder who my final opponent is." Suddenly, he heard a noise and froze. A small pebble rolled to his feet. He stared at it, shocked and confused. As Du Yuan stood there, a voice answered his unspoken question. "There's one thing I forgot to tell you." The goat skull asked, "Do you remember what I said before?" He recalled its words back at the basement door. "I'm warning you." The skull had warned that the tower's hell held far greater dangers. Now, his eyes widened as it reminded him, the reason this hell is so dangerous is because it has. As if to prove its warning, an entity guarded the highest floor. A pair of glowing blue eyes appeared in the chamber's darkest corner. Du Yuan's pupils shrank in horrified disbelief. He looked up, crying out, "My final opponent." He stared at the youth, radiating dark aura, and screamed, "Is me?" At that moment, the system announced, "Highest floor monster, ghost of Du Yuan." An alarm blared inside his head. Du Yuan's eyes widened in shock as the system revealed the consequence of failure. All player stats would reset to 1. The ghost of Du Yuan stared down with soulless blue eyes. Du Yuan grimaced as the system declared the mission, eliminate the opponent. Ha Du-Wan rested his chin on his hand, eyeing the ghost. He faced his double with calm amusement. Fighting myself. How philosophical. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted in a violent gale. It sent the shattered rock and debris flying everywhere. The thick dust made Du-Wan cough. He let out a sigh. "Ah, I forgot." He looked up at his ghost, a smirk playing on his lips. At Du-Wan's next words, the ghost's expression twisted with fury. This has nothing to do with philosophy. The ghost's jet-black eyes widened, its pupils glowing fiercely. Seeing that glare, Du-Wan spoke up. "Why are you looking at me like that?" With those words, he leaped forward, rushing the ghost. Du-Wan threw a powerful punch. Looking for a fight, the ghost didn't hesitate, launching its own counterattack. Meanwhile, at the Gwanak District Bullying Council HQ, a woman's voice listed the damages: 29 sliding doors, 160 square meters of flooring, 244 roof tiles, 1 water mill, and more. She reviewed the document, tallying the total repair cost from the brawl caused by the former representatives. The one presenting the figures was Kim Cheong-Uan of HQ. She announced flatly, Payment transferred. Just then, an irritated young man spoke. Those brats are a lost cause, Chea grumbled. When will they ever grow up? Changwon turned to scold him. Your own luxuries mean you have no room to talk. Chea flared up at her words. Suddenly, the man in the chair spoke, silencing them both. It seems something interesting happened. With that, he slammed his pen on the desk. He was also a member of the Gwanak District Bullying Council. As the representative from HQ, he sounded regretful. I wish I could have been there myself. Removing his mask, Chea scoffed. Stop playing dumb, sir. You're always watching from the shadows. The man replied slowly. So you've heard. The man then explained. That's precisely why I sent a representative in my place. He aimed the tip of his pen, perhaps deliberately, at someone else. The person he indicated was Chi-Song Hyun of HQ. The man asked him, what was your impression of the former representatives? Seong Hyun let out a dry laugh. Huh. The question brought back bad memories for him. He hesitated before answering the man. They only want one thing. Seong Hyun stressed the word. Violence. His statement hung in the air. The room fell completely silent. A moment later, Song Hyun began to tremble. He muttered to himself, Violence? Just then, Chong Huan spoke up. As I reported previously, her gaze shifted to the man in the chair. Those 4 former representatives are dissatisfied with the council's current state of peace. Chong Huan explained what she'd learned. Most regions now prioritize profit, avoiding conflict to protect their own interests. Suddenly, Chea cut in. The only way for the former representatives, the council's core fighting force, to reclaim their positions, his voice grew dark, is to start a war between all the regions. They were forced to fight each other. The man spoke, slowly taking off his glasses. His meaning was clear as he stared straight at Chea. From now on, you will slaughter each other. A smirk played on the man's lips, his words laced with a sinister charm. You really mean that? Meanwhile, Doyoon was struggling against that spirit. It let out a roar. Die! Ha! Doyoon! A long, thin gash appeared on Doyoon's cheek. The striking red line irritated him, making him click his tongue. He realized the spirit was his exact double. No matter how he attacked, it dodged and countered him. It was as if the ghost knew his every move, yet it felt completely different. A barrage of powerful punches rained down on Doyoon's body. At last, a direct blow struck his chest. Doyoon was brutally battered, covered in wounds. Still, the spirit of Ha-Do-Won kept beating him until he groaned in pain. He could clearly sense that he and his ghostly double shared the same fighting style, but he couldn't understand how it was able to completely overwhelm him. Do-Won could only evade, constantly on the defensive. Just then, the ghost of Ha-Do-Won leaped and charged toward him, but this time, Do-Won refused to be overpowered, throwing a swift kick upward. Do-Won was thrilled. Luck is finally on my side. A critical kick landed square on its face. The counter was so sudden the spirit of Ha-Do-Won couldn't dodge. Do-Won suddenly froze, compelled by something. In that instant, his intuition told him to stop. He stared at the ghost's horribly bruised cheek. A thought sparked in his mind. This thing. As the spirit of Ha-Do-Won turned to face him, Do-Won was certain it was a more perfect version of himself. While he was lost in thought, it was already about to kick him. He frantically took a defensive stance. Wait, but it was far too late. The ghost of Ha-Do-Won had poured immense power into this kick. His arms blocked it, but it was useless against its raw power. The kick made Do-Won spit blood. He was sent flying, his body scraping hard across the ground. The impact kicked up a thick cloud of dust. As it settled, it revealed Do-Won struggling with countless wounds on his face. He gasped in pain, finding it hard to believe. Do-Won struggled, not knowing how to fight back. Suddenly, an arm emerged from the dense smoke. The atmosphere suddenly became eerily silent. A sinister energy radiated from the surrounding rubble. A pair of glowing red eyes appeared in the dark as a deep voice spoke. Oh, challenger. A dark shadow shot forward. It was the ghost of Ha-Do-Won. It grabbed him by the neck, lifting him high. Are you afraid now? Lacking air, Do-Won struggled, clawing at the spirit's hand. It just stared at him, asking incomprehensible questions. Do you regret choosing this path to hell? By now, Do-Won looked pathetic, his face bruised and his nose bleeding. A hand gripped his throat, threatening to snap it at any moment. Then, the spirit of Ha-Do-Won spoke. Your trial is a failure. And in that final moment, the system blared an emergency alert. Player in critical danger. Do-Un was teetering on the edge between life and death. A barrage of red alerts sounded, as a deep voice declared, now, you lose everything. Night had already fallen upon the city. City lights created a dazzling, bustling scene. Alone atop a skyscraper sat Chea, silently observing the view below for a long time. Lost in thought, Sun Chia recalled the man's words. The former reps out of prison will be the catfish. He repeated the strange term, still puzzled. Catfish? Like, a real fish? The man slowly clarified. The catfish effect. He explained that to transport loaches, you add a catfish to their tank. The loaches must constantly flee their predator. It keeps them strong and alive. Hearing this, Sun Chea still couldn't grasp the true meaning. The man patiently laid out the situation. The current council is weak. He outlined their vulnerabilities, explaining they could be attacked at any moment. To fight off outside threats, he finally revealed his plan. We need to grow stronger by manufacturing our own crisis. The man suddenly paused. In the world of these young fighters, one thing mattered above all: power. The word echoed in Sun Chea's mind. He gazed at the beautiful city, an indescribable feeling in his heart. Suddenly, a notification from headquarters. Sun Chea quickly opened it. The message from headquarters was brutally clear. From this moment forward, all actions are permitted. Any conflict between members is now sanctioned. Sion frowned as she read the shocking notice. It was a declaration to use force to seize territory and sources of income. This applied to members from every other district. No matter what happened, headquarters would not intervene, not even if someone ended up dead. Just as Sion finished reading, she found herself surrounded by thugs. Each one was huge, muscular, and armed with crude weapons. Sion's phone slipped and hit the ground. A young man walked up from behind her. "Looks like I'm just in time," he said cheerfully. "Long time no see, Sion." As she turned to face him, she was stunned into silence. His back was so broad and dependable. The massive eagle on his jacket seemed to shield her from harm. In disbelief, she finally spoke. "When did you get behind me?" He ignored her question, calmly telling her, "Just wait a moment." The quiet street corner flickered under an orange street lamp. A brutish man answered his phone, his voice laced with annoyance. "What? He's a former leader? Leader of Non-Gok-dong, De Bu Chin." He frowned, his eyes narrowing. "Boromadong?" he sneered, watching a flock of crows gather. War to bring about peace, surrounded by the black birds, was a small, wounded kitten, attacking a defenseless foe. One crow turned to him and cawed curiously. De Bu Chin's expression darkened. His massive body blocked the crows, a shadow under the streetlight, an act that went against his pacifist beliefs. A loud noise sent the crows scattering away. He gently scooped up the kitten. Nan Gok Dong only targets stronger foes. A small rock read Peace Park. De Bu Chin walked away with the kitten for peace. In Gwanak District, Seoul, those high-rise apartments pierced the quiet darkness with their lights. Gwanak District, Bora Maedong. A gang of bikers with iron pipes gathered in the night, all to catch a single girl. Did they really need this many armed guys for one person? Xian wondered from a corner, frowning with worry. Is she really that well known? Her eyes widened in shock as she stammered, "You're the White Eagle?" The wings spread wide against the black fabric. Xian clutched her bag. She stared intently at the back before her. "Kang Se-hoon," he smirked, letting his black jacket slide off his shoulders. His muscular frame and two large tattoos were now exposed. "Long time no see," the leader taunted loudly. "Where have you been all this time?" Se-hoon ignored him, standing guard in front of his friend. "You've been waiting long, haven't you?" She paused for a moment. Seon answered coldly, "Sorry. I completely forgot about you." He faltered, a cold sweat breaking out. "Really?" she said softly. "I'm sorry." Se-hoon whined. "That apology sounds so fake, but I really mean it." The thugs looked on, annoyed by their banter. "Who is that freak?" The thugs began to murmur amongst themselves. "I heard Bora Madong was finished, but isn't that his tattoo?" Se-hoon lowered his head as their whispers continued. He was the vice leader, but also known as the weakest of them all. He ignored their taunts, his tattooed arm tensing. "Granite Bojame," the thugs charged, raising their pipes to strike. So it was just this nobody. Who gets a nickname like Granite? "Let's crush him," Sion yelled in a panic. "What are you doing just standing there? Run." But before she could finish, dust exploded into the air. Sion's pupils shrank in terror. "What?" She stared at the man's powerful frame. His voice was low and dangerous. "The weakest in Bojami, am I?" Se-hoon turned back to Sion, single-handedly blocking 10 incoming pipe strikes. "Yes, that's right." Fragments of memories flashed through his mind. Memories of being beaten, of being weak, yet arrogant and reckless. Not only useless, but a constant burden to everyone else. His eyes narrowed, his voice turning ice cold. "That is why I left Bozame. At an indoor pool, Sehun stood straight in his swim trunks. Please, take me on as your student. Nathan frowned, his eyes fixed on the large tattoo on Sehun's shoulder. A kid your age is already covered in ink. He crossed his arms and turned away. I'm not interested in teaching thugs like you. Get out. The glass door to the men's locker room swung shut. Sehun fell to his knees, shouting, It's true, I'm a thug. His eyes narrowed, sweat dripping down his jaw. And, I'm pathetic and weak. That's exactly why I have to get stronger. He bowed his head low. If I stay this weak, Nathan watched the young man desperately plead. Sehun continued, then I would be useless to my friends. He looked up suddenly, but a hand shot out, pressing against his chest. I'll do whatever you command. From behind, Nathan swept Sehun's legs, slamming him down. His voice was low. Don't resist. The terrified boy struggled, clutching his chest. What the hell are you doing? You pervert, I'm calling the cops. But the man ignored him, turning away with folded arms. So, it is you. Sehun leaned back, completely baffled. A transcendent body. Ever heard of it? He asked. The boy's frame was solid, his muscles tight. Some are born with bodies holding extraordinary potential. Nathan looked back slightly. They are known as possessors of transcendent bodies. His tone was even. And after touching you, I am certain of one thing. Sehun sat stunned on the ground, frowning. Could it be? That's right. Nathan crossed his arms, evaluating him. You are no ordinary human, Sehun shouted back. Don't try to scare me. But the next words made his eyes widen. However, I can create something just like it. Sehun knelt, staring up. It is a body beyond all limits. His brow knitted as he stuttered. A limit body? Nathan raised a hand. This body, he flexed, and bulging veins crawled from his abdomen to his forearms, is all the proof you need. Jonathan. U.S. Anti-terrorism. Former captain of Special Forces Team 32, with countless other achievements. Sehun slowly pushed himself up. How can I train my body to become like that? As Sehun rose, Nathan showed him an empty bottle. Just stay completely still. He then threw it into the swimming pool below. It began to sink. The deeper it went, the greater the pressure from all sides, slowing its descent. This means, the deeper you sink, the harder it will be to breathe. Even moving a finger will feel impossible, until the bottle finally hits the bottom. Just keep enduring it like this. Then, it was crushed by pressure, water splashing out, until your body can take no more. Nathan lowered his head, his red hat hiding his face. However, this method is extremely dangerous. Many of my comrades were crippled or left in a vegetative state during training. Behind him, the water erupted, as if something had plunged in, and the number who died is not small. Nathan slowly lifted his head. He crossed his arms, staring down at the turbulent water. What I hate most is having to talk to punks like you. Under the orange streetlights, the shocked thugs gripped their bats tighter. From now on, I'll update you on everything you need to know. The muscles on his arms swelled, veins popping. First, I, Kang Sehun of Bozame, was once granite, but I have been forged into a diamond. A thug raised an eyebrow. Think you're some kind of alchemist? What nonsense. Before he could finish his sentence, Sehun's fist flew. With a single punch, at least 10 of the brutes were sent flying. They scattered like insects, tumbling to the ground with their bikes. A thug charged, raising a pipe. What the hell is this? How did they all fall from just one hit? 4 of them swung their bats at once. Such pathetic weapons. The bats slammed viciously into Sehun's chest. A metal bat. Couldn't break his bones? The thug's eyes filled with fear. Diamond. Sehun tilted his head, glancing down at the bats, now bent from the impact. I guess I really am harder than steel. Another dazed thug scrambled onto his motorcycle. He continued calmly. Second, I, Kang Sehun, am no longer Bozame's weakest. He grabbed 4 guys, crushing them in his arms. The biker revved his engine. You're still just a man. Can you survive a direct hit from this? He gunned the motorcycle straight for Sehun. The full carbon sports bike slammed directly into his body. Sehun roared maniacally. Full speed. The thug's eyes went wide with terror. From this moment, you pieces of trash. Sehun grabbed the front wheel, effortlessly lifting the bike. Don't you dare show your face in Bozame again. He slammed the bike down, shattering it. Sehun laughed, pointing skyward. You hear me? Zero, go and spread this news to the entire world. Xian smirked, gripping her golf club as she chased them on a bike. Go back where? She swung her club, knocking a thug's teeth out. Zero's nose bled. Xian braked hard, cutting him off. She stopped, glancing at 2 guys motionless on the ground. We can't let these guys escape. Sehun looked at her, confused. Where'd you get the bike? Xian hopped off the sleek, black motorcycle. Borrowed it from them. You sure? Well, not yet, but I'm sure it's fine. The dark night street was silent again. She slowly walked toward him. They only dared to come here because of the General Assembly's announcement. Xian crossed her arms, looking away as he put his shirt on. They must have thought I was the only one left in Bozame. Her expression grew serious. But much more dangerous guys will show up later. We have to be prepared. Sehun leaned his head back, frustrated. Yeah, I heard. Where is everyone else from Bozame? He adjusted his shirt. And has that guy completely disappeared, without a trace? A ruined castle, shrouded in darkness. Hado Uan. Dark blood stained the jagged rocks. Where is our leader? What is he doing? A boy lay motionless among the rubble. Or is that the ghost of Hado Uan? His eyes were wide, emitting a dark aura. Fists covered in blood. Is he already dead? But in his bright bedroom, Hado Uan pulled at his hair. What the hell? He stared at his monitor, whining. I set it to auto. How did it run into the death zone on its own? His friend grumbled from the bed, annoyed. It can't be that place, can it? A colossal tower pierced the sky. The Tower of Hell, shrouded in a grim atmosphere. A side quest guarded by 3 chained hellhounds. They snarled viciously, daring anyone to approach. A sentry guards the tower's hell gate. A player in black armor lay defeated. The hell dungeon is probably unreleased, so normal players are being blocked. A system alert chimed, teleporting to the chosen village. Doyoon cracked his knuckles and stretched his neck. The name says everything. It's an immortal, hard-coded system boss. Sounds interesting. Outside, the sky had already darkened. Doyoon rested his chin on his hand. This is annoying. His friend on the bed laughed, looking up from his phone. See? I told you it was impossible to kill. He reminded him smugly. You'd need 100 times your current vitality to beat it. Doyoon folded his arms, frowning. I think I can do it. His friend looked intrigued. This can't be happening. The soldier statue lay shattered. Doyoon was buried in the rubble. His ghost glared back, its fists stained crimson. It raised its foot, stomping down with incredible force. Debris exploded everywhere. To the ghost, Doyoon was just a blood-soaked mess. A kick from behind. Trying to send me to hell? His powerful kick shot towards the creature's temple. You bastard! The dark spirit blocked the kick with its hand. It swept its leg, coiling it high. Doyoon cried out in shock. A foot smashed directly into his face. Doyoon's eyes widened, throwing up a desperate block. But the phantom's kick slammed down, shattering his arm completely. The ghost spun, its leg smashing him backward. Blood sprayed across the floor. Doyoon struggled up with a cough. He clenched his jaw, gripping his arm. It was broken. His brows knitted as he slowly looked forward. The thing stared blankly before cracking its neck. The ghost of Doyoon. His eyes widened, blood dripping down his face. Can I even defeat it? A demon appeared from the darkness. Well. The goat-headed creature stood beside the ghost. A dark aura undeniably swirled in its eyes. Your trial is destined for failure, it hissed from behind. Doyoon's ghost immediately charged forward. You will lose everything you've painstakingly built. Everything. Gritting his teeth, he knelt, struggling to lift a large rock. I can't fight it. Doyoon hurled it at the approaching phantom. I have to do something. As the boulder neared its face, the ghost dodged it. Using that opening, Doyoon clutched his arm and fled. I have to run first. A boulder 10 times his size hurtled toward him. But Doyoon didn't see. His mind only screamed escape. The boulder crashed down in a thunderous explosion. The impact shattered the earth, completely blocking his escape route. Doyoon's escape was blocked. His pupils contracted as he trembled. I have an idea. Through the smoke, his ghost began to appear. That was it. The image of a hellhound entered his mind. According to the system, it was an indestructible monster. The ghost lunged with a blindingly fast punch. An immortal type, the punch obliterated the wall, spraying debris everywhere. Another strike sent dust billowing. The ghost unleashed a relentless barrage of blows. The wall finally collapsed under its assault. An eerie blue flame lit the dark fortress. Doyoon's ghost finally stopped its attack. It stood still, scanning the ruined wall. Target lost. As the dust settled from its view, it found its prey. The phantom's form vanished instantly. It dove from the sky to press the attack. As the dust cleared, its hand was raised high, but it was only the cracked statue of a knight. The ghost's eyes widened in rage. Doyoon charged in, but the spirit drove an elbow into his face. He gritted his teeth, locking onto its arm. Doyoon twisted with all his might, ramming a knee into its face. The ghost's features contorted in pain. He kicked the phantom away with full force. Doyoon struggled to stand. Finally landed a hit. Blood from his nose streamed into his mouth. So, that's the gimmick. Doyoon looked down, clutching his broken arm. But my health is gone. Suddenly, the system alert flashed. Remaining health, 1. The ruined fortress was covered in dust. Doyoon stood there, exhausted. Blood dripped from his arm. Is it really impossible to kill it? He panted heavily. Impossible. A cold gust of wind blew from behind. But he didn't notice, still muttering. And I'm supposed to kill a monster like that? Doyoon clutched his arm, lamenting. The reward better be amazing. His blood dripped onto the stone. Gritting his teeth, he smirked. How exciting. He hunched over and coughed violently. The goat demon chuckled deeply. In this state? Are you giving up? Doyoon glared. Giving up? Doyoon smirked, rummaging in his jacket. The opposite, actually. A bedroom door opened, revealing a boy clutching a phone, yawning loudly. The boy's glasses flashed. He sat up, rubbing his eyes. You're still not done? I told you Cerberus's ghost couldn't be killed. The young Doyoon grinned widely. His eyes had dark circles, his pupils glazed over. I killed it. Hearing this, the other boy on the bed froze in shock. What? The boy sat up, intrigued. How'd you do it? Doyoon kept his eyes on the screen, with a surprisingly simple and idiotic method. He grabbed an energy drink. If the enemy can't die, Doyoon chugged it. Then I just have to become immortal too. Doyoon stood resolute before his ghost and the demon. Don't play dumb with me, you stupid goat head. The eyes behind the skull glowed bright red. You hinted at it from the start, right? A system window showed a red crystal potion. The only reward on each floor was a recovery potion. Single use only. Recovery potion. It instantly restores all of a player's HP. Another panel showed a small leather pouch for his hip. Back then, Doyoon wondered, so what's the inventory for? The bag lets a player carry limitless items. His first talk with the demon flashed in his mind. Don't you worry, time here passes much slower than outside. That single line was the key. He squeezed the leather bag tightly. And I found my answer. A red potion was visible inside. He'd let small wounds heal with rest, using potions only for critical injuries. The rest would be stored in his inventory. The demon looked up, watching him. Doyoon drank a potion, and a red light engulfed him. He'd been saving them for this final fight. A notification appeared. Recovery potion used. Health completely restored. Doyoon's ghost watched silently, its lips pressed into a line. Now then, Doyoon began. If you're immortal. He rotated his healed arm with a smirk. Then so am I. Suddenly, blood dripped from the ghost's nose. Doyoon added, luckily, you're just a weakling. He took a slow step forward. Now, let's see who can endure the most pain. Doyoon's eyes were wide with pure excitement. His inventory held dozens of red potions. I've got potions to spare. Night. In a ruined building. Gwanak District. Seoul. Sojin Dongbin. The sign on the door read surgery, indicating it was once a hospital. Inside, a man knelt, desperately explaining, my information was wrong. Cold sweat covered his terrified face. I thought Boromai was abandoned. And yet, the vice captain was there, he said, trembling as he bowed his head. And that girl with him, Sion, she's no pushover either. Earlier at Bojame, Dong Sion and Hong Sehun fought fiercely, taking down all the intruders here. That guy was among those they defeated. Still barely conscious, Sion stepped on his battered face and commanded, speak. She then questioned him. Why did you dare invade Bozame? The man stammered. I don't know the details, but I heard that after taking this place, they would expand our business to Bozame. Hearing this, Sehun knelt to ask him, invade Bozame? Since when do gangs have rules like that? The man was shocked. You still don't know? He explained that after the gangs got a notice from the council, they were allowed to use force for anything. Many areas have already started to act. He stated a harsh truth. Even if it's not us, you weaklings will be robbed by someone else anyway. Now move it. This rock is stuck in my temple. Sehun flipped the man over, grabbing his collar and tightening his grip, making him grunt. He then spoke to him. Go back and give a message to your leader. Sehun's face darkened as he scowled. If you ever dare to come to Bozame again. That same threat was relayed again. Just like now, I will grind you all to pieces. His leader slowly emerged, holding a scalpel. So that's it. He spoke with clear displeasure. You all charged in with weapons and got destroyed by just 2 people? The leader was very unhappy. Feeling mistreated, are you? This was Song Sung Bin, the leader of Sodom. As he spoke, Sung Bin slowly stood up, which terrified his subordinate. That's not what I meant. The scalpel reflected his terrified face. The underling got up and slowly backed away. Wait, just calm down. Seeing him cry in fear, Sung Bin was puzzled. Why are you crying? He slammed the man onto the operating table behind him, the subordinate holding his grievance. Now the operating room was being used for its true purpose. Sung Bin forcefully covered the man's mouth, demanding he make a choice. Cotton pads soaked in syrup were scattered on the table, proof of Sung Bin's work. Not stopping there, he continued the torture. You have 2 tongues. Which one do you want me to cut? Terrified, the man could only make muffled sounds with his mouth covered. Suddenly, someone entered and saw the scene, intervening. Why take your anger out on an innocent person? That person walked across the stained floor. Seeing the surgical filth, he felt disgusted. This is so dirty. You should clean this place up, he told Sung Bin. Anyway, I also think taking over Bozame will be a piece of cake. The person held up his phone. A notification from the council had arrived. His voice grew deeper. With the very attractive condition of being allowed to use force for anything, everyone is fired up. Sung Bin listened closely. To conquer and not be conquered. He gave a warning. We need to move quickly, before someone else reaps the rewards. Sung Bin saw the logic. He released his underling and agreed. Indeed, the man coughed, thankful for the mercy. On a Bozame bridge, 2 figures stood. Sehun stared down at the street, talking with Xian. I've been training under my master all this time. His excitement grew as he spoke. I'm still lacking, but I've gotten much stronger. He stopped, letting silence hang in the air. Sehun shattered it, ripping off his shirt. Want a piece of this? Xian's face was ice as she threatened. I'll carve you up right now. But her real worries soon surfaced. The situation in Bozame is critical. She didn't know what to do. Hado-1 and the others, it seems they aren't coming back. Then, Xian relaxed slightly. It's a good thing you returned, Hang Sehun. He felt trapped. What's that supposed to mean? A sly look crossed her face. That was your welcome. Get it? Sehun's voice suddenly rose from below. Either way, there's no need to worry about Bozame anymore. His words baffled her. He was being far too confident. He did push-ups on the railing as he explained, because Bozame's diamond is here now. He started counting his reps. 1, 2. Xian's anger simmered. She marched over and shoved his hands off the rail. Go meet your maker, she yelled. Sehun screamed as genuine fear finally hit him. Don't touch my hands. From afar, a figure watched them from the shadows. Elsewhere, a large stone marked the entrance to Peace Park. A camera shutter clicked. Kim Ki-chi surveyed the scene before him. He was in complete awe. It's still hard to believe up close. He paused. A wounded cat was now at his feet. It grabbed at his leg, meowing feebly, but he was lost in thought. A battle between humans did this? He recalled the giant brute, Debu-shin. He stroked the cat, muttering, was he a tank or something? His phone buzzed urgently. Kichi answered, Hello? What is it? His smile vanished. What? His expression turned serious. Kichi asked again, unable to believe it. What happened to Bozame? He shouted. How is that possible? Kichi left, leaving behind the cat he'd just freed from its pain. He was returning to Bozame. Dawn was approaching. Sehun let out a huge yawn. The sun's about to rise. It's almost morning. Why are we going to Seihi's diner so early? Xian replied, without emotion. I left my bag there. Her answer confused him. You can get it tomorrow. Do we have to go now? Xian hesitated to answer. After a moment, she finally spoke. Xian turned back, her face grim. That thing is inside. Seeing her look, he relented. All right, fine then. A thought suddenly hit Sehun. Wait, the diner moved, right? Are we going to have to walk forever again? She stopped him. No. She looked up at a building. We're here. He was stunned into silence. Looking at the sight before him, Sehun asked again. This is it? He eyed the lavish building. Seihi really made it big. Can tteokbokki sales really get you this? Xian explained. The landlord helped her. She started inside. Wait here, I won't be long. Sehun's stomach growled. Bring back some leftover tteokbokki. He watched as Xian slowly approached the store. Suddenly, a light flashed from the second story. An explosion ripped through the entrance just before Xian reached it. She froze, stunned. Sehun frowned. A bomb? She stared at the blazing inferno, recalling her own words. The exact words she had just spoken to Sehun. I left my bag inside. With that thing, Xian instantly dashed forward. Sehun ran after her. Hey, where are you going? He watched her rush toward danger when a figure appeared behind him. Am I right on time? The man slowly revealed himself to Sehun. Seeing who it was, Sung Bin spoke. Boramai Dong is finished. It was Sung Bin, the leader of Sojin-dong. Sehun's brow tightened. On time? Don't tell me you did this. Sung Bin simply asked. So what if I did? Another voice, full of malice, rang out. No, let's be more precise. Hoan Chun sneered. We did it. Hoan Chun, leader of Namhyeon Dong, he explained smoothly. This was to adapt to the rapidly changing times. 2 more people appeared behind him. We formed an alliance. It was Song Kigu, Namhyeon Dong's vice leader, and Kim Jae-yoon, Sojin Dong's vice leader. Sehun's eyes shot wide open. He let out a breath. An alliance? Sehun tore off his shirt, revealing his muscular frame. It doesn't matter how many of you there are. His power began to erupt. I'll stop you all with this body. Suddenly, something pierced him, sending a jolt of pain. A mocking voice came from behind him. Even if your body is as hard as steel. Sehun sweated, gritting through the pain. The voice continued with contempt. It's no match for a sharpened chain. She raised an eyebrow with a sneer. All your hard work has gone to waste. The speaker was Kim Hyung-ho, Sojin Dong's action captain. Beside her was an Eun-hoo, Namhyeon Dong's captain. He looked at the knife in Sehun's back with regret. When will guns ever be legalized? The 2 scalpels were violently ripped from Sehun's back. He clutched his wounds, yelling, "You cowards!" Hoan Chun laughed. Oh, thanks for the compliment. He then noticed Xian struggling in the flames. I hear we can take whatever we want by force. I suppose that includes people, doesn't it? Chun gave a twisted laugh. I like the sound of that. Sung Bin stood before the kneeling Sehun. Are you angry? He asked. The scene flashed back to an earlier time. Sehun had once sent a message through an underling. Go back and tell your leader, if you ever dare set foot in Boromai again, I will grind you all into dust. Sung Bin held the bloody scalpel and scoffed. Who told you to be stupid enough to provoke an opponent you couldn't handle? He glanced at the chaos around them. In a situation like this, you can't escape or turn the tables. The fire began to consume everything. Sung Bin's voice dropped to a low whisper. Today, Boromai. Sehun's fallen shirt caught a spark from the flames. Xian and Sehun were in mortal danger. Sung Bin arrived like a reaper, declaring an end of fire and ash. Before all this, during a heavy winter snow, 2 people stood on a high overlook, gazing at the city they called home. Sehun's voice was heavy with sorrow. That guy had been gone for 2 months now. The more he spoke, the deeper his gloom became. The Boromai Dong members had all scattered to the winds. Now, it's just you, Xian, and me left here. Yeah. Xian's nose was red as she replied sadly. Yeah, that's right. She couldn't understand it. But Hang Sehun, why are you still in Boromai? Xian was met with only silence. Sehun's fist clenched so hard his veins popped. As he bit out the words, it's just, then Sehun turned to ask Xion, what about you? Why are you still in Boromai Dong? Again, only silence filled the air. A motorcycle keychain peeked out from Xian's jacket. She gave him a slight smile and replied, for the same reason. Hearing this, Sehun just clicked his tongue. We're both just looking for trouble, aren't we? An idea sparked in his mind, full of excitement. Whatever, the leader's seat is empty, so I'll just take it. Xian's face was blank as she shot him down. You're too weak. You can't. He bristled at her words. Don't you know I'm Hang Sehun, the granite of Boromai? Unbreakable. Xian's words cut right to the heart. Granite isn't as hard as you think, you idiot. But his spirit was unshaken as he comforted himself. It's fine, because I'll just get stronger every day. Sehun took off his jacket, even though he was shivering. No matter what danger Boromai faces, I'll protect this place at all costs. Xion cringed. So cheesy. I can't even listen. Why'd you take your clothes off? She looked up at the snow-filled sky. That's right. We have to protect this place. Even now, Xion remembered his words clearly. Because Boromai Dong is more than just a place to us. She watched the massive fire consume everything, her heart aching. This place is precious. Flames began to crawl across the ground, scorching everything to ash. Sehun's jacket lay abandoned on the ground. He was completely surrounded by an alliance of enemies. Sehun's voice was pure rage. You bastards, he screamed in fury. I warned you, didn't I? Hoan Chun let out a small, surprised sound. Sehun's voice rang out again. If you ever dare to set foot in Boromai Dong again. Sung Bin, leader of Sojin Dong, suddenly felt Sehun grab him by the shoulders. I will crush every last one of you. With a sudden wrenching sound, Sehun was torn away from Sung Bin. A mocking voice echoed. Still hanging on? Kim Hyung-ho and an Eun-hoo each grabbed an arm, pulling him back. The taunts continued. Just a few stab wounds and you still haven't given up? The man feigned disappointment. When are they finally going to legalize guns? With a massive crash, the wall of a building exploded inward. The 2 continued to jeer. But for just a vice captain, 2 action captains are more than enough. Kim Hyung-ho, the action captain of Sojin-dong, and En Eun-hoo, the action captain of Namhyeon-dong. Eun-hoo agreed with him completely, so this time, he stared intently at Sehun. Where should I punch a new hole in you? Sehun could only glare back, struggling against them. Outside the building, two figures stared at the newly formed hole. Kigu waited impatiently. Hey, why is it so quiet? He was the vice captain of Namhyeon-dong. Kim Jae-yoon was also tired of waiting. Let me go check it out. He was the vice captain of Sojin-dong. The two of them stepped inside to see what happened. Seeing the carnage before them, Kigu frowned. Oh crap. He groaned in despair. We're completely screwed. On the ground lay Hyung-ho and Eun-hoo, beaten and unconscious. Chae Ji-hyung analyzed the situation. Not even an action captain could handle him. Something was off. How could he still have the energy to fight? Just then, Sehun appeared from behind, lunging forward. Kigun moved to intercept him. Looks like it. With one powerful kick, he sent Sehun flying into the rubble. Pain shot through his leg as he cursed. Damn, he's solid as a rock. Chae Ji-hyung noted, that hardened state drains immense stamina. He remembered the gauntlet Sehun ran just to get here. The pieces started clicking into place for Chae Ji-hyung. On top of that, he just fought two action captains. Then, an image flashed in his mind of Sehun. Already covered in stab wounds, the man was running on fumes. As Sehun rose from the debris, Chae Ji-hyung realized, that means he's… Kigun raised a fist. Completely exhausted, right? Sehun swallowed his own blood and shot back. Nonsense! He roared with pride. I am Diamond Bohame. Hang Sehun. His answer was a lightning-fast punch from Kigun. The fist crashed into Sehun's face. A true man, Kigun complimented. Chae Ji-hyung then stepped in. Landing heavy blows to Sehun's chest, he warned. But you shouldn't get cocky. Attacking from both sides, they added. This will only end worse for you. Taking every blow, Sehun defiantly declared. I won't lose. Kigun's fist froze in midair, his face twisting in annoyance. What nonsense are you spouting? Sehun's voice rang out. I will never. He suddenly grabbed Chae Ji-hyung's collar, growling. Let Bohame be destroyed. With a burst of strength, he yanked both of them off balance. With a thunderous crash, he slammed their bodies into the ground. Dust exploded everywhere. Kigun cursed. Are you out of your mind? What can you possibly do in this condition? Chae Ji-hyung agreed. A noble thought, but with your hands injured like that. He reminded him softly. You're completely helpless. As he spoke, the ground beneath Chae Ji-hyung started to crack. His eyes shot open in horror as silence fell. The ground began to sink, and true panic finally set in. Wait, stop. Kigun was just as terrified, his face contorted with fear. Sehun gasped for air, his face a mask of blood. He gritted his teeth. Go to hell. The floor erupted with a deafening roar. When the chaos settled, Sehun panted heavily. Who's next? He glanced outside. The leaders were out there. But then, a sudden sight made his blood run cold. Sehun was stunned. Oh. In a room littered with fire extinguishers and debris, he clutched his arm, rushing in and calling for Seon. A mocking voice echoed. He's here. He's finally here. Chun, holding Seon by the neck, taunted her. Look, it's your friend. Sehun gasped for air, her body trembling violently. He sneered. Go on. Ask your friend for help. Sehun lost his cool and lunged toward her, but his own body betrayed him. Sehun suddenly collapsed face first onto the floor. He struggled, but his legs had completely given out. A voice sounded from above him. You're a stubborn one. Sung-bin idly twirled a scalpel, scoffing, utterly useless. At Seon's feet, her phone rang non-stop. Chun suddenly asked her, how does it feel? Annoyed by the ringing, he crushed the phone under his heel and turned his attention back to her, to be in a life-or-death situation. Chun glanced at Sehun. With no one coming to save you, and no way to call for outside help, Sung-bin slowly approached Sehun, looking down on him. He slammed his foot on Sehun's head, grinding it into the floor. Feeling hopeless yet? The relentless sound of the beating tormented Seon. She forced out the words, Save, hang Sehun. Suddenly, Sung-bin stopped. He had an offer for Sehun. Thinking about it, your durability could be quite useful, Sung-bin said slowly. I'll give you two options. He stated his terms clearly. Either you serve under me, or you wake up on my operating table. Sehun stared up, trying to read if he was serious. After a moment, Sehun gave his answer by spitting in his face. Sung-bin raged. You fool! Amused, Chun turned his attention to Seon. So, what about you? He offered her a choice. Kneel before me, and I'll spare you. She met his gaze with the same fire as Sehun. Then Sion spat, giving him the same defiant answer. Chun laughed heartily. How amusing. Sungbin grabbed Sehun's hair, pulling his head back and pressing a blade to his throat. You'll wake up on my table. Sehun looked back at her. I wonder where you'll end up. Sion's face fell, despair finally creeping in. Memories of joys and sorrows flashed before her eyes. Sion couldn't accept this ending as her eyes closed. Is this it? Just then, the glass beside her reflected a brilliant flash of light hurtling toward Chun. But when he looked, nothing was there. What was that? Chun muttered. Suddenly, the glass shattered as a fist sent him flying backward. The impact was so strong it knocked his shiny gold teeth right out of his mouth. Chun's body flew past Sehun and the surprised Sungbin. Sungbin stared in the direction Chun flew. What in the world? A presence appeared behind him. Sungbin felt a sudden chill. He stopped talking and slowly turned his head. He saw a figure radiating immense power, ready to attack. A thunderous impact echoed through the room. In the corner, a battered figure slumped to the floor. It was Chun, smashed against the wall. He's probably dead. Sehun stared, wide-eyed, as the newcomer complained, I called and called, but you didn't pick up. Hearing that voice, tears welled in Sion's eyes as she gasped for breath. The phone was off. The man grabbed Sungbin's head, lifting him with one hand. I figured something was wrong. The man who so easily defeated them both was Doyoon. He was absolutely furious. Doyoon glared at Sungbin, his eyes filled with killing intent. So, it was all of you? In a high-rise apartment, the sound of machinery filled the air. Kim Chien walked in carrying a large bag, ignoring the ringing phone and asking immediately, Is it done? You've heard the news, right? He spoke to the man who stood with his back to him, watching the dawn break through the large window. With news of Boromedong's fall, Kichi recalled the man with a scar above his left eye, and the one with gold teeth and glasses wondered. Sojindong and Namhyundong allied together? He then approached the sofa. Seeing the motionless Song, he added, As things stand, Boromedong can't possibly fight two territories at once. Kichi dropped his bag and leaned back. Not without a miracle, he added casually. Song fell deep into thought. His somber gaze reflected those words. A sudden meow broke the silence. Song turned to Kichi, asking, What is that you're holding? Kichi opened the bag beside him. He pulled out an injured black and white cat. Cute, isn't it? He grinned. Found it at the park. The dazed cat listened as Kichi bragged. Thought he was dead, was about to bury him. Turns out, he was still barely breathing. Released onto the sofa, the cat stretched, ignoring Kichi's philosophical ramblings. He sighed. Truly, you can never predict your fate. A voice from Unsong's phone agreed. Right. After that, silence fell over the entire room. Song stared at his phone. It showed a picture of Doyoon and a message. Boromedong's leader has returned. He mused. That unpredictability is what makes it fun. Meanwhile, in a cafe with shattered windows, Sungbin's mouth was forced shut. His pupils shrank, his eyes shot with blood. As he listened to the question, I had a feeling something was wrong. Nearby, a terrified Sion looked on with teary eyes. So it was all your doing. Nearby, a man was beaten beyond recognition, his face a swollen, bloody mess. The once clean cafe was utterly wrecked. Shattered furniture littered the floor. The voice continued. Did you do this to them? Doyoon glared at Sungbin, his eyes cold with fury. You turned this place into a war zone? He demanded. Sungbin broke into a cold sweat, grabbing Doyoon's hand to pry it off his face. Wait, he stammered. Doyoon listened with cold indifference. Reconsider, Sungbin pleaded. This isn't the time for us to be fighting. Lifted into the air, he desperately reasoned. From now on, the gangs will be a real war zone. In a situation like this, Boromé should side with us. The moment he finished, blue lightning erupted. Sungbin's eyes widened in sheer terror. As electricity engulfed his head, his face contorted in agony as he screamed. Doyoon unleashed his flying thunderstrike. He slammed Sungbin's head into the floor, causing a massive shockwave. The impact created a ring of pure energy. Your proposal is just too boring, Doyoon mocked. Dust billowed out through the broken windows. Sehun stared, jaw dropped. But Sion remained unfazed. Sungbin shrieked, desperately begging, I'll serve under you. I'll give you anything. I will do whatever you command. Blood streamed from Sungbin's nose and mouth. Uncontrollable tears of fear rolled down his face. Doyoon ignored him, simply raising his fist. Looking down, he sneered, I already told you. Boring. Blue lightning crackled around him again. You show absolutely no sincerity. Then, a merciless barrage of punches rained down. Doyoon unleashed his shattering chaos strike. The assault was so brutal. The very tiles beneath them exploded. "Every last one!" Doyoon snarled. Sungbin tried to block, but it was futile. His body was a mere punching bag, beaten beyond recognition. Doyoon growled in disgust. Useless. He raised a bloodied fist, his eyes ferocious. "This is all it takes." Then, a horrifying impact echoed. Doyoon delivered the final, crushing blow. A thick cloud of dust billowed outwards from the devastating impact. The sun began to rise on the horizon. The first rays of light hit the opposite buildings. Soon, the sun crested over the rooftops. Morning light fell on Sion's stunned face. She heard Doyoon ask the beaten man, "Didn't they bother to tell you?" Sehun stared ahead, his eyes wide. He heard Doyoon's chilling declaration. "Anyone who messes with Borome will be annihilated." Doyoon himself was spotless. Behind him, Sungbin was a bloody silhouette. Sunlight now streamed into the demolished cafe, revealing the true extent of the devastation. Doyoon watched as Sion helped Sehun over. Then he noticed her injury. "Sion, you're bleeding from your mouth." He saw her wipe it away. "Is it a bad injury?" Doyoon asked, worried, but she just shook her head. Sehun, still supported by Sion, said nothing, only staring intensely. Finally, Doyoon addressed him by name. Despite Sehun being covered in blood, he just said, "Glad to see you're all right." This enraged him. "Where the hell have you been?" Sehun clicked his tongue, thinking to himself, "And here I thought I'd gotten strong enough." He watched his friend lift two thugs. "So, what should we do with these guys?" He cursed internally. "Ha, that damn Doyoon." Sion's reply was swift. "Burn them alive." This whole display made Sehun realize Doyoon's entire aura was on another level now. Sehun pressed his lips together, sighing in defeat. Then, a resigned grin spread across his face. Man, trying to keep up with him is exhausting. As time passed, the sun fully lit the street. Suddenly, Sion turned to Doyoon. "What happened to you?" she asked. She glanced at Sungbin and Hoenchal on the floor. "You just took down two high-ranking leaders at the exact same time," she noted. "You couldn't have done that before." Sion questioned him directly. "Where did you go? What have you been doing?" Her words made Doyoon pause for a moment. His expression remained blank. Doyoon's mind flashed back to his time in the tower. He remembered being covered in gore, gasping for every breath. "He's so strong," he'd thought back then. Staring at the final boss, he'd lamented, "I've used so many potions just to survive, and he's still standing." Doyoon's own spectral form was battered and bruised, barely able to stay on its feet. He asked the boss, "You can still stand?" Then, Doyoon steeled his resolve. "I can't fall here either." Alone in that final chamber, he told himself, "I have to become even stronger." He charged the spirit as it mirrored his attack. They met head-on, refusing to dodge, and as they clashed, both swung their fists, pouring everything into this one final blow. When their powers collided, the impact created a massive explosion, bathing the area in a blinding light. After the exchange, they stood back to back. Doyoon collapsed to one knee, coughing up blood, while the ghost stared blankly ahead, completely still. Suddenly, half of the spirit's body began to disintegrate like sand. The system promptly announced, "You have defeated the ghost of Doyoon." Drenched in sweat, Doyoon glanced back with a smirk. "I did it." Just then, a voice echoed, "You are worthy." A goat skull materialized, calling out, "Oh, Challenger." It watched as the ghost dissolved into black smoke. As the dark aura flew toward Doyoon, the system declared, "Lowest floor cleared." All at once, his eyes shot open in shock. He felt spiritual energy flood his body as the system revealed his reward. Massive stat increase. The dark aura slammed into Doyoon like a tempest, making him scream in agony. In response, his stats began to climb. Attack power, defense, agility, spirit power, HP, and MP. Doyoon's absorption of this new power took a long time there on the lowest floor. When it ended, he looked down at his hands as the skull spoke. "That power now belongs to you." Red energy flared around it as it continued. "Oh, Challenger, no." It observed the stunned Doyoon, now wreathed in blue and green lightning, and corrected itself. "Oh, Conqueror." Simultaneously, the system displayed the player's new stats. Back in the present, Doyoon stood near the cafe's shattered window. "So that's how it is," he said, then turned to face Sion and Sehun. They were sitting across from each other at a table. He concluded, "That's the reason Bojame ended up this way." But Sion, her head lowered sadly, corrected him, "It's not just this place. She remembered the text she had received on her phone's cracked screen. Her expression had become incredibly tense as she read its contents. Now, she shared the dire information with Doyoon. The Hwanak gang's entire territory has turned into a war zone. Beside them, Sehun angrily slammed the table. We can't just sit back and watch, but Sion challenged him. And do what, exactly? Still, Sehun argued back. Are we supposed to just wait to be attacked? Sion replied. But this is too reckless. Seeing them, Doyoon cut in. Kang Sehun is right. He looked at the eagle design on the back of a shirt. No matter how you look at it, this is a losing battle if we stay on the defensive. Hearing that, a worried Sion turned to him. What do you mean? Doyoon stared at the eagle emblem as if it were soaring into the sky, and declared war. We're taking the fight to them. He shoved his hands in his pockets, his gaze filled with determination. At the same time, the system displayed images of Gong Tron, X, Bu Qin, and Yu Chu. Then it announced the mission, 4 memory fragments. Eliminate one of the 4 former leaders. At the gate of a correctional facility, under a large banner, the monthly meeting was underway. 8 guards sat facing each other. At the head of the table, their leader took a sip of tea. This Shizandra tea is excellent. The director, Kim Trong-bi, narrowed his eyes and asked, have there been any unusual issues in the facility over the past month? One man put down his cup and replied, no sir, nothing out of the ordinary. Then, he casually added, it's probably thanks to those 4 being released. This sent Trong-bi into a rage, crushing his cup as veins bulged on his forehead. He slammed the remains onto the table. Red tea splashed across the surface. The outburst froze the other guards in fear as he cursed. Those bastards! Seeing this, a guard began to sweat and stammer. Why is he acting like that? The man next to him sighed. You must be new. You don't know the story. Then, he leaned in to whisper. Have you ever heard of the Black Friday incident? Long ago, in the inmate processing room, a guard called out numbers by the height chart. After calling number 1394, Gong Tron, in a prison uniform, stepped up. Next, number 2556 was called, and X appeared, grinning as he scratched his belly. The number 3699 rang out as Buchin stood at the height chart. But he was so massive, the 2-meter board was too short to measure him. Finally, 4282 was the number for Yu Chu. In the eerie red hallway, the guard story continued. After they arrived, the entire facility fell into chaos, and a lot of horrifying things happened. The rookie was terrified but confused. What? But I heard they were all released as model prisoners. The other guard replied. That's exactly the problem. He then whispered, it's the only stain on the director's perfect career. As Trong-bi held his head in anger, the gossiping guard continued. Since the director couldn't control them, he had to take a special measure, an unprecedented one. Trong-bi gritted his teeth, his entire body shaking as he listened to them talk. He released them early under the title of model prisoners. On the table, the info sheets for the 4 former leaders were stained red with tea. That night, at a modest apartment complex, a voice spoke in the unlit room. It's been a long time, Doyoon said, leaning on the balcony and gazing at the sky, since I've been able to relax at home like this. His eyes were sad as he was lost in thought. Above, the stars shone brightly, as if turning back time. Through a pair of binoculars, a child's voice pointed to the brightest light. That one's Mom's star. A young Doyoon, about 3 or 4, asked the man beside him. Mom, can you see me? The man gently called to him. Doyoon, that's what you say for people who have passed away. He looked at his son with a tender gaze. Doyoon looked up at him through the binoculars. When I'm gone, his father said, I'll become a star and watch over you. At that, the boy's eyes widened, and he lowered the binoculars to stare blankly. Standing on a stool, he complained. Ugh, so cringe, his startled father asked him. Why? Back in the present, Doyoon stood alone in the dark, leaning on the railing, pressing his lips together to hold back an unspoken grief. An image of his father's car crash from 3 years ago flashed through his mind. A man in a hooded sweatshirt had stepped out, blocking the front of the car. It wasn't an accident, Doyoon thought. Though he couldn't see the face, the figure wore a wicked, demonic grin. It was a setup. On a table lay a crumpled and torn photograph of their family of 3. He vowed to himself, the truth about my father's death is waiting for me at the end of this mission. After that, model, Doyoon recalled the phantom in the Conquest Tower. Dark energy had swarmed his real body. But after his victory, that very power became his own. Doyoon stared in awe at the jade lightning around him. As his points soared, he knew he had to claim the tower's strength. With sorrow in his eyes, he stared at the object in his hand, his face tense. Soon, morning sunlight streamed through the window, hitting Du Yuan's desk. He was still sound asleep when a sudden noise startled him. Du Yuan slowly opened his eyes in confusion. A girl, Chinsel, asked, "You're finally awake?" Chinsel laid a hand on his cheek, smiling sweetly. "You're such a heavy sleeper." Du Yuan was utterly baffled. His face flushed red as he shot up like he'd seen a ghost. Chinsel suddenly hugged him close, nuzzling his neck. "Look at us right now." She propped herself up, looking down with a playful grin, just like a newlywed couple. Hearing this, Do Yuan leaped from the bed and screamed, "What the hell is going on?" But Chinsel wasn't finished teasing him. She crawled across the bed like a kitten, striking a pose. Blushing, she purred, "I'm your wife." Suddenly, a scream erupted outside, and Do Yuan bolted from the room. He bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for air. "Why is she in my house?" he stammered in fear. Suddenly, another person appeared, deepening his confusion. Ajin, wearing an apron, asked innocently, "Having a nightmare?" Duan looked up, his face burning and sweat dripping. "Ajin, what are you doing here?" "I heard you suddenly came back," she replied. Just then, Chinsel wrapped her arms around Du Yuan from behind. He went rigid, trapped between the two of them. Chinsel beamed, shouting, "We were so worried about you." But then, both girls gasped in astonishment. They saw he'd turned to stone. He completely short-circuited. When he finally rebooted, jaw agape, they were already at the dining table. The two girls watched him with concern. "Feeling better? You're hopeless with girls." Ajin smiled brightly. "I'm just glad you're back safe." But Chinsel hugged her knees, her expression anxious. "Do you have any idea how long we waited?" At her words, Do Yuan felt a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry I vanished without saying goodbye." He blushed, deeply moved. "Thank you both." Ajin lifted a pot lid. "Are you hungry? Eat to recover." Du Yuan's curiosity grew. "I have been smelling something amazing." Inside was a bizarre, green concoction. "It's super nutritious," she declared. "It's dried seaweed with spicy mint octopus." Ajin boasted proudly. "It's absolutely delicious with rice," but both she and Chinsel stared, as Du Yuan froze solid once more, utterly speechless. Later, outside a convenience store, two figures sat at a table. Sehun crossed her arms, glancing sideways. "What took you so long to show up?" Du Yuan approached, covering his mouth and looking ill. "Sorry, something came up." This clearly annoyed Sehun, a grown man who can't even tell time. How useless. His two companions immediately shot back. "Just put a shirt on already. I swear I'll slice those things right off." A terrified Sehun clutched his collar. Du Yuan turned to Sion, asking, "So, what happened with Sehi's shop?" "It's closed for now," she answered. Sehun grew worried. "Does Sehi know it got wrecked?" Sehun added. "And her phone has been turned off." Sehun cursed, leaning back in his chair. She continued, "Jean Sok Jong has also vanished completely." Suddenly, Sehun erupted in rage. "You recruited members while I was away? And you even got the leader, Bong Chae-jung." He shot up, getting in Du Yuan's face. "Don't forget, I'm still the vice leader here. It won't be long before I take back the leader's spot." Du Yuan just shrugged it off, but Sion stepped in. "Enough." She then turned to Du Yuan. "So, are you really going through with this?" "Thinking of the demonic agents," Sion explained. "This chaos is all because the old leaders just got out of prison. Specifically," she crossed her arms and straightened her back, "the leader of Yunxian Dong, Shin Wu-chu." Xian remembered meeting him on a rainy night. He recently appeared in Bora Mi Dong, acting extremely hostile. The man is a walking vortex of darkness. Uchu's restless, scanning gaze also stood out. It troubled Xian. He left when he couldn't find who he was looking for. Hearing this, Du Yuan swallowed hard, deep in thought. Sion and Sehun listened intently as he theorized. If he's still looking for someone in Bora Mi, he'll be back to cause more trouble. His expression hardened. "That's why we have to strike first." The next morning, outside a modest apartment complex, a voice spoke into a wireless headset. "I've arrived." Du Yuan stood there, dressed in a brown outfit. Standing on a crowded street, he reported, "Shin Wu-chu's hideout, Gwanak District, Seoul, Uncheon-dong." He then reassured the person on the line. "Right, don't worry, I can handle this alone." Before hanging up, Du Yuan promised, "I'll call you when it's over." At that moment, a system notification appeared. Quest. 4 memory fragments. Eliminate one of the 4 returning ex-leaders. Hands in his pockets, Du Yuan muttered, "This is a no-brainer." He strode forward, declaring with confidence, "Shin Wu-chu, I'm here to take you down." Just then, He brushed past someone with vibrant blue hair. The shoulder bump made Doyoon freeze. X turned his head with a gasp of surprise, while Doyoon's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Just then, X flashed a demonic eye and broke into a maniacal grin. 2 days earlier, after headquarters sent the notice. Somewhere in the mountains of Gwanak district, a stream trickled over a rock in a quiet creek, but soon, the clear water flowing past the stone was stained a deep, dark red. A voice echoed through the trees. Humans. Someone stood in the blood-red water. They're the top of the food chain. The ultimate predators. X stood covered in blood, surrounded by corpses. They littered the river, the banks, and even the trees. He continued, just like me. Then he threw his head back and laughed wildly. It's over already? A real shame. I love the smell of blood. Through a blurry camera lens, someone watching yelled, "Keep fighting." But as the lens focused, the person behind it saw the carnage. A small gasp escaped their lips. Another person, camouflaged in dry grass with only a camera visible, muttered in fear. This is terrifying. They were Silim Dong's subordinates, Shin Chae-min and Yu Man-chun. Man-chun pulled off his ghillie hat, his face pale. They're fighting like wild beasts. No, not beasts. More like monsters. Chae-min added from the side. Rumor is he grew up wild in the forest. Man-chun was incredulous. Like some kind of jungle boy? He asked, completely stunned. What's a guy like that doing in a gang? I heard he was just released from prison. Below, X staggered ashore as Chae-min continued his story. They say some old man took him to City X. He dragged his feet wearily, muttering to himself, "It's over. What a shame." Suddenly, he heard a sound from behind a large tree. The man clutched his wounded shoulder, blood still dripping from his head, as he hissed out a curse. "You bastard." It felt like his flesh was being torn apart. He was drenched in sweat, trying to hold back the pain, but he couldn't stop cursing. How can a monster like that exist? Suddenly, a chill ran down the man's spine as he heard a voice right next to his ear. Then, a chunk of the tree was crushed to splinters. X appeared from behind, his eyes glowing intensely. "Not a monster," he said, terrifying the wounded man. He trembled uncontrollably as X's blood-soaked gloved hand reached for him, followed by a scream like a pig being slaughtered. For 7 seconds, the forest was silent. Sometime later, in a different place, a system notification appeared for the quest of the 4 memory fragments. 2 people walked past each other. Doyoon froze, stunned by a flash of brilliant blue hair. At the same time, X glanced back at him, equally shocked. Doyoon's eyes widened in disbelief. X leaned in close, a crazed smile on his face. Then he raised his hand. Across from him, Doyoon clenched his own fist, veins bulging. But then he froze, hearing a strange sniffing sound. X was pressing his nose against Doyoon's chest, smelling him. His eyes widened in surprise as he mumbled, "A familiar scent, a smell I've known before." Hearing this, Doyoon frowned down at him in disgust. Suddenly, X's entire demeanor changed as if he realized something. His eyes darted around wildly. Then X whipped around, sniffing the air. The smell of blood, and he took off like a demon, yelling, "Blood, the smell of blood is coming from over there." Doyoon watched him go, completely bewildered. Is that guy insane? As he stood there confused, his phone buzzed with a message. He pulled it out and read the notification with suspicion. These are photos of the 4 former leaders, including Shin Yu-chu. Keep them, just in case. After reading, his eyes flew open in shock at the photo of a prisoner with the number 2556. Doyoon gasped. That blue-haired guy is... He broke into a sweat, quickly looking where X had run, questioning, is he also part of the gang? But the street was now empty. He finally calmed himself. My target is Shin Yu-chu. Suddenly, a system window appeared, announcing that a condition had been met. He had no idea what was happening. At that moment, a stream of yellow light flew out of Doyoon's pocket. He stared at the brown book floating before his eyes, confused. The system informed him that the old notebook was reacting. As it automatically flipped open, Doyoon's curiosity grew. An old image from the Tower of Conquest appeared, showing him before a mountain of rubble. He thought to himself. The lowest floor of the challenge tower. After defeating the ghost of Ha-Do-Uan, he looked around and muttered, I forgot. The goat skull said the tower's hell was hiding dangers far more terrifying than I could imagine. At the same time, the system confirmed to Doyoon that the reward had been stored inside the tower. As he wondered aloud, where is that special reward? A light suddenly shone on his back. Doyoon turned to see the golden candle of Sego the Explorer. He was puzzled. A system window appeared with information about it. Doyoon watched it fly towards the pile of rubble, asking, "Where is it going?" But the system simply stated that Sego's candle was beginning its final journey. He watched it fly straight up, still confused, but Doyoon kept his eyes on it until it was gone. A system alert flashed. Sacrifice the self to illuminate the truth. Sego stood on the fractured peak. Then, with absolute resolve, it hurled the candle down. A massive blast rocked the summit. Instantly, the whole mountain erupted in a fiery cataclysm. The ground under Doyoon shattered from the shockwave, flinging him into the air. Moments later, Sego's candle form disintegrated into the rubble. A system message appeared. The tower's buried truth has been revealed. Doyoon's eyes flew open, reflecting a brilliant star's light. He floated among the debris, his gaze fixed on that lone star in the sky. A brown notebook glowed before him, the old journal of Ha Chin-Kui's memories. Its pages were blank. Doyoon's eyes widened in shock as he stammered, "My father's memories." The journal opened right in front of him, stopping on a blank page. Suddenly, Doyoon was pulled into a torrent of time, overcome with shock and terror. Through Doyoon's eyes, the light of time and space focused on a single point. An old path, marked with a warning sign. "Vicious beasts ahead," it read, hanging from a rope. Yet, a man with trekking poles walked past it. The sight left Ha Chin-Kui completely stunned. "The first time I met that child." He paused on the road, seeing a tattered kid huddled by a tree. It felt like the child was staring up with huge, round eyes. Its wide eyes stared right at Chin-Kui. He wrote, "I'm facing a wild beast." Reading this, Doyoon froze, his expression turning to pure disbelief. He stared forward, confused and uncertain. The journal on the ground held just a few short lines. Doyoon muttered, "That was just a piece of Chin-Kui's memory." Doyoon picked up the journal, inspecting it closely. "My father's memories?" he murmured. He then recalled the child, and the ex he'd just met. He wondered, could that kid possibly be? Just then, the system confirmed his suspicion. "You have contacted one of the 4 former leaders." It then added, "Mission updated." Meanwhile, in an alley, beside a bin of fish heads, X muttered, "So, this is what blood smells like?" He gulped, a look of craving mixed with deep disappointment on his face. Back with Doyoon, he held the journal, his hand trembling. He couldn't grasp the link between that man and his father. Sweating, his brow furrowed tightly. What in the world happened? Elsewhere, before a sealed door, X suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I remember now." He stood rooted to the spot. That familiar scent. Simultaneously, the system assigned Doyoon a new mission. X looked stunned, whispering, like, "Mr. Ha Chin-Kui." Just then, Doyoon received his mission, eliminate X. Deep in the mountains, the sound of heavy breathing echoed. Ha Chin-Kui leaned on his trekking pole, a huge backpack on. Maybe the amusement park was a better idea, he sighed. This path is too rugged for a kid. It's too dangerous. A loud noise made him stop and look. Chin-Kui glanced up, puzzled, as something crashed through the branches above. It sounds like something's falling. Just then, a filthy boy landed face first on the path nearby. Chin-Kui rushed over. "Hey kid, are you all right? Any broken bones?" But the boy was already up, hunched over something. X's eyes widened in horror. He lifted a live snake to his mouth and bit down. The sight horrified Chin-Kui. The snake then hit his face with a smack, making him scream. X used the moment to flee, ignoring Chin-Kui's calls. After some time, a sign appeared on the path. A stark warning. "Do not enter." But Chin-Kui pushed deeper. "So there you are." He saw X huddled in a bush, calling out, "Hey kid." The child squatted like an animal, its wide, white eyes staring up. Meeting that gaze, Chin-Kui froze. This kid, is not normal. He recalled the scene from before. He was about to eat a live snake, he thought. The boy was extremely wary of humans, especially the stare of a stranger. The child was covered in filth, stirring pity in Chin-Kui's heart. His body was gaunt and frail. Still, he tried for a friendly tone. "Do you actually live on this mountain?" Getting no reply, he wondered, can't he speak? X just kept staring, while Chin-Kui's mind raced. It's like something from a movie. A feral child. X's glowing eyes suddenly dulled to gray. An idea then struck Chin-Kui. To communicate with this child, he had to offer his hand first. He leaned down slightly, saying, "Hand." Chin-Kui decided to start with the very basics. X's eyes glowed again as he studied the hand, then shoved 2 filthy fingers into his mouth. "Are you crazy, old man? Get lost." Embarrassed, Chin-Kui quickly backpedaled. saying it was just a joke. He reached into his pack, thinking, "Sorry kid, my mistake." He then pulled out strawberry milk and a sausage. "Let me make it up to you with this," he offered. Chim Kwai smiled warmly. "This is much tastier than a snake." But X didn't take it, only staring at him. Then, the boy bolted into the forest, causing a startled Chim Kwai to call after him. He quickly followed, shouting a worried warning. "Don't go in there, it's dangerous." The deeper he went, the denser the forest grew, with no trail in sight. Suddenly, Chim Kwai's eyes widened in horror at the animal carcasses littering the ground. Animal remains? Besides the bloody wounds, they were decomposing but hadn't been eaten. No way. He stood frozen as leaves rustled around him. He whispered in shock, "Was this the kid's doing?" Back in the present, at headquarters, Kim Trong-won was reporting to a hooded man. Shin Yu-chu has vanished. He's had no activity since headquarters issued the notice. Thinking of the others, Trong-won continued. Gong Tron and Bukin clashed once, but the fight was interrupted by another incident. Recalling X's savage blood-covered form, she added, "And as for the last one, he has destroyed 2 areas and is currently the most active." Trong-won sat straight, finishing her report on the released former leaders. In the lamplit room, she added, "And there is one more thing." With a stoic face, Trong-won announced that the leader of Bo-ra-me-dong, Ha-do-won, has returned. Looking at needles in a flower-shaped cushion, she reported, "He defeated 2 high-ranking leaders who had allied to attack Bo-ra-me." Trong-won placed her hands on her lap, giving her emotionless opinion on Ha-do-won. Compared to when he first joined, his growth rate is astonishing. Her expression remained flat. You could even call it abnormal. After listening, the man finally spoke. "Is that so?" He looked at Trong-won, holding a small doll. "If Ha-do-won were to face one of the former leaders, who would win?" the man asked. The doll was a yellow figure, its face covered in puncture marks. "And red markings," he murmured. "The Ha-do-won of today." By now, the doll's body was pierced with over 10 acupuncture needles. The man continued, "Can he even survive against them?" Elsewhere, under an overpass on an empty street, a green frog croaked by the river. On the road, Shin Chae-min and Man Chun pedaled furiously, drenched in sweat. "That damn blue-haired bastard. Where did he go?" Chae-min was breathless, but still managed to complain. They'd stormed into Unshan-dong, but still no sign of Shin Yu-chu. He grumbled as they passed under the tracks. Why did he suddenly change direction? The two were exhausted on their tandem bike, whining. And how can he run so fast? Man Chun, pale and dripping with sweat, cursed. "We can't even catch him on a bike. That guy's definitely not human." His vision swam with exhaustion as he asked, "Hey, where are we?" At that, Shaman looked around, just as confused. They stopped by a stream, where the frog was contemplating its existence. It bobbed its head, puffed its throat, and croaked. A sound came from behind, but the frog was oblivious. A pair of small eyes glowed in the darkness behind it. An owl appeared with a hoot, the predator's cry snapping the frog to attention. The moon shone down peacefully, but beneath its light, the owl carried the frog into the sky, flying over the Gangnam district of Seoul. Elsewhere, at the dark Bojami apartment complex, every house was quiet. Ha-do-won was walking home slowly. Hands in his pockets, he crossed the wide courtyard and sighed. He looked up, thinking, everything is so complicated. He recalled the image from his father's memory. X's eyes, wide and feral. Dad was with that scary blue-haired man. He was surprised, but not afraid. That memory, along with the new mission from the system. Ha-do-won grimly thought, it seems the quest is ordering me to eliminate him. His gaze drifted into the distance. That guy is definitely bad news. Who in the world is he? As Ha-do-won approached, a streetlight crackled. It flashed intensely, then died completely, leaving only darkness. A second later, it shone again as if nothing happened, making Ha-do-won suspicious. As he stared, the lamp plunged back into darkness. Suddenly, Ha-do-won's eyes shot wide open. He sensed the strange presence. Appearing like a ghost from nowhere, X was right behind him. He whispered, "Found you." The nearby streetlight struggled to turn on, but it failed. At the same instant, X let out an excited roar as both of them threw a punch. The terrifying impact created a shockwave, blasting leaves everywhere. Ha-do-won leaped back from the direct clash. Across from him, the shockwave forced X back, his feet dragging on the ground. Ha-do-won advanced. "I was looking for you too. You found me fast." The apartment complex remained silent, undisturbed by the sound. X's head was bowed, his face hidden. That old man's house. I still remember it. Ha-do-won's eyes widened as X lunged like a madman, yelling, "That name, Ha Chin Kui, I'll never forget it. He slashed wildly at Ha Do-won, asking, "Hey, are you his son?" He crossed his arms, bracing for X's savage assault. X demanded, "What are you to that man?" But he just shot back. "And you?" X was confused. Suddenly, Do-won smashed a blow on X's head, driving his face into the ground as he growled, "What are you to my father?" Face down, X seemed unfazed by the pain. He just said, "That man tried to turn me into a beast." Do-eun watched him, utterly bewildered by his bizarre pose. Suddenly, from that strange position, X kicked out hard, sending Do-eun flying. He finally raised his head, blood streaming down his face. He screamed with a laugh, "You reek of the same stench he did." Then, the lights flickered out mockingly. X fell silent, glaring up at the sky in frustration. The moon was hidden by dark clouds. "It's too dark," he whined. Spreading his arms, he roared, "Let there be light." Then, he randomly confessed, "Did you know? Humans were the first to wield fire?" In the darkness, someone activated a level 1 energy charge. Seeing this, X glanced back suspiciously. Then, a level 2 charge ignited the darkness. X's eyes darted around. Where is Ha Chin Kui's son? He wondered. As suddenly as before, Do-eun appeared behind X. When he turned, he saw blue energy gathering in Do-eun's fist. He was using the energy release skill. Then, Do-eun unleashed a blast, like a bomb of pure blue light. The moon was still hidden by dark clouds. Below, Do-eun's attack blasted a massive hole in the wall. Debris was scattered everywhere. With a soft laugh, X clutched his arm. He sat slumped by the new hole, his face a mask of disbelief. Gripping his now useless right arm, X trembled. "How?" he stammered, his face twisting in confusion. "Why couldn't I dodge that?" The system announced the skill, energy release. Do-eun stared at the motionless X. He leaned against the wall and asked, "A stench?" X's pupils dilated, vacant. Blood trickled down his face. As Do-eun repeated his question, the streetlight died again, plunging them into darkness. X finally seemed to understand what was coming. He stared forward and saw Do-eun. His cold eyes glowed in the night, like a demon closing in. "Fuming," he yelled, "I've had enough of this." The boy on the mountain refused to come down. Driving along the mountain road, Chin Kui thought, "If I bring the police, he'll just get scared and run." So after our first meeting, I went back every single day. A filthy X sat in the car, clutching a pile of snacks. He chewed ravenously. And finally, Chin Kui thought, "I succeeded." He glanced over at the boy while driving. He asked, "Still not going to tell me your name?" The boy just replied, "I don't have one." Chin Kui tried again. "What about your family? Your friends?" But X only responded with irritation. Chin Kui looked at him sadly. He wondered what this child had endured. The memory flickered and faded. Chin Kui got out, leaving X in the passenger seat. "My son's about your age. I'm sure his clothes will fit." He ran into the apartment complex, waving back at X. "I'll be right back," he said. The boy looked at the building. He clutched his food and thought, "Is this his home?" Chin Kui's memory blurred once more. The scene shifted to the HISA Center, the sunlight shelter. Now in a clean blue shirt, X stood beside Chin Kui, looking around suspiciously. With his hands on his hips, he explained cheerfully, "This place is for children who've had a tough time, like you." X listened, his mouth hanging open in surprise. "I'm sure that here." Just then, he saw a young girl peeking from a doorway. Chin Kui added, "You'll make some wonderful friends." The memory flickered again. X watched blankly as the girl struggled with a can. "Playing teacher," she said. "You need to eat lots and get plump." "Wait, I still have this tuna," she chirped. Suddenly, a sharp scream startled X. Face beaded with sweat, she winced. "I cut my finger." X stared at the blood welling up on her finger. Suddenly, his eyes changed. His pupils contracted, drawn to the sight. He couldn't look away from the drop of blood. His pupils seemed to glow intensely. The memory blurred. An empty tuna can lay on the floor. Next to it, tiny droplets of blood. Then, Chin Kui walked in, his eyes wide with shock. It all happened so suddenly. He stood in the doorway, seeing X, standing over the small girl on the floor. That child. After a moment, X looked back with a savage grin. His eyes gleamed with a terrifying delight. Chin Kui was stunned. He's smiling. In the present, the streetlights flickered back on. The memory flashed in Do-eun's eyes. Clutching his head, he thought, "It's happening again." He was drenched in a cold sweat. He winced as the painful memories flooded his mind. Do-eun faced X, who slowly stood up, arm limp. "What did you do at the sunshine shelter?" X just lowered his head, then grabbed a trash bag. "Do what?" he asked. X straightened up, continuing, I was only. He hurled the trash bag forward with a manic laugh, acting like a human being. Doyoon crossed his arms, shielding his head from the trash. He heard X mutter, only a human would know how to sort trash to protect the environment. While Doyoon was distracted, X lunged forward, claws out. Doyoon's eyes widened as the claws swiped at his face, but the attack hit nothing but air. He had already leaned back, dodging the blow. Though he missed, X just chuckled with glee. Then he unleashed a flurry of blows on Doyoon. He screamed, dyeing your hair with chemicals. This time, a long gash appeared on his cheek. X attacked relentlessly with his jagged claws. Doyoon roared back. Only humans would know. Again, deep scratches appeared on his neck and nose. X's frantic assault pushed Doyoon backward. He screamed, getting tattoos to express yourself. Sharp cuts opened on his right arm. His left pant leg was torn, revealing flesh. A deep gash across his chest drew blood. While attacking, X confessed, I was the same that day, just trying to be human. Suddenly, Doyoon grabbed his wrist tightly, startling him. The color drained from X's face. Doyoon twisted his wrist back hard, forcing X to his knees before him. He looked up, dazed, as Doyoon scoffed, Why are you rambling on? He drew his leg back, snarling, What's all this crap? His eyes blazed with undisguised murderous intent. Doyoon threatened, Give me a straight answer. The next instant, he kneed X square in the face, still gripping his wrists. X's face was crushed, blood splattering on Doyoon's pants. A terrible scream ripped through the air as blood sprayed. Elsewhere, in a locked room, a voice spoke. It was Section Chief 36, Kim Kwang-jun, from the Juvenile Detention Center. Drenched in a nightmare sweat, he gasped, The most terrifying person I've ever met. The inmate beside him turned. Even you're saying that? Just what kind of person are they? Kwang-jun replied, What do you see on that ceiling? The man squinted into the darkness. Mold? But Kwang-jun shook his head. He stared at the mottled stains above. They're blood stains, the other man stammered. Was there a massacre in here or something? But again, Kwang-jun denied it. His voice echoed in the room. The warden locked that person in here, room 36, all alone. Kwang-jun shuddered at the memory. That blood, it's not from multiple people. He continued in a horrified tone. It was self-inflicted. His cellmate shot up, face filled with disbelief. Kwang-jun went on. To that person, whose blood it is, doesn't matter. Outside, Doyoon's apartment, one thing was certain. The more blood there was, the stronger the scent became. X's head was bowed, forced to kneel as Doyoon twisted his wrist, his expression unreadable. But Kwang-jun knew in his soul, the more terrifying they become. Suddenly, X uttered a single word. Beasts. It made Doyoon glance at the rats scrounging for food. X continued. Nothing but beasts. Red liquid trickled from a trash can, its sweet scent likely drawing the rats. He mumbled, Smelling blood brings fear or hunger. That's just instinct. The wrist in his grip tensed, trying to fight back. X said, But humans are different. Staring at the blood on the ground, X mused. Because of blood. Humans don't just feel emotions from its scent. It can awaken inspiration and desire. The blood pooled, forming a small stream on the ground. At the same time, X pushed himself up, declaring loudly as their hands locked in a grappling stance. To put it simply, X continued, Only humans crave blood. For an only at that moment. Doyoon was sweating heavily now, scowling at this insane monologue. After a moment, X was on his feet. Is it the very thing that separates man from beast? Doyoon glared, completely baffled. Suddenly, X's eyes flared. That day, he recalled the girl's cut hand. My reason was simple. X stared at the blood on the girl's hand. His eyes turned feral as he stood over the body on the ground. Then he turned, flashing a devilish smile. X shoved Doyoon back, his feet scraping against the gravel. He grinned like a madman. I just wanted to confirm something. Above, the bright moon shone, untouched by the carnage below. The two were now locked in a struggle, like bulls trying to overpower one another. X shot back. Go on, see if I'm even human. Elsewhere, at Senan High School, the first-floor lobby was swarming with people. In a room with cameras and large crates, Eon Song entered the shadows, lit only by a desk lamp. The desk was covered in newspapers. One headline was about a bloody massacre at the Sunshine Orphanage. That terrifying headline stood out on the page. With a heavy heart, Eon Song stared down. He recalled Doyoon asking over coffee, How's the investigation I gave you? The information on the Sunshine Orphanage kids? At the time, he had answered, There's almost no information left on Sunshine. Online and offline, every trace of the incident is gone. With a serious gaze, Eon Seong had shared his theory. It's as if someone deliberately erased it all. Now, his eyes fell on a photo of Jin Q below the article, next to it a picture of X. He thought, the connection between Ha Jin Q and that leader, Hyun Gun Dong. Eon Seong's lips tightened as he wondered. Is him being on the council really a coincidence? Suddenly, a voice from the doorway startled him. What are you doing? Then, the room fell silent again. Kim Jong-woon from headquarters, armed to the teeth, called out coolly, Han, Eon Song. He shot back. How did you get up here? Without turning, Eon Song said, I gave orders to not let anyone in. Jong-woon toyed with an acupuncture needle. The people from Shinlim Dong are on the first floor. Remembering the needles in their necks, she said, I've already stopped them. This needle makes them unable to move. Even straining until veins bulged and sweat poured was useless. Jong-woon stated flatly, I didn't harm them, so you can relax. She then stepped further into the room, pressing, You still haven't answered my question. With Eon Seong's guard down, a sudden blur of motion shot toward him. Papers flew everywhere, and a single news clipping fell to the ground with Jong-woon's voice. Sunshine Orphanage? She pressed a needle to Eon Seong's neck. Are you investigating it? Jong-woon pinned Eon Seong to the floor, interrogating him. Going behind the backs of the council's leadership, in Nanhyang-dong, a dim light glowed from an old greenhouse. A broken sink lay scattered across the floor amidst the debris. At a round wooden table, 5 people sat facing each other. Someone finally spoke. Those of us here need to acknowledge it. The coup. He pictured Incheon Gun, Jin Ho-sung, Sung Moon, and Chaegun. He continued. By the 5 of us leaders. Thader has failed. The voice added, This was not our desired outcome. After that failure, we lost all of our power. A man in a suit with a yellow tie sighed. Truly. The acting leader of Nanhyang Dong, wearing a gas mask, slowly added, A pity. To one side, the acting leader of Seoul Dong listened grimly. After that, our forces were severely weakened. The acting leader of Nampo Dong laced his fingers, listening. The losses were so devastating, we couldn't continue business. And now, we are all suffering for it. The acting leader of Yungwon Dong just fiddled with a golden die, looking completely unbothered. He said, However, we still have hope. Mi Swangdong clutched his vest, receiving the council's decree. This is our chance to restore our position. Interim leader Nan Hyang-dong then stood, vowing to the other 4, the more influential figures we take down, the more benefits we stand to gain. He then pulled a weapon from his coat, saying, In other words. He slammed it violently onto the table, his fighting spirit blazing. We have to aim for the big fish. The knife was pinning a photograph of Chea. The acting leader of Nanhyang-dong had chosen their first target, Cho-sun Chea. Under the red warehouse lights, he explained, he's not just the gang's strongest, but the strongest in Ga-nak district. No, perhaps the strongest in Seoul. Staring at the smiling face, Nanhyang-dong added, he might even be the strongest in all of South Korea. He is, without a doubt, the ultimate predator. Then, the other 4 listened as he announced, as for the second target. In a modest apartment, someone was oblivious they were being hunted. Initially, Chea was the only known council affiliate, but another has recently surfaced. The girl turned away, her face unseen, but the interim leader confirmed her name, Kim Trong-eun. She strode past someone in her high heels. He then spoke of her power. A large man, drenched in sweat, stood frozen with 3 needles in his neck. Nan Hyang-dong spoke of Trong-eun. She's unaffected by gender or weight. The man was paralyzed by fear, a victim of her weapon. In her hand, Trong-eun held silver needles. Lethal needles. The human body has 750 pressure points. He pictured a body marked with red dots, explaining, and among those, about 50 are fatal, if she wishes it. Trong-eun drifted past a group of hulking men, all frozen mid-attack. Nan Hyang-dong reflected, no matter the opponent or how many, they fall instantly. Her silent method of execution was like, just then, the bright moon outside seemed to turn blue as he continued. The quiet blue moonlight. Trong-eun passed a window, her expression impassive. The interim leader couldn't help but remark, a true assassin. Now, in a dark room, an article about the Ha Chim Kui massacre lay on the floor. A voice spoke, the Sunshine Orphanage. Trong-eun placed a needle on Eun-song's neck, asking, What are you doing? Pinning Eun-song down, she interrogated him, investigating the council behind their backs. A lone yellow lamp cast a dim glow, but it was enough to see the killing intent in Trong-eun's eyes. Eun-song replied, I'm just, then threw her off. He caught the needle between his fingers, adding, searching for the truth. At his words, Trong Eun paused. A moment later, sitting on the floor with another needle, she warned, "Don't try to find out more." Trong Eun raised the needle, her face a cold mask as she advised, "Stop your investigation of the Sunshine Orphanage immediately." Across from her, Eun Song stood up, pressing the issue he was curious about. What is the relationship between the orphanage and the council? She struck with her left hand. Eun Song ducked under it and added, "And that person?" Trong Eun spun, aiming a needle at his neck, just as Eun Song asked, "The one behind it all." In a flash, before she could finish, Eun Song threw a punch, still demanding answers about the orphanage's erased records. This gave Trong Eun pause. Eun Song's blow was powerful, creating a loud boom. He demanded, "Was that also the council's doing?" A needle clattered to the floor. Eun Song relentlessly pushed forward, slamming Trong Eun's hands against the wall behind her. "What are you hiding?" he questioned, veins bulging on his restraining hand. He frowned, confused as Trong Eun replied, "I already told you." She spat a hidden needle from her mouth, reminding him, "Don't try to find out more." Trong Eun launched it at his eye, but even at point-blank range, he tilted his head and dodged the attack. However, Trong Eun's hands were now free. She instantly drew 3 more needles as Eun Song swung a fist. A loud crash echoed through the building. After a moment, silence fell. Eun Song looked down, saying, "The fact that you're doing this." His fist was stopped just beneath Trong Eun's chin, while her 3 needles were aimed at his neck. He asked again, "Was this also an order from the council?" Trong Eun's eyes were cold, yet calculating. Then she dropped the 3 needles, denying it. Trong Eun looked away indifferently, saying, "This is just my personal advice." Eun Song stood motionless, staring forward. He heard her add, "You need to understand your place." Trong Eun turned to leave, suggesting, "Why did you join the gang?" Eun Song's eyes shot open in alarm as she threatened him. "Your sister. Just think about her." She opened the door. As the wind blew papers across the floor, she continued, "I came here so late tonight." Before leaving, she looked back, saying sincerely, "Just to tell you that." Eun Song stood frozen, watching the data he collected scatter, as Trong Eun's voice echoed in his mind. "That's what you need to remember." Eun Song's lips tightened in thought. Outside, the moon shone brightly in the sky. Darkness consumed the entrance to a tunnel. A few yellow streetlights cast a dim glow, a spider spinning its web. It watched from its small cocoons as a lonely man walked the road. Eun Song put his hands in his pockets and entered the dark tunnel. A voice suddenly appeared behind him. "Where are you going alone at this hour?" Interim leader Nan Hyang-dong approached, addressing him. Leader Shin Lim Dong-han. Eun Song faced the man, asking, "Who are you?" He introduced himself. "I am the interim leader of Nan Hyang-dong." The man stopped a short distance away, saying, "The reason I came for you is because." Eun Song was puzzled, as the leader continued, "You are the third one." He then imagined Chea and Trong Eun, explaining, "The 2 most influential people in the gang are Choi-san, Chea, and Kim Trong Eun." Nan Hyang-dong drew a weapon from his coat and explained, "But they are council members, so they won't get involved in this." The sharp blade reflected Eun Song's image as it was unsheathed. The man declared, "That makes the third person." A firm voice echoed in the tunnel. "The one trusted by the council to monitor members and eliminate traitors." The temporary leader, Nam Haidong, aimed his weapon at Eun Song, declaring that elimination was the best choice. Unfazed, Eun Song glanced at the weapon, calmly asking, "Do you plan to face me alone?" The leader sneered. "Of course. I'm not." But he gestured behind his back, adding, "We'll just wait until you're by yourself." Instantly, the sound of heavy footsteps approached. The temporary leader, Nam Haidong, spoke, "You're the council's right-hand man." Under the tunnel's web-covered roof, men in suits began to swarm in. He remarked, "Your Shinlimdong faction are just the council's dogs." With them was the leader Cho Wondong, leading a hooded captive. Nam Hadong continued, "We'll kidnap your Shinlimdong people and negotiate with the council." The leaders Seo Wondong and Misungdong were there as well. They heard an ally ask Eun Song, "Are you questioning if we can take you down?" "Of course, we can." In moments, both ends of the tunnel were packed, with Eun Song and Nam Haidong trapped in the middle. The man boasted with absolute confidence, "With these numbers, it's a guaranteed win." Yet, Eun Song remained completely motionless, watching them calmly. Nam Haidong checked the sharpness of his blade, offering, "Do you have any last words you'd like to send?" But Eun Song's eyes only flared when the man added his next words, "To your only relative, your little sister." Just as Nam Haidong began to mock, "I'll be sure to pass along your message," Eun Song's cold voice cut in, "What do you know about my sister?" The leader stared at his reflection in the blade. Does it even matter now? After that, the entire mob drew their blades in unison. Time for a beating. 100 enemies, 100 swords. This place will be your grave. Getting no reply, Yunsong sighed, rubbing his head. A clueless moth fluttered under the dim streetlight, shedding dust as Yunsong let out a sigh. Nam Haidong stared, baffled, as he heard him say, "You're wrong." In a place of tangled webs, a spider stood at the center, surrounded by countless cocoons and one moth that had just flown into its trap. Unsong corrected him. One enemy. Suddenly, his eyes blazed with a murderous aura as he raised a veined hand. And 100 graves. Outside a modest apartment building, the streetlights flickered on again. Nearby, Jimin's jaw dropped in absolute shock at the scene. He sat on Manchun's shoulders, holding a long microphone and sweating. What in the world am I even watching? Manchun was equally stunned, filming it all on his phone. The two exchanged shocked comments. Is that really the Doyoon we fought before? I can't believe we messed with such a monster. Manchun stared at his phone screen. He's moving too fast. The camera can barely see him. Suddenly, his eyes widened in sheer terror. A man had appeared silently beside them. Are those people fighting? Jimin and Manchun turned as he asked, incredible. Is all of that blood? Annoyed, Jimin grumbled. Blood? Can't you see we're filming here? Don't get in the way. On his screen was the fight between Doyoon and X. The man warned, don't blame me if you get splattered with real blood. Jimin then went back to his work. After a while, the moon grew brighter. Doyoon, with a cold expression, swung a powerful fist, smashing it straight into X's face and deforming it. Blood sprayed out like rain. X was sent flying, leaving a long trail of crimson syrup on the ground. He dug his feet into the earth, scraping his hands on the cement to stop his slide. Why isn't he flinching or backing down? Doyoon thought. Then he heard X roar, "This is my chance!" His eyes widened in shock. As X yelled, "Hit me again," he was secretly stunned. No, he's even. Doyoon then charged forward, slamming X hard into a dumpster behind him. He noted internally, he's stronger and crazier than before. Suddenly, as if feeling no pain, X rushed Doyoon again, roaring, "I'll suck your blood." His bloody counterattack struck Doyoon's blocking arm. Seeing the torn sleeve, the bruised skin, and the blood, Doyoon grimaced. Abruptly, X appeared behind Doyoon. "I can feel it," he said, confusing him. With a piece of cloth clenched in his teeth, X glared. That is, swift as lightning, X unleashed a dozen blue energy slashes that destroyed everything they touched. The smell of blood, the color of blood, the feeling of it flowing. He swung a blue energy slash laced with red blood over Doyoon's head, but he managed to lean back and dodge it. X swung his arms frantically, unleashing a constant barrage of energy attacks. He yelled excitedly, "And the fact that I'm a wild beast that craves blood, I can feel it all." At this, Doyoon frowned in confusion. What is going on? He sent an air palm into X's stomach, sending him flying backward. Why is he like this? Seeing X's face had stopped smiling, Doyoon thought to himself, he's so obsessed with becoming human. X remembered a wild childhood scene, using both hands to shovel food into his mouth like he hadn't eaten in 1,000 years. This made Jingui gently remind him, just enjoy it slowly. There's plenty more food. At that, X stopped his ravenous eating and fell silent. Then, he finally spoke. You asked why I live in the mountains, right? He received a nod of confirmation. Jingui crossed his arms on the table, patiently waiting. In the orphanage dining room, X revealed, I ran away. Jingui's jaw dropped as he continued. From my mentally ill mother, who treated me like an animal. X sat up straight on the small chair. To be free to live like a human being. The more the man listened, the more his eyes widened in disbelief. The cafeteria was completely silent. After a moment, Jingui gently said, It's time for you to go home to your mother. This made X clean his ear in disbelief. He replied rudely, What? Did you not hear what I said? Is there a problem with your ears? Still, Jingui patiently advised, running away isn't the right answer. One of X's eyes widened as he stared directly at the man before him. Just do it my way, and it will be fine. Trust me this one time. With a greasy mouth and a blank face, X stared as Jingui lectured him, for your future, so you could live as a true human being. In a small room, light fell upon a simple bed. X sat at his desk, whispering to himself, Can I really go back home? He tried to convince himself, It'll be fine. But his mind screamed back, How could it be? X gripped his head, his face a mask of fear. The memory of Trin Kuai's back flickered in his mind, like a dying flame. Hiding behind a wall, X watched him go. He's just like my mother, he thought. The memory then shifted to the kitchen. They want to cage me, X realized, his eyes fixed on the knife, understanding it like a beast. He reached for it, his thoughts screaming, I won't let them. Suddenly, the girl from the orphanage appeared. What are you doing here? She asked. X flinched, his eyes glowing intensely. A thought consumed him. I have to be sure. At the same time, she held up a lunchbox. Are you hungry? But X was lost, repeating his one singular purpose. As she approached, he clung to a thought. I am human. The memory of a fallen lunchbox blurred, then sharpened into focus beside her. Then, splatters of blood on the floor. Trin Kui's eyes widened in disbelief. X's voice was calm. So, you're here. He saw X's back and the girl's unmoving form on the ground. X's voice cut through the silence. Do you know why I fled to the mountains? In the dim kitchen, he confessed, I had to escape. Trin Kui listened, paralyzed. That day, Mother's sickness returned. I was tired of being treated like an animal. His gaze fell on the knife, so I snapped and swung it at her. His clothes were stained. Staring at his red hand, he whispered, so much of this spilled out. His world turned crimson. I finally understood, X declared. The fallen lunchbox lay on the floor, surrounded by stains of red. He mused, the scent of blood, its color, the feeling of it flowing. He turned, a demonic grin on his face. Everything about blood proves that I'm human. Trin Kui's pupils shrank in horror. X roared, I'm not an animal. Stop treating me like one. He charged with the knife, screaming, I will live as a human. Now, facing Doyoon, X smiled. Humans name everything in creation. Then, he unleashed a flurry of kicks. But me. A heavy blow sent Doyoon flying. I have thrown my name away. Beside an open dumpster, he declared, I just want to be called human. He loomed over the kneeling Doyoon and threw a punch. His face was grim. And I will forever. He slammed his fist down, laughing madly. Live as a human! But it was X, whose head snapped back from a blow. Blood flew from his lips. He looked shocked, then laughed like a maniac. Useless! The more I bleed. An uppercut cut him off, sending sweat and blood flying. Blood streamed from his nose, yet X just grinned. The stronger I get. Doyoon didn't let him continue his rant. Doyoon unleashed a barrage of light-based strikes, making blood pour from X's wounds. As he fell, Doyoon was there again. X was confused. A blue aura of rage erupted from Doyoon. Live as a human? He growled. With murderous eyes, he declared, You're wrong, and activated his speed skill. The system window flashed, detailing the active skills stats, with a critical warning. No other active skills could be used, while acceleration was active. The blue light reflected on X's terrified face. He groaned, crossing his arms in a desperate block, but Doyoon was already behind him, fist raised. What's important? He began. X's eyes darted back towards the voice and light. Is not living like a human. A web of light suddenly enveloped X, tearing him apart as he screamed in agony. Doyoon's eyes were like ice as he delivered the final blow. It's about living as a decent one. He remembered his father's words to X. For the rest of your life. So, you can truly live as a human being. X's eyes lost their focus amid the spray of blood. He stammered, Live as a human. Truly. Outside the trash depot, a pillar of blue light erupted into the sky, followed by a brilliant, silent explosion. Silence returned. Doyoon glanced at X's bloodied hand on the ground. I guess at this point, he said, dusting off his jacket. He's got no more blood left to spill, right? A system notification appeared. Mission complete. On a nearby roof, Manchun stared, stunned, at the blood-soaked ground. I'm scaring my pants off. What in the world is that guy? Jimin stammered. Is this an action flick or a horror movie? They stared at the phone in Manchun's hand, faces pale and dripping with sweat. Why are we even recording this? Orders from HQ, Manchun replied. Jimin was terrified. What do they want with this footage? They're hiding their identities while they collect this data. He guessed, they must be a bunch of sickos. But before he could finish, the man in glasses beside them let out a hum. Manchun looked at him, confused. Hey, Four Eyes, you're still here? The man didn't respond, merely watching. After a moment, he spoke. It's just as Trong Yuan reported. He recalled her report in the command room. Boromai Dong's Hado Uan is back. He alone defeated 2 high-level leaders who allied to attack Boromai, Trong Yuan had added. Compared to when he first joined, his growth is staggering. Her face was grim. You could even call it abnormal. The man rubbed his eyes now, muttering, abnormal growth. Huh? He took off his glasses. That name suits you well, Choi Minjun. The head of the Gonic branch smiled. Almost like a video game character, isn't he? Meanwhile, in a hotel corridor, a figure slipped by. A moment later, Trong Yuan knocked on a door. She found the silence from within suspicious, but she didn't knock again or react. Suddenly, Chea popped up behind her with a wave. Hey, my boss isn't in right now. Looks like he just stepped out. Chea wondered aloud. He hates going out, so I wonder what he's secretly up to. But Trong Yuan had no idea either. Hey, Du Yuan. A hand pressed down on her shoulder. An unspoken accusation. Where have you been? Red eyes peered from behind long bangs. He leaned close to her ear, hissing. Not even a single report. The hand on her shoulder tightened its grip. Just as Do Yuan turned to explain, Cha lowered his head with a strange chuckle. He then skipped down the hall, shouting, I'm not curious at all. Du Yuan watched him go with suspicion, hearing a sudden, pained cry, as if he'd hit something. That night, in the trash disposal area, an old guard was on patrol, flashlight in hand. He grumbled at the darkness. This damn light bulb is out again. Still, he pressed onward. He noticed something. Unsettling. The guard adjusted his cap, aiming his flashlight beam towards his feet to get a better look. What is this red stain? The guard followed the trail, muttering, Heavens, those ladies. I told them not to make kimchi stew here. He saw rats lapping at the ground. The smell of blood always brings these pests, he grumbled. But then he saw X, swarming with them. A terrified scream ripped through the air. The flashlight beam fell on X's battered face. Cold sweat poured down the guard's face, his mouth gaping in pure horror. He slowly passed out. As the guard fell backward, Minjun caught him with a single hand. He glanced down, remarking, It would be a problem if you started bleeding too. On the ground, the rats feasted, unafraid of the humans. Suddenly, one looked up, sensing something. An unseen force lifted it into the air. The entire swarm of rats scattered, fleeing from Minjun. He finally stepped forward, into the pool of blood. After leaning the guard against a bin, he crouched by X's head. Ugh, this is way too gory. I can't even look. Lifting X's wrist, he commented, It's a miracle you're still breathing. A smirk crossed his lips. To think the gentle Du Yuan did this. In the dark disposal area, without any streetlights, the atmosphere was ominous. Minjun mused, I'd love to hear the story firsthand. He wondered, maybe I should check out the powerless apartments while I'm here? It's been a while since I visited a friend. At the same time, Do Yuan's room was cloaked in darkness. Using his teeth to open a bottle, he let out a satisfied cry. Finally, some relief. Standing before the open fridge, he wondered, should I dispose of that blue-haired guy's body? Duan worried as he chugged the water. What if someone finds it and passes out? Suddenly, a system notification appeared. You have an unclaimed mission reward. Claim now? Duan mused. It's been a while since I got one of these. He watched in anticipation as a blue energy began to radiate outwards. A brilliant light flared up in the middle of the room. A moment later, it vanished, plunging the space back into darkness. Catching the item, he wondered, a key? The system called it the Key of Light. Holding the key and the old journal beside it, his curiosity grew. All of a sudden, the journal's pages began flipping wildly, startling Duan. A spatial stream shot past him. The system then announced, Final memory of Ha Jin-gyu. A brilliant light filled Du Yuan's vision. An old memory surfaced, of the boy, X, staring intently at a knife, and Jin-gyu saw him standing over the little girl's body. After that incident, Hae-san's reputation was completely ruined. A TV in the hospital room reported the news. A shocking incident at a children's center in the Gangnam district. Jin-gyu sat by the bed, listening. A male teen allegedly injured a female student with a knife. With a heavy heart, he gazed out the window. The girl in question was sleeping peacefully. The broadcast continued, with critics blaming the center's lax management. Sunlight streamed through the window frame. The announcer went on, condemning the center's director, Mr. Ha. Suddenly, the girl sat up in bed, startling Jin-gyu. Annoyed, she grabbed the remote and turned off the TV. It's not like I was seriously hurt. They're making a big deal out of nothing. Jin-gyu advised her. It's still early. You should get more rest. But she turned to him with a bright smile. I'm okay, really. I want to be discharged as soon as possible. Her smile faded as she called out, Mister. She lowered her head and asked nervously, Is there still no news about that boy? An unnerving silence filled the hospital room. After a long pause, Jin-gyu answered with a heavy heart, recalling X fleeing with a knife, a wild look on his face. He continued. After leaving Hae-san that night, X had laughed maniacally. sprinting past Jin-gyu and vanishing. He disappeared without a trace. Jin-gyu's gaze fell. Could it be that? He fell silent. A fresh scratch on his face. He thought, my foolish kindness, my excessive concern. He glanced at the girl, who also looked dejected, is what ended up hurting that child. Clasping his hands tightly, Jin-gyu felt a wave of doubt. Am I? His brow furrowed as he questioned himself. Should I even continue to run? Hey-san anymore? Suddenly, the girl leaned forward and looked right at him. Please, you have to continue. He jumped, startled, stammering as he held his head. How? How did she know? The girl pushed herself up from the bed to reassure him. I'm okay. Don't look like you're about to cry. She stood tall, patting her chest with confidence. I don't hate or blame that boy at all, she affirmed. With a radiant smile, she added, I have no idea what kinds of things he went through, but… A flashback of Jin-gyu driving X into the city. The girl's voice continued. If only he could have found his way inside that door. The first time she laid eyes on X, she wished he'd found a warmer place sooner. When she cut her hand opening a can, she thought, if only he could have. And as she watched Jin-gyu speak with X, she believed he needed to receive more love and attention. Back in the present, Jin-gyu looked up at the young girl. Hearing her firm resolve, he realized things could have been different. Disbelief filled his eyes as she told him, so, let's go back. The girl smiled, her eyes crinkling. To Hae-san. Jin-gyu's hands remained tightly clasped. He was silent for a moment, rubbing them together, thinking of the long road ahead for Hae-san. It wouldn't be a smooth path. Finally, he answered her, tears welling in his eyes. A smile broke through. Let's go back. In his heart, his resolve was firm. I will continue this work. Bright sunlight streamed through the window. For the sake of the children, Jin-gyu vowed. The sky outside was stunningly clear. He resolved once more to return to Heesan, to be a warm sun for the children. Back in the present, Doyoon clutched the old journal. His father's final words appeared, his face contorting in grief. He muttered, Dad was always like that, bringing suffering upon himself. The room fell silent again. His hand holding the journal went limp as he bowed his head. If only he had given up then. Maybe. A memory flashed back. The car smashing into a pole, the front windshield cracking. Remembering that, Doyoon's hand trembled on the journal. He stood before the open fridge, thinking of Heesan, the place his father died protecting. Doyoon recalled a mysterious man's analysis. It seems you know nothing about the relationship with the Ganak gang you're in. In that moment, the man stood before him like a wall. Doyoon added, and Heesan. Hosung, beaten badly, wiped blood from his mouth and glared at him furiously. Doyoon suspected that today's Ganak gang was born from the very Heesan his father created. Doyoon himself had been badly injured in that fight. Tears welled in his eyes. Doyoon was tormented, unable to understand what had happened. The old apartment building's elevator was eerily quiet. Suddenly, the indicator jumped to 3, then sped to 7, before stopping at the 8th floor. A chime announced its arrival to the person inside. The elevator doors slid open, spilling light into the dark hallway. Bloody footprints trailed out from the elevator. Inside, Doyoon still clutched the old journal, unmoving. The sudden sound of the doorbell startled him. He went to the door, wondering, who is it at this hour? The ringing persisted. Urgent. Doyoon's eyes widened in alarm. Standing at the door, he cautiously asked, who is it? But a terrifying silence was his only answer. After a long moment with no reply, he kept the door shut. Finally, a voice broke the silence. It's me. Doyoon's brow furrowed tightly. He pressed his lips together as the person commanded, open the door. Doyoon's eyes shot open. The voice was strangely familiar. He then turned the doorknob. Doyoon cracked the door, peering out. A man a full head taller than him stood there. In the unlit room, Doyoon only opened it a sliver to peek outside. Then his pupils contracted. He truly recognized the person and threw the door open, stammering, You. Yoon-song stood at the door, hands in his pockets, tilting his head. Why so surprised? Doyoon clutched his chest, his face pale and astonished. You scared me. I thought a burglar was breaking in. A single man's home, he muttered. Then he noticed something on Yoon-song that made him question. His collar held a red stain, though Yoon-song seemed unaware. Doyoon looked closer at it, puzzled. Is that blood? He asked with concern. Are you hurt? Only then did Yoon-song pull his collar to look, appearing confused by the stain. At the same time, in a gloomy tunnel, a man in a cap muttered, My goodness. Carrying a bag, he sighed. Why is there a corpse lying in the apartment's garbage area? I almost fainted. The old man was sweating, still ranting in fear. Maybe I should quit this security job? The previous scene flashed through his mind. He had been patrolling with a flashlight when he saw a body swarmed by rats. The shock had made him pass out. Now, he chewed a ginseng pouch to steady his nerves. Sweat continued to pour down the guard's face. He suddenly clenched his fists, yelling at the sky. "No! I am Choi Pangu, 89 years old. I will never be disgraced like that again." He entered the tunnel, head still down, muttering defiantly, "Now I'll run straight home," without taking a breath. Pangu's eyebrows shot up as he saw something on the ground. He had kicked a gas mask with 2 shattered lenses. He then walked deeper into the tunnel. Seeing a knife on the ground made him even more confused. It wasn't just one. Many knives were scattered about. He wondered, why is this stuff all over the ground? Moments later, Pangu saw before him a group of people, their bodies covered in wounds, unclear if they were alive or dead. The walls were covered in cracks and deep dents, with blood splattered everywhere. Some bodies were even tossed onto a wall-mounted fence like garbage. Pangu's jaw dropped in absolute shock, cold sweat pouring down like rain. Then once more, he let out a pitiful cry and fainted. With no one to catch him, Pangu collapsed. A painful thud echoed. Now, the red stain on Yoonsong's shirt was explained. He casually brushed it off, saying, "It's nothing serious." Then he looked at Doyoon. "What about you?" leaving him confused. Doyoon blankly thought of the minor wounds on his own body, hearing Yoonsong ask, "Where did you go to look so pathetic?" He mimicked Yoonsong with a similar, faint smile. Seeing that, he seemed to be deep in thought, his gaze incredibly sharp. However, Yoonsong didn't press the matter and walked into the house, criticizing it. "Haven't seen you in a while. Have you become a warmonger?" This made Doyoon frantically rush to deny it. A moment later, the room's light was switched on. The two sat opposite each other at the dining table. Yoonsong spoke first. "You vanished for a while. What happened?" he asked, his mouth full of instant noodles. Doyoon explained, "I fought a life-or-death battle with myself. You probably understand, right?" Hearing that, Yoonsong sneered. Definitely a warmonger. This forced him to deny it once more. He sat upright, watching his own noodles cook, as Doyoon asked him, "And what about you?" Yoonsong stated firmly, "I'm investigating." His next words made Doyoon's eyes widen in shock. The Sunshine Shelter. He wiped his mouth, staring intently ahead. Then, Yoonsong continued. "News, articles, documents, photos." He stared without blinking, explaining, "I've searched for almost every possible record, but as expected, very few documents are left." Hearing this, he looked back and asked, "So the thing you're looking for is because of what you said before, Doyoon?" He recalled sitting with Yoonsong in a cafe before. He had said that almost no information about that place remained, either online or in the real world. Back then, Yoonsong suggested it was as if someone had intentionally erased it all. Now, he confirmed it again, adding, "But, I think." The two looked at each other seriously. Yoonsong theorized, "The one behind this is the Bullying Council." The words plunged Doyoon into a bottomless darkness as he repeated Yoonsong's statement. He then fell silent, staring into the darkness before him. Suddenly, Doyoon raised his hand to offer a theory. "So, if we piece together everything we know." In the large room, the two sat at the corner of the dining table. Doyoon said, "The current council was created from the former Sunshine Shelter, outside the apartment door." He realized the council was hiding everything about the Sunshine Orphanage. Outside, Minjun listened, his eyes glowing like a predator's. "So it's true?" Inside, Doyoon's face was grim. "It can't be." But Yoonsong interjected with a warning. "Still, we don't know if they're linked to Mr. Ha's accident, so don't jump to conclusions." Yoonsong placed a small, folded paper on the table. "I came because of this." He handed it to Doyoon. Yoonsong said he found something useful in the documents. Doyoon took it silently, promising to repay the favor, but he refused. Yoonsong explained, eyes closed. "Mr. Jung-yu already helped me so much." He added quietly, "Both me and my sister." Doyoon was stunned. "Your sister?" But Yoonsong wouldn't say more, remembering Doyoon's prior warning. "Know your place. Why did you join the council?" Even Yoonsong was shocked when she mentioned his sister. "Just think of her." The flashback ended. Yoonsong announced, "From now on, I can't help you investigate the orphanage." He split his chopsticks, stirring his hot noodles. "Be careful," he warned. Doyoon silently watched the steam rise from the cup. Meanwhile, outside the apartment, Minjun smirked. He stared at the door, feeling left out. "How envious," he whispered. Gazing down at the intersection, Minjun mused. He wanted to surprise him, but it seems he was one step too late. Following bloody footprints back to the elevator, he decided, "Not the right time for greetings. I should go." Minjun's lone figure disappeared inside. He then made a promise. We'll meet again soon. As the elevator doors closed, he added, I can't wait to see your face then. He tilted his head, grinning devilishly. Doyoon. The doors shut. The next day, at the Gangnam district office. Inside, things were proceeding as usual. A cheerful employee called for the next person. Doyoon sat before her. Smiling, she asked, How can I help you? Before she could finish, Doyoon cut in. Your older sister is Kim Zena, correct? The woman's jaw dropped in shock. Elsewhere, in a park, Bucci took a call while eating. What? He's already been taken down? He asked, surprised. The news made Bucci stutter. Who did it? He frowned, taking a bite of his hamburger. Was it Doyoon? Back at the office, Doyoon slid the small paper across the desk. It was the note from Eun Song. I found something useful, he'd said. The woman's face paled as she read it. Doyoon met her gaze. I need to talk to you, he said. About the Sunshine Orphanage. Doyoon stated his purpose directly. Holding the paper, he asked, The person listed here, that's you, isn't it? The note named a person connected to the orphanage. Kim Zena, volunteer coordinator, Gangnam District Office, Division 7. After reading it, the woman asked, Who are you? Doyoon replied, I'm my father's son, no. He showed her a photo on his phone. Ha Jong-gyu. At the name, her hand trembled, her face pale. Zena broke into a sweat, repeating the familiar name in disbelief. The note slipped from her fingers and fell. Outside, the two stood in silence. Suddenly, Kim Zena bowed a full 90 degrees. I'm sorry, she said, leaving Doyoon confused. Without looking up, she explained, I really, truly didn't know. Doyoon thought, I only came here because you were connected. He stared at her bowed head as she pleaded, If I knew you were his son, I never would have done that to your father. Doyoon grew more puzzled. What is this reaction? He frowned, a wild guess forming in his mind. Still bowing, Zena continued, I must have been crazy back then. This made Doyoon wonder, is she connected to my father's accident? Then, with a bewildered look, Zena said, Your father. She blushed, shyly adding, I was too handsome. Doyoon's mind went blank. He broke out in a sweat. What are you talking about right now? Zena stepped forward, turning her back to him. That's right. I liked your father. Her confession echoed on the sunny rooftop. But I didn't know he was married, I swear. Standing by the railing, she asked, Should I just jump? Would that make you feel better? Doyoon panicked, breaking into a cold sweat. As she prepared to jump, he tackled her around the waist. She tried to convince him. They just repaved the sidewalk. It's super hard now. A 1,000,000% chance of instant death. Zena climbed onto the ledge, shouting, If my worthless life can atone for my sins. But Doyoon held her tight, pleading, Please calm down. After a long, peaceful moment, Zena asked, stunned, You didn't come here because of that? She pulled out a vape, panting, My heart's racing, let me regulate it. She took a long drag and exhaled. Okay, I'm stable now. Doyoon, dumbfounded, replied, Well, I'm still completely lost. Catching his breath, he clarified, Anyway, the reason I'm here. He faced her. I want to hear about the Sunshine Orphanage. She clutched her vape, hesitating, then looked at him with innocent eyes. It was so many years ago, and my workload was huge, so I can't recall everything. Zena continued. The thing I remember most. Doyoon listened intently. Was the charcoal and bread sharing event. Zena turned and leaned against the railing, blushing. I remember it because that's when I first met your father. It was a snowy winter. In the memory, Zena shivered against a wall. So cold. Why aren't the volunteers here yet? As a rookie, she was assigned to support volunteer groups. Just then, a man approached her. Excuse me, are you the staff member from the district office? Zena, startled, confirmed that she was. I was so busy studying for the civil service exam, I'd never been in love. Then, like the first snow, the handsome Jong-gyu appeared with a bright smile. Zena froze completely. Her first love. The friendly Jong-gyu introduced himself by his title, but in Zena's eyes, there was only him. I didn't have to think. I instantly knew why it was called the Sunshine Shelter. That man, with the face of an angel, was backlit by the light. His whole body seemed to radiate a brilliant aura. He held out his hand and stated his name. He was blinding sunlight. Zena blushed, captivated by his gaze. Hearing this, Chea grunted in annoyance. Her eyes darted over when she heard his question. Then, suddenly, she blurted out, I love you. A voice cut through. Wait a second. As they were about to shake hands, Buchan walked past them, saying, Excuse me. They both watched his retreating back, but she quickly shook it off, blushing as she greeted Jong-gyu and continued confessing her feelings. but another voice interrupted, "Sorry about that." Xena was now heading down the stairs, turning to Doyoon with a questioning look. "What is it now?" And here, the story reaches its turning point. Following behind her, he asked, "Did you just say Debuchin?" She confirmed it. Doyoon's face grew serious. "If it's Debuchin then." His lips tightened. He was one of the 4 former leaders Sion mentioned. Xena rushed down the stairs, shouting, "Lunch break is over. We have to get back to work." Doyoon didn't follow, standing frozen in thought. Could it be? Elsewhere, in a gym, a crowd of tattooed men were working out. Bukin was drenched in sweat, lifting a barbell. After a moment, he slammed the weight down on the ground. He frowned, letting the sweat drip from his chin. On the floor was a protein shaker. Buchin filled it with water from a cooler, then sealed it and shook it violently as if to pulverize the contents. And he wondered, why are there so many unfamiliar faces in the gym today? Buchin tilted his head back, draining the protein shake. As he finished the last drop, he noted, they don't seem like new members. Wiping his mouth, he eyed the crowd staring back at him. Are they here for me? The others didn't look away, but stared intently at Buchin. One of them glanced at the barbell he'd dropped, remarking, "Science has developed so much lately. It's even more frightening than smallpox. That barbell you're holding?" A man in glasses lifted the weight with one hand, asking, "Is it a new material?" He do, the leader of Sin Wungdong, smirked contemptuously. "This light? It'd be perfect for a spaceship's frame." He swung the weight back, calling to Buchin, "Watch this." Then he threw it forward with immense force. "You launch it like this." The barbell flew like an arrow in a straight line, causing a massive explosion. Hiokedu grinned, overflowing with confidence. But in the next second, his smile vanished. He stared in disbelief as Buchin calmly replied, "Of course it is." Buchin caught the small barbell while sipping his protein. "Because today is my light day." Hiokedu's glasses glinted as he heard the threat. "Let me warn you." Across from him, Buchin slammed one end of the barbell into the ground. He leaned an elbow on the other end, reminding him, "Don't destroy someone else's gym." As he finished speaking, Hiokedu saw the barbell's steel shaft bend under Buchin's weight. As he squatted, the bar was compressed into a zigzag shape along with Buchin's final threat. "Unless you want to be broken just like this." However, Hiokedu just grinned mockingly. How absolutely shameless. At the same time, all the men in the gym rose to their feet, surrounding Buchin from all sides. Hiokedu sighed dramatically. "I heard that wherever Debuchin goes lately, he leaves a trail of destruction, people's taxes being used to repave the sidewalks. What a waste." He suddenly spoke, making Hiokedu pause. "War?" Buchin's voice echoed in the gym. "The council's current situation is a war." Buchin stood up straight, his brow furrowed. How ironic. War exists for the sake of peace. His expression suddenly grew tense, and he hissed through his teeth, "This war is no different." Then Buchin tossed the protein shaker behind him, eyebrows knitted together. To achieve peace, there must be sacrifices. At that moment, at the City Hall building, Doyoon, still standing on the stairs, received a system message. It stated that the conditions to activate a mission had been met. As he finished reading, the system window flickered. The text vanished. Back at the gym, the group of men sweat nervously as Buchin spoke. "All of you." Hiokedu was enraged. Veins bulged on his neck as he flexed his wrist, while Buchin continued, "From now on, you will not be able to destroy anything ever again." At that moment, one of Buchin's feet was on a man's head. His left hand slammed another man into the ground, cracking the floor into 2 craters, while his right hand held a third by the head, declaring, "I will grind you all into dust." One eye blazed with ferocity as Buchin growled, "For peace." Meanwhile, the system announced Doyoon's mission, eliminate Debuchin. In the women's locker room, a phone was held up to a mirror. Jin Seol showed off her toned physique, snapping a picture with her mask on. She then posted it to Instagram asking, "What do you all think of my progress?" Then she walked out of the locker room with a happy smile. But after a few steps, she kicked a huge protein container on the floor. Jin Seol looked down at it, puzzled. Who would be so careless to leave a protein jug here? The men in the gym had all stood up, staring in one direction. "Not noticing?" Jin Seol asked again. "Just rolling around like this?" A second later, she finally looked up, and was startled to see everyone surrounding Buchin. At the same time, in another location, a correctional facility. The residential wing's hallway. A group of inmates were fighting loudly, cursing at each other. In this correctional facility, "I'm the boss, Ju Dong." "I'm the boss, Kang Deong, got it?" The other guy saw this. A correctional officer banged his baton on the bars, yelling, "What is this nonsense? Quiet down before I throw you all in solitary." A doctor in a white coat, with his hands in his pockets, walked beside the officer, chatting. The kids certainly have a lot of energy. Hearing that, the man slung the baton over his shoulder, looking annoyed. He said, "It's all because of this pecking order nonsense that they fight every single day." He looked at one cell and continued, "Thankfully, this is the only quiet place here." Right after that, he stated confidently, "Cell number 4 is always peaceful, isn't it?" The doctor peered through the small window, wondering, "I don't know if you could call that." Inside the room, emaciated prisoners were slumped over like corpses, some lying down, others with their heads bowed. He added, "Peaceful." An emaciated prisoner with his arms crossed leaned against the wall, groaning. The correctional officer observed for a moment and said, "Those guys still haven't repented at all." But the doctor stood there silently, watching. Suddenly, he spoke up. On that day, they were brought to the medical office covered in injuries. The doctor frowned, his gaze lost in the past, so horrified he couldn't believe a human was responsible. A criminal. Number 3799. Buchan. Sat cross-legged. A day before their release, 3 heavy-set inmates, their arms covered in floral tattoos, stood laughing and talking amongst themselves. Suddenly, all 3 froze mid-laugh, their eyes wide. The doctor recounted. He made sure to handle all of his cellmates. He stood beside the 3 brutes like a giant, looking down on them like flies, ready to turn them into crippled wrecks. Now, looking at the lifeless men in the room, he explained that even after Buchan's release, and despite the chaos and fights all around, not a single brawl ever broke out in his cell again. Back in the gym, a red light shone on the empty equipment. Suddenly, the entire building shook as if from an earthquake. Buchan single-handedly sent his attackers flying. The others could only stare in shock. What is that? That's not human anymore. They could see it then, a spectral bull radiating red energy at his side. Buchan just turned his head and smirked. Whatever you do, it's useless. Suddenly, a rope shot out and wrapped around his neck. Just as Buchan said, "There's a difference between us," he finally noticed. The rope had wrapped itself several times around his neck. One man holding the end grinned. "It's over, we got him." Then, 3 men grabbed each side of the rope. Pulling with all their might, they yelled, "Hold on, pull harder, choke him out." But one man's pupils shrank in terror. "A bull?" The man beside him frowned and yelled, "What are you talking about? Pull!" But the other man stared in horror at the rope's dark aura. "This feeling, it's coming from the rope. No matter how I think about it, this is." He gasped in shock. "This is an elephant." At the same time, a giant spectral elephant appeared beside Buchan, its golden eyes glaring with fury. Hearing this, Buchan grabbed the rope on his neck. "A bull? You idiots. This is an elephant." Buchan spun the rope with his hands, sending the men flying like broken kites. He roared, "Are you still making jokes?" One man crashed painfully against a digital scale. His weight flashed on the screen. Buchan stalked toward him, asking, "You think fighting is a joke?" His massive shadow fell over the man's pale face. As Buchan's foot rose before him, the man shrieked in terror, "A dinosaur!" And then, a horrific crunch echoed, shaking the entire building. As a massive footprint was stamped on the man's chest, the scale simply displayed an error. Meanwhile, behind Buchan, a shirtless man was bench pressing as if nothing was happening. He turned his head. "What are you doing over there?" The reply came back, "Just warming up." Hyokedu sat up, tapping his chest. "My muscles are warmed up now." Buchan frowned, annoyed at the taunt. "Bull, elephant, dinosaur. I don't care. Don't you know you're on the verge of extinction?" Then, Hyokedu stood to face Buchan. "I'll make you pay for that arrogance. Get ready." At a roadside eatery, white steam filled the air. Xena took a sip, her eyes welling with tears. "This is so bitter." Du-Uan sat across from her. He wondered, a civil servant drinking on the job? But Xena quickly explained, "I already took the day off. I was so busy talking, I forgot about lunch," she said, chewing a spicy chicken foot. "You should eat." But Do-Uan pushed. "Please, continue your story." Her mind drifted to her failed love confession. Wide-eyed, she looked at Do-Uan. "Is there anything else about that student? To Buchan?" The restaurant suddenly fell quiet. After a moment, Xena clicked her tongue, annoyed. Crossing her arms, she said, "I don't know if I should even say this." Now it was Du-Wan's turn to be shocked as she spoke. "Back when I volunteered at the Sunshine Orphanage, an incident happened in that area." His eyes narrowed as he repeated her words. Meanwhile, in a gym, a voice roared, "I just don't get you people." The walls were covered in huge dents. Buchan demanded, "Why must you all resort to violence?" He grabbed Hyokedu's head, lifting him off the ground. The crushing grip made Hyokedu grit his teeth in pain. Buchan continued, "Is living peacefully really that difficult?" Hyokedu kicked back, trying to resist. And this isn't violence? What do you call it, a cookout? Hearing that, Buchan's gaze turned cold. He stepped forward. My fists exist to eliminate violence. He slammed Hyokdu's head into the wall, adding, this is what justice looks like. The impact shattered the wall behind Hyokdu. Buchan continued. My fists are a necessary sacrifice. The collision deformed Hyokdu's face as blood began to flow. Buchan preached, they are the foundation. Soon, Hyokdu's face was nearly unrecognizable. The wall behind him had crumbled, sending shrapnel flying. Buchan's eyes glinted as he declared, for an era of true peace. Now, it's the rest of your turn. He threw Hyokdu into the wall with immense force, causing the entire structure to explode into rubble. When the dust settled, another deep crater scarred the wall. Seeing the bodies on the ground, Buchan mused, they're crippled, they can't fight anymore. Not a single one of them could stand. He believed this had made the world a little more peaceful. Buchan looked back and said, this is the world I want. He wrinkled his nose in annoyance. However, ducking out the door, he grumbled, I'll have to move my gym again. Nearby, in the women's locker room, all the doors were sealed shut. After a long silence, Chinsel opened a stall door. She peeked her head out, asking, is it over yet? She stepped out to survey the area. Seeing the total destruction and the bodies everywhere, she was confused, then screamed, not understanding what happened. The floor was scarred with deep craters. Everything was broken, and everyone was unconscious. Finally, Chinsel lifted her phone and posed in a cracked mirror. With unconscious bodies behind her, she snapped a photo. She posted it online with the caption, I think I went too hard during my workout. That evening, the setting sun stained the sky red over Namgok Ward in Gangnam, Seoul. Jaina recalled how a huge guy from the area ruined her first confession. His name was memorable, Buchan, she thought. The redevelopment zone was cordoned off with yellow tape. Buchan trudged up the narrow stairs when a noise echoed from a small alley. Buchan peered in to see people groaning on the ground, confused. His pupils shrank in shock as a voice asked, are you from Nanggokdong? Du Uwan calmly explained, don't get the wrong idea. Standing over them, he said, I didn't intend to fight you guys. But you all jumped me first, so I had to fight back. Hearing this, a vein pulsed on Buchan's furious forehead. He slammed his massive hands on the alley walls, leaning in to growl, are you the one who did this? Deep inside, Du Uwan frankly admitted it. Then, with a fearless expression, he confirmed, that was me. At Seihi's cafe, currently under repair, welding sparks flew. Xian stopped her welding torch, clicking her tongue in annoyance. She looked at her work in disbelief, muttering, this isn't easy. From a plastic chair, Doyoon watched her curiously. What are you doing? Xian informed him. Renovating Seihi's place. Suddenly, someone entered complaining. Don't we have a sturdier wheelbarrow? Sehun, carrying cement bags, scowled. This thing's about to break. As he spoke, the wheelbarrow on his back let out a loud crack. The stack of cement crashed to the floor with Sehun's terrified scream. Xian didn't even flinch. She took off her safety goggles to face Doyoon and asked him bluntly, you want to ask about Buchan, don't you? Inside the supply-filled shop, Xian's voice echoed. He's just like other former leaders, always resorting to violence. She turned to look at him. But everyone Buchan beats has two things in common. Imagining withered figures in a cell, Xian stated. First, they're all left permanently crippled. She then added, they say it's to make sure they can never fight again. This revelation left Doyoon completely shocked. Meanwhile, Sehun was buried under the cement, crying for help that no one heard. Xian added with a stone-cold face, and second, everyone says Buchan isn't just strong, he's different. Her words only made him more suspicious. In the present, Du Uwan stood in the alley, surrounded by Buchan's defeated lackeys. He looked at the giant before him, saying, you guys were acting like this was a war game. With a calm face, Du Uwan added, so I had to step in. Hearing this, Buchan spoke. War is a game? He gripped the alley entrance, stating, the leader of Boromai Dong, Hado Uwan. Buchan growled, I've heard a lot about you. He recalled a past phone call where someone asked, is this how Boromai Dong does things? Attacking those who can't fight back. The image of a lifeless cat appeared, then of small birds gathered at his feet. He thought such actions went against his pacifist beliefs. Buchan's massive hand cracked the brick wall as he spoke. I thought you weren't a threat, so I let you be. Buchan remembered taking a call while eating a hamburger, asking the person. He was taken down. Who did it? He had scowled upon hearing Hado Uwan was responsible. In the present, Buchan crushed the wall, growling, you dare start wars everywhere? He used his strength to push the walls apart like a door, threatening, I should have dealt with you from the start. Buchin cursed as he tried to squeeze his large stomach into the narrow alley. Even turning sideways, it was an incredibly tight fit for him. Seeing this, Doyoon's eyes widened in shock. No way. Are you too fat to fit? As Buchin walked away, a sweating Doyoon called after him. Doyoon stepped forward, sighing. Leaving in the middle of a fight? Suddenly, Jinkyu's old notebook began to glow behind him, stunning the boy. Then, a portal of light beamed out. Doyoon turned in shock. Again? An image from Jinkyu's past appeared near the orphanage. Walking beside Jinkyu, Gina explained their trip. Because the area is wide and the roads are snowy, we'll be volunteering for a few days. She then cupped her face, hearts fluttering around her, adding, it might even be longer. Jinkyu smiled warmly. You seem to really love volunteering. Suddenly, she looked towards a parked bus and asked, by the way, are the kids from Hisan in there? On the bus were the kids from the Sunshine Orphanage, who often volunteered with Jinkyu. Two of them were chatting excitedly. Hey, should we film this for a YouTube video? You worry about the strangest things. Two others were discussing. But the uniform this time is pretty nice, right? It's warm too, Jinkyu thought to himself. I can feel a change, even if it's small, he explained cheerfully. Not everyone could come, but this is enough. A blushing Jaina then made a suggestion. So, shall we go check on the coal truck's location first? She asked. Then, she shyly added, just us? Leaving the kids behind? But the pure-hearted Jinkyu simply explained, the roads are slippery and dangerous. As they walked, Gina suddenly asked, what do you think about love? Jinkyu answered, it's the most important feeling for children. Kids change depending on the environment around them. Suddenly seeing an open door with a rattling sound, she pointed curiously. Oh, it's him. Then, Buchin appeared, carrying 2 boxes behind a tiny old woman. Jaina blurted out that he was the guy who ruined her confession. The hunched-over old woman with a cane stopped before Jinkyu and asked him a question. Are you children here to deliver the coal? After they greeted her, Jinkyu turned to speak to the giant Buchin, who seemed deep in thought. A second later, he bowed his head politely. Thank you for your hard work. Jinkyu thought he must be a polite boy, raised by a kind grandmother. The old woman smiled, her eyes crinkling. Thanks to you all, this winter will be warm. Hearing that, Gina clenched her fists with determination. Leave it to me. I will protect love and peace. A little later, as snow began to fall, the old woman muttered, Peace. You speak of peace. Jinkyu's jaw dropped when she said, peace isn't something to protect, but something you must create. She then led Buchin away, giving him an order. Anyway, thank you all so much. He glanced back, his eyes full of suspicion. Xiankui stood there, dazed, watching them walk away. Now, Doyoon stood stunned in an alley, absorbing those memories. He lowered his head, muttering, memories, again. Suddenly, a terrifying sound made him wary. The wall beside Doyoon cracked with each thunderous boom. Without warning, the entire wall was smashed to pieces. Bricks and dust hit Doyoon's face as he struggled to see. The figure who appeared spoke first. Peace is not something you protect. Buchin emerged from the ruined wall, continuing, it's something you must create. Doyoon was stunned, his eyes wide as Buchin declared, I will. He saw Buchin's giant hand lunge forward with a roar, seize it with my own 2 hands. A single blow sent Doyoon slamming into the opposite wall. Debris flew everywhere. Buchin sneered with contempt, his eyes narrowed. A huge hole was blasted through the wall. Doyoon crawled out, clutching his face. That wasn't a punch. It felt like a truck. He snapped his head up at the sound of booming footsteps. Then, the wall of a small house began to crack. In a flash, Doyoon was sent flying through the wall like a cannonball. Buchin emerged from the dust, his steps like a rampaging elephant. I'll crush you until you can't fight anymore. Hearing this, Doyoon wiped the blood from his mouth. Is this how you create peace? His brow furrowed in disgust. So violent, he remarked. But Buchin just sneered back. Don't you dare compare me to them. His voice echoed in the empty yard. Me, you, and all those who threaten peace. Buchin stomped, shattering the ground beneath him as he spoke, both physically and mentally. His face held an expression of pure, unconcealed disdain. We are on completely different levels. Meanwhile, at Seihi's cafe, construction supplies were everywhere. Sehun, scrubbing the floor, asked, but, is everything going to be all right? Shirtless in a ridiculous pink apron, he yelled, just stay calm and plaster the walls. Then he mumbled to himself, that fatso, Buchin, I hear he's terrifying. He then postured like a hero. Maybe I should go take him down. But Sion asked, if you go, who will protect Bo-Ra? Her expression was tense. Of course I'm worried, she said, frowning. As she worked, Sion explained, he's not just strong, he's different. Outside, on a stairway, Doyoon's voice rang out, but in the end, it's all just oppression through brute force. He charged at Bukin, demanding, how are you any different from them? At that, Bukin lifted a leg and mocked, justice without power is useless. Then he stomped, and the ground erupted. As Doyoon closed in, he roared, and power without justice is violence. The shattered road blocked his attack. Doyoon pulled back with a regretful click of his tongue. Suddenly, Buchan's fist smashed right into his face. I am different from them, he roared, but as he spoke, Doyoon's glowing green kick snapped his head back. His foot hung in the air right before Buchan's shocked face. I don't care, Doyoon said, leaving Buchan stunned. Using his smaller frame and greater speed, Doyoon leaped up to launch another counterattack. Catching Buchan by surprise, he drove a red energy fist into his chest. The impact threw Buchan flat on his back amidst the rubble. The force of the blow sent shattered stones flying. Doyoon had just used a critical hit skill. After the attack, he declared confidently, I'm different, too. He then swung a fist crackling with blue lightning, glaring as he yelled, just like all of you, somewhere in the Gyeonggi province, lies a city called Anyang. Kang Chun-hoo walked under golden leaves, recalling, a chaotic Friday, when bullies from Ganop district suddenly appeared. He coolly remarked, traces of the fight are still here. The stone path where Chun-hoo and two others stood was covered in craters. Trees were snapped, and vending machines were dented. He continued, was that guy Bushin involved in that incident? A man in a hospital gown sat in a wheelchair, pushed by another with a bandaged cheek. He just stared silently, remembering the Uchu group. Gong, X, and Buchan were in handcuffs. Chun-hoo added, of the four who invaded Anyang, the man with the bandaged cheek spoke. Especially Buchan. He was unbelievably brutal. The patient in the gown listened in silence. Everyone on our side who faced him. He glanced at the patient's caved-in skull. His mouth twisted as he drooled. He's mined. Ended up crippled, he added. The one pushing the wheelchair continued. Even when they begged, promising never to fight again. Chun-hoo frowned as he listened. He didn't let them go. He crippled them just to be sure. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Doyoon hovered in midair. Because Doyoon began. He threw a punch, crackling with blue energy, taunting. Am not like the others either. A voice suddenly stopped. Doyoon's attack. No matter what tricks you use, you can't beat me. Then, Buchan's massive hand shot upwards. It flew right for Doyoon's face. Bushin mocked. You're just wasting time. But Doyoon reacted instantly. Grabbing Buchan's wrist with both hands, blue lightning erupted from his grip. Pinning Buchan's arm, he delivered a devastating kick to his chest, making the ground beneath him explode again. Doyoon's eyes blazed with killing intent. I'm not trying to waste time, he declared. He then unleashed a whirlwind of enhanced kicks, attacking Buchan relentlessly. Doyoon's moves were so fast, it looked like three of him were fighting. Yet in a flash, Buchan grabbed his waist and lifted him, leaving him completely stunned. Bringing Doyoon face to face, he scowled. It's obvious, he said, recalling X's crazed smile. That blood-obsessed maniac. Even as blood rained on his face, he had laughed with pure delight. But that smile slowly began to fade, turning foolish after his devastating loss to Doyoon. Buchan imagined X being torn apart by Doyoon's web of energy blades. He deliberately took every single one of your attacks, he stated. He looked at Doyoon, trembling as he struggled to break free from his iron grip. But I'm different, he declared. I'm taking this fight seriously. I don't have time to play games. Then, Buchan turned Doyoon sideways, saying, your lucky streak. Do-uan's eyes widened in panic. Just then, Buchan grabbed him with both hands, crouching low like a shot-put thrower, and let out a final yell. He threw him like a stone. Do-uan crashed against the walls, shattering them on contact. Buchan gazed at the deep craters and broken stone. As Do-uan lay on the ground, Buchan spoke. The moment I heard that green-haired kid was defeated, I immediately looked you up, he stated, standing firm. That means I know exactly who you are. Veins bulged on his forehead as Buchan snarled, Sunshine Orphanage, the son of Ha-chin Kwai. At that moment, a memory of a snowy day surfaced in Buchan's mind. He carried a small table into the house, calling out, Grandma, I've brought the new charcoal briquettes. When she asked about patching the holes, Buchan confirmed he had. The old woman sat on the floor, saying, we'll have to ask Mr. Choi from the hardware store to help seal those drafts. Otherwise, the charcoal fumes could leak out. Opening a pot of instant noodles, Buchan replied, I'll ask him on my way to school. Don't worry, just eat. She looked at Buchan, easily 4 times her size, and sighed. My grandson. You've gotten so thin. The comment sent him into a sad, existential spiral. Her eyes filled with guilt. I'm so sorry that all I can feed you is ramen. But Buchin immediately denied it. I already ate most of my meal at school. Looking at the only food on the table, she lamented her lack of savings, glancing at the pile of instant noodles in the corner. You're a growing boy. I feel so unworthy. Hearing this, Buchin was silent for a moment. Then he looked at his kind grandmother and began to speak. I've always been so proud of you. In a desk drawer lay a Korean history book. Buchin said, during the war, when the bombs were falling, you carried my mother all the way south to safety by yourself. Then you raised me all on your own. The old woman frowned and let out a deep sigh. Still looking sad, she heard him continue. So please, don't apologize. Suddenly, a loud shout from outside shattered their conversation. Is anyone home? 3 children in orphanage uniforms were playing outside the door. One boy spoke up. Hello, we're here to deliver charcoal from the Sunshine Orphanage. He was about to say more but froze when he saw Buchan's huge frame. He filled the entire doorway. In the red afternoon light, he growled, I should have finished all of you back then. Just as he spoke, Doyoon rose from the pile of rubble. Blue lightning crackled across his body, his eyes glowing with hatred. He asked, what is your connection to the Sunshine Orphanage? But before he could finish, his jaw dropped. Doyoon stared forward, completely stunned. He began to sweat, frowning in confusion. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was imagining things, then stared again in utter disbelief. A pillar of green light shot straight into the sky. Doyoon wondered, am I the only one seeing this? At the same time, the system announced, quest generated. Head toward the light. The system added a condition, 3 minutes to execute, or the player would face a penalty. Seeing this, Doyoon froze, finding it hard to believe. Suddenly, Buchin appeared before him, swinging a fist and yelling, you have time to be distracted? Though surprised, Doyoon dodged the bomb-like punch, his bullet. Backing away, he raised a hand to signal a timeout, his mind racing with fear of the penalty for failure. Buchin felt mocked and charged forward in a rage. What kind of joke is this? On the other side, Doyoon was sweating, frowning in distress. Why did a quest suddenly appear in the middle of a battle? The system reminded him, 2 minutes and 39 seconds remaining. Looking at the light pillar, he muttered, maybe the only thing I can do now is rush over there. No sooner said than done. Doyoon's heavy breathing echoed on the sloping road of the village. He moved through the narrow alleyways. Doyoon ran for his life while groaning. He headed for the blue light as the system announced. 49 seconds left. But the distance was still quite far. All of a sudden, the wall to Doyoon's left exploded, the shockwave hitting him hard. Doyoon looked over in shock and heard Buchin say, I know every nook and cranny here. He showed a massive, mocking face, even if you are smaller and faster. Then Buchin swung his huge hand at Doyoon, saying, you can't escape my reach. However, he used the hook kick skill to soar up like a hawk, escaping his massive claw. Upon landing behind Buchin, Doyoon resumed his desperate run, heading for the pillar of light, reassuring himself, just a little more. With sweat pouring down, Doyoon pushed forward, as the system announced, 23 seconds remaining. A moment later, the crimson sunset shone on the quiet houses. Buchin stomped the ground, making it tremble, and mumbled, so what is your decision? And he looked around for Doyoon, wondering, which corner did you hide in this time? At the same time, in an old, abandoned room with broken furniture, Doyoon stopped, suspicious. Is this it? He saw a glowing door and guessed it was the destination. The system then announced, mission complete. Then, new information appeared. The white key could be used. Doyoon took out the key from the green-haired guy, looking puzzled. It wants me to use this to open it? The system then explained the legendary key's function. Without hesitation, Doyoon put the key in the lock, analyzing things. There must be a reason the system gave me this quest in such a tense fight. Curious, he turned the key in his hand. Though sweat was pouring down, Doyoon's eyes shone with anticipation. He then pushed the door open, stepping into the glowing area. But elsewhere, the boss of Anyang City, Chun-Hu, put his hands in his pockets, remarking on the noisy Friday. He turned to explain why Anyang fell, which was quite simple. Chun-Hu looked at a man and a woman opposite him, adding, because our 3 factions were in a state of internal conflict. The 3 stood in a large street. The other 2 listened silently as he said, Gangnak District is the clearest example of how they used this weakness to launch an attack, a calculated one. As a result, we could do nothing but suffer defeat. Then the only woman asked, will history repeat itself? Coincidentally, Gangnak District is now in the exact same state we were in before. Jenny smiled devilishly. They are dealing with each other right now. Then she stuck out her pierced tongue, blushing with excitement. This is the perfect chance for us to grab them and crush them completely. Suddenly, Hwang Dong-sok slammed his hands down, roaring. Our Anyang is now a single, unified power. His face was a mask of fury as he made the declaration. They must know this is the dawn of our vengeance. Gazing at the blood-red sunset, Chunhu declared, starting today, the Gangnak district will never see the morning light again. As the sun vanished, he commanded, gather all of Anyang's forces. We move out. Now. As darkness fell, an army marched as one. Chunhu's order was simple. Slaughter them all. Leave none alive. In the smart city of Anyang, the streets were eerily silent beneath the bright lights. But this city was full of delinquents who were neither smart nor happy. They were all sharp black suits and dangling cigarettes. A massive power was forged in these shadows. And since the Gangnak district bordered their territory, the war between them was destined to be endless. At the crossroads, sign Anyang one way, Gangnak the other, a massive brawl had broken out. 4 police cruisers roared down the street. Ambulances raced to the scene, tending to the wounded. The Bloody Friday incident ended with 4 leaders captured, including Wu Jung Gongchan and Buchan. Meanwhile, in a peaceful room with pale pink walls and white furniture, a narrator explains that since that day, Jenny has just been scrolling on her phone. A news report plays. The delinquent gangs of Anyang are now a thing of the past. Lying on her bed, she idly kicks her feet, clearly amused by the news. Suddenly, Jenny lets out a little gasp and pulls her knees up. Then she sighs. I really need to stop watching these clips. But her eyes remain glued to the screen. Elsewhere, in Kim Jong-won's headquarters, she calmly works on an embroidery piece. Jung-won is completely focused on her work. But a sudden noise breaks her concentration. It's Che. Stabbing another needle into an already crowded pincushion. Che opens his mouth to speak, then lowers the needle with a look of amusement. But then he throws the whole frame aside, holding up a finger dripping with syrup and starts wailing, leaving Jung-won speechless. Later, finding him sprawled on her table, she asks, "What are you even doing in my room?" Che simply replies, "I'm scared of being alone." Surrounded by her finished embroidery, he continues to whine. Things are so tense these days. There are fights breaking out all over the Gangnak district. He suddenly hugs himself and starts wailing. At this rate, no one's going to make it. What if I'm the only one left alive? Jung-won ignores his theatrics and keeps stitching. After a moment, she says a single word, a butterfly. Che looks confused. Her embroidery shows a butterfly on a rose. Jung-won continues. When it emerges from its chrysalis, Kwai, a butterfly is at its most vulnerable. She then begins to sound like a wise philosopher. To truly mature, one must first face hardship and danger. With emotionless eyes, Jung-won says, "The Bully Council is in that same position now." Hearing this, Che stops his clowning and thinks seriously. Danger? Suddenly, a crow caws loudly. The sound shatters his train of thought. "What was that?" Che asks. Jung-won replies, "It's just my phone's ringtone." As she checks her phone, he complains, "That sounds terrifying." She simply shrugs, replying, "It's just a habit." Jung-won falls silent, focused on the message. Then, she issues a command, "Let's go." He points to himself, confused, as she explains, "The chairman is summoning us." The next day, outside Gangnak University Hospital, paramedics rush victims from ambulances straight into the emergency department. At Seoul General Hospital, doctors and nurses rush about, desperately trying to save lives. But over at the Korea Medical Center, things are strangely quiet. Only 2 doctors are making their rounds, checking on each patient. And at the Korean Institute of Medicine, a doctor examines a patient covered head to toe, in bandages. Inside Eun-song's home, Gi-kun delivers a report while playing with a cat. Turf wars are breaking out everywhere, and the number of casualties is overwhelming. Laid out on the table are photos taken from the various medical centers. He continues, "All the major hospitals in Gangnak are at capacity." Dangling a toy fish for the kitten, Gi-kun adds, "Too many crews are fighting. We can't control them all." He then sighs, "I wonder if things will be all right." As Eun-seong listens intently, Gi-kun adds, "Right now, the entire Gangnak district is completely defenseless." Suddenly, the cat pounces, catching the toy fish in its claws and mouth. Gi-kun continues speaking, "Which makes them the perfect prey for us." The kitten happily plays with its prize on the sofa. But then Eun-seong speaks up. "Not the entire district, right?" Leaving Gi-kun confused. With a sidelong glance, he says, "There's still one place left." Eun-seong states seriously, "One that hasn't joined the war, yet." Night falls. Lights flicker on in the apartment towers. but the streets below are completely deserted and silent. A lone blue truck drives under an overpass. Suddenly, the driver spots something, his eyes widening in confusion. The truck, loaded with lumber, slows to a stop as the stunned driver leans out, sweating. Lined up in the distance is a massive crowd of people. A sudden shout pierces the air. "Don't go that way. Those kids are dangerous. Are you insane? Are you stupid?" The truck driver sees the leader holding a club, but instead of fear, he just yells back, "You punks looking for a beating? I'll give you one you won't forget." While the driver is still cursing, Dong-sok casually strolls up to the truck. He stops at the front bumper and gives a single, loud clap. The confused driver asks, "What's with the loud clapping?" Before he can finish, Dong-sok unleashes a massive kick, sending the front of the truck flying into the air. The entire vehicle is thrown vertical, lumber crashing down from the back. Inside, the driver's face is buried in an airbag. Finished, Dong-sok gives a slight bow. Just a little applause to clear the way forward. "4. The new Anyang," he roars. "Anyone who gets in our way will die." Hearing this, Jenny steps up to add her 2 cents. "That's right, old man. Less talking, more driving," she advises confidently, showing off her toned abs. "Just take that left turn, and you'll be safe." Jenny grins. "It's pretty dangerous for guys like you around here." Chun-Hoo steps up behind them, remarking, "This is a far cry from that chaotic Bloody Friday, isn't it?" With his hands in his pockets, he calmly states, "The time is finally right. This is our chance for revenge." His gaze falls upon a sign hanging from the overpass. "Welcome to Gangnak." Chun-Hoo continued, "This is the border between Ganak and Anyang," he added grimly, "and this time, it's our turn." Chun-Hoo then ordered his people to strike the enemy base. Suddenly, a figure perched on the truck Dong-sok kicked finally spoke. "Not bad." His voice made the man look up, confused. The figure sat on the roof, hand on his knee. "Usually, when I make a move," Chia yelled, "a special delivery means peace is off the menu." The driver awoke amid shattered glass, asking, "Is the truck tilting?" As Chia jumped down, the truck was kicked to pieces, flying backward. Representing the Ganak district, he sighed with mock regret. Recognizing him, Dong-sok clenched his fists in shock. Jenny's eyes went wide. "Che-sun Chea? Ganak district?" she pointed, laughing with contempt. "You came here all alone?" Chea nonchalantly replied, "Of course." He then gestured behind Jenny, taunting her. "I'd love to say that, but night roads are dangerous." She turned, confused, only to see Jong Uan among the Anyang crew. Chea continued, "So I brought a friend along. Each of the Anyang members had a needle in their neck, completely paralyzed. Drenched in sweat, Jong Yuan held 2 more needles. "Anyone who stays here," she warned, "might just die." Chun-Hoo scowled at the sight. "You knew we were coming?" he asked, annoyed. His gaze snapped forward as a voice answered, "How could we not know?" A figure emerged from the darkness. "You all made such a racket getting here." The representative from headquarters, Chon Min-jun, smiled brightly. "Am I right?" At the sight of him, Chun-Hoo's face flashed with shock as Min-jun kept talking. "Let me say one thing before we start." He looked at Jenny, Chun-Hoo, and Dong-sok. "We're in the middle of a major transformation. Get in our way, and you'll pay for it." Just then, Zhang Uan moved to Min-jun's side. He then added, "None of you will ever step foot in Ganak." Silence fell over the area. Min-jun raised 2 fingers, his voice low and threatening. "Furthermore, not a single one of you." Across from them, Jenny laughed manically, her face a mask of scorn. "We'll be walking home," Min-jun finished, one hand casually in his pocket. His other hand pointed 2 fingers down, as Chia stuck out his tongue. A massive billboard on a skyscraper displayed a slogan, "Anyang, a city developing the future." Inside a bar, young people laughed together, but in Anyang, only delinquent youths grow up, living lives without a future. Elsewhere, a group gathered by expensive bikes, all members of the 3 factions ruling Anyang. Inside a classroom, windows were shattered and desks overturned. These forces, from the past to the present, have fought under the Anyang flag for total control. 3 emblems represent their power: Phoenix, Golden Tiger, alongside the Dragon, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird. At the center of this balance of power are the faction leaders. One is Dong-sok from Manan District. Another is Jenny from Donggan District. The final leader is Chun-Hoo of Pyeongchon. In a study lit by 2 dim lamps, it was said the 3 leaders faced each other like a 3-legged stool. If the day ever came that Anyang's internal conflict ended, and those 3 finally cooperated, Zena's pink phone chimed with a news alert. Seoul will be destroyed. She placed it on her lap as the newscaster's voice droned on. but the probability of that happening. Xena scrolled through her phone, legs tucked on the sofa. An eaten meal sat by a full tray of spicy chicken feet. She sighed. What's wrong with this algorithm? Why does this stuff keep showing up? Xena mumbled, eating a chicken foot. I'm too lazy for work. Suddenly, an ad started playing on her phone. Recommended items for lazy office workers. The ad piqued her interest. Should I check this out on YouTube too? Meanwhile, on the road between Ganak and Anyang, the dented blue truck remained. Its driver groaned, clutching his head. Then his eyes shot open. Some bastard kicked my truck. Suddenly, Chea spoke from the passenger seat. Yeah, this ride is totaled. The driver's hair stood on end as he yelped in shock. And when Chea added, but at least everyone inside is okay, he jumped up, ready to argue. Outside, Jong-Yuan spoke flatly. This is, unexpected. She glanced at Jenny, Chun-Hu, and Dong-Sok, standing in a line. The three powers of Anyang have actually joined forces. Across from her, Chun-Hu stepped forward. It's ironic, isn't it? The reason we could finally cooperate like this, he said, meeting Jong-Yuan's empty gaze. Chun-Hu's expression then hardened into a deep scowl, is because of Ganak's little bully council. Jenny suddenly leaned on his shoulder. You know, a common enemy makes you want to lean on someone, right? She asked, feigning shyness. I'm just a delicate girl, after all. Minjun just smiled. A moment later, his eyes fell on Chun-Hu and Jenny. He probed them. You have outside help, don't you? His gaze swept over their followers. The Pyeongchang representative was suspicious. I find it hard to believe that you all uniting and showing up right now is a coincidence. A calm smile played on Minjun's lips. Mind telling me who it is? Meanwhile, Chea climbed out of the truck's cab. Let's hurry up and get out of here. He shot a look back at the driver. If you stay here, you'll end up just as wrecked as this truck. But then, Dong-Sok appeared from nowhere, swinging a fist through the open window. He landed a brutal uppercut on Chea's jaw. The driver stared, his mouth agape at the speed. In a flash, Chea was sent flying into a cloud of dust. The driver trembled, too terrified to speak. Dong-Sok glared at him, annoyed. What are you doing here when things are this tense? He then roared. You totally ruined my momentum. Jung-Yuan glanced at Min-jun, but seeing no reaction, she just sighed. So loud. Suddenly, her eyes flew wide open in genuine shock. She was thrown backward as if shoved, then dragged away by an incredible force. A breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, pulling something into the grove. Jong-un was suddenly dragged to a stop, yanked between the trees. Deeply suspicious, she knew something had pulled her in. Then Jong-un spotted Jenny slowly approaching, and her mind went to work. I didn't feel a thing. What's going on? Suddenly, Jenny spoke up. You look tasty. It'd be a shame to devour you all at once. She flicked her tongue, revealing a piercing. I want to savor your flavor, piece by piece. The words barely left her mouth before Jong-un charged. Too bad for you. She lunged with a palm strike, but Jenny dodged by a hair's breadth. Still, Jenny spotted the weapon, a hidden needle in Jong-un's hand. She attacked relentlessly, shouting in frustration. I have no time for this. But Jenny simply fell back, refusing to counter. Jenny's hands stayed in her pockets, infuriating Jong-un further. I'm not here to play games with you. Suddenly, Jenny shot out a leg to trip her, but Jong-un leaped clear. Jenny tilted her head with a grin. Not bad. You've got some moves. When Jong-un aimed for her face again, Jenny simply leaned back to evade it, but something made her eyes widen in confusion. While still leaning back, she heard Jong-un's warning. I'd advise you not to move. Jong-un raised her arm again. Move, and you'll get hurt. Jenny's grin widened, a blush creeping onto her face. So kind to your enemy. But then Jong-un's entire body went rigid. She couldn't move a muscle. At that moment, a thin white wire came into view, and her world shattered. Countless threads now bound her arms, legs, and torso, holding her completely still. Jong-un stared at Jenny, who stood casually before her. Wires crisscrossed between the trees. So this is what dragged me in. Jenny's hand twitched inside her pocket as she spoke. You should be careful. Her fingers danced, manipulating the nearly invisible threads. These wires are razor thin. Jenny leaned in close to Jong-un's face, her grin malicious. Move, and you'll get hurt. Meanwhile, on the road, a blue truck skidded violently, sparks flying. The driver inside was screaming for his life. Somebody, help me. Seeing this, Min-jun simply smiled, motionless and silent. A moment later, facing Chun-Hu and his Anyang crew alone, he spoke calmly. Looks like I'll have to deal with all of you myself. A white door with a golden handle clicked shut. Doyoon gasped, finding himself in a completely empty space, utterly bewildered. Why is everything so white? Doyoon was the only object in the entire room. This emptiness is seriously annoying. Suddenly, the door behind him began to fade away. Then, a strange device materialized before Doyoon. Staring at the capsules inside, he wondered, a claw machine? Meanwhile, back in reality, at a car junkyard, an eerie silence hung over the junkyard. Craters dotted the ground from powerful impacts. Cars were twisted and mangled. Chea was slumped against one, his head bowed. Dark stains spread across his chest. Dong-seok stared down at him, demanding, "What is it you're trying to do? Why?" He then roared, "Are you playing dead again?" Startled, Chea looked up in confusion. He glanced at his slimy hands, grumbling, "What? Ugh, oil smell. You're the one who said it." He then recalled what happened earlier. Dong-seok had ambushed the truck, lecturing, "You must always remain vigilant." The driver was trembling with absolute fear. Dong-seok had demanded, "Then what are you doing here?" His eyes bulged with rage. "You've completely ruined the momentum." Now, Chea sat on the ground, looking at him calmly. Even a boring movie gets tense when a body shows up, right? At that, Dong-seok clapped his hands together, a cloud of dust puffing out. He touched his fingertips to the ground, enraged. That flippant attitude kills the momentum. This just left Chea more confused. Suddenly, Dong-seok leaped into the air, aiming a fist straight down. Still leaning against the car, Chea yelled, "Eliminate all hostiles." When Dong-seok landed, the impact was absolutely devastating. The ground shook as if from an earthquake. Then, a voice from behind made Dong-seok freeze. Chea had somehow appeared right behind him. He was using Dong-seok's own jacket to clean his hands. "This stuff is hard to get off." Chea held up his hands in disgust. "Too slippery. I guess your momentum can't handle it." Enraged, Dong-seok ripped off a car hood and swung it at Chea, but he just leaned back, easily dodging it. The hood flew past, gouging a deep scar in the dirt. Dong-seok watched it smash into a distant car. "You don't understand momentum at all." In his own mental space, Dong-seok began his sermon. Listen closely. Momentum builds. He imagined golden streams of energy piercing the sky. A powerful state of being, surging with vigor. In his mind's eye, this golden light radiated from him as he clasped his hands and let out a mighty roar. Momentum influences every human action, both conscious and unconscious. As Dong-seok was lost in his thoughts, Chea casually squatted by a wrecked car. He waved a hand dismissively behind his back. Seeing this, Dong-seok grew solemn. His head bowed. Chea scuffed his shoe on the ground. "Now the oil's on my shoes." This act was a direct challenge to Dong-seok's philosophy. He raised his leg to strike. "Just get to the point." Veins bulged on his face and neck as he screamed. After all, momentum is. But as he stomped down, Chea was already airborne. Sweating, he hung in the air, listening to Dong-seok's lecture. Not a weightless body that slips on a little oil. At the same time, Dong-seok leaped up, his left hand grabbing for Chea's head while his right fist flew forward. It's the explosive power from a stable core. Elsewhere, in the pure white space, a system message appeared. "Please turn the lever of the prize machine." Doyoon looked down at it, confused. Wow, what a blast from the past. I used to play these outside the stationery shop. A rate-up chart appeared, detailing the odds of getting a 15-star prize. Seeing the stats, Doyoon scratched his head. "Oh, so this is a gotcha game, not a simple claw machine." He grinned, resting his chin in his hand, intrigued. Doyoon squatted and shook the machine, complaining. "But even the 5-star rates are way too low. Do you have to be some super hot waifu character to win?" He fell silent, then just shrugged it off. Doyoon grabbed the lever, deciding to test his luck. He broke a sweat, thinking, "It's been a while since I got a good dopamine hit." He stared intently at the machine, but after a long moment, he still hadn't turned the lever. Doyoon was thinking carefully, hesitating. Suddenly, the light in the room vanished, plunging everything into darkness. The claw machine was still in the silence. Then a ball came out from the slot below, glowing yellow like the sun, its light shining on a dazed Doyoon. Suddenly, a 5-colored light beam shot up into the sky, amazing him. Sweat streamed down Doyoon's face as he looked up, questioning everything. The 5-colored beam soared and shone like a bright star, its aura like an aurora. This spectacle left Doyoon completely stunned. He blurted out, "Is this a random gotcha roll effect?" At the same time, the light arced across the sky, then fell like a firework, a star in the galaxy, slowly descending onto Doyoon's head. In his eyes, that light was incredibly brilliant. Suddenly it exploded like a star going supernova. The light shone on the silent claw machine. Du-Uan caught the five-colored orb with both hands, sweat dripping down. He never expected this. At the same time, the system congratulated him for getting a 5-star item. Seeing it sparkle in his palm, Do-Uan was speechless. As the system urged, "Open the capsule." Du-Uan opened it with immense curiosity. His eyes widened with doubt. Du-Uan held up a chain earring with 2 sharp pendants. Confusing. Meanwhile, outside the small house Do-Uan entered, the white door was still shut. Buchin stood before it, observing thoughtfully. He hadn't opened the door, but was certain. "It seems you've hidden in here." Then Buchin grabbed the doorknob, squeezed it, and said, "The moment you ran from the fight." He tore the white door off and frowned. "Your peace has ended." However, inside were only many document shelves and cardboard boxes. Seeing the empty room, Buchin was completely puzzled. He scanned the surroundings, calculating, he definitely entered this house, and there's no back door. Suddenly, Buchin's eyes widened in horror as he realized Du-Uan was right behind him. Buchin glanced back, saying, "So you were hiding there." But when he turned, there was nothing behind him but the white door on the ground. Buchin once again scanned the area. This time, Do-Uan was standing before him. He taunted, "Still just running away?" Then he crouched down, pressing a finger to the ground, lecturing, "A light body may be optimal for evasion, but in the end, the one who holds the peace." As he finished, he slammed a fist on the ground, shattering it. Next, Buchin threw a punch toward Do-Uan, glaring as he declared, "Is the one who possesses powerful attacks from a sturdy frame." Even so, Do-Uan stood still, his face showing no emotion. Elsewhere, Chea flew up as Dong-Sok's kick shattered the car below. He mumbled, "After all, presence doesn't come from a light body." Instantly, seeing he missed his target, Dong-Sok glared and launched another attack, yelling, "But from the explosive power of a solid frame." His body tensed. His expression suddenly became very complex. Chea's earring flew into the air. He landed gently while Dong-Sok was hit by a purple-pink force. He was sent flipping through the air, head aimed for the ground. He could only gape in confusion. Across from him, Buchin was frozen, his pupils shrinking in disbelief. His eyes locked onto a gleaming earring on Du-Uan's hand, glowing with a silver light. At the same time, a system window appeared. Chea's earring is synchronizing with Chea. Dong-Sok was on all fours, drenched in a cold sweat, staring in terror. Buchin was also on the ground, his face pale as Do-Uan asked, "A weight class difference, you say?" Chea stood motionless, looking down on the one who belittled him. Likewise, Du-Uan, wearing the earring, stared at Buchin and stated, "That's over." Du-Uan and Chea seemed to merge into one. With demonic eyes, he continued, "It doesn't really matter." Snow fell, blanketing the rooftops. Inside the small house, the only valuable thing was a box of instant noodles. As Buchin sat facing his grandmother, a voice called from outside. He turned his head, confused, as they announced, "We're here to deliver charcoal." At that, the old woman guessed, it must be the volunteers with the charcoal. Buchin walked heavily to the door, but before he even opened it, he heard them outside, mocking his house. 3 young men in volunteer vests huddled over a phone, one commenting, "I can't even pay my own rent. That's why I told you not to order so much food. It's a total mess." From inside, Buchin heard their laughter. How pathetic. When the door swung open, 2 of the volunteers were still joking. "That's crazy. I almost puked." Then they saw the open door. The third one smiled cheerfully. "We're from the Sunshine Shelter." But Buchin's massive figure completely filled the doorway, his face in shadow, startling all 3 of them. They broke out in a cold sweat when he asked, "Say that again. What were you just talking about?" The one who introduced them stared back, terrified, not knowing what he'd said wrong. Buchin then stepped outside, towering over them and repeating his question. But his whole body trembled, drenched in sweat. Seeing his panic, someone asked, "Hey, are you okay?" Buchin just lowered his head, stammering, "I can't let them know I'm scared," he thought. A little later, after the volunteers had stacked the charcoal, the first speaker pulled a bag from his pocket. He handed it to Buchin, saying, "We made these cookies ourselves. Please try some." Then they left, wishing him a warm winter. Out on the street, the volunteers chattered happily. "That guy was huge. Should we have brought more cookies?" Long after they were gone, Buchin stood frozen in place. He crushed the bag of cookies into powder. Back in the present, Buchin pushed himself up from his knees. He asked, "Du-Yuan, how did you suddenly get so strong?" He frowned, still in disbelief. "Your movements are totally different. It's like you're another person entirely." On Du-Yuan's ear, the chained earring swayed. He heard Buchin continue. "To be exact, I couldn't even see you move. One of Doyoon's eyes began to glow with a white light. Doyoon stared fiercely ahead as Buchin muttered, "This abandoned house is haunted." At that moment, the system displayed information on Chea's earring again. Raising his own hand, Doyoon stared at it, thinking, I don't even know how I moved like that. The earring pulsed with a strange light. He quietly thought of its owner. Elsewhere, on the street, Chea heard Dong-seok cry out, "What was that?" Dong-seok clutched his head, staggering. "I didn't see anything. What did you do?" Chea glanced at his hands and simply shrugged with a smirk. "I didn't do anything." Seeing that smug attitude, Dong-seok's anger boiled over. With an attitude like that, I'll end this fight right now. He then lunged, swinging his massive hand toward Chea, yelling, "Before I lose the advantage." However, a magenta circle suddenly appeared right before Dong-seok's eyes, stopping him cold. On the other side, Buchin's enormous body was also being lifted by a similar circle, but he quickly found his footing and charged Do-yuan, declaring, "Just as I thought," as he angrily yelled, "You're a threat to peace." He was struck by the strange purple circle, snapping his head back. Do-yuan remained motionless, but Buchin was pelted by a series of invisible blows. He clutched his chest, gasping for air, one knee bending to keep his body from collapsing. In the other battle, Dong-seok groaned through gritted teeth, blood trickling from his mouth. He saw his opponent was still standing firm, already in a new attack stance. Chia was slightly surprised. In that instant, Dong-seok kicked dirt and sand straight into his face. The dirty trick successfully blinded Chia. As he raised his arms to shield his eyes, Dong-seok lunged from behind, his hands reaching out to grab him. Inside the old warehouse, a loud crash resounded. Buchin had grabbed Do-yuan tightly with both hands, taunting, "It seems you've forgotten." Seeing him trapped in a pincer grip, he gloated, "The moment I catch you, you're finished." Shaking Do-yuan hard, Buchin threatened, "This time, I'll grind you to a pulp." His face was pale with fury, veins popping on his forehead. He hissed through bleeding teeth, "For peace." But suddenly, his pupils contracted. Buchin was stunned, because Do-yuan was now squatting on Buchin's hands, which were still clutching his jacket. He looked down and asked, "Why are you so obsessed with peace?" One eye glowed, matching the silver earring. "I'm so curious it's driving me crazy," he said, "so I just had to ask." At this, Buchin started sweating profusely. So scared he started stammering, questioning reality itself. But before he could even try to explain, Do-yuan used the magenta circle to slam him face first into the ground, causing a thunderous explosion. His face was smashed into the dirt, hideously deformed. His eyes rolled back, vacant. The memory of the volunteers calling at his door returned. He heard their harsh words again in his mind, having heard every last one from behind the door. Later, Buchin stood silently in the kitchen, using tongs to pull burnt cinders from the stove. But his face was filled with utter disgust as he muttered, "Pathetic." Buchin then remembered the volunteer pulling out a bag of cookies and offering it to him. "Try some." He ground his teeth in pure rage, cursing, "You dare feel sympathy for me?" His whispers echoed in the kitchen, "I want to destroy them. I'm so angry." His hand holding the tongs trembled violently. Buchin hung his head in resentment, asking himself, "But why am I so pathetic and afraid?" Beside him were stacks of new and old charcoal. They were placed neatly on an old newspaper. The headline was prominent, "After war comes peace." Buchin's eyes caught it, and he whispered, "Peace." Outside the small house, his voice seemed to echo. Then Buchin remembered his grandmother's words. "The thing called peace," she had said, looking at a dazed Buchin, "is not something you keep, but something you create." Then the old woman, leaning on a cane, led the giant Buchin away. After they had walked a ways, the old woman suddenly asked, "My child, you're living a good life, aren't you?" And after Buchin's confirmation, she began an old story about what she realized after surviving the war. A weathered face contemplated true peace. Buchin stared into the furnace, holding a piece of coal. Real peace, he thought, is born from conflict. His hand began to tremble again, but then the shaking stopped as his hand relaxed. At the same moment, the cinder fell and shattered. Outside, the snow continued its silent descent. Heavy footsteps pressed into the thick snow as Buchin gritted his teeth. "I'll crush them. I will destroy them all." His eyes blazed with killing intent as he stormed out of the house, hissing, "Everything I do is for peace." Buchin rose once more from the dust of the ruined house. Seeing this, Do-yuan watched him, studying his unstable condition. He asked, "Are you trembling?" Buchin lowered his head, trying to calm himself. "Don't be nervous. Don't be afraid." He began to mumble, hypnotizing himself. "Peace." Do-yuan stood silently, listening. Everything is for the sake of peace. He frowned when Buchin declared, "If I destroy you right here, the world will be a little more peaceful." In the room, only a white door on the floor remained intact, as Buchin's monologue continued. On the methods he would use on Doyoon. Doyoon shuddered as he said, "Until all the water in your body pours out." Suddenly, Doyoon glanced at his jacket on the floor, his right eye no longer glowing silver. He looked down, confused, when from the side, Buchin lunged like a madman, raising a fist with both hands, growling, "I will crush you." An eerie silence fell over the abandoned house as time itself seemed to stop. But a moment later, a huge explosion sent debris flying. When the dust cleared, Buchin was kneeling, his wrist twisted backward. Staring at his deformed wrist, he groaned in agony. Then, clutching his broken arm, he let out a piercing scream, one eye swollen completely shut. The whites of his eyes showed as he howled. Then Buchin began to sweat, looking up at a glowing silver earring before him. He watched, confused, as Doyoon walked past him. Doyoon stared straight ahead and said, "I get it now." There, on the wooden wall of the old house, was a line of faded text. This was Buchin's old home. Doyoon looked at it, stating plainly, "The peace you talk about is just an excuse for you to fight." Hearing this, Buchin broke into a cold sweat. At the same time, a pinkish-purple circle appeared, blasting him into the distance. Doyoon confirmed it once more. "You don't fight for peace. You fight because you enjoy violence, don't you?" Then he grabbed Buchin's pinky finger, saying, "By crippling you," and a dark look crossed Doyoon's face. He pinned him down, twisting his arm and snarling, "And everyone else." The scene shifted to a school cafeteria. An empty tray sat on a table, but no one was there. A crowd of students had gathered nearby, whispering in fear, "Isn't that his friend?" "Yeah, they're usually so close." Buchin stood over a person buried under a pile of lunch trays, as everyone wondered why he was doing this. "Tch," Buchin snapped. "Is there a problem with how much I eat?" A student in glasses stood nearby, wanting to intervene but not daring to move, as Buchin continued his questioning. "Why are you all talking about me?" The student in glasses turned pale, sweating. "What's wrong, Buchin? We were just joking around." Hearing this, Buchin's fists clenched. "You call that a joke?" In the cafeteria, his voice echoed. Mockery like that just gets worse over time. And finally, Buchin turned to the student with glasses and said, "It will affect the peace." He pressed his lips together, completely deluding himself. He saw the kid in glasses, pale with fright, and thought, "Peace is born at my feet." The one buried under trays didn't stir, as his shadow fell over him. "You're all the same," Buchin declared. He raised a massive hand with a ferocious snarl. "I'll beat you so badly you'll never forget this lesson." And he thought, "It's all for peace." Just then, a mocking voice came from outside. "You don't fight for peace, you just enjoy the violence." Then, Doyoon grabbed his pinky finger and added, "And you just want to cripple people." He stomped on the brute's back, twisting Buchin's giant arm. Pinned to the ground, unable to move, Buchin whimpered in fear for the first time. But Doyoon wasn't done. He kept twisting his arm. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit him, and his whole body felt like it was lifted. He let Buchin go, clutching his side in a cry of pain. Doyoon gritted his teeth, thinking his ribs were broken. He recalled Buchin's surprise attack while he was distracted by the jacket, wondering, "Did he hit me back then?" Just then, the system flashed a warning. Father's earring synchronization failed. It vanished from Doyoon's ear. Suddenly, Buchin sat up, grabbed his leg, and tripped him with a taunt. "A little trick like that won't defeat me." Then, he threw him into the air like a ball. "I'll teach you some manners for daring to defy me." Pupils shrinking with rage, Buchin hissed through his teeth. "So you can no longer threaten peace." Doyoon's eyes glowed blue as sparks flew from his body. He glared down from midair, then swung his leg, using the falcon kick skill. Buchin charged to attack. A second later, the lightning from Doyoon's kick met Buchin's fist, creating a halo of pure impact. Dust and debris slammed against the roof of Buchin's old house. Doyoon landed with one hand for balance. "You keep using peace as an excuse, don't you?" he said, looking at Buchin, who was also on one knee to stay upright. The colossal figure sneered, "While you're the one who just wants violence." Then they both charged at each other again. This time, their fists met each other's faces. But Doyoon was faster. He grabbed Buchin's wrist, spun in midair, and slammed a fist into his head using the weak point strike skill. The blow made Buchin howl in pain. But then he spoke, confusing, "Doyoon, I'm not hitting you because of violence." Then, Buchin threw a powerful punch into his gut with all his might. Seeing Doyoon spit bile, he continued, "Do you get it?" Then Buchin raised one knee. He held his position, waiting for Doyoon to fall to his eye level. Just as he was about to land, Buchin raised his leg. That punch of mine, and stomped, shattering the ground, was a sacrifice. He pinned the trembling Doyoon to the ground, then screamed like a madman. "It's for peace!" Buchin recalled the past, when the Sunshine Shelter volunteers were finishing their coal delivery. One person stood on the truck while others formed a line, tossing coal to move it. But someone carelessly dropped a piece. The one who threw it began to scold him. Suddenly, they both stopped when they saw Buchin approaching, panting heavily. Everyone was confused. One of them recognized him. At the same time, Buchin spoke, sweat dripping from his face. "Thank God, you're still here," he gasped. "I looked everywhere for you." Hearing that, a volunteer asked cheerfully, "You're the guy we gave coal to yesterday, right?" He stepped forward, concerned. "How were the cookies?" But Buchin's reply was strange. "You insulted me when you left, didn't you?" he demanded with clear annoyance. "You said I was pathetic, didn't you?" An image of the three volunteers leaving flashed in Buchin's mind, and the moment one gave him cookies in the falling snow. Buchin mumbled, "You gave me coal and those cheap cookies, but you were always looking down on someone like me." The volunteer's eyes widened as he denied it. But Buchin only believed his own version of things. He asked the group, "Are you some kind of special organization in this area?" This confused the volunteer even more. Buchin bit his nails, muttering, "Do you not have parents? Or did you run away?" He glanced at the nearly full coal truck and continued his rant. "I heard the Sunshine Shelter is a place for kids like you, right?" Then, Buchin twisted it to fit his logic. "Honestly, the rate at which kids from unhappy homes like that commit crimes is incredibly high." The young volunteer's jaw dropped as he went on. "Therefore, they can't be allowed to live in this peaceful land. You're like seeds of evil." Finally, like a judge, Buchin sneered and made his decision. He stepped toward the young volunteer and declared, "I must destroy it before the evil can grow." Suddenly, Chin Kwai appeared behind him, making Buchin jump with a startled cry. The man explained cheerfully, "You've misunderstood." Chin Kwai gently corrected him, "The children at my place are very well behaved, not like what you think." The entire group of volunteers looked toward him, as Chin Kwai continued. "Although they've all had difficult lives and may have made mistakes in the past," he said, looking at the half-moved coal, "they are now trying their best to change for the better every day." Snow still fell, blanketing the road. Hearing this, Buchin fell silent, then replied, "Now I understand." His massive shadow fell over Chin Kwai, whose eyes widened in shock as Buchin blamed him. He raised his huge hand as if to strike him, saying, "This is why peace can't be maintained." In the present, pinning Doyoon, Buchin taunted him, "You couldn't possibly understand what I'm saying." His eyes were wild, radiating a murderous aura. "You're the son of a man who coddled evil with foolish ideas, so how could you have a good ending?" Then he stomped again, causing the ground to explode once more, as dust obscured everything. A moment later, a filthy Doyoon staggered to his feet. He slowly stood up, head bowed, and said, "Someone who always screams about doing everything for peace." Doyoon glared with extreme annoyance, but is more violent than anyone. Suddenly, Buchin leaned in close and asked, "So what?" Then, Doyoon was in utter shock as he was lifted by the waist. "The methods don't matter." Buchin's massive body completely hid the smaller Doyoon. He said with complete confidence, "As you can see, I'm still creating peace." Buchin's arm tightened around Doyoon's body. He threw his head back and let out a crazed laugh, warning, "Just be a good boy and accept your fate." And he crushed him in a tight embrace. As Buchin laughed wildly, Doyoon's vision blurred from the pain, and he let out a piercing scream. His screams only fueled Buchin's excitement. While the brute muttered to himself, Doyoon unleashed a burst of blue lightning, arching his back. A chilling aura filled his eyes. Then, Doyoon slammed his own head directly into Buchin's face. Blood splattered as Buchin released him, stumbling back in disbelief. "How are you still standing right now?" But he wasn't finished. In a flash, Doyoon was behind him, gripping Buchin's neck with both hands. His eyes turned cold as he growled, "You act only for the sake of violence. How can your evil ever defeat my good intentions?" Then, Doyoon leaped into the air. Using all his strength and that lightning blue energy, he executed a stunning technique, yanking Buchin up by the neck. Blue light engulfed his head. Buchin's eyes rolled back in disbelief. The sign on the old house inverted in his vision as his head vibrated violently. Then Doyoon slammed him into the ground, causing a huge shockwave. Debris flew everywhere as thick, white dust covered everything. After a long moment, the dust began to settle. Doyoon, his back to the defeated Buchin, calmly asked, "So, how does it feel to have your own peace stolen from you?" Just then, a system notification declared the mission complete. Meanwhile, in a dark and silent bamboo forest, a second silver wire was wrapped around a stalk. With outstretched hands, Jenny pulled on threads as fine as spider silk, a cheerful smile on her face. Trong Yuan watched her, her expression as indifferent as ever. Then she heard Jenny ask, "So, how should we fight each other?" Steam filled a hazy bathroom as Trong Yuan stepped out of the tub. Water dripped from her feet. Wrapped in a towel, Trong Yuan stood before the mirror. Even at home, her face remained a mask of emotionless apathy, her gaze lowered slightly, as if lost in thought. She clutched the towel tightly around her body. But other than that, Trong Yuan stood perfectly still. Back in the bamboo forest, there was no movement. The white thread was tied to a single stalk. Jenny pulled out more of the fine threads, smiling with amusement. She showed Trong Yuan the glistening threads. "Well then, let's begin." Now, Trong Yuan's entire body was tightly bound by the wires. Her arms and legs were completely immobilized. Jenny immediately began to gloat. "How should I torture you?" Trong Yuan's trembling fists clenched, causing the threads to tighten. She warned, "If you try to break free with force, they'll only get tighter, you know." Then Jenny leaned in close to Trong Yuan, pulling a thread taut beneath her chin. She smiled excitedly. "It's about to feel much more suffocating." Jenny's eyes gleamed as she pulled at Trong Yuan's high collar, muttering, "This outfit looks pretty stuffy, doesn't it?" She glanced down at her stockings, and the weapon strapped to her thigh. Suddenly, Jenny grew suspicious. As the bamboo stalks began to move, Trong Yuan began to vibrate intensely. A thread sliced one bamboo stalk in half, and in the next second, every tethered stalk shattered into pieces. After Trong Yuan's powerful surge, despite the cuts on her body, she growled coldly, "Don't touch me." Jenny leaped back, dodging the broken bamboo stalks that Trong Yuan had launched at her. Leaves drifted through the air. Seeing this, Jenny wasn't afraid. She just smiled in admiration. Watching Trong Yuan coldly remove the threads from her body, she praised her. "You're stronger than I thought." Then Jenny shot forward like an arrow, unleashing her threads and shouting, "But you'll still be a tasty meal for me." However, as she launched a cluster of thin wires, Trong Yuan dodged to the side in a flash. Jenny spun and released another volley, but those also failed to touch Trong Yuan. Moments later, a single thread formed a loop, aiming for her neck. Jenny grew curious. "You're hiding something, aren't you?" The instant the thread tightened, Trong Yuan dropped into a split, narrowly avoiding it. Jenny, gripping the web of threads surrounding her, grew more suspicious. "There must be an important secret under your clothes." Hearing this, Trong Yuan revealed her needles, warning her, "You'd be wise not to pry into it." Above, the moon shone brilliantly. Below, Jenny's threads and Trong Yuan's needles clashed in a flurry of blows. Neither one would give an inch. Suddenly, Jenny spoke. "Saying that just makes me want to use force to find out more." Trong Yuan's face remained perfectly smooth as she watched Jenny's threads weave before her. But when Jenny touched her own chest, Trong Yuan's expression changed. Jenny said, "Your beautiful body, let's see what it's like." Then she playfully twirled the threads before her. Trong Yuan's reaction made her suspicious. A moment later, Jenny's eyes widened. 3 needles were now aimed directly at her face. But as they shot forward, she leaned back just in time to dodge. Still, one of them left a small scratch on her lip. Jenny licked her lips, displeased. "Your table manners are so boring. It ruins the meal." With a sly look, she reminded her, "You're supposed to enjoy your food with your eyes first." Meanwhile, Trong Yuan used a needle to pin her torn shirt closed. She glanced down at her work as Jenny teased, "A delicacy like you. I just can't control myself." Trong Yuan then produced 2 more needles, denying it. "I am not food." But this only seemed to excite Jenny more. She dodged 2 incoming needles with a blooming smile. Trailing her threads behind her, she rushed forward. She leaped, swinging her hand full of wires, and exclaimed, "I want to devour your entire body." Their attacks clashed once more, sending leaves down like rain. They were quickly shredded to pieces, seemingly by nothing at all. Just then, Jenny successfully struck Trong Yuan, ensnaring her in rings of thread. Her body was covered in cuts and her clothes were in tatters. Trong Yuan turned her head and cursed. Suddenly, before she could react, a leg appeared before her eyes. Jenny, swinging on her threads, locked Trong Yuan's neck and arms with her legs, smiling. "Gotcha." Then, she yanked hard on the threads wrapped around the bamboo, making them shake. She swung up, still locking Trong Yuan's neck, and spun a full 360 degrees in mid. Finally, the bamboo stalks could take no more and snapped. Leaves rustled down as Jenny looked on from above, smiling victoriously. Meanwhile, Jenny was pinning Trong Yuan to the ground. "Now then," she purred. Should we check what's inside your shirt? Pinned by Jenny's legs, Trong Uon snarled, gritting her teeth. Seeing this, Jenny reached to undo the pins on Trong Uon's chest. Jenny held up a needle, her eyes wide with shock. But while she was distracted, Trong Uon swung her leg, attacking Jenny from behind. The blow sent her flying, causing a huge crash when she landed. With a look of pure ecstasy, Jenny narrowed her eyes. Hiding something interesting, are you? She asked, licking her lips. While she was admiring her handiwork, Trong Uon charged forward. At some point, wires had been strung between the trees, pulled taut with Trong Uon at their center. The wires formed a cage around her, as Jenny held the main line, clucking her tongue. You really are the perfect main course. Her eyes turned wild. She twitched her fingers, deciding loudly. First, let's cut you into bite-sized pieces. Then Jenny pulled hard on the wires, but the bamboo stalks stood perfectly still, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Jenny was bewildered. She raised an eyebrow, incredibly annoyed. Looking at her own trembling hands, she wondered, shouldn't pulling this activate it? Across from her, Trong Uon explained, when you set a trap, the most basic rule is not to be discovered. Trong Uon looked at where the wires were pinned to the bamboo with her needles. It was a clear explanation for why Jenny couldn't use them anymore. Understanding the truth, Jenny narrowed her eyes and praised her opponent. She looked at the now empty needle case and said, but now you're out of weapons, just like me. Jenny raised her fists like a boxer, continuing, so from now on, it'll be a one-on-one fight between two women, right? Trong Uon clutched her shirt without replying, ignoring the tears in her clothes. She said, I wanted to end this fight, before having to do this. Her voice echoed through the bamboo forest. Hurting others with my bare hands is the thing I hate the most. Across from her, Jenny's eyes widened, confused by Trong Uon's next move. In the bright moonlight, she still clutched the shirt over her chest. Damn it. Since you've seen this, I can't let you leave unharmed. Hearing this, Jenny laughed scornfully. Don't tell me you're stronger bare-handed. Trong Uon denied it, then pulled a needle from the end of her braided hair. She warned, you saw my secret, so your memory, raising the needle high, she declared, will be erased with this. Jenny's pupils dilated in disbelief, but before she could react, a needle was already stuck in her forehead. Jenny froze, her mouth agape in shock. Then her entire body began to tremble. Bamboo leaves rustled under the moonlight. Trong Uon told the fallen Jenny, your human flaw was exposed. This outcome was inevitable. Her hair fluttered in the wind. Trong Uon glanced at her chest, murmuring, I'm sorry. Elsewhere, at a scrapyard, an unknown sound shattered the eerie silence. Amidst broken engines, machinery whirred to life. A crane snatched Dong-seok by the collar and hoisted him into the air. His face was covered in blood, his eyes shut tight. It was impossible to tell if he was alive. Suddenly, from the cabin, Chea screamed, hey, wake up. He maneuvered the crane, shaking Dong-seok. Where's all your strength now? Chea, sweating profusely, suddenly gasped, wait, don't tell me you're not dead. At that moment, Dong-seok let out a confirming groan. Then the scrapyard fell silent once more. When he didn't move again, Chea sighed. He smirked, worrying about life and death, and watching a green traffic light. Only our master would do that. Seconds later, the light turned yellow. Even when it turned red, nothing happened. Nearby, Min-jun stood as still as a statue. He stared at the Welcome to Ganak District sign, his bloody hand hanging limp. Min-jun turned his head and asked, who's next? His face was filthy, and he radiated a heavy killing intent, adding, who wants to be my next victim? That night, a streetlight lit up a bus stop sign. Do-uan sat on the bench, clutching his injured side. He was sweating and groaning. His whole body ached, and his bones screamed. The name Debukin suddenly echoed in Do-uan's mind. He recalled Seon once saying that Debukin's victims were a little strange. She had said it wasn't that they were strong, but that they were different. He pictured Debuchin's aggressive stance as he declared, don't treat me like the others. I am no threat to peace. Then Debuchin had sneered. And that includes you. Do-uan frowned, thinking, he really is different. He sat there, dazed, but Debuchin's words kept replaying in his mind. Weight class and experience don't matter. It's a completely different kind of power. Do-uan sweat, contemplating that feeling. Elsewhere, Chea stood in the street, waiting. A voice called out, been waiting long? It was a disheveled Trong Uon. Chea jumped in fright. Seeing her torn and bleeding clothes, he shouted, are you insane? Trong Uon was utterly confused. Chea then waved his hands frantically, keeping her at a distance and yelling, why are you dressed like that? Trong Yuan glanced down at herself as he added, "Mom told you not to go out like that." And she replied, "You're right, it's a bit of a mess." Then, she grabbed the hem of her skirt and ripped it, turning her long dress into a miniskirt. Chea clutched his head and wailed, making Trong Yuan wonder, now what? Suddenly, he shuddered, his eyes widening in alarm. Chea's eyes darted to the side. Trong Yuan followed his gaze and saw a man slowly approaching. It was Min Jun, wiping blood from his face with a jacket. The jacket was embroidered with a white tiger. It was Chun-Hoo's jacket. Now, that tiger was soaked in blood. Min Jun tossed the jacket aside. He approached Chea and Trong Yuan, let out a hum of satisfaction, and asked with a smile, "This should be pretty much cleaned up, right?" Seeing him, Chea asked with concern, "Looks like you had a tough fight." Min Jun just smiled as if to confirm. His eyes lit up with excitement. "It was intense," he added. He then glanced at the bloodstains on the road and said, "There's still a lot to clean up here." At his side, Trong Yuan spoke up, "I called them a while ago." Chea listened thoughtfully as she continued, "Don't worry about the cleanup." Meanwhile, Min Jun expressed his thanks. "You've all worked hard. I am truly grateful to you both." "On the misty road," he said, "shall we head back?" He led the way, adding cheerfully, "Straight to headquarters." At the same time, a system notice appeared for Doyoon. Peace mission, complete. His eyes widened as the notification confirmed his reward. At that moment, a cluster of light flared. Doyoon looked up, confused, as it formed an orb and slowly descended before him. Hearing its humming sound, his jaw dropped in awe. Doyoon stared with curious eyes. Suddenly, the orb shattered, dropping a black cloth pouch. He carefully untied the drawstring. Inside was a golden key and a small, 5-colored sphere. The system announced a legendary item to unlock a sealed active skill, and a mythical item to make a player's skill transcendent. Holding them, Doyoon beamed, "It's been so long since I got a new skill." Suddenly, the system reported, "You have been granted a second reward," startling him even more. All at once, Doyoon's entire body trembled. The system declared, "The final memory of Ha Chin Kui." However, nothing seemed to happen. He was still sitting by the bus. After a moment, the expected spatial energy never appeared. Seeing this, Doyoon let out a long sigh. He lowered his head sadly, whispering, "I can't see anything." All of a sudden, Jaina appeared beside him, tilting her head with worry. "Are you okay?" This scared the life out of Doyoon, who let out a scream, but Jaina acted as if nothing was wrong. Doyoon asked, "What are you doing here?" She ignored him and asked back, "I heard there was an accident while you were volunteering?" Her words threw Doyoon off. He leaned away as a past memory surfaced. Only this time, Chin Kwai was sitting beside Jaina. He replied with a sad expression, "Calling it an accident is a bit much." Chin Kwai recalled standing behind Buchin, explaining, "But there was a small commotion." At that time, he was completely stunned, watching the man's massive shadow cover him. Even as Buchin raised a giant hand to strike, Chin Kwai simply raised an eyebrow, his face filled with sorrow as he said, "Ever since that day, the kid has vanished, so I'm worried." Seeing this, Gina, sitting beside him, thought, "Even in such hard times, he worries about others." Her heart pounded and she blushed, thinking, "He's so sweet." Chin Kwai suddenly changed the subject. "Thanks to you, the volunteer work was a great success." Jaina listened silently as he reflected, "I'm sure that helping those in need was a wonderful experience for the kids, too." Under the bright sun, Chin Kwai smiled happily and said, "Thank you so much." The sight seemed to trigger something in Gina. She stared, her eyes wide. Then, blushing, she blurted out, "I love you." But someone interrupted, calling for Mr. Chin Kwai. Jaina trembled with frustration, hiding her face, as Chin Kwai stood up. He waved to the volunteers across the street, saying, "I'll stop by the district office before I go." Beneath the clear sky, the air fell silent again. Chin Kwai smiled, thinking, "Everyone has their own path." The children happily waved goodbye. However, it's never easy. They boarded the waiting bus. Sometimes, they make mistakes. Inside the bus, they chatted cheerfully, Chin Kwai thought, or lose their way and become lost. The sun emblem of the shelter carried his hopes. He knew the experiences at the Sunbeam shelter would surely guide the children down the right path. Just then, Gina also stood up to wave at the kids. Standing beside her, Chin Kwai held on to his belief. He stood calmly, watching them go, showing them where they needed to be. The bus drove off, following a blue traffic sign. On an open old notebook, a line was written like a signpost. Seeing it, Doyoon gave a weary look and said, "That's such a dad thing to say." Abruptly, the system flashed a message. "You have an unread item." Do-Uan glanced at the black pouch, confused, and realized, this isn't a lucky pouch, it's a pair of swim trunks? The system then confirmed the information on the black swim trunks as Do-Uan held them up. He broke into a cold sweat, muttering, so gross. As he was staring at them, his phone rang. The caller was Gina. The moment Do-Uan answered, Gina shouted from the other side. Do-Uan, she asked immediately. Do you have a swimsuit? He wondered for a second, then looked at the trunks in his hand. As a matter of fact, I do. Jaina then quickly asked, do you have a lot of friends? Her question made Do-Uan think of Min-hyuk, Ajin, So-hyun, and Chin-sung. Meanwhile, in Jaina's pink room, the door was shut. She was rummaging through her closet. Gina pulled out a swimsuit, saying, it doesn't matter how many, and held it up to herself, cheerfully suggesting, just call them all. In a chairman's office, a voice echoed, Mapo District, the street of pubs and restaurants where young people flock. A golf mat was laid out as someone continued. Songdong District, a hub for famous brand stores that foreigners often visit. A man wiping a golf club asked, so what about Gwanak District? Kim Ok-gun, chairman of Seoul's Gwanak District, added, what do we have that's special? Hearing this, the staff members glanced at each other. No one had an answer. Ok-gun clicked his tongue, his brow furrowed in displeasure. He swung the golf club, testing its weight. I called you young people here, and you still have no ideas? Then, Ok-gun raised the club high. He prepared to swing, making the staff tremble. Threateningly, he added, maybe you all need a taste of reality. With all his might, his face twisted as he slammed the golf ball. The resounding crack made the employees turn pale and sweat, flinching as if they'd been hit. But as the ball flew up, pulling a cloth banner with it, they all looked on, bewildered, stunned, silent. Ok-gun began. As district chairman, I have prepared an ambitious project. On a board was a simple, colorful diagram. He announced, Gwanak, a future tourist city, a place to attract young people every single day. Hearing this, a few female employees turned and whispered, what did I just hear? An invasive agricultural space city? Elsewhere, Ok-gun squinted, continuing his presentation. Pointing to small houses on a map at the foot of Gwanak Mountain, he asked, there's a Hanok village here that not many people know about. What if we turned that place into a tourist destination? He then leaned back against his desk, looking at his curious staff. These days, the trend is for local groups to make their own YouTube videos for promotion, right? Ok-gun then proposed, we need someone who can run a secondary channel, someone who can bring a completely fresh vibe. He suddenly let out a wicked laugh, holding up a mini camera. Any volunteers? As soon as he spoke, the female employees started whispering again. Kim Jenna's eyes widened as someone muttered, who would even be interested in that? On a beautiful day, Jenna's vlog began outside a tall building. Under clear blue skies, a caption appears. Isn't it getting hot lately? The scene shifts to a steaming espresso cup. On days like this, I make myself a fresh brew. Gina grabs a large glass of ice, pours the hot coffee over it, and explains, time for a cold Americano. She brings the drink to her lips. She sighs with satisfaction, inhaling the aroma. If you want real coffee, you have to try Ethiopia Yirgacheffe Berlin. But a voice cuts through the filming. Doyoon, the cameraman, asks, why are we in a parking lot? Gina just squints, giving a cryptic reply. This weather is just perfect for a trip. Nearby is a neatly trimmed garden. Suddenly, Gina asks Doyoon, do you have a dream? His eyes widen in surprise. Before he can answer, she declares, I want to become a famous civil servant goddess with my own channel. Then I'll steal all the subscribers from the district channel. While waiting for friends, Gina rambles about making money, then suddenly grabs the camera. She yells into the lens, and then I'll quit my job. Doyoon tries to calm her down. She grabs his shoulders and asks, anyway, where are your friends? We have to leave for the Hanok village soon. Just then, petals drift down in front of him. We agreed to meet here, he says, confused. At that moment, a young man from the Broadcasting Academy appears. Your image stabilization is off, he notes, holding a camera rig. This is Du Chi-han, the Film Academy expert. He smiles and shows him a better way to film. Doyoon eagerly tries it, panning left and right. Suddenly, a voice from behind catches his attention. Chinsel hugs Doyoon from behind. An intense video? She purrs, looking up at him flirtatiously. I didn't know you had a hobby like that. She's the love expert. She blushes playfully. So naughty. Chinsel nuzzles his back, but Doyoon doesn't push her away. It's not mine, and it's not that kind of video. And it's not my hobby, either. An apology makes Doyoon turn. It's Ajin, sweating but smiling as brightly as the sun. Her arms are loaded down with bags. Sorry I'm late, I was buying ingredients. Ajin, the cooking expert, wipes her brow. Since we're all staying at the hotel, I got a little worried. Doyoon sweats, seeing she even brought an octopus, but gives a thumbs up when she says, I want to cook a huge feast for everyone. Suddenly, Doyoon hears loud music. All 5 of them turn to see a newcomer arriving with the booming soundtrack. She notices their weird stares. She takes off her headphones, confused. Minhee, the dance expert, wonders, why is everyone looking at me? Doyoon simply points at her headset. Your cord isn't plugged in. The music blasts again, and Minhee's face turns beet red. She drops to the ground, screaming in embarrassment. Ajin rushes over to comfort her. But their moment is shattered by a roaring engine. It's a high-performance motorcycle. A bike decorated with eagle wings pulls up. Sion, wearing a strange cat ear helmet, thinks, what's with this group? She takes off her helmet to ask Doyoon a serious question. You talked to the CEO? The motorcycle expert frowns. About a vacation? She stalks towards Doyoon, her voice low. Do you have any idea what's happening with the council? Seon grabs his collar. I should deal with you right now. Doyoon breaks into a cold sweat, speechless as he recalls what happened earlier. Gina had been raiding her closet. We just need the young people from Gwanak district. She pulled out a swimsuit. You should all come. Just invite everyone. Then she'd cheered, let's go on a trip. Hearing this on the phone, a grime-covered Doyoon, at a bus stop, had tried to refuse. His gaze had lowered. Gwanak district was too dangerous. He thought of Gongtron and Yu Chu. 2 former representatives were still out there. This was no time for a leisurely vacation. As Doyoon started to explain, a system notification appeared with a new quest and its strange requirement. Quest. Accept Kim Jina's proposal. It made no sense to him. Back in the present, Doyoon watches Ajin and Chin Sel hold Seon back. A quest never appears without a reason, he thinks. He looks over the group. This trip was more than it seemed. He saw his excited friends, but felt something was hidden. Gina raised her hand, starting her vlog. Welcome, you budding sprouts of Gwanak district. As the host, she continued, join your civil servant goddess, Kim Jina, on a new trip to the Hanok village. When she yelled, let me hear you scream. Only Ajin and Chinsel cheered with enthusiasm. Seon crossed her arms, unamused. Minhee hid her face, still embarrassed, while Doyoon and Chihan just smiled at Jaina's energy. This is too weird, Doyoon thought, his eyes widening. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Meanwhile, at a cafe under renovation, Sehun sat with his head in his hands. He stared at a red basin. More cement work today. He rested his chin on his hand and grumbled, those kids are so late. Sometime later, the group arrived at Uiegi Hanok village in Gwanak. And so began part 2 of Gina's vlog. The Hanok village at the foot of Gwanak Mountain has many old houses. A drone soared into the sky. Tapping the controls, Jaina narrated, the pride of Gwanak district, completely absorbed by the screen. It's surreal. Just like me, she added. Doyoon watched her. She even brought a drone. She's really determined. Then, the two began to chat about the others. Jaina excitedly decided to start her project. The camera focused on Doyoon's face as she declared, let the official filming begin. The Uiegi Hanok village was shown from above. They were at a private guest house, a modern take on a classic Hanok with a huge pool in the yard. Gina, already in a swimsuit, was filming herself. She turned with a blush. It's been a while since I wore a bikini. While she feigned shyness, Doyoon asked, we just got here, and you're already at the pool? He and Chi-Han, now in swim trunks, approached her. You sure know how to get views, huh? He teased. Jaina giggled. This is my stepping stone to 1 million subscribers. Then she raised her hand and shouted, everyone, hurry and get out here. Doyoon and Chi-Han turned to look. Suddenly, the system announced, vacation mission, complete. Doyoon was completely baffled. Across from him, Gina continued her vlog, making a V sign with. He was stunned when she announced a bikini pool party. The system alerted him. A chain quest has begun. Doyoon watched as the girls emerged, processing the new information. A chain quest, the body's secret. Xena gazed ahead, a smile on her lips. So, this is the place. Before them stood an old, 2-story house. She beamed with excitement. A next-gen luxury pool villa. A modern twist on a classic home. Watching Xena's endless commentary, Doyoon, the cameraman, was speechless. With a deadpan look, he muttered, you're really into your work, huh? But Xena paid him no mind, her thoughts already drifting as she stroked her chin with a sly grin. Inside, Chinsel and Minhai sat chatting on the bed. Nearby, Seon leaned against a wall, arms crossed, listening to Ajin gossip. Xena, meanwhile, was plotting their future in Gwanak district, with Officer Kim Zena, the civil servant goddess, making the district better. Do-Uan filmed. Confused by her mumbling, coincidentally this place has, as she eyed 2 green areas, a pool my friends will absolutely love. By the water stood a suspension bridge, perfect for anyone daring enough to jump. Soon, Do-Uan, Chi-Han, and Zena stood ready in their swimwear. Suddenly, Zena waved and shouted, making both guys whip their heads around. Do-Uan's eyes widened. Ajin appeared, her hair tied back. "So this is why you told us to bring swimsuits?" she asked, wearing a swim top and ripped jeans. "I'm so excited to swim after so long." But Min-Hai nervously tugged her shirt down, complaining, "I only wore this because I had to." Her face was bright red as she shyly walked over in a white shirt. The girl with a lily in her hair sighed. "It's so hot today." Chinsel, in a pink dress, held up a bottle. "Anyone want sunscreen?" Just then, another girl appeared, grumbling, "I didn't bring a swimsuit. And I said I didn't want to wear it." Xian fumed in a one-piece. "So why did she lend me this?" Zena just grinned, explaining, "It's what I wore to swim class as a kid. Wow, you all look amazing." Then her expression turned devious. "Enjoy yourselves, my lovely friends, because my ambition is about to be realized." Do-Uan aimed the camera at her, reminding, "Ma'am, your inner thoughts are being recorded." But Zena ignored him. She clenched her fist with determination, raised her arm, and cheered. "Let's boost the ratings and go for a swim." Do-Uan felt completely helpless, but he kept filming. Looking at the camera, he mumbled, "I feel like I'm forgetting something." Do-Uan thought, "Did I forget my socks?" Elsewhere, in a coffee shop under renovation, Sehun was busy using a saw. Dressed in full protective gear, he inspected a freshly cut plank. Cypress wood is really different. He looked around the shop, calculating, if we renovate this place with a nature theme, the customers will love it. Standing alone, Sehun sighed, "I'm starting to get hungry." He took off his gear, grumbling, "When are those guys going to get here?" Back at the pool, air bubbles rose through the clear water. Zena was diving, full of admiration. She held the camera steady, shouting, "Action!" Nearby, Ajin and Chinseo played. Chinseo splashed water, and Ajin dodged with a happy shriek. Min-Hai hugged a flamingo float, her eyes closed. Sion was lounging on a chair, hands behind her head, sighing dramatically. "I can't believe we're playing in the water at our age. So childish." Suddenly, she was lifted high, her eyes snapping open in confusion. In the pool, Zena filmed as Do-Yuan and Chi-Han held Sion's chair up. "Great," she praised. "That looks perfect." But Seon cried out in fear. "What are you doing?" Chi-Han grinned. Unexpected situations increase the viewer ratings. That's what she said. Then Zena shouted, "Throw her in." Instantly, Seon was tossed into the pool with a huge splash. Min-Hai was still on her float. Chi-Han suddenly pointed. "Min-Hai, your shirt." Her wet shirt was now completely see-through. Min-Hai looked down in shock, then quickly covered herself, screaming, "Don't look." Zena had already filmed it, giving a thumbs up. "Nice bikini." In another corner, a green frog clung to Ajin's chest. She looked down, confused, before realizing what it was, and screaming loudly. Only Zena filmed with glee, thanking the frog. Do-Uan squatted on the edge, sweating. Did she plan that? Suddenly, someone lay down beside him. She bent her leg. "I can't reach my back." Chinsel's back shone in the sun. She turned to Do-Uan. "Can someone help me apply this oil?" The scene made him blush furiously. He quickly covered his eyes and backed away from Chinsel, shouting, "What are you doing?" Her reaction left Chinsel confused, but Zena was thrilled. Zena aimed the camera as a drenched. Sion glared, "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" With that, the 4 girls began chasing Zena through the water. Watching them, Do-Uan's expression softened. They all looked so happy, but just as he thought that, a splash of water hit his face. He trembled with anger, hearing the girls mutter, "He's staring. What a pervert." Do-Yuan leaped into the pool, shouting, "I was not." Chi-Han followed right after, and Do-Yuan began splashing water back in revenge. After a while, Seon climbed out. The others were already on chairs, drinking and taking selfies. After resting, they all got back in the water. Chi-Han sat meditating at the bottom of the pool. He then surfaced, carrying a blushing Min-Hee. On the deck, Jin-So chased Do-Yuan relentlessly. Soon, everyone was back in the water except for Zena, who was sunbathing. The sky was a perfect blue. Later, Zena sat with a laptop while Chi-Han explained something. Time flew, and soon meat was sizzling on a hot grill. They all ate and chatted lively under the open sky. Sion smiled, watching Ajin and Chinsel laugh. From a distance, Do-Uan watched the girls teasing Min-Hai. He couldn't help but sigh. It's so peaceful. Suddenly, a system window appeared, startling him. We've relaxed a bit. While Chi-Han cut a watermelon, Do-Uan read the system message. Linked quest, the body's secret. He thought, so, from now on. Chi-Han seemed to notice his gaze and looked over suspiciously. He whispered to himself, shall we begin the mission? That night, the grounds were silent, as two figures stood facing each other in a gazebo. Pondering his fight with Do-Chin, Do-Uan felt something was off. This opponent was different. With a distant gaze, he knew he'd finally figured it out. Do-Uan said grimly, this wasn't the first time he'd felt this way. He recalled his match with John Seok-dong, the only opponent who had ever defeated him. Back then, Do-Uan was beaten senseless, eyes rolled back, coughing blood. But his foe was spotless, squatting down to stare at the defeated Do-Uan. John Seok-dong's cold, sharp eyes stared him down like headlights. Do-Uan knew he was an opponent he couldn't have beaten without the red key. A fiery energy erupted from the man's bare back. Do-Uan's eyes blazed red like a beast's as he rolled up his sleeves. The system explained that the red key significantly increases a player's critical rate. An image of Choi Churion flashed in his mind, and Do-Uan's face grew tense. It was the same feeling he got when facing overwhelming opponents. Do-Uan turned to his friend and asked, Chi-Han, if your explanation is right, then. Chi-Han's eyes widened in surprise at Do-Uan's question. Could they be masters of a reinforced body? At the same time, asking this triggered a new quest from the system. Like a machine, Chi-Han immediately confirmed it. Do-Uan listened, in stunned silence. A special body with an extremely high limit. Chi-Han held nothing back. It can't be achieved through training. I heard that. It can only be inherited. Hearing this, Do-Uan's fist tightened. He thought grimly, why would the system assign him a quest like this? Under the warm yellow glow of a streetlight, Do-Uan pursed his lips. Impossible. Then, sweating, he asked, how do you test for this body? Thinking of the muscular man, Chi-Han replied, Master Jonathan said he can recognize it, just by touching someone's body, but I don't have that ability. At this, Do-Uan hung his head in despair, feeling he'd hoped for too much. Suddenly, he looked up as Chi-Han spoke. There is another way. Do-Uan's expression lit up as his friend asked, do you want to try it? He agreed instantly. Do-Uan raised his fists like a boxer, ready to face the challenge. Though Chi-Han warned it could be dangerous, he clenched his fists, determined not to back down. I can't wait any longer. But Chi-Han was already gone. Do-Uan stood there, completely stunned. As he called out his friend's name, Chi-Han suddenly appeared from behind, swinging a punch. At the same time, a huge explosion ripped through the gazebo, shattering the wooden planks. Do-Uan was sent flying, crashing into the stream below. A blood-red moon appeared in the sky. Staggering from the water, a dizzy Do-Uan heard Chi-Han's warning, be careful, as a system notification appeared. Secret quest. Body assessment. Complete. Under the crimson moon, Chi-Han looked down from the bridge. You don't have a reinforced body. A new quest appeared. Defeat Do Chi-Han. His eyes glowed red as he smiled sinisterly, beckoning with a finger. Now, if you don't want to become a corpse, then defeat me. Scene change. Mind control. Academy style. Inside, a massive pool holds a few small floats. Se-Hun, in diving gear with a snorkel, had his eyes wide with terror. He frantically swam for the surface, as if he'd seen a ghost. But in his fear, the more Se-Hun struggled, the more he suffocated, unable to reach the surface. Suddenly, a giant crocodile lunged from behind, its jaws wide open. A moment later, the water's surface erupted. Se-Hun burst out, spitting his breather, and scrambled for the edge, screaming, the crocodile's gone crazy. As he panicked, a calm voice reassured him, she's not crazy. Jonathan was stroking the massive reptile like a pet. This is Elizabeth. She's a female. He then told the story of how they met. Finally, Se-Hun, still in the water, looked at the man and the crocodile on the deck. I don't care why you're keeping it in the pool. At this, Jonathan lowered his head in thought. He then suggested, a moment ago, you were just trying to escape. Elizabeth. Why not try fighting her instead? Staring at her huge head, Se-Hun broke out in a cold sweat. His eyes were bewildered as Jonathan continued. Instinctively, you feel you can only run. Her shadow loomed over Se-Hun, who couldn't relax while the other man kept talking, because the difference between species is insurmountable. As the crocodile faced Se-Hun, Jonathan added, bone density, powerful muscles, a thick hide, speed. When he took out a fresh chicken, Elizabeth stopped staring and sniffed the air. Jonathan said, every living creature has a limit to its growth. He tossed the chicken and looked at his own hand. No matter how hard a person trains, the croc quickly snapped up the meal. Jonathan continued his lecture. They can never have a bite stronger than a crocodile's. Se-hun turned pale watching the chicken get crushed in its jaws. Elsewhere, Chi-han stood on the bridge looking down at Do-uwan, thinking, the only exception. Do-uwan stood in the water below. Soaking wet and stunned, he thought of people with great bodies. Do-uwan suddenly raised his hands in surrender, shouting, "Wait!" Looking up at his friend towering above him, Do-uwan stammered, "Are you out of your mind, Chi-han? Why are you suddenly doing this?" Chi-han's eyes glinted with amusement as he retorted, "Didn't you say you wanted to find out if you have a great body?" With that, he leaped into the water to face Do-uwan. Do-uwan's eyes went wide, frozen in shock, as Chi-han appeared before him, reaching for his head. This is the only way. Then, he slammed Do-uwan's head under the water. Caught off guard, Do-uwan gasped, inhaling water as Chi-han warned, "Fight seriously." Do-uwan. Chi-han held his friend's head under water, threatening him. "While I'm still sane, I can't hold back." Then he laughed with excitement, enjoying the beatdown. "I might actually hurt you." Just as he spoke, Chi-han was confused by a bright blue light shining on him. Do-uwan was activating his transcendent skill. He then dropped into a split, sweeping Chi-han with an eagle kick, sending him flying head over heels. At the same time, the system displayed the stats for the eagle kick skill. Chi-han fell, stunned, hearing Do-uwan say, "I was wondering why your personality changed." At the same time, he unleashed a palm strike of water, sending Chi-han flying. Do-uwan raised an eyebrow, impressed. "It seems you learned that at the academy, too." He then crawled ashore and asked, "Do we really have to go this far?" Do-uwan walked towards Chi-han, refusing to fight, but was cut off. Do-uwan's jaw dropped as Chi-han reminded him, "I told you to fight me properly." Though he was coughing up blood, Chi-han smiled, beckoning like he was calling a dog. "You shouldn't be holding back against me," he said. Suddenly, blood poured from Do-uwan's knuckles. He stared in absolute shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. He clutched his hand, screaming in agony. In a flash, Chi-han was beside him, pressing something to Do-uwan's face and whispering, "Be quiet." Do-uwan was utterly baffled. Pressing a fistful of dirt against his friend's face, Chi-han continued, "People are trying to sleep at this hour." And with that, Chi-han leaped up to launch a new attack on Do-uwan. Meanwhile, Xena was adjusting a camera in the bedroom. Pleased with her work, she turned and clapped her hands. "Are my princesses ready for dreamland?" Someone still buttoning their pajamas yelled, "Hold on." A blushing Minhai stammered, "I'm still changing." Sewell, showing off her legs, said, "I have to look good on camera," as she lay stretched out on the bed. With her feet on the wall, she asked, "What if my face is puffy tomorrow?" Hearing this, a cross-legged Ajin wondered, "Let's see." For tomorrow's breakfast, already in her pajamas and holding a carrot pen, she wrote, "We'll have soybean paste stew." Someone in a yellow bird costume said, "Thanks for letting me borrow these pajamas." Xian, wearing a full animal onesie with bird feet socks, asked, puzzled, "But why does it look like this?" The other three girls, however, all called her adorable. Xian's attention then shifted. "Where did the public official go?" Minhai replied. She took the camera outside. Outside their room, the hall was quiet. Xena entered another room with the camera and tripod. "I have to take care of our female fans too," she said, "and get these guys on camera." But as soon as she stepped inside, she froze. Her eyes went wide with shock. Do-uwan and Chi-han's room was empty. Meanwhile, in the backyard, in a secluded spot, Do-uwan wiped dirt from his face, groaning with a pained frown. He confronted Chi-han. "Have you always been this good at fighting?" Looking at him kneeling in the distance, Do-uwan asked, "Do you have a great body?" Like a flash of wind, Chi-han appeared before Do-uwan, answering, "A great body is a natural gift." Do-uwan's fist, glowing with blue energy, swept past. Chi-han dodged the attack, but denied it. "Unfortunately, I don't have one." He then took several steps through the empty air, unleashing a flurry of attacks that glowed with a golden light. He asked, "Can't you feel that strange sensation from people with a great body?" With a flash in his eyes, Chi-han threw a punch, asking, "From me, you think?" Do-uwan countered with a firm look, "Just testing your theory." Their fists clashed, unleashing a shockwave that blasted them apart. Chi-han mused, "But do I feel that power from you?" Do-uwan dug his heels into the ground, carving deep grooves to brace himself. He eyed Chi-han. "Is that why you wanted this fight?" Then, he stomped his foot. Blue energy flared in response. "All right, from now on." He shot forward like a bolt of lightning, declaring, "Let's go all out." But as he neared Chi-han, his face went blank. "My apologies," he said, confusing Do-uwan. Chi-han stood still, admitting, "I've lost." Do-uwan. Meanwhile, Doyoon fell flat on his face behind him. Sweating, Chihan scratched his head and explained, "This mind control, it's hard to maintain for long." At that moment, the system announced, "Body sensation quest complete." In the quiet night, he added, "But it was enough to satisfy my curiosity." Chihan looked at Doyoon, who stared at his own hands in utter disbelief. Doyoon thought in awe. A great body. Elsewhere, in another building, dim light spilled out onto blankets hung on a clothesline. Inside, a tea tray with snacks sat on a small table. A man gently lifted his cup, murmuring to himself from the shadows, "The village is especially lively today." The man knelt formally, looking toward the gate. He grinned. "It seems we have guests." Chihan and Doyoon stood on a bridge, staring into the artificial stream. One asked, "So, what's the verdict?" Doyoon looked away, wondering, "I mean, the great body. Do you think I have it?" Chihan didn't confirm, instead analyzing, "The aura of someone with a great body is completely different from a normal person's." Doyoon turned to listen. He sensed the hesitation in Chihan's voice. Then, Chihan slowly answered, "I didn't feel anything at all." Hearing this, Doyoon played dumb, making Chihan suspicious. "You were hoping for it that much?" Doyoon pouted and turned away, thinking, "What the hell? If this was the outcome, why assign me a secret body check mission?" Suddenly, his eyes widened when Chihan added, "Perhaps it just hasn't awakened yet." A full moon was partially hidden by dark clouds. Looking at a budding water lily, he continued, "A great body is an innate ability." Just then, the clouds began to part, revealing the bright, perfect moon. Chihan stated, but without a special trigger. Moonlight cascaded onto the bud, confirming his next words. "It won't ever manifest." The two then watched the water lily bloom in the moonlight. Chihan reassured him, "So don't give up hope just yet." As he finished, while Doyoon was deep in thought, the system announced, "Dialogue with the body quest complete." A small fragment appeared in his hand. It was the quest reward. System information appeared. Fragment of the mythical equipment seal. Pieces scattered from a sealed box. At the same time, Doyoon's room was plunged into darkness. Somewhere else, the sealed box appeared along with a system prompt. To open it, all 6 scattered fragments must be collected. The box then began to vibrate, twisting left and right as if sensing the fragment Doyoon had obtained. It floated into the air like a living thing. The box drifted toward the moonlit window, then finally landed on the table, completely still. At the tourist village, a rooster crowed from a rooftop to greet the morning. In the yard, a brown dog barked back at it. A man in ancient scholar robes sighed, his hands behind his back. Word is, district officials arrived to film a promotional video for the village. Meanwhile, a dog barking at a chicken suddenly paused, hearing a strange sound. It turned, spotting a massive man with heavy footsteps approaching the scholar. He mused, "The village is unusually noisy today." Seeing the man, the dog began to tremble, whimpering as it cowered on the ground. The man placed a large hand on the dog's head. "We must prepare a proper welcome for our guests," he told the shaking creature. "I'm heading to the market for a bit." Over the quiet, sun-drenched traditional houses, a voice introduced the ancient Ha-Nok village of Ga-Nat district. Gazing at the animals, Xena beamed. "Here you can meet cute friends like chickens, rabbits, and Komodo dragons." She aimed a camera at herself, adding, "And many more." While guiding Doyoon's group, Xena chattered endlessly. But when she saw 2 donkeys mating, she was suddenly at a loss for words. One donkey even seemed to grin with contempt. At the sight, Sion shyly covered an eye, while a blushing Minhee grabbed Ajin and shrieked. Only Chimsel seemed to enjoy the show, leaning on the fence to watch. Doyoon, looking bored, held his mini camera. Then something at his feet caught his attention. The brown dog from earlier was now humping his leg like the donkey's, causing Doyoon's face to darken with rage. To break the awkward silence, Xena declared, "Next, we'll move on to traditional games." Soon, she was boasting, "Time for this civil servant goddess to shine." Xena breezed past Doyoon, whispering slyly, "You better get my best angle. Make sure to capture the most dramatic scenes." Doyoon was confused but slightly curious. His 5 friends watched with wide eyes as Chihan took the camera, yelling, "Ready to film the seesaw launch." Frowning, Doyoon sweated as he asked Xena, "Are you really sure about this?" She stood on one end of a seesaw, arms crossed with a confident smirk. Doyoon looked down and reminded her, "Okay, just like we discussed." With that, he leaped into the air using his eagle kick skill, shouting, "Let's film the high-intensity version." He slammed his foot down on the seesaw, launching Xena sky-high. As she vanished like a twinkling star, Chihan let out a flat, unimpressed sigh. A while later, while the other four girls snacked and watched, Chi-han held the camera steady, shouting, "Ready to film the traditional swing." Do-woon closed his eyes, focusing his energy. He opened them to reveal glowing blue pupils, then grabbed the swing Xena stood on, activating his marksman shot. He yelled, "Fire!" Instantly, she shot off like a roller coaster rider without a helmet, the wind blurring her vision and forcing her mouth open. Once again, Xena flew off like a star into the heavens. Next, Chi-han announced, "Ready to film the supergiant shield kite." Xena was now strapped to a huge, rectangular kite. Do-woon held the kite string, asking doubtfully, "Is this really not dangerous?" Xena declared with conviction. "For the views, I will do anything." Immediately, Do-woon began running with the speed of his booster head skill. "You've really become a monster for the viewer count." As the kite carried Xena upward, she screamed with joy, "It's flying! This time it's a real success." But just as she spoke, the line snapped. Yet again, Xena became a shooting star, leaving Do-woon and Chi-han utterly speechless. Sometime later, at an etiquette school, a scholar kneeled in a deep, formal bow. "May your future days be filled with health and prosperity." Do-woon sat at a table, completely bewildered by the grand ceremony. The scholar explained it was a formal greeting for one's elders. The headmaster, Namgung Chung-gye, added solemnly, "It means we wish you continued health and peace." He then addressed the 6 new students seated before him. "Welcome to the etiquette school." He then dryly announced he would introduce the facility. Do-woon's group sat listening intently to Chung-gye's incredibly long speech. He finally concluded, "Therefore, our sacred duty is to teach traditional etiquette, helping you experience and nurture pride in our country." Hearing this, the 4 girls whispered among themselves, "Was that a wrap? How did we end up at an etiquette school? I heard this was the main point of the trip. And what's with these old-fashioned clothes?" On the other hand, Chi-han's eyes sparkled with joy. "I'm so excited for my first etiquette class." This reaction even surprised Do-woon. Suddenly, Chin-seo raised her hand. "Village chief, I have a question." But Chung-gye corrected her, "I am the headmaster." He nearly stumbled when she asked, "Are we the only students here?" Chung-gye grew pensive and didn't answer. Suddenly, Do-woon's eyes widened in confusion. He turned his head and saw the brown dog standing right behind him. As it began its ridiculous act again, Do-woon paled. "Why are you doing this to me?" Turning back, he noticed an empty desk behind him, raising his suspicion. Outside, the sky was clear, and that's when Do-woon realized, "Wait, where is Xena?" At that moment, she was standing elsewhere, taking a drag from a cigarette. She exhaled, admiring the view. Ah, the taste of smoke, mixed with fresh mountain air. Lost in the moment, she failed to notice someone approaching from behind. When the person spoke, Xena jumped in shock. The giant man from earlier stood behind her, extending a hand. "This is a non-smoking area." Xena looked up, startled, as he added, "Please maintain proper etiquette." Back inside the school, Chung-gye stroked his long beard and cleared his throat. He continued his lecture. "Our etiquette school is the pride of Ga-nat district." Xian was losing her patience. "And a famous landmark of Easton Moor." She suddenly interrupted Chung-gye, "This is Easton Moor?" Which made Do-woon nervous. "What is it, Xian?" Just then, someone entered from outside, their footsteps leaving drops of red liquid on the floor. The heavy sound made Do-woon turn, on guard. The dog cowered fearfully beside him. The man stopped, letting the red drops pool on the floor as he sighed. The 4 girls turned to look, their faces filled with dread. He finally spoke. "I heard 2 former representatives had been defeated, but I never expected this." The long-haired man scanned the room mockingly. "To think you dare charge right in here." The man's massive shadow loomed over Do-woon, who narrowed his eyes with caution. Gong Chon, representative of Easton Hyun, looked down at him with a smirk. How incredibly ill-mannered. Inside the subway, bright lights lit up the interior. Every car was equipped with seats for the disabled. The sign clearly designated it as priority seating. Yet 2 students sat there, lost in conversation. Nearby, an elderly woman held on tightly, bracing against the train's rocking motion. She could only sigh, watching the youths in their seats. Suddenly, Gong Tron approached the students. "Excuse me." Their chatter stopped as they turned to look at him. He rested a hand on the woman's shoulder, his eyes crinkling into a smile. "It would be right to give this lady your seat." The 2 students remained silent, their eyes filled with confusion. Gong Tron's gentle smile remained, not pressing them, but the students just sized him up, then turned back, laughing amongst themselves. At this, Gong Tron's smile held, but he sighed. Then his fist flew toward the male student. "You kids have absolutely no respect." A second later, the girl watched in horror as blood flew. A few drops even splattered on the old woman's face. Gongtron's bloody fist sent fear through the other passengers. The priority seat sign was now stained red. I couldn't just stand by and watch that happen. The student was now slumped on the floor. The seat and window were shattered. Gongtron looked down in disgust. Disrespectful brats must be punished. The girl, pale and trembling, was speechless. She scrambled from her seat as he asked, "Finally giving up your seat?" Terrified, she could only stammer an apology. Gazing at the blood-splattered wall, Gongtron mused, "People only learn humility when they face a fist." The old woman, pale and trembling, let him take her bundle. "Manners," Gongtron continued, "can only be taught with violence." Then, holding her things, he gestured with a smile. "Now, ma'am, please, take a seat." Meanwhile, Doyoon's 4 friends turned in shock. Gongtron's voice cut through the air. "I heard you defeated the 2 previous representatives, but I never expected," he glanced around the etiquette class, "for you to show up here." Doyoon frowned, his gaze sharp and wary. Gongtron leaned in close, hissing, "How rude." The dog, once beside Doyoon, now ran to Shinyeon. Meanwhile, red drops dripped steadily onto the floor, right at Gongtron's feet. Doyoon sat, one knee bent, thinking. So this village is the Incheondong representative's territory. Gongtron's eyes flicked to Minhai, hiding behind Ajin. Beside them, Sion and Chinsel turned, their faces tense. Doyoon's guard was up. Too many people here, he thought. If I'm going to fight him. He decided to leave, but as he stood, Gongtron's voice cut him off again. Then, the man bowed a perfect 90 degrees. "First, I must apologize." He looked to Seung Kae, adding, "For interrupting your lesson, sir." As he bowed, he finally noticed the mess he'd made. Gongtron held up a basket. "It's juice from the meat I bought." Seung Kae gasped in realization. "I'll clean the floor later." But as Gongtron turned to leave, Doyoon called out, "You're just going to walk away?" He answered without turning around. "Isn't it time for class?" Then Gongtron's voice filled the room. "Using one's fists here isn't what a polite person would do." Thinking of a past enemy, he explained, "I can't be like some bloodthirsty animal." Suddenly, Doyoon's eyes widened in pure shock. Gongtron leaned close to Doyoon's ear, making him flinch. He then whispered something only Doyoon could hear. Doyoon's expression darkened with every word he heard. In the dead-silent classroom, Seon began to sweat. "Now, I'll take my leave," said Gongtron. The other 3 girls immediately had questions. "Who was that guy with the mask-like face? You know him? He's terrifying." Doyoon just glanced back, looking perplexed. Before Gongtron even left, Seon rushed over. "What did he say to you?" "He didn't say anything," Doyoon denied. As Gongtron left, Seung Kae spoke up. "Now then, for our etiquette lesson." But a loud shout suddenly cut him off. The shout made Gongtron pause at the door. Chinsel was teasingly calling out, "Hey, boss, I am the teacher." Seung Kae kept correcting. The dog, no longer afraid, was enjoying the chaos. Minhai and Ajin, forgetting the terrifying man, teased the dog. But Chihan raised her hand with a question. "Sir, what are the etiquette differences between East and West?" "Oh, that's an excellent question," Seung Kae praised. Sion, however, just crossed his arms and scoffed. "Don't ask useless things that just drag this out." Just then, Jenna slipped in and whispered to Doyoon, "What's going on? Is this boring class still not over?" Seeing her, he wondered, "Aren't you filming this? This footage is clearly useless," she scoffed. Outside the door, Gongtron muttered in annoyance. "How dare they disrespect the lesson like this?" He seethed. "They truly have no manners." Silence fell over the classroom once more. Suddenly, Seung Kae called Doyoon's name. Confused, Doyoon pointed to his own face. Behind the glare of his glasses, his face was unreadable. But his tone was serious. "Could I have a moment of your time after class?" Elsewhere, as dusk settled over the Ganak district office, a bald man sat on a sofa and remarked, "Ganak district is as peaceful as ever, isn't it, Kim Dong-song?" The head of Seoul's Songdong district held his tea and sighed. "Our district is completely overrun with tourists. It's exhausting." Hearing this, Akwon forced a polite smile. He pointed a golf club at a nearby strategy board. He boasted, "We're developing our Hanak village into a tourist spot. The younger generation loves places like that. We just need the right word of mouth to spread." Akwon swung his club, smiling confidently. "And the tourists will come flooding in." Sipping his tea, Dong Song grew curious. "You don't mean that village, do you? If it's Ganak's Hanak village." Akwon cut him off. "You know it well, don't you?" Dong Song flinched, trying to cover his tracks. "No, I mean, has that village always been like that?" "No, not exactly." Akwon paused his swing as Dong Song continued. I'm talking about the etiquette school inside that village. He stopped cold, turning to him. What are you talking about? His brow furrowed deeply as Dong Song explained. The rumors about that place are horrifying. Aquan's eyes narrowed with suspicion. The golf ball shattered on the mat. The Songdong district chief spoke of a place that terrified all who visited. Night fell upon the village. A single house had faint lights on, but the door was sealed shut, and no sound escaped from within. The girls were fast asleep in one bed. Xena hugged CEO like a stuffed duck. Though the door was locked tight, a sudden rustling sound echoed from outside. The noise drew closer, like footsteps approaching their house. The door creaked open, letting moonlight spill inside. A man stepped in, muttering to himself, I can't just stand by and watch such insolence. He left his sandals by the door, entering barefoot and grumbling. Respect is born only from violence. Heavy footsteps echoed with his menacing voice. From now on, I will teach them a lesson myself. Then, a door creaked open. Gongtron saw the sleeping girls and scoffed. How dare you trespass on this territory? But he simply stood there, as if waiting for someone to awaken and answer him. But Chinsel remained asleep on her side, and Ajin breathed evenly. Gongtron decided to take a step forward, but suddenly, Chihan appeared behind him like a ghost, his voice cutting through the silence. Startled, Gongtron spun around in disbelief. How did you? A silk ribbon flew out with academy-style flower petals, and Chihan vanished. He then used the ribbon to wrap Gongtron's head and face, yanking him backward. It was the Education Center's emergency rescue compression bandage technique. Gongtron was bound so tightly he couldn't breathe, letting out a choked groan as his eyes glowed a menacing yellow. Chihan held the ribbon with one hand. It seems you're the disrespectful one here. Suddenly, Minhai sat up, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Who's there? But the room was empty, save for the girls. Minhai looked around, confused. I must have misheard. Meanwhile, outside the building, deep within the trees, Seongye, clad in scholar's robes, stood waiting for Doyoon. Staring at the man's hazy figure, Doyoon asked, Why call me to such a secluded place so late at night? Seongye didn't turn around. Hearing Doyoon call him teacher, he clenched his fists behind his back and gave a faint smile before speaking. You still don't realize it? Seongye stroked his beard mysteriously. You should have never come here in the first place. Amidst his eerie laughter, Doyoon's eyes widened in shock. Seongye turned, his gaze severe as he shouted, And now you must disappear. Darkness fell on the peaceful Hanok village. A brown dog, curled up asleep, was startled by a loud rumbling sound. It lifted its head in confusion as a voice asked, A surprise attack, is it? In the tense standoff with Chihan, Gongtron smirked. This is quite disrespectful, isn't it? He wrapped a white ribbon around his own fingertip. He chuckled. It seems we'll have to use our fists. Chihan countered with the dictionary definition of etiquette. He cracked his knuckles, adding, It seems you've misunderstood. Meanwhile, Doyoon stood behind Seongye on a high mountain, looking down at the village. The old man suddenly laughed into the silent night. He turned to face Doyoon. From the very beginning, you people should never have come here. As leaves rustled, Doyoon's eyes widened in shock at Seongye's words. I'm sorry, he said, stepping closer, but all of you must disappear. The house where they stayed was silent, but Chihan had already launched his attack. I don't enjoy fighting, he declared, petals swirling around him. But in a situation like this, he activated an academy skill, whirlwind kick. He leaped, spinning in midair to deliver a taekwondo kick. His shin struck the side of Gongtron's face. There is no other way, Chihan stated. He used his other foot to push off Gongtron's shoulder, launching himself backward in another taekwondo stance, making his opponent stagger. From above, Chihan delivered another blow towards his head, causing a huge impact. However, he was quickly stunned with disbelief. His shock turned to horror as Gongtron reminded him, this isn't a fight. It turned out Chihan hadn't hit his head at all. The man had blocked it with his bare hand. Gongtron even looked up and declared, This is a lesson in etiquette. In the bedroom, the girls slept soundly, oblivious to the battle raging outside. Even when a loud crash echoed, they didn't stir. A moment later, another loud bang was heard. This time, Minhai sat up, still half asleep with her eyes closed, groaning, I have to pee so bad. Outside, the trees were still. Doyoon frowned as Seongye said, No matter the opponent, I show no mercy. He then swirled his hands, creating a small vortex. They must be crushed without pity, he continued. Suddenly, Seongye roared in anger. That boy, Gongtron. Doyoon jumped, terrified, as the man blurted out, While that brat is gone, I came to find you. Run before it's too late. Doyoon was completely stunned as Seongye emphasized his point. It's dangerous to stay here. especially for you." His next words sent a chill down Doyoon's spine. "You've been a target for a while now." With that, Song-ye recalled a time long ago in this village, and began his story. That child grew up here from a young age. Though he was much larger than his peers, he was a polite and gentle child. But one day, he changed completely. Back then, Seong-ye was still a teacher in class, but his lecture was interrupted by a loud yawn. A nearby student nudged his friend. "That's a loud yawn." The boy didn't care, leaning back with his hands behind his head. "This post-lunch sleepiness is killer," he whined, stretching and yawning again. Suddenly, Gongtron entered the classroom with heavy steps. His massive shadow fell over the yawning student, who turned in surprise. Seong-ye froze, his old eyes filled with fear. To this day, I can't forget the look on his face. Gongtron leaned in and whispered something to the student, who turned pale and started sweating profusely. From Seong-ye's angle, he could see a terrifying smile on Gongtron's face. "It was like he was seeing a ghost," he remarked. That night, the full moon was obscured by clouds, as he recalled being too terrified to speak. Seong-ye continued his tale. Anyone who made Gongtron show that expression, no matter who they were. That same evening, he stood on an embankment. He saw that same student, beaten to a pulp, lying in a ditch. It would be brutally crushed. In the present, Seong-ye's face was pale, sweat pouring down his brow. Gongtron stepped beside him, declaring, "Now, the lesson can continue undisturbed." He grinned, adding, "I personally taught him a thing or two about respect. Master, the clouds are obscuring the moon." Back in the present, Seong-ye asked Doyoon, "Do you understand now?" He lowered his head slightly, terrified. "Today's midday lesson is meant for you." Seong-ye saw it then. Gongtron leaned close to Doyoon's ear, whispering something that made his eyes go wide. That look reminded Seong-ye of the man he used to be. Doyoon listened silently to the urgent warning. This time, "You are the target." Suddenly, a yellow dog ran up behind Doyoon, barking wildly. It circled him as if trying to deliver a message. Doyoon looked down, completely baffled. At that moment, from the resort grounds, white smoke began rising from a corner of the garden. Gongtron approached the shattered wooden wall and asked, "So, what do you think?" A broken door on the ground only added to the scene of devastation. Gazing at the dirt-covered Chi-han, Gongtron asked again, "Ready to show some respect yet?" He struggled to his feet, his voice firm. "Never." Without turning, Chi-han reasoned, "Violence and respect have nothing in common." With a lunge and a fist, Gongtron corrected him. "Oh, but they do." Chi-han spun around to see the attack coming. He quickly activated his flower butterfly step as petals materialized around him. For such a twisted belief. Closing the distance, Chi-han grabbed his shoulder and neck, using an aikido throw to counter Gongtron. "Are you'd swing such a dangerous fist?" he wondered. Though thrown to the ground, he merely grunted, his expression unchanged. But soon, Gongtron's smile vanished. His brow furrowed when he saw Chi-han's hand on his chest. In a flash, Gongtron was blasted back, shattering the wall behind him. Blood trickled from his lips as Chi-han made his assessment. "I knew it from our very first exchange." He recalled kicking Gongtron's face, only for the man to effortlessly block a follow-up strike to his head. Even then, Chi-han was shocked his move was nullified. "You're no ordinary person." Keeping a safe distance, Chi-han added, "You possess something extraordinary." Hearing this, Gongtron chuckled, his eyes narrowing. "And what about you? You're clearly holding back your power against me." Suddenly, he launched himself forward, roaring. Not going all out in a fight is the ultimate form of disrespect. Chi-han simply raised a hand, unconcerned. "Is that so?" He shaped his hand like a gun, saying, "My master," as he pointed his fingers forward. He continued, "Warned me never to use this technique." Chi-han touched his left hand to his head, his right still aimed forward. "But this time, I have no other choice." He stood his ground, watching Gongtron charge. Suddenly, Minhai appeared with a sleepy groan, just as Gongtron closed in on Chi-han. Standing on the porch, she rubbed her eyes. "What's that noise?" "Like a sleepwalker," Minhee wondered. "Am I dreaming? I can't open my eyes." Gongtron turned his head toward her. A jolt of panic shot through Chi-han. As Gongtron let out a sigh, cold sweat beaded on his brow. Gongtron smirked. "Looks like we have an uninvited guest." A gust of wind blew past. Chi-han appeared at Minhee's side, striking the nape of her neck and knocking her unconscious. He caught her as she fell, saying, "It's better if you don't wake from this dream." Just then, a large shadow fell over them. Chi-han turned to hear Gongtron's scolding voice. "How dare you lose focus during a lesson?" He raised his fist, roaring. "Such disrespect is unforgivable." After a moment, The resort courtyard fell silent once more. Elsewhere, Doyoon followed the frantically barking dog. Seeing the collapsed walls, he stopped, his suspicion growing. The dog barked even louder, adding to his confusion. Doyoon found it by a pool, whining with its ears down. Silently, he scanned the area. Then he saw a figure submerged in the water. Doyoon rushed forward, yelling, "Chihan?" He pulled his friend up, demanding, "What happened? Who did this to you?" Just then, the system window appeared. Doyoon fell deathly silent. He recalled Gongtron's words, "Aren't we in the middle of a lesson?" And then, the man had looked at the students, adding, "Mindlessly throwing fists isn't the behavior of someone who understands true respect." Back then, Doyoon could only watch. Finally, Gongtron had leaned in and whispered words that left him stunned. "I wish to formally challenge you." A demonic, crazed look on his face, he continued, "Tonight." Doyoon stared at the classroom, recalling Gongtron's final words, "I will be waiting for you here." With eyes blazing in fury, blue lightning erupted from Doyoon. He seethed, "I'll be the one to teach you about respect." At the same time, a system quest appeared. Eliminate Gongtron. Dark clouds swarmed the sky. The small dog shivered in fear, its ears flat. It stood outside, anxiously watching the darkened academy. Inside, a voice echoed, "Punctuality is the most basic respect a person can show." He thought of the girls still sleeping, and of the injured Chi Han being cared for by Suong Ke. Gongtron spoke, "To uphold that principle, I rushed here, even without finishing the lessons with your friends." He knelt on a cushion, as if in reprimand. "And yet, you are 10 minutes late." Gongtron stared at the closed door, waiting. As a silhouette appeared, he called out, "Representative of Boromai Dong, Do-won." He didn't enter, but questioned from outside. "Lessons?" Confused, Gongtron heard Do-won continue, "We'll see about that." Then, he kicked the doors in, shattering them with pure rage. Do-yuan entered, crackling with lightning. "How exactly will you teach me?" On a fine day, in a remote village, a chained bull roared, its mouth wide. The chain pulled taut, holding it back. Nearby, a man did push-ups on 2 jagged rocks, counting each repetition. He reached 97. The chain remained tight, never slackening. The bull strained to run but couldn't move another inch. The tight chain seemed to imprison its very soul. The man's muscles bulged under his black shirt. His legs were bound to a heavy chain, while the other end was tied to the beast. The bull frantically charged in the opposite direction. As the man calmly counted 99, sweat began to bead on his legs. Then, the chain snapped. The bull, losing its resistance, tumbled to the ground, roaring in fury. The man picked up the broken link, muttering, "Just one more, and it would have held." Soek Dong, drenched in sweat, sighed. "I'll have to try again tomorrow." An old man approached him, saying, "That's enough training for today." He leaned on his staff, watching Soek Dong intently. Soek Dong stood silent. Then, he said something odd. "Why do you look so small?" The old man scolded him fondly, then became firm again. "You need to return to Seoul. Don't think this training is over just because I said that," the old man warned. Sok Jung watched his hunched-back grandfather intently. "You must train relentlessly to progress." His voice echoed through the garden. "A great body is a blessing, passed down through generations of chosen families." Under the glaring sun, the old man preached. However, even among those with a great body, power differs based on its awakening. The boy listened intently, his expression stoic. "Just like you, Seok Jung. If your growth period is during your youth, your potential is nearly infinite." Then, the old man suddenly clarified one thing, "And I'm not talking about your height," which left Sok Jung speechless. Later that night, in Hanok village, a door lay shattered as a voice spoke out. "I knew you lacked etiquette," Gung Chon sneered, rising slowly. "But I never imagined it was this bad." As he finished, Do Uan shot back. "The next man of war preaches etiquette?" Instantly, lightning-fast energy surged at Gung Cheon. Du Yuan scoffed. "All you former representatives are the same." He leaped high, aiming a devastating kick at the mocking figure. "You all need to take a good look at yourselves." The blow landed squarely on Gung Cheon's face, sending him reeling. Dust exploded through the room, but Gung Cheon had blocked it with one arm, stunning Do Yuan. He even smirked. "This lack of manners is truly your own fault." Gung Cheon scoffed. "Perhaps you were never properly taught. The greatest blessing is meeting a master who teaches you respect." As Du Yuan landed, he heard Gung Cheon declare, "From this moment, your etiquette lesson begins," he roared, leaping forward with a powerful counterpunch. The impact created a crimson explosion, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Gung Cheon froze when he heard Do Yuan's voice. "Keep on talking." He frowned, not expecting the sarcasm about his philosophy. Doyoon had caught Gungcheon's fist with his bare hand, growling, "Then I'll just have to beat you senseless." But then, he saw Gungcheon's blocked fist trembling. The man mocked him, "It seems you've picked the wrong opponent." Gungcheon then slammed Doyoon down, shattering the floorboards. Doyoon stared in disbelief. Gungcheon raised a massive hand toward his head, taunting him. "You can only teach me if you're stronger than I am." A long time ago, a black car kicked up dust on a rural road under a clear sky. Gumin sighed, leaning on the car door. "An etiquette class?" The blonde in the green shirt whined. "Do we really have to go?" Min Jong, in the middle, leaned over. "Sir, let's just turn back." But their driver, Jin Gyu, replied, "A school suspension doesn't mean your education stops." He glanced in the rearview mirror encouragingly. "Think of this as a chance to learn something new." In response, the teens in back just groaned. Suddenly, Gumin spotted something, leaning out the window. The car stopped abruptly, and Jin Gyu let out a deep sigh. They all got out, groaning at the massive boulder blocking the road. Just as Jin Gyu said, "We'll have to detour," the boulder started to move. The students' jaws dropped in shock. A man was pushing the massive boulder aside with his bare hands. "Are you from the Sunshine Orphanage?" he asked. His feet sank into the ground from the strain, as he grinned, "Welcome to EJ." In an instant, the boulder was rolled aside. Before the astonished group, Gungcheon turned with a friendly smile and offered, "I can show you the way from here." Back in the present, his voice echoed. Even as a child, when it came to strength, Gungcheon lunged at Doyoon. I was on a completely different level. However, Doyoon quickly summoned a circular shield of blue energy, deflecting the attack. Despite this, Gungcheon just smiled confidently. Things impossible for others were simple for me. Doyoon, now cloaked in blue energy, unleashed a punch. He unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks on Gungcheon, each punch crackling with immense blue energy. His face was a mask of disgust, but with each blow, he felt something strange, something wrong coming from beyond his fists. Doyoon's eyes shot wide open in disbelief. As he stood, stunned that his fists were having no effect, Gungcheon finally spoke. "As time went on, I finally understood why." A deep dent marked Gungcheon's chest from the furious barrage of blows, but, in a flash, it vanished, much to his delight. Some call it a great body. Doyoon immediately leaped back, creating distance. He continued his monologue. "An ordinary body like yours," Gungcheon adjusted his collar, "is biologically incapable of defeating a being like me." The room fell silent again. Doyoon's voice cut in, making Gungcheon pause. Revealing a glowing pink item, he said, "That body is indeed dangerous." He then flicked the object into the air. Doyoon stared at the supremely confident Gungcheon and added, "But to me, it's nothing special." The man stared curiously at the multicolored orb hovering in the air. "I have something too," Doyoon declared, as the orb fell. "Something stronger than your great body. Use Transcendent Marble. Elevates a random player skill to Transcendent." At the same time, it shattered into pieces. As Doyoon raised his fist, a system window appeared. "You have shattered the Transcendent Marble." The shards transformed into energy, surrounding Doyoon as a long list of his skills appeared. Gungcheon watched the fragments swirl as Doyoon taunted. "That, and your insane philosophy on etiquette." With eyes glowing blue, Doyoon vowed, "Your great body and everything else. I will defeat it all." Meanwhile, the scaffolding was finally down at Seihee's cafe. Sehun was busy working with a handsaw. At last, he stopped, sighing in relief. "It's finally finished." He grinned. "The new mascot for our snack shop, Seihee Reborn." It was a statue of a nude man, holding a bowl of food in one hand. Sehun admired his work, a masterpiece. It contrasts the rough texture of a powerful physique with the gentle curves of the rice cakes. He chugged a bottle of water, admiring his work. "I even added perilla leaves as a final touch." He was genuinely pleased with the result. Sehun felt confident the shop renovations were right on schedule, needing only a few more days. Suddenly, a loud crash shattered the quiet. Sok Jiang appeared, immediately sneering. "What is this outdated interior?" Looking at the dark brown wall, he commented, "A modern luxury concept needs more emotional depth." Hands in his pockets, he shot Sehun a condescending glare. "Is your sense of taste really this awful?" Sehun's jaw dropped in disbelief. He retorted angrily, "Do you even know this is a snack bar? You'll taste iron and leather with your tteokbokki." But, Sok Jiang pressed on, "Did you design this to kill people's appetites?" Sehun was left completely speechless as Sok Jiang brushed past him, muttering, "Whatever." I don't waste my time on small fry like you. He then glanced around, asking, Where's Ha Du-yuan? At that moment, in another place, shimmering fragments of a transcendent orb floated in midair. The shards began to absorb into Du-yuan's body. Gongtron stared at the scene as Du-yuan declared, I'm going to shatter that absurd philosophy of yours. His eyes glowed with a cold blue light, as Du-yuan snarled, and your body along with it. Before the words even faded, Gongtron charged forward to prove him wrong. On Du-yuan's screen, skills flashed and disappeared. He made his choice. Strike the weak point. Then he aimed a hand, surging with blue energy. He launched himself at Gongtron like a tornado. The moment his hand made contact, the system activated blind spot, unleashing a massive pink shockwave. The attack connected, and a vein bulged on Gongtron's forehead. Du-yuan's fingertips dug deep into his abdomen. However, Gongtron stood perfectly still, asking calmly, What is this? Du-yuan was in total shock. The man just smirked. That didn't even tickle. Is that all you have? Du-yuan's mind reeled in panic. No damage at all? He pulled his hand back, gasping in horror. Am I really this useless? Du-yuan looked up, meeting Gongtron's contemptuous smirk. In the quiet etiquette hall, he taunted. I can't believe you're joking around in a fight that demands respect. Du-yuan broke into a cold sweat as Gongtron continued. I've met your kind before. He laughed like a demon. Stubborn people like you. You always behave so terribly. Then, Gongtron's mind drifted back to a time in this same Hanok village, to those who required special education. The etiquette school looked much the same. As three people chatted under a tree, a heavily tattooed blonde took a satisfying drag from his cigarette. Squatting beside him, Mindong also smoked and complained. This etiquette school is boring as hell. So damn annoying. From the side, Gumi reminded them, Endure it. These are Mr. Trin Kuai's orders. Suddenly, Minjong noticed something strange. A mother dog had led her 4 puppies over to them. A brown pup playfully latched onto Minjong's arm, making her light up with interest. Suddenly, a huge hand scooped the puppy up, giving it an existential crisis. It was Gongtron, lecturing the 3 smokers. Unbelievable. Minors from the Sunshine Orphanage, smoking behind the etiquette school. He swallowed nervously, sweating while holding the 4 puppies. What a hassle. Still squatting, Minjong recognized him. We saw you on the way here. The blonde stood up, looking irritated. He rolled up his sleeves to deal with the intruder, but Gumi raised a hand to stop him. He took one last puff, smiled faintly, and stubbed his cigarette out. Is this better? He then told the blonde and Mindong to put theirs out. Much to their disbelief, Gongtron simply bowed his head in thanks. Just then, a bitter scream echoed from under the tree. Gongtron narrowed his eyes but showed no reaction. His gaze drifted up to the tall tree. This giant tree symbolizes etiquette. He looked at its canopy, explaining, See how it reaches for the sky, with perfectly straight branches. Then he turned to leave. I hope you all can learn something from it. Hearing this, Mindong and the blonde scoffed, putting their hands on their hips. They grumbled in annoyance. Separately, Gumi took off his glasses, silently watching Gongtron leave. Staring at his back, Gumi remarked, He has quite an impressive physique. Meanwhile, Gongtron walked off happily with the puppies. Now, in the present, that same puppy, all grown up, trembled outside the classroom. It whimpered anxiously. A sudden, loud crash from inside the room sent the dog scrambling in terror. From within, a thick cloud of white dust billowed out. Kneeling amidst the rubble, Du-yuan calmly remarked, Well, this sort of thing happens sometimes. He wiped the sweat from his face, frowning. I never thought a transcendent skill would be this useless. It shouldn't be like this. Gongtron turned to leave. Now, go back to your place. Du-yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. At that exact moment, a pink circle appeared on Gongtron. He turned his head and declared, I suppose I'll have to finally use force. He had no idea a glowing pink mark had appeared on his back. A system window told Du-yuan it was the opponent's marked blind spot. Attacking a blind spot would deal critical damage that ignores all defense. Du-yuan was terrified. Then, he shot forward, ready to put the theory to the test. Seeing this, Gongtron spun around with a punch. I like your persistence. But Du-yuan moved like a phantom, using an agility skill to slide right past him. He appeared at the man's back, then spun and threw a punch to activate the blind spot before Gongtron even knew what was happening. Du-yuan struck the pink mark directly. The critical hit landed instantly. Gongtron doubled over in pure agony, veins bulging on his face and neck as he violently retched. Gongtron stomped his foot, shattering the floor just to stay upright. He immediately tried to counter, asking, Are you serious now? But Doyoon was already gone. He reappeared like an apparition, using his eagle spin skill to sweep the man's legs and send him stumbling. His face smeared with dirt, Gongtron growled as Doyoon asked, "Can you feel it now?" The next instant, he leaped up, once again aiming for. He unleashed a newly added skill. "This is my seriousness." Another powerful, critical blow from Doyoon sent Gongtron's massive body slamming into the floor. The impact made the entire area explode. Gongtron coughed up blood, his face a mask of pain. Doyoon planted a foot on his back, yanking his head up. "Looks like that great body of yours." As blue energy gathered in his left hand, he grinned like a demon. "Isn't so perfect after all." Elsewhere, inside Seihai's cafe, the lights on the second floor were blazing. Seok-jeong asked with annoyance, "I'm not interested in small fries like you." Hodo tilted his head at that arrogant tone. Sehun sighed in frustration, then reminded him of the one who joined us because Bong Chae-rong was destroyed. Seok-jeong listened indifferently to Sehun's rambling. A regular member of Borami stepped before Seok-jeong, pointing to himself defiantly. "If you have business with our representative, you'll have to go through me." Sehun smirked provocatively. "You have to get past me first." The vice representative. Seeing this, Se-gyong didn't even twitch an eyebrow, but his words were sharp as a knife, leaving Sehun stunned. Does Borami assign ranks based on talking skills? If positions were decided by physical strength, your rank would be lower than the ground. Sehun crushed a water bottle, insulted. He looked down at Seok-jeong's smaller frame and sneered. "Then you must be buried under the dirt, because your ankles are already rooted to the ground." Despite his nonchalance, Sehun's next words made Seok-jeong's eyes widen. "Or maybe you're just terrified of me?" He even squeezed the bottle, letting water splash onto Seok-jeong's head, taunting. "Then you should grow up right, by listening to your elders like me." Water dripped to the floor, forming a puddle. In a flash, the statue head Se-hun worked so hard to sculpt vanished, leaving him gaping in shock. Seok-jeong held the statue head and asked, "You still don't feel it?" Sehun stood frozen as he watched the boy walk away with the head. He had even belittled his physique. A moment later, as if his soul returned, Se-hun chuckled and threw the bottle to the floor. This can't be settled with words. At the same time, Seok-jeong threw the head next to the headless statue. With a shared battle cry, they lunged at each other. Se-hun, with his powerful physique, took a punch to the face from Seok-jeong but still managed to say, "Let's talk with our bodies." Then, his opponent, who possessed a magnificent body, took Sehun's fist without flinching. On a forest stream, there was a wooden boat. It carried a man and a cow. Seok-jeong's grandfather spoke to the cow. "The sky is so clear today, perfect for a dip." At the end of the stream was a high waterfall. The old man thought of his grandson. At that moment, Seok-jeong was sitting cross-legged under the waterfall, training. Water crashed down on his head, but his mind was perfectly calm. Perhaps sensing someone was thinking of him, Seok-jeong slowly opened his eyes. His deep gaze stared straight ahead. At the same time, the wooden boat plummeted from the top of the waterfall right onto Seok-jeong. The impact sent water flying, and the boat shattered into pieces. Seok-jeong complained, "Why didn't you say something was about to fall?" He rubbed his wrist and stood up, grumbling, "If I hadn't shattered it, my head would have been the one that shattered." The old man, leaning on his staff, lectured, "Destruction is natural for all life forms." He looked at the cow still playing in the water. From the very beginning, humanity survived by destroying, killing, and plundering. The old man squinted. For those born with a greater body, destruction is easier than breathing. The waterfall continued to cascade, unchanged. The old man warned him sternly, "But remember, the body is just a vessel, a lake." Seok-jeong's eyes widened as his grandfather continued. "The important thing is," he pointed the staff at Seok-jeong's chest, adding, "what lives inside it." The moment he finished, Seok-jeong was sent flying and splashed into the water next to the cow, as the old man asked, "So what can you hold in your lake?" Seok-jeong stood in the water, watching a fish swim by, hearing the question, "A fish?" He then stared at his reflection in silence. He then imagined a colossal dragon swimming in the deep water. The old man asked again, "A dragon?" Now, the lights were still bright on the second floor of the small cafe. Suddenly, a phone rang. The floor was littered with broken wood. The headless statue stood tall. Sehun and Seok-jeong stood apart, glaring at each other. Sehun wiped a trickle of blood from his lip and asked with a smirk, "Where did you train?" He frowned angrily, taunting, "For a guy your size, you're impressive." Seok-jeong wiped his own mouth and replied, "Physique doesn't matter." He raised an eyebrow contemptuously. You and I have a different quality of body. Hearing this, Sehun charged forward, annoyed. You dare talk about bodies in front of me? But Seokjeong continued his provocation. He bent his knees slightly, crossed his arms, and threw Sehun over his shoulder, remarking, "Your body isn't bad." Then, quick as lightning, he spun before Sehun crashed to the ground with a thud. He frowned, a look of pure confusion on his face. But before he could act, Seokjeong was already in front of him, swinging a hand like steel. It was perfect for destruction. A clean chop aimed at Sehun's neck. Beside the headless statue, it was a sign of things to come. Seokjeong's eyes widened in disbelief, while Sehun grinned. "That tickles." He used his own head, clamping down on Seokjeong's hand with his teeth and sneering. "Was that a mosquito bite?" Then Sehun sprang up to counterattack, yelling, "Then I'll have to swat it." But before he could touch Seokjeong, the boy dropped low, sweeping Sehun's feet and launching him into the air, asking, "Can you handle one more hit?" At the same time, Seokjeong drove his knee into Sehun's gut. This time, he was the one in disbelief, as Sehun just laughed like a madman, despite the new dent in his chest. He was still laughing mockingly. Seeing this, Seokjeong, from behind, raised a leg and delivered a merciless kick that made the ground tremble. The powerful blow sent dust flying. Seokjeong frowned in annoyance, hearing Sehun cough. With a foot on his face, Sehun was still smiling. Sehun recalled his training in a great stream. Jonathan stood on a large float with Elizabeth the crocodile, saying, "The ultimate body. Go with the flow of the water," he explained. "A normal body must be forged in an extreme environment. Extreme levels, extreme duration, to create a body." Jonathan posed like a model, continuing, "Surpassing human limits. A body that nears perfection." Suddenly, someone screamed in panic, "We're going to hit the rocks." Then Elizabeth felt herself being lifted as someone called for their master. Sehun walked barefoot in the water, wondering, no matter how great the ultimate body is. He was tied beneath a boat, his hands connected to ropes that steered it. He glanced up at Jonathan, asking, "Isn't it still weaker than the great body?" Sehun's head fell, filled with doubt about facing the original. This gave Jonathan pause. He watched Sehun undo the cables and called out to him. Elizabeth, sunbathing on a rock, heard his voice. "You train in dangerous situations every day to protect people, right?" Sehun froze, turning to listen intently. "You think your body will fail against a fist made only for destruction?" Jonathan then pressed a fist to his chest in encouragement. "Prove it," he urged, and Sehun's eyes widened. Extreme effort is stronger than raw talent. Back in the present, at Seihai's cafe, a phone rings endlessly. On the floor, construction materials are still scattered. The rice cake bowl statue stands tall. Hearing the phone, Seokjeong planted his foot on Sehun's head, scoffing, "Don't get cocky. I only let you hit me." Seokjeong frowned, wondering what the hell he was hearing as Sehun muttered, "This feeling is getting pretty annoying." Suddenly, he grabbed Seokjeong's ankle. He struggled up, pulling the leg and asking, "Is this what you call a great body?" Seokjeong's face twisted in shock. "How did you take my hit?" Sehun glared back, his eyes burning with resolve. A diamond compressed to its absolute limit can never be broken. With that, he grabbed the leg and flung Seokjeong away. His opponent frowned as Sehun voiced his suspicion. "When I heard the news." He then slammed Seokjeong into the ground, shattering the tiles beneath. Coughing up blood, the man heard Sehun continue, "That you, our enemy, came to Boromadong." He slammed him down again, the wooden floor exploding like shrapnel. Sehun was furious now, grinding his teeth. It was the first time he'd felt this enraged since Doyoon became the representative. Then, he launched Seokjeong into the distance, the floor erupting as he roared, "Why didn't they ask for permission from me, the vice representative?" Splintered wood rained down as the dust began to settle. Sehun picked up the precious statue's head and carefully placed it back on its body. He then crouched down, declaring, "Now I'm kicking you out of Boromadong." He shot forward like a gale, shouting, "By the authority of the vice representative." Across the room, Seokjeong slowly got to his knees. "I guess I'll have to get serious," he muttered, his teeth clenching in anger. "I'll show you," he roared, charging forward with a furious expression. "What truly lives inside my body?" They rocketed toward each other. Sehun spread his arms like a pouncing tiger, while Seokjeong ready to punch. But just as they were about to clash, the phone's ringtone cut through the air. Both of them froze, turning toward the phone. A voice from the speaker said, "Ah, it's the answering machine. I'll just leave a message then." Seokjeong was confused. A phone call? But veins popped on Sehun's forehead in frustration. Why now of all times? The phone then went silent for a moment. The person on the other end seemed to be thinking carefully. Just as the line seemed dead, the voice spoke again. I know how to wound secret. My video. And that's all for now. That was a summary of this incredible series. If you have any thoughts, please leave them down in the comments section. Don't forget to give us a like, subscribe, and ring the notification bell for more amazing videos. For now, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.